The seventh Hokage Naruto Uzumaki slowly awakened, his consciousness gradually returning. The very first thoughts that surfaced in his mind were two pressing questions. Where am I? Didn't I die during the battle with Kawaki? As he opened his bleary eyes, he found himself surrounded by an endless white expanse. There were no boundaries in sight, as though he were enveloped in a dense mist, making it impossible to discern any direction. The vast emptiness and silence unsettled him deeply. Naruto tried calling out in a loud voice, "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" But the only response was a heavy, suffocating silence. Not even an echo returned to him. As if his voice had been swallowed entirely by this space, with a helpless sigh, he thought to himself, perhaps this is the so-called heaven of legend. Looking back on his life, Naruto felt it had been a journey filled with hardships and struggle. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up alone, shunned and rejected by the villagers, to the point where even having enough to eat became a daily challenge. Yet, he never abandoned his dream. When he turned 12, fate began to change for him. He met Irika-sensei, who recognized him for who he was. With Irika's approval, Naruto became a genin of the Hidden Leaf, officially setting out on his path as a ninja. Later, under the guidance of Kakashi-sensei, he graduated from the Ninja Academy. During the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto faced life and death for the first time. In the battle against Zabuza, the pain of his wounds and the sight of his own blood made him truly understand what it meant to be a ninja. During the Chunin exams, he defeated Neji, finally earning the recognition of those around him and beginning to make his mark in the ninja world. Soon after, he overcame the transformed Gaara and successfully protected the Hidden Leaf Village, earning widespread fame as a result. His days training under Jiraiya were filled with the guidance of a true master and the support he needed to grow. He once saved Gaara from the clutches of the Akatsuki, preserving the peace between the leaf and the sand, and for the first time was embraced by the villagers. At 16-inch, Naruto, wielding the power of the sage, defeated the notorious Akatsuki organization, becoming the great hero of the Hidden Leaf, and finally washing away the stigma of the nine-tailed fox. Afterward, with the help of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, Naruto mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he and the Nine Tails became true partners, and as the perfect Jinchuriki, he fought side by side with his comrades, radiating strength and hope on the battlefield. In the end, together with Sasuke, Naruto inherited the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Together, they sealed Kage, bringing a long-awaited peace to the ninja world and becoming the savior in everyone's heart. During Kakashi's term as the sixth Hokage, Naruto's lost arm was restored. He was promoted to Jonin and confirmed his relationship with Hinata. The two married, built a family, and enjoyed a happy life together. By the time he turned 30, with Kakashi's official retirement, Naruto at last fulfilled his childhood dream and became the seventh Hokage. At that time, his friends had all settled down, each with families and children of their own. The entire ninja world basked in peace, as if they had finally entered an ideal realm. Yet, these tranquil days did not last long. The Otsutsuki clan, whom Kage had always feared, resurfaced. Members like Kinshiki, Mamashiki, Urashiki, and Ishiki appeared, their power far surpassing even Kage's. In a fierce battle against Ishiki Otsutsuki, Naruto lost Kurama, the Nine Tails who had accompanied him for so many years. Meanwhile, Sasuke had his Rinnegan destroyed. When Boruto, while under the control of another force, attacked him with a kunai, though Boruto himself was blameless, Sasuke's fate weighed heavily on Naruto's heart. Realizing that his own strength could no longer contend with these new threats, Naruto journeyed to Mount Myaboku in search of help. There, the great Toad Sage prophesied that Boruto would become the key figure to change the ninja world. Upon hearing this, Naruto resolved to devote himself fully to Boruto's training. Boruto soon demonstrated exceptional talent. He awakened the Jugen, inherited the power of the Otsutsuki clan, and, under Sasuke's guidance, took up Sasuke's equipment. In time, Boruto's strength even surpassed that of all previous Hokage, making him the strongest ninja in the world. However, a new crisis quickly emerged. During his training, Boruto met Kawaki, and the two became fast friends. Out of kindness, Boruto invited Kawaki to Konoha to recuperate. Unexpectedly, Kawaki was swayed by the Kara organization, breaking ties with Boruto and attempting to destroy the ninja world by reviving the infinite Tsukuyomi. Thus began the Fifth Great Ninja War. Recalling all this, Naruto found his fists clenching involuntarily. In that war, he watched as family, friends, and comrades fell one by one. because he was the Hokage and had lost Kurama's power, everyone risked their lives to protect him, insisting he remain at the rear to command. Remembering these sacrifices, Naruto could not stop his tears from flowing. Hinata, Himori, Sasuke, Gaara, Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Shikumo, they all departed forever in that war. In the end, only Naruto and Boruto remained on the battlefield to protect his son. Naruto died under Kawaki's jutsu. Gazing upward, the sky above him seemed distant and cold, his heart full of confusion and sorrow. He could not fathom why. Fate was so cruel. Even in his final moments, his thoughts lingered on Boruto, not knowing whether his son had ultimately managed to save the ninja world. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. Both Boruto and Kawaki had failed. They had fallen before the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto turned toward the voice and saw a figure slowly emerging from a vast, white space. Eyes wide with astonishment, he called out, "Sage of the Six Paths, grandfather?" With a gentle smile, the Sage of the Six Paths replied, "We meet again, Naruto, child of prophecy." Naruto rushed forward, anxiety etched across his face, and asked urgently, "What did you just say?" Boruto and Kawaki both failed. Wasn't Kawaki allied with the Otsutsuki clan? The Sage of Six Paths let out a sigh and patiently explained, "After your death, Boruto and Kawaki were locked in a fierce battle. Later, Kawaki came to his senses and understood the true purpose behind the Eye of the Moon plan. So, he joined forces with Boruto to fight against the Otsutsuki clan, but in the end they failed. Both of them were used as vessels." Hearing this, Naruto was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and unease. He murmured under his breath, "How could this be? How did things turn out like this?" Suddenly, he recalled the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, and his emotions flaring, he cried out, "To the Sage of Six Paths, didn't the Great Toad Sage say that Boruto would change the future of the Shinobi world? Why did it come to this? Why can't our world escape destruction?" With that shout, Naruto's last shred of hope crumbled. He felt his strength leave him. Staggered back a few steps, then half-knelt on the ground, clutching his head as tears streamed down his face. He kept whispering, Why did it end up like this?" The seventh Hokage, once so strong and fearless, had now sunk into utter despair. The Sage of Six Paths watched Naruto's sorrow in silence for a moment before speaking gently. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy was not wrong. Hearing this, Naruto looked up in confusion, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. The sage's words were like a faint glimmer of hope, flickering once more in his heart. Wiping away his tears, Naruto stood up again and calmly asked, "What do you mean?" The Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, "Don't you find it strange? Why are you able to meet me here?" Naruto frowned. He realized the Sage of Six Paths should have vanished after the war in the Shinobi world. So how is it that he could see him now? Could it be? Hope began to resurface in Naruto's eyes. He looked at the Sage of Six Paths full of anticipation, waiting for an answer. The sage gazed at Naruto, his tone steady, though Boruto didn't defeat the Otsutsuki clan. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy did come true, because Boruto accomplished something crucial. "He brought you here to meet me?" Naruto asked in surprise. "You mean?" "The reason I'm here now is because of Boruto." The sage nodded. "That's right. Though you fell in battle, Boruto used the pure eye to preserve your soul. He had secretly engraved the Otsutsuki's forbidden technique into his own eye ahead of time. After his defeat, he became a vessel, gaining a vast amount of chakra. This allowed the forbidden technique within him to be unleashed. Using the Otsutsuki's artifact, he sent you to me, and as the price, he sacrificed his own life." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't hold back his tears, deeply moved. "Boruto, my dear son." The Sage of Six Paths gazed at Naruto, drawing out an ancient artifact from his right hand and speaking solemnly. "This is the legendary relic." Naruto, shaken from his sorrow, looked at the slightly damaged object in the sage's hand and exclaimed in astonishment, "That's the Otsutsuki's sacred tool, the plow." The sage nodded in confirmation. Indeed, it was with this plow that Boruto sacrificed himself, using the forbidden arts of the Otsutsuki clan to send your spirit here to meet me. And now, Naruto, you are faced with a choice, a chance to change the ninja world once more. Naruto stared at the sage in shock, as if gradually piecing together the truth. He finally realized that the Great Toad Sage had once prophesied Boruto would change the fate of the ninja world, and this was the very way it would happen. Yet doubts still lingered in his heart. How could Boruto be certain that this would really change the ninja world? How did he even learn of the Otsutsuki clan's forbidden techniques? The Sage of Six Paths noticed the confusion in Naruto's eyes. He lowered his gaze to the now-cracked plow in his hands and sighed deeply. "Before I answer your questions, Naruto, let me ask you one of my own. After all you've been through, do you still believe my choices back then were the right ones?" Naruto fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "To be honest, I no longer agree with what you did. The power of the Otsutsuki is simply overwhelming. If we don't wish to be destroyed, we must pay any price to gain the strength to stand against them." Hearing this, the sage, too, lapsed into silence. He recalled their last meeting during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he had asked Naruto if Sasuke sought to unify the ninja world at any cost. "What would you do?" Back then, Naruto's answer was to stop Sasuke, firmly believing that people could ultimately understand one another, but now everything had changed. The sage sighed, his voice tinged with regret. The very things my mother once feared have now come to pass. In the end, I was too short-sighted. Truly, I was wrong." Naruto gave no reply. Once he had believed in the sage's ideals, but after witnessing the suffering of the ninja world, the overwhelming might of the Otsutsuki, and enduring the agony of separation from loved ones and friends, he was no longer the Naruto who brimmed with hope and trust that love and understanding could one day prevail. Sensing the heaviness in the air, the sage offered a gentle smile to ease the mood. "But don't worry. Fortunately, there's still one last chance to set things right." Looking back, Himura's secret preparations were indeed wise. Naruto frowned, slightly, clearly puzzled. The sage noticed his expression and took the initiative to explain, "I understand what you're thinking. You must be wondering how your son Boruto seemed to foresee all of this, and so resolutely sent you to meet me." Naruto nodded, signaling for the sage to go on. The sage of six paths spoke slowly. "Back then, I could not agree with what my mother Kage had done, so I sealed her away on the moon. My younger brother Himura remained there, leading his clan to guard our mother. Over countless years by her side, Himura conducted an in-depth investigation into Kage. He often gazed up at the night sky, haunted by a fear of some unknown threat. Then one day, Himura awakened the Tensigen." The sage of six paths glanced at Naruto, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Yes, just as you guessed, Boruto awakened that same power," he continued, recalling. Through tireless exploration of the Tensigen's abilities, Himura discovered that at times it allowed him to glimpse fragments from different realms of time. Not only the past, but also the future, though he could not control when or what he saw. One day Himura witnessed certain scenes through the Tensigen, and only then did he understand why Mother Kage was ever vigilant, always gazing toward the stars. It turned out that the Otsutsuki clan from beyond this world truly existed, and their power was far more terrifying than we had imagined. Upon learning this, Himura hurried to tell me everything. Naruto listened in stunned silence, unable to believe there was such a hidden truth. New questions began to form in his mind. If the Sage of Six Paths had known all of this long ago, why had he chosen his current path? The Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto as if he could see right through him. "You're probably wondering, since I knew all this, why did I still make the choices I did?" Naruto nodded, waiting for his explanation. The Sage of Six Paths sighed and continued, "In truth, even at the time, Himura could not be certain that what he saw would truly come to pass. He was never able to clearly glimpse a future where the shinobi world was doomed to destruction. So, I chose to place my hope in the future. I decided to take that gamble." Naruto asked thoughtfully, "So you chose to risk it all?" The Sage of Six Paths nodded. "That's right, I chose to take that risk, but now looking back, perhaps I lost that gamble. Perhaps I made the wrong decision. Fortunately, Himura insisted on leaving a contingency plan, or else my regret would have been endless." Seeing Naruto's eager expression, the Sage of Six Paths explained further. During his research on the Tensigen, Himura also drew some memories from Kage's chakra. From this, he learned that the Tensigen had another name among the Otsutsuki. It was called the Reincarnation Eye. "The Reincarnation Eye," Naruto repeated in shock. The Sage of Six Paths nodded. "Yes, the so-called Reincarnation Eye is a power wielded by the Otsutsuki clan through a forbidden technique performed with a sacred tool known as the plow. It allows a person's soul to cross the boundaries of time and space, returning to the past to be reborn in their own body. However, the conditions and costs for using this technique are extraordinarily severe. First, the user must possess an immense amount of chakra. Second, they must offer up their own life as the price. Finally, the rebirth Rinnegan can only be activated once. Once it is used, the eye immediately loses all its power." Hearing this, Naruto fell silent, lost in thought. He felt that this forbidden technique of the Otsutsuki clan bore some resemblance to the innate Six Paths reincarnation technique. However, there was a crucial difference. This forbidden art allowed a person to traverse time and space, directly resurrecting in their past body. Yet a question surfaced in Naruto's mind. Since the rebirth Rinnegan could only be used once, why didn't Boruto simply send him back to the past, but instead brought him here to meet the Sage of Six Paths? After all, Boruto only had a single pure eye, and using it would mean losing it forever. The Sage of Six Paths sensed Naruto's confusion and continued explaining. The pure eye that Boruto awakened is actually a power left behind by my younger brother, Hamura. Once Boruto fully masters the pure eye, the chakra Hamura left within him will be activated, much like the chakra I once left in you and Sasuke at that moment. Hamura will manifest within Boruto's body in spirit form. Just as I am conversing with you now, Hamura has already told your son, Boruto, everything. That is why Boruto deliberately lost the battle, becoming a vessel in order to obtain a vast amount of chakra. The forbidden technique had already been inscribed into his eye in advance, and together with the fact that he had acquired the plow, he was able to send you here to meet me. The reason he didn't send you directly to the past is because during the process of reincarnation and traveling through time, the soul can be damaged, even losing its memories, which could make you forget your mission. So, as the final safeguard, I have appeared here myself to tell you everything directly so that you may fully understand your responsibility. At this point, the Sage of Six Paths' expression grew slightly wistful. After all, I once lost a gamble before, and I dare not risk it a second time. At last, Naruto understood everything. It turned out that Boruto was the key figure in his own resurrection, the prophesied child, spoken of by the great Toad Sage, the one who would change the world of the Shinobi to prevent Naruto's soul from being damaged or his mission forgotten during time travel. The Sage of Six Paths had arranged this crucial encounter, personally revealing the truth to him. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto pressed on with another question. But now the rebirth Rinnegan is gone. The pure eye that Boruto awakened has already been used to bring me here to see you. And even if you help me return to life, how can you guarantee that I won't lose my memories? The Sage of Six Paths smiled gently and looked at Naruto. Take a guess. How many eyes did my brother Hamura have? As he spoke, an eye appeared out of thin air in the sage's left hand. Naruto focused his gaze and exclaimed in surprise, "What's this? A pure eye?" "No, it's the rebirth Rinnegan." The Sage of Six Paths nodded in response. "That's right, my brother Hamura once awakened two Rinnegan. He left one behind. Later, when Boruto awakened, he inherited 1 inch, while the other has always been in my safekeeping as a backup plan." Naruto gazed at the Sage of Six Paths, momentarily at a loss for words. You are both the one who decisively takes chances and the one who prepares countless plans in advance. Truly, the sage was far-sighted, never leaving room for error. So now, what do I need to do? Naruto asked. He had already steeled himself for resurrection once more. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and spoke slowly. That still depends on your choice. Once the reincarnation Rinnegan technique is activated, you'll be sent to a certain point in the past, but exactly where? No one can say. The fact that you can see me in this time and space is itself a matter of chance. So, you have two options. First, I can use the Rinnegan rebirth to restore you directly to this current timeline, the external world where your true body resides. Second, you may choose to travel even farther back into the past, though I cannot say to which point exactly. Only that it will be an earlier era than now. Whichever you decide, I can use the power of yin and yang to protect your soul and memories, ensuring that all of you merges fully with your true self without anything being lost. Curious, Naruto asked, but Boruto doesn't have the power of yin and yang, does he? Yet my soul still made it here intact. The sage explained, that's because the eye in my hand and the one Boruto possesses are both the Tenseigan and my younger brother, Hamura. The two are connected. That's why your soul was able to enter through Boruto's eye and emerge here through mine. Otherwise, why would Hamura have left a second eye behind? Naruto nodded, then asked, so what's happening right now? In the outside world? The sage replied, it is the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War. You and Sasuke are still out there leading the allied shinobi forces against Madara, Uchiha, and Obito. So it's that time, Naruto thought, as his memories began to resurface. Suddenly, a question struck him, and he asked urgently, what about Neji? Is he still alive? The sage answered calmly, he has passed away. Hearing that Neji was gone, Naruto felt his heart clench. Though those days were long past, the memory of losing a dear friend was still vivid in his mind. The words, because you call me a genius, echoed in his head countless times, often keeping him awake at night. Wait, now he had the chance to travel through time again, maybe even go to a period before the current timeline. Even if he couldn't choose the exact moment, it didn't matter. As long as he went back earlier, he'd have a chance to save Neji. With determination in his eyes, Naruto looked at the sage and declared, I choose the second option. The sage asked, are you certain? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded firmly. The Sage of Six Paths watched him in silence for several seconds before raising his left hand Instead of removing his original Rinnegan, he directly embedded the pure I into it. Seeing Naruto's surprise, the sage explained, "At this moment, I exist only in spiritual form, and so does the Rinnegan. There's no need to remove it. I can simply add the pure I directly." Then, forming a series of intricate hand seals, the sage invoked a powerful jutsu, his voice ringing out technique of reincarnation and samsara. A beam of pure white light shot from the sage's pure eye, enveloping Naruto in an instant. Naruto immediately felt a warm, gentle force wrapping around his entire body, growing ever stronger, the radiance shining from him brighter and brighter. At the same time, the sage's figure gradually began to fade, growing more and more transparent, and even the light from the pure eye weakened. Suddenly, Naruto remembered the price of this technique. It required the sacrifice of life, but the sage no longer possessed a life to give, so what then was he sacrificing now? Lost in thought, Naruto looked up at the sage, confusion plain in his eyes. The sage of 6 Paths smiled faintly and said, "Farewell, Naruto. This time, it truly is goodbye. The future of the ninja world rests with you now." As his words faded, the sage's spirit vanished completely. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he promised, and the white light surrounding him reached its peak, enveloping him entirely. In the next instant, it tore through the boundaries of space and time, and Naruto disappeared without a trace. The divine artifact, the plow, shattered to dust after completing the teleportation, crumbling into ashes. Naruto felt as though he were having a long-lost, beautiful dream. In the dream, a gentle warmth surrounded him, as comforting as sunlight on a winter's day. Sunlight? Could it be that I've been reborn? Am I home? Naruto's consciousness slowly began to awaken, but he soon realized something was wrong. His body was running uncontrollably, as if it no longer obeyed his will. Bewildered, he wondered, my real body isn't at home. So where am I? Suddenly, he heard his own voice. "Kiba, how's it going?" The tone was tinged with urgency. "I'm concentrating on picking up Sasuke's faint scent. Don't talk. You're distracting me," came the reply, impatient and focused. Yes, that was Kiba's voice, of course. He just asked Kiba a question. Searching for Sasuke's trail? Naruto's memories surged back like pages flipping in a thick book. At last, he pinpointed the moment in time. This was when they were searching for Sasuke. With this realization, Naruto's spirit snapped fully awake. At that very moment, the Naruto of this timeline suddenly stiffened mid-leap, and in the next second, he fell straight from the sky. Kakashi, who had been following close behind, immediately sensed something was wrong. "Naruto!" he cried out, rushing forward just in time to catch Naruto as he collapsed, landing safely with him in his arms. Sakura, Haruno, Akamaru, and Kiba, Shino, Aburame, Hinata, and Yamato all hurried to a stop and quickly gathered around, concern written on their faces. Sakura. Haruno stepped forward, looking at Naruto, whose eyes were tightly shut, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Kakashi shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. Either he was perfectly fine just a moment ago, then suddenly collapsed. Let me examine him." Sakura said she had studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, so she immediately had Kakashi lay Naruto flat on the ground and began a careful examination of his condition. Hinata stood nearby, her face filled with worry as she watched Naruto, afraid that something terrible had happened to him. At that moment, deep inside Naruto's body, the soul from his rebirth was rapidly fusing with him. Although he appeared simply unconscious, in truth, an immense transformation was taking place within. Sakura tried resuscitating him several times, but when it became clear her efforts weren't working, she was about to call Kiba or Yamato, or even Kakashi to attempt mouth-to-mouth when finally Naruto stirred. Awake, he opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a man's face leaning close, lips slightly parted, as if about to perform artificial respiration. Naruto hesitated, then asked in confusion, "Kiba, is that you?" Hearing his voice, Kiba's eyes shot open, and he found himself staring straight at Naruto. Instantly overcome with embarrassment, he scrambled to his feet, stammering, "Naruto, I was just about to give you mouth-to-mouth. Sakura asked me to do it, and neither Kakashi nor Yamato-sensei would step up, so I didn't really have a choice." Kiba's face turned bright red as he kept explaining, flustered. Naruto sat up, glanced down at himself, and confirmed that he had returned to his younger self, probably not even 16 yet. Kakashi looked at Naruto, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, "I'm just glad you're all right. You really gave me a scare back there. By the way, Naruto, what exactly happened to you?" Suddenly, Naruto threw his arms around Kakashi, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He remembered how, in the battle with the Otsutsuki clan, Kakashi had sacrificed himself to protect him. To see Kakashi again now filled Naruto's heart with overwhelming emotion. Kakashi-sensei, it's so good to see you again. Naruto choked out, his voice thick with emotion. Kakashi, slightly a loss but sensing Naruto's sincerity, gently patted him on the back and tried to comfort him. All right, Naruto. I know you look up to me, but if we don't hurry and chase after Sasuke, he'll be long gone. Only then did Naruto let go suddenly. Remembering their mission was to pursue Sasuke, seeing that Naruto was all right, Sakura finally relaxed, but then scolded him in frustration. You idiot! You scare me half to death by suddenly passing out. Get up! Don't waste any more time! She double-checked Naruto and, satisfied he was unharmed, recalled how she had already tried everything, CPAR, and was even on the verge of ordering mouth-to-mouth. She had been prepared to use every emergency measure she knew, but mouth-to-mouth was something she absolutely would not do. It was simply too embarrassing. Neither Kakashi nor Yamato had been willing to do it either, so in the end, it had fallen to Kiba to try. Before Kiba could even begin, Naruto woke up on his own. The moment he opened his eyes, Naruto was overjoyed and called out excitedly, Sakura. His voice brimmed with the happiness of a long-awaited reunion. Then one by one he greeted everyone around him with enthusiasm. Hey Shino. Ha, Captain. Yamato. Kiba, what are you mumbling over there? Akamaru, be good, let me pet your head. To each person, Naruto was unusually warm, as if greeting old friends he hadn't seen in ages. Sakura walked over to Kakashi, worry written on her face, as she asked Kakashi-sensei, are you sure you caught Naruto before he hit the ground? It kind of seemed like he landed on his head to me. Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment, forcing a wry smile as he replied, I'm pretty sure I caught him in time. At least, I hope so. While Sakura was still doubting Naruto's state of mind, he had already walked up to Hinata. Hinata looked at him nervously and whispered, Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you're out. Before she could finish, Naruto pulled her into a tight embrace and kissed her deeply. His arms held her close, and the kiss was intense and full of feeling. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process if this was really happening, until she saw Naruto's eyes close, a single hot tear slipping down his cheek. In that instant, something struck deep inside her heart. She slowly closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the sudden wave of tenderness. Everyone else in the room was completely stunned. Yamato, Shino, and Kiba stood with mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers. Even Akamaru and Kakashi's summoned ninja dogs were frozen in place, as if turned to stone, off to the side. Kakashi's mouth twitched in disbelief, and he muttered quietly, now I'm really not sure if I caught him in time. Maybe he really did hit his head too hard. At first, Sakura's cheeks flushed pink, but then she clenched her fists, fuming inwardly. That guy wasn't Naruto. Always in love with me, and now, right in front of me, he does something like this. She strode over with quick steps and swung a fist at Naruto, shouting angrily, You pervert, let Hinata go right now. To everyone's shock, Naruto caught Sakura's punch with a steady hand. With one arm still holding the blushing Hinata, he calmly blocked Sakura's attack with the other and said apologetically, sorry. Sakura, I can't let you hit me anymore. Hinata lowered her head shyly, her cheeks aflame, hands nervously pressed to her chest. Sakura was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the Naruto she knew? In the past, every time she hit Naruto, he never fought back, or even tried to dodge. Even when she scolded him, he barely dared say a word in protest. But now, not only did he dare to stop her outright, he had even kissed Hinata in front of everyone. Wasn't he always in love with me? I've always liked Sasuke, and my feelings for Naruto have always been hazy, but now seeing this, it's clear Naruto has completely moved on from me. A wave of disappointment washed over Sakura Haruno's heart. The way Naruto spoke to her now, his tone and his expression, was nothing like before. He was no longer the boy who always tried to please her at every turn. Suddenly, she felt as though she had lost something truly important. Naruto, however, had no idea how Sakura was feeling. At this moment, his eyes could only see Hinata. Faced with everyone's surprise and confusion, he was even tempted to pull Hinata into his arms and announce proudly, She's my wife. What's wrong with me kissing her? The joy of reunion was simply too overwhelming for words. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Kakashi quickly stepped in to ease the tension. All right, Naruto's probably just got his head spinning from chasing Sasuke so hard lately. We need to get moving, or Sasuke will slip away again. Kiba, keep tracking Sasuke's scent for us. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto snapped out of his excitement. That's right, this second chance at life came with a clear purpose. He was determined to change the fate of the ninja world, to gain the strength to stand against the Otsutsuki clan ahead of time, and to make up for the regrets of the past. Thinking of this, his gaze turned to Hinata, and the image of Niji flickered in his mind. At once he asked Kakashi-sensei, is Niji out on a mission with Guy-sensei right now? Caught off guard by the question, Kakashi gave Naruto a puzzled look but still replied, yes, Guy took Team 3 out on a mission. Why do you ask? That's great, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes. Niji was still alive. This was the first regret he could mend since being reborn. Seeing Naruto so openly moved, Hinata's heart ached for him. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped away his tears. Naruto noticed and gave her a warm smile, holding Hinata's hand as he said, thank you. Hinata, I promise from today on, I'll always protect you. I won't let anything hurt you ever again. Hinata trembled slightly. If that kiss had shown Naruto's feelings, then these words were a confession she couldn't ignore. His sudden depth of emotion left the sensitive Hinata both anxious and self-conscious. She gently pulled away from his embrace, gathered her courage, and looked into his eyes. But Naruto, haven't you always liked Sakura? Why would you suddenly care about me? I'm not special. I cry easily and make mistakes all the time. What reason could you have to want to protect me for a lifetime? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She was afraid Naruto's confession was just a moment's impulse, not something real. The feelings had come so abruptly, neither she nor anyone watching could accept them so quickly. Naruto listened to her, smiled softly, and looked at Hinata. Of course I understand your worries. His thoughts drifted back to the battle with pain. At that moment, he was pinned to the ground by black rods. Hinata walked to his side without hesitation, confessed her feelings to him with deep affection, and risked everything to protect him, standing together with him against pain. Recalling the words Hinata had once spoken to him, a blissful smile appeared on Naruto's face. He gazed at Hinata tenderly and said softly, those words you once said to me, let me say them back to you now. Naruto looked at Hinata with heartfelt emotion and said, you know, ever since you were little, you've always been quick to tears. When you faced difficulties, you often thought about giving up. There were even a few times when you almost lost your way, but it was all right because I was always by your side, serving as your example. That's how you kept pressing forward and eventually found the right path. Seeing the look of surprise on Hinata's face, Naruto stepped closer, his eyes brimming with gentleness. You've always tried so hard to catch up to me, wanting to walk by my side, to stay close to me. All this time, you've been quietly watching over me from behind. As Naruto spoke, Hinata felt as if he was giving voice to every thought in her heart. She could hardly believe it. Did this mean Naruto had always understood her so well? Had he been paying attention to her all along? Naruto took a deep breath, steadying the emotions that threatened to bring him to tears. He gently took Hinata's hand, gazed at her with love, and said, thank you for loving me all this time. In truth, I've always loved you too. Hinata's heart blossomed completely at these words. Choking back a sob, she cried out, Naruto, and, overcome with emotion, threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. In her heart, she thought, the words I once said to Naruto, I finally get to say them to him again. And this time, we're finally honest with each other about our feelings. It was then that Shino, standing off to the side, suddenly began to clap. Kiba was taken aback, but then joined in clapping as he quietly asked Shino, why did you start clapping all of a sudden? Shino replied coolly, it just felt like the right moment for some applause. Hearing this, Kiba thought it made sense. Sakura, watching Hinata and Naruto from nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy in her heart. As a girl, she could truly sense Hinata's feelings for Naruto. Now, Hinata's wish had finally come true. The two of them had found mutual love, but what about her? Thinking of Sasuke, Sakura's mood dimmed. Yamato walked over to Kakashi and said with a smile, Senpai, looks like it won't be long before we're attending Naruto's wedding together. Kakashi let out a long sigh and said, of course something this wonderful is worth celebrating. I'm happy for Naruto. It's just that this kid sure picked an unusual time to fall in love, but Naruto wasn't lost in the warmth of the moment with Hinata, for he knew there would be many more chances to be with her in the future. Right now there were more important matters waiting for him. He gently let go of Hinata's hand and said, I'm sorry, Hinata. I may need to be away from you for a few days. Then, turning solemnly to Kakashi, Naruto said, Kakashi-sensei, I'm entrusting the mission to pursue Sasuke to all of you. I have something I must finish as soon as possible, so I need to leave the team for a while. Kakashi was visibly surprised. Everyone present understood how much chasing after Sasuke meant to Naruto, and now for him to take the initiative to leave was difficult to comprehend. With a serious expression, Kakashi asked, can I know where you're going? Naruto looked at Kakashi, his tone firm yet tinged with apology as he replied, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now. But please trust me. This matter is extremely important to me, more important than anything else. Sakura, anxious, suppressed him, is it really? More important than finding Sasuke, Naruto looked at Sakura, momentarily at a loss for words. As someone reborn, he knew that Sasuke wasn't. In immediate danger, soon Sasuke would confront his brother Itachi, and Naruto would find a way to deal with all of it. But right now, he had to set out at once for where Jiraiya was waiting. I'm sorry, Sakura. I have my own reasons, but I can't tell you just yet, but I promise you Sasuke isn't in any danger for now. You don't need to worry. Kakashi stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute. Naruto, this is a special time. As your captain, I can't let you leave the team without an explanation. With that, Kakashi gave Yamato a signal. Yamato understood immediately and used wood style to create a cage that trapped Naruto inside. Yamato's wood style could not only suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, but also restrain Naruto's own strength, which was precisely why Tsunade had assigned him to protect Naruto at all times. Seeing this, Hinata hurried over to Kakashi, pleading, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto must have his reasons. He wouldn't act like this otherwise. Kakashi looked troubled as well, but he had to consider the safety of the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and had special importance to the village. What's more, the Akatsuki organization was always searching for Jinchuriki, trying to capture the tailed beasts. If Naruto fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sakura watched Naruto anxiously. At that moment, Naruto sat quietly inside the wooden cage. His eyes closed as if deep in thought. She couldn't understand why in just a short while Naruto's attitude had become so determined. Just then Naruto slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering. He spoke calmly. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Captain Yamato, I'm not here to ask for your permission. I'm here to inform you of my decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered sage mode. Earlier, when Naruto had closed his eyes, it wasn't to rest. It was to absorb natural energy. After being reborn, countless jutsu were already engraved in his mind, so there was no need for repeated practice. As sage chakra surged through his body, Naruto drew back his fist and, channeling all his strength, shattered Yamato's wood style four-pillar prison with a single blow. In the next instant, he leapt up and vanished into the treetops. Yamato stared at Naruto in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My wood style has actually been broken. I clearly suppressed both his own chakra and the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi noticed the distinct orange markings at the corners of Naruto's eyes, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face as if something had suddenly come to mind. Sage mode? That's impossible. Naruto, when did you learn sage jutsu? Naruto turned around, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I can't explain this right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly vanished from the spot. Sakura called out loudly, Naruto, stop right there. She was about to chase after him, but Kakashi held out a hand to stop her. Sakura looked at Kakashi confused, only to see his expression turn serious. Naruto's strength has already surpassed everyone here. Even if we tried, we couldn't stop him. Besides, I believe he has his reasons. Kakashi was deeply shaken. He had never heard of Naruto mastering sage jutsu. In the ninja world, those who could wield sage jutsu were almost all at Kage level strength. Training in sage jutsu required not only proper guidance but also extraordinary talent. When had Naruto learned it? With that thought, Kakashi immediately took out a communication scroll, quickly wrote a report on the situation, and handed it to one of his ninja hounds to deliver back to Tsunade in the Leaf Village. Once everything was arranged, Kakashi issued his orders. Apart from Naruto, who has temporarily left the team, everyone else continued the pursuit of Sasuke. Hinata watched in silence as Naruto disappeared into the distance, her thoughts quietly echoing. Naruto-kun, I'll wait for you to come back. Then she followed the team as they pressed on. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Naruto entered sage mode, his senses heightened dramatically, allowing him to detect chakra fluctuations across a much wider area and even distinguish individuals by their chakra signatures. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and instantly changed direction. Found him, he stopped, landing lightly on the ground as his gaze locked onto a patch of grass ahead. Come out, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto called out directly as the shadows of the trees shifted. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes gleamed from the darkness. Uchiha Itachi emerged from the shadows. So you found me, Itachi said calmly. Itachi, I have something I want to talk to you about. Naruto got straight to the point. Itachi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Naruto to seek him out of his own accord. Studying Naruto, Itachi asked, You want to talk to me? Naruto nodded. If you didn't want to talk, then why did you come to meet me? Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. He had indeed come specifically to find Naruto. In fact, just moments ago, he'd been tracking Naruto's chakra. Yet now Naruto had found him first. What puzzled him even more was that Naruto seemed to know exactly what he wanted to discuss. With a trace of curiosity, Itachi asked, "What is it you want to talk about? And how did you know I was looking for you?" Naruto gazed at Itachi Uchiha, a swirl of complicated emotions rising within him. This man, in order to protect the Hidden Leaf and his younger brother Sasuke, had borne countless accusations, even going so far as to annihilate his own clan with his own hands, ultimately choosing to walk the lonely path of infiltrating the Akatsuki. It wasn't until Naruto became Hokage himself that he truly understood. Amid the struggle for power, Itachi was in fact a victim, one who had taken his sacrifice to the very limit. Now, even before his fateful duel with Sasuke, Itachi had gone out of his way to meet with Naruto and set a new plan in motion, all to ensure Sasuke's safety and to prevent harm from befalling the Leaf Village. Precisely because of this, Naruto felt a strong desire to do something to alter Itachi's fate. With a serious expression, Naruto looked at Itachi and said, "Itachi, I truly admire you. I'm going to be frank. I want to persuade you to give up your duel with Sasuke and try to keep on living. In the future, I'll help you change your situation." Itachi was left utterly stunned by Naruto's words. He had never imagined Naruto would see him in such a light. Noticing the look on Itachi's face, Naruto continued, "I already know the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. You came here this time to see where I stand on Sasuke, didn't you?" Naruto's tone was calm and steady, but to Itachi's ears, it was almost unbelievable. His eyes flickered, and in an instant his Sharingan transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. For a brief moment, Itachi was so shocked by Naruto's insight that he even felt a surge of intent to kill him, unable to determine Naruto's true position. But that murderous intent quickly faded. Naruto gave a gentle smile, understanding Itachi's reaction. After all, if it had been anyone else, they would have either tried to kill him or fled in terror. But Itachi was different. Within seconds, he had regained his composure. Inwardly, Naruto couldn't help but admire him. Truly the Leaf's most remarkable genius. Once he had settled his emotions, Itachi let out a bitter smile. "Naruto, you've really exceeded my expectations. Since you already know why I came to see you, I'd like to hear your answer." Looking steadily at Itachi, Naruto answered sincerely, "Sasuke is a brother to me for life. No matter what happens, even if he attacks the Leaf, I'll do everything I can to protect him. At the same time, I believe I can help Sasuke find himself again." Itachi gazed quietly at Naruto. Then, after a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you truly that confident? If Sasuke ultimately insists on betraying the Leaf, even attacking it, do you really think you can bring him back?" Naruto replied firmly, "I promise you, I'll stake my life on stopping him. I believe that one day, I will bring Sasuke back to the Leaf." Hearing this, Itachi offered a faint smile. He had received the answer he was seeking. As long as Naruto held such unwavering faith in Sasuke, the specifics of how it would happen no longer mattered to him. After all, he still had another trump card, the other heavenly deity. Seeing Itachi's faint smile, Naruto understood that, just like in his memories from his previous life, Itachi had come to trust him. Naruto pressed on, "So about the proposal I mentioned earlier, what is your decision?" Itachi lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I can't agree to it. I still have to fight Sasuke." Naruto's voice trembled with emotion. "Why do you insist on choosing death? Why not tell Sasuke the truth? You know full well that in this world, you're the only family he has left." Itachi looked at Naruto calmly, his voice soft and low. "My hands are stained with blood from the moment I destroyed the Uchiha clan with my own hands. My fate was sealed. I must die. Only then can the sins of the Uchiha perish with me. Otherwise, there will always be those who use it to sow discord among Konoha's clans, and that is a grave threat to the village's peace." Naruto's gaze dimmed. "So you intend to die by Sasuke's hand? That way the culprit behind the Uchiha tragedy is punished. Sasuke becomes a hero of Konoha, and dying at your brother's hand is your way of seeking redemption. Isn't that right, Itachi?" Itachi stared at Naruto, as if seeing another version of himself reflected there. He couldn't help but marvel. How could Naruto understand him so well? It was as if there was an unspoken resonance between them. At that moment, Itachi felt there was no reason to hide the truth any longer. "In fact, I am gravely ill. I don't have much time left. I'm only alive now, thanks to medicine." Barely holding on, he confessed, his tone calm. "Given that rather than fading away in silence, I'd rather choose this ending." Naruto was stunned. He'd never heard Sasuke mention his brother's illness. All the clues had come from Tobi and Kakashi. No wonder Itachi had been so resolute. choosing to die at Sasuke's hand at that moment, so his life truly was running out. Now that he understood, Naruto decided to hold nothing back. He met Itachi's eyes and said, "Itachi, haven't you always wondered how I know all this? The truth is, I've come here from the future." Itachi's brows knitted in disbelief. This was not something one could accept so easily. Naruto went on, "You're thinking of dragging me into your Tsukimi world, aren't you? And then you'll have that crow with Shirsue's eye forceps way down my throat. After which, you'll use Jinjutsu to make me forget it ever happened, right?" Itachi froze in shock, his face a picture of astonishment. Naruto continued to analyze. "Your plan is that if Sasuke ever tries to destroy Konoha, you're counting on me to stop him." At that moment, a crow would emerge from my mouth, and with Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, I would unleash the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoa Mitsukami, to influence Sasuke, altering his will so that he would protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Your intention was to use this method to safeguard the village, wasn't it? Itachi Uchiha grew alert, suspicion swirling in his heart. How could Naruto possibly know all of his plans and intentions? Had he somehow fallen into a Jinjutsu with Naruto invading his innermost thoughts? But that was impossible. Shisui had already passed away, and in this world, there was no Jinjutsu stronger than his. If this wasn't an illusion, then it could only be the truth. Are you truly from the future?" Itachi asked in a low voice. Naruto nodded solemnly. Itachi ventured another question, "Then, what became of Sasuke in your future?" Naruto broke into a warm smile. "He came back to the leaf. We became the best of brothers. I became Hokage, and he stood by my side as my right hand. He even married Sakura, and they have a daughter named Sarada. She's absolutely adorable. She gets along really well with my son Boruto. If only you were still with us." At that, Naruto's words trailed off. He remembered that Itachi was afflicted with a fatal illness, one beyond any cure. A gentle, relieved smile spread across Itachi's face. A shadow flickered in Naruto's eyes as he softly asked, "Is there really no way to heal you?" Itachi shook his head silently. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto made a heartfelt request to Itachi. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. "What is it that you want me to do?" Naruto met his gaze with unwavering seriousness. "Please ensure Sue's I plant the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoa Mitsukami. But this time, I hope you set its target not to control Sasuke, but to allow me, when necessary, to prevent things from spiraling out of control. Please trust me. Sasuke ultimately returned to the leaf because I reached his heart. I never used any technique on him. He is my brother, and I would never use a jutsu to control him." Itachi was deeply moved by Naruto's words. In his heart, he silently repeated, "Sasuke is my brother. I would never use a jutsu to control him." It was as if he were reminding himself as well. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Today's conversation had already gone far beyond anything he could have anticipated, especially with Naruto claiming to have come from the future. After a moment of silence, Itachi looked up at Naruto and spoke slowly. "Naruto, I choose to believe you, and I also choose to believe in my foolish little brother Sasuke." With that, Itachi summoned the crow that bore Shirsue's transplanted eye. The crow came to rest on his hand, focusing his Mangekyo Sharingan on the crow's eye. Itachi began to weave the Jinjutsu. A few seconds later, he closed his own eyes, his body visibly swaying, almost losing his balance. It was clear that inscribing the Jinjutsu into Shirsue's eye had drained a tremendous amount of chakra and strength from him. Itachi then took out a summoning scroll and handed it to Naruto, saying, "I've already inscribed the ninjutsu you need into Shirsue's eye. The remaining ocular power is only enough for a single use. As for how you choose to use it, that's up to you." As he finished speaking, a crow flew over and landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto accepted the scroll and thanked Itachi. Itachi opened his bloodshot eyes, gazing intently at Naruto, and asked, "Everything you just said about the future, was it all true?" Naruto nodded solemnly. A faint smile appeared on Itachi's lips as he turned and walked away, watching Itachi's figure gradually recede into the distance. Naruto was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He realized that some things, no matter how many chances you get, can never be easily changed. With this thought, Naruto sealed the crow into the scroll, stowed it carefully, and prepared to set out at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi walked on, a rare smile lighting up his face, though blood still trickled from the corner of his eye. If what Naruto said was true, then perhaps a beautiful ending awaited them in the future. That child named Sarada, would she be as adorable as Sasuke was when he was young? Would she, like little Sasuke, always cling to him, begging him to teach her how to throw shuriken? If he were too busy to spend time with her, maybe just like before, he could gently tap her forehead with his finger. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Itachi's smile grew warm and genuine. He truly hoped he could live to see that day and witness it all with his own eyes. At the same time, within the hidden rain village, Tendo Pain stood atop a high platform, his Rinnegan eyes surveying the village below. Conan, once the rain stops, use your jutsu to find the intruder, Pain commanded. Conan, standing behind him, began to form hand seals and replied, "Leave it to me." Tendo Pain then formed a series of seals, preparing to end the sensory ninjutsu that enveloped the entire village. The Rain Tiger will technique. This was a sensory jutsu that covered the whole village. As long as anyone was touched by this special rain, their chakra would be detected by the caster. Ever since Jiraiya had emerged from the mouth of a toad on the water's surface, Pain had sensed a foreign and powerful chakra. Now he needed to stop the rain, allowing Conan to search for Jiraiya's whereabouts by other means. Pain pressed his hands together, completed the final seal, and rain ceased. Begin, he said. At his word, Conan immediately activated her technique. Dance of the Shikigami, her body dissolved into countless sheets of paper, which fluttered and folded in the air, transforming into a swarm of paper butterflies. As the rain stopped, the butterflies dispersed from the high platform, spreading out across the hidden rain village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya used the toad transformation technique to disguise himself as the interior of a tavern, donning the role of a bartender. In this way, he managed to capture two ninjas serving the hidden rain village. During interrogation, one of them stubbornly refused to cooperate, so Jiraiya had no choice but to employ the toad transformation jutsu, turning him into a frog. Another ninja, wearing a headscarf, saw what happened and panicked when he realized his companion had truly been turned into a frog. Before Jiraiya could get any closer, the ninja blurted out all the information he knew. From what he revealed, Jiraiya uncovered a shocking truth. Hanzo, once revered as a demigod, the same formidable man who had once driven Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to the brink of defeat, had been overpowered and killed by someone named Pain. The headscarf ninja, his face filled with awe, said reverently, "Lord Pain is like a god. His power is beyond anything natural." Jiraiya wanted to press for more details, but quickly realized that the man before him was nothing more than a minor lackey with very limited knowledge. After pondering for a long while, Jiraiya decided he would have to see this so-called God Pain with his own eyes. But before that, he made a solemn decision. Leaving the frog that had held the interrogated ninja, Jiraiya arrived at a frog altar. He spat out the scroll-carrying toad, Fukusaku, and instructed him to unfurl the key to the nine-tailed seal. While Jiraiya formed hand signs to prepare a transfer, Jiraiya was well aware of Pain's extraordinary power. Should anything happen to him, he instructed Fukusaku to go to the hidden leaf village and hand the key over to Naruto. With his affairs in order, Jiraiya took the headscarf ninja and made his way toward the highest tower deep within the rain village, Pain's stronghold. Meanwhile, Conan's paper butterflies fluttered throughout the rain village, watching over every movement. Beneath the highest platform of the village, a frog emerged from the water, glanced around to make sure the coast was clear, then opened its mouth. A hand reached out from within, and soon the entire body of the headscarf ninja, under Jiraiya's control, crawled out. Standing up, the ninja looked at the frog and said gently, "You can return to the leaf village now. When you arrive, find Ibiki. I've already spoken to him about this." The frog gave a soft croak in reply, as if to say it understood, and then leapt into the water, disappearing from sight. In truth, this headscarf ninja was now under the influence of Jiraiya's jutsu. "I'll leave it to you then," Jiraiya said. Afterward, he had the ninja scout the surroundings thoroughly. Once he was sure the area was safe, Jiraiya left. Not long after, two paper butterflies spiraled down from the sky, and Conan stepped out from behind a shadowed pillar. High above on the platform, Conan turned to the long-haired Pain and said, "We've found him. It's Jiraiya-sensei." A hint of nostalgia flickered across Pain's face as he murmured, "Is that so? Jiraiya-sensei? How nostalgic?" Conan asked. "What should we do next, Pain?" Pain replied coolly, "He's not one of us anymore. At this point, there's nothing left to hold us back. Kill him. I'll go myself. Since that's the case, we'll treat him as an intruder and eliminate him." He turned to Conan. "Lead the way." Shounen nodded and replied, "Understood. I'll lead the way. Before you arrive, I'll engage him first." The long-haired man followed the paper airplane, folded by Shounen, and said, "All right, if you can kill him, that would be ideal." With those words, he leapt forward, closely trailing the paper airplane in search of Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya was controlling Ninja, wearing a headscarf, making him walk along the street. Suddenly, countless sheets of paper rained down from the sky, wrapping layer upon layer around the headscarfed ninja. In mere moments, the paper had him completely bound. Without delay, Shounen appeared, The paper in her hand swiftly gathered into a sharp sword, which she aimed directly at the ninja, ready to finish him. In that critical instant, Jiraiya suddenly burst up from the ground, appearing behind the headscarf ninja. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a stream of blazing fire from his mouth. Fire style. Flame bullet. The scorching flames surged toward Xiaonan, burning up swathes of paper and forcing her back until she crashed against a wall. The paper disintegrated to ash in the flames, sending up clouds of smoke. Freed from Jiraiya's control, the ninja with the headscarf finally regained his senses. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Jiraiya rose from the ground and, seeing clearly who stood before him, immediately called out in warning. Xiaonan stepped out slowly from the haze of smoke, her gaze calm as she looked at Jiraiya. In a low voice, she said, "You used the toad flat shadow manipulation technique, didn't you?" Jiraiya smiled and replied, "Originally, I was hoping to use this jutsu to lure out pain. I didn't expect you to appear instead." He looked Xiaonan up and down, his tone gentle. "It seems your ninjutsu has grown even more formidable. And you've become an exceptional woman, Xiaonan. I never imagined you'd still be alive and transformed into this form of paper." His voice was filled with the warmth of a reunion with an old friend long unseen. At that moment, the headscarf ninja seized the chance and shouted, "You're Angel, aren't you? This man is the intruder. I've been under his control all along. Angel." Xiaonan hovered in the air, the paper behind her unfurling into two pristine wings. Looking at the two of them, she said coolly, "I understand, you may go." Relieved, the headscarf ninja hurried away. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, watching Xiaonan. "So Xiaonan, after changing like this, have you really become an angel? And since you're still alive, Nagato and Yahiko must be alive too. Pain, the so-called god, is actually one of you, isn't it?" Xiaonan's voice was icy. "There's no point discussing this anymore." Jiraiya clenched his teeth. "So it's true after all?" Xiaonan's reply was devoid of emotion. "This is God's command. I must kill you." With that, she unleashed her paper shuriken technique. Her white, angelic wings unfurled, transforming into countless razor-sharp sheets of paper that shot toward Jiraiya like a storm of bullets. Jiraiya dared not be careless. He immediately cast the fire dragon technique, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth. With a sweep of his head, he incinerated every last paper slip swirling in the air. Then with a swift roll, he pulled back, widening the distance between himself and Conan to evade her counterattack. Without hesitation, Jiraiya opened his mouth and spat a glob of toad oil at Conan. She was unable to dodge in time. The viscous liquid splattered across her body, forcing her to halt her paper shuriken technique. Jiraiya stood up and quickly weaved hand signs. The white hair cascading down his back suddenly lengthened, snaking forward until it bound Conan tightly. "Now that you're covered in oil, you can't disperse your body anymore, can you, Conan?" he said. Conan lowered her head in silence. Jiraiya tried to awaken her feelings. "I remember. You used to be the gentlest of those 3 children. How did you end up like this? What are Yahiko and Nagato doing now? How did someone as cruel as pain come to be?" Conan responded coldly to Jiraiya's questioning. "And why are you standing before us, then?" Her voice carried a trace of reproach and helplessness, but Jiraiya didn't notice and answered solemnly, "If you weren't members of the Akatsuki, I would never have come here. I heard rumors that you were dead. I never imagined things would turn out this way." Conan let out a mocking laugh. "Sensei, if only you'd listened to Orochimaru back then and killed all 3 of us, none of this would have happened." Jiraiya was taken aback, looking at her with concern. "I never thought of killing you. I only feel sorrow. I taught you how to survive in a world of chaos. You were always my students, but now you attack me without hesitation. That truly pains me." Conan met his gaze and said, "Sensei, you have no idea what we've been through since then." In anger, Jiraiya pressed on. "What exactly did you experience? Why did you join the Akatsuki? Don't you understand that the Akatsuki's actions are wrong?" Conan answered calmly, "This is the answer we found for ourselves, Jiraiya-sensei." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Jiraiya looked up, instantly alert, and saw a long-haired pain appear on the platform above Conan. Though his appearance had changed greatly, those distinctive Rinnegan eyes made Jiraiya recognize him at once. "Nagato, so you too have strayed from the right path. I never imagined you would become the pain of the Akatsuki." Jiraiya's voice was thick with complicated emotions. "What happened to you? How did things come to this?" The long-haired pain's expression was cold. "There's no need for you to know." With those words, he swiftly performed a set of hand signs. Behind him, a massive summoning seal appeared. On the wall, summoning technique. With a thunderous boom, a gigantic crab emerged from the seal. The crab opened its maw and unleashed a flood of bubbles surging down toward Conan and Jiraiya. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya reacted instantly, leaping swiftly onto the wall to evade the attack. As he dodged, he shouted out praise, as expected from my student. You actually thought of using foam to wash away the oil on me before long. Conan sprang forth from the bubbles, and the crab summoned by the long-haired man vanished along with the foam. Conan, fall back for now. Upon hearing the command, Conan immediately withdrew from the battlefield. The long-haired man then formed another set of hand seals. This time, a gigantic lobster burst out from the foam, its massive pincers snapping as it tried to seize Jiraiya. Facing this threat, Jiraiya remained calm and composed, showing not a trace of panic. He quickly unleashed the wild lion's main technique. His hair shot out like ropes, coiling around the lobster and tightening swiftly to subdue it. With a muffled thud, the summoned creature was vanquished, dissolving into a cloud of white mist. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya transformed his hair into a venomous dragon and, using the cover of the lingering mist, lunged straight at the long-haired man, binding him tightly in an instant. Nagato, I have a few questions for you. How is Yahiko doing now? Jiraiya asked earnestly. The long-haired man's expression clouded with confusion as he replied slowly, Yahiko, that person? Do I remember someone by that name? Jiraiya was taken aback. In his memory, Nagato had once sworn to protect Yahiko and Conan, but now it seemed he had forgotten both his vow and his companions. What on earth have you all been through? Is this a barrier? The long-haired man glanced warily around. Suddenly, the stone beneath his feet crumbled away, eaten through by some corrosive force, and he quickly leapt into the air. At that very moment, Lord Shima, perched on Jiraiya's right shoulder, lashed out her tongue to wrap around a nearby pillar, lending Jiraiya an anchor. With his left hand, Jiraiya swiftly formed a Rasengan and hurled himself at the long-haired man. Rasengan. The spinning sphere hit the man squarely in the chest, launching him straight into the pool of acid within the barrier. Jiraiya followed up, landing on a stone platform above the acid pool. He crouched, watching the bubbling, corrosive liquid below, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Managed to drag him into the barrier. Finally, I've taken one down, he muttered. It turned out that Jiraiya had just survived a fierce battle. He had first clashed with the long-haired man, and to subdue him, Jiraiya was forced to enter sage mode, preparing to summon the two great toad sages, Fukusaku and Shima. Unfortunately, his hand was still immobilized during the summoning, and he was relentlessly pursued by all kinds of summoned beasts the long-haired man had called. Fourth, Gamaken managed to arrive and lend a hand, but the enemy's beasts were ferocious, coming one after another, seemingly endless. Jiraiya barely managed to hold on until his sage mode was ready, by which time Gamaken, battered and bruised, had to retreat. Before leaving, Gamaken apologized, saying he was useless, though in truth he had fought with all his might. After that, Jiraiya encountered 3 pain avatars. Thankfully, with the help of the 2 toad sages, he managed to defeat all 3. But just as he was about to leave, a 4th pain suddenly appeared behind him, an explosion type, launching a surprise attack. To Jiraiya's shock, this pain even repeated the very words Jiraiya himself had once said. Sensei, you must never let your guard down against any opponent. But Jiraiya had let his guard down and couldn't dodge in time. A deafening blast erupted. His left hand was blown away, and the force hurled him out onto the surface of the sea. Blood gushed from the remnants of his left arm, staining the water beneath his feet a deep red. Ugh! Jiraiya groaned, clutching his wounded arm in agony. Fukusaku cried out in alarm. Kid, your left hand. Soon after, all 6 pains appeared before Jiraiya. They clashed, and Jiraiya was eventually knocked into the sea. Then, using the barrier, Jiraiya managed to drag the long-haired man from the water into this toad barrier, hiding him from the remaining 5 pains. Outside, lying in wait, Jiraiya struck from the shadows, a one-on-one ambush. A single Rasengan finished it, slamming the long-haired man into the acid pool. Jiraiya panted heavily, the pain of his missing right arm still burning fiercely. Well done, little Jiraiya, Fukusaku praised. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The long-haired man burst out of the acidic liquid, raising his right hand. A slender, black chakra rod shot swiftly from his sleeve, heading straight for Jiraiya. Instinctively, Jiraiya lifted his right arm to shield himself, but the rod pierced clean through his arm and right shoulder. In an instant, Jiraiya was overwhelmed by weakness. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his back pressed against the wall. The long-haired man, now utterly spent, fell lifelessly to the floor right in front of Jiraiya. From Jiraiya's right shoulder, Lady Shima, in her sage form, asked with concern, Are you all right, kid? Jiraiya took a few ragged breaths and spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing a wry smile. I can still hold on, I think. Enduring the pain, the ninja gritted his teeth and moved his arm with difficulty, breaking off the black rod embedded in him. But as soon as the rod snapped, the fragment left. In his body began to transmit chakra signals from the 6 paths of pain. Jiraiya's body shuddered, and he lowered his head in agony. My chakra flow is all disrupted. On his left shoulder, Lord Fukasaku glanced back at the piece of the black rod still lodged in Jiraiya's body. Is it because of this thing? He hurried over and pulled the remaining rod out, tossing it aside. Lady Shima exclaimed in amazement. Who on earth are these people? Their real bodies are already strange enough, and even their weapons are so bizarre. They're hardly human, more like something else entirely. Jiraiya shut his eyes in pain, tearing the black rod from his arm before his strength gave out and his arm dropped limply. He recalled the words of that ninja with the turban. No one's ever seen him. No one knows what he looks like. Some even say he doesn't exist at all. Jiraiya was deeply troubled. The face of Tendo Pain he'd just fought was unmistakably Yahiko's, yet Yahiko had never possessed the Rinnegan. Just then, the cloth binding the dead long-haired man's forehead protector, rotted away by acid, slipped off, revealing his forehead. Jiraiya stared intently and was shocked. He recognized him instantly. Fukasaku and Shima, perched on his shoulders, immediately asked what was wrong. Jiraiya explained, this guy isn't Yahiko at all. He's a man from the Fuma clan. I crossed paths with him once before. The scar on his forehead is the very one I left when we fought. He's definitely not Nagato. So the one's outside. A bold theory began to form in Jiraiya's mind, but he had to go out and see with his own eyes before he could be sure. Pa, I need to go out once more, he said resolutely. Lady Shima cried, what? Lord Fukasaku exclaimed, no, Jiraiya. If you go out again, you might be killed on the spot. We should escape while the enemy hasn't noticed us yet. Jiraiya? Hurry, let's go. Jiraiya looked at the long-haired man's corpse before him and said, perhaps this is the difficult decision the great Toad Sage spoke of. If I don't go out now, there may never be another chance for anyone to get this close to Pain, to uncover his true identity. Brother, sister, please bring all the intelligence we've gathered in this long-haired man's body back to Konoha. Tell Tsunade everything. Fukasaku glanced at Jiraiya, then smiled and said, for something like this, Ma can handle it alone. Jiraiya looked at Fukasaku in surprise, a little troubled. But Shima looked at Fukasaku and reminded him, be sure to come back before dinner. Fukasaku tilted his head towards Shima and replied, once it's over, I'll return with little Jiraiya for dinner. Shima nodded with a gentle smile. Jiraiya was deeply moved. At such a life-and-death moment, Fukasaku was still willing to stay by his side. I can't thank you enough. Out on the sea, the 5 Pains continued to search for Jiraiya's whereabouts. Among them, the explosive Pain was scanning the area. Beneath the surface of the water, a frog emerged from the depths. As it neared the surface, it opened its mouth, and Jiraiya and Fukasaku slipped out, surfacing quietly and hiding behind a chunk of stone from a ruined building. Fukasaku summoned a shuriken and hurled it with lightning speed. The explosive Pain sensed the attack through the eyes of the other Pains and ducked just in time to dodge it. At that very moment, the other 4 Pains converged, surrounding Jiraiya completely. Jiraiya looked around at the 5 Pains, astonishment written all over his face. So it's true. Every one of these Pains is someone I've met before. At last, he understood Pain's real identity. Jiraiya was about to tell Fukasaku when, suddenly, 4 of the Pains leapt into the air. At the same time, a hand shot out from beneath the water near Jiraiya, ghostly and swift, lashing toward his throat like a bolt of lightning. Its aim was clear, to crush Jiraiya's throat and silence him before he could reveal the truth. The 4 airborne Pains each wielded a black rod, ready to strike all at once and finish Jiraiya off. Just as the explosive Pain's hand was about to close around Jiraiya's neck, a kunai flashed at his side, moving at a speed almost beyond comprehension. With a resonant hum, a figure appeared out of thin air, gripping the kunai and spinning in a swift arc Rasengan. With a direct hit, the Rasengan sent the explosive Pain spiraling into the depths of the sea. The Deva Path, still airborne, frowned. When did reinforcements arrive? He was just about to strike when, all at once, a fierce, whirring sound split the air like a gale. Sage Art, Raisin Shuriken. A massive wind-release chakra exploded above Jiraiya's head, as the main body. Devapath Pain did not let the Predapath Pain absorb the jutsu, but instead used almighty push to hurl the attack downward, toward Jiraiya. The explosion of the wind-release technique was so vast that it completely blocked the path of the 4 Pains, preventing them from finishing off Jiraiya. Absorbing ninjutsu would take time, and Jiraiya would have escaped. So, By using Almighty Push to redirect the attack toward Jiraiya, there was no doubt it would be fatal. However, Deva Path Pain did not anticipate that, at the very moment the Raisin Shirk erupted, another figure had already appeared behind Jiraiya. He scooped Jiraiya up, and with a faint hum, they vanished from the spot. A sharp crash followed as the wind release Raisin Shuriken unleashed its devastating force, whipping across the water surface like a raging tornado. All around, the aftermath of the wind release left swirling scars, slicing through everything in its path. The four Pains leapt to higher ground, gazing down at the scene below. Deva Path Pain was inwardly astonished. What incredible wind release! Who could it be? Not far away, Jiraiya stared in shock at the person who had just carried him to safety. Naruto, he exclaimed in disbelief. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Naruto's face. He kept his eyes fixed on Jiraiya, and only when he heard Jiraiya call his name did he snap back to reality. With a trembling voice tinged with a smile, he said, "From now on, when I buy popsicles for two, there'll finally be someone to share them with." As the raging wind release subsided, the four Pains landed once again. Hell Path Pain pressed his hands to the water surface, then stood up and shook his head. Deva Path Pain turned slightly, his expression blank, and said, "Because that body is made of iron and was shattered by the Rasengan. It spun into the sea and sank. We can no longer sense it." It turned out that just now, the Azura Path Pain had been struck by a Rasengan from one of Naruto's shadow clones, shattering it and sending it spinning into the ocean depths, beyond retrieval and unable to be sensed, so it could not be revived. The one who rescued Jiraiya was Naruto's true self. The Sage Art. Raisin Shuriken had been cast by two of Naruto's shadow clones some distance away. The kunai that had flown through the air bore the mark of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. In his previous life as Hokage, after losing the Nine Tails and the instantaneous body flicker that came with it, Naruto had learned his father's Flying Thunder God technique to make up for his own lack of power. He had made preparations on his way to rescue Master Jiraiya, never imagining it would come in handy so soon. Naruto gently set Jiraiya down and asked with concern, "Are you still holding up, Master Jiraiya?" All of a sudden, Fukasaku, the sage toad, interjected. Sniffing the air and noticing the orange marks at the corners of Naruto's eyes, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Kid, who are you? How do you know Sage Mode?" Naruto looked at the toad in front of him, ready to greet him, but then realized, right at this moment, Lord Fukasaku hadn't met him yet. At the same time, Jiraiya also noticed the change in Naruto, especially the orange markings between his eyes, the telltale sign of Toad. Sage Jutsu. Just look at Naruto. He's mastered Sage Mode even better than I have. He barely changed in appearance at all. And that kunai, stuck in the ground, it's the very same blade, the sword of Shinobi love, that belonged to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. When did this kid Naruto learn his father's Flying Thunder God technique? And he even knows Sage Jutsu. Who on earth taught him all this? Jiraiya cast a glance at Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, and said with effort, "Big bro, this is my other student. His name is Naruto." Fukasaku was taken aback. "What? Another student? You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, right?" Pain's Deva Path called out to Naruto as he stood before him. Unlike Fukasaku, who had never met Naruto, the Akatsuki had been gathering information on all the Jinchuriki, so they knew him well. Naruto looked at Pain, then glanced at Jiraiya's arm, which had been rendered useless. Seeing his master beaten to such a state, even though his life wasn't in danger, as a disciple. Even though I've already forgiven you once before, to be honest, seeing you again, especially after witnessing my master like this with my own eyes, makes me really want to beat you to a pulp myself. Naruto's words dripped with murderous intent. Jiraiya hurriedly interjected, "Naruto, don't get caught up in fighting. Run. These people are being controlled. They're not the real Pain. They're corpses. The real Pain is..." "I know," Naruto replied calmly. Jiraiya clutched his right arm, looking at Naruto with surprise. Naruto walked over to Jiraiya, supporting him, and gazed at Pain in the distance. "Nagato, once I get Master Jiraiya somewhere safe, I'll come back to settle the score with you myself, and I'll show you just how precious the things you once threw away really are, and how ridiculous the things you believe and now have become." With that, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, taking Jiraiya with him. Pain stared at the kunai on the ground, musing, so that was the teleportation jutsu. No wonder he could rescue Jiraiya before my almighty push could strike. Paper pieces fluttered in the air as Conan appeared at Pain's side. "Aren't you going to chase after them? Just let them go." Pain looked ahead and replied, "We've already lost 2 of the Pains. The 6 paths of Pain can't be fully deployed right now. Besides, tracking someone using the teleportation jutsu is extremely difficult, and we don't know how many reinforcements the enemy has. Once I restore the Pains, I'll head to Konoha again and hunt the Nine Tails." With that, Pain turned and led the remaining Pains back to the high platform. At Mount Mayaboku, Shima, the Toad Sage, looked at Jiraiya and said, "Hang in there, kid." As she spoke, she carefully applied medicine to Jiraiya's severed arm. Jiraiya gritted his teeth as sweat poured down his forehead. Fukasaku gazed at Naruto and said, "If that kid hadn't shown up just in time, Jiraiya probably wouldn't have made it out of there alive." Shima, the sage, Toad, was wrapping Jiraiya in bandages, still shaken as she spoke. "I told you not to go, I told you. Luckily, you made it back safe and sound in the end." Jiraiya was breathing heavily. His body had taken quite a beating this time. Yet, more than uncovering Pain's true identity, what surprised him most was Naruto's sudden appearance. Especially the fact that this kid, just when did he grow so strong? Sage Mode, Rasengan, Flying Thunder God. He wielded all three in battle with such effortless ease, even flashier than his own father, the fourth Hokage, had ever been. Jiraiya felt a rush of pride and relief. Truly, his disciple had surpassed all expectations. Still, there were questions that needed answers. "Naruto, how did you end up there? And where did you learn Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God technique?" Shima the Sage Toad stared at Naruto in disbelief. "This brat, he can use Sage Jutsu?" Fukasaku, the other Sage Toad, nodded in earnest. "That's right, dear. This kid's mastery of Sage Jutsu seems to be even greater than young Jiraiya's. And when he uses it, he hardly transforms at all, just a faint orange marking around the eyes." Shima was stunned. "Who taught him? Jiraiya, was it you?" Jiraiya shook his head. Both Sage Toads were even more astonished. Naruto fell silent for a moment before turning to his teacher. "Sensei, I'm sorry, but for now I can't tell you everything. When the time is right, I promise I'll explain everything, every last detail. Please understand my reasons." Jiraiya looked at his student, almost trying to see right through him. After a few seconds, Jiraiya let out a soft chuckle. "That's fine. Kids grow up, and they're bound to have secrets of their own. But promise me this, always walk the right path. Remember that, will you?" As he spoke, Jiraiya's eyes grew dim. For now, he understood. Pain's real mastermind was none other than Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. The thought that his former student could truly bring himself to kill him chilled Jiraiya to the bone. "Don't worry, Sensei," Naruto replied, his voice steady and sincere. "Even if it costs me my life, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will protect the Leaf Village, protect everyone, and guard the entire ninja world." Seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya found himself lost in thought. Then, a gentle smile crept onto his lips as he looked at Naruto. "Maybe you really are the child of prophecy the great Toad Sage spoke of." Hearing Jiraiya's words, both Shima and Fukasaku turned to look at Naruto as well. That's right, the great Toad Sage had foretold that the child of prophecy would be among Jiraiya's disciples. And looking at this kid now, he seemed far more trustworthy than Nagato ever was. With that thought, both Sage Toad's fondness for Naruto soared higher and higher. Naruto knew exactly what the child of prophecy meant, but he only smiled silently, not saying another word. After saving Master Jiraiya, he kept watching him, as if the image of this man might vanish. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya noticed this too, and looked at Naruto, asking in a slightly odd tone, "What's wrong? My Sage Mode has already worn off. Do I still have the markings on my face?" Naruto wiped away the tears that had unconsciously rolled down his cheeks, trying to hide his feelings as he replied, "Ah, it's nothing. It's just, I haven't seen you in so long, Sensei. I guess I missed you." Jiraiya was visibly moved. Having just survived an attack from his former student Nagato, he now faced Naruto's genuine emotion. Even someone as carefree as Jiraiya couldn't help but be swept up in the moment. Unnoticed, his own eyes began to brim with tears. To cover it up, Jiraiya tilted his head back deliberately and laughed. "Come on now. Boys shouldn't get all sentimental. If you really missed me, why not show off your transformation jutsu and give your teacher some inspiration for his writing?" Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at Jiraiya's teasing. Fukasaku, the elder Toad Sage, looked at Jiraiya and said, "All right, you're all bandaged up now. With some rest, you'll be fine. Dinner's ready too. Little Naruto, why don't you join us?" At the mention of dinner, Shima, the other Toad Sage, lit up and said, "Dear, are we having something special tonight?" Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't forgotten the last time he trained at Mount Mayaboku in his previous life, and the dark cuisine Shima had prepared. He'd had his fill of bizarre insects, especially those wriggling earthworms in a bowl. Fukasaku had slurped them up like they were noodles, fully enjoying the meal. Naruto, on the other hand, had lost his appetite completely and barely managed a bite before nearly throwing up. Looking back, he felt nostalgic about everything, except the dark cuisine. Just as Naruto was about to decline, Jiraiya spoke up. Fukasaku, Shima, I think I'd better head back to the village first and report what I've learned about pain to Tsunade. That's very important to me. As he spoke, Jiraiya tried to stand, and Naruto hurried over to help him. Fukasaku said kindly, Jiraiya, why not stay for dinner before you go? Shima's already prepared everything. Shima chimed in, that's right. I even made a fresh batch of earthworm noodles just for tonight. At the mention of that dish, both Jiraiya and Naruto gulped in unison, their throats tight with dread. Shima looked at the two of them, puzzled. What's with you two? Is something wrong? Jiraiya forced a laugh to cover his embarrassment. No, nothing at all. Thank you for your hospitality, Shima, but I really do need to return to the village. I'll come back another day. Naruto echoed him with a smile. Yes, we'll definitely come back another time. That won't be too late. Seeing that they couldn't persuade them to stay, Fukasaku the Toad Sage sighed and said, all right then, you two can head back to the village first. Shima the Toad Sage lamented, really now, you two boys, such a delicious meal, and you're not even staying to eat. Jiraiya and Naruto exchanged embarrassed glances and scratched their heads awkwardly. Jiraiya finished getting dressed, then looked at Naruto and asked, can we go straight back to the village? If not, I'll have Gammator use the reverse summoning technique to send us back. Naruto thought for a moment and replied, we should be able to. He remembered that even though he hadn't inherited his father's house yet at this point in time, he only did so after the Fourth Great Ninja War. There was still a sword inside, marked with his father's flying Thunder God seal. Once Jiraiya heard Naruto's answer, he bowed to both Fukasaku and Shima, saying, thank you both for all your help this time. Naruto followed suit, bowing deeply as well. After all, these two great sages had helped not only him, but his teacher Jiraiya as well. Let's go, Naruto. Okay. Naruto placed his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, and with a low hum, the two of them vanished from sight. In the next instant, they appeared directly inside the fourth Hokage's home. The moment they landed, they both burst into a fit of coughing. Cough, Naruto, geez, where did you jump us to? Why is there so much dust here? Naruto was coughing too. As he stood up and looked around, he realized they had arrived in the old storage room of the house. As for the dust, it was only natural. After all, no one had lived here for over a decade. Jiraiya's gaze fell on a sword not far away, a sword of love and loyalty bound with a rope, hanging there. He looked puzzled. Then he walked over to a wardrobe, pulled it open, and more dust billowed out. Jiraiya wrinkled his nose, shielding it with his hand as his eyes swept the inside. Soon, his gaze landed on a cloak. He picked it up and saw the emblem of the fourth Hokage emblazoned on the back. As if struck by a sudden realization, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, wait, is this? That's right, Naruto answered softly, his eyes full of nostalgia. This was my home. He remembered the first time he had stepped into this place alone, spent so much time inside, cleaning and tidying up, lost in memories. Returning now, the past came flooding back wave after wave, crashing over him with every step. Naruto stood in front of the sword of love and loyalty, overwhelmed with emotion. He tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, struggling to steady his feelings and keep the tears from falling. Jiraiya carefully returned the cloak to the wardrobe and closed the door, deep in thought. He murmured, so that's how it is. Naruto, you already know about your origins, don't you? To give Master Jiraiya a reason, Naruto nodded and said, yes, when the Nine-Tails chakra erupted, I nearly lost control. My father left some chakra inside my body, so that's how I learned about my true parentage. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. He knew the fourth Hokage well. Laying plans in advance was just like him, sealing half of the yang chakra inside. Naruto was clearly an intentional move by the fourth, which confirmed Jiraiya's suspicions. His student never did anything without purpose. So your Flying Thunder God technique and Sage Mode, those are probably related to that encounter too, right? Jiraiya's question was exactly what Naruto had hoped for. After all, he intended to credit everything to his father. Since the dead cannot protest, it made things simple. Naruto nodded, replying, that's right, my father taught me everything. Jiraiya was taken aback. Minato truly was remarkable to break through the barriers of Mount Myaboku and pass on Sage Mode to Naruto. And as they say, like father, like son, Naruto's talent was undeniable. Not only had he mastered the Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode, but he wielded them effortlessly in battle. The more Jiraiya looked at Naruto, the more he admired him, and the more certain he became. The child of prophecy was Naruto, without a doubt. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade silently held Jiraiya's severed arm, her face marked by wordless sorrow. Jiraiya, on the other hand, kept chattering, reporting intelligence without pause. Shizen stood nearby, cradling little Tauntaun in her arms. Naruto stood to one side, watching the two of them, a sigh escaping his heart. In his previous life, he had always blamed Granny Tsunade for letting Master Jiraiya go to such a dangerous place alone. After all, if Jiraiya had become Hokage, he would never have allowed Tsunade to go there by herself. But seeing this scene now, Naruto realized that even if Tsunade had tried to stop him, Jiraiya would probably still have gone to the Hidden Rain village on his own. With a deep sigh, Naruto thought, oh well. Jiraiya, who had been a hopeless flirt all his life, still could never let go of Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, her brows furrowed. Why did you have to be so reckless? If it weren't for Naruto, you'd never have made it back. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Isn't that perfect? You always lose your bets. This time, you finally get to win one. With a sharp smack, Tsunade slapped Jiraiya across the face, biting her lip as tears streamed from her eyes. Idiot! You stubborn fool! Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then his gaze softened. With his only hand, he gently reached up and covered the hand Tsunade had struck him with. Seeing this, Shizen quickly shot Naruto a look. Naruto mouthed "oh" and hurried to follow Shizen out, quietly leaving the Hokage's office behind. Stepping outside, Shizen let out a long breath and said, "Thank goodness, Lord Jiraiya has finally returned safely." Naruto looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" he asked. Cradling Tauntaun in her arms, Shizen led Naruto out as she explained, "You don't know this, but while Lord Jiraiya was away in the Hidden Rain village, Lady Tsunade was downcast the entire time. She barely had any appetite, even at meals." "Really?" Naruto asked in surprise. It seemed that Jiraiya-sensei still held an irreplaceable place in Granny Tsunade's heart. Naruto thought to himself, now that he had come back to life and managed to save Jiraiya-sensei, he hoped that Jiraiya and Granny Tsunade could finally become a couple, maybe even have a son or daughter. If that happened, he could take the child as his own student, guiding them on the path to becoming Hokage. The thought filled Naruto with hopeful anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, as Jiraiya's hand gently covered Tsunade's, the tension that had been wound tight within her suddenly unraveled, and she leaned into Jiraiya's arms. Tsunade was, after all, a woman. Once, in the presence of the one she loved, she had been tender, with a girlish side she rarely showed. But after losing her younger brother and then her beloved, one after the other, her heart slowly closed itself off. That was also when she developed her fear of blood. To love someone meant being prepared for the pain of losing them, and that was a suffering Tsunade never wanted to endure again. So, all these years, she had turned away from Jiraiya's affection, until that one day, when Jiraiya and Naruto came to persuade her to return as Hokage. Naruto's unwavering determination in the face of Orochimaru and Kabuto, his fearless spirit and his drive toward becoming Hokage, reminded Tsunade of her brother, and of Dan, the man she had loved. Especially when Naruto, even after suffering grievous injuries, clung stubbornly to life, refusing to die as her brother and Dan had. That gave Tsunade the courage to believe again. So, she entrusted Naruto with her grandfather's first Hokage necklace, along with the love she had for her brother and her faith in Dan's dream of Hokage. Now, with Jiraiya returning from the edge of death, Tsunade realized perhaps she could finally lay to rest her longing and love for Dan and accept Jiraiya's affection. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Tsunade looked up, only to see Jiraiya's roguish eyes fixed, quite unabashedly, on her ample charms. And that single hand of his was growing ever more restless. "You idiot, you pervert!" Tsunade yelled, landing a heavy punch straight on Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Clutching his head and wailing, he protested, "What did you do that for? I survived Pain's attack. I going to die by your hand instead? I'm still not fully healed." Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, her voice brimming with irritation. "What are you so afraid of? If you get hurt, I'll treat you myself." Jiraiya scratched his head, grumbling, "Isn't this just messing with me? Ow, that really hurts. Just a moment ago, you were all friendly and now look at you. Seriously, ow, that stings." Seeing Jiraiya in such an awkward predicament, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a laugh. What an exasperating fellow, she thought. Never serious for a single day. Downstairs at the entrance to the Hokage's office, Naruto and Shizen had just arrived when a sudden commotion from above startled them. Naruto immediately prepared to dash upstairs, but Shizen grabbed his arm and stopped him. "Don't go up. Lady Tsunade is up there. What's there to be afraid of?" Naruto considered it and realized she was right. This was the Hidden Leaf Village, and with Granny Hokage here, no one could hurt his sensei. Well, except maybe Granny Tsunade. But if it came to that, it was definitely beyond his ability to handle. "All right then, I'll head out for now. Shizen, if Sensei and Lady Tsunade need me for anything, Just have them call me, he said. Shizen nodded. Will do. If anything comes up, I'll send someone for you. Turning away, Naruto hurried off. Now that he was back in the village, there was a place he needed to visit. As Naruto made his way down the bustling main street, acquaintances greeted him from all sides. Thanks to everything that had happened recently, most of the villagers had finally come to accept him, no longer keeping their distance as they once had. If events had followed their usual course, Jiraiya would already be gone by now. Soon, Pain would attack the leaf, Naruto would rise to meet the challenge, and in the end, he'd become the hero everyone revered. Walking among the lively shops of the Leaf's commercial district, Naruto made up his mind. If he could save Master Jiraiya, then, maybe, just maybe, he could save the village too. He didn't want to see his home destroyed again, not with all these memories in his heart. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Naruto suddenly stopped and glanced over his shoulder at a nearby alleyway. A faint, knowing smile crept onto his lips. Pretending not to notice anything amiss, he continued on his way. Moments after he passed, a figure in a dog-faced mask emerged from the shadows of that alley. At Ichiraka Ramen, customers came and went in a steady stream. Finally made it, Naruto said, coming to a stop outside, a bright smile spreading across his face. He stepped forward eagerly. Hey, old man, I'll have a big bowl of tonkatsu ramen, he called out cheerfully, pulling aside the curtain. Coming right up, Tucci replied, looking up from his work. His face lit up when he saw who it was. Well, if it isn't Naruto, I thought you were off on a mission. Did you finish up and come back already? As he greeted Naruto, Tucci kept on cooking, his hands never pausing. Just as a customer finished and left, Naruto slid into his seat, grinning. Yeah, I was out on a mission, but something came up, so I ended up back in the village. Tucci ladled out the noodles, saying, Is that so, is that so? Well, let me add a little extra for you, as a reward for all your hard work. Naruto beamed and said cheerfully, Thank you, sir. As he gazed at the large bowl of tonkatsu ramen piled high, with toppings in front of him, Naruto knew at once that Ichiraka's owner was looking out for him, just as he always did. A cloud of fragrant steam wafted up, bringing back memories of a cherished taste. Naruto let out a long sigh, his eyes already misty with emotion. Sometimes, it's the familiar flavors from memory that comfort you most when you're alone. With a sense of ceremony, Naruto pressed his chopsticks between his palms and announced, Let's eat. He then snapped apart the disposable chopsticks and eagerly dug in. He slurped up one noodle after another, savoring each mouthful. The simple joy of eating made him forget, if only for a moment, the pain caused by the Otsutsuki clan. Watching Naruto eat so heartily, the ramen shop owner laughed and said, Naruto, if you need more, just let me know. I'll add another serving of noodles for you. Naruto nodded vigorously, not bothering with formalities. To Naruto, Ichiraku's owner was like family, a supportive presence since childhood. Back when Naruto often went hungry, the scent from Ichiraka ramen would draw him in every time he passed by. The owner, seeing the little Naruto's plight, would frequently treat him to free bowls of ramen. When Naruto married Hinata, the old man even gifted them a lifetime ramen pass. After finishing the last sip of broth, Naruto exhaled deeply, feeling utterly content. Ichiraka ramen had been a part of his life since he was a child. Whenever he struggled through harsh training, needed encouragement, or faced disappointment, Naruto would come to Ichiraku for a hearty bowl of ramen, ready to face new challenges the next day. In a way, ramen had become intertwined with Naruto himself, a part of his journey as a ninja. Sir, another bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Oh, what a coincidence, Naruto, came a familiar voice. Naruto, savoring his full belly and still lost in the aftertaste, looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Irika-sensei. Irika smiled and said, That's right. I thought you were out on a mission. Hey, what's wrong, Naruto? Naruto hugged Irika-sensei, recalling his previous life, how Irika had shielded him, the Hokage, standing bravely in front of him, that selfless figure. It's nothing really, Naruto sniffled, let go of Irika, and after calming himself, continued, It's just been a while since I saw you, Irika-sensei. I really missed you. Irika noticed Naruto's reddened eyes, surprised, then gave him a playful punch on the shoulder and laughed. What's gotten into you? Why so sentimental all of a sudden? Come on, tell me, did something happen? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Then, he put a smile back on his face. Irika took the bowl of tonkatsu ramen handed to him by Uncle Ichiraku, picked up his chopsticks, snapped them apart, and lifted a portion of noodles, slurping them down in one smooth motion. While eating, he glanced at Naruto and asked, Is it about Sasuke? Naruto shook his head and replied, It's not about Sasuke. With his mouth still full of noodles, Irika looked at Naruto with curiosity. Then what is it? You look so troubled and sentimental all of a sudden, not like your usual determined self at all. Naruto smiled. In front of Iruka, he felt completely at ease. Iruka was the first person to ever truly acknowledge him. In Naruto's life, Iruka-sensei was like an older brother and a close friend, always watching over him and giving him care and warmth. Otherwise, in his previous life, Naruto would never have asked Iruka to stand in as his father at the wedding. After all, Jiraiya was gone in that life, and among those left, only Iruka could fill that role of a fatherly elder. It's nothing, really. I just haven't seen you in so long. I wanted to give you a hug, Naruto said with a grin. Really? Iruka asked. Naruto nodded. They were just catching up when Konohamaru appeared. Big brother, Konohamaru called out. Big brother, echoed the voices behind him. Naruto turned to see Konohamaru running up, pushing aside the shop curtain, panting for breath, with Udon and Moegi following close behind. Hey, Konohamaru, long time no see. Naruto greeted him with a smile. Ah, Udon and Moegi are here too. As he spoke, Naruto stepped down from his seat and gave Konohamaru's head a gentle pat. Konohamaru, the #1 little brother and future 8th Hokage. In his previous life, Konohamaru had died in battle for Naruto's Sasuke. As for Udon and Moegi, though Naruto hadn't seen their fates with his own eyes, he could only imagine things hadn't ended well for them either. When the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain unbroken? Konohamaru, feeling Naruto's hand on his head, didn't mind at all. Swallowing hard, he said, Big brother, I finally found you. I've been running all over the place. Naruto blinked in surprise. What's going on? Konohamaru grinned. Granny Tsunade is looking for you. She wants you to go to the Hokage's office right away. That quick? Naruto murmured, a little rueful. He'd barely sat down for a meal, and now he was being called back already. All right, let's go then, Konohamaru. Iruka-sensei, I'll be off for now. Iruka waved him on. Since the Hokage herself is calling, you'd better hurry. Elsewhere in the hidden leaf, in the depths of the foundation, Danzo stood motionless before a stone statue, leaning on his cane. Behind him, a man wearing a dog-headed mask knelt on one knee, reporting in a low voice. You're saying that the Nine-Tails brat is back in the village, and he brought Jiraiya with him? Danzo asked. The man in the dog mask nodded. Yes. Danzo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, calculating his next move. After a moment, he spoke. You may go. Continue to keep a close watch on the Nine-Tails. Yes, sir. With a whisper of swift movement, the root member vanished into the shadows, leaving Danzo alone, standing in silent contemplation. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi and his team had already returned to report. Because Sasuke had fought a fierce battle with Uchiha Itachi, and right after the battle, Uchiha Madara appeared and took Sasuke away, leaving Kakashi's team with no clue of Sasuke's whereabouts. With no other choice and the mission at a standstill, they could only withdraw and return to the village, first to Konoha, to report to Lady Hokage, and then await further orders. As soon as Kakashi returned, Tsunade summoned him immediately for a thorough questioning. She learned that Naruto had suddenly fainted, and then behaved as if he was a different person, leaving the squad without even a backward glance. This left both Tsunade and Jiraiya deeply puzzled. Upon hearing that Naruto had boldly kissed Hinata and confessed to her, Jiraiya stood up in shock and exclaimed, That kid, he's got such nerve, just what I'd expect from my student. But Tsunade shot him a glare so fierce, he quickly sat back down. Tsunade began pacing the room, pondering the situation back and forth. Jiraiya, too, fell into deep thought. He wondered, since Naruto claimed the 4th Hokage had taught him the Flying Thunder God and Sage Jutsu, how could he have known Jiraiya would be in danger? To Jiraiya, it seemed that if Naruto hadn't shown up when he did, he would surely have perished. There was simply no way he could have survived. It was all too much of a coincidence, almost as if Naruto had known what would happen in advance. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Jiraiya became, and he decided to summon Naruto for a proper talk. Kakashi, meanwhile, was even more astonished. Because Tsunade had always regarded Kakashi as the next Hokage in training, she often confided the village's greatest secrets to him, including the details of Jiraiya's latest return. When Kakashi heard that Naruto had mastered Sage Jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Rasengan, wielding them one after another with such flair, he was utterly floored when he escorted Jiraiya back. This kid was growing at a truly unbelievable pace. Kakashi had already been shocked the day Naruto escaped Yamato's would-release technique. After all, Sage Jutsu alone was enough to far surpass the power of a typical jonin. The Flying Thunder God? What on earth? When did Naruto master his father's, the 4th Hokage's, signature technique, the very skill his own sensei had used? It was simply beyond belief. Everyone knew how difficult space-time ninjutsu was to learn. Not only did it require immense effort, but also extraordinary talent. Even the fourth, Hokage's 3 elite Jonin bodyguards had to combine their strength to perform it, and even then, all they could manage was basic spatial movement. But according to Jiraiya, Naruto had already reached a level of mastery, using the technique with ease and skill in real combat. Kakashi was left momentarily dazed. On the first floor of the Hokage's building, Naruto had just arrived when he saw a graceful figure rushing toward him. Naruto-kun. At first, Naruto's face was expressionless, but when he saw who it was, his entire face lit up with a dazzling smile. Hinata. Without hesitation, he instinctively opened his arms wide, ready to embrace her. Naruto saw Hinata running over and, out of instinct, assumed she would rush up to him just like in his previous life, throwing herself into his arms for a tight embrace. To his surprise, Hinata stopped short as soon as she reached his side, too shy to go any further because there were so many people around. Naruto, caught off guard, stood there awkwardly with his arms wide open. Hinata glanced at Naruto, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, and gestured subtly behind him. Naruto, there are children here, she whispered. Naruto turned around, and, sure enough, there were Kanomaru, Moegi, and Udon watching. It wouldn't look good to set a bad example. Scratching his head, Naruto grinned sheepishly and said, sorry about that, Hinata. Behind Hinata, Sakura let out a disdainful snort, folding her arms across her chest. Shikamaru frowned in disbelief and muttered, wait, are those two really? Kiba slid up next to Shikamaru and leaned in, his voice filled with excitement. Are you kidding? When Naruto woke up from fainting, he went straight in for a kiss. Shikamaru looked completely stunned, staring at Kiba in disbelief. No way, seriously? Kiba clapped Shino on the back. If you don't believe me, just ask Shino. Shino adjusted his glasses and nodded seriously. Sai, worried that Shikamaru couldn't quite picture the scene, sketched out a drawing of the moment right then and there. Kiba glanced at the drawing, gave Sai a big thumbs up, and exclaimed, now that's professional. Shikamaru looked at the picture, then at Naruto, who was still grinning like a fool outside, and finally clapped his hands together in admiration. Incredible. Absolutely legendary. After a bit of playful banter with Hinata and catching up on the situation, Naruto had a good idea of what was going on with Sasuke. Just like before, Sasuke had fought his brother, Itachi Uchiha. And in the end, Sasuke had won. Itachi was dead, and Sasuke was taken away by that masked man, Uchimadara in disguise, who was actually Obito. Next, Obito would reveal the truth to Sasuke, and Sasuke would head to the Land of Lightning, to Thundercloud Gorge, to hunt the Eight Tails. It seemed that Naruto needed to pick up the pace too. After saying goodbye to his friends on the ground floor, Naruto made his way to the top floor of the Hokage's office building. He pushed open the door and called out, Granny Tsunade, you wanted to see me? Then, catching sight of someone else, he exclaimed in surprise, Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. Naruto closed the office door behind him. Tsunade sat regally at her desk, resting her chin on her hands, her sharp gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto, do you have anything to say about this latest mission? Faced with Tsunade's piercing stare, Naruto instinctively glanced at Jiraiya, hoping for support. But Jiraiya was slouched sideways in his chair, avoiding Naruto's gaze entirely. Naruto shot Jiraiya a resentful look. So much for rescuing him. Some help he was. Judging from his master's demeanor, if he ever did end up with Granny Tsunade, he'd probably be utterly henpecked. Fine. If you won't help me out, I'll just play dumb. Naruto, looking quite innocent, replied, What do you want me to say, Granny Tsunade? Tsunade let out a sigh, then stood up and walked over to the front of the Hokage's desk. She leaned against it, arms crossed, gazing at Naruto as she spoke. Naruto, there's no one else here. I, your master Jiraiya, and Kakashi, we're all people you can trust. But the changes in you have been far too strange, and your strength has grown at an unbelievable rate. Also, you never told your master how you knew he was in the Hidden Rain village, how you managed to find him, and even saved him. It's not that I suspect you of anything, but you understand, as Hokage, there are many things I have to consider. I hope you can understand that. Jiraiya, hearing Tsunade's words, coughed a couple of times and said, Naruto, no matter what happens, your master will always trust you. It's just that. Your Granny Tsunade is a bit more sensitive, and she really is worried about you. If you tell her about these changes, she'll feel much more at ease. After listening, Naruto fell silent for a few seconds, then finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Granny Tsunade. I have nothing more to say. Kakashi reminded him in a calm voice. Naruto, it's not Granny Tsunade who's asking you now. It's the Hokage. I hope you can understand the difference. Of course I understand, but I also hope Granny Tsunade can understand me. Everyone has their own secrets, and I'm no exception. The only thing I can reveal is what I've already told my master. This is something my father, the fourth Hokage, left for me. At those words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade fell silent, for the same thought had crossed their minds. Kakashi was visibly shocked by Naruto's statement. In disbelief, he asked the fourth Hokage, "Naruto, are you saying you met the fourth Hokage? How is that possible?" "The fourth he's," Jiraiya explained. "The fourth left some chakra inside Naruto's nine-tailed seal. When Naruto lost control, the fourth chakra emerged. He must have spoken to Naruto, entrusted him with some things, and that's probably what caused these changes in him." Kakashi, still surprised, said, "So that's how it is?" Naruto looked at Tsunade and asked, "So, do you have anything else to ask?" Tsunade frowned and studied Naruto. "What's the matter?" Naruto turned to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, could you step outside for a moment? There's something I'd like to ask you." With that, Naruto nodded in farewell and walked straight out of the Hokage's office. Kakashi reached out, calling after him anxiously, "Naruto, wait." But before he could finish, Naruto had already left. Jiraiya frowned, glanced at Tsunade, and after she nodded, he too left the room. Once Jiraiya was gone, Tsunade questioned Kakashi again about everything that had happened while Naruto was away from the village. She learned that, throughout the journey, there was almost no incident where Naruto lost control to the Nine Tails. Because if the Nine Tails ever lost control, Yamato would be the first to know. The only unusual thing was that Naruto suddenly fainted. With this thought, Tsunade fell into deep contemplation. Outside, night had already fallen. Under a street lamp in Konoha, Jiraiya sat on a bench. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness. Jiraiya looked up, curiosity in his voice as he straightened up and asked, "Where have you been? It shouldn't take this long just to buy something." Naruto quickly sat down, tearing open a wrapper and catching his breath as he replied, "I was looking for this flavor, so I spent ages digging through the freezer. That's why it took so long." As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a twin popsicle from the bag, broke it in half, and handed one stick to Jiraiya. "Here you go, master," he said. Jiraiya looked at it, momentarily stunned as old memories surfaced. The first time Naruto ever had one of these double popsicles was back when Jiraiya was teaching him the Rasengan. Naruto had been thirsty, and Jiraiya had bought it for him. Jiraiya had thought Naruto wanted to treat him to something special, but hadn't expected it to be this. "Wait, this is even the same flavor as the one I bought back then." Jiraiya smiled softly and took the popsicle for Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto grinned and happily began eating his own. A cool autumn breeze swept by, making both of them shiver. Jiraiya couldn't help but complain a little, grumbling that it was nearly autumn, and yet here he was, dragged out to eat popsicles with an old man. But to Naruto, even Jiraiya's grousing sounded blissful. "So," Jiraiya prompted, "what did you want to see me about? Surely you didn't call me here just for a popsicle?" Naruto slurped on his popsicle, shaking his head. "No, master. I came to ask you for the key." Jiraiya paused mid-bite, looking at Naruto uncertainly. "What key?" Naruto met his gaze. "The key to the Nine-Tails seal. You have it, don't you, master?" Jiraiya took a slow bite of his popsicle, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Originally, before his battle with pain, he'd already arranged to pass on the key to the Nine-Tails seal, sending Fukasaku back to Konoha to find Ibiki. But after Naruto saved his life, and especially after seeing Naruto's strength and such cautious behavior, Jiraiya felt uneasy. He trusted his student, and he trusted the fourth Hokage's choices and preparations. But still, there was a lingering worry he couldn't shake. Having seen Nagato's fate firsthand, Jiraiya was afraid Naruto might also stray from the path. If that happened, he would truly have no disciples left. Perhaps noticing Jiraiya's unease, Naruto reassured him, "Don't worry, master. My dad already talked to me. He believes in me now. He told me to come here and ask you for the key and to train in mastering the Nine-Tails chakra under your supervision." Jiraiya blinked in surprise. "The fourth told you to do this?" Naruto nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise, do you really think I have the mind or the smarts for that?" Jiraiya nodded as well, licking his popsicle thoughtfully. It seemed that, suddenly, a few things made sense to him. Well, he thought, I was planning to hand over the key to Naruto anyway. So, after finishing the last bite of his popsicle, Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, "Come on, get up. Lend me your hand for a moment." Naruto looked a bit confused. "What for?" Jiraiya shot him a look and muttered, "I need an extra hand to form a seal, don't I?" Taking Naruto's hand, Jiraiya quickly formed a summoning seal, and with a practice motion, summoned Fukasaku the Toad. Fukasaku emerged from Jiraiya's mouth and grumbled, "What are you calling me out here for again?" Then, glancing at Naruto, who greeted him cheerfully, Fukasaku turned to Jiraiya. "You're really set on passing it to him?" Jiraiya nodded. "I made the decision a while ago. Now that Naruto's asked for it himself, it's only right to hand it over." Fukasaku's gaze settled on Jiraiya's missing arm. In your state, just summoning me is tough. If you really hand a key to this kid, and the Nine Tails goes berserk, could you stop it? Jiraiya frowned. Fukasaku's concerns weren't without merit. Naruto grinned. Don't worry. I'm not the same Naruto I used to be. I've got my own ways of dealing with the Nine Tails. Ever since Naruto was reborn, he tried to practice controlling the Nine Tails' power, even attempting to enter the sealed space, the familiar, damp corridor. But the Nine Tails had severed their chakra link, shutting him out. Completely. No matter how many times Naruto called out, there was no response. That was why he was so desperate to get the key. He wanted to open the gate and find out what was going on, why the Nine Tails was ignoring him. Fukasaku looked at Naruto, frowning. You're a cocky one, aren't you? Do you have any idea how terrifying the Nine Tails can be? Even just 4 tails was enough to nearly kill Jiraiya. That's enough, Fukasaku. Jiraiya interrupted. My mind's made up. Store yourself in Naruto's body. Fukasaku sighed. All right then. He stretched out, revealing the seal left by the 4th Hokage. Turning to Naruto, he said, place your palm right here, and I'll be able to enter your body. Naruto was familiar with the process. He stepped forward and pressed his palm onto the seal. Fukasaku nodded, then said, open your mouth wide. Here I come. Naruto swallowed nervously. Man, he thought, I'll never get used to this feeling. And now I have to go through it again. Fukasaku pressed his hands together, aimed for Naruto's open mouth, and declared, all right, here I go. Naruto whimpered in misery, on the verge of tears. He could barely choke out a sound. Gamien was simply too big. No matter how wide he stretched his mouth, he just couldn't swallow it. Jiraiya pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a frustrated sigh, then walked over to Naruto's side. Let me help. With a decisive smack, he pushed Gamien straight in. With a gulp, Naruto finally managed to swallow the toad, then doubled over, retching and gasping for air. At last, Jiraiya considered the task done. Watching Naruto struggle with dry heaves, he said, there, the transfer is complete. That night, after washing up, Naruto stretched out lazily on the bed he remembered so well from his childhood. This was the room he'd grown up in, the very place that had been destroyed in his previous life when pain attacked Konoha. A single almighty push had wiped it out. Outside, the moonlight was beautiful, but Naruto had no time to admire it. He drew the curtains, lay back down, and lifted his pajama top. His hand slowly moved downward. At last, his fingers reached his navel, the spot where the nine-tail seal lay. He gathered chakra at his fingertips, and the 8 trigrams seal shimmered into view. Pressing his palm against it, he twisted his hand, and with a click, the first layer of the seal opened, allowing his chakra to flow inside. Within the sealed chamber, a pair of scarlet eyes snapped open, glaring with deep-seated malice from behind the gate. Naruto smiled faintly, then focused his mind and spirit. When he opened his eyes again, he had indeed succeeded. He found himself once more in the familiar, dimly lit sewers. He knew this path all too well. Without hesitation, he walked straight ahead toward the great iron doors of the seal and shouted, "Hey, Kurama, what's your problem? I've been calling you and you don't answer, and you even cut off my chakra. If I hadn't brought the key, I couldn't have come in at all." The nine tails slowly approached, its blood-red eyes fixed on Naruto and its fangs bared, as if ready to devour him on the spot. Naruto felt a bit uneasy and stepped closer. "What's with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" But as he neared the gate, the nine tails didn't bother with greetings. It simply lashed out with a claw. Fortunately, Naruto reacted just in time, or those razor-sharp talons would have pierced right through his soul body. "Damn it! Kurama, have you lost your mind? You try to ambush me!" Naruto yelled in outrage. The nine tails glared at him, voice dripping with venom. "Don't call me Kurama, you imposter." Naruto froze for a moment, staring at the beast in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Pacing behind the bars, the nine tails continued. "You're not that brat, Naruto. He only ever called me Nine Tails. You've taken over his body. I can sense the difference in your spirit, so much stronger than his ever was. Imposter, who are you really? And how do you even know the name Kurama? Get out of Naruto's body now." As he spoke, the nine tails let out a thunderous roar, its mighty voice reverberating from behind the sealed gates. Naruto clamped his hands over his ears, but once the roar faded, he gave a knowing smile. So that's how it is. No wonder. After he returned and tried to reach out to the nine tails, it completely ignored him and had even locked itself away. The real reason was that the nine tails had sensed the change in Naruto's soul and spirit, almost as if the original Naruto had vanished and another soul had taken his place. That's why the nine tails believed Naruto had been possessed, that this Naruto was no longer the same brat as before. "Speak. What did you do with that brat Naruto?" the Ninetales demanded angrily. Naruto smiled inwardly, tempted to tease the beast. What's wrong? Weren't you always the one who hated that brat most? Why do you suddenly care so much? The Ninetales snorted coldly. Do I owe you an explanation for what I care about? Crossing his arms, Naruto eyed the Ninetales with playful mischief. Sorry to disappoint you, but that brat's soul has already been devoured by me. At these words, all 9 of the beast's tails began to lash about wildly, its eyes burning an even deeper red. The Ninetales looked ready to tear Naruto apart on the spot. You fiend, you're even more despicable than I am. I'll eat you alive, you hear me? Watching the Ninetales fume, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart. This creature, who always acted indifferent and prideful, clearly cared more than anyone. Seeing the Ninetales like an angry cat, clawing at the gates of its prison and itching to charge out and duel with him, Naruto couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing. Ha ha, Kurama, you really are. Ha ha ha, you're going to be the death of me. You haven't changed a bit. The Ninetales roared. I told you, don't call me Kurama. You're not worthy. What a joke. Kurama was a name given by that old sage of 6 paths as a term of endearment. Aside from the sage, and maybe the other tailed beasts, no one else had the right to call it that. For anyone else to use that name was an insult. Naruto stopped laughing and looked earnestly at the Ninetales, his old companion. He decided to open up. After all, the Ninetales had been with him longer than anyone, dwelling inside him since the day he was born. The beast knew all his secrets and, in a way, was like a second Naruto, an inseparable part of him. After the 4th Great Ninja War, with the seals gone, their chakras flowed together, their hearts beat as one, and they fought side by side. There was nothing left to hide. So Naruto chose to reveal the truth. I'm not the same brat I used to be. That much is true. But I'm still Naruto. Only, I'm a Naruto who's come here from the future. Listening to Naruto's words, the Ninetales' wildly thrashing tails paused for a moment. Then, with a cold snort, the Ninetales fixed its gaze on Naruto and said, Can't you come up with a more believable excuse? Who could possibly travel through time and space? That's utter nonsense. Naruto smiled faintly and replied, It was that old man of the 6 paths who sent me back, you know. The moment Naruto mentioned the sage of 6 paths, the Ninetales' eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? With a sigh, Naruto explained, I said the sage of 6 paths sent me back in time. As for how I know your nickname, you might find it hard to believe, but according to what happened in my previous life, I was supposed to train with Uncle Killerbee. With the help of the 8 tails, his nickname is Hachibi. I would start learning to control your chakra. It was Hachibi who first told me you were called Kurama. The Ninetales stared at Naruto in shock. Are you out of your mind? That's ridiculous. The 8 tails would never help you. And as for me, there's no way I would willingly let you master my chakra. Naruto nodded in agreement. You're right about that. Some things really don't change. You definitely didn't agree at first. But as I remember, I treated you to a mountain of dumplings, and after that, you finally gave in. Gripping the gate even tighter, the Ninetales glared at Naruto with even more hostility. This guy, talking about treating me to endless dumplings, it was clearly some sort of trick. You think you could actually defeat me? I'm the mighty and supreme Ninetales, you little brat. Don't be absurd. And another thing, you even know the 8 tails nickname. Looks like you've gathered quite a bit of intel, haven't you? Naruto replied in frustration. You told me all this in my past life. In fact, I know every tailed beast nickname. Let me list them for you. The 1 tail, Shikaku. The 2 tails, Matatabi, also called the Demon Cat. The 3 tails, Isabu. The 4 tails, Sun, yes, Son Goku. The 5 tails, Kokuo. The 6 tails, Saiken. The 7 tails, Chome. The 8 tails, Gyuki, also known as Hachibi, but Uncle Killerbee likes to call him Lil Hachi. The 9 tails, Kurama. That would be you, you big silly cat. Naruto rattled off the names as if he were chatting with an old friend. But to the Ninetales, hearing these secret names so casually roll off Naruto's tongue was simply unbelievable. After all, the nicknames of the tailed beasts were given by the sage of 6 paths himself. Once he left, only a select few humans, those who had earned the tailed beast recognition as Jinchuriki, ever learned those names. And even then, a Jinchuriki usually only knew the name of their own tailed beast. After the sage departed, the relationships between the tailed beasts soured, and they rarely spoke of each other. Some even became bitter enemies, like the 9 tails and the 1 tail. The 9 tails often mocked the 1 tail, calling him weak for having fewer tails and less chakra. The 1 tail, in turn, would get furious and hurl insults right back, shouting, Stupid fox! Smelly raccoon! After Naruto finished speaking, the 9 tails fell silent for a moment. He was beginning to waver, starting to believe some of what Naruto had said, but not entirely. With a cold snort, the Ninetales retorted, "That's hardly proof of anything. These are just some hidden parts of history. You could dig them up if you tried." Naruto scratched his chin, thinking it over. "Well, what should I do then? Something you can't just look up. Let me think." At that moment, the Ninetales didn't argue. It almost seemed as though he was waiting for Naruto's answer. "I've got it." Naruto's eyes lit up as he looked at the Ninetales. "Do you remember the prophecy the Sage of Six Paths left before he died?" The Ninetales narrowed his eyes, rocked to his core. Naruto grinned mischievously at him. A blue-eyed boy, calling the names of 9 beasts as they play together. The Ninetales' gaze sharpened instantly, staring at Naruto in shock. For the first time, that harmless smile on Naruto's face made the Ninetales feel unsettled. Why was he uneasy? He was the Ninetales. After all, the strongest and most fearsome creature in the world. Yet now, this boy spoke so easily of the prophecy left by the very one who had created him. The Ninetales simply couldn't accept it. "No, this can't be true. You're not Naruto. Go. Leave this place. Go." With that, the Ninetales turned away and strode toward the depths behind the Great Seal, determined to ignore Naruto completely. Naruto panicked and shouted, Hey, Nine Loudmouth, don't go. If you don't believe me, I'll say more. I'll prove it to you. Just wait." The Ninetales didn't respond and continued deeper into the seal chamber. Naruto yelled after him, "Hey, Nine Loudmouth, don't make things worse. If you keep this up, it won't be long before you're back in the ghetto statue, swallowed up by the 10 tails. When that happens, I'll be dead too." Hearing the words ghetto statue and 10 tails, terms known only to a few, the Ninetales stopped in his tracks. His heart wavered even more. At this point, he was almost convinced, but he needed time to process it all. As the Ninetales faded from view, Naruto let out a heh and immediately moved to tear off the charm from the Great Seal, ready to break the seal on his belly and rush in to invite the Ninetales to eat dumplings with him. But someone kept calling his name, pulling his consciousness further and further away. "Naruto! Naruto! Wake up! Naruto!" With great effort, Naruto opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Jiraiya, who was patting his face repeatedly. "Oh, it's Master Jiraiya." Naruto sat up, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Jiraiya let out a sigh. "You went to see the Ninetales again, didn't you?" Naruto scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "How did you know, Sensei?" Jiraiya shot Naruto a sideways glance and said, "How did I know?" The Ninetales chakra was practically surging into the sky. If I hadn't come, the whole village would have found out. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. It must have been the Ninetales' recent outburst, its chakra leaking out from the 8 trigram seal. It was only now that Naruto noticed the crowd gathered around his house. Judging by their chakra, they were all strong figures from the village. Naruto sighed. "Looks like I really did alarm quite a few people." Jiraiya understood exactly what Naruto meant. He pulled back the curtain and looked out the window. "It's all right now, you can all stand down." With a word from one of the legendary Sannin, the masked figures under the moonlight, the Yenbyu with their canine masks, quietly faded away into the night. Jiraiya shut the window, drew the curtain, and turned to Naruto. "Honestly, you're too impatient. You'd only just gotten the key, and you ran off alone to confront the Ninetales. We agreed you'd do it under my supervision, didn't we? If I hadn't kept my wits about me and followed you home, staying nearby, it wouldn't have been me barging in tonight." Naruto arched an eyebrow, picking up on the unspoken meaning in Jiraiya's words. Besides Lady Tsunade's Anbu and the village's sealing team, who else could it be? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Naruto. Among those who turned up just now, Root was there too, and they didn't come lightly. They brought numbers and strength. Naruto let out a cold chuckle. "Ah, so it's Danzo." Jiraiya walked over to Naruto's front door, hand on the knob, and said, "You need to be careful. Danzo and his Root have always seen you as Konoha's weapon, someone to control. I don't know what tricks Danzo has up his sleeve to give him that kind of confidence. But with my arms still out of commission, if things turn ugly, we might not come out on top." A wave of warmth spread in Naruto's chest. He nodded. No matter what happened, his master always put him first. Jiraiya wasn't worried about Naruto losing control. What concerned him was that, after a rampage, Danzo and Root might exploit him. With Jiraiya weakened by his injury and Tsunade, as Hokage, unable to intervene directly, their side would be at a disadvantage if things got messy behind the scenes. Out in the open, Danzo wouldn't dare make a move, but in the shadows, it would be another story. After Jiraiya left, Naruto's eyes flashed coldly. Just as Danzo and Root coveted him as the vessel for the Ninetales, Naruto had his own designs for Danzo. From Sasuke's memories in his previous life, Naruto knew every detail of that fateful battle with Danzo. That old fox had plenty of treasures on him. But he'd held back all this time, wary of Danzo's backup plans. Now though, Danzo's people were already starting to make moves. It was only a matter of time before their paths crossed. Thinking back to my previous life, to those times when I drank with Gaara, I recall how he once confided in me. He talked about how at the 5 Kage summit, Danzo used the eye he had, taken from Uchiha Shursui, to cast a Genjutsu on Mifune, the samurai leader of the Land of Iron, manipulating him into recommending Danzo as the commander of the allied shinobi forces. At the time, Mifune had no idea he'd fallen under a spell. Inside, Naruto made his judgment. Jiraiya-sensei was puzzled. Why did Danzo have such confidence to act so boldly? It must have been because he possessed Shursui's Genjutsu. With such a powerful technique at his disposal, Danzo dared to plot against him. After all, Shursui's Genjutsu was so formidable because, even if you were ensnared, you wouldn't realize it. You'd obey the caster's will without question. The true terror of Kotoeme Tsukumi was that it wasn't a visual Genjutsu at all. It didn't require eye contact. The caster simply had to will it, and the illusion would take hold. Naruto let out a cold huff of breath. The eye Itachi had left him. If he used it on Danzo, there was certainly risk involved. Danzo's right, I was also Shursui's. After all, Genjutsu from the same source could alert Danzo in advance. At that thought, Naruto sighed softly. In the end, home is always a harbor. Now, his own great ship was about to set sail. In Konoha, deep within the Foundation, Danzo leaned on his cane, eyes narrowed, listening to his subordinates report the latest intelligence on Naruto. So, you're saying Jiraiya's intervention prevented the Nine Tails from possibly going on a rampage? Yes, Lord Danzo. Thud, thud, thud. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground as he paced in place, his one visible eye glinting with a strange, cunning light. You may go. Yes, sir. With a rush of wind, the Foundation members withdrew. Danzo turned inward, pondering. For now, Jiraiya had lost an arm, his strength diminished. Tsunade, as Hokage, had lost much of her support. As for Kakashi, a little scheming would be enough to take care of him. But the biggest obstacle was that he still lacked a legitimate opportunity to seize power. Danzo pressed his hand over his right eye, while his left flashed with ruthless ambition. He had originally thought that if the Nine Tails broke loose again, Tsunade and Jiraiya would be forced to suppress it. When both sides were exhausted from the struggle, he could seize the chance to kill Naruto and claim the Nine Tails for himself. Then, using Tsunade's failure to control the Nine Tails as an excuse, he could force her to step down. By then, no one's approval would matter. With his newfound strength, he would stand above all of Konoha. If Tsunade refused to abdicate, he would make her step down himself. As for anyone who dared resist, they would all be eliminated. If the Uchiha clan could be wiped out, what threat did Tsunade's faction pose? Thinking of the many Sharingans still sealed within his own body, Danzo felt even more confident. Once he became the strongest Hokage, he believed that, under his own schemes, it would only be a matter of time before he conquered the entire shinobi world as well. Danzo reveled in his ambitions, utterly unaware that soon, all his grand designs would fade away like a mirage. Early the next morning, after washing up and finishing his breakfast, Naruto tidied up his home, carefully set up the flying Thunder God marks, and left behind a shadow clone. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes, quietly drawing in the natural energy around him. Once everything was arranged, he locked the door, then sprang into the air, leaping onto the water tower in front of his house. Glancing back at his home, Naruto let out a soft sigh before turning away and heading off. At the main gate of the Hyuga clan, Hinata came running out excitedly. Smiling brightly at Naruto, she called, "Naruto, I heard you were looking for me." Naruto returned her smile with a nod. "That's right, Hinata." With a playful giggle, Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and tried to pull him inside. But Naruto waved his hand and said, "Maybe I shouldn't. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward?" Sensing his hesitation, Hinata reassured him with a cheerful smile. "Don't worry. My father and little sister are both out, and they won't be back for a while. Niji's gone on a mission with Gai-sensei, so right now, I'm in charge of home." As she finished, she couldn't help but puff out her chest with a touch of pride. Naruto, full of affection, gently tapped Hinata's nose and said, "Look at you, so impressive." The touch sent a flush of red across Hinata's cheeks. "Hey, don't tease me like that," she stammered, shy and a little flustered. Then, Hinata took Naruto's hand and led him into the small alley beside the gate. Without another word, she threw herself into his arms. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. He wrapped his arms around Hinata, lowering his head to breathe in the subtle fragrance of her hair, a scent etched deep in his memory and soul. For the reborn Naruto, this familiar scent was the most profound comfort. All his inner panic, fear, and uncertainty seemed to melt away in that instant. That day, under the Hokage's office, there were too many people around, so I didn't dare hug you. I owe you one, so let me make up for it now, Hinata said, nuzzling her head against Naruto's chest. Naruto smiled with happiness, gently stroking Hinata's hair. Hinata, there's something I want to tell you in advance. Hinata lifted her head and looked at Naruto with a bright, curious smile. What is it? But as she noticed the seriousness in Naruto's expression, worry crept into her voice. Is something wrong, Naruto? Looking at Hinata, Naruto couldn't help but marvel. She truly was his future wife. Just a single look from him, and she could already sense his mood. Placing his hands gently on Hinata's shoulders, Naruto met her eyes and spoke earnestly. No matter what happens in the future, I want you to remember 3 things. First, no matter where I stand, my resolve to protect the Leaf Village and to become Hokage will never change. Second, whatever I do, my true intention is always for the sake of the entire ninja world. And third, this is the most important point of all. Naruto took a deep breath and gazed earnestly at Hinata. No matter what I become, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will only love you, Hyuga Hinata, for the rest of my life. Hearing Naruto's heartfelt declaration, especially those last words, Hinata once again threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Naruto-kun, thank you for loving me so much. I, Hyuga Hinata, also promise that in this life, I will love only you. But I hope that if you ever face any trouble, you won't handle it alone. At least let me stay by your side, so we can face it together. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's soft hair, then looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. This path was just too dangerous. He didn't want the tragedies of his past life to repeat themselves, not ever again. He never wanted to feel the warmth of his beloved slipping away in his arms. Forgive me, Hinata. Naruto released her, then cupped her face with both hands, pressing his forehead against hers and looking at her with a gentle, doting gaze. All right, just remember what I said. That's enough. I can't stay any longer. I need to go see Lady Hokage. Oh, wait a second. With that, Naruto rolled up Hinata's sleeve and marked her arm with the seal of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hinata looked at him, puzzled. What's this? Naruto smiled softly. With this mark, I can appear by your side anytime, anywhere, to protect you. Hearing this, Hinata's face lit up with happiness. Naruto reminded her, remember, this is our secret. Don't tell anyone that I put a mark on you. Hinata nodded. And one more thing. If you're ever in danger, try to focus your chakra on this mark. I'll sense it, and I'll be there in an instant. Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight. Naruto-kun really was incredible to know such a technique. Naruto chuckled, ruffling Hinata's hair. His wife was so gentle, so attentive. With a girl this adorable, of course he'd cherish her for a lifetime. So, Naruto had specially improved his father's Flying Thunder God just for her. Now, as soon as chakra was infused into the seal, the caster could sense it and rush to the rescue in a heartbeat. Having explained everything, Naruto turned to leave. Naruto-kun, she called after him. Naruto glanced back over his shoulder. Hinata stood there, cupping her hands around her mouth to call out. Once you're done with Lady Hokage, let's have Ichiraku ramen together tonight. Seeing Hinata's silly grin, Naruto felt a pang in his heart, but forced himself to nod. Yeah, I'll come as soon as I'm done. Hinata tilted her head and smiled. It's a promise then, 6 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. Bye-bye. As Hinata waved, Naruto smiled and lifted his hand in farewell. Bye-bye. Then, turning away, he leapt off into the distance. Suspended in midair, Naruto soared and let 2 streams of tears fall from his eyes. Forgive me, Hinata. In the Hokage's office, Naruto arrived as promised. He opened the door, only to discover that their target had not yet appeared. However, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were already there, sitting quietly to one side. These 2 were senior advisors of Konoha. Naruto had specifically asked Granny Tsunade to invite them, with the purpose of dispelling Danzo's suspicions. With these 2 present, Danzo would most likely believe that they were truly here to discuss important matters. Inside the office, Lady Tsunade, the Hokage, sat upright at her desk. Behind her stood Shizune, and their master Jiraiya had arrived as well. Looking at Tsunade, Naruto asked, Granny Tsunade, where's Lord Danzo? Tsunade frowned slightly and replied, I've already sent Kakashi to invite him. Naruto nodded and fell silent. Tsunade gazed at Naruto and asked, Naruto, I'm curious. Why do you insist that Danzo must be present before you're willing to reveal your secret? Naruto smiled at her and said, You'll understand soon enough, Granny. Jiraiya watched Naruto, and for some reason, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. This uneasiness left him with an indescribable feeling. Hamura turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade, what exactly did you call us here to discuss? And about the Nine Tails, cough, cough, is the secret Naruto mentioned related to Konoha? Koharu added, that's right. Since you've gathered all of us here, even inviting Danzo, this must be a matter of great importance. Naruto nodded. Yes, it's a secret concerning the fourth Hokage. At that, both Hamura and Koharu let out surprised exclamations and exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Danzo received a report from his root subordinates that Tsunade had invited Hamura and Koharu to the Hokage's office, and had even sent Kakashi to fetch him. What was Tsunade up to, summoning all these elders? Though Danzo was suspicious, with the Hokage summoning him on official business, he had no reason to refuse. Most likely, it's because Jiraiya has lost much of his strength and is facing a problem he can't handle on his own. So now, they've remembered. Us old folks. Danzo allowed himself a faint smile. When Kakashi arrived to explain the reason for his visit, Danzo rose and set off at once. As for bodyguards, he brought none. After all, in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, no one dared lay a hand on him. That much confidence Danzo certainly possessed. Besides, bringing root bodyguards into the Hokage's office might alert Tsunade's AMBU guards, which wouldn't be ideal. Naruto had anticipated just this. That was why he'd asked Granny Tsunade to invite all three under the pretense of official business. Ostensibly, it was to discuss the fourth Hokage's secret. In truth, it was to lull Danzo into dropping his guard and to ensure he would appear before them unguarded. There was a firm knock at the door. Tsunade said, "Come in." Kakashi opened the door and announced, "Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo has arrived." As he spoke, Kakashi stepped aside, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. Upon seeing him, both Midosuen and Koharu Udatain stood up. Koharu grumbled, "Danzo, you're far too slow. We've all been waiting for ages." Danzo replied with a chuckle. "Who would have thought the Hokage would summon an old man like me? When you get old, your steps naturally slow down." Tsunade frowned slightly. Danzo's words were laced with sarcasm, clearly implying that she had failed to show respect for the elders and had overlooked them. While it sounded like a jab at her, it also subtly grouped Midosuen and Koharu with him, forming a small alliance. At that moment, Naruto was facing away from Danzo. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, his shadow clone at home dispelled in an instant. In the next heartbeat, a trace of orange appeared around his eyes. Jiraiya was the first to sense it. Among those present, only he and Naruto could use Sage Mode, and apart from Naruto, Jiraiya was the most attuned to nature. Energy. Noticing the orange markings at the corners of Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya realized something was about to happen. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In Sage Mode, Naruto's perception, speed, and power were all dramatically heightened. In short, his attacks became swift, precise, and ruthless. Naruto spun around without warning. Danzo still wore a fading smile, his mouth open mid-sentence, his gaze lingering on Midosuen and Koharu. Before anyone could react, Naruto's right hand shot up to Danzo's right eye. "Your right eye. I'll be taking it," Naruto said coldly. Wary that Danzo might activate Kodoe Tsukumi, Naruto had entered Sage Mode from the outset. His speed was such that no one could react in time. A scream of agony rang out as Naruto gouged out Danzo's right eye on the spot. Danzo was left in utter shock, unable to process what had just happened. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately unleashed a Chidori, ready to punish Naruto on the spot. But with a sharp tisk, Naruto had no choice. He used Flying Thunder God to teleport away. With a faint hum, Naruto vanished from the room, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop, not far from the Hokage's office. Tsunade leapt to her feet in shock. Midosuen and Koharu, terrified, shouted at her, "Tsunade, what is the meaning of this?" They assumed Naruto's actions were at Tsunade's command. Enraged, Tsunade slammed her fist through the Hokage's desk. "Naruto, what on earth are you doing?" Jiraiya was inwardly astonished. Why would the kid go this far? Danzo, clutching his bleeding eye and gritting his teeth, glared at Tsunade. "Tsunade, are you trying to get rid of me?" For a moment, Tsunade was at a loss for words. After all, it was Naruto who had asked her to gather these people. "Come on, Danzo. If Granny Tsunade really wanted to deal with you, would she have bothered inviting you here?" Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see Naruto standing there, clutching the freshly gouged out eye in his hand, blood staining his right palm crimson. Kakashi was the first to shatter the Hokage's window and leap outside, with Jiraiya right on his heels. The AMBU guard station by the Hokage building had already mobilized, quickly surrounding Naruto in a tight circle. Tsunade also jumped down to the scene. Midosuen and Koharu Udatain hurried over, lifting Danzo from the ground. Shizune approached, frowning, and said, "Lord Danzo, Let me stop your bleeding first. Danzo clutched his right eye, angrily shaking off Shizun's hand. Furious, he leapt up as well. That was his right eye. Uchiha Sue's eye. How could he possibly care about stopping the bleeding after having it ripped out like this? Forget it. Danzo released his grip from his wounded eye, pointed at Naruto, and with his only remaining eye, glared at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, if you don't give me an explanation today, this won't end between us. Tsunade felt a massive headache coming on. Looking at Danzo before her, rage blazed in his sole left eye, while his right eye was a gaping, bloody hole. She wasn't even thinking about how to placate him anymore. At this moment, she simply couldn't understand. What on earth was Naruto up to? Wasn't he supposed to reveal the fourth Hokage's secret? Why'd he go for Danzo's right eye instead? And besides, how did Naruto even have a nerve? Right here in the Hokage's office, in front of her and all the village's top brass, he just tore out Danzo's right eye. How is this any different from outright betraying Konoha? Tsunade couldn't wrap her head around it. This was the guy who always dreamed of becoming Hokage. Could he really do such a thing? Yet here it was, happening right before her eyes. Tsunade simply couldn't understand it. Neither could Jiraiya or Kakashi. And Danzo understood least of all. If anyone had told Danzo before today that Naruto would gouge out his eye in the Hokage's office, he'd have thought that person had lost their mind. Even imagining himself in Naruto's shoes, Danzo couldn't see himself doing such a thing. Back when he took Shirsue's eye, he'd brought a group of underlings to a secret place, and even had plans to kill everyone involved to cover his tracks before making a move. After all, Danzo still needed to operate within Konoha. Unlike Naruto, who just upended the table without hesitation. Precisely because of this, Naruto had used Danzo's own expectations against him. Danzo had let his guard down, and Naruto struck with a sudden, unexpected attack. That's how he succeeded. Naruto looked coldly at Danzo and said, Lord Danzo, how does it feel? When you took Uchiha Shirsue's eye back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? The moment Naruto said this, everyone who had been ready to attack paused and turned their eyes on Danzo. Especially Kakashi, who looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, are you saying that right eye? Is Uchiha Shirsue's eye? Naruto nodded and said, Of course it's real. Why else would I go through so much trouble to pry it out? As he spoke, Naruto took out a small vial for cultivating biological specimens and placed the eyeball he had taken inside. Shizun narrowed her eyes as she watched the bottle in Naruto's hand. That's it. Not long ago, Naruto had come to her asking for it, and even the liquid inside was specially prepared by her. Back then, Naruto had claimed he needed it to culture tadpoles for his summoning toads, so she had made him a life support culture medium. It turned out, even then, Naruto had planned all of this. Danzo glared furiously, watching as his precious eye was taken by Naruto. He shouted, that I was a gift from Shirsue. Don't you dare slander me. He then turned to Tsunade and growled, Tsunade, if you don't deal with Naruto today, I'll have Root take matters into their own hands. Naruto calmly put away the vial and sneered, No need to rush, Lord Danzo. With a sudden hum, Naruto vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Danzo. I'll be taking your right arm as well. Danzo spun around in terror, but as he turned, all he saw was a flash of cold steel. Another hum filled the air, and Naruto was back in his original spot. It turned out that, while prying out Danzo's eye earlier, Naruto had secretly marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. He was worried that someone might interfere and prevent him from making a second strike. So he had lured everyone outside, keeping all eyes on himself. Danzo was the last to make his move, making him the easiest target. Kakashi watched Naruto's actions in utter shock, left speechless. That was the classic second stage Flying Thunder God. It was the signature, most brilliant combat technique of his own teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Everyone stared in astonishment at Danzo, who was now a pitiful sight, his only remaining left hand clutching the bleeding stump of his right arm, blood pouring out. His right eye was now a gaping, bloody hole, and his only left eye was filled not with anger, but with terror. Seeing this, Kakashi instantly darted to Danzo's side to protect him. Shizun rushed over and immediately began treating Danzo's wounds. The Ambu guards of the Hokage surrounded Tsunade, shielding her as well. Meanwhile, Mido-san and Kohyutatane, watching from the Hokage's office, were so frightened they hurriedly backed away, terrified that Naruto might come for them next. Jiraiya glared at Naruto and shouted angrily, Naruto, do you even know what you're doing? Naruto acted as though he hadn't heard, and simply tore off the bandages from Danzo's right arm. In front of everyone, a pale arm embedded with metal seals appeared, a transplanted limb containing Hashirama's cells. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, The color of that arm's skin, it's from my grandfather's cells. Jiraiya also looked at the arm in Naruto's hand. The metal wrapped around, it was clearly a sealing device. Whatever was in Danzo's right arm, it needed to be suppressed with such powerful seals. Naruto looked at Danzo and thought, Lord Danzo, you've transplanted so many Sharingan onto your right arm. It must be hard to keep them all suppressed, isn't it? Look at me. Today, I've relieved you of that burden. With great effort, Danzo lifted his head. His whole body trembled from blood loss as he stared at Naruto and stammered. Who are you really? Even now, Danzo was starting to doubt Naruto's true identity. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, his voice grave. Naruto, do you realize what your actions today mean? Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I know, but I had no choice. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Fear crept into his heart. Nagato had lost his way, and now his only remaining student, his prophesied child, was beginning to stray from the path as well. Tsunade spoke up. Naruto, returned Lord Danzo's hand and his right eye to him. There's still room for negotiation in this matter. Danzo growled, his voice full of spite. No, I want him dead. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. Granny Tsunade, look at this. I'm just as powerless as you. Then, turning to Danzo, Naruto said, Lord Danzo, don't die just yet. I have no interest in taking your life. I'm leaving it for Sasuke to claim. Your hands are stained with the blood of the Uchiha clan. If you die by Sasuke's hand, maybe it'll help set his heart free. With that, Naruto turned, ready to vanish with his flying thunder god technique. Jiraiya called out just in time. Wait, Naruto, tell your teacher. Are you doing this to avenge the Uchiha for Sasuke? And where are you planning to go next? Naruto looked at Jiraiya and replied, Sensei, I'm not driven by hatred. Danzo simply possesses something I need, Shursue's eye and the Uchiha's Sharingan. That's all. As for where I'm going, there's no need for you to worry. I have my own plans. Soon enough, you'll hear my name again. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched in frustration. So, you're saying you intend to defect from the Leaf Village? Naruto's face showed no emotion. No matter how Konoha treats me, I am and always will be Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya's heart ached with every word. Naruto was truly planning to abandon the Leaf. Why? Why did it have to come to this? Wasn't Naruto the true child of prophecy? How did he end up standing on the other side? Tsunade glared at Naruto, her voice trembling with anger. Naruto, do you even understand what you're saying? Kakashi looked at him as well, asking, Naruto, what's happened to you? It's only been a few days, and you've changed so much. Naruto fell silent. These were all people he cherished deeply, but there was nothing he could do till he looked at everyone and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I know that if I were to speak the truth, you would probably find it hard to believe. That's why I chose to keep it secret, because the matter itself already sounds so fantastical. Even if I managed to gain the trust of some people, it wouldn't mean much, because before that day truly arrives, the pressure we'll face is beyond what most can bear. Rather than having a group of people resist blindly and pointlessly, it's better for me to shoulder it alone. That way, the chances of success are greater. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto, as if trying to see straight through his disciple. These days, ever since he saw Naruto in the village hidden in the rain, he'd noticed the boy's earnest glances, the way he'd treat him to ice cream, and how he'd asked him for the key to the Nine Tails. And now, Naruto had gone so far as to seize Danzo's right eye and arm, connecting the dots, Sage Mode, the Flying Thunder God technique, the power of the Nine Tails that might soon awaken the legendary Eye of Shursuke with its peerless illusion, and possibly even more Sharingan eyes embedded in Danzo's arm. It was clear Naruto was consciously gathering power. Jiraiya quickly fixed his gaze on Naruto and demanded, Naruto, just what kind of enemy are you preparing to face, that you'd go to such lengths to gather all this strength? Meeting his teacher's eyes, Naruto felt a flicker of emotion. As expected from his mentor, a man who was like a father to him, he'd noticed something was amiss. Naruto smiled and replied, Sensei, as I've said, there's no point in explaining this. Please trust your student. Me, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm still the same boy I always was, and my original resolve hasn't changed. It's just that if I don't do this, tragedies like what happened to the Uchiha clan might happen again. Tsunade called out. The Uchiha clan's fate was the result of long-standing historical problems. There was nothing that could be done about it. Naruto shook his head. While I have great respect for the third Hokage, I've gone over the Uchiha clan massacre again and again. In the end, it was the third Hokage's political failure. If he hadn't turned a blind eye, if he'd taken real action instead of letting Danzo and his root run wild, and those two corrupt advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane, hadn't forced the issue politically, then the seeds of the Uchiha's ambition would never have taken root. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood and snapped. What do you know, kid? Do you even understand what a village is? What it means to be Hokage? Naruto gave a cold snort and replied, Hokage, huh? It's not like I haven't been one. At that moment, Naruto's entire demeanor changed, so much so that those who knew him well felt as if he'd become a stranger. He looked at Danzo and continued in a calm, even voice, the Uchiha clan, once one of Konoha's great families, equal to the Hyuga in their eye techniques, were never truly trusted since the second Hokage's time. They weren't even given a single position among the village's senior advisors. By the time it reached the third Hokage, things had changed. Surveillance was set up everywhere, and the clan was even pushed to the outskirts of the village. They even planted spies inside the clan leader's own home. Uchiha Itachi, he was a product of that dark politics, a true sacrificial pawn. Neither the Uchiha clan nor Orochimaru ever really saw any meaningful change made by the third Hokage. That's enough. Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted at the same time. Naruto was getting more and more outrageous, his words bolder with each sentence. After criticizing the third Hokage, he was even tracing blame back to the second. Indirectly, he was dismissing the efforts of 2 generations of leaders. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and spoke sternly. Naruto, let me ask you one more time. If you're determined to go down this path, opposing your teacher, then I'll have to stop you. Are you going to be like Nagato? Would you kill your teacher too? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a bitter smile. Sensei, I'm sorry. Please believe me. There will never be a day when we stand on opposite sides. I'm not Nagato. You are the most important person in my life. Then what are you doing now? You've started denying the Hokage and rejecting the will of fire. Isn't that the same as standing against me? Jiraiya shouted angrily, not letting Naruto finish. Naruto's face was expressionless. He let out a sigh. The will of fire? No, I haven't given up on it. It's just that now, I've come to understand there's something even more important than the will of fire. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. And what's that? Naruto replied, the will of God. At that, Jiraiya immediately burst out. Naruto, you've fallen. Naruto raised his hand in a gesture. Sensei, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about the pain Nagato created. He was at most a false god. What I'm talking about is a true god, one possessing supreme power, standing above all beings, a god who can ignore the cycle of reincarnation, cut through all causality. Under the will of such a god, if you're not strong enough, he can erase you as effortlessly as we crush an ant. There's not even a flicker of guilt, nothing at all. That's a terrifying thing. At this, Naruto fell silent. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Naruto, you're being unrealistic. Just give up quietly and surrender. I'll consider going easy on you. Naruto let out a cold snort. Their paths were too different. There was no room for understanding. Explaining now was pointless. With a low hum, Naruto vanished in a flash, using the flying thunder god technique. Back in the room, Danzo stared at his right eye and right arm. Both had disappeared from his sight. More than a decade of schemes, gone in an instant. He was so furious that blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In Amage Cure, the village hidden in the rain, Naruto appeared in a flash, arriving at the very place where he had once saved Jiraiya. He sealed Danzo's right arm into a scroll, then set off deeper into the heart of the village. The rain poured from the sky, drenching Naruto as well. Somewhere within the rain village, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Konan tilted her head and asked, "What is it?" Nagato replied, "An intruder has blocked my rain. What's more, the location where they appeared is very close to us. This chakra, it's extremely powerful." Konan asked in confusion, "Could it be that Master Jiraiya has returned?" Nagato shook his head. "I'm already familiar with Master Jiraiya's chakra. This doesn't feel the same. It should be someone else. Konan, I'll have to trouble you again, just like last time." Konan nodded to Nagato and said, "Understood." With that, Nagato sent out his chakra, and the Deva path pane outside began to move. He ascended the tall tower and started forming hand signs. Rain Tiger will technique, release. Meanwhile, Konan once again activated her dance of the Shikigami, her body dissolving into countless sheets of paper. The papers folded themselves into butterflies, which fluttered out from the high platform. Naruto looked up at the sky and noticed that the rain had stopped. It seemed he had been discovered. He needed to move faster. With a leap, Naruto found a secluded spot, formed hand signs, and created 3 shadow clones, then began gathering sage chakra. The distance between the Leaf Village and the Rain Village was vast. Even Jiraiya had taken 3 or 4 days to make the journey, using the toads and traveling. By water, no less. While the Flying Thunder God was a space-time jutsu and incredibly fast, It also consumed an enormous amount of chakra over long distances. No sooner had Naruto landed than his sage chakra was already depleted. That was why Nagato's rain detected Naruto's own chakra, not the sage chakra he had used in their previous encounter. Besides, during Naruto's last visit, the Rain Tiger Will technique had already been deactivated because of Master Jiraiya, so Naruto's real body had never been touched by the rain. Therefore, Nagato hadn't immediately realized that Naruto had returned. Within the maze of interconnected pipe-like buildings, Naruto sat quietly. It didn't take long before his sage chakra was fully replenished, and he entered sage mode once more. In an instant, Naruto's sensory range expanded outward. Just then, a paper butterfly fluttered leisurely toward him. Naruto smiled slightly, walked over, and caught the dancing butterfly in his hand. No need to look any further, Senior. It's me. The surrounding origami gathered swiftly, merging into the shape of a person. A moment later, a woman dressed in a cloak adorned with red clouds appeared, though her form was still made of folded paper. You are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the leaf, Naruto? Naruto couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Senior, is that really how you address me? Conan replied with a blank expression. That's how the information in Akatsuki's records refers to you. Naruto shook his head helplessly. It made sense. At this point, Nagato and Conan wouldn't even hesitate to kill Master Jiraiya, so any talk of camaraderie was pointless. What brings you here? Naruto looked at Conan and replied, I'm here to meet with Brother Nagato, as we agreed. After all, I told him last time that I'd come back when I had time. Behind Conan, two pairs of wings slowly materialized, lifting her high into the air. She looked down at Naruto and said, There is no brother. Nagato hears you claim. You come to the wrong place. And besides, trespassing in the divine realm is a crime punishable by death. As she spoke, her wings transformed like twin Gatling guns, unleashing a torrent of paper that shot toward Naruto in a blinding storm. In Sage mode, Naruto easily dodged such an attack. But to his surprise, Conan truly pursued him like someone wielding two machine guns, firing relentlessly as he sprinted across the walls. She kept up the barrage without pause. Is this all you've got? Naruto scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. I just don't like fighting women, that's all. With that, he stuck a kunai into the ground, then flung another kunai at Conan, closing the distance between them. In a flash, he used Flying Thunder God technique to teleport next to her, catching the kunai in midair. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. Without warning, he thrust the swirling sphere at Conan's face. Her paper storm continued, but the wind-natured, high-speed Rasengan shredded the endless barrage of paper into confetti, driving inexorably closer to her paper form. If this went on, Conan's body would soon be nothing but scraps. Suddenly, a crimson-clad figure appeared behind Conan. A hand reached out. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force exploded forth, knocking Naruto's attack aside. Reacting instantly, Naruto used Flying Thunder God again, teleporting to the kunai he'd left behind earlier, narrowly escaping the backlash. Conan looked at Pain and said, Sorry, his strength surpasses mine. Pain nodded. You should leave. I'll handle the rest. With that, Conan withdrew from the battlefield, while Devapath Pain slowly floated into the air, coming to face Naruto. Naruto gazed up at the airborne Pain, a look of envy flickering across his face. The Rinnegan truly is a marvelous thing. In his previous life, it was only after gaining the power of the Six Paths and mastering the truth-seeking balls that he could fly. In this world, only Gaara the Kazekage could use his sand as a flying platform, or Inoki, that Tsuchikage could manipulate his body's weight to achieve flight. The power of the Six Paths was out of reach for now, and Naruto didn't care for Gaara's or the Tsuchikage's methods. The Rinnegan was simply the best option. With this in mind, Naruto's resolve grew even stronger. Looking at Pain before him, he smiled and said, Brother, let's talk face to face. Devapath Pain hovered in midair, his expression blank and unreadable. You're not yet qualified to converse with a god. As he finished speaking, 5 figures in crimson cloud cloaks appeared in a flash, surrounding Naruto on all sides. Naruto glanced around, recognizing the familiar faces from his memories. This was the group of Pains who had attacked the Hidden Leaf and fought him back then. We originally planned to hunt you down in the Leaf Village, but who would have thought you'd walk right into our trap? Well then, Ninetails, you're mine now. With that, Devapath Pain stretched out his hand. Universal pull. Naruto's body lurched as an invisible force yanked him toward Pain. For the Devapath leapt into the air, black rods glinting in their hands. They were aiming to impale Naruto in midair. Naruto's hands flew into a seal. Multi-Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. With a flurry of pops, 3 Naruto clones appeared in an instant. One clone grabbed the original Naruto's hands and swung him, while the real Naruto kicked off the bodies of the other 2 clones, arching his body like a bow and shooting downward. Caught in midair, Devapath Pain could only pull from one direction. With 4 Pains attacking from above, Naruto had no choice but to retreat downward. No sooner had Naruto landed than he was suddenly bound by an invisible force. He frowned, feeling a damp, clammy sensation wrap around him. Focusing his gaze, he spotted the short-haired female animal path, fingers locked in a summoning sign. That disgusting chameleon again. TCH. Meanwhile, the 3 airborne shadow clones each engaged a Pain, but the last Pain brandished a black rod and lunged. The chameleon's tongue snapped tight around Naruto. Naruto smirked coldly and instantly vanished with flying Raijin, leaving Pain stabbing at empty air. In a flash, he reappeared beside the kunai he'd marked at the very beginning. Devapath Pain's eyes narrowed, as if he'd predicted this move, and he flickered close in an instant, driving the black rod at Naruto from point-blank range. At this distance, there's no way to dodge, Pain thought. But Naruto had no intention of escaping. Channeling the strength of the Toad Kata, he grabbed the oncoming black rod with his right hand, and, with his left, blocked Pain's other strike. Naruto met Pain's gaze with a faint smile, then wrenched his right hand with a powerful twist. With a sharp crack, Naruto snapped the black rod in 2. In the next instant, Naruto's left foot shot up. Pain crossed his arms to defend, but with a resounding thud, Naruto sent the 6 paths of Pain flying. Devapath tumbled through the air, scrambled to his feet, and the other 5 Pains quickly formed up around him. Naruto let out a cold laugh. Devapath may be powerful, but there's a 5-second gap between his abilities, and up close, your defense and fighting skills leave much to be desired. Devapath only regarded Naruto in silence. Naruto's gaze shifted to the other Pains as he continued. Predapath absorbs damage and chakra. Animal Path handles summons and beasts. Just now, it was that invisible chameleon that attacked me, wasn't it? Human Path is your spy, good at extracting souls and reading memories. Naraka Path can judge truth from lies and revive the fallen. As for this individual, if my guess is correct, he must be the Azura Path that got swept into the sea by me and couldn't be revived, all decked out with those modified explosive weapons. Hearing Naruto so casually reveal all the attributes and intel of the 6 paths of Pain, the Devapath spoke up. As expected, Jiraiya-sensei already uncovered the crucial details about Pain and shared them with you. But it doesn't matter. Before absolute power, all resistance is futile. Naruto let out a cold chuckle. I didn't come here for idle sparring. Never mind. I'll just go find your true body and say what I have to say to your face. With that, Naruto took the black rod he just captured and thrust it into his own shoulder. These black rods could receive chakra transmitted by Nagato's true body. Just like in his previous life, Naruto used Sage Mode's sensory abilities to trace the signal back, searching for Nagato's location. Sure enough, he found it. Naruto looked toward a distant tower and murmured, "So that's where you are." Deep within the tower, the withered Nagato suddenly lifted his head, his body freezing for a moment, because in the darkness he caught sight of a pair of bright orange eyes. He had just sensed Naruto's chakra. This guy, he's actually using Sage Mode to backtrack and find me. Naruto gave a dismissive snort, tossing aside the black rod. Then, forming a rapid series of hand seals, he declared, "Multi-Shadow, Clone Jutsu." With a thunderous burst, in an instant, 1,000 Naruto shadow clones appeared. Through Pain's perspective, Nagato was stunned. So much chakra, truly worthy of being a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. "Stop them!" came the command from the real Naruto, and all 1,000 shadow clones surged forward to attack. Nagato's head throbbed with frustration. He knew exactly what Naruto was up to: pin down the 6 paths of Pain and come for the real body alone. The Devapath leapt ahead, shouting, "You're far too naive." Almighty push. A tremendous repulsive force swept through, instantly erasing over a dozen approaching Narutos. But unfortunately, this technique required a 5-second cooldown before it could be used again. The other 5 paths displayed their own unique abilities, but it was clear, even in a minute, they couldn't wipe out so many shadow clones, especially with Naruto's Sage Mode and Flying Raijin empowering him. The real Naruto had thrown out several kunai, marking various locations, and used Flying Raijin to blink rapidly between them. Inside the tower, Nagato sighed. "Konan, return to my side and keep watch." Konan stayed close to Nagato, standing guard. Naruto leaped atop the tall tower. Before him was a square-shaped entrance. He stepped inside and found the interior shrouded in darkness. Glancing around, he noticed the place was built mostly of steel, though the floor beneath his feet, judging by the sound, seemed to be stone. The overall color scheme was cold and somber, creating an oppressive atmosphere. After walking about 100 steps or so, the path suddenly opened up. A wide plaza appeared before Naruto, roughly the size of a basketball court. All around, steel pipes of uniform size stood upright, densely packed in neat rows, clearly designed to channel the constant flow of water. Thinking it over, it made sense. With all the rainfall, the entire village of Amigakure was built in this style. At the center, Nagato waited, perched atop a strange machine. His limbs were embedded within the apparatus, and a dozen black rods jutted from his gaunt back, making him look frail and withered. His Rinnegan eyes fixed on Naruto, and in a weak voice he asked, "Speak. What is it you want to discuss with me?" Since there was no stopping him, a conversation was inevitable. Truth be told, Nagato was curious. What exactly did this Naruto seek from him? After all, both of them had once been Jiraiya's disciples. He might not care much about their old master, but a fellow pupil was another matter entirely. Naruto met Nagato's gaze and said, "Senior, I'll be frank, I won't beat around the bush. I came here today mainly to talk about bringing Akatsuki under my command." For a brief moment, Nagato stared at Naruto, wondering if he'd misheard. Konan stepped forward, her eyes on Naruto. "Naruto, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're saying?" Naruto let out a sigh. "I understand it's hard for you to accept this right away. To be honest, I suspect the Hidden Leaf has already branded me a rogue ninja, even if I don't see myself that way." Konan was stunned. "You defected from the Leaf?" Naruto nodded. Nagato looked at Naruto. "In that case, you ought to be begging me for shelter, not arrogantly proposing to take over Akatsuki. This is an insult to a god." Naruto raised his hand, then looked Nagato in the eyes. "Senior, let me speak from the heart. I might have tried to talk you down before, but now I just want to tell you this. What you've given up is still precious beyond measure. What you're doing now is honestly quite laughable. Do you know why? Because you've been manipulated, running circles at someone else's bidding, never truly acting for yourself. If you had really been in control, I'd have nothing to say. Your logic is sound, gathering the nine-tailed beasts to control war and maintain peace across the Shinobi world. That's something worthy of being called godlike. In fact, your vision is far beyond that of the Kage of the 5 great ninja nations." Hearing Naruto's words, his understanding, and even approval, Nagato was momentarily at a loss. He made a non-committal sound and looked at Naruto. "So you understand why I do what I do?" Naruto nodded. "Of course. Only by experiencing pain can people comprehend it. Only then will they fear suffering and cherish peace." Nagato's brow furrowed as he regarded Naruto, as if trying to see straight into his soul. That a few seconds later, Nagato spoke. "Naruto, you surpass Master Jiraiya, at least when it comes to understanding pain." Naruto responded immediately. "But, Senior, the pain you've created is at best a false god. The true will of a god is nothing like what you imagine. At most, what you've achieved is the god of Shinobi." Nagato looked at Naruto and asked, "So you mean to say you've seen a real god?" Naruto calculated the time in his mind and nodded slightly. "Yes, a true god is so powerful that they see life as insignificant, calling us humans worthless. Gurus. That's what the Otsutsuki clan is. Against such beings, the pain you've created is far from enough, not nearly strong enough to stand against them." With that, Naruto unfurled a scroll and released a flock of crows, grinning as he said, "Come, let me lead you all. Together, we'll forge a power that rivals the gods themselves." A chorus of harsh caws filled the air as the crows took flight. In a flash, Shursue's Kotoemitsukami was activated. Nagato and Konan both saw the crow's eye with their own eyes. Naruto's voice drifted out, calm and commanding. "From now on, obey my every command, follow my lead, and I will guide you all toward a path of true light." Unconsciously, Nagato murmured, "What my junior says makes perfect sense. From now on, I'll listen to him." Konan, too, smiled gently and said, "If it's you, Naruto, I have no problem with any of these requests." Naruto smiled faintly, just as he had expected. Shursue's ultimate genjutsu, Kotoemitsukami, was never just a visual illusion. Otherwise, it could not have changed your mind without you even noticing. Besides, those Rinnegan eyes weren't Nagato's by birth. They were transplanted into him by Uchiha Madara. Nagato could use them because he was from the Uzumaki clan, with their immense chakra and vitality. Therefore, Nagato's Rinnegan couldn't block or dispel Shursue's ultimate illusion. His was just as susceptible to Naruto's influence. Naruto had waited so long simply to build up his chakra, just in case the jutsu failed on Nagato, he was ready to use force if necessary. He even had a plan in place to use the key and open the nine-tail seal if it came to that. After all, both Nagato's Rinnegan and the Akatsuki were prizes he absolutely had to obtain. Fortunately, all went smoothly. Nagato and Konan were now under his command. Naruto walked over to Konan and said, "Senior sister, could you give me a set of clothes as well?" Konan nodded. "Of course, Naruto, just wait a moment." Then Naruto turned to Nagato and asked, "Senior brother, that Uchiha when he appears here, how does he usually show up?" Completely brainwashed by Naruto's Kodoame Tsukumi, Nagato now saw Naruto as one of his own. His leader, he said, "Obito possesses an eye that can mark the coordinates of space and time. He usually appears out of thin air somewhere, much like your Flying Thunder God technique." Naruto nodded, fully aware of the abilities of Obito's eye. However, since the Rain Village might become his base from now on, he couldn't let Obito come and go as he pleased anymore. "Naruto, here. I picked this one out based on your size." Naruto accepted the robe from Sister Konan with a word of thanks, then put on the black cloak adorned with red clouds. "I never would have thought that one day I'd wear this," Naruto mused, marveling at the twists of fate. At this moment, Nagato summoned all 6 bodies of pain before them. Looking at Naruto, he said, "Little brother, you said you'd guide us toward the path of light. What should we do next?" Once Naruto donned the Akatsuki's specially crafted cloak, his entire presence took on a darker, more enigmatic aura. First of all, Akatsuki is now a thing of the past. From today forward, we officially rename ourselves Heaven. Konan murmured, "Heaven." Nagato echoed, "Heaven, as in the will of the gods." Naruto nodded. "You're only partly right. Heaven is a collective. Within this group, each one of us is a god. Our individual wills combine into the will of the gods. Together, that is heaven. That is the very law and order of this world." Konan and Nagato's eyes sparkled with newfound conviction. Hidden within the folds of his cloak, Naruto spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "In the same way as heaven, we are also responsible for shielding the people of this world from the storms before they break." With those words, Naruto swept his cloak behind him and strode purposefully outside. The first mission of heaven begins now. This, the very first operation of heaven, was also meant to strengthen Naruto's own power. His main objective on this journey, to bring someone back to life. That man who refused to die. Even during Naruto's tenure as Hokage, Orochimaru, the enigmatic Snake Lady, continued his pursuit of truth, making contributions to the Hidden Leaf. After all, Naruto had granted him the title of Chief Scientist of the Leaf, allowing him to conduct his research, though now under the village's supervision, so he couldn't resort to his old twisted ways. In the Rain Village, Naruto had already set his space-time marker and left behind a shadow clone to stand guard. With the Rain Tiger Owl technique always active, if anyone tried to invade, he could instantly teleport back using the Flying Thunder God. Since Nagato needed to transmit chakra through black rods, and his own mobility was limited, requiring him to remain on his massive transmitter, Naruto marked the transmitter itself with a Flying Thunder God seal and took Nagato along with him. Naruto and Nagato teleported first to a spot in the Land of Fire, some 30 kilometers outside the Hidden Leaf Village. This was a location Naruto had marked in advance when he left the village, a place outside the reach of the Leaf's sensory and defense units, drawing on memories from his previous life. Naruto realized that Anko Mitarashi should currently be out on a mission somewhere. As for the exact location, Naruto had a pretty good guess. So he activated Sage Mode once again, then had Nagato summon that giant green-feathered bird. Next, Naruto created a shadow clone and helped Nagato secure the launch platform onto the bird's back. With everything set, they soared into the sky toward their destination. Naruto sat upright at the bird's head, entering Sage Sensory Mode to scan a wide area. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, Anko Mitarashi was on the move with Captain Yamato and Sai, the 3 of them searching for traces of Orochimaru. Staring at the map before them, Sai said, "I've already used my Super Beast imitating drawing to scout these locations. Most of them are completely empty." Yamato looked at the remaining outposts and sighed. "They say a cunning hare has 3 burrows, but I think Orochimaru is truly a master at creating false leads." Anko abruptly interrupted. "No, that's not it." She frowned at the marked outposts on the map. "You haven't dealt with him before, so you wouldn't understand. This man creates so many labs and hideouts simply for the sake of his research. Even if one is destroyed, the others will preserve his work." Sai was astonished. There are people like that? Yamato shook his head in disbelief. What a peculiar person he must be. Anko turned to Yamato and Sai. To him, pursuing his so-called truth matters more than anything. And of course, he's not that easy to kill. As she spoke, Anko unconsciously touched the curse mark on her neck. That man had left her with too many scars. As she drifted into her memories, Anko's acute senses suddenly picked up on something unusual. Yamato immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Anko frowned. "Someone's heading toward us, fast. And they're not on the ground. Wait, they've landed just ahead." Meanwhile, Naruto, in sage mode, flew the giant bird close to their position and quickly spotted Anko. Without hesitation, he directed the bird straight toward her. A few kilometers away from Anko's group, they made their descent. Conan glanced at Naruto and said, "Looks like they're from the Leaf Village. Naruto, do you want to go say hello?" Naruto shook his head. "If we succeed in saving the ninja world, there'll be plenty of time for reunions. Nagato, unleash your full power and back me up. I want them alive." Nagato replied softly, "Naruto, let me handle these people. It's best if you stay out of sight for now." Just as he finished speaking, several lions suddenly leapt out from the grass, launching their attack that Nagato's brow furrowed. He had just told Naruto that he would handle things, yet the enemy made their move in advance. How utterly disrespectful to the prestige of the Six Paths. In the next instant, all six paths of pain sprang into action. A few lions appeared, but were dispatched in mere moments. Naruto nodded approvingly. As expected with such powerful comrades, he didn't even need to lift a finger himself. It looked like this was Sai's technique, most likely just probing for information. Nagato's mind sharpened, and the six paths of pain pressed forward in unison. Meanwhile, Captain Yamato, Sai, and Anko Mitarashi finally got a clear look at their adversaries. It was the Akatsuki, but why on earth were they here? Without a word, the Deva Path Pain strode forward, not bothering with greetings, and unleashed universal pull directly at Anko, aiming to drag her toward him. Yet Anko was no novice. Seeing herself about to be pulled in, she decided to turn the tables. Hidden shadow, snake hands. From beneath her sleeve, a mass of serpents burst forth, jaws wide open, lunging at the Deva Path, hoping to ensnare him like tree roots gripping ancient earth. The Deva Path sneered, "Naive. Predapath." Anko was taken aback. What has happened? The portly Pain who'd suddenly appeared in front of the Deva Path spread, his arms wide, and in an instant, her hidden shadow snake hands technique was completely absorbed. So that's it. This Pain's ability must be to absorb chakra. "Captain Anko," Yamato called out urgently, then performed with release. His hands transformed into a tangle of wooden tendrils, swiftly wrapping around Anko and yanking her back to safety. Otherwise, she would have been pulled straight into the enemy's grasp. After rescuing Anko, Yamato shot Sai a meaningful glance. Sai immediately responded, unleashing his super beast imitating drawing to conjure a horde of ink lions. Nagato watched and asked Naruto, "Naruto, as long as we capture them alive, that's sufficient, isn't it? A little roughness won't be a problem, will it?" Seated atop his bird, arms folded across his chest, Naruto looked ahead and said, "It's fine as long as no one dies." Nagato nodded. Understood. Without hesitation, the Azura Path Pain extended his arms wide, launching a barrage of missiles. Meanwhile, the Animal Path Pain summoned a massive chameleon. The forest echoed with explosions. After a single round of bombardment, Sai's lions burst apart, dissolving back into ink. The three leaf ninjas, dodging the missiles, were separated in the chaos. At that moment, perched atop a towering tree, Anko stared at the Akatsuki before her, an intense unease bubbling within. She couldn't shake the suspicion that Orochimaru had discovered their whereabouts, and now intended to use the Akatsuki to eliminate all three of them. What do they possibly do now? Lost in thought, Anko's instincts suddenly screamed a warning, but it was already too late. An invisible cord coiled tightly around her, even winding around her face. As she struggled, Anko realized the cord was slick and wet to the touch, just as she was about to unleash her chakra and break free. The invisible bindings suddenly tightened, wrapping around Anko's hands so she couldn't form any hand signs. In that instant, the chameleon revealed itself, and Anko realized with shock that what had ensnared her was actually the chameleon's tongue. She was racking her brain for a way out when Hungry Ghost Path Pain appeared in a flash. He seized her, absorbing her chakra and leaving her unable to perform any jutsu. Seeing this, Captain Yamato and Sai rushed in to rescue her. But Deva Path Pain sprang forward and struck with his palm. "Almighty push," he shouted. A powerful repulsive force blasted Yamato and Sai away, sending them flying. Meanwhile, the chameleon coiled its tongue, swallowing both Anko and Hungry Ghost Path Pain, then vanished without a trace. Nagato turned to Naruto and said, "Brother, the capture is complete." Naruto nodded in reply. The Akatsuki really were professionals. After all, they'd done this sort of thing more than once. When it came to capturing tailed beasts, they'd already succeeded 6 or 7 times. Capturing a mere jonin like Anko Mitarashi was hardly a challenge. If Naruto hadn't insisted she be taken alive, Nagato would have finished the job in an instant, using the same methods as with the tailed beasts. The chameleon appeared before Naruto and spat out Anko Mitarashi. She was now unconscious, her whole body soaked. Hungry Ghost Path Pain stepped away from her. He nearly drained all her chakra, leaving just enough for her to survive. Naruto gestured to Konan. "Sister, I'll leave this to you." Konan nodded in understanding, summoned countless sheets of paper to wrap up Anko, and quietly took her away. Yamato and Sai, having recovered, gave chase once more. Nagato frowned, but Naruto raised his hand, saying, "I'll handle this. Sooner or later, they'll learn the truth anyway." As Sai's super beast imitation drawing and Yamato's would release closed in, Naruto created a shadow clone, and 2 Raisengans formed in his hands. The high-speed, spinning chakra tore through splinters of shattered wood and splashes of black ink, scattering them across Yamato's stunned face and Sai's look of utter disbelief. "Naruto, what's he doing here?" After exchanging blows, Captain Yamato and Sai regrouped, facing Naruto across the clearing. Yamato scrutinized Naruto, who was dressed in Akatsuki robes, and double-checked his chakra to be sure. Unable to believe his own senses, he asked, "Naruto, does this mean you've joined the Akatsuki?" Naruto shook his head. Captain Yamato let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Naruto would never betray the leaf. "To set the record straight, I haven't joined Akatsuki. I'm with the Heaven Organization now, and in fact, I'm its sole founder," Naruto declared. Yamato's relief instantly vanished, replaced by shock. Sai looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, weren't you determined to become Hokage? Why would you turn? You're back on the leaf." Naruto spread his hands, looking thoroughly frustrated. "When did I ever say I was going to betray the Leaf Village?" he complained. Sai frowned. "Just look at your clothes and your actions right now. Aren't you basically telling us that you've joined the Akatsuki?" Naruto groaned. "For heaven's sake, let me say it one more time. It's heaven, not Akatsuki." Captain Yamato called out anxiously. "Naruto, tell me the truth. Have you been put under a Jinjutsu?" Having worked with Naruto before, Yamato couldn't believe anyone would accuse Naruto of betraying the leaf. In his mind, someone would have to be out of their mind to believe such a thing. Naruto's dedication to becoming Hokage was second to none. Yet now, seeing Naruto clad in Akatsuki robes, the shock hit Yamato even harder than when he'd faced Orochimaru. So, Yamato was convinced that Naruto must have fallen under the Akatsuki spell. Naruto shook his head and tried to explain, "No, Captain Yamato, I really think I should clear this up. I'm not under any Jinjutsu, and I haven't joined the Akatsuki either. My organization is called Heaven. Please remember that. Don't go back and report this as Akatsuki. As for the pains you see here, I've already brought them under my command. From now on, they're members of Heaven too, so please stop calling them Akatsuki." Sai gazed at Naruto. The man before him felt like a complete stranger. He asked, "Naruto, what exactly is this Heaven organization?" Naruto looked back at Sai, his old teammate from Team 7, and gave a small smile. "The Heaven organization exists to protect the future of the ninja world. If you're interested, Sai, you're more than welcome to join us." Captain Yamato shot Sai a fierce look. Sai apologized quickly. "Sorry, I was just asking Naruto out of curiosity." Yamato let it go. As a member of Root, Sai was bound by strict discipline, and Yamato understood that. "Naruto, no matter what you say, right now, I order you to release Captain Anko immediately. If you don't, I'll have the Leaf Village issue a warrant for your arrest." Naruto smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Once I'm done, I'll personally escort Lady Anko back to the Leaf. You don't need to worry, Captain Yamato. I just need her help with something, that's all. Well, it's getting late, so I won't keep you two any longer. Once things have settled down, we'll have plenty of time to catch up." With that, Naruto nodded to Konan. Konan led Anko away, and Nagato, controlling the giant bird, took off into the sky. "Sai, Captain Yamato, until we meet again," Naruto called out. He finished speaking and instantly vanished with Flying Thunder God, reappearing atop the bird in the clouds. Sai turned to Yamato. "Should I use Super Beast imitating drawing to follow them?" Yamato gritted his teeth. "No, it's clear that they spared us because of Naruto. Otherwise, with that lineup, we wouldn't have stood a chance. 6 pains. Such a force was clearly meant to capture a tailed beast. However, on the other side, it seemed they remained fixated solely on Captain Anko, showing little interest in Sai or himself. Once they had neutralized the attacks from Sai and himself, they made no further moves, as if unwilling to engage more deeply. Yamato felt that the situation was far too complicated, There was nothing else to be done for now but to return to the hidden leaf village and report everything to Lord Hokage. High above, perched upon the great bird, Naruto sat upright on its head. After a while, he smacked his lips, glanced down at his clothes, and a rather troubled expression crept onto his face. Conan leaned in closer and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother? Is it uncomfortable sitting up there on the bird's head?" Nagato added, "Why don't you come sit behind me? My launcher here can block the wind, and there's no whistling back there." Naruto shook his head. "It's not that I'm uncomfortable sitting here. It's just, I feel like these clothes of ours need to change because the Akatsuki uniform is just too recognizable." Conan nodded in agreement. "That's true. After all, Akatsuki has been active in the ninja world for a long time, and their notorious reputation for collecting tailed beasts precedes them. So, what do you think we should do about it?" Conan asked, drawing even closer and lowering her voice in inquiry. Naruto pondered for a moment, gazing into the sky ahead, and then a spark of inspiration lit up his face. "Look, our group is called Heaven after all, right? When you look up at the sky, what do you see? Blue skies, white clouds by day, and starry nights. That's it. Black does look cool, but it's just too dark. So, I've decided, let's make blue sky and white clouds the main colors, and completely re-dye these uniforms. That way, our new uniforms will truly represent the ideals of the Heaven organization, symbolizing a bright and hopeful future." Nagato murmured, "A bright future? That's what Yahiko used to say back when he founded Akatsuki." A look of longing appeared on Conan's face. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop. "What's with you two? Are you really wishing I die or something?" Still, the fact that Nagato could now openly reminisce about Yahiko was actually a good sign. Thanks to the effects of Kotoa Mitsukami, his darker, more extreme thoughts had been suppressed. Now, by following Naruto, he was slowly rediscovering that feeling he once had when chasing after Yahiko, the pursuit of the light. Naruto planned that, once Orochimaru was revived, he would discuss his ideas about bringing back certain important individuals. After all, with all those Sharingan eyes on Danzo's right arm, and with the knowledge of how to transform the Sharingan into the Rinnegan, all he needed now was a scientist capable of putting theory into practice. With his plans settled, Naruto once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the land of fire behind, and instantly leaping to the land of iron, where he had previously marked a location. Now that Anko was on their side, the next step was to find Yugo. In his previous life, Sasuke had mentioned that the source of Orochimaru's curse-mark power came from Yugo, though Orochimaru had refined it for his own purposes, but it didn't matter. After all, the source was Yugo. Besides, Sasuke had personally tested it in his previous life, so Naruto felt that if he followed Sasuke's instructions, there wouldn't be any major issues. That night, the stars glittered brilliantly across the sky. Perched atop the bird's head, Naruto remained in sage mode, his senses alert and ever watchful. Suddenly, Naruto sensed the familiar chakra of the Flying Thunder God, Mark, surging toward him once again. He opened his eyes and let out a quiet sigh. It was Hinata. Ever since that day, after Naruto had taken Danzo's right eye and right hand and then left, the evening found Hinata waiting in vain for him at Ichiraka Ramen. When he never showed, she returned home and, in desperation, began pouring chakra madly into the Flying Thunder God Mark, hoping to summon Naruto to her side and demand an explanation. But Naruto never appeared before her, because the sight of Hinata in such distress weighed too heavily on his heart. He simply didn't know what words could possibly make her believe him. The call from the Flying Thunder God Mark grew ever stronger, a sign that the foolish girl was still pouring chakra into it with reckless abandon. "This is just nonsense," Naruto sighed, then stood and spoke. "Nagato, Conan, I have to step out for a bit. I'll be right back." With that, Naruto vanished, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Konoha. When Naruto landed, he glanced around, sensing no immediate danger. He quickly formed a sign and created a shadow clone to absorb natural energy nearby. Then Naruto descended from the trees. Not far ahead, Hinata sat alone on a fallen log. This was the secret place where Naruto had trained in secret since he was a child, hidden within a grove in the heart of the Leaf Village. Hinata's full attention was fixed on the Flying Thunder God Mark on her arm. Head lowered, she continued to pour chakra into it, completely unaware that Naruto now stood behind her. Naruto stepped forward and gently took Hinata's arm, his voice soft with concern. "That's enough, Hinata." Hinata's whole body trembled. Finally, her gaze shifted downward, and as she saw those familiar shoes, her eyes began to change. Under the moonlight, 2 tears slipped from the corners of Hinata's eyes. "Why did you lie to me?" That one question struck Naruto's heart like a hammer, rendering him momentarily speechless. A wife's question. There could be nothing more devastating. He had anticipated this moment, but when it truly arrived, Naruto found himself utterly lost, unable to find any words that would make his beloved believe him. For Jiraiya, Kakashi, Lady Tsunade, Captain Yamato, and all the others, he always had countless reasons. But for Hinata, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. After several seconds of silence, Naruto chose not to run away. He faced her directly. Hinata took a deep breath, then lifted her head to look at Naruto. The first thing she saw was that black cloak with red clouds. Hinata was so startled that she yanked her hand free from Naruto's grasp. In an instant, she shot to her feet, stumbling backward several steps and nearly losing her balance. Naruto reached out to steady her, but Hinata signaled him not to come any closer. She stared at Naruto in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. Naruto, you actually really betrayed the Leaf Village, and you even joined the Akatsuki. Naruto pressed a hand to his forehead, cursing inwardly. He thought to himself that he needed to change out of these clothes quickly and start building a new reputation for the Heaven Organization. No, Hinata, you're forgetting what I told you that day when I came to see you, the 3 things I said. No matter what happens, you must believe in me. I'm still Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who dreams of becoming Hokage. That will never change. Hearing Naruto's reply, Hinata seemed to calm down a little, but she pressed on. Then why are you wearing the Akatsuki uniform? Naruto hurriedly replied, I just didn't think to change it before. Honestly, it only occurred to me today. If you don't like it, I'll take it off right now. As he spoke, Naruto took off the Akatsuki cloak, revealing his usual clothes underneath. With a sheepish grin, Naruto said, There, that's better, isn't it? Then he moved as if to embrace Hinata. Hinata called out sharply, Don't come any closer. All right, I won't, Naruto said quickly, retreating to one side. Hinata wiped away her tears, sniffled, and complained with hurt in her voice. Tell me, why did you lie to me that evening and not show up at Ichiraka Ramen? Naruto sighed. Didn't I come to see you beforehand and give you a heads up? I chose that day to act, and now you know what happened. After it was done, I couldn't show my face in the village anymore. Hinata's anger flared. But why couldn't you just tell me to my face? Naruto replied. If I told you, you definitely would have tried to stop me. That's exactly why I couldn't say anything. Hinata turned away from him in frustration. Then why, after I poured so much chakra into this mark so many times, did you never show up? Tell me. Naruto let out another sigh. It wasn't that I didn't want to come. I was afraid to see you. I didn't know how to face you. Hearing the guilt and sorrow in Naruto's voice, Hinata's heart softened a little. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and saw just how forlorn he looked, as if carrying a burden no one else could understand. Bathed in the moonlight, Naruto's figure seemed achingly lonely. In that moment, all the worry and longing of the past days overwhelmed Hinata. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into Naruto's arms. Hinata wept as she spoke. Naruto, everyone says you betrayed the Leaf Village, but I don't believe them. Still, the facts are right in front of me. Please, tell me, what happened to you? Why did you do those things? Her voice trembled with sorrow. Naruto held Hinata in his arms, his cheek resting gently on her head. In a soft voice, he said, I'm sorry, Hinata. I have my own reasons. I hope you can understand. And as I've always told you, please believe me. Every word I've ever said to you is true. Hinata lifted her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and pleaded, Naruto, take me with you. Let me stay by your side and face whatever comes, together. I promise, I won't hold you back. Naruto gazed at her with deep affection, brushing her cheek tenderly. No, I can't. What I have to do is far too dangerous. For now, I can't let you come with me. Worry filled Hinata's eyes as she looked at Naruto. The village has already issued a warrant for your capture. Naruto nodded. I know, but that's not important right now. What matters is you. Please, take good care of yourself. And one more thing. Don't recklessly pour chakra into the Flying Thunder God mark unless it's necessary. Do you want to get yourself hurt? Hinata pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Well, maybe I wouldn't if you hadn't lied to me. There. Naruto soothed her, gathering her into his embrace once more. I'll be very busy from now on. There are things I have to do. Trust me. Everything I'm doing is for the future of the ninja world. If you ever miss me, or if you really need to find me, then use the Flying Thunder God mark to reach out. If I have time, I'll come to you right away. If I don't show up immediately, it means I'm caught up with something important, understand? Hinata nodded quietly in Naruto's arms. From his words, it seemed clear to her that in the days to come, their chances to meet would become fewer and farther between. Within the borders of the Land of Clouds, after soothing Hinata and making their pact, Naruto dispelled the shadow clone he'd left behind, slipped back into sage mode, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, returned to his companions. Conan, still drowsy from sleep, noticed Naruto's return. "You're back, little brother," she murmured. Naruto offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry I was gone so long. I had some personal matters to take care of." Nagato opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. "I've already sent out the 6 paths of pain, spreading them out in a line. They're searching as we speak." Naruto nodded. "Thank you, big brother. I'll take it from here." Nagato nodded back, recalled the 6 paths of pain to the giant bird, and then closed his eyes to rest for a while. Naruto sat calmly at the bird's head, entering sage mode to heighten his senses. So it went, until the first pale light of dawn appeared in the east. At last, Naruto sensed a faint trace of Sasuke. "I found him," he announced. Nagato and Konan immediately turned their attention to Naruto. With his eyes still closed, Naruto said southwest. At his words, Nagato's mind stirred. He directed the great bird to fly swiftly toward the southwest. Somewhere deep in the forest, Suigetsu stretched lazily and yawned, saying, "You know, if we didn't have this fire going tonight, it'd really be freezing trying to sleep out here." Yugo stood up, loosening his limbs. Karen cast a scornful glance at Suigetsu and said, "That's because you're weak. Look at Sasuke, so strong and tough, and he's sleeping just fine." Suigetsu shot her a look of disdain and retorted, "Hey, could you stop going on and on about Sasuke-kun every single day? You sound just like a lovesick girl." As soon as she heard this, Karen clenched her fists in fury and shouted, "You idiot! How dare you say such things in front of Sasuke-kun?" Suigetsu hurriedly ducked behind Yugo for cover. Karen was infamous for her temper. When she blew up, she could easily pound Suigetsu into a puddle. Sasuke rose to his feet and spoke coolly. "Enough. That's enough bickering. Everyone, wash up and get ready. After breakfast, we'll continue towards Cloud and Thunder Gorge." Peeking out from behind Yugo, Suigetsu snickered. "Did you hear that? Your precious Sasuke-kun wants you to fetch some water." Karen shot Suigetsu a murderous glare, fists tightening, but she dared not defy Sasuke's request. After all, he had just said he wanted water to wash his face, and Karen couldn't bear the thought of her beloved Sasuke's handsome face going unwashed. She had to hurry. Without another thought, Karen grabbed Suigetsu and dragged him along to fetch the water. Suigetsu grumbled, "Why do I have to go too?" Karen smacked him without hesitation. "Quit whining. You're a water-style ninja. If you don't help fetch water, who will?" Suigetsu muttered, "Might as well just use my water jutsu then." Karen snapped, "Sasuke-kun wants fresh, natural water." "Got it." Suigetsu scratched his head in frustration. Honestly, the two of them kept bickering as they walked off to fetch water together. Meanwhile, Yugo approached Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke, are we really going to hunt down the 8 tails?" Sasuke kept his eyes closed and replied, "What? Don't you trust me?" Yugo shook his head. "It's not that. It's just, the 8 tails is a tailed beast. It won't be an easy opponent. I'm just thinking if the hidden cloud ninjas show up to help, we might have trouble getting away with just our small hawk team." Sasuke opened his eyes and looked at Yugo. "Don't worry. I'll make this quick. I'm not the same as when I only had the basic Sharingan. Against my eyes, a tailed beast like this will submit in minutes." With that, Sasuke closed his eyes again, resuming his meditation. Yugo said nothing more. He wasn't afraid of danger. He'd even die for Sasuke if he had to. Still, he worried that this mission might not go Sasuke's way, that there could be real peril ahead. That was what truly concerned him. Whether or not he could win a fight was not something Yugo concerned himself with. In his world, Sasuke was the reincarnation of Kimimaro. All he needed to do was follow and protect him. Meanwhile, Karen hurried Suigetsu along, urging him to absorb more water. "If Sasuke thinks there isn't enough water for washing up, you'll be in trouble." Suigetsu shot Karen a glare, then manipulated his water style to draw water from the river. Suddenly, Karen's brows knit together. She looked anxiously toward the distant sky, her expression tense. Suigetsu noticed her reaction and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Karen replied warily, "There's a strong chakra presence approaching us, quite a few people, and they seem to be heading this way." Suigetsu frowned. "No way. We just spent a night in the land of clouds, and we're nowhere near Kumogakure. How could we have been discovered already?" Karen responded coolly, "From the looks of it, they're not ninja from the land of clouds. Hurry, let's get back to Sasuke." Elsewhere, Naruto, now in sage mode, had already locked onto Team Taka's position. In his sensory state, he could see Sasuke sitting. In meditation, Naruto couldn't help but smile knowingly. This was, after all, the first time he would see Sasuke since his rebirth. "Brother Nagato, they're just up ahead. Let's pick up the pace." Nagato replied, "All right." With a piercing cry, the giant bird swooped down at breakneck speed. At that moment, Sasuke opened his eyes, looking up at the sky above. Overhead, a giant bird soared past. In an instant, with a flurry of movement, Naruto and the 6 paths of pain 7 people in total, landed before Sasuke, as if they had rained down from the sky. High above, Konan and Nagato remained seated on the giant bird, circling in the air nearby. Naruto looked at Sasuke and waved with a cheerful grin. Yo, Sasuke, long time no see. Still as cool as ever. And hey, Yugo, still looking sharp. Sasuke, recognizing the newcomers, spoke in surprise. Naruto, what are you doing here? And that outfit you're wearing? He glanced at Naruto, then at himself, bewildered. What was going on? Why was Naruto also dressed in an Akatsuki cloak? Naruto raised his hand and said, Don't get the wrong idea. I haven't joined the Akatsuki, and I'm not trying to match outfits with you either. I'll redesign this cloak when I get back. Next time we meet, it'll be easy to tell us apart. Sasuke stood up and eyed the 6 figures behind Naruto, frowning. And who are those 6 behind you? Naruto smiled. Oh, let me introduce you. These are my new recruits, the 6 Paths of Pain, members of the Heavenly Organization. Nagato, seeing his junior introduce him so formally, felt a stir of emotion. The Deva Path stepped forward and nodded to Sasuke. Greetings. I am Deva Path Pain, a member of the Heavenly Organization. One by one, the Animal Path, Preta Path, Azura Path, and the others all stepped forward to greet Sasuke. Sasuke was utterly stunned. He had seen the power of the 6 Paths of Pain with his own eyes. Weren't these people all members of the Akatsuki, under Uchiha Madara's command? When did they become Naruto's followers? What on earth was going on with Naruto now? Was he really this formidable? Sasuke looked at Naruto, puzzled, and asked, So, have you betrayed the Leaf Village? Naruto smacked his lips and replied, More or less. Even if I say I haven't, you wouldn't believe me. The Leaf Village has already started hunting me. Sasuke was incredulous. Weren't you the one who always dreamed of becoming Hokage? Naruto, what happened to you? That even you ended up betraying the village. Sasuke could hardly believe it. He'd always thought only people like himself, or Orochimaru, revenge seekers, or those in search of truth, would ever turn their backs on a leaf. Who could have imagined that someone like Naruto, who burned so fiercely with a will of fire and an unwavering dream of becoming Hokage, would also betray the village? Uchiha Madara was right. This world is nothing but deceit. Sasuke, Karen called out as she tugged Suigetsu along, hurrying over to Sasuke's side. Naruto recognized them and greeted them with a bright smile. Hey, Karen, long time no see. You've gotten even prettier. And Suigetsu, still as dashing as ever. When Karen realized it was Naruto, the one who'd always chased after Sasuke, she blushed at his compliment. Oh, you're annoying, but I'll give you this. You do tell the truth. Really hot. Suigetsu, meanwhile, stood off to the side, looking at Karen as if she'd lost her mind. But seeing Naruto in Akatsuki robes flanked by the 6 Paths of Pain left Suigetsu utterly stunned. What was going on? Since when were Leaf Ninja working together with the Akatsuki? Sasuke stepped forward, smiling as he looked at Naruto. Naruto, I don't know what you've been through lately, and I have no idea what. You did to make some of the Akatsuki follow your orders. But I'm guessing you're not here just for a casual reunion with me, are you? Naruto chuckled. You guessed it. I'm here to borrow someone from you. Once I'm done, I'll return them unharmed. Sasuke frowned. Who do you want to borrow? The moment Karen heard someone was to be borrowed, she shrank behind Sasuke and eyed Naruto warily. I'm warning you, Naruto, don't even think about picking me. Just because I'm beautiful doesn't mean you can borrow me for your little adventures. Let me make this clear. My heart belongs to Sasuke. With that, Karen clung to Sasuke's arm, pressing it to her chest and rubbing it back and forth. Oh, Sasuke, I swear I'll never marry anyone but you in this lifetime. As for that naughty Naruto, he can forget about winning me over. Even if he gets my body ill, never claim my heart. My heart will always belong to you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but continue twirling around Sasuke, utterly lost in her own delight. Sasuke shot Karen a glare and said, all right, you're getting ahead of yourself. He hasn't even agreed to lend you anything yet. Naruto, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He thought to himself, if only I could record this moment and play it on the big screen at Sasuke and Sakura's wedding. Replay it for everyone to see. That would be hilarious. Sasuke would die of embarrassment on the spot. Raising a hand, Naruto interjected, Karen, don't get the wrong idea. I know you and Sasuke are a perfect match. I'm not here to borrow you. I just need Yugo for a bit. When Karen heard Naruto say that she and Sasuke were meant to be, her affection for Naruto soared. This kid's got good taste. Yugo frowned and asked, borrow me? Sasuke fixed Naruto with a cold stare. And what do you need Yugo for? Naruto just grinned. Sorry, it's business for the Heaven Organization. Can't say more than that. Sasuke let out a derisive snort. Heaven Organization? Since when did the Akatsuki rename itself? Naruto replied, it's my own group. Heaven, soon, That name will be known across the whole Shinobi world. So, Sasuke, your hawk, wants to soar, right? Interested in joining me? Brothers side by side. Sasuke scoffed. No need. My hawk flies free, bound by no one. And Yugo is with me, not up for lending. With that, Sasuke turned to leave. Naruto frowned slightly and called after him. Sasuke, no living soul in the ninja world can escape heaven's gaze. Even a hawk must soar beneath the sky. Oh, Sasuke paused, Mangekyo Sharingan flaring to life. He turned back, coldly eyeing Naruto. Then let's see if this heaven can be torn apart. A flash of steel. Sasuke drew his sword in a streak of cold light, lunging straight for Naruto. Naruto shook his head. The rain had stopped, the sky cleared, and Second Pillar was feeling invincible again. Meanwhile, Nagato, watching through the eyes of the Six Paths of Pain, saw everything unfolding below, clear as day. As Sasuke attacked, Deva Path Pain instantly appeared in front of Naruto, raising a hand to unleash Shinra Tensei and shield Naruto from harm. But Naruto pulled Deva Path Pain aside, saying, "Hey, big brother, don't interfere. It's been ages since Sasuke and I had a proper fight." With that, Naruto launched a kick. Sage Chakra surged to his palm, preparing Frog Kumite. Sasuke's blade came slicing down, but Naruto dodged and countered with a punch. Sasuke snorted, unconcerned, tilting his head to evade. With a Mangekyo Sharingan, all these flashy attacks were meaningless. But in the next instant, Sasuke's cheek met Naruto's fist, and he was sent flying backwards. Karen cried out in alarm. Sasuke! Suigetsu and Yugo were both stunned. After all, Sasuke was incredibly strong now. How could he be overpowered by Naruto in just the first exchange? Although Sasuke was sent flying, he remained in fighting form. Twisting his body midair, he reversed his grip on his sword and drove it into the ground, using the Earth's resistance to stop himself. He landed in a half-crouch, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed his gaze on Naruto, his brow furrowing slightly. He had clearly dodged the attack, so why had he still been hit? Studying Naruto more closely, he noticed a change in Naruto's chakra. There were even orange markings near his eyes. Was this the power of the Nine Tails? No, he'd seen the Nine Tails' power before, and this wasn't the same aura. Hey, Sasuke, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're giving up already, Naruto called out with a cheeky grin. Seeing Naruto's smile, Sasuke stood up, let out a cold snort, and replied, "You're definitely different from before. But I want you to know, I'm not the same person I was either." As he spoke, a thin trail of blood ran from the corner of Sasuke's eye. With a thunderous surge, violet chakra burst from his body, and the skeletal form of Susanoo materialized around him. Naruto glanced up, crossing his arms and stroking his chin. Sasuke, your Susanoo is still just a half-formed skeleton. TSK, you haven't even got the armor on yet. You've still got a way to go before you reach full Tengu form. Sasuke's brow twitched. The more he looked at Naruto, the more his hatred simmered. Not only did Naruto seem to understand his Susanoo so well, but he even had the nerve to critique it, acting so dismissive. It was infuriating. Against you, this is more than enough. Sasuke shot back, charging straight at Naruto. With Susanoo's power, his reach and attack range increased dramatically. Senjutsu, massive Rasengan. Naruto called out. Sasuke snorted and braced himself, blocking the attack head-on. Gritting his teeth, Naruto pressed the giant Rasengan against Susanoo, grinding it with relentless force. With a resounding blast, the Rasengan exploded, sending both fighters skidding backward. All right then, let's see just how tough your Susanoo's defenses really are today, Naruto declared, immediately summoning a swarm of shadow clones. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. This trick again? Naruto, relying on this just proves how insignificant and weak you really are. Spinning a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto grinned. A technique's only as good as its usefulness. Why overthink it? With that, 100 newly created Narutos surged towards Sasuke, each one forming a Rasengan. Senjutsu, giant multi-Rasengan. One after another, the Rasengans slammed into Susanoo, pounding it from every direction. Not even the top was spared. Sasuke, up here, Naruto called out. Senjutsu, super massive Rasengan. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke struggled to withstand the onslaught. Before he realized it, cracks began to spiderweb across Susanoo's surface. Inside, Sasuke's thoughts raced. Damn it, Naruto! When did it get so strong? At last, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to shift positions repeatedly, and then landed a massive Rasengan on Sasuke, smashing 3 of the outer exoskeleton ribs of Sasuke's Susanoo in one blow. With a strangled cry, Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Karen called out in alarm and was about to rush over to him. but Suigetsu grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Stay put," he said. "Sasuke isn't that fragile." Naruto dusted off his hands and looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke, you're really not doing so well. With the way you are now, you can barely teach me a lesson. It really looks like your brother Itachi went way too easy on you." Sasuke struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Naruto with fury in his eyes. "Listen to me, Naruto. Don't you dare mention that name. You're not worthy." Naruto met Sasuke's glare, calm and composed. "Sasuke, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Before Itachi challenged you, he came to see me. He asked me to look after you, to keep you from seeking revenge on the leaf, to stop you from becoming its enemy. Honestly, I think you should try to understand what Itachi went through. At the very least, stop hanging around with those Akatsuki guys." Sasuke let out a cold snort. "Look at the state you're in, and you think you can preach to me? And besides, what do you even know about Itachi? Who are you to tell me to understand my brother?" His voice rose in anger, and more blood trickled from his mouth. "Let me tell you something. It's because of your so-called village, all that talk about the village, that Itachi became a tragedy. And you don't know anything at all." With a guttural shout, Sasuke's rage exploded. Memories of Itachi's tragedy, the slaughter of his clan, and the fact that his only friend now stood above him, judging and lecturing, all fueled his fury. He lost control right then and there. Naruto watched Sasuke spiral into madness. In truth, Naruto wanted to say that he not only knew it all, but understood everything behind it. A dense, purple chakra surged out from Sasuke, his skeletal Susanoo rapidly evolving. 2 arms formed, followed by layers of muscle, and then armor, until it stood tall in a half-humanoid form. Karin, feeling the shift in Sasuke's aura, hugged herself tightly. Sasuke's presence just changed in an instant. His whole chakra feels so dark and cold. Yugo frowned. "Sasuke's power is changing too." Suigetsu snorted. "I told you, Sasuke's no pushover." Naruto shook his head. "Oh well," he thought, "might as well go all out with this lunatic. If he put Sasuke flat on his back, he won't have to head to the Valley of Clouds and Lightning after all." He created a shadow clone and, with it, infused a Rasengan with shape transformation. The piercing sound of the spiraling sphere cut through the air, growing sharper and sharper as the wind whipped around the arena, stirred up by Naruto's jutsu. Karin couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible wind release!" Suigetsu grabbed Yugo and Karin, quickly pulling them back as he shouted, "We all know how powerful this is. Hurry up and get out of the way. Sasuke has a Susanoo to protect him, but we don't. If that wind release explodes and starts swirling around, I'm telling you, we might be torn apart until there's nothing left of us." Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he were facing a long-lost rival. "Naruto, it seems you've grown a lot during the time I was away. Well then, it will be much more interesting to defeat you like this." As he spoke, Sasuke charged forward and declared, "Naruto, let me show you my ultimate technique." With that, Susanoo in its armored form drew back a massive bow, stringing an arrow forged from the flames of Kagetsuchi's shield. The Yata no Magatama bow was fully drawn, its arrow blazing with fiery power, ready to be unleashed. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan eyes locked onto Naruto, filled with genuine killing intent. "Naruto, I want you dead." The arrow was knocked and ready to fly. With a sharp whoosh, it shot straight toward Naruto. Not to be outdone, Naruto hurled his Rasen Shuriken forward without hesitation. The two destined rivals, just like during the legendary Fourth Great Ninja War of a previous life, unleashed their most powerful attacks at each other in a climactic clash. A deafening explosion erupted as the sage art. Rasen Shuriken collided with the flaming shield arrow of Kagetsuchi, the forces perfectly matched. The resulting blast leveled the area for miles around, turning everything into flat, barren land. Yugo quickly activated his Sage transformation armor, shielding Karin and Suigetsu as they took cover in a low-lying spot. Even with Susanoo, Sasuke was blasted away by the shockwave. And with his Mangekyo Sharingan pushed to its limits against Naruto, his chakra reserves were critically drained. As soon as he stopped tumbling, a wave of pain surged through his eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto had already used Flying Thunder God to instantly return to his perch atop the giant bird. Sasuke, staring at the swirling dust of the explosion, tried to sense Naruto's position but found himself utterly exhausted and unable to do so. A harsh, static sound crackled. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, pushed beyond its limit, finally gave out and reverted to the regular 3-tomo Sharingan. He half-knelt on the ground, clutching his eyes, gasping for breath. That last assault had forced Susanoo through 3 forms in rapid succession, consuming an enormous amount of Sasuke's chakra. Coughing echoed from a hollow among the rocks as Yugo's cursed seal armor faded away. Karin, half lying on the ground, coughed, and brushed the dust from her face, then pushed herself up, searching anxiously for any sign of Sasuke. There he is. Sasuke-kun, she called out, rushing over in concern. Suijitsu shook his head as he surveyed the destruction, sighing in awe. The scale of this destruction is just terrifying. Yugo remained vigilant, glancing at Suijitsu. Sasuke's not in good shape. We need to check on him. Just as he finished speaking, universal pull. With a sudden, sharp sound, another force was unleashed. Yugo suddenly realized he was floating in the air, and then, as if seized by some mysterious force, he was pulled away uncontrollably. Suijitsu shouted, "Yugo!" As he called out, he drew his executioner's blade and, without hesitation, swung it straight at Tendo Pain. But the other 5 Pains weren't about to let him have his way. They closed in on him at once. Seeing that Suijitsu was unable to break through, Yugo instantly entered Sage Mode, preparing to fight Tendo Pain head-on. But before he could act, Naruto leapt from atop the giant bird, landing with a thunderous crash that drove Yugo deep into the ground. Yugo coughed up blood, and in the instant before he lost consciousness, he marveled inwardly. What incredible sage power! Naruto gave a cheeky grin as the orange markings of Sage Mode reappeared at the corners of his eyes. Pressing his palm to Yugo's body, he pulled out a scroll, then began to weave hand signs, sealing technique, absorption, seal. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Naruto kept one hand on Yugo's back and the other on the scroll. The cursed sage power within Yugo flowed continuously through Naruto, channeling straight into the sealing scroll. Tendo Pain stood guard at Naruto's side, shielding him as he worked. Meanwhile, Karen had already sensed the trouble Suijitsu and Yugo were in, but she couldn't leave Sasuke, who was still too weak to stand. Protecting Sasuke came first. So, extending her arm to him, she said, "Sasuke-kun, don't worry about me being delicate. Go ahead and take as much as you need." Gasping for breath, Sasuke bit down on Karen's arm and began to drink deeply. Karen's head tipped back, her eyes fluttering in rapture, lips parted as uncontrollable moans slipped out. A mix of pain and pleasure played across her face. As Sasuke quickly recovered, regaining his strength on Naruto's side, Yugo's curse-mar power was steadily drained away. His entire body shrank, and soon enough, he had reverted to the form of a small child. Amazing, thought Naruto. No wonder Orochimaru, Ant Snake, was able to create something like this. The thought made him even more eager to meet Orochimaru. Once the process was nearly complete, Naruto tucked away the scroll and prepared to leave. Suijitsu, seeing that Yugo had turned into a child, hefted his executioner's blade and called out to Sasuke. "Are you done yet, Sasuke? Yugo's about to be sucked dry by these guys." Naruto shot Suijitsu a disapproving look and said, "Hey, Suijitsu, can you watch your words for once?" Hearing Suijitsu's call for help, Sasuke grabbed his sword and charged forward. Karen let her sleeve fall back into place and, blushing, muttered in complaint, "Honestly, he just leaves without even saying a word after he's done." Sasuke rushed over, sword in hand, ready for battle. Naruto gave Tendo Pain a signal. Instantly, almighty push. A powerful repulsive force surged from all directions, blasting Sasuke and Suijitsu away. At this moment, the two of them finally realized that the true strength of their opponent had never been fully unleashed from the very start. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, who looked completely calm and unruffled, and couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation. He'd just gone all out in that fight, yet Naruto acted as if nothing had happened at all. Had his own strength really fallen behind Naruto's now? Damn it! Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. Naruto, on the other hand, was brimming with happiness. After all, he had already accomplished his goal for this trip. He was just about to say a few more words to Sasuke when a shadow clone from the hidden rain was destroyed. The smile vanished from Naruto's face in an instant. With the shadow clone dissipated, all the experiences and sensations from the battle rushed back to the real Naruto. The newcomer was Obito. Judging by his appearance, he too had noticed something was off with Nagato. After all, it had been quite a while since Nagato had taken the initiative to contact the Akatsuki. "Sorry, Sasuke, something urgent's come up. We'll have to catch up another time. And don't worry about Yugo, he's fine. I just borrowed something from him, that's all. Oh, and one more thing, brother." Naruto grinned. "You know that old fox Danzo, right? I know you've been wanting to take him down. So, I went ahead and gave him a pretty thorough beating for you. Left him clinging to life by a thread. If you've got the time, you can finish the job yourself. No need to thank me." With that, Naruto called out to the 6 paths of pain, and in a flash, they all vanished from the spot. Suijitsu, still gripping his giant sword, exclaimed in astonishment, "He's gone?" A sharp cry pierced the air as a giant bird soared overhead. Naruto stood atop the bird, waved down at Sasuke and his group, and then continued on his way. Sasuke's face was utterly devoid of any hint of a smile. In the hidden rain village, Naruto returned in a flash, bringing Nagato and Konan with him, and landed atop a high platform. No sooner had they touched down than they saw the masked man, sitting exactly where the Deva Path of Pain usually liked to linger. Naruto gave a slight smile, walked over toward the giant bird, and called out to the masked man, "Hey, what's your problem? You come barging into someone else's place without even saying hello, and then you go and destroy my shadow clone on top of that. How is that even remotely polite?" The masked man slowly turned his head. In his solitary eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed as he fixed Naruto with a silent stare. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone laced with suspicion. "Naruto?" Hands on his hips, Naruto replied, "That's right, it's me. Is there something you need?" The masked man stood up abruptly, pointed sternly at Nagato behind him, and barked, "Nagato, why did you cut off contact with me? The Akatsuki has a new mission. Weren't you aware?" Nagato, still atop the bird, remained utterly impassive. His Rinnegan eyes betrayed not a hint of emotion, and he stayed completely silent. The masked man felt a chill settle over his heart. This was not a good sign. Konan stepped forward, gazing at the masked man as she spoke. "Madara, from this day forward, we are no longer members of the Akatsuki. Our uniforms will change as well. Starting today, the Hidden Rain Village will fall under the rule of the Heavenly Organization. I hope you understand." The masked man gave a cold, dismissive laugh. "Heavenly, you say? Ah, that's really funny. Since when did you start giving your little games such grand names?" Konan was visibly angry, because now, to insult the Akatsuki organization was to insult her junior, Naruto. As for Nagato, he responded with action, sending out the 6 paths of pain without a word. The masked man's brows knitted together, and he spoke in a low, cold voice. "What's this? You've grown bold enough to take me on now." Naruto raised a hand to signal for calm, smiling as he looked at the masked man and said, "Brother, it's raining hard outside. Why don't you and Sister Konan go inside first? I'd like to have a private word with our guest here." Nagato looked at the masked man, frowning. But Nagato knew well the masked man's power and skill. He was worried Naruto might not come out on top, so he was uneasy. Naruto turned to him and said, "It's all right. You two go in. There are some things I want to discuss with him alone." Seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes, Nagato nodded. "Understood." With that, he guided the giant bird into the high platform. Konan followed closely behind, but before entering, she glanced back at Naruto one last time. As soon as Nagato and Konan had left, the masked man's voice floated over with a hint of amusement. "You don't possess the Sharingan yourself, and as far as I know, your training doesn't even include a foundation in Jinjutsu." Naruto smiled faintly, turning slowly to face the masked man. The masked man fixed his gaze on Naruto and continued. "In this world, the only ability that can alter a person's consciousness so subtly and without their awareness is Uchiha Shursui's the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami. That's how you manipulated Nagato and Konan's minds, making them betray the Akatsuki, isn't it?" Naruto neither confirmed nor denied it. With a cold snort, the masked man began to pace around Naruto. "If I'm not mistaken, you couldn't have used Shursui's Kodoamatsukami without help from Uchiha Itachi, right?" He scrutinized Naruto. "I have to say, Naruto, I'm truly curious. You, who grew up dreaming of becoming Hokage, would betray Konoha and become a rogue ninja? What baffles me even more is that you'd use the eye Itachi gave you, the most powerful Jinjutsu, not on Sasuke, but on Nagato and Konan instead. And now you've founded this so-called heavenly organization. Very original, and, frankly, quite perplexing. Even now, I can't figure out what you're really after." Seeing the masked man's eager, inquisitive look, Naruto chuckled with disdain. "I'm the one who's hard to understand?" He spread his hands, then fixed the masked man with a piercing, interrogative gaze. "What baffles me even more is this. Someone who was cherished and cared for by his master and mistress since childhood. How could he one day sneak into Konoha while his mistress was in labor, take his master's newborn son hostage, abduct his mistress, and unleash the 9 tails?" Word by word, Naruto spoke each syllable with deliberate weight. The man in the mask, hidden behind that cold facade, grew increasingly frigid with every passing moment. "Even if my master hadn't arrived in time, that man might have controlled the 9 tails and struck down my teacher's wife, the very woman who always treated him with such kindness." At this, Naruto let out a few bitter laughs, his gaze fixed on the masked man. "Tell me, when my master and his wife have shown him nothing but goodness, Why would this scum repay them with such betrayal? Enough, the masked man barked, his voice cutting through the air. He pointed furiously at Naruto and roared. What do you know? What could you possibly understand about this world? Do you realize how much hatred lies festering in this false world? How deeply it can? But so what? Naruto shouted, cutting him off with a fierce cry. He glared at the masked man, his voice ringing out. No matter how fake or twisted or disgusting this world might be, what does that have to do with your master and his wife? Look back. Have they ever wronged you even once? Huh. Damn it, my parents treated you like their own son. And you, what did you do? The moment I was born, you plastered me with explosive tags. What kind of person does that? Tell me. Speak. The masked man was stunned by Naruto's outburst, stumbling back a few steps at a loss for words. He stared at Naruto, his lips trembling as he muttered, Who are you, really? How do you know all this? Naruto let out a cold laugh. When you strike at someone, strike at their very heart. Obito, if I could reach you with words in my previous life, I can just as surely break through to your soul now. Naruto formed a hand sign. Transformation Jutsu. Transform. With a loud pop, Naruto transformed into a woman. The masked man's eyes widened in shock. He staggered backward, pointing at Naruto with a trembling finger. You, what's wrong, Obito? Why? Why would you do this to your master and his wife? And have you forgotten our promise? Didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage Obito? Now transformed into Rin, Naruto gazed at Obito and spoke with a voice that pierced the soul. Obito stared at Rin standing before him, the greatest secret hidden in the depths of his heart, especially those haunting words. He remembered, before he became Hokage, Rin once promised to always watch over him. Pain, excruciating pain. These memories burned unbearably. And this Naruto, he was terrifying. Without a second thought, Obito spun his dimensional vortex and vanished. At the White Zetsu army base, Obito emerged from the swirling portal. The shock Naruto had dealt him still lingered, and he nearly lost his footing as he landed. Just then, a rustling sound came from the ground. From below, the black and white Zetsu, looking much like a giant aloe plant, emerged. White Zetsu said, Here's the latest news. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, Naruto, has defected from the village. What's more, he seems to have gotten involved with our Akatsuki's 6 Paths of Pain, and even attacked Sasuke and his team when they went to capture the Eight Tails. Black Zetsu replied, I don't get it. What on earth is that Nine-Tails brat up to? Still, this could work in our favor. It might make capturing the Nine-Tails even easier. White Zetsu continued, but according to the word from my clone with Sasuke, it looks like Naruto is actually wearing Akatsuki robes now, and it seems pain is sticking by his side. Black Zetsu frowned. That can't be. Nagato, that kid, he's already betrayed Akatsuki. Obito interjected. Both Black and White Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. How could that be? Obito's eyes narrowed. Naruto, this guy already knows my true identity, and he seems to have all sorts of information about my past as well. How is that possible? Could it be that Kakashi let something slip? No, that's impossible. Kakashi thinks I'm long dead. There's no way he would have told Naruto any of this. If he had, he would have recognized me back in the land of iron. But that idiot didn't show the slightest sign. The more Obito thought, the more tangled things became. Naruto's actions were baffling enough before, with motives he couldn't begin to fathom. But now, Naruto somehow knows the identity he's kept hidden for so long. That makes Obito wonder, does only Naruto know, or have Konoha's higher-ups found out as well? Black Zetsu spoke up. The Rinnegan is still in Nagato's hands. If he's turned against Akatsuki and we can't control him, we can't let the Rinnegan fall into anyone else's grasp. Obito nodded. That much was certain. The Rinnegan was the most crucial piece of the Moon's Eye plan. There could be no mistakes. Still, for now, he couldn't go to the Hidden Rain village himself. He needed to investigate Naruto. Otherwise, he would never feel at ease. White Zetsu glanced at Obito and said, At least there's one bit of good news. It looks like Sasuke's team managed to capture the Eight Tails. Obito let out a thoughtful "oh" and asked with some doubt, They still had strength left after fighting Naruto? White Zetsu replied, After brawling with Naruto, it seems Sasuke grew stronger. His Susanoo evolved completely, but it did drain his eyes. Once he recovered, he forced himself to hunt down the Eight Tails. Obito snorted, Well, at least there's one thing worth celebrating. After a moment of thought, Obito decided he needed to collect Sasuke personally. There were too many unstable factors now. Just Naruto alone had already thrown a wrench into so many of his plans. So, where are Sasuke and the others now? White Zetsu answered, They're on their way to the meeting point we agreed on. They should be arriving soon. Obito smiled. Then I'd better hurry and give our hero a proper welcome. With that, Obito activated his spacetime ninjutsu and vanished from the spot. A ruined building stood in silence. Sasuke sat there, gasping heavily for breath, while beside him lay Killer Bee, scorched and battered by Amaterasu's flames. With Sasuke's help, Yugo had already recovered, cradling an unconscious Karen in one arm, and dragging Suigetsu in the other. Suigetsu was barely alive, reduced to a jelly-like state by a direct hit from the Eight Tails human cannonball. "Are you alright, Sasuke?" Yugo asked. Sasuke, still panting, replied, "We need to hurry. The rendezvous point is just ahead." As he spoke, he got to his feet, ready to hoist Killer Bee onto his shoulders. "No need to trouble yourself, Sasuke. I'm here," came a sudden voice. With that, Toby emerged from a swirl in space-time, and upon seeing Killer Bee on the ground, grinned with satisfaction. "Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Sasuke. You never disappoint." Sasuke gave a dismissive snort. "As agreed, I've brought you the Eight Tails." Toby nodded approvingly. Seeing that the deal was done, Sasuke turned to leave. "Wait, Sasuke," Toby called out, fixing his gaze on him. "Where are you planning to go next?" According to their agreement, once Sasuke hunted down the Eight Tails for Toby, his Team Hawk would be free from Akatsuki's control, no longer bound by their rules. Sasuke looked out at the forest ahead, not bothering to turn back. "First, I need to recover from my wounds. Once I'm healed, I'm going to Konoha." With that, Sasuke prepared to depart with Yugo. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Toby recalled a past conversation. After revealing the truth about Itachi to Sasuke, Toby had once asked him, "Now that you know the truth about Itachi, will you still choose to inherit his will and protect the Leaf Village?" Sasuke's reply had been clear. He could not accept Itachi's way of living, risking everything to protect the village. Compared to the pain of losing everything Itachi had given him, he would rather reject such a way of life entirely. The peace gained by sacrificing Itachi was never what he wanted. Now, having learned the truth, Sasuke knew that inheriting Itachi's will and continuing to protect the leaf was something he simply could not do. Moreover, there were three people at the heart of Konoha's leadership whom he would never forgive, especially Danzo, and those shameless villagers of Konoha, who enjoyed peace bought with Itachi's life, were just as guilty. Toby had pressed Sasuke further at the time. "Is it only the upper echelons of Konoha that you wish to destroy?" Sasuke, his face dark, had continued coldly. He wanted vengeance on the entire village of Konoha, to punish every person who had tormented his poor brother, to make the whole so-called village pay. It was the prejudiced people of Konoha who drove the Uchiha to disaster, turning fathers against sons, brothers against each other. They forced Itachi into a corner, and ultimately, it was those leaders who killed him, and those who worshipped the Senju as well. Every one of them was trash. Every one of them was his target for revenge. Not a single one would escape. Reflecting on the words Sasuke had spoken, Obito emerged from his memories. He watched Sasuke's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. When one experiences love, one also takes on the risk of hatred. Mulling over Sasuke's intentions, Obito called out to the retreating youth, "Sasuke." Sasuke stopped in his tracks, turning his head to cast a cold, indifferent glance back. Obito spoke. "Danzo's right eye was gouged out by Naruto, and his right arm was severed as well. Now his strength has been greatly diminished. Once you've recovered, if you head for Konoha, you might want to make him your first target." Sasuke was taken aback. Naruto, that guy. He recalled their last encounter. As Naruto was leaving, he mentioned that he'd fixed up Danzo a bit, and told Sasuke to come reap the benefits when he had the chance. At the time, Sasuke hadn't understood what Naruto meant, but now, piecing it together. Could it be? Had Naruto crippled Danzo for his sake, even if it meant betraying the Leaf Village? For reasons he couldn't quite name, Sasuke's mind was suddenly thrown into disarray. "That guy. Oomph." With a snort, Sasuke turned away. Taking Jugo with him, he continued onward, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Is it time to begin, Junior?" Naruto held a scroll in his hands, glancing at Anko, who lay unconscious on the floor before him. He nodded. Seeing this, Conan stepped forward to help Anko sit up, removing her jacket to reveal the cursed mark etched on her neck. Nagato, positioned at the launcher, gazed at the mark, deep in thought about what Naruto was about to attempt. He spoke with a sense of wonder. "I always thought only the Six Paths reincarnation technique could bring someone back to life. I never imagined that Orochimaru, that madman, would find another way." Naruto chuckled. "Well, he is the greatest scientist in the shinobi world. With him, nothing is too surprising." With that, Naruto stepped forward, unrolling the scroll and pressing it against the cursed seal on the back of Anko's neck. Sasuke had once explained that Orochimaru's cursed seal was essentially a backup of his life force. The seal might not be unique, but it acted as a pointer, a beacon leading directly to Orochimaru's soul. To resurrect Orochimaru, one needed the key to unlock the seal, opening a window for his solitary soul to return. As long as his soul found a way out, Orochimaru's remarkable regenerative powers, combined with the energy left behind in the cursed host, would allow him to fully restore himself. Jugo was that key, for the curse marks all originated from him, though Orochimaru had seized and altered them for his own purposes. Naruto stood behind Anko and began to form hand seals. "Release the evil seal," he intoned as he performed the jutsu, pressing his palm to the mark on Anko's neck. Chakra, imbued with Jugo's unique sage power, surged from the scroll into the cursed seal. Suddenly, a flash of white light burst forth. Naruto slowly raised his hand, and from the mark on Anko's neck, a great white serpent emerged, its head and body swelling larger and larger as it slithered free. Then, with jaws wide open, Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of the giant serpent, leaving a trail of sticky slime in his wake. Naruto frowned and said, "Hey, Uncle Snake, could you please come up with a better entrance next time? This is just plain disgusting." Orochimaru stood up, turned to face Naruto, and spoke in a raspy, drawn-out voice. Well, what a surprise. I never would have imagined that the one to bring me back would be you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto replied, "Trust me, I didn't expect it either, that one day I'd be wearing these clothes and resurrecting you." Orochimaru licked his lips. "Well, life is full of unexpected twists. From the looks of it, the winds you're following have run into some turbulence of their own. Only a man who chases after the truth of the shinobi world could speak with such artistry." Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Something did happen. That's why I went out of my way to bring you back, Uncle Snake. I want your help to build an entirely new world for shinobi." "A new shinobi world?" Orochimaru echoed, his tone laced with intrigue. Naruto nodded. "That's right." Orochimaru sneered coldly. "Sorry, but I'm not interested." Konan stepped forward, fixing Orochimaru with a stern gaze. "Orochimaru, don't be ungrateful. If Naruto can bring you back, he can just as easily send you right back where you came from." No sooner had she spoken than Nagato, controlling the 6 paths of pain, moved to stand protectively beside Naruto. The message was clear. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll be dealt with on the spot. Naruto raised his hand in a calming gesture. "Let's not resort to threats. Force doesn't work on someone like Uncle Snake. Besides, nobody alive can truly kill him. Not even me, at least not for now." Orochimaru looked genuinely surprised. "Naruto, I never would have thought you'd be able to make even Konan and Nagato from the Akatsuki follow you, especially Nagato's." As he spoke, Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes fixed intently on Nagato's Rinnegan, as if he were staring at an unimaginably precious treasure. Naruto stepped up to Orochimaru and said, "They're my comrades now, and I believe, Uncle Snake, you can become one of us too. Join us. Become a member of the Celestial Organization." Orochimaru sneered again. "And what makes you think I'd want to join you?" Naruto answered with complete sincerity, "Because I know what you're searching for. Uncle Snake, you exist to unravel the truths of this world. To you, discovering the true meaning of life is far more exhilarating than chasing after titles like Hokage or serving some village." Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle, brushing a strand of hair behind his ear. "You're not wrong about that." Naruto began circling around Orochimaru, continuing, "I also get that you crave freedom. You don't want to serve any village, organization, or individual. Your passion, in essence, is to constantly delve into research, to uncover the mysteries and truths of life in this world, as well as all sorts of fascinating phenomena." Hearing Naruto's insightful description of himself, Orochimaru was taken aback. "Rest assured, if you join us, I won't become a shackle holding you back. On the contrary, I'll wholeheartedly support your research. In fact, I'll even join you in your investigations because there are powers I don't fully comprehend myself." Orochimaru let out a low, intrigued sound. "Oh, what sort of power could capture your fascination so deeply, Naruto?" Naruto gazed at Orochimaru, his expression serious. "There are many. For instance, how to evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan, what the true nature of the Sage of 6 Paths power is, if all 9-tailed beasts are gathered, whether the mythical 10 tails could actually be summoned. There are so many secrets I want to unravel." As Naruto spoke, he watched Orochimaru intently. As expected, the moment Naruto mentioned these things, an eerie gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, one that hadn't been seen for a long time, brimming with excitement. Well, Naruto, you truly surprised me. I always thought I alone was obsessed enough to chase after these mad truths. Who could have guessed you're even further ahead than I am?" Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Compared to his own lines of research, the questions Naruto raised clearly surpassed his, forging ahead into uncharted territory. After all, discovering the nature of the Sage of Six Paths power, or the transformation of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. These topics touch upon the forces of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Orochimaru had spent years researching to reach that understanding. So, even after losing hope of taking over Sasuke, he kept a close eye on him, curious where the wind of the Uchiha might blow next. At the same time, he knew that the power of the Senju clan remained hidden, beyond his reach for study. It was only later that he realized Naruto himself was that other wind he had been searching for all along. Now, with Naruto raising these profound questions before him, Orochimaru was utterly exhilarated. He had finally found a kindred spirit. Naruto smiled and said, "So what do you say, Uncle Snake? Interested in joining me in this pursuit?" At that moment, Konan stepped forward and looked at Orochimaru. "If you join us, not only can you research together with Naruto, but we'll also provide you with facilities and protection." Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. "Very well, I agree to join, but only as a partner in collaboration." Naruto nodded happily. "No problem. From today onward, you'll be the chief scientist of our organization." "What did you say?" Killer Bee was captured. At the hidden cloud, inside the Raikage's office, Raikage was lifting a 1,000-pound barbell with one hand, his left arm moving up and down as he listened furiously to the report from his subordinate, who was kneeling beneath his desk. Yes, among the attackers, there were also members of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Right now, our seniors are tracking them down. The Raikage secretary, Mabui, watched the scene and asked, "Lord Raikage, what should we do now?" Raikage's right hand clenched tighter as he spoke through gritted teeth. "The Akatsuki are absolutely unforgivable." Akatsuki. With those words, he smashed his right fist down, splitting the desk before him clean in two. Looking up, Raikage's voice softened with emotion. "My dear brother, wait for me." Meanwhile, Obito had already brought the captured Killer Bee, whom Sasuke had hunted down, to the site of the demonic statue of the Outer Path, preparing to seal away the Eight Tails. Kisame looked at the collapsed Eight Tails and remarked with a hint of awe, "I can't believe it. Sasuke really managed to bring in the Eight Tails." Obito chuckled. "I told you, that guy won't let us down." Black Zetsu spoke up. "Looks like we're in for several busy days again." White Zetsu sighed. Another week or so without seeing the sun. Because the Akatsuki had recently splintered, only 3 of them were available for the sealing ritual, which meant the process would take even longer. Obito began forming hand signs. "Let's get started." The 3 began the ritual, weaving signs as the jutsu enveloped Killer Bee. Tailed beast chakra started to swirl from his body and his mouth. Released groans of pain, a familiar scene whenever a tailed beast was being extracted. Obito, Kisame, and Black and White Zetsu watched, unfazed. Suddenly, as Killer Bee floated in the air, there was a loud pop, and he vanished, replaced by a strange object. It landed on the ground with a soft thud. Kisame frowned. Could Sasuke have been tricked? White Zetsu got a good look at the object and burst out laughing. "Huh, it's an octopus tentacle. Ha ha." Obito was speechless. Black Zetsu glanced at Obito's expression, one of utter disgust, and snapped, "Stop laughing." White Zetsu quickly stifled his laughter. Obito's face stung with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he'd been praising Sasuke, and in the next, he'd been proven completely wrong. The appearance of the octopus tentacle made it clear that the Eight Tails had not been captured at all. Most likely, it had escaped using a clone. Clearly, they had underestimated the Eight Tails. A desperate escape by severing its own limb. Surely a survival technique of the Eight Tails. Otherwise, how else could it have fooled even Sasuke with his Mangekyo Sharingan? Kisame. Kisame looked over at Obito, who said, "Looks like I'll have to trouble you to make another trip." Kisame snorted. "Seriously? Guess it's up to me again." With those words, Kisame slung Samehada over his back and walked toward the door. As he left, he muttered to himself, "It's a pity, Mr. Itachi. You're gone now, so I have to carry out missions on my own." In the land of fire, just outside the Hidden Leaf Village, stood the mask hall of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto, accompanied by Orochimaru and Konan, arrived here in a flash of flying Thunder God. To guard against Obito's possible return, Nagato stayed behind at their base. Naruto also left a shadow clone at Nagato's side. If Obito tried any secret tactic to seize the Rinnegan, the clone could immediately teleport Nagato away. Orochimaru regarded the mask hall before him with some surprise, asking, "Naruto-kun, why have you brought us here?" Naruto gazed at Orochimaru with a faint, knowing smile. "Of course, I'm here to help you. Together, we're going to retrieve the mask of the Death God from the Uzumaki clan." Orochimaru let out a soft, "Oh," and looked at Naruto. "So, you want to see your father?" Naruto shook his head. "No, it's not time for that yet. What I really want is to help you reclaim your hands. That way, you'll be able to assist me better and join me in my research. Orochimaru was moved. He hadn't expected Naruto to be so considerate of him. Aren't you afraid that if I regain my hands and grow stronger, I might just leave for good? Naruto shook his head again. I've told you before, Uncle Snake, I know you well. In this world, only truth can make you yield, nothing and no one else. Besides, we're partners. If you ever decide to leave, I won't stop you. With that, Naruto stepped into the mask hall. Orochimaru licked his lips and glanced at Konan. Now I understand why you and Nagato choose to follow Naruto-kun. He truly has charisma, far more than that so-called Madara ever did. Konan smiled and followed after Naruto. Orochimaru, too, grinned and walked in. Looking around at the surroundings, he said with a touch of nostalgia, it's just the same as ever, old and dilapidated. Nothing has changed. Naruto-kun, you managed to teleport us here. I suppose you marked this spot in advance. Naruto nodded. That's right. After I sent Master back to the village, I came here and left a marker. Orochimaru regarded Naruto with a note of approval. It was clear that Naruto approached everything with careful planning and forethought. This meant that his talk of creating a new ninja world wasn't just a whim or the dream of a child. It was a real, deliberate plan. Thinking about it, Sasuke and Naruto were already on completely different levels. By now, Naruto could stand side by side with that masked Madara. Naruto glanced at the rows of masks on the wall. Stepping aside, he made an inviting gesture. Uncle Snake, if you please. Orochimaru smiled faintly and walked up to the wall of masks. A long serpent slid out from Orochimaru's left sleeve, its tongue flickering as it slithered among the many masks, searching one by one. In no time, Orochimaru found what he was looking for. With a hint of puzzlement, Konan asked, why go to all this trouble just to find that particular mask? Naruto explained, back then, the third Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal to lock away Orochimaru's arms, leaving them inside the belly of the Shinigami. This mask is from the Uzumaki clan. It's the Mask of the Death God. By wearing it, you can temporarily become the Death God's vessel, which allows you to cut open its stomach and release the souls it's devoured, including Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru gazed at the mask, then turned to Naruto with a sly smile. Naruto-kun, you've done your homework. Naruto waved his hand modestly. You flatter me. I know how the jutsu works, but I'd never dare to try myself. Only you, Uncle Snake, would dare to bargain with the Death God. Anyone else would be scared out of their wits. Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle. Naruto's words were clear. He obviously understood the secrets behind Orochimaru's body-switching technique. Since you know so much, Naruto-kun, then you must realize that the impure world reincarnation requires a living sacrifice, Orochimaru said, his voice smooth. If I make the offering and there's no suitable host. Naruto grinned. That's easy. Don't worry about it. Give me a moment. With that, he disappeared instantly, vanishing with the flying Raijin. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Naruto returned, carrying a sealed white zetsu in his hand. There were plenty of these creatures lingering around the outskirts of the Leaf Village. Catching one was no trouble at all. Rain Village. At the high platform inside the tower, Nagato looked at the group as they returned and spoke up. You're back already, and it's only been half a day. Everything must have gone smoothly. Orochimaru joked. Naruto-kun planned well, and with the flying Raijin, we were naturally quick as lightning. Konan, by habit, moved to stand at Nagato's side in silent support. Naruto released his shadow clone, and was surprised to discover that the clone had spent the time talking with Nagato. They talked about what Jiraiya was like in the village, and how he trained Naruto. Naruto, in turn, had asked Nagato about his first encounter with Jiraiya, and Nagato had thought deeply, sharing his memories. Many of these stories Naruto had never heard, not even in his previous life. Naruto looked at Nagato and smiled gently. Nagato returned the smile in kind. Koto Amatsukami truly was a mysterious jutsu. Once the madness was subdued, a person could return to their true nature. It seemed that Nagato was still the same at heart, just like in his previous life. He longed for peace and a world where people understood each other. As for Jiraiya, Nagato still regarded him as his master and wanted to stand by his side as a loyal disciple. Thinking of this, Naruto felt even more certain of his path. Uncle Snake, it's your turn to put on a show, he called out, stepping back to give Orochimaru the space he needed to perform the ritual. Orochimaru shot Naruto a glare, then slid a long snake out from his left sleeve. The snake coiled around the Death God mask at his waist, which he pulled out and placed over his face. Instantly, Orochimaru's entire body began to sway, trembling as muffled, whimpering groans escaped him. He spread his arms wide, his figure forming the shape of a great cross. With a low, resonant hum, a massive spectral figure appeared behind Orochimaru, a death god clad in white, long white hair cascading over its shoulders, crimson horns jutting from its head, golden pupils gleaming, and a mouth full of black, razor-sharp fangs biting down on a ceremonial dagger. The moment the death god appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted. Konan frowned and shrank back behind Nagato. As a young woman, she found the atmosphere unsettling. In contrast, Nagato watched the apparition with keen curiosity, murmuring, "So this is the death god. I wonder if Yahiko." Naruto glanced at Nagato, understanding what troubled him. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Nagato, don't worry. Trust me, step by step, we'll get there." Nagato returned the smile, nodding, a spark of anticipation flickering in his eyes. It seemed Naruto shared a similar hope. The death god lifted its left hand, clenching the dagger it held between its teeth, and drew the blade across its own abdomen. Instantly, spirits that had been devoured surged forth from the wound. At the same time, Orochimaru let out a stifled groan as a gash appeared out of nowhere across his stomach, blood spurting forth. Of the 5 souls released, one seemed to sense a summons, fluttering in the air for a moment before swiftly returning to Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru rejoiced. "My hands are back." Seeing his goal accomplished, Naruto turned his gaze to the remaining 4 souls, none other than the legendary Konoha F4, the first, second, third, and his own father, the 4th. "Forgive me, Dad. It's not the time for us to meet yet." With those words, Naruto drew out a scroll he prepared in advance and formed a series of hand seals. Spirit Sealing Technique. This was a sealing jutsu designed specifically to bind souls. In his previous life as Hokage, after losing the 9 tails, Naruto had often trained with the Book of Forbidden Jutsu, which contained many sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. As he performed the jutsu, 4 chakra hands burst forth from the scroll, each one seizing one of the 4 souls. "All right, seal them." With a commanding shout, Naruto watched as the chakra hands dragged the souls of the former Hokage into the scroll. With a swift, crisp sound, the sealing was complete. Naruto rolled up the scroll, affixed a sealing tag to it, and stored it away, waiting for the right moment to use it. Orochimaru removed the mask, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain, "Naruto-kun." Seeing Orochimaru in distress, Naruto hurried over to the nearby white zetsu, removed his seal, pried open white zetsu's mouth, and called out, "Uncle Snake, here you go." Orochimaru, seeing this, opened his mouth wide. Instantly, a long serpent with a human face and a snake's body surged out from his throat, swirling through the air before darting straight into the open mouth of the white zetsu that Naruto had pried apart. Naruto stood up, and the white zetsu lying on the ground slowly began to transform. In no time, it took on Orochimaru's appearance. Nagato, watching from the side, was utterly stunned. He, too, was from the Uzumaki clan and knew a thing or two about sealing techniques. Breaking the dead demon consuming seal required the caster to be sacrificed. It was the most classic 1-for-1 sealing jutsu. But Orochimaru was on a whole different level. He'd actually managed to cheat the Shinigami. Naruto quickly helped Orochimaru to his feet, grinning. "Uncle Snake, you've worked hard. Congratulations. Your hands are back, and your powers restored." Orochimaru was indeed overjoyed. After all, being without hands had been a torment, a pain so deep that even the most basic personal needs were impossible to satisfy. "Well then, Naruto-kun, tell me, what do you need me to do next?" Orochimaru asked. Naruto nodded, looking at Orochimaru. "No rush. Before I ask for your help, there's still some things I need to handle myself." Orochimaru replied with an intrigued, "Oh." Naruto's careful planning, layer upon layer, was making him more and more excited. This windmill, what a surprise. The return of Orochimaru's hands was undoubtedly great news for Naruto. Not only was Orochimaru the ninja world's foremost scientist and biologist, he was also a master of surgery. That much was clear from the talents of his prized student, Kabuto. But before Naruto accepted any changes, he needed to meet 2 important people. He didn't want them to see him in a different form. Not in this life, at least. For that first impression, Naruto wanted to show them his truest self. "Sister Konan, is there anywhere in the Hidden Rain village that's secluded and sturdy, a place suitable for training?" Naruto asked. Konan frowned. "You mean something like a secret training chamber?" Naruto nodded. Nagato spoke up, "There is. Right here in the Hidden Rain, beneath the tower. Hanzo built it long ago. The space is huge. When I first created and trained Pain, that's where I did it." Naruto smiled. "That was perfect. Great. Uncle Snake, since you're here too, help me guard the place and reinforce the area with another barrier just to be safe." Orochimaru was surprised. "Naruto-kun, are you planning to—" "A reinforced secret chamber, plus an extra barrier outside." It was obvious Naruto was worried his own destructive power might be too much, and he needed Extra protection. If he were just training, this wouldn't be necessary. Looking back at Naruto's history, under what circumstances had he ever shown such overwhelming force? Recalling that Naruto had said he wanted to meet someone, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. He had already guessed what this was about. The Nine Tails. It looked like Naruto had already obtained the key to the Nine Tails seal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this confident. Nagato glanced at Konan and said, "You take Naruto and Orochimaru downstairs. I'll stay up here to guard against any unexpected incidents." Konan nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." After descending a long flight of underground stairs, they finally arrived at a secret chamber. Konan performed her origami technique, conjuring a dozen paper butterflies that fluttered forward. Then, she formed hand seals again, causing the paper to ignite spontaneously. With a series of soft bursts, flames sprang to life, one after another, instantly illuminating the entire chamber. It turned out that the burning paper Konan had released landed in the wall-mounted braziers around the room, lighting the fuel inside and casting a warm glow throughout the secret chamber. Only now did Naruto see the chamber's full layout. The whole underground room was shaped like an inverted bowl, about the size of a football field. The floor was paved with flawless slabs of marble, each piece set tightly against the next, forming a seamless expanse of stone. If you looked closely, you could still spot the glint of blades and faint scars, remnants left by people training here in the past. The walls were made from solid granite. According to Konan, their thickness was at least half a meter. Clearly, Hanzo, the man once called a demigod, had spared no effort or expense in constructing this place. Konan turned to Naruto and said, "This was once Hanzo's secret training ground for his private army. In terms of durability, you can rest assured, ordinary destructive ninjutsu won't even scratch it." Naruto glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. He then walked to the center of the chamber and looked at Orochimaru. "Uncle Snake, I'll be counting on you." Orochimaru nodded, then performed the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones to form a 4-cornered formation that encircled Naruto at the center. He began weaving hand seals and announced, "For Violet Flame's formation." A violet barrier shimmered into existence. Konan looked on in astonishment. With a chamber like this, combined with such a barrier, what exactly was Junior Naruto planning to do? Naruto nodded to Orochimaru, then sat cross-legged in the center of the formation and closed his eyes. Orochimaru watched Naruto for a moment, then turned to Konan and said, "If Naruto loses control and I can't restrain him, go upstairs immediately and get Nagato. Have all 6 paths of pain come down." Konan was startled. Is it really that dangerous? What is Naruto? Orochimaru's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. He's about to confront something even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. Within the realm of the Nine-Tailed Seal, Naruto's consciousness descended into the familiar sewer-like corridor. "Hey, Kurama, how have you been? It's been a few days. Did you miss me?" Naruto strode over with his usual enthusiasm, greeting Kurama warmly. Kurama lay sprawled behind the Great Seal's gate, lifting one eyelid for a brief glance at Naruto before letting it fall again. With a cold snort, he grumbled, "We're not that close. No need to be so chummy." Seeing Kurama still so stubborn and aloof, Naruto pouted in mock annoyance and teased, "You really should do something about that tsundere attitude, or else I'll have to treat you to some dumplings." Kurama's eyes snapped open. He stood up, baring his fangs in irritation. "You humans are all the same," he growled. Naruto had come in good faith, intending to talk things out. After all, Kurama had already accepted the reality that Naruto had traveled here from the future. But when it came to Naruto's claim that the Kurama of the future would one day open his heart to him, Kurama simply couldn't accept it. Why? Because, honestly, how could he possibly come to care for someone he'd always loathed? Give him one good reason. Kurama's hatred overflowed with memories of humanity, all tainted by one word. Control, 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 and more control. Whether it was the detestable Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito, or Uzumaki Kushina, to him, they all brought nothing but cold-hearted domination and sealing. And especially that guy, Senju Hashirama. Good grief, thousands of wooden hands, and that colossal Buddha towering hundreds of meters high. He'd snatch Kurama up in one giant palm, as if he were nothing more than a kitten. Just thinking about it made Kurama's heart ache with indignation. That shameless Hashirama had even put on a solemn face, saying Kurama's power was too great and needed to be sealed away. What nonsense! Kurama hadn't even had a chance to fight back. He'd been subdued in an instant. Then, to make matters worse, they'd summoned a wooden avatar, slapped a sealing tag with the word seal right on his forehead, and forced him into sleep mode without so much as asking for his consent. There was no justice in it, no regard for his will. Fuming at the memory, Kurama glared at Naruto with a face like thunder. But this time, Naruto didn't have the patience to listen to Kurama's complaints. He needed to draw out the chakra buried deep within himself, and Kurama's anger would only help. If he lost control of his own heart, only then could his parents' chakra be released. Without another word, Naruto floated in front of the Great Seal, tore off the sealing tag that bore the word seal. Kurama bared his teeth, fixing Naruto with a sharp look. "What do you think you're doing?" Naruto raised his shirt, gripping in his teeth, then rolled up his left sleeve with his right hand. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, and the key to the 8 trigrams seal shimmered into view on his palm. He grinned, his voice muffled by the fabric. "Isn't it obvious? My mouth's full, but you can see what I'm up to." Without delay, he pressed his hand to his stomach and gave the seal a twist. With a series of sharp clicks, the lock on the Great Seal began to turn. The 8 trigram seal unlocked. With a furious roar, Kurama slammed a mighty paw against the gate. "Naruto, you're playing with fire." The Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar, its 9 tails whipping through the air. Naruto, suspended midair, was blasted far away by the shockwave unleashed by the beast. Outside, Naruto sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, bubbles of chakra began to rise from his body. Starting from the seal at his navel, 1, 2, 3, more and more appeared, until the golden chakra of the 9 tails enveloped his entire form. Konan, stunned, exclaimed, "This chakra, this sensations." Orochimaru, on high alert, replied cautiously, "This is the chakra of the 9 tails. But this is only the first stage. The chakra leaking out forms a cloak around him." Orochimaru had tangled with Naruto several times before. He remembered one particular incident. When Sasuke was mentioned, Naruto erupted, transforming into a feral state with several tails already visible, far more terrifying than. Now, he could still recall that moment when, in his rampage, Naruto unleashed a tailed beast bomb. If Orochimaru hadn't quickly summoned the triple Rashomon to shield himself, he would have been finished right then and there. Hopefully, Naruto can keep control this time and not repeat that disaster. As the thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, black chakra began seeping from Naruto's navel, and a tail started to materialize. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. This signaled that the 9 tails consciousness was beginning to emerge. Damn it, the very thing he feared was happening. This barrier could withstand Naruto up to 4 tails at most, any more and it wouldn't hold. "Konan, if Naruto grows a 4th tail, go call Nagato down immediately." Seeing Orochimaru's anxious expression, Konan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded firmly. Inside the seal, Naruto, still reeling from the blast, hadn't yet steadied himself in midair before one of the 9 tails' massive tails swept toward him. "Whoa, Kurama, come on!" Naruto cried out in alarm, hastily raising his arms to block. Just as the tail was about to strike, a flash of golden light appeared. With a low hum, Naruto vanished from sight. In the next instant, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared, pulling Naruto to safety not far from the 9 tails. The 9 tails narrowed its eyes at the man before it, its fury making its entire body tremble. You're the 4th." Minato stared at the unleashed 9 tails, disbelief written all over his face. "This can't be. Once the seal on the 8th tail is broken, I'm supposed to appear in Naruto's consciousness. But now the entire seal is gone. How is this possible?" Panic gripped Minato as his attention remained fixed on the beast. He was sure he'd taken extra precautions with the seal in advance. Naruto patted his father's shoulder, pointed to himself, and grinned. "It was me, Dad. I undid the seal completely." Minato gasped in shock. "What? So, you're saying you opened the sealed gate yourself?" Naruto nodded proudly. "Where did you get the key?" Naruto replied, "I tricked it out of Master Jiraiya." Minato's eyes widened in shock, wearing an expression that clearly said, "You really are your father's son." The 9 tails gave a cold snort as it glared at the father and son before it, roaring furiously. "4th Hokage, who would have thought? You went to such lengths to seal me away. And in the end, your son just lets me out in one go. Now watch how I seize control of your boy's mind and body and reclaim my freedom." As the 9 tails spoke, its chakra surged wildly. Outside, half of Naruto's body was already engulfed in dark, ominous chakra, 3 tails unfurling behind him. Minato cried out, "This is bad." Naruto scoffed, "Such big talk. Kurama, you're underestimating your old pal here." The 9 tails bellowed, "You fool, don't flatter yourself. We are not brothers." Naruto ignored him and stepped forward. Minato shouted from behind, "Naruto, don't be reckless. Let me handle this." "If I let you handle it, how else am I supposed to amaze you as a son?" Naruto thought. Just then, The orange markings at the corners of Naruto's eyes appeared. Sage mode activated. He formed a hand seal, multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a flurry of bursts, dozens of Narutos appeared, all leaping into action. Each clone began forming a Rasengan. Sage art. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan Barrage. One after another, the massive Rasengan spheres smashed directly into the Nine-Tails' face. The beast's 9 tails whipped around, forming a shield to block Naruto's relentless assault. Minato was astounded. Naruto hadn't just mastered the Rasengan. He had also learned Jiraiya's Sage techniques and combined them so brilliantly. As Minato reeled from surprise, he noticed 2 more Naruto clones off to the side, forming spheres of their own. Are those Rasengans? Wait, no, that's a new transformation of the Rasengan. This kid, he's even improving jutsu on his own now. While Minato tried to process this, Naruto's battle had reached its peak. The barrage of massive Rasengans hammered the Nine-Tails to the ground, sending up waves of golden energy that soared over a dozen meters high. Now the Nine-Tails was truly enraged. How many years had it been since he'd taken a beating like this? Naruto, you're the one underestimating me. Rare. With a piercing roar, the Nine-Tails sprang apart, swatting away every shadow clone and Rasengan, scattering them to nothing. But Naruto had already prepared another technique. Looking at the furious beast, he couldn't help but marvel. Kurama, you're just as fierce as you were back then. After all, in his previous life, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the first time Naruto and the Nine-Tails achieved full beast transformation, Kurama had swept his Golden Tail and sent 8-tailed beast bombs flying with a single strike. Kurama, I'm coming. Naruto gripped his wind style, Raisen Shuriken, and charged straight ahead. One more time, Kurama. A low, powerful whirring filled the air as the Raisen Shuriken spun rapidly in Naruto's hand. Kurama bared his fangs, growling, "Don't underestimate me." With that, all 9 of his massive tails lashed out, one after another. Naruto let out a cold snort and hurled a kunai. As it sailed past Kurama's body, another tail came crashing down, and in that instant, Naruto vanished in a flash. There was a sharp sound as Naruto disappeared from sight, leaving Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, wide-eyed in shock. That's... The very next moment, Naruto reappeared behind Kurama, kunai in hand. Spinning around, he shouted, "Wind style, Raisen Shuriken." With a piercing whistle, the Raisen Shuriken struck home and exploded into a massive sphere of slicing wind, pinning Kurama down and spinning with tremendous force. Kurama's face was almost flattened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This power! When did this kid get so strong? Pressing the surging wind-style sphere forward with all his might, Naruto roared, "Get back inside." With a thunderous crash, the sphere detonated and morphed into a blade of wind, blasting Kurama backward at breakneck speed and sending him hurtling deep into the sealed gate. Meanwhile, the real Naruto, seated cross-legged outside, felt the situation improve a little. Kurama's chakra had been forced back, and the 3 tails he had manifested shrank down to just 1. The dark chakra began to fade away. Orochimaru, observing all this, felt a wave of relief and smiled knowingly. It seemed that on Naruto's side, there was real progress. Kurama's massive body carved a long path across the water surface, sending a towering wave surging skyward. He landed sprawled out, limbs and tails alike splayed wide, the force of the Raisen Shuriken having blasted his tails apart, 4 on the left, 5 on the right. Minato swallowed hard, staring at Naruto in utter shock. He had even mastered the flying Raijin, and that last move, so smooth, so precise. It really reminded him of himself in his prime. Truly, this was his remarkable son. For now, the fact that Naruto had undone Kurama's seal without hesitation pushed all other concerns from Minato's mind. All right, next up, tug of war, Naruto declared, clapping his fists together and pouring his own chakra into the mix. Immediately, a faint chakra avatar of himself materialized behind him, a manifestation of his own will. If Kurama refused to cooperate, yet Naruto needed the fox's chakra, what could he do? Just like in his previous life, he'd have to beat Kurama into submission first, seize the chakra, and worry about winning him over later. That was how he'd done it before. After all, Naruto approached one of the Nine-Tails' tails. The shadowy figure of Naruto, behind him, stepped forward, grabbing hold of the beast's tail with both hands. As Naruto pulled back, a large chunk of the Nine-Tails' blue chakra was yanked out by the shadowy Naruto. Minato Namikaze was stunned. In that moment, he finally understood why Naruto had insisted on fully unlocking the seal. So this was it. His own son was trying to extract the Nine-Tails chakra to use for himself. Impressive. This kid's progressing even faster than I imagined, Minato thought. Not only has he kept his heart uncorrupted, but he's jumped straight into training with the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Minato moved to Naruto's side, looking warily at the Nine-Tails. Naruto, while it's weak, pull a chakra out, he urged. Naruto gritted his teeth and nodded. I know. Minato could only stand by anxiously. Back when he was alive, he'd heard Kushina talk about using the Nine-Tails chakra. Kushina had said that seizing the beast's chakra was like a tug of war. The stronger puller wins, and whoever wins gets to use the chakra. He hadn't fully understood her words at the time, but seeing Naruto now, it all made sense. Hang in there, Naruto! Minato cheered from the sidelines, lending his support. The Nine-Tails rose unsteadily, glaring at Naruto, who was outrageously pulling at its chakra. Anger flared in its eyes, but there was a touch of disdain too. And so, as Naruto tugged at the chakra, the Nine-Tails began to unleash its hatred upon him. Red-black chakra seeped from its tail, racing along the blue chakra strand that the shadowy Naruto had pulled, slithering like a serpent, and swiftly wrapping itself around the shadowy Naruto until he was completely engulfed. Then a low, sorrowful voice of hatred echoed in Naruto's ears. I hate you. I'm in so much pain. I want to kill you. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but instead of resisting, he chose to open his mind and let the hatred flood in. Instantly, he felt as though he'd fallen into hell itself, surrounded by countless floating demonic heads, wailing and howling endlessly at his ears. If only that guy wasn't there. If only he didn't exist, the voices wailed. Clutching his head and gasping for breath, Naruto cried out, that damn Nine-Tails! On the chakra tether, the shadowy Naruto began to drift out from Naruto's body, dragged away by the Nine-Tails' malevolent chakra, getting farther and farther from Naruto's true self. Minato, alarmed, shouted from the side, this is bad. Naruto, snap out of it. Don't give in. The Nine-Tails, seeing this, sneered with cold mockery. Good thing I never trusted you completely. Oomph. The future you can't even control my power, and you talk of making deals with me? Minato gazed at the beast in shock. From its words, he realized that Naruto must have tried to negotiate with the Nine-Tails before, and, judging by the tone, whatever they discussed was no trivial matter. Naruto crouched low to the ground, struggling to steady his sage chakra under the disruptive influence of Kurama. The orange markings at the corners of his eyes faded away. He let out a cold snort, casting a defiant glance at the Nine-Tails. Don't get too cocky just yet, Kurama. Minato crouched beside Naruto, concern etched across his face. Are you all right, Naruto? Maybe I should close the seal instead. Gritting his teeth, Naruto waved his father off. No, Dad, leave me be, really. Trust me, just wait a little longer, and Mom will show up. Minato's eyes widened in shock as he straightened. Staring at his son, a sudden realization struck him, and he asked in disbelief, Naruto, you're not doing this on purpose, are you? Naruto lifted his head with difficulty. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he managed to smile. Yeah, if I don't do this, how else is Mom's chakra supposed to come out? Kurama watched the father and son muttering to each other, clearly not understanding what they were plotting. He spoke up, his voice booming. Save your strength, Naruto, fourth Hokage. You're only a tiny fragment of the hatred festering inside me. My chakra is steeped in endless resentment built over countless years. How could a brat like you possibly withstand it? Naruto gasped for breath, allowing the Nine-Tails' malevolent chakra to pour in. In a daze, he felt himself transported back to his childhood. That's right, disappear. No one will ever accept you. Little Naruto stood there, all alone, surrounded by a crowd of cold, indifferent faces. Their mouths kept repeating the same cruel chant. Disappear, 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 disappear. Clutching his head, Naruto let out a furious roar. Enough. Shut up. Minato's face drained of color. He shouted urgently, Naruto, hold on. But one of Naruto's eyes had already turned completely red, corrupted by darkness. Disappear. All of you. Just disappear, he bellowed, his mind overtaken as he gave in completely. Just then, a gentle voice broke through the chaos. No, it's okay to stay right here. Naruto's furrowed brow relaxed, the storm within him settling as he opened his eyes. Before him stood a kind woman with vibrant red hair pinned back by a hair clip, dressed in a green apron. She gazed at him tenderly and called his name. Naruto. As Naruto recognized who stood before him, tears welled up in his eyes and spilled down his cheeks. At last, he'd finally met his mother. Kushina looked at him, her smile bright. Naruto, take a guess. Who am I? Mom. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto threw himself into Kushina's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Kushina was caught off guard by how quickly Naruto had recognized her. Kushina gently wrapped Naruto in her arms, softly stroking his. back as she spoke tenderly. There, don't cry. You must have been through so much, haven't you? It's all right, don't cry now. The moment these comforting words escaped her lips, Naruto's tears burst forth like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. There's nothing in the world like a mother's love. A child with a mother is truly precious. At this moment, nestled in Kushina's embrace, Naruto wept bitterly, as if pouring out every last bit of sorrow he had locked away in his heart. Mom, I missed you so much. Naruto clung tightly to Kushina, while she continued to gently soothe him, her voice barely above a whisper. Since his rebirth, Naruto had been under enormous pressure. Not only did he have to endure the misunderstandings and complaints of those around him, but he also had to grapple with the burdens within his own soul. In truth, he was afraid. He feared that even after being given a second chance at life, the outcome might not truly change. That's why he had pushed himself relentlessly, seeking more and more strength, striving to become stronger. Because whenever he paused, whenever his mind wandered, he couldn't help but wonder, if he failed again this time, what would become of everything? Whenever these thoughts crept in, memories of loved ones and friends lost in his previous life would surge back, haunting him. Many nights, Naruto would jolt awake from nightmares, his heart pounding. Now, enveloped in his mother's embrace, he felt a profound sense of peace, a gentle caress soothing his wounded spirit. Kushina placed both hands firmly on Naruto's shoulders, then leaned her forehead against his, her palms caressing his cheeks as she wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Her voice was full of tender concern. All right, that's enough now. Look at you, so grown up, yet crying just like a little kid. With Kushina carefully wiping away his tears, Naruto's emotions gradually settled, though he still sobbed quietly. Kushina herself was moved by Naruto's feelings. After all, this was her first time seeing her son all grown up. But as a mother, she steeled herself. Her own tears did not fall, though they shimmered in her eyes. Taking a moment to compose herself, Kushina comforted Naruto and then said, Naruto, wait here for just a moment. I need to deal with Kurama first, then we'll talk some more. With that, Kushina's chakra surged outward. In the sealed realm, Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, slowly pushed himself up. With a roar, 7 chains erupted from his chest, darting forward at lightning speed to bind Kurama. In an instant, the 9 tails was tightly and securely restrained, unable to move an inch. The chains anchored Kurama firmly to the ground, leaving him utterly immobilized. Struggling to lift his head, Kurama glared at Naruto, gritting his teeth and growled, This chakra, it's Kushina's, isn't it? Minato looked at Naruto in astonishment and delight. This kid had really managed to draw out Kushina's chakra. Oh, that's how it is. Everything had been orchestrated by Naruto all along. But how did this kid know I had infused Kushina's chakra into the sealing formula? No, I have to go in and take a look myself. With that, Minato placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and in a swift motion, he slipped right into Naruto's inner world. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife and son sitting together on the ground, chatting happily. Kushina was still laughing, saying, You're only the second man to ever praise my red hair. Naruto feigned surprise and asked, Is that so? Then who was the first? Stepping forward with pride, Minato declared, It was your old man, me. Naruto turned his head, astonished. You can come in here too? The moment Kushina spotted Minato, her face lit up with joy. She leapt to her feet and threw herself into his arms. Minato. As he gently stroked Kushina's red hair, Minato looked at Naruto with a smile and said, I designed all the sealing formulas myself, and I was the one who infused your mother's chakra. Entering your soul space is a piece of cake for me. Kushina gazed at Minato, unable to contain herself, and gave him a kiss, saying happily, Minato, I've missed you so much. Minato glanced at Naruto, a little embarrassed. Our kid is still here, you know. Naruto, off to the side, was completely exasperated. Come on, you two. Can you stop flaunting your affection in front of me for once? Because Minato had died from the Reaper Death Seal, his soul never reached the Pure Land. Even though Kushina had passed away as well, she hadn't seen Minato all these years. That's why she was so thrilled to see him now. Hearing her husband's reminder, Kushina stuck out her tongue playfully at Minato, then turned to look at Naruto, only to see her son's disgruntled face. Kushina walked over, concern in her voice. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto huffed. Mom, you saw me and didn't even give me a kiss. Kushina let out a gentle laugh, moved closer, and kissed Naruto on the cheek. She smiled. There, now mommy's giving you a kiss too. Satisfied, Naruto shook his head, pouting. Nope, I want one more than dad. Minato gave an awkward chuckle. This kid's even jealous of his own dad. Kushina smiled indulgently. All right, Mommy will give you one more. She leaned in and kissed Naruto on the other cheek. Only then did Naruto beam contentedly. That's more like it. Watching the scene before him, Minato's heart overflowed with joy, and for a brief moment, tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. Seeing the smiles on Kushina and Naruto's faces, he felt a deep sense of happiness. If only their whole family could live together in Konoha. How wonderful that would be. He may be the Hokage, but he's also a man, a father, and a husband. To say he isn't saddened, that would be a lie. Naruto, do you hate your father? Kushina and Naruto, caught mid-laughter, froze for a moment and turned to look at Minato in unison. Minato spoke with a hint of self-mockery. Because of me, the Nine Tails was sealed inside you. I made you bear the fate of being a Jinchuriki, and you lost both your parents. You missed out on a complete childhood. As Minato spoke, Kushina clung to Naruto's arm, stroking him with guilt and tenderness, as if trying to feel all the changes in him over the years. Her son, whom she carried for 10 months, a piece of her own flesh and blood. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had grown up so much. She wondered if he had been eating well all these years, whether he was mischievous at school, if he had ever been bullied by classmates, how he looked after himself when he was ill, and so many other things. Kushina had countless questions she wanted to ask, but faced with the grown child before her, she didn't even know where to begin as a mother. In the end, all that remained was a love laced deeply with guilt. Trying to offer comfort to Naruto, or perhaps to ease Minato's heart, Kushina spoke gently. Naruto, your father never meant for any of this to happen. Back then, it was just... Understand? Naruto interrupted. Minato looked at him in astonishment. Naruto gazed at both his parents and said, I know how much you both loved me. Given the situation, then, sealing the Nine Tails inside me wasn't just to make me Konoha's hero. It was also to prevent that mysterious masked man from unleashing chaos on the Shinobi world in the future. Hearing Naruto so accurately articulate his intentions from back then, Minato felt a bittersweet pride, relieved to be understood, but guilt-ridden that his son was so mature and had never blamed him. In truth, Minato almost wished Naruto would yell and vent at him instead. Naruto went on, and Dad, you thought of everything for me. Not only did you leave the key to the Nine-Tails seal, but you also placed your own chakra inside the 8 trigrams. Seal to stop me from losing control. You even infused Mom's chakra into the seal so that, one day, I could master the Nine-Tails power. I've seen and felt all of this. Looking at his parents, Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with tears. I don't regret being this vessel, because before I ever carried this burden, I was already filled with your love. Having served as Hokage, Naruto understood his father's choices even more deeply than in his previous life. Kushina's tears flowed freely as she threw her arms around Naruto, holding him close. My child, your father, and I have let you down. Oh, my poor baby. Kushina could no longer hold back her emotions. All the love she felt for Naruto, all the sorrow and regret she'd buried deep within, poured out at once. Her son was just too understanding. Rather than blame her or Minato, he had chosen to support and forgive them. This filled her heart with an overwhelming urge to make it up to him. Naruto closed his eyes, his shoulders trembling as he wept, silent tears streaming down his face. Minato wiped away his own tears, stepped forward, and pulled both Kushina and Naruto into his arms. For the first time in this life, their little family was truly together, able to share a real embrace. A long while passed before they finally let go of each other. Kushina dabbed at the tears in the corners of her eyes, then took Naruto's hand and asked gently, Naruto, how have you been all these years? Naruto scratched his head and replied, well, I guess I managed. Minato, eager to know more, encouraged them, come, let's sit down together and talk. And so, the three of them sat down on the ground. Minato looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, could you tell your father what your childhood was like? In truth, Minato wanted to know, did the villagers treat his son like a hero, as he had hoped? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Dad, do you really want to know? No one knows a son's heart better than his mother. Sensing the subtle change in Naruto's mood, Kushina pressed him. Yes, Naruto, tell us. I want to hear it too. Naruto frowned and looked between Kushina and Minato. Honestly, it wasn't very good. To tell the truth, my childhood was pretty rough. Kushina's brow furrowed in surprise. Rough? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I remember when I was about 3 or 4, I was already living on my own. Most of the time, I didn't have enough to eat and I was often hungry. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Not enough to eat. You went hungry? Minato quickly asked. Didn't the third Hokage take care of you? Naruto answered. Grandpa Third always looked after me. He gave me almost all my living expenses. But I was little and didn't really know how to manage money. And after you died, Dad, Grandpa Third had to become Hokage again, so he was really busy and didn't have much time for me. Besides, Kushina was already growing upset. Seeing Naruto hesitate, she pressed him further. Besides what? Tell us. Startled by his mother's sudden intensity, Naruto blurted out. Besides, the people in the village. They all look down on me. They call me the Demon Fox, treated me like a monster. So hardly anyone wanted to play with me, even if I tried to buy their friendship with candy. By the end of the month, I'd usually run out of money and go hungry again. Kushina listened, and her heart broke. She was left speechless, devastated by her son's words. Naruto spoke about being discriminated against. As someone who had also been a Jinchuriki, she could completely relate to his feelings. When she was a child, she too had come to the Hidden Leaf Village as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and, at that time, she was relatively well cared for. After all, Lady Mito Uzumaki was the wife of the first Hokage, the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, and the teacher of the third Hokage. Before she arrived, Lady Mito had personally summoned her, comforted her, and even made a special request to the village elders on her behalf, an intervention of great significance. Yet even so, Kushina still suffered her share of bullying in the Leaf Village. Now, looking at her own son, listening to Naruto speak so lightly about it, as if it was no big deal, she could only imagine how things truly were, surely far worse than she could ever envision. He must have been completely ostracized. Just think, a 3- or 4-year-old child, spending his own money to buy candy just to win over a friend, hoping someone would play with him. How lonely must he have felt? Minato hurriedly asked. What about the third Hokage? Didn't he tell the village about your heroic deeds? Didn't he let people know you were my son? Minato felt a deep pain in his heart. This was nothing like what he had expected. At the very least, he thought Naruto, as his son, would have been treated kindly by the village and its people. After all, he had given his life for the village, and Naruto should have been honored as the child of a martyr. Kushina, anger flaring, replied, would he dare? The Nine-Tails is such a taboo. If word had spread, how many enemies would come after him? Besides, to the village elders, Naruto was probably seen as nothing more than a weapon. At this point, Kushina was nearly shouting, her voice breaking with tears. Minato was at a loss, falling into silence. He truly hadn't imagined that his own son would suffer so much in the Hidden Leaf. Naruto tried to comfort his mother, saying, It's all right, Mom. Don't cry. Those days are behind me now, aren't they? Look at me, I'm doing just fine. Besides, it was only when I was little that things were tough. After I graduated from a ninja academy, I worked hard and gradually gained people's recognition. I made many friends, and even because of certain events, I became a hero of the village and earned the friendship of other ninja villages. Kushina wiped her tears, looking at Naruto, and said, You make it sound so easy, but it still hurts your mother's heart. Sure, you're grown up now, and can stand on your own, so I'm not worried about that. But when I think of how small you were, bullied with no parents to protect you, Her voice broke, and she couldn't help but cry again. As she wept, Kushina suddenly turned to Minato at her side, her anger surging. She gave him a firm smack. I told you not to sacrifice yourself. I told you to stay alive. But you just wouldn't listen. Minato looked at Kushina, aggrieved, and said, Dear, you can't blame me for this. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Kushina was so furious that her hair seemed to dance wildly in the air. Naruto quickly stepped aside. In his previous life, he had heard from his father, Minato, that his mother had a nickname, the Crimson Hot-Blooded Pepper. Whenever she flew into a rage, her hair would always rise and flutter. Minato was so startled that he jumped to his feet, trying to appease her. Honey, don't be mad, all right? After all, it's all in the past now. Kushina gritted her teeth and spat. The past? Is it enough for you, Lord Hokage, to just say it's over? That old third Hokage. Sooner or later, I'm going to settle the score with him. What a joke of a Hidden Leaf Village. When the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, not a single timely rescue. Wasn't it all because Lady Mito Uzumaki and the first and second Hokage were gone, and no one cared anymore? Damn it, being a Jinchuriki myself wasn't enough. My own son ended up as Konoha's Jinchuriki too, and even you, my husband, died in the line of duty as Hokage. Our whole family gave everything for the leaf, and what did we get in return? My son had such a miserable childhood. He was shunned by everyone in the village, called a demon fox. Minato looked at his furious wife and hurriedly tried to placate her with a forced smile. Maybe the third Hokage had his own difficulties. Besides, Naruto was able to attend school like a normal kid, which means the village still took care of him, just maybe not as well as they should have. Kushina, trembling with rage, retorted, Isn't that the bare minimum? Both of us died fighting for the village, and, as our child, shouldn't Naruto have at least been treated as the son of heroes? Even if the third Hokage was busy, even if he wanted to hide Naruto's identity, couldn't he at least ask someone from the Sarutobi clan to find a nanny for him? Instead, he just left my boy to fend for himself, tossed him some money, and considered it done. In her heart, Kushina thought, thankfully her son was naturally bright and optimistic. Otherwise, at such a young age, to be so isolated, with no friends, no parents, and no one to guide him. If he had been someone else, he might have turned bitter and lost his way long ago. Kushina pointed at Minato and snapped, Minato, search your conscience and tell me, what have I gained from marrying you? My family's gone. I was powerless to help. I bore a child and died soon after, and then my son was made a Jinchuriki by you, nearly heading down a dark path, almost losing himself entirely. Faced with his wife's bitter complaints, Minato dared not utter a single word in protest. Kushina let out a cold laugh. The third Hokage. He really was a masterful Hokage, wasn't he? Minato wanted to defend him, but in the end, he had to admit that the third Hokage's actions left even him feeling dissatisfied. Kushina's resentment was only natural. After all, Minato may have been the fourth Hokage in name, but in reality, the third still pulled the strings behind the scenes. Take the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, for example. At the time, Minato had wanted to help Kushina and had tried to persuade Konoha's higher-ups to send aid. After all, the Uzumaki clan was an ally of the Leaf. However, at that time, the Hidden Leaf was also embroiled in war. The Uzumaki clan was beset on all sides by the four great nations. After weighing the situation, the third Hokage hesitated to send troops, opting instead for a strategy of delay. In the end, the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, with only a handful of survivors managing to escape. There were also certain matters that Minato himself had reservations about. For example, Orochimaru. Regarding the case of Orochimaru, the third Hokage bore undeniable responsibility. Back then, while Orochimaru was conducting his experiments, villagers in the surrounding area began to disappear without reason. As an elite jonin and head of village security at the time, Minato's subordinates reported these incidents to him. Upon investigation, Minato discovered they were linked to Lord Orochimaru. If even Minato's subordinates could uncover this, there was no way the third Hokage, whose own A&B reported directly to him, would not have known. Yet the third wavered, torn between the bonds of master and student and the regret of losing a prodigy like Orochimaru. He hesitated and failed to act in time. When the truth finally came to light and the third was forced to lead a team to deal with the aftermath himself, even then, at the crucial moment, he couldn't bring himself to sever ties. Orochimaru was allowed to escape. Jiraiya-sensei had once discussed this privately over drinks with Minato, saying the old man shouldn't have gone soft back then. At the very least, he should have stopped Orochimaru and locked him away. Seeing his father being so thoroughly chastised by his mother, Naruto couldn't help but feel, deep down, a faint sense of solace. After all, as a child, he had never understood why he was ostracized. He had always tried to be kind to everyone. Why, then, did people treat him with such suspicion and hatred? His mother wasn't wrong. If he hadn't met Iruka-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, and later Hinata, he might very well have gone down a darker path, perhaps even joined Sasuke in seeking vengeance against the Leaf. As for the third Hokage, Naruto had complicated feelings. There was resentment, yes, but not much. After all, it was the third who raised him who gave him money to live on. Though he hadn't cared for Naruto well, he had still acted as a guardian. Naruto stepped forward and took his mother Kushina's hand. Mom, it's all in the past. I'll let go of those old grievances. After everything I've experienced, I can understand now why Dad and Grandpa Third made the choices they did. Still, you're right, Grandpa Third wasn't the most capable. But deep down, he wasn't a bad person. He devoted himself to the village, right up until the very end. Minato looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto, are you saying the third is dead? Kushina frowned. That can't be. I haven't seen him at all in the Pure Land. Naruto replied. Grandpa Third was killed by Orochimaru. He used the Reaper Death Seal, just like Dad did. That's why, Mom, you haven't seen him in the Pure Land. It makes sense. Minato Namikaze hurriedly asked. When did this happen? Naruto replied. It was during the Chunin exams in the 12th year after you and Mom passed away. The third Hokage was gone. Naruto had grown up, and everything had changed. Yet, it all felt as if it had happened just yesterday, as though nothing had changed at all. Minato was filled with emotion. He was, after all, a man of a bygone era. Naruto looked at his parents and said, The current Hokage is Lady Tsunade. Konoha is stable and prosperous now. Minato's face lit up at Naruto's words. Is that so? By the way, how is Master Jiraiya these days? Naruto answered. Master Jiraiya has spent these years traveling the world. He returns to the village from time to time, and lately, he's been staying by Lady Tsunade's side. Kushina sighed with a hint of regret. Master Jiraiya is incredibly powerful. It's such a pity he never became Hokage. Minato smiled and said, Sensei's nature is too carefree. Becoming Hokage was never his goal in life. Kushina stared at Naruto and questioned him sternly. Naruto, be honest with your mother. Did you pick up any bad habits from Master Jiraiya? Naruto hesitated for a moment. Master Jiraiya was great in every way, except he was always pestering Naruto to use the sexy jutsu, transforming into a beautiful woman to inspire him. That was definitely not something he could tell his mom. She'd have his hide for sure. Naruto forced a sheepish laugh. No, not at all. When I followed Master Jiraiya, it was all about training. He taught me so much, the Rasengan, the summoning jutsu, and more. They're all thanks to him. Minato added warmly, Naruto, I see you've also mastered the Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku and my Flying Thunder God technique. Was that Master Jiraiya's teaching as well? Naruto nodded, trying to sound confident. Yes. Master Jiraiya taught me everything. Kushina looked at Naruto and beamed with pride. Really? My son's so amazing now. He's even learned Sage Jutsu and your dad's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato praised him. You should have seen it. Just now, Naruto fought outside against the Nine Tails. His ninjutsu was flawless, every move so smooth. At this point, Naruto's at least at the level of an elite jonin. Kushina stroked Naruto's cheek, her voice full of pride. Of course. Just look at who gave birth to you. My son was always destined for greatness. Naruto, showered with praise, scratched his head in happiness. All his life, he'd longed for recognition, working tirelessly and setting his sights on becoming Hokage. Now, his parents' approval meant more to him than anything in the world. Oh, right, Naruto, there's something I'd like to ask you, Minato said, looking intently at his son. Naruto glanced at his father, puzzled. What is it, Dad? Minato looked at Naruto, completely puzzled, and said, Back outside, I didn't get a chance to ask. You said you tore off the Nine-Tails seal yourself. And it seems you already knew that I had secretly embedded your mother's chakra into your seal. You even deliberately let down your mental defenses, allowing the Nine-Tails hatred to invade your heart, which triggered your mother's chakra. Am I right about all this? As Minato finished, Kushina stared at Naruto in disbelief. How could that be? How could Naruto possibly know all this in advance? The fact that you added my chakra to his seal. Only you and I knew about it. Kushina was absolutely right. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi and his ANBU guards were present when the Nine-Tails was sealed, the subtle details Minato had woven into the sealing jutsu were known only to him and Kushina. For example, if the eighth tail of the Nine-Tails ever manifested, Minato's own chakra would appear, or that Kushina's chakra was hidden away, set to emerge if Naruto ever lost control, all to help him master the Nine-Tails' power more effectively. Yet now, it seemed Naruto knew everything in advance, and that left Minato utterly astonished. Naruto took a deep breath and looked at his parents. Yes, I know everything, right down to the details. I even understand how to control the Nine-Tails chakra and how to fully transform into a tailed beast. I know it all. Seeing the determination in Naruto's eyes, Kushina covered her mouth in shock. How can this be? Minato furrowed his brows at his son, finding it harder and harder to see through the boy standing before him. Naruto took another deep breath. I know you're both confused, and probably dying to ask me how I know all of this. Minato and Kushina fixed their eyes on Naruto, waiting for his explanation. Naruto smiled gently. Actually, what I'm about to tell you is even more unbelievable. You might not even want to believe it. He looked into their eyes, his tone turning serious. The truth is, I am Naruto who has traveled back from the future. In the future, I've already become companions with the Nine-Tails. I become a perfect Jinchuriki. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Naruto went on. If things follow the path I remember, the fourth great ninja war will break out before long. And the one who sets the war in motion, you might find this impossible to believe, Dad, is none other than your own student, Uchiha Obito. Minato was stunned. That can't be. Didn't Obito die in the battle at Canopy Bridge? Naruto shook his head and said, No, Obito was only buried under rocks. After that, he was rescued by Uchiha Madara, then fell into Madara's trap. He witnessed Rin's death with his own eyes, which completely changed him. He turned to darkness and joined Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. Oh, and Dad, when I was born, the one who attacked you and Mom and unleashed the Nine-Tails, that was Obito. Minato and Kushina were both stunned on the spot as they heard this revelation. Minato clenched his fists, his voice trembling. How could it be? How could it be Obito? As his teacher, Minato's heart ached deeply. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were all his students, and he had always believed in Obito's potential. He even thought Obito could one day become Hokage. He had always assumed the masked man who attacked him was someone like Uchiha Madara, but never imagined it was actually his own student, Obito. Kushina, equally shocked, said, "I can't believe it. That cheerful boy, how could—" Minato looked at Naruto seriously and questioned, "Do you have any proof?" Naruto thought back to the fourth great ninja war of his previous life, and to the moment when Obito became the Jinchuriki by forming hand seals, and his father used the flying Raijin to teleport to him. "Dad, do you remember when you fought the masked man? You left your flying Raijin mark on him, right?" Minato's whole body jolted. Naruto was right. Such a closely guarded secret, and yet Naruto could describe it so precisely. If Naruto claimed to have come from another timeline, perhaps it was true after all. Why did Obito start the fourth great ninja war? Kushina, now caught up in Naruto's story, asked anxiously. Naruto recalled what had happened and began. "It's a long story. Back then, in order to attack the Hidden Leaf, Hidden Mist abducted Rin and implanted the three tails inside her, planning that if she returned, the beast would break free and plunge the leaf into chaos. The Mist's A and BU purposely let Rin escape, only for Kakashi to catch up and try to protect her. But Rin, not wanting the village to suffer, chose to die by Kakashi's. Chidori. Obito saw the whole thing with his own eyes. That's when he turned to darkness, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and gained Kamui. Minato and Kushina both nodded. They had still been alive when this happened, and remembered how Kakashi withdrew into himself afterward. Minato, wanting to help him recover, had even assigned Kakashi to secretly watch over Kushina, hoping that the presence of new life might help him heal. Naruto went on, "Actually, all of this was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. On one hand, he wanted Obito to feel true hatred and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. On the other, he wanted Obito to see the world's hypocrisy and the fragility of life, so he would join him in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan." Kushina pressed further. "What exactly is the Eye of the Moon plan?" Naruto frowned. "How should I put this, Mom? Basically, it's the greatest Jinjutsu ever. In Uchiha Madara's view, it means using infinite Tsukuyomi, that is, casting the Rinne Sharingan's reflection onto the surface of the moon, and then using divine, tree world rebirth to entangle everyone who falls into the dream. This way, all people will be trapped in beautiful dreams, breaking the chains of fate and freeing them from suffering, pain, and emptiness." Kushina was shocked. "There's actually a Jinjutsu like that?" Minato furrowed his brow, thinking aloud. "But in reality, that's probably not the whole story, is it, Naruto?" Naruto nodded. He couldn't help but admire his father's keen intellect. "You're right, Dad. That's not the full truth. Uchiha Madara saw a prophecy on his clan's stone tablet using the Mangekyo Sharingan, but that tablet had actually been tampered with. The one who did it was Black Zetsu, or to be precise, he should be considered the third brother of the Sage of Six Paths." Kushina stroked her son's cheek, listening as if she were hearing an ancient legend. "Naruto, just what did your future self go through? Even the Sage of Six Paths appears in your story." Naruto gave a wry smile. "It's pretty wild, isn't it, Mom? Feels just like a myth, doesn't it?" Kushina nodded in agreement. Minato gestured for Naruto to continue. Naruto went on, "The reason Black Zetsu altered the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths was to resurrect his own mother, Kage Otsutsuki, mother of the Sage of Six Paths. I know you might think it's strange, Mom. There's nothing wrong with wanting to bring your mother back to life, right?" Kushina nodded again. Naruto continued. "Actually, Kage was sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother, Hamura, because at that time, Kage tried to use the divine tree to drain all the energy from the planet, including humanity itself, so the divine tree would bloom and bear the chakra fruit. As for her purpose, I'll explain that to you both another time. What you need to remember is that Kage, the Sage of Six Paths, his brother Hamura, and even Black Zetsu are all aliens. They came to our world to steal its life energy, and that's also why I ended up traveling back here. Anyway, moving on, Kage's actions deeply angered the Sage of Six Paths and his brother Hamura, because the sage had created the Shinobi world and brought great benefits to humanity. So, the two brothers joined forces and sealed Kage on the moon. Kushina, still a bit stunned, exclaimed, "So, the stories the elders used to tell when I was a child were all true. The moon really was created by the Sage of Six Paths to seal away something terrifying." Naruto nodded and said, "The Uzumaki and Senju clans are distant relatives. Both descend from the Sage of Six Paths, and some of the legends within our clans do have their origins." As for Black Zetsu, he is actually the manifestation of Kage, Otsutsuki's will. His sole purpose has always been to resurrect her. So he spent ages sowing discord between the Sage of Six Paths' two sons, Indra and Azura. Because of this, Indra and Azura kept reincarnating, their fates constantly entwined due to Black Zetsu's interference. This cycle continued until Black Zetsu encountered Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, who became the incarnations of Indra and Azura in their era. Madara Uchiha eventually fulfilled the prophecy written on the stone tablet and became convinced that what he read, there was the true path to a better future for the ninja world. In reality, it was all a deception. Black Zetsu had altered the tablet to manipulate Madara for the purpose of reviving Kage. Minato nodded, as if suddenly understanding so many puzzling events from his time as Hokage. He looked at Naruto and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, Madara must have chosen Obito as his agent because he himself was unable to act for some reason." Naruto beamed with admiration. "Dad, you really are a genius. Your deductive skills are incredible." "That's exactly right." With Black Zetsu's help, Madara awakened the Rinnegan, summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and created the White Zetsu army. But by then, he was far too old and could no longer act on his own. So, after grooming Obito, Madara took his own life. On one hand, it allowed Obito to better carry out Madara's plan. On the other, it put Obito in a position to watch over Nagato and eventually use the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Madara, thus setting the moon's eye plan in motion. Kushina listened, utterly absorbed as if hearing an epic myth, and couldn't help but ask, "And then? What happened next?" Naruto replied, "After that, Obito led an army of White Zetsu and launched a full-scale war. At the same time, a ninja named Kabuto, he was originally one of Orochimaru's apprentices, used a forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, to resurrect countless fallen shinobi and add them to the battlefield. Fortunately, the ninja world united. We formed the allied shinobi forces, fought together, and won victory after victory. When the final battle arrived, Madara became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Sasuke and I turned out to be the reincarnations of Indra and Azura in this era, and each of us gained the Sage of Six Paths power, Sasuke with Yin, me with Yang. Oh, and in the end, I managed to bring Obito back to his senses, and he helped me defeat Madara. Sadly, Black Zetsu then took control of Madara, resurrected Kage, and in the struggle, Obito gave his life to save me from her. In the end, though, Sasuke and I succeeded in sealing Kage away, bringing the Fourth Great Ninja War to a close. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki both let out a long, relieved sigh. I never expected that so much would happen in the ninja world of the future. Kushina looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, you said you traveled back from the future, but why did your future self come back here?" Hearing his mother's question, Naruto felt a heaviness in his heart as he replied, "It's because the Tsukuyomi clan, the ones I told you about, the aliens, came here again, wanting to steal this planet's energy. I led the entire ninja world against them, but we couldn't win. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths left behind a secret plan. My son, Boruto, used the sacred tool, the plow, to send me back in time so I could change the history of the ninja world." Within Naruto's words, Kushina caught something that delighted her, and she quickly asked, "Naruto, did you just say that your future self has a son? Ha ha, come on, tell your mom. Who's the bride?" Minato Namikaze was also full of joy. It seemed that Naruto's future was a blissful one. Not only did he become Hokage, but he also got married and had children. As parents, nothing brings greater happiness than seeing your children start their own families and flourish. Naruto scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, "It's the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. She's like me since we were kids, but I was a bit dense." According to the original timeline, it wasn't until I was about 20 that I finally realized and officially got together with Hinata. Thinking about it, Naruto grinned and added, "Mom, Dad, I not only have a son named Boruto, but also a daughter named Himawari. She's as beautiful as you, Mom." Kushina laughed in delight. "Really? So you have one of each, a boy and a girl?" "Ah-ha-ha." Minato watched Kushina, who was so happy she almost started bouncing, and said with a smile, "Look at how happy you are." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. If only Boruto and Himawari could meet their grandparents, they'd be overjoyed. Judging by how thrilled his mom was, she'd definitely spoil them endlessly. The family was savoring their happiness when Kushina suddenly frowned and said, "It seems that happy moments always pass by too quickly." Naruto and Minato exchanged a look, both understanding the reason. Kushina took a deep breath, gazed at Naruto, and said, "Naruto, I'm running out of strength to suppress the Nine Tails chakra. so you'll have to hurry. Naruto took a deep breath. As much as he wished this moment could last forever, he knew he had to move forward. The path ahead still needed to be walked with courage. All right, I understand. Minato looked at Naruto with pride. His child had truly become a ninja who could stand on his own. In fact, from what Naruto said, his future self had already surpassed all previous Hokage. Naruto gathered his resolve. His consciousness slowly withdrew from this spiritual world, returning to the place of the seal. Naruto slowly lifted his head and opened his eyes. Thinking about meeting his father and mother, a genuine, blissful smile appeared on his face. Kurama looked at Naruto and growled with resentment. "Brat, what are you smiling about?" Naruto glanced at Kurama, his tone cheerful. "I just remembered something that makes me happy." As he spoke, Naruto stood up. Under Kurama's astonished gaze, Naruto began, "All right, Kurama, the act ends here." With a focused mind, Naruto suddenly forced Kurama's hateful chakra out of his body in a swift surge, replacing it with chains of blue chakra formed from his own energy. Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "Impossible! My hatred should have devoured you by now. Even with Kushina's chakra suppressing it, there's no way you could cast off all that hatred in an instant." Naruto flashed a mischievous grin, his hands moving swiftly through hand signs. "I told you, I'm from the future. I've turned even deeper hatred than yours into understanding. Don't worry, Kurama, one day, I'll win you over with love too. But before that, I'm afraid I have to use a little brute force. Let's get started." With that, Naruto unleashed a jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu, massive multi-shadow clone technique. Kurama frowned in surprise. Again with this trick, Naruto chuckled, and hundreds of shadow clones appeared, each taking up their roles and launching into battle. Some of the clones started forming Raisengans. Super multi-Raisengan barrage, they called, then leapt into the air. Kurama gritted his teeth. "This move again. Brat, don't underestimate me." Furious, Kurama lifted a paw and grabbed at the chains binding him, using all his strength. With a resounding snap, two of the chains broke apart. Within Naruto's spirit, Minato Namikaze watched as his son seemed to be losing ground and turned to Kushina. "Honey." Kushina frowned. As expected of Kurama, he really is powerful, still able to break the sealing chains. But I'm not so easily defeated. With that, Kushina focused her will, tightening the chain around Kurama's leg. Off balance, Kurama was yanked down to the ground. A perfect chance. In midair, the shadow clones' eyes all took on an orange hue. The sign of Sage Mode awakened once more. The Raisengans in their hands grew larger and larger. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Multi-Raisengan. Kurama, slumped on the ground, stared at the approaching barrage of enormous Raisengans, his eyes nearly bulging out of his head. At last, he understood what Naruto had always meant when he said, "If you don't behave, I'll feed you some Raisengans." This kid, he's really bullying me to the limit. No sooner had Kurama finished his thought than the Ultra Big Ball Multi-Raisengans came crashing down on him, one after another, bang, 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 like fireworks exploding in rapid succession. The attacks slammed continuously into the Ninetales, forcing it to stagger backward again and again. Meanwhile, another group of shadow clones rushed over to the swirling blue chakra stream. Working together as if in a tug-of-war, they started pulling the Ninetales chakra away from its massive form. Kushina cheered for Naruto, her voice brimming with delight. "Naruto, you can do it. Just a little more." Minato Namikaze, watching his son struggle, wanted nothing more than to step in and help. But he held himself back because he chose to trust his son. After all, if Naruto had said that his future self had already conquered the Ninetales, then as someone who had returned with a second chance, he should have no trouble accomplishing the same. Hearing his mother's encouragement, Naruto's confidence soared. "I know. Here I go," he called back energetically. A sharp, whirring sound filled the air, slicing through the space with incredible speed. The wind style, Raisen Shuriken, made its return, and with the help of his shadow clones, Naruto unleashed the technique with both hands. Each hand held a swirling Raisen Shuriken as he charged straight toward the Ninetales. Bruised and battered from the barrage of massive orbs, the Ninetales barely managed to open its eyes, only to see Naruto bearing down on it. "Kurama, let's keep this party going," Naruto shouted. With a swift, coordinated motion, he hurled both Raisen Shuriken, one after the other. They struck the Ninetales dead on, exploding. In a brilliant flash, twin wind spheres erupted, spinning and slicing relentlessly into the beast, driving it back step by step. With a tremendous roar, the two Raisen Shuriken detonated again, transforming into twin beams of wind chakra that blasted into the Ninetales' chest, pushing it backward at breakneck speed. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's shadow clones gave a final tug, pulling a chakra form shaped just like the Nine Tails itself right out of the original beast. We did it! Naruto did it! Kushina cried out in pure joy. Without thinking, she dashed over to Minato and threw herself into his arms, her legs wrapping around his waist as she laughed gleefully. Naruto had succeeded in extracting the Nine Tails chakra. The fiery, orange energy surged into his spiritual form, enveloping him. In that moment, the Nine Tails chakra mode awakened. The golden form of Naruto was born. Feeling the change in his body, Naruto clenched his fists. Sure enough, that familiar, comforting warmth poured endlessly into his heart. The Nine Tails, now stripped of its chakra, appeared gaunt and withered, its body having shrunk considerably. Trembling, it struggled to its feet, glaring at Naruto, who had just transformed into Golden Naruto using its stolen chakra. The beast's eyes bulged with fury, its anger threatening to erupt. Naruto! 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 You really pushed me too far. Aowa! The Nine Tails' roars echoed again and again, its rage escalating. Suddenly, it threw its jaws wide open, gathering energy as it began to form a tailed beast bomb. Minato Namikaze exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected that even after such a massive amount of chakra was drawn out, the Nine Tails still possesses such overwhelming power. As he reflected on this, a sense of urgency crept in, and Minato glanced anxiously at Kushina. The unspoken message was clear. With power like this, if the 8-trigram seal isn't properly closed, Naruto could be in real danger. Kushina, sensing the power within Naruto's seal, offered a gentle smile and reassured him, don't worry. There's an incredibly strong sealing force inside Naruto's body. True to her words, Naruto turned to face the Nine Tails and gave a slight smile. Take it easy, Kurama. As he spoke, he pressed his left hand against his navel, right where the seal was located, and began to manipulate the seal. In an instant, one after another, massive crimson torii gates appeared out of thin air, crashing down from above, each one pinning and restraining a tail of the Nine Tails. The beast howled in pain as it was firmly suppressed. Finally, two of the largest torii gates descended, one sealing half of the Nine Tails' body, the other pressing down on its head. With that, the Nine Tails' chakra was completely sealed. The enormous tailed beast ball it had just formed shattered and dissolved in an instant. The Nine Tails stared in shock at the torii gates, pinning it down, feeling the immense power that now suppressed it. In utter disbelief, it cried out, This is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The great sealing gates slowly closed, the 8-trigram seal began to spin, and the lock clicked firmly into place. Drained and weakened, the Nine Tails could barely keep its eyes open. With great effort, it uttered a final threat. You remember this, Naruto? And with that, it closed its eyes completely. Standing outside the sealed gate, Naruto let out a heartfelt sigh and said softly, Forgive me, Kurama. Just wait a little while longer. I still have things to take care of here. With those words, he returned to the spiritual realm. Kushina looked at Naruto with pride, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto. Minato beamed with pride as well. That's my son, all right. Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, a little embarrassed. After all, in both his past and present lives, praise from his parents was a rare treasure. Just as he was basking in the moment, Kushina glanced down at her own hand and realized it was beginning to fade. With a pang in his heart, Naruto looked at his mother and asked, Is it time to say goodbye? Minato also noticed that parts of his body, like Kushina's, had started to turn transparent, a sign that their chakra was almost gone, that their time was drawing to a close. In this moment of farewell, Minato stepped up to Naruto, his voice full of remorse. I'm sorry, Naruto, for making you the vessel of the Nine Tails, for giving you the burden that your mother and I should have borne. I'm sorry I couldn't give you the perfect childhood you deserved. Between father and son, feelings are often the most reserved, yet also the most sincere. Their bond is not only of family, but also the deep, unspoken understanding between men. A father's love is like a mountain, steadfast and enduring. Naruto couldn't help but shed tears. He embraced his father, gently patting his back, and said, You don't have to apologize, Dad. In the future, as the Hokage, I completely understand your choices. I feel so fortunate to have a father who loves me and believes in me this much. And to think, you and Mom were willing to give up your lives for me. Even before I became this vessel, I was already filled with love. That's why I'm truly happy. Hearing his son's words, Minato Namikaze, the steadfast man he was, could no longer hold back his emotions. He hugged Naruto tightly, his body shaking with quiet sobs, and murmured through trembling lips, I'm sorry. Naruto, I'm so sorry. Son, your father. Kushina was deeply moved. She realized that their child had truly understood and accepted their intentions. Overcome with emotion, she threw her arms around both Naruto and Minato, tears streaming down her face as she said, Naruto, thank you for letting me be your mother. Thank you for letting Minato be your father. And thank you for coming into our lives as our child. Gradually, the images of Kushina and Minato began to fade, dissolving into shimmering points of golden light. At last, they completely departed from Naruto's spiritual realm. With his eyes still closed, Naruto felt the presence of his parents slip away. Two hot tears traced down his cheeks as he slowly let his arms fall back to his sides. He opened his eyes. Seeing his parents one last time had brought a rare peace to his reborn heart. Exiting his inner world, Naruto gathered the chakra of the Nine Tails into a massive, swirling sphere of blue energy. He placed it in a special spot within the seal, securing it with 4 shining torii gates, to be used only when he truly needed it. Then, Naruto approached the great sealing gate. Looking at the Nine Tails, who lay inside with eyes closed and snoring softly, he let out a quiet sigh. Old friend, I'm sorry. His thoughts drifted to his former life, when he and the Nine Tails had no choice but to unleash their ultimate form, the heavy particle mode, to withstand the merciless onslaught of Jigen. Because of that, the Nine Tails had sacrificed itself. Now, gazing at the weakened, sleeping fox within the seal, Naruto placed a firm hand on his stomach and declared with renewed determination, This time, Kurama, it's my turn to protect you. With that, Naruto turned and left. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Orochimaru, who had been watching Naruto's condition closely, finally let out a sigh of relief. It had been a nerve-wracking ordeal. Naruto had come perilously close to releasing all 4 tails. Thankfully, in the end, nothing disastrous happened, and the cloak of chakra faded away, returning him to his normal self. Conan observed Naruto's state with uncertainty and asked, So, did it work? Orochimaru, though knowledgeable about tailed beasts, was unfamiliar with the exact process of mastering their chakra. He frowned and replied, It seems so. As long as he didn't lose control, that's a good sign. There's hope. Just then, Naruto opened his eyes. Then he stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled at Orochimaru and Conan. Hey, senior sister Conan, Uncle Snake, sorry to have kept you waiting. Orochimaru gave a slight smile. Seeing Naruto in this state, he immediately understood he must have succeeded. Orochimaru then dispelled the shadow clone jutsu and the 4 violet flames formation. Conan hurried over, her eyes full of concern as she looked at Naruto. How do you feel? Naruto let out a cheerful laugh. Of course, everything went perfectly. Orochimaru stood up and walked over, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Naruto! By the way, could you show me what it looks like when you wield the Nine Tails chakra? Naruto glanced at Orochimaru and smiled, knowing full well it was his thirst for knowledge that made him curious about the Nine Tails chakra. With a thought, Naruto summoned the chakra, and a golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into the gleaming, golden Naruto. This is my Nine Tails chakra mode. Orochimaru circled around Naruto as if appraising a work of art, marveling what a powerful life force this chakra possesses. Conan was equally astonished. It really is formidable. It's even altered your original chakra signature, Naruto. I'll need to make a note of this, or I might misidentify you in the future. Naruto chuckled. Speaking of sensing, when I'm in Nine Tails chakra mode, my sensory abilities are incredibly sharp. What's more, I can even sense other people's malice. Orochimaru let out a sound of surprise. You mean you could detect feelings of evil and hatred? That's unlike any other sensory ability I know. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru mused aloud. So this is the power that comes from mastering the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki. Naruto added, and that's not all. Now, my chakra reserves, my speed, and the scale of the jutsu I can perform have all increased dramatically. Conan, standing to the side, asked, So, Naruto, your current strength is about? Naruto thought for a moment before replying, If we're talking pure strength, I'd say I'm at Kage level now. Orochimaru nodded, clearly in agreement. Naruto's current power was unmistakably Kage level. Conan smiled with delight. Really? That's wonderful news. Naruto withdrew from Nine Tails chakra mode and grinned. Senior sister, you seem really happy. Conan replied. You're the leader of the heavenly organization. If your strength isn't great enough, Amigakure won't be able to hold out for long, nor will peace last. Naruto nodded. That was certainly true. In this world, no. In this universe, strength is an eternal principle. The Otsutsuki clan, for instance, are powerful, and to them, humanity is as insignificant as ants. With this thought in mind, Naruto turned to Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, it's your turn to take action now. Orochimaru let out a drawn-out, "Oh." So Naruto finally needed him for something. Naruto nodded, then led Orochimaru and Konan upstairs to look for Nagato. He had to borrow something from his senior. Nagato listened to Naruto's proposal and fell into a brief silence. Konan spoke up anxiously. "No, Naruto, if you do this, what about pain? For this country, it would mean losing its spiritual leader and shield all at once. And besides," as she spoke, Konan glanced at Nagato and continued, "Naruto, you're already at Kage level, and it's only a matter of time before you surpass even that. The Rinnegan could instantly boost your strength, yes, but for Nagato, it would mean pain disappears. That's equivalent to the Akatsuki losing a Kage-level force overnight. If something ever happens to you, if you're caught up elsewhere or can't return to the Hidden Rain Village in time, then who will protect our headquarters?" Faced with her question, Naruto couldn't deny that she was right. Still, he had no choice. If he didn't become stronger, the entire shinobi world might cease to exist. And as for Nagato, he had his own considerations. Just as he was about to speak, Nagato broke in. "That's enough, Konan. Since Naruto has made up his mind, he must have his reasons. I trust him." Nagato finished and looked at Naruto. "I imagine you need the Rinnegan for something that defies fate itself. Sometimes, between men, a single glance says it all." Meeting Nagato's gaze, Naruto nodded firmly. Seeing this, Konan let out a long sigh. She understood. If even Nagato didn't object, all she could do was support them. "I'll go modify the Akatsuki uniforms," she said, tossing out the words as she turned to leave. Clearly, she didn't want to watch as Nagato lost the Rinnegan. Orochimaru smacked his lips together, as if anticipating a delicious feast. This kind of surgery, transplanting the Rinnegan, was a thrill for him. He'd never had the chance to perform such an operation before. Naruto looked at Nagato and said quietly, "Don't worry, brother. I won't let you regret this decision." Nagato smiled faintly. Under the spell of Kotoeme Tsukumi, he already saw Naruto as another Yahiko. Deep in his heart, he believed that Naruto was the hope for the shinobi world's future. If he couldn't see that future clearly with these sage eyes, then perhaps it was time to lend them to his junior and let him see it for them both. Inside a room, Naruto helped Nagato onto a surgical table. This was the place where Nagato had once created the pains. Now, Orochimaru had transformed it into a makeshift laboratory. Today, it was their operating room, because when Nagato created pain, he needed to use a lot of medical instruments. For this reason, Orochimaru simply made use of what was available, and the necessary surgical tools were more or less complete. Nagato was extremely thin, because his body had long been pierced with black rods, constantly emitting chakra outward. His body had been drained of much of its strength. The only thing truly striking about him was his pair of Rinnegan eyes. In his gaze, there was a peculiar light. "Junior brother, do you think Yahiko will ever come back to life, like Orochimaru did?" Nagato asked, his voice tinged with longing. Orochimaru, who was tidying up the surgical instruments, looked up briefly in their direction. Naruto gazed at Nagato, recalling how in his previous life, at the very last moment, Nagato had chosen to believe in him and performed the samsara of heavenly life technique. So he spoke up, "But, big brother, you already know the samsara of heavenly life technique. Why didn't you?" The underlying meaning was clear. Why hadn't Nagato chosen to revive Yahiko? Nagato sighed and replied, "Because this world filled me with despair. Even if I brought Yahiko back, the same tragedy would repeat itself. The world would remain unchanged. I could revive Yahiko once, but could I do it a second time? Besides, the price of the samsara of heavenly life technique is the caster's own life. Even if Yahiko returned, would he really forgive me for such a choice?" As he spoke, Nagato lowered his head. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully and answered in a calm voice, "What if I told you that Yahiko will return?" Nagato slowly lifted his head, his Rinnegan eyes fixed on Naruto, and asked, "Will this world really change?" Naruto smiled and nodded, his expression earnest. Nagato was deeply satisfied. He had received Naruto's firm answer, a promise. Though it might seem insubstantial to outsiders, to Nagato, it was hope. The hope for a new world. Orochimaru, having put on his surgical gloves, walked over to Naruto and said, "Naruto, please step aside. I need to remove the black rods from Nagato." Naruto moved aside and sat down on a nearby chair. Orochimaru administered anesthesia to Nagato, then began removing the black rods. Once he was done, he applied medicine to the wounds and wrapped them with gauze. As Naruto watched Orochimaru work, his gaze shifted to Nagato's legs. He asked without thinking, "Uncle Snake, if I remember correctly, you've done some research on Hashirama's cells, haven't you?" While wrapping Nagato's bandages, Orochimaru replied, Yes. Back when I was still in Konoha, I began studying Hashirama cells. At the time, it was all under the guise of official work, but in truth, I was conducting secret experiments. Most of them failed. There was only one successful subject, and Naruto, I believe you know who that is. Naruto nodded. I know, Captain Yamato, right? Orochimaru smiled, as if reminiscing about a fond memory, perhaps feeling proud of himself for having once created a remarkable work of art. Yes, that experiment back then. In the end, I gave up on it. Yamato managed to survive, all thanks to Danzo. It was he who broke into my abandoned research facility, rescued Yamato, and took him to root. Contemplating these thoughts, Naruto continued. So now, Uncle Snake, are you cultivating Hashirama cells and performing transplants? Orochimaru paused what he was doing and looked at Naruto. Are you worried that you won't be able to suppress the Rinnegan? So you want to follow Danzo's example and transplant Hashirama cells? Nagato, too, turned his gaze over with curiosity. Naruto shook his head. That's not it. Both Nagato and I belong to the Uzumaki clan. When it comes to a Rinnegan transplant, I can handle it. Besides, I'm different from everyone else. At this, Naruto didn't elaborate further. In truth, he wanted to say that he was the reincarnation of Azura, endowed with the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. For him, wielding the Rinnegan would never be a problem. So then, why are you asking about this? Orochimaru didn't dwell on why Naruto considered himself different, but instead pressed on, wanting to know Naruto's purpose for seeking a Hashirama cell transplant. Naruto pointed at Nagato's legs. I'd like you, Uncle Snake, to use Hashirama cells to cultivate 2 new legs for Brother Nagato and attach them for him. Nagato looked at Naruto, moved by the gesture. Little brother, he hadn't expected Naruto's request to be for him. Orochimaru frowned. That's rather difficult. With my current understanding of Hashirama cells, even if it's not for mastering wood release, but simply for organ transplantation, the recipient's body will likely reject the cells. In severe cases, it could lead to death. As for Yamato, he was a very special case. You must understand, just for Hashirama cell transplants, I experimented on many subjects, all with unique constitutions. And almost all of them died. Hearing this, Nagato's expression darkened. Orochimaru had tried many test subjects with special constitutions, but they all perished. In other words, even the Uzumaki clan's vitality might not guarantee survival. Naruto, brimming with confidence, reassured him, Don't worry, Uncle Snake. I know how to improve the Hashirama cells, so there won't be any rejection. Orochimaru stared at Naruto in shock, barely able to believe it. Naruto-kun, are you serious? Nagato's eyes lit up with hope as well. With a confident smile, Naruto nodded. In his previous life, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he lost his right hand while stopping Sasuke. Later, under Lady Tsunade's supervision, Shizen improved the Hashirama cells, merging them successfully with Naruto's own, and thus cultivated a new right hand for him, which was then successfully transplanted. Once Naruto became Hokage, the secret files on the Hashirama cells naturally became available to him. He had originally wanted to create one for Sasuke as well. That's why Naruto followed and monitored the project with great seriousness, and he was well aware of the key improvements made during the process. At the time, Naruto even thought about using this technology to benefit humanity, applying it in the medical field to help people with disabilities. However, due to the high costs, civilian applications were put on hold, and the research remained limited to military use. Now, with Nagato, Naruto's plan was to help him stand again, to live like a normal person, and to have him by his side as an aide. Orochimaru licked his lips, his excitement for Naruto growing ever stronger. He found himself increasingly eager to see what truths and scientific miracles this new wind, guided by Naruto, would bring. With a sly chuckle, Orochimaru returned to his work. Since joining Naruto, Orochimaru had discovered that life suddenly brimmed with meaning. There were simply too many fascinating things to explore. Nagato, too, was filled with anticipation. His legs had been destroyed in the battle with Hanzo, wrapped in explosive tags, and blown beyond repair, with even the nerves in his feet obliterated. There had been no way to heal them. Now, according to his junior's plan, he would soon receive newly transplanted feet. The thought of running alongside Naruto, chasing after a new world together, filled Nagato with happiness. After bandaging Nagato's wounds, Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you should go over there and get ready as well. I'm about to begin your surgeries. As he spoke, Orochimaru formed hand signs and performed the shadow clone jutsu, summoning 3 clones of himself to serve as assistants. Naruto, seeing this, moved to the adjacent operating table and sat down. Orochimaru took a syringe and approached Nagato, signaling for him to lie down in preparation for anesthesia. Nagato glanced at Orochimaru and said, Thank you for your help. Orochimaru inserted the needle into Nagato's shoulder, slowly pressed the plunger, and reassured him, count to 8. Staring up at the ceiling, Nagato began to count, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Before he could reach 3, his voice faded away, and he drifted into unconsciousness. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. That was fast. Orochimaru withdrew the needle and handed it to the nearby clone. He explained, it's a full anesthetic. Naturally, it works quickly. Now, it's your turn. Lie down and get ready. As he spoke, the clone beside Naruto began preparing his anesthesia. Naruto lay down, feeling the prick of the syringe as it entered his body. Soon, a familiar wave of exhaustion washed over him, each surge stronger than the last. Rolling in like the relentless tide, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. And within just a few moments, Naruto drifted off into a deep sleep. As he closed his eyes, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Nagato beside him, only to see that Orochimaru had already begun working on Nagato's Rinnegan. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed before Naruto gradually woke up. He struggled to sit up, but before long, someone came over to help him. Junior brother, how are you feeling? It was Conan's gentle voice. Almost instinctively, Naruto reached up to touch his eyes and found that both of them were tightly wrapped in bandages. Orochimaru spoke up just in time. Naruto, don't try to open your eyes just yet. The transplant was only just completed, and your flesh still needs time to fuse. Naruto nodded, then said, I'm fine, Sister Conan. I feel all right. By the way, how's Brother Nagato? A few coughs sounded from nearby, and Nagato's voice answered, I'm lying on the bed right next to yours. Naruto turned his head toward the sound and asked with a smile, How are you feeling, brother? Nagato smiled back, Not too bad. I hope that once I recover, I'll be able to see a different world through your eyes. At that moment, Conan noticed a faint smile appear at the corner of Nagato's mouth. Naruto let out a hearty laugh. Orochimaru had successfully swapped Naruto's eyes with Nagato's Rinnegan. For Nagato, this was also a kind of liberation. Ever since he was a child, Jiraiya had told him that the Rinnegan was something only sages could possess. Because of this, Nagato had carried a heavy sense of destiny from a young age. Though that fate had been forced upon him by Madara Uchiha, there was nothing he could do. Once those eyes had been implanted, his destiny was set on an extraordinary path. Now, Naruto had taken that destiny upon his own shoulders, and Nagato, with Naruto's eyes now his own, suddenly felt a great weight lifted from him, like he had finally let something go. He was no longer Pain, no longer the wielder of the Rinnegan. Who was he now? He was himself. He was Nagato. In this moment, he felt truly reborn. Naruto recovered quickly. Thanks to the Nine-Tails chakra, which was brimming with life force, his body healed at an extraordinary rate. That was the very reason Naruto always bounced back from injuries faster than anyone else. In his previous life, during the battle against Zabuza Momochi, Naruto had stabbed his own hand with a kunai to show his resolve. At the time, Kakashi had watched in astonishment as Naruto's wound closed before his very eyes at an incredible speed. Now, Orochimaru too witnessed how rapidly Naruto's injuries healed. Uncle Snake, I think I can open my eyes now, Naruto said. Orochimaru let out a thoughtful "oh." He set down his instruments, walked over to Naruto, and examined him closely. Are you sure you're ready to open your eyes? Naruto nodded and said, I'm sure. My eyes can move freely now. Nagato sighed with emotion. As expected of my junior, you recovered much faster than I ever did. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, it must be the Nine-Tails chakra inside Naruto's body. That kind of chakra is overflowing with vitality, after all. As he spoke, Orochimaru began to remove the stitches, carefully unwinding the bandages layer by layer from around Naruto's eyes. All done, Naruto. You can open your eyes now. Naruto rotated his eyeballs, then slowly opened his eyes. Orochimaru gazed at him as if beholding a priceless treasure, excitement in his voice. Pale violet pupils, 3 concentric ripples. These are the eyes of sage that seem to pierce through all the world's mysteries. Congratulations, Naruto. A smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. I owe it all to my senior. If he hadn't agreed, I would never have gained this power. Nagato returned the smile. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. These eyes entrusted me with so many responsibilities. Since I can no longer see clearly, I'll let you pursue the light of a new world in my place. Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly. You'll laugh, but the first time I saw the Rinnegan was when I went up against Pain. I tried every trick I knew to get those eyes, but in the end, I was thoroughly defeated by Pain under Nagato's control. Nagato let out a low chuckle, acknowledging the memory. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and continued, to be honest, when I was transplanting the eyes for you both just now, holding the Rinnegan in my hands, I almost ran off with them. Naruto made a sound of surprise, then asked curiously, "Then Uncle Snake, why didn't you?" Orochimaru sighed, turned away to tidy up the surgical instruments, and replied as he worked, "The old me always wanted to be the wind that turned the windmill. But after meeting you, Naruto, I've come to appreciate the joy of waiting for the wind. Besides, the world is unpredictable, and I'm deeply curious about how things will end between you and Sasuke. So, I've decided to stay here and patiently wait for the wind you will stir up." Naruto gave a knowing smile. "Don't worry, Uncle Snake. I'll show you a brand new world of truth." Hearing Naruto's confident words and Orochimaru's heartfelt loyalty, Nagato felt a newfound peace within. Trusting his junior's decision seemed wiser than ever. As they chatted, Conan entered the room holding a change of clothes. "Hey, Naruto." About to greet him, Conan caught sight of the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes and found herself momentarily taken aback. Naruto, surprised, asked, "What's wrong, Sister Conan?" Shounen snapped out her daze and shook her head. "It's nothing. It's just that this is the first time I've seen you with the Rinnegan. It doesn't quite suit you. Right now, you seem a bit colder, as if you've lost that warm, big brotherly feeling you used to have." Nagato smiled and said, "So just swapping out my eyes makes that much of a difference? In that case, if I've transplanted your eyes, does that mean I'll turn into a warm big brother too?" Shounen shot Nagato a glare, then handed the clothes in her hands to Naruto. "Now that your eyes are better, take a look. This is the Akatsuki uniform I remade according to your requests. What do you think?" Naruto took the clothes and examined the design. He nodded in approval. It was great, blue skies and white clouds. This was exactly what the Akatsuki's uniform should be. "Excellent. Senior Shounen, you're so thoughtful. A real expert. One look, and it's obvious. I'm very satisfied." Shounen blushed in Naruto's praise. "All right, I'll make this the final version. I'll use waterproof material for the outer layer, and I'll start making them in your sizes." Naruto nodded and added, "That works. I have a suggestion. Why not make dozens more in common sizes, just in case?" Shounen looked up at Naruto. Such large-scale uniform production clearly meant the team was about to expand, and these extra uniforms would be for newcomers. Naruto met Shounen's gaze and said, "You're exactly right, Senior Shounen. What if one day I'm away from the Hidden Rain village and something happens, and someone attacks? That would be trouble. So, our team needs to keep growing. I don't just want to be strong myself. I want to lead this team to become strong together. Someday, we'll truly stand above the ninja world." "I'm exhausted." Samui rolled her neck and then pressed it with her hand. She glanced back at her two companions. "Hey, can't you two walk a little faster?" Karui complained. "It's all Omoi's fault. He's been dawdling the whole way, mumbling about who knows what." As she spoke, Karui marched over, grabbed Omoi by the ear, and dragged him forward. "Hey, didn't you hear, Samui? We're almost at Konoha. What are you dragging your feet for? And what have you been muttering about this whole time?" Omoi brushed Karui's hand away and said, "I was thinking about Lord Raikage crying when we left the village. What if when we get back, the village is turned all damp and misty, just like the hidden mist? What'll we do then?" Karui looked at Omoi like he was an idiot. "Seriously, are you stupid? For tears to make a whole lake, do you know how much crying that would take?" Omoi retorted dismissively. "But we're talking about Lord Raikage here. If someone really had that kind of power, crying enough to fill a lake would be a piece of cake. Who knows? It might even become an ocean, and the whole village could be flooded. I can't even swim. What would I do then?" As Omoi finished speaking, his face was filled with melancholy. Karui snapped impatiently. "Ugh, you're so noisy. Your ideas are completely absurd and exhausting. Just listening to you makes me tired." Omoi retorted once more, unconcerned. "Samui always says her chest is heavy and her shoulders ache. I can understand that. But Karui, your chest is even flatter than mine. I really..." As he spoke, Omoi gestured with his hands as if measuring. Before he could finish, Karui, her face blazing with anger, lashed out with a spinning kick and sent Omoi flying. "You idiot! You know nothing. This kind of elegant figure is called natural beauty." Omoi was knocked 5 or 6 meters away, landed flat on his back, and clutched his stomach, groaning, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing this, Samui walked over, her steps slow and deliberate, and said, "Hey, you two, don't waste time on the mission. We're almost at Konoha. Let's keep moving." Karui snorted and glanced at Samui's figure, her eyes filled with a mix of envy and resentment. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to hide her own insecurity. Omoi climbed up from the ground, muttering resentfully, "Even telling the truth gets me." But as he caught sight of Karui's murderous glare, he wisely decided to keep quiet. In the Leaf Village, inside the Hokage's office, Samui looked at Tsunade, then reached into her chest and pulled out a confidential document. "This is a letter from our Raikage, addressed to the Hokage." Shizen stepped forward to accept the letter and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade tore it open and began to read. her eyes scanning swiftly over the contents. After a few minutes, she set the letter down, closed her eyes in thought, and furrowed her brow. Sammy kept her expression neutral as she addressed Tsunade. Hokage, the Reikage hopes that after reading this letter, you'll be able to reply, so we can return to the hidden cloud and report back. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade replied, I understand the Reikage stance. I will attend, and Konoha will also send out pursuit Shinobi once more. I hope the hidden cloud can give us some time. Sammy nodded. Very well. Then I will convey your message to the Reikage. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just as she turned to go, Tsunade spoke up. Wait a moment. Sammy turned back. Is there anything else, Lady Hokage? Tsunade smiled. You three have come a long way, but we haven't shown you any hospitality yet. At the very least, share a meal with us and spend a night. Here before you go. Karui frowned and said, Your Uchiha Sasuke from the Leaf Village captured our master. We still don't know if he's alive or dead. How could we possibly eat in peace? Omoi nodded in agreement. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of their master falling into Akatsuki's hands. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture he was enduring. The pain in his heart was so overwhelming that he actually burst into tears. Wah! Our master, he's suffering so much. That brat Uchiha burned him to a crisp with black flames. Karui smacked him and snapped. Can you stop bawling all the time? What's wrong with you? Are you cursing our master to death? Samui turned to Tsunade and said, Lady Hokage, as you can see, it's not just the two of them. Everyone in the Hidden Cloud takes this matter very seriously. Especially Lord Reikage, because Lord Killer Bee is his most beloved younger brother. With that, Samui bowed respectfully to Tsunade. I'm sorry, Lady Hokage. We'll have to postpone our tour of the Leaf Village for now. Then Samui turned and left. Tsunade watched the Hidden Cloud delegation walk away and let out a long sigh. Shizune frowned and asked, Is this about Sasuke? Tsunade stood up and nodded. Yes, it's just one thing after another. Naruto's situation isn't even resolved yet, and now we have Sasuke's mess to deal with. She paused, then said to Shizune, Go find Kakashi and tell him to come to my office for a meeting tonight. After giving this order, Tsunade picked up the Reikage's letter and left. Shizune replied, No problem. By the way, Lady Tsunade, where are you going? Without turning her head, Tsunade called back. To find that old fool. Shizune froze for a moment, then couldn't help but giggle. Oh my, what a delightful bit of gossip this is. TSK. Who would have thought the Leaf Village had such towering mountains and majestic scenery? It's truly mesmerizing. Night had fallen over the Leaf Village, and the moon hung above the treetops. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, the bustling commercial street was filled with people coming and going. At the end of the street, just outside the wall of famous bathhouse, by the women's bath, Jiraiya was crouched at the edge, peering eagerly through a small hole he had painstakingly drilled. Inside, steam curled through the air, and the bath was filled with laughter and chatter. Most of the young women were wrapped in towels, soaking in the hot springs and playfully splashing each other. This bathhouse was especially popular with the younger crowd, so it was full of beautiful girls. Every now and then, as the girls horsed around, a towel would slip, and with the heavy mist swirling in the air, it gave everything a dreamy, half-hidden allure. It was this haze, this tantalizing mystery, that made Jiraiya's heart race, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. In moments like this, it was no wonder he'd earned the title of the pervy sage. Jiraiya wiped the drool from his mouth, sighing with admiration. That was absolutely spectacular. What a pity, though. What's the pity? A sudden voice broke the silence. Jiraiya, so engrossed in his thoughts, didn't even notice and replied instinctively, It's a pity that none of them have blossomed yet. They're all too pure, not mature enough, lacking in. As he spoke, the writer in Jiraiya pondered over the right words. Lacking in what? The voice asked again. Jiraiya stroked his chin, savoring the thought. They lack Tsunade's charm and allure. I still prefer Tsunade's, well, big and fair. Hith. As he said this, Jiraiya let out a foolish, love-struck chuckle. Oh, really? Let me take a look inside. Jiraiya was having none of it. He waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go dig your own hole. Don't. Wait, something was off. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? The next second, Jiraiya turned around. That glance nearly scared his soul right out of his body. Tsunade was smiling sweetly at him, her voice soft as silk. What are you doing here? Her tone was so gentle. It was the kind of gentleness that could make a man wish he were dead. Jiraiya swallowed hard, panic in his eyes, and tried to get to his feet, stammering, I'm gathering inspiration for my novel. That's all he. Although Tsunade was leaning forward at that moment, offering a rare sight he usually couldn't enjoy, Jiraiya had no time for appreciation. If he didn't run now, he might not live to regret it. For a split second, He even regretted not having learned the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade let out a knowing "oh" and straightened up, tilting her head as she looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed her hands slowly clenching into fists, and he could clearly hear the crackling of her knuckles. If there was ever time to run, it was now. "Excuse me." With that, Jiraiya yanked up his pants and took off. Too bad Tsunade wasn't one to let things slide. After all, she was the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya may have been strong, but after that battle with Pain, his combat abilities had dropped by a solid 40%. The result? He couldn't avoid a thorough thrashing at Tsunade's hands. Hokage's office. "Lord Jiraiya, what happened to your face?" Kakashi asked with concern. Jiraiya, his face black and blue, could only swallow his bitterness. He glanced at Tsunade, then answered sheepishly, "It's nothing. The streetlights in Konoha aren't very bright. I just didn't see where I was going and took a tumble." Took a tumble? Kakashi looked from the stern, arms crossed Tsunade to the battered Jiraiya. He'd never believed that any street, no matter how dark, could put one of the legendary Sannin in such a state. Shizen stifled a giggle, then hurried off to the medical room to fetch some ointment for the swelling and medicine for Lord Jiraiya. "All right, let's not worry about him for now, Kakashi. Let's start the meeting and talk about Sasuke." Tsunade spoke, turning her gaze to Kakashi. "The Reikage has already submitted a document to me earlier today. You just finished reading it too. What are your thoughts?" Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "I hope, Lady Hokage, that you can do your best to communicate with the Reikage. After all, Sasuke is the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade nodded slightly. During her time in office, she had never sent any ninja to pursue Sasuke, precisely because the Senju and Uchiha were the very founders of Konoha. And with Itachi gone, Sasuke was the only bloodline the Uchiha clan had left. For Konoha, his existence carried immense significance. He symbolized the village's wholeness. If Sasuke were to die, the Uchiha would vanish completely. It was much like the Senju clan now, with only herself remaining. Once she grew old or perished in battle, what would become of Konoha then? Would it still be Konoha? So, even setting aside Naruto's and Kakashi's personal feelings, Tsunade also wanted to protect Sasuke. Even if it meant keeping him inside the village as a kind of mascot, it was better than letting him die outside. Tsunade let out a sigh. "I understand. I'll do my best to negotiate with the Reikage. By the way, during my absence at the meeting, I'm leaving the village in your hands." Kakashi looked a bit surprised. "I don't need to go, but Lady Hokage, your bodyguard." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya. "Originally, I planned to take you with me, but on second thought, it's better for you to stay here. As for protection, I'll just have Jiraiya go with me." Jiraiya made a startled sound. "You want me to go?" Tsunade's brows drew together. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that?" Recalling the punch that had landed on him like a sandbag only moments ago, Jiraiya blanched. "No, no problem at all." Just then, Shizen pushed open the door, walked over to Jiraiya, and said, "Lord Jiraiya, let me tend to your injuries." Jiraiya managed a wry smile. "Sorry to trouble you." Tsunade frowned slightly, then turned to Kakashi. "You may go for now. And one more thing. While I'm away, you have full authority over the Umbu assigned to the Hokage. Keep an eye on Danzo for me." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and quietly withdrew. Tsunade came up to Shizen, accepted the cotton swab from her, and said, "Thank you, Shizen. You've worked hard. You may go too." Shizen let out a soft, "Okay," scooped up Taunt the pig, and tiptoed out, making sure to close the door behind her. Dipping the cotton swab in iodine, Tsunade gently dabbed at Jiraiya's swollen, red face. Each touch made Jiraiya wince and draw a sharp breath. "What's this? Do you have a complaint?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shivered head to toe. "And no complaints at all." As Tsunade applied the medicine, her gaze grew a little wistful, and a teasing smile played at her lips. "Is that thing really so irresistible?" Breathing in the gentle fragrance from Tsunade and seeing the grand dining hall just a few steps away, Jiraiya did his best to keep his gaze steady and not let his eyes wander. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, it's all right, I won't do it again next time." Tsunade paused her movements and snapped. "Next time?" Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hands. No, there won't be a next time." He thought Tsunade was about to hit him again. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, back by the wall, "What you said, was it true?" Jiraiya glanced up, puzzled. "What did I say?" A faint blush crept up Tsunade's ears as she mumbled. "You said, 'What would I have without you?'" Jiraiya thought for a moment, then gave an uneasy smile and said, "Sorry, I was just joking. Please don't be mad." Tsunade glared at him. "Just joking? So you mean I'm nothing, is that it?" Jiraiya frantically shook his hands. No, I didn't mean it that way. I just..." In the midst of his explanation, Jiraiya suddenly fell silent. In that moment, his eyes went wide, his pupils shrank, his gaze sharpened, and shock was written all over his face. Standing before him, Tsunade bent down, rested one hand on his shoulder, and turned her head away to avoid his eyes. Her ears burned crimson, and a soft blush colored her cheeks. "You've got 1 minute to gather whatever material you need," she murmured. At the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and Shizune and said, "While I'm away, I'll be counting on you both." Kakashi bowed his head respectfully. "Lady Tsunade, you can rest assured." Shizune looked worried. "Lady Tsunade, are you sure you don't need me to go with you?" For so many years, Shizune had always been by Tsunade's side, scarcely leaving her even for a moment whenever they traveled. Now, Tsunade was going to attend the 5 Kage summit without her, and Shizune couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, she'd been the one taking care of Lady Tsunade's daily needs for years. Tsunade smiled. "It's all right. This time, stay in the village and assist Kakashi." Shizune glanced over at Lord Jiraiya, standing beside her, then nodded. "All right. Well, this is where we part, then," Tsunade said, turning to leave. Jiraiya was still in a daze until Tsunade walked past him and gave him a kick, snapping him out of it. "Ah, you're leaving already?" he blurted out. Tsunade frowned. "What else do you expect? By the way, you've been out of sorts since early this morning. What's on your mind?" As they walked side by side, Tsunade's question brought a vivid memory to Jiraiya's mind. The scene from last night in the Hokage's office. That image lingered, refusing to fade. Especially that glimpse of cherry blossom pink. Looking at Tsunade, Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration. How had she and Dan fallen in love back then, anyway? And what exactly had Dan been thinking at the time? You have to understand, as the best-selling author of Make Out Paradise, Jiraiya had certainly done his fair share of research in that area. Catching a glimpse of that delicate flush, the color of cherry blossoms, was proof enough. Tsunade was still untouched. Ha 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 ha. Recalling Tsunade's attitude toward him the previous night, Jiraiya suddenly felt that life was brimming with hope. It hadn't been easy. After all these years, he had finally endured to the end. Tsunade noticed the secret grin on Jiraiya's face and frowned. "What are you giggling about over there by yourself?" Jiraiya tilted his head, scratched at his hair, and chuckled. "I just remembered something from last night that made me happy." Just from the look on his face, Tsunade already guessed what he was thinking, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She strode forward with long, determined steps, deliberately ignoring Jiraiya. Shouldering his luggage, Jiraiya hurried to catch up, half jogging and grumbling. "Hey, we were having a nice chat. Why'd you suddenly speed up? Wait up. I'm still carrying all this baggage. Could you show a little sympathy for the physically disadvantaged?" Meanwhile, in the root headquarters of Konoha, inside a secret chamber, Sai, Aburame Torian, and Yamanaka Fu were kneeling on one knee. Not far in front of them, Danzo sat upright, his single eye tightly shut. "So, you're saying Tsunade and Jiraiya have already left the village?" Danzo asked. Yamanaka Fu looked at Danzo and replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo. Lady Hokage and Master Jiraiya left Konoha about half an hour ago. They're on their way to the 5 Kage summit." Upon hearing the words 5 Kage summit, Danzo's only left hand unconsciously tightened around his staff. The 5 Kage summit. That should have been his place at the table. But because of that damn Naruto, not only had he lost Shirsue's eye, but his right arm had been severed as well. That right arm had 10 Sharingan embedded in it. 10 Sharingan. Enough to unleash the forbidden Izanagi technique 10 times. A power that could defy the heavens. Thinking of this, Danzo's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Years of effort, his dream of the Hokage's seat, all gone. The frustration inside made his face as dark as a thundercloud, almost as if it would start to rain. He opened his soul eye and looked down at Sai, asking, "I sent you to track Naruto's whereabouts. What have you found?" Sai bowed his head and reported, "According to our information, after leaving Konoha, Naruto seems to have joined the Akatsuki. There are even rumors that he's become their leader, and that he fought alongside Pain against the rogue ninja Sasuke." Danzo frowned slightly. He couldn't make sense of it all, unable to see through Naruto's motives. Stealing his right eye and arm, he could understand. That as a quest for power. But joining Akatsuki and becoming one of Pain's followers, what kind of scheme was that? What was Naruto really after? Was it revenge against Konoha? Danzo thought it was quite possible. After all, when Naruto was a child, he endured countless discrimination within the village. If he had turned to darkness, it would be understandable. Thinking this way, even Naruto's attack on him started to make sense. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death in Konoha. He had to take action as well. Sai, you may go. Remember, keep tracking Naruto's whereabouts and any news about him. Sai nodded. Yes, sir. With that, he turned and left. Once I was gone, Danzo spoke up. Fu Torian, come with me. We're heading out. After leaving Root, Sai walked through the streets of Konoha. Sunlight fell softly on his shoulders, yet his heart felt heavy. Naruto, what are you doing right now? He wondered. And you, who were so determined to become Hokage, so relentless in your quest to bring Sasuke back, why would you betray the village and run away? A wave of sadness washed over Sai. As someone molded by root into a machine for killing, emotion had always been a foreign concept to him. It was Naruto's influence, again and again, that allowed him to recall the time he'd spent with his brother Shin, to rediscover what it meant to feel. From that, the idea of defying orders and helping Naruto bring Sasuke back was born. But now, the very person who had taught him to feel had become his adversary. The thought left Sai bewildered. He wanted to see Naruto, to ask him why. Cure. Under Nagato's guidance, Naruto had completely mastered the Rinnegan. Watching Naruto skillfully wield the Deva Path, Shinra Tensei, and Bansho Tenon, along with the Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, Naraka Path, and Azura Path, Nagato was deeply gratified. Orochimaru, wearing a sly, satisfied grin, gazed at Naruto. This was perfection itself. Naruto now possessed the Rinnegan, Sage Mode, Nine-Tails Mode, and the Space-Time Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Such a combination. Back in the day, if Orochimaru had ever dreamed of having such abilities, he would have woken up laughing. Konan was overjoyed as well. With Naruto's current strength, he was now at a level beyond even Kage. That meant, if he wished, he could elevate the status of Cure to rival any of the 5 great shinobi nations. After all, just Naruto alone was now enough to sweep aside any shinobi village in the world. Naruto, having finished his training, returned to the high platform where everyone was gathered. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Naruto chuckled. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Why are you all looking at me like that? Nagato, leaning on his staff, replied, We're all just happy for you. Naruto burst out laughing, then turned to Nagato and said, Don't worry, big brother. Orochimaru and I will make sure you can walk the world freely again very soon. Saying this, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and took a scroll from his pocket. On it were the key breakthroughs he had written down regarding the fusion of Hashirama cells. Orochimaru met Naruto's gaze, then unfurled the scroll and glanced over it. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder those earlier experiments always ended in rejection. Hearing Orochimaru's excited tone, Nagato immediately realized there was hope for his legs after all. Closing the scroll, Orochimaru said, Naruto, I may need to leave for a few days. There are some things I need to retrieve. Naruto nodded. You're heading to your lab to pick up some things, aren't you? Orochimaru nodded in return. Yes, I'll have to search around a bit. To be honest, I'm not sure which of my labs still exist, but don't worry, I have plenty stashed away. I'm sure I can find what I need. No problem. Just be careful on the road, Naruto replied. Seeing how much Naruto trusted him, so much so that he didn't even worry about him running away, Orochimaru felt his fondness for Naruto deepen a little more. For a fleeting moment, Orochimaru was reminded of Jiraiya, that old fool who had always trusted him like this. Take care out there, Naruto added. As he spoke, Naruto grabbed Orochimaru's hand, pulled up his sleeve, and marked it with the symbol of the sword of shinobi love. Orochimaru gave a wry smile. Naruto, is this because you're worried I'll run off? He'd just been praising Naruto, and now this. Talk about a quick turnaround. Naruto laughed. Don't get the wrong idea, Uncle Snake. This is for your own safety. If you run into real trouble, something you absolutely can't shake off, just channel your chakra into that mark. I'll sense it, and within a few seconds, I'll be there. Besides, if you really wanted to get rid of the mark, you'd find a way, wouldn't you? Orochimaru chuckled. That was true enough. He could always swap curses and revive himself. Not even the Reaper could hold back a slippery snake like him. And now, with the Flying Thunder God technique. With that, Orochimaru let his sleeve fall and took his leave. Konan looked at Naruto. What do we do next? Naruto thought for a moment. First, let's preserve Brother Yahiko's body. I'll need it later. Nagato glanced at Naruto, and Naruto smiled back. Yes, just as you're thinking. Konan covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that Yahiko was really coming back? Konan, Nagato, hold out your hands, Naruto said. He gave both Nagato and Konan the same mark, then explained, I've already set up a space-time barrier around this tower. It's a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, and its range is limited. It'll only protect this building. The imposter Uchiha Madara's space-time markers are now completely useless here. Still, he can sneak into Cure if he wants. Konan looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, just now you said that Masked Man isn't the legendary Uchiha Madara? Naruto realized that, at this point, Konan and Nagato still assumed Tobi was Uchiha Madara. He chuckled and said, No, that's not it. Madara, has long been dead. That masked man is just the spokesperson Madara chose. To tell the truth, my relationship with him is quite tangled. Nagato asked in surprise, you know him? Naruto gave a wry smile and nodded. Know him? That's putting it mildly. If you really try to sort out the relationships, it's a complete mess. Obito was his father's student, which technically made Obito his senior apprentice brother. But Kakashi was Naruto's homeroom teacher, and Obito was Kakashi's classmate. So from that angle, Obito was like a senior uncle to Naruto. And here's where it gets even crazier. Naruto himself was Jiraiya's last disciple, which put him on the same level as his own father, Minato. They were fellow disciples. Minato, in turn, was Obito's teacher, so by that calculation, Naruto was Obito's senior uncle. And it wasn't just Naruto. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko all fit into this convoluted web too. Thinking of all this, Naruto looked at Nagato with a hint of frustration, thinking, if I hadn't been reincarnated, you'd be just like Obito, a traitor who turned against his mentors and ancestors. Nagato, noticing Naruto's gaze, asked in confusion, what is it, junior brother? Naruto waved his hand and said, let's not get hung up on the identity of that masked man. When there's time, I'll tell you the whole story in detail. Nagato nodded. Though I no longer have the Rinnegan, I can still use the Rain Tiger Will technique. Konan chimed in. My dance of the Shikigami can swiftly cover the entire village once the rain stops. Naruto pondered. All these abilities are known to that masked man. If he really shows up and you sense something's wrong, just activate the seal and I'll return right away. Konan and Nagato nodded in agreement. All right, that's all I need to explain for now. Oh, by the way, Konan, you and Nagato can start looking for promising young talent in the village. Pick a few for us to train as reserve members for the 10 organization. I'll be heading out for a while. It might be several days before I'm back. Konan nodded. All right. As soon as you mentioned making uniforms, I had a feeling this was coming. Naruto grinned, looking at the brand new 10 organization uniforms they all wore. He felt quite satisfied. The 10 organization's story had begun. After making arrangements with Konan and Nagato, Naruto got ready to set off. His first stop would be a meeting with Obito. Thinking of the flying Thunder God seal his father had placed on Obito, Naruto allowed himself a small smile. He began forming hand seals, searching for the mark. Found it. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up, and he instantly teleported away using the flying Thunder God technique. At the secret base of the White Zetsu army, Obito was standing together with Kabuto. So, this is your secret weapon? Kabuto gazed at the endless army of White Zetsu before him, a look of longing in his eyes. Obito's cold voice came from behind his mask. Over the years, we've created a total of 100,000 White Zetsu soldiers. They're the trump card for the coming war. Kabuto pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said, is that so? In that case, I suppose I should show a bit of sincerity as well. Obito frowned, asking, and what exactly can you do? A wicked smile curled on Kabuto's lips. I can use a certain person's abilities to help you enhance these White Zetsu, making them far more formidable in battle. Obito made a non-committal sound, still skeptical of what Kabuto could actually do. Hearing the doubt in Obito's voice, Kabuto continued. Yamato from Konoha can use would release perfectly. I can help you capture him, and then use his body to strengthen these White Zetsu. Obito mulled over the proposal. It was indeed a tempting idea. He himself, possessing half of Hashirama's cells, was able to use would release, but to enhance. Such a massive army of White Zetsu required deep knowledge of Hashirama's cells, something even he lacked. From this perspective, Kabuto's value was undeniable. Watching Obito's reaction, Kabuto let out a cold chuckle. Moreover, through the impure world reincarnation, I can provide you with an army of powerful warriors, many of them renowned ninja from ages past, each a force to be reckoned with. Among them, there are even former members of the Akatsuki, like Itachi Uchiha. Honestly, I must say, I have quite the eye for Sasuke Uchiha's body as well. Obito's brow tightened. He distinctly remembered keeping Itachi's corpse in his own possession. When had Kabuto managed this? And just like Orochimaru, this man seemed to have an unhealthy interest in Sasuke. Aren't you being a little too greedy? Obito snapped, his voice sharp. Kabuto smirked, his tone playful. Greedy am I? With that, Kabuto formed a series of hand signs and summoned a coffin. Let me show you something interesting. As he finished speaking, the coffin lid slid open. Obito's body stiffened and he clenched his teeth. Kabuto stood beside the coffin, smiling slyly at Obito. A snake has a keen sense of smell, able to detect the slightest changes in its surroundings. It took me considerable effort to summon this one. What's more, building on Lord Orochimaru's previous research and my own years of study, this body has been reincarnated in a nearly perfect prime state. Surely, This will be a tremendous asset to both our plans. So, given all this, don't you think it's time you were a bit more honest with me? Kabuto's piercing gaze bore into him, and Obito's chest heaved. He'd been outmaneuvered. Lying in the coffin was none other than Madara Uchiha. Kabuto had managed to summon him as well. This meant every corpse Obito had hidden had likely been found by Kabuto. The man was infuriating. Obito let out a cold laugh. Fine, I can open my resources to you. And you're right, I am not Madara Uchiha. I'm his successor. This entire plan was masterminded by him. As he spoke, Obito removed his mask, revealing his true face to Kabuto. My real name is Uchiha Obito. Kabuto watched as Obito took off his mask and revealed his true identity. With the information he had at hand, many things became instantly clear to him. It seems that you and I are the same kind of people, both searching for our true selves along our own paths. Obito put his mask back on and said, since you believe we are on the same side, then let's make this partnership official. The Akatsuki, as it was today, was nothing like before. Its members had been decimated, leaving the organization a shadow of its former self. That was precisely why Obito had taken the initiative to approach Kabuto for an alliance. He now desperately needed a powerful ally. Otherwise, with his current strength, capturing the 8 tails and 9 tails would be extremely difficult. What's more, Naruto had already discovered his true identity, making it impossible to carry out many of his covert plans. For instance, look at Kabuto, who had already uncovered that he was not Uchiha Madara at all. For Kabuto, Obito seeking him out was both a surprise and a delight. Ever since he had acquired Madara's corpse and successfully summoned it, he no longer feared the masked man. So, all along, he was just an imposter. Therefore, Kabuto had also wanted to meet the man behind the mask to discuss the possibility of working together. After all, Kabuto had gathered a vast number of corpses for Edo Tensei, all in preparation to stir up chaos in the ninja world. On one hand, Kabuto wanted to prove that he had surpassed Orochimaru. On the other, he was eager to see the ninja world plunged into turmoil and mutual slaughter for a ninja who thrived. In darkness like him, nothing could be better. Besides, he still desired Sasuke's body to continue the research Orochimaru had left unfinished. War meant death, and for someone like Kabuto, a collector of SSS rank cards, nothing could be more ideal. Kabuto looked at Obito and asked, since we're going to work together, I'd like to know, what's the current situation with the Rinnegan? According to the information Kabuto had gathered, Pain seemed to have left the Akatsuki. Even more absurdly, Naruto had apparently joined forces with Pain and formed a new group, Heaven. The world was, in Kabuto's eyes, growing ever more chaotic and interesting. Obito frowned. I'll take care of it. I'll find a way to get the Rinnegan back. No need to trouble yourself. Once I'm done with it, I'll hand it over to you. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, both Obito and Kabuto instantly tensed up. Who's there? Obito demanded sharply. From the darkness, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and stepped forward. Those eyes, that purple glow in the shadows. Kabuto exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Obito's brow furrowed. Was it Nagato's Pain who had come? But the moment Naruto appeared, Obito's eyes widened in shock. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at Uchiha Obito and said, What's wrong, Obito? It's only been a few days, and you're already treating me like a stranger? Kabuto's shock in that moment was no less than Obito's. First, Naruto had actually obtained the Rinnegan. Second, Naruto knew the true identity of the masked man. And third, judging by Obito's reaction, he clearly wasn't expecting Naruto to be here. So how had Naruto managed to find such a well-hidden place? As Kabuto pondered these questions, Obito spoke up. What did you do to Nagato? You actually managed to transplant the Rinnegan. And how did you even find this place? Naruto let out a quiet chuckle, then walked aside, gazing down at the swarm of white Zetsu soldiers writhing below. He nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Looks like this is still the prototype version. Kabuto, remember to head to Konoha and kidnap Captain Yamato. Use him to enhance these white Zetsu troops. Hearing Naruto's words, Kabuto's expression instantly turned sour. Wasn't that the very plan he had just suggested? That would mean Naruto had been here for a while already. But that can't be. He had only just sensed Naruto's arrival. And as someone who had mastered Sage Mode in Ryuchi Cave and shed his serpent skin to become a dragon, he was confident in his perception. There's no way Naruto could have been lurking nearby, completely undetected, for so long. Obito eyed Naruto warily, bracing himself. He truly couldn't see through Naruto anymore. In the past, Obito had thought Naruto was much like his younger self, and had even considered corrupting him to make the Nine Tails join their cause. But now, this Naruto, wielding the Rinnegan, carrying himself like a leader on inspection, filled Obito with deep unease. The only time he'd felt this way was in the presence of Uchiha Madara, that sense of someone who had the whole game in his grasp, and a calm, unfathomable gaze. It unsettled Obito to no end. Naruto, you still haven't answered my question, Obito demanded. In response to Obito's challenge, Naruto slowly turned his head, his indifferent eyes sweeping over them as he replied, I came here simply because I want to talk to you. Obito let out a cold laugh. Did I hear you right? You, who have always aimed to be Hokage, actually want to parley with the leader of Akatsuki. Naruto strolled leisurely around the space and spoke. I'm not here to trade words pointlessly. I know why the two of you are meeting today. You're obviously plotting how to launch the fourth great ninja war. You, Obito, want to realize your Eye of the Moon plan. You, Kabuto, are seeking your own meaning in life. As for me, Naruto, I'm here to state my position, and I can help you both achieve your goals. And Naruto's words, both Obito and Kabuto exclaimed in unison. What? Naruto simply spread his hands in mock resignation. I know you don't believe me, and I don't need your trust. I came here just to tell you both that the Celestial Organization, my own will, can accommodate your plans. And if necessary, Obito, I can even give you the Rinnegan. Kabuto, I can help you rediscover your purpose in life as well. After all, your master and leader, Orochimaru, is right here with me. Kabuto's face was filled with shock. Lord Orochimaru has been resurrected? Naruto nodded and said, That's right. I brought him back. But compared to you, Uncle Snake has far more ambition. He's always searching along the path of truth. And look at yourself. Don't think that just because you went to Ryukido and transformed from a snake into a dragon, you've surpassed Orochimaru or become something extraordinary. Kabuto was both angry and deeply unsettled. He was angry because, despite all his achievements, Naruto spoke as if he amounted to nothing. The fear came from Naruto's uncanny knowledge. He not only saw through Kabuto's trump cards, but could even describe the changes in his heart with precision. Damn it, who is this kid really? How does he know so much? In his previous life, as the 7th Hokage, Naruto had once offered Kabuto protection. He helped Kabuto find himself, see himself clearly, and even made him the headmaster of the orphanage, where Kabuto happily lived alongside his older brother from the orphanage. Kabuto had talked with Naruto about his past, especially his battle with Itachi. Later, when Naruto led Sasuke and his team to fight Shin Uchiha, they captured many Sharingan-wielding clones and sent them directly to Kabuto's orphanage, entrusting them to his care. So, when it came to Kabuto, Naruto knew his story inside and out. Naruto watched Kabuto's frustrated expression, then turned to Obito and said, By the way, Obito, the 5 Kage are about to hold a summit in the Land of Iron. Their target is Sasuke. Sasuke and I recently fought. His Susanoo has evolved impressively, but I didn't manage to push his Mangekyo to its limits. You should orchestrate something, stir up the seeds of his clan's destruction, and let him sink even deeper into hatred. Obito frowned. Why don't you go yourself? Naruto sighed helplessly. You know how it is, my relationship with Sasuke. If I showed up, it would only backfire. Obito fell silent. Then he frowned and asked, Naruto, what is your goal in all this? Now, Obito no longer looked at Naruto as some naive kid. At this moment, Naruto stood at a height that seemed to surpass even his own. It was clear from Naruto's words, he was playing a deep game. Even his fight with Sasuke seemed to be a calculated move. Coming here today was just another part of the plan. That was intimidating. Obito understood that he himself might just be a piece on the board, but he had no idea what kind of game Naruto was really playing. Naruto let out a long sigh, recalling the scenes from his previous life, how he had helped Obito find himself and saved him. Looking at Obito with a trace of melancholy, he said, When the time comes, you'll understand. After that, Naruto slowly walked outside, speaking as he went, I know you want the Rinnegan, and you want to control certain things. Don't worry, when the time is right, I'll consider giving it to you. With those words, Naruto leapt away. He didn't choose to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, because he wanted both Kabuto and Obito to wonder how he could appear out of thin air. Having a suspicion in your heart is one thing, but confirming it is another. When something remains a mystery, people hesitate and grow wary. Even if Obito did figure it out, he wouldn't tell Kabuto. After all, who would willingly expose their own weakness? This made Naruto seem even more enigmatic to Kabuto. What do you think? Kabuto asked, watching Naruto leave, then turned to Obito. Obito gave a cold snort. No matter what, based on what Naruto just said, he shouldn't be our enemy for the time being. Oh, Kabuto responded, his tone full of hidden meaning. So, you're saying he might even become our ally? Obito recalled how Naruto had appeared silently, just like he could with Kamui. To achieve that, it had to be a space-time jutsu. Had Naruto already discovered this place? Impossible. This hideout was so well concealed. There's no way he could have found it. But then, looking at Kabuto, Obito's confidence wavered. Kabuto had managed to find all those corpses he had hidden and even used Edo Tensei to bring Uchiha Madara back. With Naruto, an unpredictable anomaly. Maybe it wasn't so far-fetched that he'd found this place too. He sighed and replied, "Whether we can become allies or not, I suppose it's up to fate." Ever since Naruto revealed his identity, Obito had lost some of his confidence. It felt as if his mask no longer fit. In the past, he'd always acted under the formidable name of Uchiha Madara, intimidating nearly everyone. Hiding behind his mask, Obito would often feel smug. "You fools, I've deceived you all. Obito is the real boss." That kind of feeling gave him the assurance of a true mastermind. But now, thanks to Naruto, that confidence had evaporated. With another sigh, Obito activated Kamui, and a swirling vortex of space-time began to pull his figure away. "I won't see you off. If you're interested in this place, you can linger a little longer," he said to Kabuto before his figure vanished. Kabuto gave a disdainful smile. This guy was just as annoying as Naruto had been a moment ago. Looking down at the crowd of white Zetsus below, Kabuto licked his lips. "I need to plan carefully how to hunt down Yamato and finish this grand project." In front of the demonic statue of the outer path, a swirling vortex appeared, and Obito emerged from within. As soon as he landed, he heard a rustling sound, and the fused black and white Zetsu emerged from the dark, thick, and gnarled roots below. "You're back. How did your talk with Kabuto go?" Facing Black Zetsu's inquiry, Obito gazed at the demonic statue of the outer path and said, "There's no problem on Kabuto's side, but there's some bad news. Naruto has successfully transplanted Nagato's Rinnegan." White Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. "How is that possible? Can Naruto really withstand the Rinnegan?" Obito replied, "There's nothing strange about it. Both Naruto and Nagato come from the Uzumaki clan, which gives them tremendous vitality. Besides, Naruto is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." And then, at this point, Obito paused, for he suspected that there was another power within Naruto. The Uchiha clan stone tablet had foretold it. Madara had told him, and he himself had studied it. The prophecy read, "When the powers of the Senju and Uchiha unite, they can create an even greater force." He had also discovered that, in this world, there truly were two unseen powers, the reincarnated souls of Indra and Azura residing in chosen vessels. Madara and Hashirama were the inheritors of these two forces. Later, Obito came to believe that, with Madara's death, as a member of the Uchiha, he must have inherited the mysterious power of his clan. Yet, in Naruto, he saw a power that only Hashirama of the Senju clan possessed. Because of this, he strongly suspected that Naruto might also be the inheritor of the Senju's strength. Thus, Obito further investigated the Uchiha clan, focusing especially on the last scion, Sasuke. This investigation, however, left Obito uncertain and lacking confidence, because he couldn't determine whether he or Sasuke was the true inheritor of the Uchiha's elusive and intangible power. That was why Obito kept pushing Sasuke, urging the evolution of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, hoping its power would reach his own level. Only then, he thought, could he see the future clearly. Recalling Naruto's words, urging him to sow the seeds of hatred in Sasuke, Obito felt a twinge of hesitation. Originally, after discovering the Eight Tails had escaped, Obito had planned to seek out Sasuke and provoke him a little. Yet now, Naruto had directly told him to do it, making the task feel burdensome. It was as if you decided to do something, but suddenly, someone you disliked ordered you to do it. Deep down, you'd feel a sudden resistance, a reluctance to follow through. Noticing that Obito had fallen silent mid-sentence, White Zetsu spoke up. "Obito, and then what? What else were you going to say?" Black Zetsu's voice grew grave. "Regardless of why Naruto succeeded in transplanting the Rinnegan, this is bad news for us. Remember, the Rinnegan was something Madara left behind deliberately. It's crucial to the entire Eye of the Moon plan. Without the Rinnegan, carrying out the plan will face tremendous obstacles." Obito responded quietly. "Of course I understand that. However, even without the Rinnegan, I can still force the Eye of the Moon plan to proceed." Black Zetsu glanced at Obito, inwardly thinking, so this guy isn't planning to resurrect Madara, after all? Obito walked up to the demonic statue of the outer path and activated Kamui. In just a short while, he managed to absorb the entire statue into the other dimension. White Zetsu, puzzled, asked, "Obito, what are you doing?" Obito paused to catch his breath. Absorbing such a massive statue in one go had drained a lot of his chakra. Just to be safe. Naruto is unpredictable these days, and he knows far too much. On top of that, He has the Rinnegan now. I'm worried he might try to steal the demonic statue. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. Yes, it's absolutely necessary to take the statue out of reach. After all, there are still 7-tailed beasts sealed inside. Once Obito had recovered, he turned to White Zetsu and asked, "Where is Sasuke right now?" White Zetsu replied, "He seems to be on the move. Right now, he's in a forest." Obito nodded, and the swirling vortex of space-time opened again. "Let's go pay him a visit." In the forest, Team Taka was dashing at full speed. Sasuke led the way, with Karen close behind, followed by Suigetsu and Yugo. The four of them leapt swiftly from treetop to treetop. Suddenly, a swirling distortion appeared ahead, and from within the vortex, Obito's form began to emerge. First his eye, then his mask, his head, his upper body, and finally his feet. The whole process took only a few seconds. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. He had sensed that familiar presence ahead of him. The four of them came to a halt on the branches. Facing Obito, Karen stared at Obito in shock, thinking to herself, "I just felt this guy's chakra appear out of nowhere. What's going on?" Suigetsu clutched his head and complained, "Just our luck." With a hint of hostility, Sasuke stared at Obito and asked, "How did you know we were here?" Obito let out a cold snort. "Don't underestimate me. Tracking you down is well within my abilities." Seeing Karen's startled expression, Sasuke's angry tone, and Suigetsu's grumbling, Obito felt a deep sense of satisfaction inside. Now, this is more like it. This is the normal reaction to seeing me. Not like Naruto, who always acts as if he knows everything already, never letting anyone have a moment's surprise. Sasuke frowned. "What do you want now?" "Team Taka has already left the Akatsuki. We have nothing to do with you anymore." Obito replied, "You didn't keep your end of the bargain." Sasuke's frown deepened. "What are you talking about?" Obito answered, "The matter of hunting the tailed beasts." Karen, annoyed, chimed in, "Didn't we already hand over the 8 tails to you?" Obito said bitterly, "That was just a decoy. You were tricked by the 8 tails." At these words, Suigetsu and Karen were both stunned. Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly as he thought to himself, "I used my Sharingan to confirm it. There shouldn't have been any chance for him to use a clone." Afterward, Sasuke rapidly replayed the battle in his mind. As if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed inwardly, "Could it be? The only thing that fell off me was that severed tail." Obito narrowed his eyes, looking at the 4 underwhelming members before him, and said, "To be honest, I'm thoroughly disappointed in you all." Suigetsu grumbled, "If that's the case, then what do you expect us to do? This doesn't have anything to do with us anymore, does it?" Obito raised his voice. "No, I want you to see things through to the end. As for the 8 tails, just let it go for now. There's something else I need you to take care of." Sasuke replied with a hostile edge, "And what if I refuse?" Obito answered coolly, "In that case, we'll settle things right here. Which means you won't be making it to Konoha." No sooner had Obito finished speaking than Sasuke swept his cloak aside, thrust out his right hand, formed a sign, and sparks of lightning crackled in the air. He barked out, "Then we'll force our way through." Chidori surged in Sasuke's palm as he launched himself forward, driving the crackling energy straight at Obito. But Obito stood motionless, unmoved by the assault. Sasuke's Chidori sliced right through Obito's body, and in that moment, Sasuke realized he had passed through him entirely. Without haste, Obito remarked, "At this point, it's already too late for you to reach Konoha." Having passed through Obito's form, Sasuke flipped nimbly and landed on the treetop behind him, eyes wide with shock, his Sharingan swirling. He glanced back at Obito, his thoughts racing. I went right through his body, just like before. Is this his ability? Obito didn't even bother to turn around as he continued. "Your hope can no longer be fulfilled." "What a pity." Hearing this, Sasuke pressed, "What's going on?" Obito turned to face Sasuke, explaining, "Because of your attempt to hunt the 8 tails, the 5 Kage have called summit. Lady Tsunade has already left Konoha to attend a meeting." Sasuke snorted coldly. "I'm going to destroy Konoha and kill Danzo. As for Tsunade, she can wait until the end." Obito chuckled darkly. "Danzo is indeed the one responsible for hurting your brother Itachi. But Danzo isn't the true cause of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate." Sasuke's gaze grew cold and sharp as he demanded, "What are you trying to say?" Obito met Sasuke's eyes and said gravely, "If you want to know why the Uchiha were cursed, discriminated against, and ostracized, you have to look further back. The real reason for your clan's downfall lies with the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju." Reading Sasuke's expression, Obito knew he had caught his interest. He pressed on, "You should remember, when you were a child, your home was on the outskirts of the village, wasn't it? Far from the center." Sasuke replied, "So what? What does that prove?" Obito gave a cold snort and said, After the first Hokage died and the second took power, Tobirama, wary of the Uchiha clan strength, forced us to live in a remote corner of the village. He even set up the village prison right next to us and put the Uchihas in charge of the police force. On the surface, it looked like he entrusted us with the village's security, but in reality, the Uchiha were nothing more than watchdogs. We had no say in any of the decisions handed down by the higher-ups. All we did, day after day, was chase down criminals, keep the peace, and mediate disputes between villagers. Over time, whenever people in the village saw someone from the Uchiha clan, they only saw a stern, fierce face, never our kindness. Every time a new policy caused unrest, it was always the Uchiha left to clean up the mess. Why? Because we were the police. So, the Uchiha clan ended up as the loudest, most resented dog in the village, and Tobirama was more than happy to see it. The villagers never had much fondness for us to begin with. If anyone from our clan did something wrong, even the smallest misstep, it would immediately tarnish the reputation of both the police force and the entire Uchiha clan. People would accuse us of abusing our power or covering for our own. What made things worse was that, since the prison was right in the Uchiha district, ordinary villagers wanted nothing to do with us. Some parents even told their children not to play with friends from the Uchiha area, just to avoid trouble. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. Everything Obito said was true. When he was little, many kids avoided playing with him, all because of their parents. And in the village, people really did fear the Uchiha, keeping their distance. Seeing Sasuke grow angrier, Obito pressed on, because our clan is naturally gifted and longs for genuine friendship and love. It felt deeply unjust to be met with such suspicion and hostility from the other villagers. Why should we, who gave so much to the village, have to endure criticism from those less capable than us? Little by little, more and more of our people grew proud and defiant, and the cycle only got worse. Eventually, some would talk endlessly about the clan's glory, as if that alone mattered. As things continued like this, after just a generation or two, the Uchiha clan completely lost the villagers' trust. We were increasingly isolated, and even those we arrested would seek revenge on our clan after their release. Our social ties with the rest of the village fell apart. And as for anyone from our clan becoming Hokage, that was nothing but a hopeless dream. This was the true aim of Tobirama Senju, his policy the root cause that doomed the Uchiha clan to be cursed, to be hated, and ultimately to face annihilation. As for Danzo, he was merely a catalyst in the ensuing tragedy. When Obito finished speaking, Sasuke's Sharingan eyes were already burning with the flames of vengeance. So, it was from the second Hokage onward that the seeds of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate were sown. Sasuke glared coldly at Obito and asked, his voice laced with malice, "Why are you telling me all this? What do you want?" Obito let out a mocking laugh. "You and I are both of the Uchiha. Since the Senju clan has entwined with us for so long, now the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, the last of the Senju in Konoha, don't you think someone should bring an end to her?" Sasuke pondered for a moment. Then a sinister smile crept onto his face. "Taking the Hokage's head at the Five Kage Summit. Now, that would be interesting." He turned to Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu and declared, "Team Taka, change of plans. We're heading for the Land of Iron. The Hokage's head will be our prize." Obito nodded approvingly. "Good." Karen frowned. "But Sasuke, she's the Hokage. There are only 4 of us." Sasuke scoffed. "That's no problem. I've been wanting to try something out. I've never fought anyone on the level of a Hokage before." Suigetsu shrugged. "But we have no clue where the Hokage is right now." Just then, a rustling sound came from the ground. Black and white Zetsu emerged from the roots beneath Obito's feet, spreading apart. Suigetsu reached for his sword, wary. "What is that thing? Looks like some kind of weird plant." Obito spoke up. "Relax, he's an ally. This is Zetsu." Black Zetsu explained, "The 5 Kage are all gathering in the Land of Iron for a summit right now. I'll send a clone to guide you there." As he spoke, black and white Zetsu pressed their hands against a tree, and their body began to split apart. Watching this, Karen recoiled in disgust. Once the split was complete, white Zetsu leapt forward and said, "Everyone, follow me." Seeing this, Sasuke snorted coldly. "Team Taka, move out." Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo quickly followed behind Sasuke. Yugo caught up and asked with concern, "Are you sure we can trust those guys?" Sasuke's gaze remained icy as he leapt forward. "We'll see how things go. If anything suspicious happens, I'll just burn it all away with Amaterasu." Obito let out a sigh of relief. "At last, I've managed to set him on the right path." Black Zetsu remarked, "Judging by Sasuke's attitude, things are progressing quite smoothly." Reflecting on the present, Obito sighed. I never would have imagined that Uzumaki Naruto actually managed to take the Rinnegan from Nagato, Black Zetsu asked. In your opinion, has Nagato betrayed the Akatsuki, or is it something else? Obito pondered. Naruto cut off Danzo's right hand and took away his right eye. Danzo's right eye was Uchiha Shurisue's, which could unleash the most powerful Jinjutsu, Koto Amatsukami. I suspect that Nagato's change is connected to this, but Black Zetsu pressed. But what? Obito continued thoughtfully, but Naruto didn't transplant Shurisue's eye. From the moment I saw him, both his eyes were normal, no Rinnegan. Besides, now that he successfully transplanted the Rinnegan, Nagato and Konan still seem loyal to him. This implies one of two things. Either Nagato, in his heart, truly acknowledges Naruto. Even after Koto Amatsukami's illusion was dispelled, he continues to support him. Or there's someone at Naruto's side who has successfully transplanted Shurisue's eye, but has yet to reveal themselves. Black Zetsu exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? Obito's gaze narrowed ever so slightly. In any case, none of this bodes well for us. And while Sasuke is indeed a promising seedling, if his growth becomes as uncontrollable as Nagato's, that would also be disastrous. Thinking of this, Obito said angrily, "It's all because of that Uzumaki Naruto." Black Zetsu asked, "What now? Are you considering taking action?" Obito thought for a moment, then shook his head. "For now, let's wait and see. Naruto's current strength isn't something to be underestimated. Besides, without the Rinnegan, my connection to the demonic statue of the Outer Path is weaker." Deep in the mountains, on the edge of a hidden cliff, Danzo stood at the precipice, leaning on his cane, watching the sun set in the west. Before long there came a rustling sound, soft, slithering. Danzo immediately knew who had arrived, for that was the unmistakable sound of a snake gliding over the ground. Kabuto regarded Danzo with a playful smile. "What a surprise, Lord Danzo. You've been sending people to hunt me down all this time, and now it turns out you want to discuss a partnership." Danzo gave a cold snort. "Times have changed. Back then, I sought you out because I suspected you possessed Orochimaru's human experiment data, and I wanted it for myself. Now, I've come to you to seek cooperation." Kabuto licked his lips, praising Lord Danzo, always so direct and decisive. "No wonder you once worked with Lord Orochimaru." Danzo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kabuto. So this fellow did know about his dealings with Orochimaru. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and looked out at the setting sun. "Very well, let's hear it. What is it you want?" Having lost Shurisue's eye, Danzo, with Ten Sharingan embedded in his arm, looked at Kabuto with ambition burning in his gaze. "What I want is the power to become stronger. Orochimaru amassed a wealth of human experiment data, and I've already successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells. Judging by your appearance, you must have heavily modified your own body as well." Watching Danzo, whose face was filled with a longing for power, Kabuto smiled. It was as if he saw a reflection of his former self. "Very well, I can help you alter your body. But tell me, what can you offer me in return?" Faced with Kabuto's question, Danzo responded with a smile. "As long as you grant me great power and help me seize the position of Hokage, I can support your experiments in the future, just as I once did with Orochimaru." Kabuto's smile widened slightly. This was getting interesting, just in time, for he had a matter that needed assistance. In the Land of Iron, snow was falling heavily. Beneath a cliff near the meeting hall, beside a frozen lake, Sasuke and his companions stood waiting. Before long, gentle ripples spread across the surface of the lake, and a head emerged from the water. It was Suigetsu, the master of water-style ninjutsu. Karen called out anxiously, "Well, how did it go?" Suigetsu frowned. "It's not easy to sneak in. Because of the 5 Kage summit, security around the central tower has been tightened on all sides." Seeing this, Sasuke turned to Yugo and said, "Yugo, use your animals to find the route to the venue where the guards are at their weakest." Yugo nodded, understood. With that, Yugo summoned an owl, which soared off into the sky. The venue itself was 5 stories high, built in a shape reminiscent of a pine tree, supported by towering stone pillars. This was the political heart of the Land of Iron. At the entrance, at the foot of the stairs, Mifune stood with 2 subordinates, awaiting their distinguished guests. "We've been expecting you, Lord Hokage. I am Mifune, General of the Land of Iron." Tsunade smiled warmly. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Tsunade, the Hokage." Mifune glanced behind Tsunade and, puzzled, asked, "Lord Hokage, have you brought only one escort?" Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, smiling. "Yes, just one. He's more than enough. He's very strong." Jiraiya, carrying his luggage, puffed up a bit at Tsunade's praise. Then, unable to hold back, he sneezed, rubbed his nose, and grumbled, "Man, this Land of Iron is freezing." Mifune gestured invitingly. "Please come inside and have some hot tea." He stepped aside, making a welcoming gesture. Tsunade smiled. Thank you for your hospitality. Back by the lake, the owl returned, landing on Yugo's left arm. Yugo leaned in to exchange information with it. Sasuke asked, well, Yugo turned to Sasuke. We can approach from the west. There are fewer guards there. Sasuke nodded, then turned to Karen and instructed, Karen, when we move, keep track of the guards' chakra positions at all times, so we don't run into them. Karen sighed helplessly. Do I have to go too? Suigetsu chuckled and said, Yugo and I've already done our part. Now is the perfect time for you to show what you can do. Karen let out a sigh. Seeing that Karen had no objections, Sasuke turned to the figure standing nearby and asked, You're Zetsu, right? White Zetsu replied, What is it? We're about to infiltrate the meeting hall. Come with us. I have a feeling Toby sent you for a reason. You must have a role to play. With a sly grin, White Zetsu looked at Sasuke and said, All right, since you're asking for help, I can hardly refuse. With White Zetsu's agreement, Sasuke issued the command, Team Taka, move out. And so, the group headed in from the west. As they advanced, Suigetsu glanced at the surrounding terrain and asked, puzzled, Hey, why didn't we just lie in wait on the path to the Hokage's arrival? Wouldn't it be easier to deal with her the moment she showed up? Karen shot back. Are you stupid? There are guards everywhere. What if we get caught setting traps? And if a fight breaks out, the nearby guards will swarm in. Who knows? Maybe the other Kage will come too. At that point, forget about killing the Hokage. We might not even make it out alive. Suigetsu sighed helplessly. But sneaking into the hall, just to attack, sounds even more suicidal. Karen pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. That's why we're infiltrating first, to scout out the enemy's strength and make a plan. Ideally, we should strike when the Hokage is on her way back. If you just set an ambush without knowing their power, you're basically asking to die. Isn't that right, Sasuke? As she spoke, Karen cast a fawning look at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't answer her directly. Instead, he kept a stern face and said, Karen, from now on, focus on sensing the chakra around us. No more chatting. Suigetsu snickered under his breath. Hey, got scolded, didn't you? Karen turned on Suigetsu, fuming. You jerk. You're so noisy. This is all your fault for asking such a dumb question. White Zetsu glanced at Sasuke's team, then thought of Toby and couldn't help but sigh. Sasuke, you really have it tough, leading this bunch. Sasuke gave a faint smile and strode forward. The group continued their infiltration. After they disappeared, a figure emerged from the trees, dressed in a uniform patterned with blue skies and white clouds. He watched their departing backs and smiled knowingly. Sasuke, you haven't changed a bit. With that, Naruto slipped away into the distance. Inside the hall, the 5 Kage began to arrive one after another. Under Mifyune's hospitality, everyone entered the meeting room in turn. Within the hall, 5 banners, each representing the water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning villages, hung around the center. The 5 Kage took their seats beneath the banners bearing their village's symbol, each settling into their place. Mifyune sat upright. At the very center, directly in front, he was the representative of the neutral nation and also the host of this meeting. Seeing that, the leaders of all the great villages had taken their seats, and that their respective guards stood ready behind the curtains, Mifyune rose to his feet and announced, as the representative of a neutral nation, I now declare the 5 Kage Summit officially open. I am Mifyune, the presiding officer. Let the 5 Kage conference begin. As Mifyune's words faded, the youngest among the 5 Kage, Gaara of the Sand, spoke up. I'll start. Listen to what I have to say. The eldest Kage, Anoki of the Stone, was immediately irked by Gaara's bold tone and let out a disgruntled snort. Things have certainly changed, becoming a Kage at your age. Truly, the younger generation is to be reckoned with. Lord Kazekage, it seems your father raised you well. It's just a shame he forgot to teach you manners. No sooner had Anoki finished speaking than Kankuro, standing behind the curtain marked with the kanji for wind, bristled with annoyance. Damn, that old Tsuchikage not only insulted his little brother, but even took a jab at their late father. If it weren't for the man's advanced age, Kankuro would have stormed out with his puppets right then and there. He muttered irritably, What's that old Tsuchikage's problem? Temari frowned and cautioned him, Quiet. This is the 5 Kage Summit. Watch your tongue. Meanwhile, Gaara rested his fists beneath his chin, elbows propped upon the table, and gazed coolly at the Tsuchikage. Precisely. And that's why I sit here now as the Kazekage. Amused by the young man before him, Anoki chuckled. Huh, what an arrogant fellow you are. The Mizukage, Meitarumi, just a little older than Gaara, interjected, Lord Tsuchikage, please don't interrupt. Turning to Gaara, Mei added, Lord Kazekage, please continue. Among all the Kage present, only Gaara was younger than Mei, making her the second youngest at the table. By supporting Gaara's words, She was also asserting her own position, proclaiming that even the younger Kage held authority. Inoki snorted in annoyance, but said no more. Seeing this, Gaara continued, I too was once a Jinchuriki, and I was captured by Akatsuki. These people are nothing but power-hungry madmen who will use any means to achieve their ends. That's why I believe Akatsuki's existence poses a grave danger. I have appealed to the 5 Kage for help many times, but my requests were always ignored, except by the Hokage. At this, Gaara cast a friendly glance at Tsunade, who responded in kind with a nod. Gaara went on, if we wait until all the Jinchuriki have been taken before we decide to join forces, it will already be too late. Inoki listened and dismissed the idea, saying, after the 5 great shinobi villages lose their Jinchuriki, there's no way they can set an example for other nations. It's a disgrace beyond words. The usual course would be to recover them in secret. Right after losing them, there's no way they go seeking help from other countries. After speaking, Inoki looked at Gaara with the air of someone who'd been through it all, as if to say, only a young, inexperienced Kage like you would think something so naive. Gaara sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. Honor, prestige, such pointless, outdated notions. Inoki narrowed his eyes, inwardly scoffing. Humph. The arrogance of youth. Sensing the conversation was getting tense, Mei Terumi quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Leaving aside whether it's outdated or not, as Mizukage, I admit we've been far too passive. But even if a tailed beast is taken, it doesn't immediately become a threat. Controlling a tailed beast takes technology, knowledge, and time. Inoki nodded, picking up where Mei left off. Exactly. A Jinchuriki has to grow together with their tailed beast, adapting to each other. Even then, it's incredibly difficult to control. As he finished, he couldn't resist a jab at Gaara. Isn't that right, Lord Kazekage? Gaara's expression remained cold and aloof. He refused to respond. The time he'd spent with Shikaku was a wound that would never fully heal, and having the beast ripped from him only deepened the pain. Seeing the discussion shift to the question of controlling tailed beasts, Tsunade spoke up. Speaking of controlling tailed beasts, there are very few who've ever mastered it in a short time. Uchiha Madara, and my grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. As for those who have grown alongside their tailed beast, there's the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and Lord Reikage's younger brother, Killer Bee. However, at the mention of Killer Bee, the 4th Reikage, clenched his right fist. Then, with a sudden movement, he raised it high and stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. Behind the curtain, Jiraiya frowned deeply. The Mizukage's guard Ao called out in a low voice, Chojuro. Chojuro drew his sword. Ready. Temari placed both hands behind her back, preparing to leap down at a moment's notice. The other Kage bodyguards sprang into action as well. With a furious roar, the 4th Reikage bellowed, enough of this pointless talk. His raised fist came crashing down, smashing a gaping hole in the solid wooden table before him. In an instant, the bodyguards of all 5 Kage leapt down, weapons drawn, each facing off against the others. Jiraiya stepped protectively in front of Tsunade, glaring at the Reikage with open hostility. Inside the conference hall, every single light flared on, ensuring not even a shadow was overlooked. Mifune let out a heavy sigh and called out in a clear, commanding voice. This is a place for discussion. I ask all Kage to refrain from any behavior that would breach decorum. Reikage, I gave a cold snort, understanding that Mifune's words were aimed at him. He folded his arms and sat down, forcing himself to calm. After Darui and C saw their leader take a seat, they immediately understood his intentions and leapt up too. Withdraw. Gaara spoke up. Kankuro, Temari, stand down. Madarumi followed closely, saying, Ao Chojuro, you can step back. I'm fine. Inoki simply gave Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi a look, signaling them to retreat. Tsunade called out Jiraiya's name. With that, all the guards of the 5 Kage quietly withdrew behind the curtains. Ao, who had moved to stand by, glanced toward the Hokage's curtain. The sight of that one-armed man, Jiraiya, caused his brows to knit together. Chojuro, ever curious, noticed Ao's expression. Whenever Ao looked like that, it meant he'd encountered something truly shocking. What's wrong, Lord Ao? He asked, following Ao's gaze. Looking toward the man in question, Chojuro asked in confusion, is that man really so strong? To make you look like that? Ao replied in a low, grave voice, not just strong, exceptional. He's absolutely at Kage level, perhaps even beyond. Chojuro was astonished. Really? Ao, who had lived through the 3rd Great Ninja War and had faced Konoha many times in his youth, spoke with the weight of experience. That's Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the personal apprentice of the 3rd Hokage, mentor to the 4th Hokage, and the eccentric sage of Mount Mayaboku. If he hadn't been so uninterested in politics, the fifth Hokage seat would have been his without question. Listening to Ao's words and recalling stories he'd heard, Chojuro looked at Jiraiya and swallowed hard. Ao muttered thoughtfully, "No wonder the Hokage only brought one bodyguard. For Konoha, it's like sending two Kage to this meeting." But still, he trailed off, pondering. Someone powerful enough to sever Jiraiya's arm. Who could that possibly be? Once again, the lights in the hall dimmed. Only the central lamp remained, casting its glow over the U-shaped conference table below. With the situation once more under control, Mifune spoke. "Let us continue our discussion." Before Tsunade could respond, the Reikage, cut in first. His gaze swept over the other four Kage, and he called them out one by one. Konoha, Suna, Kiri, Akatsuki was formed by missing mean from your villages. And not only that, I've discovered that, including previous leaders, some among you have even used Akatsuki for your own ends. Gaara was taken aback. Used them? I glanced at Gaara, wearing a look that said, "You're only just realizing this?" He continued, "I neither trust nor wish to negotiate with any of you. The reason I called the five Kage together is to hold you accountable." Facing the Reikage's accusation, Gaara pressed on, asking about what had just been revealed. "What do you mean by having used them?" A's tone turned mocking. "And you call yourself Kazekage? You mean no one ever told you? Go ask the old men back in your own village." As he spoke, the Reikage, grew agitated once again. Pointing a finger at Gaara, he demanded, "In the past, during the war, you took advantage of Akatsuki." When he brought up the past, Gaara seemed perplexed, but Inoki's interest was piqued. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at Gaara and said gravely, "Now that the great nations have stabilized, military expansion has given way to disarmament. The tension between countries has eased, so the threat of war has diminished. For the nations, ninja villages, who hold the military might, have become a heavy financial burden. Even so, downsizing them carelessly is risky. Should war break out, relying solely on a ninja village with no combat experience could spell disaster, and defeat would be inevitable." Gaara pondered this, then mused, one way to avoid such risks would be to hire a mercenary group like Akatsuki. Inoki let out a dismissive snort, thinking to himself, "Now you see it, youngster. There's still so much you don't know." Seeing Gaara fall silent, Inoki continued, "Training outstanding ninja in your own village costs a fortune in time and resources. Akatsuki, on the other hand, lives for war. They're a team of top-tier experts. For a modest price, you get them to fight your battles, and they deliver the kind of results no one else can." At this, a smug smile even flickered across Inoki's lips. Reikage, seeing this, rebuked him sharply, "Stop sugarcoating things, Tsuchikage." Inoki responded with a cold, derisive laugh and said no more. He shot Gaara a glance, then turned to Tsunade, saying, "The sand used Akatsuki to destroy the leaf, all because of Orochimaru. Back then, it wasn't even clear if he'd left Akatsuki, but because of him, the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage, Hiruzen, both lost their lives. And, according to the intelligence we've gathered in the hidden cloud, while Orochimaru orchestrated things on the surface, it's possible someone inside your own leaf village was working behind the scenes, feeding him strategies." Tsunade frowned at those words. She'd long suspected who that traitor might be. Ever since the third Hokage's death, Danzo had been the most eager to seize control. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Shikaku's joint recommendation, and the Fire Daimyo's own dislike of Danzo, his preference leaning toward her instead, the position of fifth Hokage might well have fallen into Danzo's hands. Reikage pressed on, this time looking at Mizukage Meiterumi. "And as for the most suspicious of all, that's the hidden mist. You shun diplomacy, and rumor has it that Akatsuki was born in your land." Accused, Meiterumi's face clouded with a silent sorrow. She let out a gentle sigh, then raised her head to address everyone in earnest. "Since things have come to this, it's only right that I speak. Frankly." Behind the curtain embroidered with a water shadow symbol, Ao parted his lips in surprise, thinking to himself, could it be that the fifth Mizukage is about to reveal that matter? Meiterumi's eyes grew somber as she spoke. "The previous Mizukage, Yagura of the fourth, we suspect he was being manipulated by someone. And most likely, that someone was Akatsuki." At this point, Mei's expression twisted in pain. "That's why we don't wish to stir up another upheaval." Upon hearing this, the Reikage, scoffed dismissively. "You're all the same sort." Inoki couldn't bear to listen any longer. After all, Mei had bravely reopened old wounds, yet the Reikage responded so harshly. "Watch your words, Reikage." Turning to face Inoki pressed on. "Let's be honest, in this era of disarmament, it's your village's relentless pursuit of power, amassing jutsu at all costs, that forced us to hire Akatsuki just to keep up. Hearing this, the Reikage shot to his feet, voice brimming with outrage. What did you just say? But Inoki wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He merely gave a cold snort, refusing to dignify the Reikage's anger with a response. After living so long, he'd seen every kind of person and every kind of confrontation. Watching the meeting devolve into accusations, Tsunade finally interjected. I believe we shouldn't be speaking only from our own positions. We need to return to the heart of the matter. So far, Akatsuki has brought grave harm to every ninja village. Shouldn't we consider cooperating and join forces to eliminate this threat to the peace of the ninja world? The moment Tsunade proposed this, the Reikage's face darkened with displeasure. Lady Tsunade, you talk about wiping them out, but among Akatsuki's members is Sasuke, the rogue ninja you Konoha have refused to pursue. I wonder, Hokage, just how do you plan to eliminate him? Seeing Tsunade fall silent, the Reikage's fury only grew. My brother, Killer Bee, was abducted by Sasuke. I'm telling you, Hokage, Sasuke must die. If Konoha won't finish him, then we from the Hidden Cloud will gladly do it for you. As the Reikage launched into another tirade, Mifune cleared his throat and spoke up. As a representative of a neutral nation, allow me to say this. Akatsuki's leader is a master of schemes, exploiting the suspicion simmering beneath the surface of every nation's peace. That's how Akatsuki grew so rapidly and brought such irreparable damage to every village. After finishing, Mifune looked around at the assembled leaders. Opportunities for the 5 Kage to gather like this are exceedingly rare. So what do you all say, shall we set aside our grudges and form an unprecedented allied shinobi forces, uniting the 5 great villages to eradicate this hidden menace from the ninja world? Allied forces? The Reikage, ever wary of power, was the first to voice his skepticism. Easy to say, but if we form an alliance, who gets command? When the Reikage raised this question, Inoki didn't object. Instead, he spoke up in support, saying, yes, but who will be entrusted with the command? Mifune then said, if you all discuss this among yourselves, it will only lead to endless arguing. Why not hear a suggestion from a neutral party like myself? Right now, the only tailed beast still under control is the 9 tails, and it belongs to the Hidden Leaf. How we manage such an important power is key to defeating the Akatsuki. Therefore, I recommend that the command of the allied shinobi forces be given to the Hokage, Lady Tsunade. What do you think? Tsunade was slightly surprised to hear Mifune nominate her. Gaara, upon hearing that the command would go to Hokage Tsunade, was quite satisfied. He said, I agree. Lady Hokage was the first to respond to my proposal, and the first to consult with me about joining forces against Akatsuki. Meitarumi glanced at Tsunade. She had heard of Tsunade's reputation in her younger days. One of the legendary Sannin, granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of the Leaf. As fellow women, there was a natural rapport between them. It wasn't unreasonable for Tsunade to lead the allied shinobi forces. Besides, Tsunade's youthful appearance was remarkable. She'd have to ask for her beauty secret sometime. With these thoughts, Mizukage Meitarumi also voiced her support. Inoki looked around. Not a single objection. Shouldn't he nominate himself? After all, in terms of seniority and experience, he surpassed everyone here. He was feeling a bit frustrated when the Reikage, clearly angered, shouted, absolutely not. How can the command of the allied shinobi forces be handed over to a mere woman? Meitarumi bristled and retorted, Reikage, do you have something against women? The Reikage, sensing his argument wasn't strong enough, changed tactics. Among the Akatsuki, the largest number of rogue ninja come from the Leaf, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Also, as the 5th Mizukage just mentioned, the one who manipulated the 4th Mizukage may have been a member of Akatsuki as well. To possess such powerful eyes and to control a Jinchuriki requires the Sharingan of the Leaf's Uchiha clan. And at that time, Uchiha Itachi hadn't even joined Akatsuki yet, which means the Akatsuki may still have another Uchiha from the Leaf in their ranks. After the Reikage finished, both Tsunade and Meitarumi fell silent. It was true. Currently, in the ninja world, only the Uchiha of the Leaf possess Sharingan powerful enough to control a Jinchuriki. Inoki sneered. It seems the Hidden Cloud has indeed gathered quite a bit of intelligence over the years. The Reikage gave a cold snort and said, look at the 5 great villages. Only the Hidden Cloud has never produced a rogue ninja who joined Akatsuki. That's why the command of the allied forces should go to me. You are not someone the others can trust. Mifune bluntly shattered the Reikage's hopes. The Reikage glared at Mifune, his face darkening. What did you just say? Why can't it be me? Mifune calmly raised his hand and pointed at the shattered table. To lead the strong, one must certainly have a forceful character and strength. I'm well aware of that. But if everything is driven by emotion and brute force alone, the allied shinobi forces will end up as broken and scattered as this table. Reikage clenched his teeth. He wanted to argue with Mifyun's words, but found himself at a loss for a response. Turning his head, the Reikage looked at Inoki. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he pointed at Inoki and said, "Then why not nominate the Tsuchikage? He's the most senior among the 5 Kage." Mifyun replied, "Lord Tsuchikage indeed has the longest tenure, and his experience in war is unmatched. However, he has shown a great deal of admiration for the Akatsuki and even once hired them. Besides, he's not as young as he used to be. Commanding such a massive operation may be too much for him physically." Seeing that the Reikage was still hesitating, Tsunade stood up and spoke. "First of all, I appreciate Lord Mifyun's trust, as well as the support from the Kazekage and Mizukage. Secondly, I personally have little interest in commanding the allied forces, just as I had little interest in becoming Hokage. If it weren't for certain circumstances, I never would have taken this position in the first place." She thought of Naruto Uzumaki, of Sasuke, and of Orochimaru. With renewed determination, Tsunade continued, "It's precisely because I carry the weight of hope and responsibility that we, the 5 Kage, stand here today. We have come together to negotiate for the sake of our common enemy, the Akatsuki. My grandfather once created such an alliance, and he always believed that a world of mutual understanding and compassion among shinobi would one day come to pass. As the inheritor of the will of fire, I too believe in my grandfather's ideals. That's why I, Tsunade, have confidence that I can handle the command of the allied shinobi forces, and I will earnestly listen to everyone's opinions. After all, this is an alliance." The moment Tsunade finished, Reikage sprang to his feet and shouted, "Very well, Lady Hokage, then let me ask you one question. If you catch Sasuke, what will you do with him? As long as your answer satisfies me, I'll have no objection to you becoming the supreme commander." Tsunade frowned, closing her eyes in deep thought. Jiraiya watched her, knowing that she was wrestling with herself inside. After a long pause, Tsunade opened her eyes, now filled with resolve. "Rogue ninja from the leaf, we will take care of them ourselves and give everyone an explanation. But we will not execute them, because hatred cannot be erased that way." "What did you say?" Reikage erupted with fury. Just as he was about to explode, a wooden lotus bloomed in the center of the assembly hall. It unfurled and out popped White Zetsu, grinning mischievously, waving his arms and calling out, "Hello." In an instant, all the lights in the meeting hall blazed back on, and the personal guards of the 5 Kage appeared at once. With a sharp sound echoing through the chamber, White Zetsu made a dazzling entrance. Reikage glared at White Zetsu in the center of the room, gritting his teeth. One after another, they just keep coming. Tsunade frowned. "It's Akatsuki." Inoki's eyes widened. Indeed, White Zetsu looked towards the 5 Kage, secretly weaving ninjutsu. Unfortunately, none of the Kage or their guards noticed, their attention fixed entirely on him. That only made him want to put on an even bigger show. "The mood in here is so tense," he said, his voice playful. "How about we play a little game? Listen closely. Uchiha Sasuke is here, hiding among us. Let's see if we can find out where he's lurking." Reikage reacted instantly, his voice booming with excitement. "What did you just say?" Gaara considered this thoughtfully. "Sasuke, is it?" Temari, surprised, exclaimed, "Why would that guy?" Mei Terumi glanced over at Tsunade, a knowing look in her eyes. "One of the Uchiha clan, the one with the Sharingan?" Ao was puzzled. "Is that the one who took down Haku and Zabuza?" Hearing this, Chojuro looked at Ao in surprise, hands tightening on his twin swords, Hiramakiri. Akatsuki, standing behind Inoki with his imposing frame, looked like a wrathful guardian statue as he fixed his gaze on White Zetsu and demanded, "Who is he?" Inoki replied, "If I remember correctly, he's one of the Akatsuki members." Seeing everyone so tense at his arrival, White Zetsu became even more theatrical, twisting his body and gleefully shouting up at the ceiling, "Come on, everyone, let's find Sasuke together." Woo-hoo-woo! Reikage could stand no more. With a blur, he appeared beside White Zetsu, seizing him by the throat and silencing his self-indulgent cries. Hoisting him up like a chick, Reikage's face grew fierce as he demanded, "Where's Uchiha Sasuke? Answer me clearly." White Zetsu winced in pain, staring at Reikage in shock, thinking this guy is fast. When White Zetsu remained silent, Reikage tightened his grip, his anger flaring. "If you don't answer, don't blame me for what happens next." White Zetsu let out a strained laugh, struggling to speak. "You really don't leave me any choice. Fine, I'll give you a hint." But Reikage, fed up with his evasiveness, snapped White Zetsu's neck with a swift twist, then turned and said curtly, "See, begin." Obeying at once, C closed his eyes and began forming hand seals to sense chakra. Madarumi voiced her displeasure. "Lord Reikage, was it really necessary to kill him? If we had interrogated him, we might have learned something about Akatsuki." Gaara turned to her and said, "Akatsuki members never betray their secrets. They're all stubborn to the core." As soon as Mifune saw what had happened in his own venue, he realized that, as a neutral party, his security measures had clearly fallen short. Without hesitation, he issued an order. Chukiai, Rikaku, issue an immediate order to pursue Sasuke. Command all samurai to enter second-level combat readiness. Chukiai and Rikaku responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Just then, C entered a state of concentration, and soon after opened his eyes and announced, "Lord Reikage, he's been located, right here inside the conference hall." Upon hearing this, the Reikage didn't waste a moment. "Well, what are we waiting for? See Darui, let's go." With that, the Reikage spun around, dashed to the wall, and with a mighty right punch, smashed through it, bursting outside. Darui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to the others and said, "Sorry about that. Our boss can be a bit impatient. Apologies for the table and the wall." C urged Darui, "Forget about that, Darui. If we don't hurry, the boss will be long gone." Inoki shook his head and muttered, "What a brute. The troublemaker from the hidden cloud has become one of the 5 Kage, but he hasn't changed a bit." Jiraiya looked over at Tsunade, who nodded. "Let's go too." Outside the conference room, still within the venue, Sasuke and his companions were huddled behind a pillar, discussing their next move. Suddenly, Karen sensed something unusual. Sasuke asked, "What is it?" Karen replied, "The samurai are moving around in a panic. It looks like they're searching for us." Suigetsu was skeptical. "No way. We snuck in so carefully. There's no way we gave ourselves away." Yugo added, "It must have been Zetsu. He disappeared just now. I'm sure he did something." Sasuke, taking in the situation, quickly made up his mind. At that moment, the sound of clanking armor echoed nearby. It was the samurai on the move. All the samurai inside the venue began to fan out, searching every corner. One of them spotted the edge of a garment peeking out from behind a pillar. The samurai drew his sword and rushed over, only to find a kunai pinning a piece of clothing to the pillar. Already escaped? The samurai lowered his guard and glanced around. Just then, Sasuke dropped down from above the pillar, landing a silent, heavy blow that knocked the samurai out cold. It turned out Sasuke had stayed behind to create a distraction, letting Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo escape to the next floor above to hide for the time being. Now, the 3 of them were safely concealed upstairs. Suigetsu crouched near the wall, peeking down to observe the situation below, while Karen, still sensing the area, sounded disheartened. "This isn't good. There are too many enemies. If this keeps up, we'll be caught." Suigetsu gritted his teeth. "That guy's Zetsu, right? I won't forget this, you bastard." Down below, the commotion around Sasuke hadn't gone unnoticed. The nearby samurai quickly converged, drawing their swords. The squad captain raised his weapon and shouted, "Strike!" In an instant, a shimmering blue aura of chakra enveloped the blades in every samurai's hands. Seeing this, Suigetsu couldn't help but sigh. So this is how recklessly they used chakra here. Sasuke strolled out from behind a pillar with deliberate slowness, stopping before the samurai. His voice was cold and flat. "I'm in a foul mood right now. If you insist on coming at me, I won't hold back." For most of these samurai, it was their first time witnessing Sasuke's imposing presence. The intensity was palpable, and they simply couldn't stand it. They charged at him without hesitation. The captain at the front crossed his twin blades, then unleashed a powerful slash. 2 surges of sword chakra sliced forward, interweaving in the air to form an X-shaped arc aimed straight at Sasuke. Sasuke remained motionless, not even flinching as the X-shaped energy bore down on him. Only when it was right before him did his Sharingan flicker to life. In a heartbeat, he drew the blade from behind his back, lightning chakra crackling along its edge as he raised it high. With a resounding clang, he deflected the attack, sending the samurai's assault flying aside. Blue lightning danced along his blade, and the breeze stirred Sasuke's bangs, making them sway gently across his brow. The samurai stared in shock. The captain cried out. He deflected it. One of the men behind him exclaimed, "That move looks just like our own sword techniques." Sasuke stood where he was, having only used a single hand to draw his blade. The samurai all tensed, readying themselves. This ninja was formidable. A faint, knowing smile curved at the corner of Sasuke's lips. "Well, samurai, you managed to catch my interest. Karen, forget about the samurai. Hurry and locate the Hokage," he called. Karen tilted her head and looked at Yugo, asking, "So what should we do about the samurai?" Yugo looked up and replied, "I'll hold them off. The Hokage's location comes first." But Karen ignored him, her eyes fixed on Sasuke. Suddenly, her voice trembled with surprise. Sasuke's chakra, it's changed. It feels so cold and dark now. Meanwhile, several samurai charged at Sasuke. He lowered his lightning-charged blade, still unmoving, his composure unbroken. The lead samurai gripped his sword and lunged forward with a guttural shout. Sasuke lifted his head slowly, the Sharingan gleaming. As the samurai's blade swung down, Sasuke sidestepped with a subtle motion, then struck, a single slash, and blood sprayed forth. The samurai collapsed with a desperate cry. Sasuke leapt into the air, spinning gracefully before landing amid a group, rushing to reinforce their fallen comrade. Then, the massacre began. With swift, merciless strikes, he cut down each opponent before their swords could even meet his own. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed, swift and final. Cries of agony filled the air as the samurai fell one after another. Suigetsu looked down, unable to restrain himself from clenching his right fist, and striking the wall in frustration. He grumbled, "That guy. He told me not to kill anyone, yet down there he's butchering people like it's nothing." Yugo stared at the scene below, stunned. "What is this?" Only Karen hid behind the wall, trembling uncontrollably. She could clearly sense the change in Sasuke's chakra. This was nothing like the Sasuke she'd known before. His chakra was now even denser than when he activated Curse Mark Level 2, and it carried a bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep straight into one's soul. Among the samurai, the 3 captain-level warriors watched in alarm and anger as their subordinates fell one after another. Without hesitation, they joined forces, leaping into the air together. Each gripped their chakra-imbued swords tightly, and in perfect unison, unleashed a wave of sword aura. Sasuke, blade in hand, faced them with utter composure. His Sharingan, its 3 tomos spinning, betrayed not the slightest flicker of emotion. There was a tremendous crash as the sword aura was blocked, sending up a dense cloud of dust and smoke. The 3 samurai captains landed, eyes fixed ahead. As the smoke slowly cleared, Yugo, half transformed into his sage state, stood revealed. It turned out that he had blocked their attack with his massive, transformed left arm. One of the captains, seeing this, spoke in a low voice. "There's another one with him." Upstairs, the Reikage was charging forward at breakneck speed, with C and Darui right behind him. C was simultaneously sensing and reporting, "I'm picking up a chakra signature that's aggressively wiping out the samurai's chakra. That must be Sasuke." The Reikage demanded urgently, "Where is he, C?" C concentrated, then answered with certainty, "Directly below us, Lord Reikage." No sooner had he spoken than the Reikage cloaked himself entirely in lightning release chakra. His cells surged with life as he came to a sudden halt, raised his right fist high, and then brought it crashing down onto the floor. Sweat broke out on Darui's forehead as he thought, half exasperated, "Boss, are you demolishing the place again?" With a thunderous boom, the Reikage punched straight through the floor, shattering it completely. Karen instantly became alert. "Something's coming," she whispered, "and it's strong." A rumbling roar echoed throughout the building. Sasuke and Yugo sensed it immediately, glancing up to see chunks of stone raining down from above. The 2 of them leapt aside, nimbly dodging the debris. Karen and Suigetsu, hearing the commotion, hurried to look as well. The Reikage descended with C and Darui at his side. His gaze swept the area and landed on a figure wielding a sword, blue lightning crackling and dancing fiercely along its blade. Those eyes, there was no mistaking them. It could only be him. Grinding his teeth, the Reikage tore off his outer garment and tossed it aside, revealing a powerful, broad belt and a bare, muscular torso. The lightning chakra shrouding his body surged even stronger, his cells blazing with vitality. "Brat, I'll show you what true terror looks like when anger is unleashed." Sasuke could no longer hold himself back. "How dare you put on an act in front of the king of swagger himself?" With those words, he spun around, gripping his sword, and charged out. From upstairs, Suigetsu shouted urgently, "Sasuke, don't go charging in alone." Yugo's heart was tense as he thought, he's lost his cool. Even when facing the Reikage, Sasuke showed no fear. He leaped up, ready to strike with his Chidori blade. The Reikage stood his ground, unmoving, scrutinizing the young man who had stolen his brother away. But Darui, at his side, wasn't nearly as calm. Instantly, he dropped into a battle stance and formed hand seals. Water style, water formation wall. As Sasuke rushed up to the Reikage, Darui spewed forth a torrent of water from his mouth, erecting a powerful barrier that blocked Sasuke's advance. Without missing a beat, Darui formed more seals. Lightning style, thankful wave. A surge of lightning burst from his hands, coursing through the water and electrifying the entire barrier. Sparks crackled and sizzled, sending jolts through Sasuke, who was stopped by the wall of water. Forced to halt his attack, Sasuke was knocked back, landing beside Yugo. Seeing Sasuke seemingly unharmed, Darui reported, "Boss, just like the intel said, he uses both lightning and fire release." C countered, "He'll probably switch to fire style next. Omoy, be ready with water style at any moment." Darui responded with a grunt, signaling he was ready. Karen, taking in the situation, said, "It looks like Sasuke's combat tactics have already been leaked." Suigetsu recognized the newcomers and exclaimed in shock, "The one in the middle? That can't be." Yugo stood by Sasuke's side, on high alert, and explained, "The one in the center, shrouded in lightning chakra, is the Reikage. The two beside him are elite Jonin from the Hidden Cloud. Sasuke, they're strong. Don't attack recklessly." He saw that Darui had already made his move, so now it was his turn. "Let's see you escape this." He began weaving signs. Yugo leaned forward, urgently warning Sasuke. He's about to attack. Lightning illusion. Pillar of light. Suddenly, countless beams of light burst out from behind C, flashing so brightly it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Yugo threw his hand over his eyes, squinting through his fingers to assess the situation. As soon as he managed to peek, he saw the Reikage soaring toward them, driving a massive fist straight into Sasuke, slamming him hard into the floor. Yugo was stunned. How could this be? At that moment, the distinctive sound of the Sharingan spinning echoed in the air. Sasuke's voice came, low and steady. "Yugo, wake up." Only then did Yugo realize it had all been an illusion. A faint smile played at the corner of C's mouth as he silently praised, "Not bad, those Sharingan eyes. But even if you've seen through my Jinjutsu, you're already too late." Meanwhile, with C's cover, the Reikage and Darui closed in, launching a direct assault on Sasuke. A heavy punch from the left, a massive blade from the right, two-pronged assault, both striking fast. Not even Yugo, who stood nearby, was included as a target. They were going straight for Sasuke. With a metallic clang, Darui's great sword collided with the blade that Yugo's transformed left arm had become, sending sparks flying in all directions. The Reikage's crushing fist was blocked by Suigetsu's executioner's blade. Suigetsu strained as he lifted the enormous sword with both hands. The force of the Reikage's punch forced him to liquefy his arms to spread out the impact. Yet even so, the power traveled through the blade, pressing down onto his entire body, and the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered instantly. The Reikage's strength was overwhelming. Roaring in frustration, the Reikage bellowed, unwilling to let anyone stand between him and Sasuke. His massive fist bore down again, and cracks that had already formed in the executioner's blade began to widen under the relentless pressure. The blade groaned and creaked alarmingly. Then, with a sharp snap, the executioner's blade broke clean in two, the severed portion flying through the air. Sensing disaster, Suigetsu shouted, "This is bad. Sasuke, fall back." Without hesitation, Sasuke grabbed Suigetsu and Yugo, leaping backward to retreat from the fray. The Reikage's right fist finally struck the ground, smashing a deep crater into the floor, sending stones flying and dust billowing everywhere. The three who had withdrawn quickly got back on their feet. Suigetsu looked down at the executioner's blade, now reduced to just a hilt in his hand, and cried out in anguish, "Damn it, my executioner's blade." Yugo glanced over and remarked, "It already had a notch from the last fight with the eight tails. Looks like the old wound gave way." Karen, hiding above, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Sasuke's safe." "Suigetsu, you did great." Sasuke, gripping his sword, looked coldly at the Reikage and said, "Stay out of this. This has nothing to do with you." Suigetsu, one hand on his hip, shot Sasuke a disgruntled look and complained, Hey, we just risked our necks to save you. And that's all you got to say? Well, I guess that's just who you are." Watching everything unfold from behind a pillar in the shadows, a samurai murmured to himself, "Ninja battles are so chaotic. What a terrifying bunch." The Reikage looked up, visibly irritated. Darui, noticing his leader's expression, turned to C and said, "C, check if any more of our comrades are nearby. This constant interference is really getting on my nerves." C replied, "There should be one more person, but if I focus on sensing over there, I won't be able to join the fight here." Darui frowned. "You don't need to. The boss and I are more than enough." Hearing this, Karen ducked her head in fear, stopping her surveillance. She crouched behind the wall, hugging her knees, her thoughts racing anxiously. "This is bad. If I keep trying to sense the Hokage's location, that guy C might catch on." Below, Suigetsu glanced at Shur and said, "That Xianling girl is definitely hiding her chakra, probably anyway since that's her specialty." Shur continued to concentrate, carefully sensing the surroundings. In the end, he realized the person lurking behind must be a sensory-type ninja, which meant they posed no real threat. Sasuke's sword was ready once more, poised to strike. Seeing that Sasuke was truly about to make a move, Yugo knew he had no choice but to get serious as well. Yugo began to enter Sage transformation, declaring, "There's no other way. We'll have to take him out first." As he spoke, fiery red curse marks surged across his body, spreading rapidly. Darui and Shur both stared in surprise at the sudden transformation. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Inside the 5 Kage summit room, Mifune subordinates were examining White Zetsu's corpse. As Tsunade and Jiraiya left the room, Temari asked, "Gaara, is there anything you need me to do? After all, I'm here to assist the Hidden Leaf in retrieving Sasuke." Gaara murmured softly, "Sasuke, huh?" In a haze, his thoughts drifted to Naruto. If Sasuke were to die here today, Naruto would be devastated. No, as Kage, Gaara could not let the friend who saved him, Naruto, suffer such grief. With that, Gaara leaped out and followed after them. Kankuro, seeing this, grumbled, "Hey, you idiot! You just left your own bodyguard behind," and ran off. Temari sighed. As her older sister, watching her 2 brothers sometimes truly wore her out. If only she hadn't brought up Sasuke. She had no choice but to follow them as well. Chojuro, gripping his sword, looked to the Mizukage. "Lady Mizukage, should we go too?" Meitarumi considered for a moment and replied, "No, let's stay out of it. The Reikage, Hokage, and Kazekage are already involved. That's enough." Iketsuchi watched as the Hokage and Kazekage left, then bent down and asked, "Lord Tsuchikage, what should we do? Should we join the fight?" Inoki frowned, tilting his head and scolding, "Are you stupid? Well, my back pain gets worse." Kuratsuchi piped up mischievously, "Old man, I want to see the guy who took down Deidara, Sasuke." Faced with his granddaughter, the Tsuchikage had no temper left. He simply said, "Do as you like, but be careful. Don't get caught up in a Reikage fight. You could get yourself killed." Kuratsuchi clenched her fist in excitement. "All right." Then she turned to Akatsuchi. "Big brother Akatsuchi, what about you?" Akatsuchi replied, "I'd better stay here and look after the Tsuchikage's bad back." Kuratsuchi waved her goodbye and hurried after the others. Back to Sasuke. Yugo, now fully transformed into Sage mode, stepped forward, ready for battle. His entire body turned gray, his frame growing massive from entering Sage mode and absorbing a vast amount of natural chakra. He looked incredibly powerful, his hands sharp as eagle talons, fangs bared at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes burning with murderous intent. 6 jet-like vents protruded from his back, spewing blue chakra, giving the impression of a roaring V6 engine. He burst out in wild laughter. "Ha ha, I'm going to kill you." Darui frowned slightly. Forget his appearance. What's really changed is his personality. In just a moment, he's become completely unhinged. Shur remained in a state of sensory awareness and could clearly sense the surge. From the moment he entered Sage mode, Jugo's chakra has been skyrocketing. It's spiking at an alarming rate. He barked out a warning. "Lazy, stay sharp. This guy's chakra just exploded to terrifying levels." Suigetsu took 2 steps back, watching Jugo with an amused grin. So at last, he's let all his murderous impulses show. He then glanced uncertainly at Sasuke. Jugo knows we're his comrades, right? I hope he doesn't go berserk and attack us too, treating everyone like an enemy. Jugo's laughter grew maniacal as he glared at the Reikage, Darui, and Shur as if they were prey. "So, who should I start with?" He spread his arms wide and let out a frenzied roar. The 6 vents on his back erupted with a thunderous blast, unleashing a torrent of chakra that forced Sasuke and Suigetsu to squeeze their eyes shut against the onslaught. Reikage gritted his teeth, rolling his shoulders and neck with a series of sharp, crackling noises as he warmed up his muscles. Lightning chakra coursed through his cells, ramping up his energy. In a flash, he stamped his foot, shattering the floor, and charged with blinding speed. He drove his fist upward in a crushing punch, roaring, "Don't get cocky, brat." Maybe it was the effect of being with Sasuke, but every time he tried to make a grand entrance, he ended up getting pummeled. Jugo, still in Sage mode, barely had time to react before a fist the size of a battering ram was already at his face. With a thunderous crash, the Reikage's fist landed squarely on Jugo, sending him hurtling backward and smashing him straight into the wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, it became clear that Jugo had formed a sturdy shield of flesh with both arms to protect himself. The Reikage's fist, driven by sheer force, had embedded itself deep into Jugo's shield, stuck fast. The Reikage's brow furrowed as he pushed harder, his fist digging in even further. Jugo struggled, his flesh shield compressing under the pressure, and he began to howl in pain. Just then, Shur's pupils widened in shock as he whipped his head around. Suigetsu, seizing the brief gap in Shure's focus, darted into his blind spot, brandishing the broken hilt of his massive sword and bringing it down toward Shure with a triumphant cry. Got you! Just as Suigetsu was feeling relieved, a massive blade blocked his attack. It was Darui, who had darted in at the last moment. Midair, Suigetsu's broken sword clashed against Darui's great blade, sending a shower of sparks flying as their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shure quietly slipped away. Once they landed, Suigetsu and Darui squared off, each gripping their weapon tightly, refusing to give ground. With a clenched jaw, Suigetsu spat. Not a bad sword you've got there. Darui tightened his grip with both hands and, using the length of his blade, pressed down hard, letting out a cold snort. Don't think just because yours is broken, I'll be handing mine over. Meanwhile, the Reikage had already gathered chakra into his left fist, his entire arm pressed against Yugo's body, pinning him so he couldn't lift his hands. The Reikage gave a disdainful grunt as lightning flickered down his left arm, and his fist shot forward in a sudden, powerful strike, hitting Yugo square in the chest. The impact forced Yugo to cough up blood, his eyes losing focus as consciousness slipped away, and he collapsed on the spot. Slowly, the Reikage lifted his head, his gaze landing on Sasuke, who'd taken advantage of the moment to leap onto the wall above, clinging there with the Sharingan activated and his hands forming signs, watching the Reikage intently. With a sneer, the Reikage scoffed, "Don't think your Sharingan can catch me. When it comes to neural transmission and reflex speed, only the yellow flash of Konoha could ever keep up with me." Off to the side, Shure watched Sasuke with an amused look, clearly entertained by the scene. Lord Reikage right, especially with lightning release chakra, enhancing his reflexes. Even his Sharingan can't keep up. The Reikage was just about to withdraw his hand and deal with Sasuke, when suddenly, 14 cannon ports began to protrude from Yugo's body, from head to toe, left to right, evenly spaced, and all aimed directly at the Reikage. Golden energy began to gather in each port, and the Reikage, sensing something amiss, looked down in surprise. Yugo let out a wild, desperate roar. Die! Darui turned in alarm. Boss! Shure cried out in horror, point-blank range. And yet, the Reikage didn't move an inch. A crackling, electric sound filled the air as 14 golden energy spheres formed the cannon ports, then all shot toward the Reikage at once. With a deafening boom, the blast detonated at point-blank range. The explosion erupted into a blazing inferno, sending a shockwave that forced everyone present to shield their eyes and wait for the smoke to clear. Narrowing his eyes, Suigetsu asked, "Did it work?" Shure, hands up to shield his face, was reeling inside. That guy took a direct hit from Lord Reikage and is still alive? Just as Shure reached out with his senses to check on his leader, a ghostly black shadow appeared right before him. He stared in terror, eyes wide. It was the Sharingan. Suddenly, Shure found himself enveloped in darkness. In front of him stood a colossal Susanoo, forged from deep blue chakra, a giant that looked down upon him as if he were nothing more than an ant. The giant raised a massive hand and seized him in its grasp. Trapped and unable to move, Shure stared up at the towering figure, his voice trembling with awe. Is this an Uchiha Genjutsu? These guys actually used a comrade's motives as a decoy. I let my guard down. How could I be so careless? The shadowy hand wrapped tightly around Shure, and from its depths, countless tendrils burst forth, coiling around his head and locking his mind in place. Shure's entire body trembled. His eyes were dull and lifeless. As a fellow wielder of illusions, he realized with dread that he had fallen right into the trap. My body, I can't move. Helpless, his strength deserted him, and he collapsed limply to the ground. In the midst of battle, Darui witnessed his companion fall and cried out in alarm. Sure, that split-second distraction was all Suigetsu needed. Seizing the opening, Suigetsu leapt forward, swinging his broken blade with lethal intent. Damn it, there's no time to help him. With no other choice, Darui steeled himself and turned to face Suigetsu. As he fought, dodging blow after blow, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Sure, what are you doing, sleeping on the job? Get up now. High above on the platform, Sasuke crouched low, clutching one eye and gasping for breath. Clearly, that Genjutsu had taken its toll on him as well. Elsewhere, Yugo noticed the Reikage had vanished. Elated, Yugo leapt from the cratered wall, his chest still bleeding from a massive wound, but his excitement undimmed. Ha ha ha, he's been taken out. Finally, he's gone. Karen let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, Who'd have thought Yugo could pull that off? This is perfect. I can focus on sensing the Hokage's location without being noticed. She quickly formed a hand sign to enhance her sensory abilities, but what she detected next sent a chill down her spine. Not good. The Reikage isn't dead. Below, Yugo spread his arms wide, shouting with reckless arrogance, "Who's next?" With a thunderous crack, a flash of lightning split the air. The Reikage charged forward at blinding speed, his right elbow smashing into Yugo and sending him flying. Yugo crashed into a distant wall, embedding himself deep into the stone. Lowering his hands, the Reikage glared at Yugo, his teeth clenched in fury. Yugo's body lay splayed out in the shape of a cross, half buried in broken rock and rubble. With a cold snort, the Reikage turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke stood tall, sword crackling with lightning chakra, his presence radiating defiance. The sight made the Reikage bristle with irritation. Damn, just looking at this kid makes me want to knock him flat. In Sasuke's Sharingan, a glint of icy detachment flashed. Without hesitation, Sasuke launched himself at the Reikage. Using his Sharingan to anticipate every move, he deftly sidestepped the Reikage's attacks, slipping behind him like a silent assassin. With a swift, decisive stroke, he slashed his sword, eyes burning with deadly resolve. The Reikage barely tilted his head, utterly unfazed. A sharp metallic clang echoed through the arena that Sasuke's sword struck something incredibly hard, leaving him a little taken aback. His Sharingan spun, and he realized that the chakra cloak surrounding the Reikage was not only thick, but astonishingly solid. Next, the lightning coursing through Sasuke's blade reacted with the lightning on the Reikage's body, repelling each other with a violent force. A tremendous shockwave surged through Sasuke's arm, leaving it numb as his sword was flung from his grasp. He quickly retreated, landing lightly and forming hand seals at high speed. Chidori! The piercing cry of 1,000 birds filled the air as electricity gathered in Sasuke's left hand. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the Reikage. The Reikage, already impatient, immediately activated his cellular enhancement technique. With another powerful swing, his fist came crashing down. Heavy lariat, the Reikage roared, striking with overwhelming force. Relying on the advantage of his Sharingan, Sasuke ducked and twisted just in time, narrowly dodging the Reikage's punch. With a flash, his Chidori pierced straight into the Reikage's chest. Blood ran over Sasuke's palm. The Reikage grunted deeply, then seized the opportunity to grab Sasuke by the back of his belt. Glancing down at his own chest, the Reikage spoke through gritted teeth, a lightning style thrust that increases both power and penetration, just like Kakashi Hitaki's technique. So you managed to touch even me, clad in lightning armor. Kid, you can die without regrets. Elsewhere, Suigetsu was locked in a fierce sword fight with Darui, their blades clashing back and forth. Suigetsu stole a glance at Sasuke, noticing that his technique hadn't pierced the Reikage. He muttered in disbelief, "It didn't work?" Darui snorted coldly, "Looks like it really didn't, which means Sasuke's already as good as dead." Worry flickered in Suigetsu's eyes as he risked another look at Sasuke. Up on the high wall, Karen also sensed a dramatic shift in the Reikage chakra. What's happening? That chakra. Back in the arena, the Reikage tightened his grip around Sasuke's waist, hefted him overhead, and then seized him again by the belt. Chakra surged violently from the Reikage, lightning crackling all around. AAH, lightning release bomb. The Reikage howled furiously, then hurled Sasuke to the ground with crushing force. With a thunderous crash, the slam blasted a massive crater into the floor, sending 6 arcs of lightning erupting outward and scattering chunks of stone in every direction. A tremendous shock wave burst from the epicenter, sweeping across the entire arena. Debris and shards of rock whirled through the air. Darui glanced at Suigetsu and declared, "It's over." Suigetsu stared back in horror, but before he could react, Darui channeled lightning chakra into his blade and unleashed a finishing move aimed straight at him. Snapping back to his senses, Suigetsu gritted his teeth. Damn, it's lightning style. As the dust finally settled, a lone samurai, the only survivor, peeked out from behind a pillar in the corner. Staring at the enormous crater, he gasped, "So that's the Reikage Taijutsu? There's no way Sasuke could survive a blow like that. Looks like calling for reinforcements might have been pointless after all." In the arena, the Reikage froze for a moment, surprised to see that Sasuke, whom he had just slammed down, hadn't hit the ground at all. Instead, Sasuke was suspended in midair right in front of him, and to his utter astonishment, a dark purple skeletal ribcage had grown from Sasuke's back, shielding him from the blow. Damn it, the Reikage cursed, unwilling to accept what had just happened. He was about to raise his fist for another attack when Sasuke's skeletal ribcage expanded once again, sprouting a massive arm made of bone, which guarded his chest. There was a heavy thud as the Reikage's fist struck Sasuke's skeletal arm, but the blow was stopped cold. Seizing the moment, Sasuke pushed off and shot out of the stone crater. The Reikage looked up at Sasuke. Sasuke stood there, encased in the rib cage and the bone arm. This was the first stage of Susanoo, the skeletal form. Slowly, he opened his eyes, their gaze cold and indifferent as they fell upon the Reikage. The Reikage was taken aback, an inner voice murmuring, "So that's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looks like I'll have to get serious now." With that, he immediately began to ramp up his cellular activation. Meanwhile, Darui had finally dealt with Suigetsu and hurried over to Shure's side, asking with concern, "Shure, are you all right?" Shure grimaced. "Lazybones, have you finished things on your end?" Darui took Shure by the hand and helped him up, glancing toward the center of the arena. "It's done on my end. But as for Lord Reikage, I never would have thought anyone could survive that lightning release, Liger Bomb. He's the first. And that bone thing, just what is that guy's deal?" Shure chimed in, "I lost in the Jinjutsu battle." As he spoke, he tried moving his arm, but it was still limp and weak. "No good. My body still won't obey me." Thinking of Itachi and Shure Sway from before, and now Sasuke, Shure couldn't help but sigh. Those kinds of geniuses really do appear every so often. Just then, a large force of samurai rushed in from the entrance. Those who had been hiding behind the pillars now finally stepped forward, drawing their swords and charging in. Reinforcements are finally here. The samurai quickly surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke glanced around at the encircling foes, then turned his icy gaze back to the Reikage. The Reikage's hair, transformed by his own cellular activation, bristled like a wild animal. At that moment, Sasuke's left pupil began to widen, crimson veins crawling across the surface of his eye. Watching the scene unfold, Darui felt a sense of foreboding. "Hey, Shure, take a look at Sasuke's eyes. They don't look the same as before." Shure focused his senses, then gasped in awe. The Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder Lord Reikage is pushing his cells to the limit. He's getting ready to use the body flicker technique to fight back. With a guttural roar, the Reikage unleashed the full force of his lightning-charged cellular activation. His hair, electrified, stood on end like a mane of lightning. Hiding behind the wall, Karen trembled uncontrollably. The Reikage chakra is terrifying. It's almost on par with a tailed beast. At this moment, Suigetsu was pinned to the wall by Darui's great blade, crackling with lightning. His whole body was as limp as melted ice cream. Struggling for breath, he gasped, "I really don't have enough resistance to lightning techniques. My whole body's numb. I can't even liquefy anymore." Then, Suigetsu glanced toward the center of the battlefield, his inner thoughts racing. "Sasuke, you'd better hold on." Blood began to seep from Sasuke's left eye, at first slowly, then welling up, finally dripping straight from his eye socket and trailing down his handsome face. The droplets hit the ground with a soft splatter. 2 streaks of blood marked Sasuke's left cheek. The spectral, purple ribcage of Susanoo encircled him in protection, his left eye's Amaterasu technique already prepared. The Reikage, glaring at Sasuke with clenched teeth, growled, "Come on, brat." Sasuke locked eyes with the Reikage. Amaterasu. A jet of black flames appeared out of thin air in front of the Reikage, writhing like a serpent as it lunged for him. With his cells at peak activation, the Reikage vanished in a flash, dodging the flames entirely. But a samurai standing behind him was caught off guard. The black fire surged forward, igniting the samurai's armor. The man screamed in agony. "Ea!" He collapsed to the ground, flailing his arms and legs wildly. Another warrior rushed to help, shouting urgently, "Hurry! Put out the fire!" The captain dashed over, shouting loudly to stop them. "Don't move. Stay back. This isn't ordinary black fire." "See," eyes wide and fixed on the burning samurai, exclaimed in disbelief. It came from his gaze. "Amaterasu? So this is the legendary black flame that never dies out." Darui glanced at C, swallowing hard. Sasuke stood his ground, searching for any sign of the Reikage. Sensing motion to his right, he started to turn, but in a blur, the Reikage appeared from the left at a speed beyond comprehension. The Reikage raised his fist, aiming to strike Sasuke from the side. Lariat. Without even looking, Sasuke's Susanoo ribcage flared up, instantly engulfed in black flames. The Reikage slammed his feet down, breaking hard to halt his attack. Watching from atop the high wall, Karen clenched her fists in excitement, silently praising him. "Amazing, that's the black flame shield. There's no way to keep up with the Reikage body flicker, but since he can't, he just created a defense nobody can touch. Now, it won't be easy for anyone to attack Sasuke." C's mouth dropped open in shock at the sight, disbelief racing through his mind. He's controlling the black flames? Even shaping them? Could he be even more skilled with Amaterasu than Itachi was? Sensing the Reikage had stopped his attack, Sasuke tilted his head slightly, his Mangekyo Sharingan radiating pure disdain. The Reikage felt utterly humiliated. Don't underestimate the raikage, you punk. With that, he threw a punch straight through the exoskeleton, landing a direct blow to Sasuke's face. Black flames seared the raikage's hand, but he could hardly contain his satisfaction. At last, I finally got to land my fist right on that brat's face. What a relief. Karen shrieked in astonishment, never expecting the raikage to be so fierce. See, startled, shouted, Lord Raikage, could it be that you? Darui flashed a fearless smile and said, he actually sacrificed his right hand. After taking a heavy blow from the raikage, Sasuke was sent flying to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, the power in his left eye weakened, and the black flames slowly receded. Meanwhile, the raikage had already leapt in front of Sasuke, his left leg raised high, gathering strength. Let them all die. Liger Bomb, Double Thunder Axe. He brought his left foot crashing down in a powerful kick. Sasuke, clutching his left eye in pain, gritted his teeth and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. Black flames blazed up once more. Blaze Shield Kagetsuchi. The black flames formed into a cross-shaped shield of protection. Darui exclaimed in surprise, that guy can still. Karen, terrified, squeezed her eyes shut, forming hand signs to sense Sasuke's condition. She didn't dare look directly. The raikage, glaring at the black flame shield below, showed no sign of stopping. He pressed the attack, determined to kill Sasuke. Even if he lost an arm or a leg today, he would see Sasuke dead. But just then, a massive wave of sand swept in, blocking the space between the raikage and Sasuke. The raikage's foot landed in the sand, and he exclaimed in shock, Sand? Sasuke, lying on the ground, was also taken aback. It was only then that everyone realized who had intervened. It was Gaara, the Kage. Gaara walked out calmly with his arms crossed, sand swirling around him. At his side stood Lady Tsunade, the Hokage, and Jiraiya. Sorry for the trouble, Lord Kazekage, Tsunade said politely. Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks, Lady Hokage. Even if you hadn't asked for help, I would have stepped in. Tsunade smiled faintly, for she knew Gaara was doing this for Naruto's sake. The raikage, using the sand for support, leapt back toward Darui and C. Sasuke struggled to his feet, glancing at Gaara, and he saw Tsunade and Jiraiya standing beside him. No need to look for them. They're already here. Meanwhile, Kankuro approached the samurai, manipulating chakra threads that attached to the samurai's armor. Seeing this, Temari unfurled her fan. Weasel scythe technique. Several gusts of wind surged upward, sweeping the samurai and fanning the black flames higher. Kankuro seized the moment, tugging on the chakra threads to pull off the burning armor and flinging it aside. He frowned and muttered, so this is the so-called undying fire. Amaterasu. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, saying, I'll have to trouble you. Jiraiya nodded, striding toward the raikage. Then Tsunade surveyed the area and announced, all samurai, fall back. This is a battle among ninja. If you stay here, you'll only die in vain. The captain of the samurai helped up the warrior who had just been rescued and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Hokage, Lord Kazekage. Suigetsu looked at the situation, puzzled, and asked, What's going on here? The raikage turned to the Hokage and Kazekage, roaring in fury. Tsunade, Gaara, what's the meaning of this? Why are you interfering? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll deal with both of you as well. See, hearing the raikage's explosive declaration, felt a surge of anxiety. Though he wasn't worried about the raikage's strength, openly declaring war on two Kage at once. Wasn't that practically a declaration of war on two entire nations? Lord Raikage, please think carefully, he urged. Darui also hurried to chime in, Boss, calm down. Before Tsunade or Gaara could reply, Jiraiya strolled over unhurriedly and spoke up. If the Kazekage hadn't stopped you, and you kept going, the black flames would have only eaten further into your body. The raikage snorted and glanced at his burning hand. Jiraiya sighed and said, Let me take care of it, Lord Raikage. Otherwise, you might lose that hand for good. The raikage grunted, looking at Jiraiya in surprise. You have a way? Jiraiya reached into his pocket and pulled out a blank scroll, unrolling it directly onto the ground. He then took out an ink brush, glanced at the raikage, and said, If I didn't have a way, why would I come over? With that, Jiraiya dabbed the brush with a bit of saliva, lowered his head, and began inscribing sealing formulas. Darui exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, did I hear that right? Isn't this black flame supposed to be impossible to extinguish? C looked at Jiraiya and said, Maybe he really does have a way. After all, he's as famous as the Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. All right, Jiraiya finished writing, then formed a one-handed seal. Although it wasn't as simple as using both hands, it just took a little extra time. Sealing technique, Fire's sealing method. He slammed his palm onto the prepared scroll. On the scroll, for arrow symbols began to glow, and a stream of blue chakra seeped out, accompanied by a soft, humming sound. Like a thin mist, the blue energy drifted toward the Reikage arm. Lord Reikage, please don't move. The Reikage stood still, watching as the blue mist enveloped the burning black flames on his arm. To his astonishment, the black flames began to fade, as if they were being drawn away by the blue mist. What is this? The blue mist absorbed all the black flames and then drifted lazily back into the scroll. The 4 arrows on the scroll shifted, forming a ring with 12 jagged edges, and within the circle, a bright red sealing character appeared. The black flames were now sealed within. The jutsu complete, the red mark gradually faded away. Jiraiya immediately put away the scroll, then took out a rope, biting down on one end with his teeth. With his other hand, he began wrapping the scroll, tying a knot, and securing it tightly. Seeing Jiraiya truly helping his Lord Reikage and extinguishing the black flames, C felt a rush of excitement. He broke free from Darui's grip, trembling as he stepped in front of Jiraiya, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." The Reikage, well-versed in worldly matters, couldn't help but remark upon witnessing such a sealing technique. If I'm not mistaken, this is a sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan, isn't it? In this world, only that terrifying clan of sealers possessed sealing techniques capable of subduing such flames. Jiraiya put away the scroll, grumbling, "Hey, Reikage, I went out of my way to put out the black flames for you, and you don't even say thank you." The Reikage snorted coldly, then turned to C and commanded, "C, hurry up and treat me. Once I'm better, we'll finish off Sasuke." Although the black flames had been extinguished, the Reikage's hand was already severely burned. These were serious injuries. "Yes, Lord Reikage," C responded at once. He moved to the Reikage's side to begin treatment, while Darui hovered nearby, worried C might collapse. Seeing that his work was done, Jiraiya returned to Tsunade's side. As C treated the Reikage, he analyzed Sasuke's abilities in his mind. To be able to land a hit on the Reikage even while he was clad in lightning release armor, to survive 2 devastating attacks, to possess Amaterasu in his left eye, and likely an ability in his right eye to control the shape and transformation of those black flames. This meant, without a doubt, that Sasuke had truly captured the upper hand. In the world of ninja, there are always greater talents out there. Meanwhile, as Tsunade was preparing to step forward, Gaara spoke up. "Lord Hokage, please wait a moment." Tsunade turned back and asked, "What is it, Lord Kazekage?" Gaara replied, "May I speak with Sasuke, just the 2 of us, before anything else?" Tsunade was a bit surprised, but then agreed to Gaara's request and stepped back slightly. With his arms crossed over his chest, Gaara walked up to Sasuke, gazed at him, and sighed. "Your eyes are still the same as before." Sasuke's left eye, bleeding, was tightly shut. He opened his right eye to look at Gaara, fully understanding what he meant. Back during the Chunin exams, when they were both in their early teens, Gaara had once told Sasuke. Their eyes were alike, both hungry for power, filled with hatred and the urge to kill, seeking to destroy those who had thrust them into a hell of loneliness, those restless, violent eyes. Gaara looked at Sasuke with genuine compassion. "Making revenge the meaning of your existence won't solve anything. I've been through all of this myself. There's still time for you. Don't let hatred consume you and lock yourself away in a world of solitude, where you might never find your way back." For once, Sasuke's expression grew serious as he answered. "Even if I were to go back, what would be waiting for me there?" Kankuro saw the 2 of them, still arguing, and quietly reminded, "Let it go, Gaara. If words could change his mind, Naruto wouldn't have failed. Sasuke has already become a criminal, a member of Akatsuki. He's not like you. Let the Hokage handle this." Temari chimed in as well. "Besides, the Reikage and all those hurt by Akatsuki will never let him go. He was already internationally wanted even before attacking the 5 Kage summit. No matter what, there's no future for him now." Gaara fell silent for several seconds. He took a deep breath, looked at Sasuke, and continued, "Sasuke, you and I are alike. We both walked in the darkness of this world, so even the faintest glimmer of light should be able to reach your eyes. It was true in the past, and it's still true now." A trace of disdain curled at Sasuke's lips. "I've already closed my eyes. My purpose exists only in the darkness." Kankuro saw that Gaara wanted to speak again and whispered, "Don't let your personal feelings get in the way. You're the Kazekage now." Gaara exhaled, turned to Sasuke, and said, "Sasuke, let me say one last thing. I truly think Naruto's efforts weren't worth it." With that, Gaara stepped aside and looked to Tsunade. "Lady Hokage, I'll leave it to you now. If you need our assistance, don't hesitate to call on us." Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Lord Kazekage, you're too kind. Jiraiya returned to Tsunade's side, looking at Sasuke with a slight frown. Watching him, I can't shake this sense of déjà vu. Tsunade understood what Jiraiya meant. Gaara had said Sasuke was like him, that he could empathize. But in truth, Sasuke resembled someone else too, Orochimaru. To Tsunade, the desire to save Sasuke was all too familiar. She gazed at Sasuke, her feelings an intricate tangle. Strictly speaking, Sasuke was Orochimaru's direct disciple. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all students of the third Hokage, so, by that connection, Sasuke should have called Tsunade Aunt Master and Jiraiya Uncle Master. To see someone from her own lineage end up like this, it was impossible not to feel sorrow. Sasuke, surrender and come back to the Leaf Village with me. Face your judgment. The instant Tsunade spoke, the people from the Hidden Cloud and Sand Villages were visibly surprised. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, his heart softening, thinking, Tsunade, even in a moment like this, you still want to save Sasuke and bring him home. Then Jiraiya glanced at Sasuke, recalling how Naruto had left the village with unwavering resolve not long ago. He wondered if one day he stood before Naruto, would it be the same? Even in a moment like this, would he still want to bring him back? On the other side, the Raikage, still receiving treatment, was the first to erupt. Tsunade, what do you mean by this? Still thinking of bringing him back? I'm telling you that's not going to happen. I'm going to finish him right here and now. She watched as the Raikage turned away abruptly and hurriedly called out, Lord Raikage, the treatment isn't finished yet. The Raikage, brimming with anger, snapped, Enough. That brat Sasuke has had more than enough. If this keeps up, he'll slip away before we know it. She ignored the Raikage's protests and continued to his side, resuming treatment on the Raikage's hand. Seeing Shi's stubbornness, the Raikage turned to Darui nearby and ordered, Lazybones, go over there and keep an eye on things for me. Darui replied, Yes, sir. Sasuke looked at Tsunade and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Amaterasu. Without warning, Sasuke erupted into action, unleashing a jet of black flames that blazed alive in midair and surged toward Tsunade. Jiraiya sensed the attack in an instant and was about to intervene, but a cascading wall of sand suddenly swept in and shielded Tsunade and the others. Jiraiya glanced over in surprise and realized it was Gaara who had stepped in. At that moment, Gaara wore a calm and composed expression. Jiraiya gave a faint smile. Not bad, young man. Just as promising as that kid Naruto. With interest piqued, Sasuke stood up, a sly, playful grin curving his lips as he looked at Gaara and teased. So you can even block a fire release now? Your absolute defense is still as tough as ever, Gaara. Gaara stared back at Sasuke without a flicker of emotion. He knew exactly what Sasuke was alluding to. Back during the Chunin exams, Sasuke's Chidori had shattered his so-called absolute defense, leaving him injured and bleeding. Nearby, Kuratsuchi, who had been secretly watching from the shadows, couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Impressive. No wonder he was able to defeat Deidara. Now, Tsunade's anger truly flared. This Sasuke, he really was Orochimaru's student, a true rebel through and through. How dare he attack her, his master senior and the Hokage herself? It was clear that words alone wouldn't work on him. Then again, if talking really solved anything, Naruto would have already convinced him to come back. Tsunade began forming hand seals, looking directly at Sasuke as she declared, Sasuke, since you're so stubborn, I'll just have to break your arms and legs and drag you back for judgment. Ninja art. Creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. Jiraiya, watching from the side, exclaimed in shock, Tsunade, you're actually going to use that? Tsunade gave a determined hum in response. Sasuke's power is nothing to take lightly. Jiraiya, you help too. Let's end this fight as quickly as possible. Jiraiya nodded. Got it. He understood exactly what Tsunade meant. Use overwhelming strength to bring Sasuke down fast and take him away, or else, sooner or later, Sasuke would end up dead at the Raikage's hands. A curse mark began to blaze atop Tsunade's forehead, spreading rapidly to cover her entire body. Frowning, the Raikage muttered to himself, That's... He'd only ever heard rumors before. This was the first time he'd seen the Hokage of the Leaf Village unleash her ultimate technique with his own eyes, sure watched. From the side, then explained to the Raikage, the fifth Hokage is a renowned medical ninja in the Shinobi world. To make up for her lack of combat strength, she developed this ultimate combat form of medical ninjutsu by combining creation rebirth with the strength of 100 seal. When activated, the sealing marks cover her entire body, and the moment she's injured, regeneration begins, continuous, rapid, high-speed, and automatic. It doesn't disrupt her rhythm of attack, either. The Raikage was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Sure. So, in other words, it's like she's immortal, regenerating endlessly. Sure gave a wry smile. In theory, yes. But to use this technique, you need to store up an enormous amount of chakra in advance. And even then, using it just once shortens your lifespan. For the first time, the Reikage looked at Tsunade with true respect. No wonder she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama. She truly lived up to her lineage. Darui leapt to Tsunade's side and called out, "Let me help, friend from the hidden leaf and hidden sand." Without waiting for anyone's reply, Darui began weaving hand signs. "I'll take the lead. Storm release. Laser circus," he declared. With a sharp clap, Darui's hands formed a massive fist. In that instant, waves of blue light flared outward, forming shields that grew stronger with each pulse, then erupted into countless blades of light that shot directly at Sasuke. Gaara cast a glance at Tsunade. "Lady Hokage?" Tsunade nodded firmly. "Yes, please, join in as well." Then she looked back at Jiraiya, who understood her immediately. Sand began to swirl around Gaara. "Sand shower barrage," he called, launching a hail of sand bullets. Temari unfurled her iron fan. "Great sickle weasel technique," she shouted, sending a cutting gale strong enough to slice through stone. Kankaro's puppet, the scorpion, sprang open. Red's secret technique, machinery triangles. As its compartments unfolded, a rain of deadly ninja tools shot forth. Jiraiya wove his own hand signs. Fire style, flame bullet. A torrent of fire erupted from his mouth. Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze cold and resolute as she stared at Sasuke, about to be beset by the attacks. And Sasuke? Just before the onslaught struck, his left eye, bloodied and shut, snapped open in an instant. A series of thunderous explosions erupted as the combined attacks landed where Sasuke stood, black smoke billowing and shockwaves buffeting everyone's sleeves. High on the wall, Karen called out in anxious alarm, her worry for Sasuke clear. Then, as she reached out with her senses, her expression changed abruptly. This is... As the dust slowly settled, Tsunade's brow furrowed. "Just as I thought." Darui, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro finally saw what was inside and all cried out in unison. "What? How is this possible?" A massive purple figure emerged from the smoke. It was the skeletal form of Susanu's half-body, its giant arms raised in absolute defense before Sasuke. Sasuke gave a cold sneer. "Gaara, this is an absolute defense, even stronger than yours." Meanwhile, the Reikage was still tending to his wounds. Watching Susanoo, he mused, "Is that the same thing that fended off my attack?" Sure frowned and said, "That chakra feels exactly like what I sensed during our Jinjutsu battle." Suigetsu, pinned to the wall, managed a grin. "Looks like Sasuke's gotten even stronger." Yugo, who was embedded deep in the wall, had just regained consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, he looked toward Sasuke in the distance and muttered, "So this is the move I wanted to try out." Only Karen wore a grave expression, her heart full of worry. "This chakra, Sasuke, isn't the same as before. He's even colder than he was a moment ago." Gaara gazed at Sasuke and murmured, "Is this the power of darkness?" Tsunade clenched her right fist tightly. This was it, the same sinister Susanoo she'd once read about in the scrolls, the one used by Uchiha Madara against her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. With a heavy thud, Tsunade sprang from where she stood, launching herself forward with such force that the floor beneath her shattered into pieces. Jiraiya called out anxiously, "Tsunade." As she soared through the air, Tsunade's face hardened with determination. She drew back her fist and struck down. "Wake up, you bastard!" Watching the Hokage come at him swinging, Sasuke scoffed in disdain. "Is that all? Looks like she's just another reckless brute like the Reikage." He didn't even bother activating his black flame shield. "I'll just stand here," he thought. "Let's see what the Hokage can do." The result, with a thunderous crash, Tsunade's heavy punch landed squarely on the chest of Susanu's half-body. A sharp cracking sound followed. The armor began to split. The Reikage's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. "Impossible. The Susanoo that withstood my strongest lariat and lightning bomb, cracked by a single punch from this woman." Sasuke was stunned as well. What's happening? Fissures were spreading across Susanoo's chest, growing wider by the second. In a panic, he raised Susanoo's massive skeletal arm and swung it straight at Tsunade. Gaara was awestruck. What incredible strength! Jiraiya stood aside, a troubled look crossing his face as unpleasant memories surfaced. As the enormous bone hand lunged for her, Tsunade showed no fear. As the fifth Hokage, granddaughter of the first Hokage, disciple of the third, and one of the legendary Sannin, her skills were more than just reputation. She seized the opportunity, grabbing the giant bone hand with both of her own. Sasuke blinked in surprise. What was she planning? With a fierce battle cry, Tsunade gripped tightly and twisted on the spot, spinning her whole body. Sasuke winced in pain, gritting his teeth. How is this possible? With a sharp crack, Tsunade twisted off the enormous skeletal hand without hesitation and tossed it aside. Sasuke panicked. What was happening? How could someone possess such overwhelming strength? Sensing the danger, Sasuke realized his left hand's bones had already been dismantled, but his right hand remained. He quickly manipulated it, and instantly a long, purple blade materialized from the bones of his right arm. She, the sensory ninja, was the first to notice something was wrong and shouted, "Lord Jiraiya, San Shinobi, everyone fall back." The crowd immediately went on high alert. Sasuke glared at Tsunade, controlling the sword formed from his right arm's bones, and swung it toward the group. The massive purple blade swept down like a great cleaver, threatening the gathered shinobi. All the while, Jiraiya kept a close eye on Tsunade's movements, but to his surprise, Sasuke's attack never came for them. With a thunderous crash, the supporting pillars holding up the ceiling were severed one after another. It became clear Sasuke's real target was the structural columns. The remaining samurai on the scene were thrown into chaos and confusion. He's aiming for the pillars. At this rate, the ceiling won't hold. As the pillars snapped apart, cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling above. Massive chunks of stone began to crash down relentlessly. Several samurai, unable to flee in time, were struck and knocked to the ground. Pinned to the wall by a lightning release blade, Suigetsu struggled desperately and grumbled, "What's Sasuke up to now? I'm still stuck here." Meanwhile, Yugo, gravely wounded, drifted in and out of consciousness. As the walls began to fracture, he slid from the crater he'd made and slumped to the ground. Karen, perched atop a high wall, suddenly found it collapsing beneath her. She plummeted downward, but a gigantic skeletal hand shot out, catching her mid-fall and whisking her away. Karen was overwhelmed with emotion. Sasuke hadn't forgotten her. But then Sasuke's cold voice cut through the chaos. "Karen, don't just stand there. Stay alert and sense the enemy's movements." It turned out Sasuke had brought her along to support him in battle. After all, having Karen around was like carrying both a living radar and a portable medic. As the heavy ceiling slabs began to rain down, Gaara's gourd burst open, releasing a torrent of sand. The sand surged upward, forming a sturdy column above the group, shielding everyone from the falling debris. Tsunade, watching the boulders crash down one after another, simply smashed them apart with her fists. Then she lunged at Sasuke. "You're not getting away, Sasuke!" Jiraiya shouted anxiously. "Tsunade!" He darted back and forth, then dashed after her. Sasuke dodged swiftly, the gigantic skeletal arm swinging to smash through the wall ahead as he made his escape toward the outside. The Hokage's power was indeed formidable, but that didn't mean she couldn't be killed. The problem was the presence of the Kazekage and Raikage. If he forced the Hokage into a disadvantage, the others would inevitably interfere. So, Sasuke's plan was to lure her outside. Behind them, the entire floor's structure collapsed completely. When the dust finally settled, Darui surveyed the scene. The Raikage, their leader, burst up from beneath the floor with a powerful punch, shattering the stone slabs that had covered him. Just moments ago, the Raikage had relied on his lightning release chakra armor to catch a falling ceiling panel, using it as a shield to protect C. Now, the two of them emerged from the debris. Looking at himself, Darui turned gratefully to Gaara and said, "I'm really sorry, Lord Kazekage. Thank you so much." Kankuro glanced at Darui and remarked, "That guy Sasuke probably got scared after the Hokage thrashed him and ran off, don't you think?" Temari leaned on her giant iron fan, worry etched across her face. "With things like this, I wonder how the others are doing." Gaara, manipulating his sand, swept his arms forward, causing the sand to slope and push all the rubble away. Once the path was clear, the sand slowly drifted back into Gaara's gourd. Taking it all in, the Raikage called out, "Lazybones, come with me. We're going after Sasuke right now." Darui responded promptly, "Yes, boss." C focused his senses and reported, "It looks like he's headed outside." At that moment, Gaara fell silent, a trace of longing flickering in his eyes. He found himself missing Naruto. "Naruto, if it were you, what would you do now?" Meanwhile, the massive Susanoo creature hammered the wall with blow after thunderous blow, finally punching out a hole and leaping straight through it. Outside, snow was swirling thickly, blanketing the world in white. Not far off, Obito and Black Zetsu stood watching, a hint of surprise in Obito's voice. "Has the battle spilled all the way out here? I was just about to go in and take a look myself." The tremendous rumbling shook the entire building, making the Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Mifune in the 5 Kage conference room uneasy. Mifune's voice was low and grave. "What's happening out there?" Chojuro listened intently to the voices crackling through his earpiece. then reported. Sasuke and the Reikage were fighting fiercely on the first floor. The Reikage nearly lost a hand, but luckily the Hokage and Kazekage joined the fight. Sasuke was overwhelmed and is now trying to escape. The Mizukage, Meitorumi, exclaimed in astonishment. Even the Reikage was injured? After all, the Reikage was by all accounts the strongest among the 5 Kage when it came to sheer combat ability, a true warrior through and through. That even, he was hurt in battle with Sasuke, and needed both the Hokage and Kazekage to intervene, spoke volumes about Sasuke's strength. Was Sasuke really that formidable? Chojuro swallowed hard, thinking, no wonder he was the one who defeated Zabuza. If someone like that ever went up against Lady Mizukage, what would I do? He remembered how kind and gentle the Mizukage was to him, and how beautiful she looked. Chojuro shook his head, chasing away those stray thoughts. He'd made up his mind. No matter who came, he would spend his life protecting Lady Mizukage. Ao furrowed his brow. Lady Mizukage, should we? Meitorumi considered for a moment, then looked over at the Tsuchikage. Lord Tsuchikage, shall we go together? There's no point just sitting around in here. The Tsuchikage let out a cold snort. After thinking for a moment, he realized it made sense. 3 Kage were fighting Sasuke, and just sitting around here was indeed rather dull. Fine, let's go over and watch the show, he said, preparing to stand. But before he could move, a sudden voice rang out. I can't let you interfere with Sasuke's battle. In an instant, Ao and Chojuro jumped in front of the Mizukage to protect her, while Akatsuchi positioned himself before Inoki. Chojuro, startled, quickly retreated to stand beside Mifune, drawing his katana and taking his place next to Ringo. At that moment, the white Zetsu who had just been killed by the Reikage rose slowly to his feet. His twisted neck wobbled as he straightened it, and then, just as before, he burst into peals of eerie laughter. Ha ha ha, you all would be better off staying right here. Tsuchikage scoffed. Members of the Akatsuki really do know no shame. Akatsuchi, deal with him completely. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi replied, ready to form hand signs. But as he moved, strange white pods began to sprout on his body, growing larger and larger. What is this? What's happening? In the next moment, everyone present, Inoki, Meitorumi, Ao, Chojuro, Mifune, Chujiro, and Ringo, found the same white pods appearing on their bodies, swelling bigger and bigger, multiplying until each pod sprouted a head identical to white Zetsu. Mei scowled in disgust and blew out a sharp breath. The white Zetsu head on her melted away instantly. The Mizukage excelled in water release, and the vapor she exhaled was laced with a dissolving, acidic mist. But the moment she melted one away, another grew in its place. This is my chakra. These things grow by absorbing chakra. White Zetsu chuckled darkly. This is my spore technique. You 5 Kage really are careless. Your attention is all on Sasuke, and you never saw this coming. Mifune struggled to speak. When did you cast this jutsu? Inoki pondered. He must have set a time jutsu before the Reikage took him out. The Mizukage scoffed. Don't underestimate a Kage. As she spoke, chakra surged wildly through her body, releasing a burst of steam. Boil release, skilled mist technique. This jutsu evaporated the sweat inside her, producing a corrosive vapor that dissolved anything caught in it. It worked well. Zetsu spores began to soften and melt away. White Zetsu let out a surprised sound, then grinned. Not bad, Mizukage. However, he lunged forward, attempting to strike while she was distracted. Inoki frowned. Danger. Akatsuchi, we're joining the fight. Earth release. Added weight rock technique. The white Zetsu on Inoki's body instantly turned to stone. Inoki shrugged them off, and the petrified Zetsu shattered into pieces on the ground. Without missing a beat, Inoki floated into the air, forming hand signs. Particle style. Atomic dismantling jutsu. A square formed between Inoki's hands, and he aimed it directly at white Zetsu. Just as white Zetsu was about to reach the Mizukage, the square enveloped him. A brilliant white light flashed, and in that instant, white Zetsu was disintegrated at the molecular level right where he stood. Chojuro let out a sigh of relief. Ao, too, felt a chill of lingering fear. If anything happened to the Mizukage, the two of them, as her guards, would never make it back to the village. At that moment, the Mizukage managed to break free and turn to the Tsuchikage, saying, Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage gave a snort and, twisting his waist, replied, I may be old, but the fire of battle still burns within me. On Akatsuchi's side, he spat out a massive stone giant from his mouth, which grabbed the spores clinging to him and swallowed them down, successfully ridding himself of their grip. The Mizukage then stepped in, freeing both Chojuro and Ao from their binds. Inoki also hurried to Mifune's side, rescuing him and his 2 subordinates. Thank you, Lord Suchikage, Mifune said gratefully. Inoki chuckled. No need to thank me. Then, turning to the Mizukage, Inoki said, if White Zetsu is so desperate to keep us away, then I'm all the more determined to see what's ahead. The Mizukage paused to recover her chakra. I was thinking the same, she replied. With that, the group hurried onward. Outside, Sasuke was still charging deeper into the forest. Tsunade followed closely, refusing to let him out of her sight. Jiraiya, sensing that things were getting out of hand, quickly formed a hand seal. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. His hair rapidly grew longer, twisting into the shape of lion heads, which lunged forward, snapping at Sasuke as he ran. Suddenly, Sasuke noticed his Susanoo was being entangled and held fast. Oomph! Sasuke grunted in surprise. Jiraiya called out sternly, that's far enough. With a sharp tug, he yanked Sasuke back, tossing him through the air. Sasuke scoffed, his left Sharingan flaring. The bones of his left arm, severed earlier by Tsunade, regenerated instantly. Sword and arrow manifested in his hand, and with a single slash, he cut himself free. By now, Tsunade was upon him. Take this, she shouted. Her fists crashed down in a flurry of powerful blows, pummeling Sasuke into the snow. The Susanoo cracked under the impact, and the strain on Sasuke's left eye grew even more intense. The half-bodied skeletal Susanoo faded, replaced by a mere ribcage for protection. Sasuke lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his left eye, gasping for breath. Because the half-bodied Susanoo had vanished, Karen fell from the skeletal right hand and landed hard on the ground. Sasuke! She cried, scrambling to her feet and rushing to his side, worry etched across her face. She could sense that Sasuke's chakra had diminished sharply. At this moment, Sasuke felt as if every cell in his body throbbed with pain. Gasping, he thought to himself, so this is the side effect of Susanoo? Prolonged use causes this much agony? And I haven't even reached its perfect form. What kind of torment did Itachi endure? Lost in these thoughts, Sasuke looked up to see Tsunade and Jiraiya standing before him. Tsunade looked at Sasuke and spoke, after your battle with the Reikage, you must be exhausted. If you keep fighting, you can guess what the outcome will be. Sasuke, let it go. Accept the seal and come back to the village with me. There's still a sliver of hope. Sasuke lifted his head and let out a cold, disdainful snort. You want me to let go? Let go of what? Let go of the proof that Itachi was used. By all of you until his death? Let go of the blood feud from your Senju clan, which kept suppressing the Uchiha until we were wiped out. Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly. Jiraiya, standing to the side, said, he's not like Orochimaru. Orochimaru left in pursuit of truth, but Sasuke, he's been completely consumed by hatred and resentment. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Get lost and die, brat. The Reikage charged in from the distance, unleashing a brutal, thunderous punch aimed straight at Sasuke. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She leapt up without hesitation, meeting the Reikage's attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, the fists of two Kage-level Shinobi collided in midair, sending a shockwave blasting through the sky. Both landed on the ground. The Reikage, fuming with rage, spat out, Hokage, are you choosing to stand against me? Tsunade's hand was already healing rapidly. Unlike the Reikage, she didn't have the protection of lightning release armor, so her fist had split and bled during the clash. This is a rogue ninja from Konoha. Dealing with him is our business, Reikage. There's no need for you to interfere. The Reikage clenched his teeth and growled, what did you say? C hurried over to try and calm him. Reikage-sama, please stay calm. Think it through. Darui, standing nearby, added with a laid-back tone, guess we've got a new target to focus on now. C shot him a sharp look. Save your comments for now. At this point, Killer Bee's fate was still unknown. On the Konoha side stood two Kage-level fighters, plus they still had the Nine Tails, the last-tailed beast, though reports said it had left the village. For the Cloud, making an enemy out of Konoha now would be reckless. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet and turned to Karen. Karen, get back. Stay out of this. Sensing Sasuke's chakra turning icy cold again, Karen realized he was about to unleash another devastating attack and quickly backed away. Meanwhile, Gaara and his group arrived, stopping at a distance. Since the Hokage had claimed this was her village's matter to resolve, they chose not to interfere. The Mizukage and Suchikage had also reached the scene. Inoki floated in the air and scoffed. Reikage, you still haven't finished dealing with that brat? The Reikage grunted. If it weren't for Tsunade meddling and trying to cover up her own clan's dirty laundry, this would have ended already. Today, I want to see how the Hokage handles a traitor from her own village. On a distant patch of open ground, Obito stood up and murmured, looks like it's my turn to make an appearance. Black Zetsu asked, are you going in now? Obito's space-time vortex began to swirl, his form fading. Yes. With all 5 Kage present, Sasuke could be killed in an instant. We can't afford to be careless. At the top of the club's tower, hidden and protected by the powers of both the human path and sage mode, Naruto had already merged with nature itself, making him undetectable. Watching the distant scene unfold, he felt a deep ache in his heart. So this was how much pain Sasuke had suffered back then. According to his previous life, he should have been with Captain Yamato and Kakashi-sensei right now, staying at a hotel more than 10 miles from here. It was at that time that Uchiha Obito, disguised as Madara, came to find him. Obito revealed the truth about Itachi, spoke of the Sage of Six Paths' 2 sons, the conflict between the heirs of Ninshu, and the fateful bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Obito said that Sasuke and he were the chosen ones of this era. What Obito intended to do was to keep pushing Sasuke, nurturing his hatred, helping him grow stronger through pain, and forcing him to confront the very essence of hatred. Under Obito's deliberate guidance, Sasuke took upon himself the entire burden of the Uchiha clan's resentment. When Naruto was reborn, he had hoped to change Sasuke's path. But after the events with Nagato, Naruto began to see things differently. It's simply impossible to cast Kodoeme Tsukumi on every important figure in the shinobi world and force them to obey his will. For one thing, the cooldown period for Kodoeme Tsukumi is far too long. Changing someone's heart so completely can't be done often. For another, if he used such methods, how would he be any different from Uchiha Madara, Obito, or Kage? So, after changing Nagato's fate, Naruto became certain of his own path. He was still the Naruto who dreamed of becoming Hokage, who had sworn to protect his loved ones and the entire ninja world. He would use his foresight to unite the shinobi world, leading everyone to join forces and gain the strength to stand against the Otsutsuki. That was why he founded Ten, starting with the growth of the Ten organization. After all, no matter what you set out to do, if you don't have your own team, it's all for nothing. Power grows from the barrel of a gun, and truth only belongs to those with strength. Without strength, even if Naruto stood before the 5 Kage and revealed the truth of the future, perhaps only Gaara would believe him. But even then, Gaara still had to answer to the elders of the Sand Village. He couldn't act alone. That's why Naruto allowed certain things to unfold as they would. He let Obito continue guiding Sasuke. He let Obito appear before the 5 Kage to reveal those secrets. He let Obito declare the 4th Great Ninja War. Because, after all, there's no such thing as a union that comes out of nowhere. Only those who have tasted pain will understand it. Only then will they fear it, and only then will they unite to prevent it from happening again. Have you finished talking yet? Sasuke stood up and glared at the 5 Kage, his voice filled with hatred. It's because of so-called leaders like you that this world of ninja is filled with endless conflict. After he finished speaking, Sasuke unleashed the full force of his Mangekyo Sharingan, shouting, "Today, I will slay the Hokage right here. Anyone who stands in my way will die." Susanoo manifested behind him. The half-formed skeletal giant reappeared. Then, with another furious roar, blood streamed even more freely from Sasuke's left eye. The skeletal colossus began to grow, transforming into a more complete, humanoid Susanoo. In its right hand, it held a shield and a bow. In its left, an arrow poised to strike. Sure stared at the Susanoo in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's even more powerful than before." Darui grumbled, "Just what kind of monsters are the Uchiha clan anyway?" The Raikage ground his teeth in frustration. If it hadn't been for Tsunade holding him back, this brat wouldn't have had a chance to put on such a show. Karen hid behind a tree, sensing Sasuke's chakra, so changed now, it was almost unrecognizable. Jiraiya stepped up beside Tsunade, his brow furrowed. "Tsunade, be wary of Susanoo's arrows in this state. They're incredibly fast and hard to dodge." Tsunade nodded. "I know." Sasuke sneered coldly. This was exactly the kind of fear he wanted to see in their faces. Obito, who was halfway phasing out, couldn't help but be impressed. Excellent. As his hatred grows, so, too, does his power. Even his body is responding. This is a promising direction. Looks like I can stay and watch a little longer. Without another word, Sasuke drew his bow and loosed an arrow straight at Tsunade. The speed was astonishing, faster than anyone could have imagined. "Tsunade, get out of the way." Jiraiya had already been preparing. He entered Sage mode in an instant. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. In Sage mode, Jiraiya's senses for attacks were razor-sharp. He struck the arrow mid-flight, diverting its path away from Tsunade with perfect timing. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's teamwork with Jiraiya was flawless. Seeing Jiraiya disrupt the attack, she seized the opening and lunged straight for Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke realized there wasn't time to fire a second arrow. He immediately raised a shield, Susanoo's massive hand swinging up to defend him. With a thunderous crash, Tsunade's monstrous strength shattered Susanu's protective gauntlet. Reeling from the force of her punch, Sasuke thought in shock. Impossible. Even my half-formed Susanu's shield can't withstand her blows. How can this woman's strength surpass even the Reikage? He regretted not summoning the Black Flame shield. But Tsunade wasn't finished. Even though her hand fractured from the impact, she didn't care. Her healing abilities would repair it in moments. She switched hands and struck again with another crushing blow. Sasuke and his Susanoo were sent flying by the sheer force. Jiraiya seized the moment, forming hand signs once more. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya sprawled on the ground like a frog. Then his hair suddenly puffed up and transformed into countless thin, needle-like tips that shot rapidly toward Sasuke's Susanoo. Suspended in mid-air, Sasuke was struck all over by these hair needles. Some even pierced through the cracks in Susanoo's armor, striking his body directly. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside Orochimaru, he's not to be underestimated, Sasuke muttered to himself. Just as he was about to land, Tsunade's attack arrived in a flash. In the blink of an eye, she was above Sasuke, raising her right leg, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke's right eye streamed with blood. Flame shield, Kagetsuchi, he cried. Black flames surged once again, cloaking his body in a protective blaze. The Reikage watched the scene, jaw clenched, realizing that his own attack just moments ago had been almost identical to Tsunade's now. Ah, Tsunade, will you keep going at it like I did? He remarked dryly. At that instant, a cascade of long, white hair swept in, wrapping around Tsunade and flinging her backward. Jiraiya appeared in front of Sasuke's Susanoo. Fire style, Toad, oil flame bullet, he called out. A torrent of fierce flames rushed at Sasuke, roasting his Susanoo. With the added Toad oil, the fire engulfed Susanoo, burning ferociously. Darui, watching from the sidelines, wiped the sweat from his brow. What terrifying power! The relentless attacks and the coordination between Lord Jiraiya and the Hokage. It's incredible. C, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Yeah, they fought side by side for years during the Third Great Ninja War. Plus, they're from the same school. They know each other's jutsu inside and out. The blaze of the fire-style attack briefly deprived Sasuke of oxygen, leaving him gasping. At that moment, the power in his left eye faltered once more. Af! Sasuke cried out in agony, clutching his left eye. The form of his Susanoo weakened instantly, shrinking from its full-bodied form back to his skeletal ribcage. Once again, Jiraiya formed a hand sign. Summoning Jutsu, Toad Shop Smash. With a sudden, thunderous crash, the giant Toad Gamaguchi appeared in the air above Sasuke, dropped down, and leapt, landing with enormous force right on top of Susanoo. The impact drove Sasuke to the ground, leaving him sprawled and coughing up a torrent of blood. The skeletal form of Susanoo collapsed entirely, leaving only the faintest rib bones to shield Sasuke's life. Jiraiya dispelled the summoning, and at this point, Sasuke was barely holding on. Naruto watched from a short distance away, understanding that if Master Jiraiya and Granny Tsunade hadn't been holding back, Sasuke would already be dead. Throughout the fight, their main attacks had been aimed at Sasuke's defenses, never at delivering a killing blow. It looked like it was time for Naruto to step in as well. Yet Sasuke, unwilling to admit defeat, trembled as he struggled to rise again. Tsunade flashed over to him and landed a punch straight down. With a sharp crack, Sasuke's eyes flew wide, open as his body was struck with such force that his torso bent backward, his head and legs arching upward. Blood gushed suddenly from his mouth in a hoarse cry. Karen shrieked, "Sasuke!" The ribcage of Sasuke's Susanoo shattered instantly under the blow, splintering his actual bones as well, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Jiraiya hurried to his side, crouched down for a quick look, then swiftly formed hand seals and pressed them onto Sasuke's body. Seal. Talisman markings spread rapidly across Sasuke's form, locking down his chakra while leaving just enough to keep him alive. The Mangekyo Sharingan faded from his eyes in an instant. Seeing this, the Reikage lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch straight at Sasuke, only to have Tsunade intercept it with a single hand. Lord Hokage, didn't you say you wanted to deal with your own house? So what are you doing now? Tsunade held the Reikage's arm in a vice-like grip, slowly twisting upward. I said, affairs of the leaf will be settled by the leaf, she replied coldly. Grinding his teeth, Reikage realized his strength was no match for Tsunade's. This woman really did possess monstrous power. Darui, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "See? Did you see that? I'm not seeing things, am I?" The boss just lost in raw strength to the Hokage. He let out a gasp. In his sensory state, he could tell neither boss nor Hokage had used chakra. This was pure, unadulterated strength. Tsunade truly was a powerhouse. Meanwhile, Tsunade shot Jiraiya a meaningful glance. He understood at once. She wanted him to take Sasuke away. Just as Jiraiya prepared to move, a face suddenly emerged from within Sasuke's body. "You can't have Sasuke." Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. The Raikage frowned in confusion. Tsunade's brows knitted in concern. With a whoosh, Obito's space-time vortex whirled to life, sucking Sasuke in, and then his entire form began to materialize from the ground. At this, Raikage, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all sprang into action. Lightning armor crackled around the Raikage as he launched an attack at Obito's head. Tsunade's monstrous fist powered straight for his chest. Jiraiya unleashed his Wild Lion's main technique, aiming to ensnare Obito's legs and prevent his escape. But all three attacks passed right through him. Tsunade, charging head-on, found her entire body slipping through Obito's form, only to collide squarely into Jiraiya's mane, which promptly tangled her up. The Raikage's eyes went wide in disbelief. How could his attack just phase through the target? He looked to the Hokage, who had also passed straight through their enemy. What kind of jutsu was this? Seeing all this, Jiraiya instantly relaxed his hair, releasing Tsunade and pulling her aside. This opponent's abilities were a mystery, and his priority was to protect Tsunade at all costs. Besides that cloak, he knew it all too well. Akatsuki. Jiraiya's left hand throbbed in memory. He knew just how bizarre and dangerous these Akatsuki members could be. He lost his hand to them. After all, that's why he hurriedly pulled Tsunade aside, worried that something unexpected might happen. Obito watched as the three finally calmed down, then snorted and said, "There's no need to resort to violence all the time. Since this is a 5 Kage summit, we should talk things through." Inoki drifted forward and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're a member of Akatsuki, aren't you?" Gaara studied the man before him, the sand in his gourd quietly stirring. Ever wary, Akatsuki had left scars on him too deep to forget. If not for Naruto and Lady Chiyo, he wouldn't even be standing here now. Obito looked at Inoki and said, "Oh, the little brat from back then. You've certainly changed a lot." Inoki's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? Meitarumi stepped forward and asked, "Who are you in Akatsuki?" Obito replied unhurriedly, "I'm the leader of Akatsuki, Uchihamadara." At those words, the room instantly fell silent. Tsunade was the first to voice her doubt. "Impossible. Uchiha died decades ago in the great battle with my grandfather. How could you be him?" Obito slowly turned his head, as if lost in reminiscence. "Ah, you're Tsunade. I can definitely see Hashirama in you. You're right, I did die back then in that battle. But that was only a feigned death Hashirama never realized." Tsunade rose to her feet, steady and unwavering. "No one could ever fake their death against my grandfather." That statement brimmed with confidence in the first Hokage's strength. Obito replied, "He was indeed powerful. But as Hokage, you must have heard of the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, haven't you?" Tsunade shuddered at his words. Jiraiya instantly raised his guard to the highest level. He, too, had heard tales of that technique. Gaara asked in confusion, "What kind of jutsu is he talking about?" Jiraiya glanced at the masked man and explained to everyone present. "When Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I were young, as the third Hokage students, we once sneaked away with the third's key and broke into the Hokage's secret archives. We read many hidden chronicles. Izanagi, born from the Sage of Six, Pad's creation of all things ninjutsu. It's the ultimate ocular jutsu that can turn the tide of battle. When activated, it records the user's state with the Sharingan, and for as long as the technique lasts, any injury, even death, can be physically reverted to the state recorded by the Sharingan." Meitarumi was stunned. How could such a godlike technique exist? Ao, who had once dealt with Shursui Uchiha, could barely believe it. Just how many mysteries does the Uchiha clan hold? Chojuro tightened his grip on his sword and edged closer to the Mizukage. No matter how powerful their enemies, nothing could shake his resolve to protect Lady Mizukage. Inoki, recalling what he had read in the clan records, spoke anxiously. "Yes. In ancient times, the Uchiha clan once fought against the Fudetsubashi clan. On that battlefield, many Uchiha used this very jutsu." Kuratsuchi let out a disappointed groan and complained, "Grandpa, when I was a kid, you never told me stories like that." Akatsuki chuckled quietly on the side. Inoki glared and retorted angrily, "Fool, this is a secret history, not just a bedtime story." Darui asked with a puzzled expression, "With such a heaven-defying technique, why haven't we heard about it in more recent times?" Tsunade added, "Because this forbidden jutsu demands a terrible price. After using Izanagi, the eye that casts it will forever lose its light, so it was classified as a forbidden technique." The thought of losing one's sight made everyone instinctively glance at Obito. Of course, he was wearing a mask with one eye exposed. Noticing everyone's gaze, Obito smiled faintly. The perfect lie. He almost believed it himself. But that was even better. It made them truly believe he was Uchiha Madara. Obito flashed to Karen's side and said, "Karen, come out." Karen stepped forward, trembling, nervous at the overwhelming chakra in front of her. Before she could speak, Obito pulled her into his space. Just before she disappeared, he instructed, "Do your best to heal Sasuke." Kankuro, witnessing the scene, asked, "So that's Madara's ability?" Temari remarked with awe, "A space-time jutsu." On Karen's end, with a cry, she vanished in an instant. When she opened her eyes, Sasuke was lying right before her. "Sasuke, Sasuke, are you all right?" She reached out and sensed his injuries. His ribs near the waist were completely broken. The wounds were shockingly severe. Looking around, she noticed the surroundings were filled with block-like structures. This must be the masked man's strange dimension. The Raikage stepped forward, his eyes sharp as he looked at Obito. "I don't care if you're Madara or anyone else. I want to know, where's my brother?" Obito walked across the snowy ground, found a stone jutting out from the battle, brushed off the snow, and sat down. He replied, "He got away. The capture of the Eight Tails failed. To be honest, your brother is the most perfect Jinchuriki I've ever encountered, truly worthy of being your kin." At these words, the Raikage's eyes went wide, his whole body trembling with a mixture of shock and joy. Darui sighed from his side. "I had a feeling. Lorby is always full of surprises. Just listen to his songs. You know he's not someone who'd get caught by Sasuke." She was a bit embarrassed and annoyed. He'd misjudged the situation. After savoring his joy, the Raikage's anger erupted, and he shouted furiously, "That idiot, that fool! Here I am, heartbroken, and he takes this chance to sneak out and play beyond the village. Unforgivable. He absolutely must be punished with the Iron Claw." Obito watched the Raikage lose his temper and said, "All right, now that you've vented, let's start the meeting. All 5 Kage are here, so it's the perfect opportunity for me to explain my plan. Once you understand, you can tell me your decision." With a wave of his hand, the Raikage retorted angrily, "Nothing good ever comes from your Akatsuki schemes. You're all just war criminals and rogue ninja." Inoki floated over to the Raikage side and said, "Calm down, Raikage. There's no harm in hearing him out. Let's see what he has to say." Seeing that none of the other Kage objected, Obito continued, "So, are you all willing to listen now?" Gaara, who had remained silent until now, was the first to speak. "Why are you trying to control Sasuke?" Obito sighed. "The Sharingan that can evolve into Susanoo is extraordinarily rare. A good pair of eyes needs to be managed carefully. I wanted him to hone his ocular powers in real combat against the 5 Kage. Besides, I was the one who sent Sasuke here in the first place. My intention was to have him weaken the 5 Kage, take some hostages, or even kill 1 or 2 of you. But now, I see that was expecting too much from him." Madarumi frowned. Not long ago, inside the conference room, if the Tsuchikage hadn't intervened in time and taken out that white Zetsu, she would have ended up either dead or gravely injured. She turned to Obito and questioned, "Take hostages or kill us? Why would you do such a thing?" Obito replied, "Ah, that's exactly what I'm about to explain. It's to ensure the success of the Eye of the Moon plan." Inoki stared at Obito, as if trying to see right through him. Even his forehead was breaking out in a sweat. The shock that Uchiha Madara had once given him was still unforgettable. "Madara, I never expected you'd still be alive." Obito glanced at the Tsuchikage and sneered coldly, "You too, Scale Brat. You're not bad yourself, becoming the Tsuchikage." Considering Madara's legendary deeds, Inoki was puzzled. "With your power, why bother with all these roundabout tricks? Someone like you could carry out any plan directly." Silently, Obito gave Inoki a mental nod of approval for asking the right question. He looked at Inoki and said, "In my battle with the first Hokage, Hashirama, I was gravely wounded. I lost an eye, and just keeping myself alive has come at a tremendous cost. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until now. Because of this, I have very little strength left." As he spoke, Obito turned his gaze to Tsunade. "To put it simply, I'm just a shell of my former self." Upon hearing this, she immediately analyzed the situation and asked, "The plan you're talking about? Don't tell me it's a plan to restore yourself?" Obito thought for a moment and replied, "Well, you could put it that way. After all, the real Uchiha Madara had once instructed Obito to remember to bring him back to life." Tsunade stepped forward and declared, "There's no way I'll allow a villain like you to be resurrected." Obito turned his gaze to Tsunade and said, "My restoration is only a small part of the plan." Mifune questioned him, "What exactly are you after? What is this Moon's Eye plan really about?" Obito shifted his legs, crossed them again, then raised a finger and addressed everyone. Everything will merge with me, uniting into a single, perfect whole. As soon as he finished speaking, the group's reactions varied. Gaara was utterly shocked. Madarumi was bewildered. The Raikage sensed trouble. Inoki found it utterly absurd. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, they were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Merge everything into one. Unite it all. Are you kidding me? Inoki glared at Madara, just like he had done all those years ago, and snapped back without holding anything back. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he began to explain in a calm, steady tone. The Uchiha clan possesses a stone tablet, passed down through generations. It's still hidden beneath Konoha. On it, the Sage of Six Paths left behind his secrets. Without special eyes, you can't even read it. The more powerful the eyes, Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, the more you can decipher. Inoki frowned. Your story is getting more and more far-fetched. Sage of Six Paths, really? Obito retorted. It's the truth. He existed, and he left that stone tablet behind. The Raikage, growing agitated, interjected. You're getting off track. What does your plan have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? Obito began. Do you know why he became a legend? Why he's worshipped as the god of Shinobi? That's where my goal and that man are connected. Madarumi asked, Uchimadura, you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Akatsuki possess the Rinnegan. You must know everything by now, don't you? Inoki descended from midair, fixing his gaze on Obito. Go on, Madara. Obito glanced at Tsunade. Before I continue, there's something else you should know. The Akatsuki's Rinnegan has already been taken by Uzumaki Naruto. Not only that, but he's made off with 2 of my members as well. Honestly, Jiraiya, stunned, exclaimed, What did you say? Naruto took Nagato's Rinnegan. Tsunade frowned. Impossible. Naruto would never do such a thing. Gaara couldn't believe it. You're saying Naruto took the Rinnegan, and even took 2 Akatsuki members with him? Are you saying Naruto betrayed Konoha? With that, Gaara turned to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, is this true? Though Tsunade was deeply skeptical, she couldn't help but nod with resignation when she thought of how Naruto had taken Danzo's eye and severed his hand right in the village. Gaara, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, How could this be? Seeing Gaara's pained expression, Temari called out to comfort him. Gaara. Gaara waved her off and said, I'm fine. The Raikage, seething with anger, demanded, Hokage, what's going on in your village? Why do these rogue ninja keep appearing? Inoki frowned and added, This is bad. If even the most powerful tailed beast is out of control. Madarumi, puzzled, asked, Could it be like the 4th Mizukage, manipulated by someone behind the scenes? Jiraiya spoke sadly, No, that's not it. Naruto is acting entirely of his own will. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his mind turning over the possibilities. Why was Naruto gathering so much power, even going so far as to seize Nagato's Rinnegan? What was he planning? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Jiraiya looked at Obito and said, Madara, tell us about the Rinnegan, the stone tablet, and the Sage of Six Paths. I like to hear it. Perhaps, in Madara's words, there might be a clue to Naruto's intentions. Seeing everyone's attention, Obito continued. The Sage of Six Paths once saved the world from a certain monster. Jiraiya frowned. A monster? Obito nodded. That's right. Take Gaara, for example. He once only had a fragment of that monster sealed inside him. Hearing himself mentioned, Gaara looked up and asked, What do you mean by that? Obito explained, From the one tail to the 9 tails, they're just pieces split from that monster. As the combined form of all tailed beasts, it possesses the mightiest chakra of all. Its name is the 10 Tails. Temari questioned, But aren't there only 9-tailed beasts at most? Obito looked at Temari with exasperation, as if remembering a child who never paid attention in ninja school. I said, it's the combined form of all tailed beasts. The 1 tail, Shikaku, Gaara's tailed beast. The 2 tails, Matatabi, held by Yujito from the cloud. The 3 tails, once with the former Mizukage. The 4 tails, Son Goku, held by Rashi of the lava release. The 5 tails, Kokuo, held by Han from the stone. The 6 tails, Saiken, held by Utakata, missing mean. The 7 tails, Chome, held by Fu from the hidden waterfall. The 8 tails, Gyuki, Killer Bee, the Raikage's brother. And finally, the 9 tails, Kurama, the demon fox of the leaf. All 9, from 1 tail to 9 tails, are simply split fragments of the 10 tails chakra, scattered by the Sage of Six Paths. Kankuro frowned and muttered, This is taking the conversation in a dark direction. No wonder the Akatsuki are gathering the tailed beasts. Obito spoke. In order to protect the world from the 10 tails, the Sage of Six Paths developed a certain ninjutsu, a sealing technique system for Jinchuriki. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths. was the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. In order to suppress the Ten Tails, he sealed the beast within himself. He was venerated as a god by the people for saving them from the suffering wrought by the Ten Tails. But the chakra of the Ten Tails was both overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent. Fearing that the seal would inevitably break after his own death, and the Ten Tails would once again run rampant, the sage, in his final moments, used the last of his strength to split the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts and scattered them across the land. The Ten Tails' physical form, now stripped of its chakra, was sealed away and cast into the unreachable sky, that is the moon. At this point in the story, a peculiar light flickered in Obito's eyes, a reverence for divine power. Darui frowned and said, "This is such an enormous tale. Could a human really accomplish all of that?" Obito replied, "The Sage of 6 Paths, having become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, had already transcended humanity." Mifune looked at Obito and asked, "So you intend to gather those 9 scattered chakras, the tailed beasts, and gain superhuman power for yourself, don't you? I'm curious. Once you possess that power, what do you plan to do?" Obito smiled faintly, as if the question was precisely what he'd been waiting for. He spoke, "I will revive the Ten Tails, become its Jinchuriki, and use that power to strengthen my own ocular abilities. Then, I'll unleash a certain jutsu." Inoki's voice was grave. "A certain jutsu? What jutsu? What are you planning?" Obito turned to Inoki and answered, "A grand illusion cast by projecting my eyes onto the moon, infinite Tsukuyami. I will cast this Jinjutsu on every person living beneath the sky, seizing control of all within the dream. The world will become one, without barriers or disputes, everything unified with me at the center. This is my Eye of the Moon plan." As soon as the Reikage heard this, he erupted with anger. "You gotta be kidding. I would never entrust the world to someone like you." Gar spoke up as well. "A peace built on illusions is nothing but a lie. Peace only has meaning if it's achieved in the real world." Madarumi voiced her disgust. "What's the point of living in such a world? With no dreams, it's nothing but an escape from reality." Inoki frowned. "Unifying the world, huh? Madara, I remember you saying something similar long ago, but back then it was about uniting everything under Konoha. Now, you want to pull the whole world into your illusion. That isn't unity. You're just trying to create a world that exists only in your eyes." Obito couldn't help but sneer. "And what have you 5 Kage contributed? Deep down, you must already know hope doesn't exist. Hope is just another form of giving up, a perfunctory lie. Hand over the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails, and support my plan. Otherwise, we have only one path left, war." Tsunade frowned and said, "You just said it yourself. Naruto took your Rinnegan and left the Leaf Village. How exactly are we supposed to hand him over to you?" Obito looked at Tsunade and replied, "Naruto, I need you from the Leaf Village to bring him back yourselves. Seal him and deliver him to me. Otherwise, before I carry out my plan, I'll have no choice but to destroy the Leaf Village first." Tsunade snapped. Jiraiya let out a cold chuckle. "So, Uchiha, the leader of Akatsuki, resorts to threatening the Hokage, using the fate of the village to force Naruto's submission. Seems like Naruto's giving you quite a headache, isn't he, Madara?" Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. The Reikage waved his hand in protest. "What nonsense! I'll never hand over my brother to you." Tsunade added, "Even if Naruto hadn't left the village, I would never give him to you. And if you want to destroy the Leaf Village, did you ever consider whether I'd allow it?" Gar spoke up as well. "Even though Naruto has left the Leaf Village, I'll do everything I can to protect him. I absolutely won't let him fall into your hands." Kankuro and Temari glanced at Gaara. This time, they said nothing because they felt the same way. Madarumi joined in. "I agree." Inoki saw how united the 4 Kage were, and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Obito and said, "Madara, with answers like this, how do you plan to proceed?" Obito remained perfectly calm. "Even without my full strength, the tailed beast power I've gathered so far is enough to destroy everything, including that. Naruto, still, I'd rather not go that far just yet. That's why I wanted to negotiate. But if I'm truly angered, you won't even have the chance to dream again." Gaara stepped forward and said sternly, "We will never give up hope." Obito sighed, stood up, and brushed the snow from his cloak, then looked at everyone and announced, "Very well. Then let me declare here and now. The 4th Great Ninja War begins from this moment." The Reikage's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is the first time I've seen someone even bolder than me, declaring war on all 5 villages single-handedly. Inoki frowned. "The 4th Great Ninja War? Are you serious?" Obito's space-time vortex began to swirl, his figure fading. "Next time, we'll meet on the battlefield." With that, he vanished before their eyes. Obito's outright declaration of war left everyone momentarily stunned. Inoki, watching Obito's departure, spoke up first. So what should we do next? Gaara responded. We have no choice but to form a ninja allied force to stand against the power of seven-tailed beasts. Madarumi added, but Lord Raikage was just against it a moment ago. The Raikage said, my brother seems to be all right and I don't want to let Akatsuki lead us by the nose any longer. Let's form an allied shinobi forces and settle this once and for all. Inoki turned to Tsunade and asked, Hokage, what about the Nine Tails? It looks like Akatsuki's objective is the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Tsunade raised her head and replied, the Hidden Leaf will mobilize all its forces to bring Naruto back to the village and keep him safe. See, Anxious added, if that's the case, Lord Raikage, we should arrange a search for Lord B as soon as possible. The Raikage nodded. Yes. C, organize a search team immediately and have them look for B. Yes. C responded. Darui interjected. We should also notify Team Samui. Both heavy and light squads must be feeling pretty down. Madarumi suggested. To stop Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, it's absolutely vital that we protect the 9 tails and 8 tails. Our best strategy is for the allied shinobi forces to find them first and hide them away. Chojuro supported his Mizukage. That's right. If something like the 10 tails were really to be revived. After some thought, Inoki said no. With the power Madara has already gathered from 7-tailed beasts, the scale is unimaginable. They probably intend to use the tailed beast techniques or some other trump card. Akatsuki added. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, challenging all 5 villages alone. Inoki continued, so for our allied shinobi forces, it would be best to treat the 8 tails and 9 tails as valuable combat strength. But the problem is, the 9 tails is already out of control, and Akatsuki seems desperate to capture him. Gaara interjected, disagreeing, that won't do. This war is about protecting those two. The reason Madara collected 7-tailed beasts and started this conflict is probably because he and Akatsuki, in their current weakened state, cannot capture the 8 tails and 9 tails on their own. Otherwise, why threaten the Hokage just now? He could have gone after Naruto himself. So, Madara wants to draw the 8 tails and 9 tails out through war or diplomatic pressure to achieve his goal. In short, letting the 8 tails and 9 tails fight isn't a good strategy. Madarumi agreed. I think so too. For once, the Raikage nodded. I agree with the Kazekage. To be safe, it's best not to put the 8 tails and 9 tails directly in front of the enemy. Besides, fighting in a war is far removed from my brother's world. Who knows what kind of chaos he might cause, which could throw the battlefield into even greater disorder. Tsunade concurred, and the 9 tails' current state is unclear. Even if we bring him back, there's no telling how effective he'll be in battle. So, I support protecting the 8 tails and 9 tails by confining them. Seeing that all 4 Kage were in agreement, that Tsuchikage said, very well. Since everyone is in favor, let's do it this way. The Raikage said, I will provide information about my younger brother to the Stone, Mist, Sand, and Leaf villages. Once you find him, notify me immediately, because my brother will only listen to me. Gaara turned to Tsunade and asked, what does Naruto say on the Leaf side? Tsunade looked over at Jiraiya. Ever since he heard Obito's words, Jiraiya had been lost in thought, recalling what Naruto said before he left. Divine consciousness. To possess supreme power, to stand above all beings as a god. Now, after hearing Madara's words, those things Naruto once said seemed far less impossible, almost plausible. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Naruto had once said that if he told them the reason, they would find it unbelievable, even absurd. Rather than burden them, he chose to shoulder it alone. Thinking of Madara, just now, Jiraiya felt that Naruto was becoming more like him, both immersed in worlds of their own understanding. The difference was, Naruto insisted he hadn't changed. He was still Naruto, striving to become Hokage and to protect everyone. So, if both are gathering power, Madara's goal is to draw everyone into a world of illusion, free from pain. But what about Naruto? Why is he gathering strength? Suddenly, a thought struck Jiraiya, as if he was beginning to understand Naruto at last. If Naruto said he hadn't changed, then he was still the same Naruto who cherished his friends and protected everyone. Could it be that he's gathering power to protect them all? Perhaps the crisis is something only Naruto can see, something hidden to the rest, which is why he said that if he revealed it now, it would sound incomprehensible. The more Jiraiya considered it, the more certain he felt. Jiraiya, Jiraiya. Tsunade kept calling out. Only then did Jiraiya snap out of his reverie and respond, what is it, Tsunade? With a sigh, Tsunade said, everyone has decided. Once we find the 9 tails and the 8 tails, we'll protect them. Naruto's case might need your help. Jiraiya glanced around at everyone. No problem. I'll share everything I know about Naruto and the Nine Tails, and help find him together. There's no need, Sensei. I'm already here. No sooner had the words been spoken than everyone turned in astonishment toward the voice. From the depths of the woods, Naruto emerged, each step leaving a clear print in the snow. Naruto? How would he be here? Speak of the devil, and he appears. Gaara's face lit up with joy at the sight of Uzumaki Naruto. He stepped forward eagerly and called out, Naruto! Seeing it was Gaara, Naruto's face broke into a warm smile. He strode over and called back, Gaara. Noticing Naruto reaching out his hand, just as always, Gaara glanced down at it, and without any hesitation, smiled and grasped it firmly. Gaara then looked into Naruto's eyes, puzzled, and asked, Naruto, your eyes and your clothes. Naruto smiled and replied, It's nothing. I just had a minor procedure, changed my appearance a bit. Jiraiya stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto, you really did transplant Nagato's Rinnegan, didn't you? Naruto turned to Jiraiya with a grin. That's right, Sensei. But Nagato agreed to it willingly. Jiraiya frowned. What did you just call Nagato? Senior. Naruto nodded. Jiraiya looked troubled. Have you forgotten how he treated me? The pain he created? Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said earnestly, Pain is already a thing of the past, Sensei. Deep down, Nagato still yearns for peace. He was just like Sasuke, led astray by those with ulterior motives during his path to growth. As for those 6 pains, that's all behind us now. Now, Nagato and Konin are members of my 10 organization. They have nothing to do with the Akatsuki anymore. Inoki floated upward, his brow furrowed. This 10 organization of yours, don't tell me it's just another group like the Akatsuki. Naruto glanced at Inoki and praised. Elder Tsuchikage, your ninjutsu is impressive. Aside from Gaara, you're the only one here who can fly freely. I'm quite interested, though I don't need it myself. I'd love to study it. Naruto thought to himself that perhaps it could be taught to future members of the 10 organization. Inoki snorted. So you expect me to just hand over my technique to you? Naruto ignored Inoki and turned to the Reikage, sizing him up with admiration. Lord Reikage, your lightning release cellular activation training method is also remarkable. That's a real gem. The Reikage clenched his fists in anger. You brat, what are you talking about? Gaara stepped forward, concern written all over his face. Naruto, how did you end up like this? What have you been through? You can tell me. I'm your friend. Naruto looked at Gaara and said, It's a long story. If you're truly interested, let's find a better time to talk in private. Would that be all right? Looking into Naruto's eyes, Gaara felt as though his friend had changed, yet somehow remained the same. In fact, Gaara sensed that Naruto had become even more mature than before. Only those Rinnegan eyes made him seem a little unfamiliar and cold. Tsunade approached Naruto and spoke up. Naruto, as Hokage, I'm officially ordering you to return to the village immediately and cooperate with an investigation. As for everything that's happened, Tsunade gritted her teeth and continued. I can let the past go. I'll handle everything concerning Danzo. You don't need to worry about that. Gaara spoke up as well. That's right. Naruto, Uchiha Madara is searching everywhere for you and the 8 Tails. If you're not confident in Konoha's protection, you can come to my village. I'll protect you myself. Kankuro muttered quietly from the side. Hey, Gaara, Naruto may be our friend, but don't forget he's carrying the 9 Tails. The Hokage is right here. Maybe watch what you're saying. Temari frowned, adding, remember your position as Kazekage. This isn't just inviting a friend over for a meal or a visit. Thank you, Gaara, Naruto replied sincerely. Gaara, even now, truly regarded him as a friend. Gaara looked straight at Naruto and said, There's no need to thank me. You once risked everything to bring me back. Now, I want to do the same for you. Naruto smiled softly. No, Gaara, my friend, I haven't lost my way. I've just walked ahead on the path, and that makes me seem out of place to you now. Besides, at this point, Naruto turned to Tsunade and said, Granny Tsunade, I'm not going back to the village with you. For one thing, I don't have the time. For another, as for that Uchiha Madara, him capturing me is nearly impossible. And about his threats to Konoha, don't worry. As long as I'm here, Konoha won't fall. The Reikage, listening from the sidelines, was stunned. Why is it that every rogue ninja from Konoha is more outrageous than the last? Sasuke, Itachi, Naruto, each one bolder and wilder. The Reikage was genuinely frustrated. What's with Konoha and its love for producing rogue ninjas? And as for Naruto, is he even really a rogue? The way he talks, it's as if he alone can protect Konoha. Jiraiya, having listened to Naruto's words, walked over calmly, letting his guard down. He even released his sage mode. He placed his only hand gently on his student's shoulder his expression earnest. Naruto, can you tell me, is all this power you're gathering, all this strength, is it for protecting everyone? Is it because the true crisis hasn't come yet, one we can't see right now? So you think, if you spoke up, no one would believe you, and that's why you want to shoulder it all alone? Naruto's eyes grew moist as he looked at his teacher and nodded. Then he spoke, but I'm not carrying this alone. I'm also building my own team. Even coming here today, I was hoping to try and unite all of you. Gaara guessed, is it to stop the plan Uchiha Madara just revealed? When Gaara asked this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade looked to Naruto with hope in their eyes, especially Jiraiya, because Jiraiya was saved by Naruto and brought back to the hidden leaf. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off, especially after hearing Kakashi's report. He suddenly collapsed, then acted like a completely different person. He instantly used Sage Jutsu, entered Sage mode, and looked extremely anxious. He didn't even bother chasing after Sasuke, just used Flying Raijin to come rescue me. It was as if he already knew what was going to happen. And then he came to me, asking for the key to the Nine-Tails seal. Most of all, that old fox Danzo. Naruto completely outsmarted him, robbing him of decades of scheming in an instant. Danzo is always so shrewd. He's practically the very symbol of Konoha's darkness, but he lost everything to Naruto. Looking back at the whole process, it's clear Naruto was setting Danzo up the entire time. It was a masterstroke. And those words he said to Danzo before leaving. Even Danzo was shocked. How could Naruto possibly know all that? Everything about this feels like Naruto's in on a secret. Otherwise, how could it all be such a coincidence? Otherwise, why would he be acting so stubbornly? Under everyone's gaze, Naruto shook his head and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it wasn't to stop the Eye of the Moon plan. Jiraiya's expression dimmed at once. Had he guessed wrong? Seeing the disappointed looks on everyone's faces, Naruto continued. The mission of the 10 organization is to provide a sky to shelter everyone's future. As for Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, yes, it's a threat, but nothing I can't handle. The real problem comes after that. Unfortunately, Madara himself is still completely in the dark. Jiraiya's sharp eyes caught the hidden meaning in Naruto's words. Naruto, what do you mean by that? What do you mean the real problem comes after, and Madara is still in the dark? Are you saying there's someone pulling the strings behind Madara? Jiraiya fixed Naruto with a questioning gaze. Naruto sighed and replied, you could say that. To be precise, there's another mastermind behind the one pulling the strings. Gaara's surprise was clear. There's yet another mastermind? Naruto nodded, then turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Granny Tsunade, Sensei, I see my role now as becoming the ultimate mastermind. The one behind even the last puppet master. Darui frowned. Hey Naruto, just talk straight. Don't start rapping like our Lord Bee from the hidden cloud. My head starts pounding just listening to it. Reikage, standing to the side, wholeheartedly agreed. In his heart, he was even grumbling. Why is Konoha's Jinchuriki as unreliable as my own brother? Looks like keeping the 8 tails and 9 tails out of direct combat was the right call. If my brother ever met Naruto, the two of them would probably just end up, one writing lyrics, the other singing along. Forget the war, we just call it quits right there. Meitarumi interjected. Naruto from Konoha, can't you just be upfront with all of us? Since you've already said you're here to form an alliance, shouldn't there be some exchange of information? Inoki floated up and said, that's right, kid. You want to learn my technique, don't you? If you make a significant contribution in this war, I might consider passing it on to you. Kuratsuchi complained from the side. Oh, come on, Grandpa. Didn't you say this technique could only be handed down to the next Tsuchikage? Inoki looked awkward, gazing at his granddaughter with an expression that suggested she was hopeless. Silly girl, don't you understand that all's fair in war? First, let's get some information. Whether I actually pass it on can be decided later. Naruto looked at everyone and said, I know. Just now, Uchiha Madara already told you all about his plan. So, let me share mine with you too. As he spoke, Naruto glanced around at the 5 Kage and continued, I hope the 5 great villages can unite their forces into a single allied shinobi army, with me as the overall commander. Afterwards, even when the war is over, I want to remain as commander, and the allied shinobi army should keep its unified structure and continue to train under my guidance. The Reikage's temper flared instantly. You brat. Who do you think you are, expecting all of us to follow your orders? Inoki snorted coldly. You're even less reliable than that Uchiha Madara. Gaara looked at Naruto, his expression conflicted. Tsunade spoke up sharply. Naruto, that's impossible. This war is being fought to protect you and the 8 tails. Besides, making you commander of the allied army would never win everyone's support. Naruto nodded and said, just as expected. That's why I said, I'm only here to give a try and give everyone a heads up. If it doesn't work, I can still follow my own plan. In the end, You'll all be standing with me, one way or another. Jiraiya listened to Naruto's words and asked seriously, Naruto, you said that even after the war, you want to keep training the army. Is that to prepare for another battle? Naruto looked deeply at his teacher, the Rinnegan in his eyes hinting at deeper meanings. Sensei, do you remember the will of the gods I mentioned before? This time, Jiraiya nodded solemnly. After hearing Madara's words, things like the Sage of Six Paths had already become part of their reality. Naruto smiled. See, even you accept that now. Do you remember what you said to me when I was leaving the village after I first mentioned this idea? Jiraiya nodded. I remember. I told you that you had gone astray. Naruto sighed and said, yes, that's how people are. If they haven't seen something with their own eyes, no one wants to break free from their old ways of thinking, to understand something new. It's just like the allied Shinobi forces we're about to establish. If I had told you all before that one day, ninjas from all 5 villages would work together, would any of you have believed it? Everyone present exchanged glances. The truth was, none of them would ever have believed it. There was no way they could have imagined standing together on the same side. That's why, right now, following my lead might seem a little strange and hard to understand. But in the future, you'll see that it's actually a very wise choice. Besides, as the commander of the allied Shinobi forces, I'll be able to help you all put an end to Madara and that whole Eye of the Moon plan, quickly and decisively. Madarumi looked at him in surprise. You have a way to deal with Uchiha Madara? Naruto nodded with absolute confidence. The Raikage waved his hand dismissively. Are you kidding me? Entrusting the future of the ninja world to a kid like you. Isn't that just a joke? Inoki nodded in agreement. I share the Raikage's view. They glanced over at the Kage. He neither spoke nor objected. It was clear he was wrestling with his own thoughts. The Raikage turned to Tsunade and said, Tsunade, you're not going to defend him just because he's like Sasuke, are you? Tsunade thought for a moment and said, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I still can't fully trust you. After all, this is a nation we're gambling with. But if you come back, I promise, as long as I and your teacher are here, you'll be well protected. Naruto spread his hands. Well, if that's how it is, there's really nothing left to discuss. Good timing. I've got other matters to attend to. With that, Naruto began to rise, lifting off the ground and floating upward. Inoki stared in shock. This kid, he's using my technique. Killer Bee's assistant, sensed the chakra and exclaimed in astonishment. No, wait. This must be one of the Rinnegan's abilities. He's manipulating gravity and repulsion. The Raikage gritted his teeth, his lightning release armor flaring instantly. He turned to Tsunade and shouted, Hokage, didn't you say we should capture the Nine Tails? If we don't act now, what are we waiting for? Without hesitation, the Raikage leapt skyward, launching a fierce assault. Ascending higher, Naruto watched the incoming Raikage and let out a cold snort, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. He slowly raised one hand. Sensing the sudden shift in chakra, shouted in alarm. Be careful, Lord Raikage. Seeing Naruto's posture, the Raikage sneered inwardly. Another show-off, just like Sasuke. But before he could finish the thought, Naruto's voice echoed. Shinra Tensei. A powerful wave of repulsive force blasted out. The Raikage's fist was stopped dead in its tracks, his body frozen in midair. Eyes wide with disbelief, the Raikage shouted, Impossible! This force, it's too strong. In a blink, the Raikage was hurled away, sent flying through the air. This jutsu, once activated again, requires a 5-second interval. Let's all strike together. After sharing the intel, Jiraiya immediately began forming hand seals. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair shot out, growing rapidly, the tips twisting into a fierce lion's head that lunged straight at Naruto. Naruto grinned and said, Sensei, are you trying to tie me up and keep me here? Too bad, I'm not Sasuke. Tsunade charged in alongside the lion's head, showing no hesitation as she delivered a powerful punch. She wasn't at all worried that Naruto would be killed. After all, with the Nine Tails inside him, he could recover in no time. Inoki floated up into the air, getting ready to join the fray. Gura, however, held back. Naruto was his friend, and attacking a friend went completely against his principles. Besides, he sensed that Naruto must have his reasons he simply couldn't share right now. Suspended in midair, Naruto let a slight smile play on his lips. In a swift motion, Naruto's entire body shimmered and transformed. He entered Ninetales chakra mode, his golden form blazing into view once again. Without moving his own hands, 2 massive chakra arms unfurled from behind him. One snatched up Jiraiya's lion's mane, the other intercepted Tsunade's heavy punch. Jiraiya was stunned. This is... Tsunade gasped. How is this possible? Gaara frowned. That form, it's unmistakable. It's the power of a Jinchuriki. Killer Bee made a few hand signs and sensed Naruto's chakra. His eyes went wide in disbelief. What's going on? How did his chakra surge to such incredible levels in such a short time? From the distance, the Raikage came thundering in, his roar echoing across the battlefield. This time, he leapt right on Naruto's head, raising a foot for a crushing kick. I'll finish you, Lightning God's furious thunder axe. Naruto's brow furrowed. I really don't like people standing on my head. Without even looking up, another pair of enormous chakra arms materialized behind him. They joined together into a gigantic fist, drawing back before swinging forward like a mighty hammer, smashing toward the Raikage with tremendous force. The speed was so overwhelming that the Raikage hesitated for a split second, barely enough time to throw up a guard. But the blow sent him hurtling several miles away. As for his own mentor and Tsunade, Naruto simply shrugged them off and leapt back, landing safely on the ground. He hadn't expected that. The moment he landed, he'd find himself trapped inside a transparent, perfectly square barrier. Ahead, Inoki floated in the air, his expression apologetic. I'm sorry, Naruto. Seeing you like this, you're no different from Madara. Rather than let the Akatsuki get you, I'll destroy you myself and eliminate this threat to the ninja world. That way, Madara's Eye of the Moon plan will never succeed. With that, Inoki acted at once. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Gaara, seeing the situation, acted immediately. The sand began to swirl toward them. Tsunade hastily shouted, Lord Sasuke, stop. The only one who remained calm was Jiraiya. In his mind, if Naruto could die so easily now, he simply wouldn't believe it, not even if his life depended on it. Sure enough, Naruto's expression was perfectly composed. Inside the transparent, square-shaped barrier, a flash of white light appeared, and then Naruto vanished from where he stood. Akatsuki formed hand seals, using earth release to block Gaara's sandstorm attack. Gaara, furious, cried out, Sasuke, Naruto is my friend. Did you even ask for my permission before trying to kill him? Inoki glanced back at Gaara, then twisted his waist and said, I had no choice. You youngsters simply don't understand the true horrors of war. Tsunade was fuming, but Jiraiya held her back. Suddenly, the sensory ninja, interrupted with a shout. Naruto isn't dead. Over there. Everyone turned to see Naruto sitting calmly on a tree branch in the distant woods, smiling down at the crowd. His flowing blue and white cloak stood out brilliantly against the snowy landscape. At this moment, he had shed the Nine Tails chakra mode. Just then, the Raikage came charging back from miles away, thundering, Where's Naruto? Where's he? Inoki looked at the Raikage and said, Calm down, Raikage. Then he floated forward, gazing up at Naruto in the tree, and spoke, So, you know some space. Time jutsu too, I see. Tsunade looked to Jiraiya and noticed him smiling faintly. Of course, between the fourth Hokage's flying Raijin and the Tsuchike's dust release, there was no way Naruto could be trapped. What's more, having fought pain, Jiraiya knew that Naruto could have simply stood his ground. With the Rinnegan's powers, whether Shinra Tensei's repulsive force barrier or Preta Path's absorption jutsu, dust release could be nullified. Naruto probably chose to evade with the flying Raijin just to save its Tsuchike's dignity. Jiraiya could think of no other reason. In truth, Naruto refrained from using the Rinnegan to conserve ocular power. He was saving a little surprise for everyone. With Naruto before them, everyone was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Following the principle of information sharing, Jiraiya stepped forward and explained, Naruto can use the flying Raijin. He must have marked the forest in advance to teleport there. Upon hearing this, the Raikage turned in shock. You mean, the technique of the fourth Hokage? Ao was equally astonished. The yellow flash of the leaves, jutsu? Jiraiya nodded, then added, Just now the technique that blocked the Raikage was the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei. That technique has a cooldown period, 5 seconds before it can be used again. The jutsu that stopped me, Tsunade, and the Raikage afterward must have been Naruto controlling the Nine Tails chakra to enter Nine Tails mode. When Jiraiya spoke, everyone present was stunned. Darui swallowed hard and said, Feels like he's even stronger than Lord Killer Bee. Chojuro scratched his head and muttered, Naruto seems about my age, but he's this powerful. Tamari exclaimed in disbelief, Unbelievable. He can actually control the Nine Tails. Kankuro frowned in confusion. Isn't he just like Gaara? Could he lose control and go on a rampage? Meitarumi looked at Naruto with deep admiration and remarked, It's truly astonishing. A youngster like him already possesses power beyond that of most Kage. Chojuro, seeing his own Mizuki heap such praise on Naruto, glanced at himself and felt a pang of inadequacy and frustration. He simply couldn't understand it. How could someone his age be so wildly talented, mastering so many difficult jutsu? Jiraiya spoke up once more. Ah, right, I forgot to mention, this kid also knows Sage Jutsu from Mount Maiboku, just like me. But to be honest, his mastery of Sage mode far surpasses mine. Chojuro was left speechless. The others were equally dumbfounded. Possessing the Rinnegan, mastering Sage Jutsu, and, most outrageous of all, controlling the mightiest of all-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. How are we supposed to catch him? With what? Sheer willpower. No wonder Uchiha Madara resorted to threatening the Hokage to capture the Nine Tails. With a Naruto like this, even Madara would be a loss. See, the Raikage's bodyguard was carefully sensing Naruto's state. After analyzing the situation, he asked, Lord Jiraiya, you said Naruto was in Nine Tails mode just now, but he isn't now. Does that mean his Nine Tails mode has a cooldown period? Jiraiya frowned and replied, That, I'm not entirely sure about. See turned to Gaara, since among those present, he was the only former Jinchuriki. Gaara answered, I've never seen a form like Naruto's. When I became a Jinchuriki, my appearance would always change as the beast's power surged. But Naruto's state, with his whole body wrapped in a cloak of chakra, even changing his chakra's very nature, I don't know what to make of it either. At that moment, Naruto floated down from the tree, looked at everyone, and said, No need to guess. What I'm using is the perfected version of the Nine Tails chakra mode. In this state, there's no cooldown. I can use it as much as I want. As he spoke, Naruto instantly shifted into his golden Nine Tails form and then reverted to normal. Then, just as quickly, he transformed again and switched back. I can activate it, then turn it off, activate, and turn it off. Haha, it's just for fun. Inoki watched Naruto's sudden antics and frowned. What are we supposed to do now? At this rate, even capturing him is nearly impossible, let alone protecting him. Hearing Inoki's words, Naruto suddenly turned serious and looked at the Tsuchikage. Lord Tsuchikage, I have to say that dust release technique of yours has really piqued my interest. Moreover, I could actually just stand here without moving an inch, and you still wouldn't be able to harm me. In fact, I could even stop your jutsu from activating at all. After saying this, Naruto glanced at his teacher, Jiraiya, who had remained the calmest throughout. Why don't I use the Rinnegan, you ask? I imagine some of you are quite curious about that. As he spoke, Naruto began to slowly rise into the air. He looked down at everyone and said, I know that if I ask you directly, you'd never hand over the ninjutsu I'm interested in. Lord Inoki, Lord Raikage, aren't you both so fond of testing true strength? Well, since this place is so open and devoid of people, let me put on a little performance for you. Consider it my parting gift. With that, Naruto floated higher, his voice carrying as he chanted. How many flights must a bag of rice be carried up? Feel the pain. A bag of rice to the second floor, it must go. Contemplate the pain. A bag of rice, and what must I pay? Accept the pain. A bag of rice, and what will it wash away? Understand the pain. Each mouthful is heavy with mud. From this moment on, who gave you the burden to bear this rice upstairs? Let the world know pain. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. With a sudden, resounding burst, Naruto spread his arms wide in the sky. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the earth below. Those on the ground instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, squinting up to see what was happening. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared upward, mouths agape in shock, as they beheld Naruto in the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed. On the ground, a powerful force suddenly exploded outward, forming a circle that rapidly expanded. Everything in its path was swept away, leaving only barren ground behind. From above, it was as if a great swath of lush forest was being flattened, an ever-widening ring of emptiness appearing out of nowhere. Gaara was the first to react, crying out, This is bad. Everyone, get over here, quickly. Without hesitation, Gaara's sand flew out, gathering everyone close and enveloping them in a massive, protective sphere. But the force kept growing, and soon the expanding circle of destruction slammed into Gaara's sand shield. He formed hand signs, struggling to maintain the defense. But even so, the sand barrier was pushed back, cracks beginning to spider across its surface. Sweat beaded on Gaara's brow. It's no good. This power is too strong. Temari called out with concern. Gaara, are you all right? Kankuro, watching the cracks spread across the sand shield, said fearfully, I've never seen anything like this before. Seeing the situation, Tsunade quickly pressed herself to Gaara's back, channeling chakra into him. Lord Kazekage, focus on defense. I'll heal and support you with chakra. The Tsuchikage also leapt onto the defensive wall, pressing himself against it as he formed hand seals and cast a jutsu. Earth style. Ultra-heavy rock technique. Lord Kazekage, I've increased the weight of the sand. It'll be even sturdier now. The Mizukage moved to the perimeter of the defensive wall and began weaving her own hand seals. Lava release, hydrogel technique. From the Mizukage's fiery red lips, a torrent of water-based gel sprayed forth, cascading over Gaara's sand. She applied it with practiced precision, letting the sand quickly absorb and solidify. Gaara realized that after the combined efforts of the Mizukage and Tsuchikage, the defensive power of his sand had increased dramatically. Coupled with the Hokage's chakra support, he now brimmed with confidence. With a guttural roar, Gaara poured even more determination into the sand, making it resolute and unyielding. A rumble shook the air. After a long moment, the cacophony outside finally faded. Sensing no more opposing forces outside, Gaara released his hand seal, gasping for breath. At last, the sand sphere, on the verge of collapse, broke apart and scattered. Everyone scrambled to their feet, peering outside. Tsunade gasped in astonishment. What on earth? Temari's eyes darted, filled with disbelief. How is this even possible? Darui exclaimed. This is almost on par with the power of a tailed beast bomb. Inoki floated up, finally able to see clearly what had become of the world outside. For miles around, the forest had vanished, leveled and swept to the very edge. The area at the center was even more devastated. A massive crater, several miles across and over 10 meters deep, yawned before them. The scale of destruction was staggering. Meitarumi, the Mizukage, wiped the gel from the corner of her lips and gazed at the scene, shuddering. Thank goodness this happened in an uninhabited forest. If something like that struck our village. Her words sent a chill through everyone present, especially the Tsuchikage and Reikage. After all, Naruto had just said he was particularly interested in the ninjutsu of their two villages. Inoki recalled Naruto's final words, "If I asked you directly, you'd never hand them over. In that case, let me show you my true strength." Staring at the vast crater, Inoki finally understood the measure of Naruto's power. It was terrifying, like a walking catastrophe, a living nuclear bomb. The thought made Inoki grit his teeth. This guy really was like Madara, always resorting to threats. Jiraiya gazed at the deep pit before them, then glanced skyward. Naruto had vanished without a trace. The Reikage turned to see, locate Naruto's position. C replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly formed hand seals, focusing his senses. After a moment, C looked back at the Reikage and reported, "Lord Reikage, Naruto's chakra has disappeared, but I've memorized the chakra signatures of all his recent transformations. If they appear again, I'll detect them immediately." The Reikage nodded in approval. Darui suggested, "At the moment, the chances of capturing the Nine Tails are slim. Besides, judging by Naruto Uzumaki's strength, even Madara probably can't do much against him. So, Lord Reikage, our top priority now should be to focus our efforts on finding Lord B first." C agreed. "Yes, Lord Reikage." The Reikage nodded. Compared to Naruto, he was much more confident about capturing his younger brother. At this point, the Reikage shot Tsunade a glare and said angrily, "Hokage, let me show you how we in the Hidden Cloud communicate with our Jinchuriki. With just a word from me, my little brother wouldn't even dare utter a peep." Then, turning to Jiraiya, the Reikage continued, "And you, Jiraiya, you're Naruto's teacher, aren't you? Yet none of your words seem to have any effect. I even heard you got taken down by another one of your own disciples. The one called Pain, right?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the Reikage, as if to say, "Can't you keep your mouth shut if you can't say anything decent? Want me to call Naruto back to give you a beating?" Seeing Jiraiya's expression, the Reikage snorted. "Under my rule, we don't have any of these ridiculous problems. Not a single rogue ninja." Inoki tried to smooth things over. "All right, let's focus on what's important. Right now, the priority is forming the allied shinobi forces, and our first mission is to find the Eight Tails. Does anyone have any objections?" Seeing the four Kage nod in agreement, Inoki said, "Good. In that case, let's return to our villages and begin mobilizing as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden voice rang out. "I say, you five Kage, did you really have to go all out just to catch Sasuke?" Mifune, leading his samurai, arrived late to the scene. Looking at the vast crater before him, he was clearly displeased. "Damn it, just because you're not fighting in your own backyard, you don't care? Huh? Blowing up such a huge hole without a second thought. Good thing I was smart enough not to bring my samurai to help, and just watch the show from a distance. If I come closer, I'd be dead by now." The Reikage snorted. "Go complain to Lady Hokage. See, Darui, let's go. We're off to find B." C replied, "Yes, sir." Darui echoed, "All right, boss." Hold it in, don't cry," came a gentle, singing voice. High atop an enormous tree, a massive 5 or 6 meter long sword was embedded in the trunk. Perched on the hilt stood Master Kojin, singing with heartfelt emotion. Behind him, the chubby raccoon, Pantai, looked completely unmoved, but, with no other choice, obediently stood behind and listened. After finishing his soulful song, Master Kojin looked at Killer Bee and said, "It's not just about singing the words. Inca is the embodiment of deep emotion. Why don't you give it a try?" Encouraged by Master Kojin, Killer Bee, who'd been itching to perform, immediately burst into song. Ninja endured to fight death. Each line was more exuberant than the last, each note rising higher and higher in spirited defiance. When emotions ran deep, Killer Bee couldn't hold himself back. He reached out with his rapping hand and struck his signature pose. With one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground, he lost himself in his own world, hyping himself up with abandon. Not far away, Naruto sat perched on a tree, watching Killer Bee with a sigh and a shake of his head. Uncle B really hasn't changed one bit, still just as wild and energetic with his music as ever. Naruto recalled that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Killer Bee would often visit Konoha to see him, and every time, without fail, Bee would drag Naruto to karaoke, insisting he listen to Bee's newest songs. Those memories were truly unforgettable for Naruto. Meanwhile, Mr. Kojin, watching Killer Bee's self-indulgent performance, couldn't help but sweat a little at his brow. Has this guy even been paying attention in class? I've put so much effort into my demonstration, and he still hasn't gotten the point. After finishing his song, Killer Bee looked over at Mr. Kojin with a proud, self-satisfied grin. But then he noticed that Mr. Kojin didn't look pleased at all. Mr. Kojin, red with frustration, snapped, "Your performance is empty. It's got no emotion. Do you even understand what emotion means? If you keep this up, you're just making a mockery of singing." Killer Bee, flustered, stammered, "Emotion." Mr. Kojin nodded. "Exactly, emotion. That's the essence of Enka. Just as the word suggests. Enka is about using emotion to express the world of the song. And between the verses, you need to let your breath sink down to your core, then release it through your nose with feeling like this." As he spoke, the large raccoon, Fatai, standing behind Mr. Kojin, suddenly sensed something unusual. On alert, Fatai turned his head sharply, ready for anything. Mr. Kojin glanced back and asked, "What's wrong, Fatai?" Naruto, seeing the figure approaching, murmured with a sense of inevitability. So it's finally happening. Through the snowy landscape, a man strode forward at a leisurely pace, a massive sword, Samahata, slung across his back. The moment Killer Bee caught sight of the stranger's cloak, he understood immediately. Turning to Mr. Kojin, he announced, "He's from the Akatsuki, Mr. Kojin." Then, without missing a beat, Killer Bee launched into another rap. "Guess I gotta take care of some business first. No other way. I'll wipe them out right away." Dancing and rapping, he moved with infectious energy. The newcomer was none other than Kisame Hashigaki. "You've been a tough one to track down, 8 Tails," he called out. With that, Kisame swung the great blade off his back and set it down with a heavy thud, baring his sharp teeth in a menacing grin. 8 Tails, my sword has been starving for far too long. It just loves chakra as powerful as yours." Unwrapping the bandages from Samahata, Kisame caressed the blade, feeling its excitement. With a wicked smile, he continued, "Seems like it's caught the scent of some delicious chakra. Look how riled up it is. Since that's the case, I hope you'll be a fine meal for Samahata. But don't worry, the boss said I shouldn't kill you." Killer Bee waved dismissively and broke into another rap. "I might be the one who takes you out. Time to show you the meaning of levels. Be prepared, fool. Idiot. My rhymes." Kisame Hashigaki frowned, thinking to himself how unbearably grating the noise was. Without another word, he charged forward, brandishing Samahata. Teacher Xiaojin called out anxiously, "Pangtai. As a Jinchuriki, you sure talk a lot of nonsense." Kisame grumbled, swinging Samahata downward. But before he could strike, the rare beast behind Teacher Xiaojin, a raccoon named Pangtai, rushed forward, meeting Samahata's blow with a swipe of its paw. With a thunderous crash, Pangtai was sent sprawling onto its back, limbs splayed out in all directions. Teacher Xiaojin, hefting a massive blade over 4 meters long, hurried over and stood protectively on Pangtai's belly, calling out in distress, "Pangtai? Pangtai!" Kisame looked on in exasperation. "The bear beat me to it, huh? What a shame. So big, but not even satisfying to chop," he muttered. Hearing this, Teacher Xiaojin bristled with anger. He slung his giant sword over his shoulder and charged down, shouting, "Pangtai is a raccoon." After landing, Teacher Xiaojin glared furiously at Kisame and roared, "Let me show you what true emotion looks like." Kisame rested Samahata on his shoulder, a playful glint in his eye, clearly looking forward to the challenge. Killer Bee, On hearing teacher Xiaojin mention emotion, immediately took out his little notepad and pen, hurriedly scribbling down notes. In his mind, he mused, so that's when you use the word emotion. Got it, okay. And Pangtai is a raccoon, noted. Kisame eyed teacher Xiaojin with disdain. So, you're here to get in my way too, huh? With that, Kisame lunged forward. Teacher Xiaojin readied his enormous blade, preparing to defend himself. Just then, a pencil shot forward at an unbelievable speed, aimed straight at the charging Kisame. Kisame ducked, narrowly dodging the attack. The seemingly ordinary pencil pierced straight through a tree, so thick it would take 3 people to encircle it. Gripping the end of Samahata, Kisame swung the weapon outward. Instantly, Samahata's tail extended, transforming the blade into something like a chained sickle, hurtling toward Killer Bee. Killer Bee leaped lightly and dodged the strike. Kisame glanced over his shoulder, noticing the gaping hole in the tree, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Using lightning release to generate high-frequency vibrations and boost penetration, the pencil's piercing power surpasses even wind releases. That's some super vibration technique. If I'd been hit, I'd have a hole in me too. With that thought, Kisame watched Killer Bee deftly evade, then yanked Samahata back like a yo-yo and swung out again toward Killer Bee. Use what cut. Teacher Xiaojin's giant blade came down, blocking Samahata and clashing against it. Seeing his chance, Killer Bee swiftly drew the sword from his back and, like a flying pencil, hurled it at Kisame. Catching sight of this in the corner of his eye, Kisame thought, so he's using mid-range lightning release ninja tools to pro my moves? Just as Kisame was about to react, Killer Bee closed the distance in a flash, blade drawn, circling around for a surprise attack from behind. Kisame let out a grunt, grumbling inwardly. So this was just a diversion after all. They're trying to catch me in a pincer attack. As Killer Bee charged forward, he rapped out, "Now that makes 2 holes. Don't underestimate me." Kisame snorted, his heart filled with annoyance. What a pain. Barely arrived, and I'm getting wounded already. He gripped Samahata tightly, swinging it forcefully to knock back Masterkin, then allowed the first knife that Killer Bee threw to stab right into his own right shoulder. With his left hand, he drew Samahata back, parrying Killer Bee's incoming assault. There was a sharp metallic clang. Killer Bee stared in shock as his blade struck against Samahata. Master Kin, sprawled in the snow, exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be?" Bee's super vibrating thunder blade couldn't pierce through. Killer Bee gave a cold snort. "If that's how it is." As he spoke, a red aura of chakra began to rise around him. In the blink of an eye, 5 tails unfurled, whipping up a wild gust around them. "You!" Killer Bee bellowed in fury, his blade in hand stabbing forward with the speed and force of a wasp sting, each strike more vicious than the last. It was Masterkin's first time witnessing such a thing, and he was stunned. Is that the 8 Tails cloak? With the cloak of the 8 Tails enveloping him, Killer Bee's strength surged dramatically. Kisame gritted his teeth, holding firm with Samahata. He was, after all, the man known as the tailless-tailed beast. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. But Killer Bee soon realized that his stinger blade couldn't penetrate at all. With no other choice, he switched tactics. Headbutt of 8 swords. Without warning, Killer Bee lunged headfirst to strike. Master Kin, watching from the side, cheered, "All right, this time his head is coming clean off." There was a heavy thud as Killer Bee's head collided with Kisame's, but Kisame's head remained firmly attached. Killer Bee noticed, to his surprise, that the chakra cloak of the tailed beast had vanished from his body. He frowned. "You absorbed my chakra." From the sidelines, Master Kin called out, "Bee, I see it now. It's that sword. That sword is absorbing your chakra." It seemed the chakra from his super vibrating thunderblade had also been absorbed before it could reach Kisame's body, explaining why it failed to pierce him. Otherwise, how could the blade stuck in his shoulder have so little power? Samahata rumbled with satisfaction. Foreheads pressed together, Kisame and Killer Bee faced off with a strange intimacy. "Looks like Samahata really likes you. You've got that octopus-flavored chakra. It just can't get enough. I've never seen it so excited before." Killer Bee snorted coldly. "Your eyes are pretty nice too, but I'll soon turn them into the eyes of dead fish." With that, Killer Bee sprang back in a series of quick, bounding leaps, breaking off their strange standoff. Brandishing his stinger blade, Killer Bee called out, "I'm going to slice you into 8 pieces." As Samahata absorbed Killer Bee's chakra, its form began to swell, becoming as large as a shark. Still craving more, Samahata lolled out its tongue, yearning hungrily for another taste. Kisame held the sword, and with polite formality, introduced himself. "I am Kisame Hashigaki. Pleased to meet you." Killer Bee took in the scene without missing a beat. He pulled out his little notebook, dipped a finger into his mouth to touch some ink, and scribbled, "Kisame Hashigaki, onto the page. Kisame let out a sigh and remarked, to spit ink from your mouth. Looks like you really are an octopus, you rascal. Master Kin frowned and muttered, idiot. What's with writing lyrics at a time like this? Killer Bee grinned and began to rap with a swagger. Don't worry, Master Kin. I'll make this shark cry for mercy. You can count on me. With that, he launched into his signature pose, pointing one finger skyward and letting out a fierce roar. Yo! The 8 tails chakra cloak enveloped him once more. This time, all 7 tails unfurled, amplifying his power even further. Watching B, Master Kin's heart brimmed with emotion. The tailed beast cloak. 7 chakra tails, not all of them. Seems B isn't going all out just yet. B eyed Kisame with a sly smile and asked, you know what? Kisame looked puzzled. Know what? Brandishing his blade, B charged forward and bellowed, octopus eat sharks, you know. He struck out, and Kisame dodged nimbly, swinging Samahata in retaliation. The sword's massive tongue flopped out, ravenous for chakra. Some people never learn. Why are all Jinchuriki so stubborn? Samahata, eat your fill, Kisame urged. Samahata immediately latched on a bee's chakra cloak. With Kisame's help, the sword tore a massive chunk of tailed beast chakra free and flung Bee aside in a single, fluid motion. Bee tumbled through the snow and rolled to a stop beside Master Kin. Master Kin frowned. Bee, that sword's eating your chakra and growing bigger by the second. Kisame felt the chakra that Samahata had devoured. He could absorb it himself. Smugly, he turned back and said, looks like this time, the shark gets to eat the octopus. Bee glanced down, seeing only 1 tail remaining, and fell into thought. That sword, Samahata, eats quickly and in huge amounts, but looks like it can only take 6 tails worth at a time. If that's the case, this form won't cut it. Rising to his feet, Bee sheathed his blade with a click, letting the chakra cloak dissolve. Time to use the next form. Meanwhile, Kisame, now burdened by Samahata's enormous size, found it too heavy to wield and let it drop to the ground. It's the first time I've seen Samahata grow so enormous. How exciting. Master Kin's voice was anxious. What do we do? Bee. At that moment, deep inside Killer Bee, a voice spoke up. Let me join in too, Bee. Let's transform together. Within the seal on Killer Bee, the 8 tails urged him, hurry up and transform, Bee. Standing atop the 8 tails' shoulder, Killer Bee grumbled. No way, you idiot, you fool. If you come out now, that attack will be too overwhelming. Everything around here will be ruined. Master Kin and Fatty are both here, too. Besides, I just managed to hide myself. If I let you out, that's as good as advertising my location. If Big Bro shows up, I'm doomed. The 8 tails retorted. Dragging your feet like this isn't like you, Bee. Killer Bee folded his arms. Then what do you suggest? Should I try the second form? That won't work either. In that back and forth just now, most of my chakra got taken away. How about this? You lend me some of yours. With a dismissive snort, the 8 tails replied, if you need it, take it, just skip the rapping. My head aches listening to it. Without me, you'd have lost already. Killer Bee chuckled, then snapped back to the real world, crossing his arms as points of crimson light began to glow all over him. Yuki, it's so good to have you. I'm grateful for all you've done, yo. As he spoke, 8 chakra tails unfurled in full. Kisame Hashigaki paused, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the 8 tails curled around Killer Bee, forming a circle that spun rapidly. With a flash of white light, Killer Bee transformed straight into his second form, the semi-tailed beast state. His whole body was now wrapped in a deep crimson chakra, his facial features hidden beneath the beastly power. Kisame didn't flinch. Instead, he grew even more excited. Oh, so you've already transformed. Master Kin cried out, no. This is the power of the tailed beast suppressed within human form, second form. From Killer Bee's body, a sturdy bony horn sprouted, ready to strike. He shouted fiercely, lasso. Meanwhile, Samahata in Kisame's hands was quivering, its scales clattering with a metallic ring. Kisame gritted his teeth. Even Samahata is raring to go. The amount and quality of chakra now are on a whole different level. To control this much chakra and still keep his wits impressive. Killer Bee, fully prepared, charged forward. Kisame stared intently, thinking to himself, that's way more than I can handle. Killer Bee dashed wildly, wielding the bony horn in his left hand, launching into a mad bull assault. Kisame gripped Samahata tightly, bracing himself for the clash. Yo! Killer Bee let out a furious roar and charged straight ahead. The massive ox horns rammed directly into Kisame Hashigaki's chest, punching a gaping hole through him. Seizing the moment, Samahata lunged forward and bit down hard on Killer Bee, tearing away a hefty chunk. The sheer force of Killer Bee's impact sent Kisame flying. Even Samahata slipped from his grasp, tumbling away as Kisame was hurled across the snowy ground. He rolled over and over until he crashed into a tree not far off, slumping against it at last. Gasping for breath, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Killer Bee had lost a significant amount of chakra to Samahata's voracious bite and was forced back to his initial form. Master Kin clapped his fists together in delight. That did it, Bee. He's still alive. Finish him off while you have the chance. Kisame coughed up a mouthful of blood. Glancing down, he saw the gaping wound in his chest, his ribs clearly visible. Breathing heavily, he managed a hoarse chuckle. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Seeing that Bee wasn't making a move, Master Kin hefted the massive blade himself, preparing to strike Kisame down. Suddenly, Samahata crawled over and extended its tail into Kisame's hand. Master Kin frowned in confusion. What's that? Before their eyes, Kisame's wound began to heal at a visible rate. Killer Bee scowled. So that's it. He can absorb the chakra that this sword steals. Once the wound on his chest closed, Kisame pulled up his shirt with his right hand and began to strip it off. Meeting Killer Bee's stunned gaze, he sneered, I'm the kind who gets stronger the tougher my opponent is. The stronger you are, the more excited I get. I don't get tired, and I won't go down. Sweat beaded on Master Kin's brow. Be careful. That sword can steal someone's chakra and convert it into energy for its master. Kisame gave a wicked chuckle. That's why they call me the tailless-tailed beast. With that, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a jutsu. Water style, super water shockwave. Naruto's brow furrowed as he quickly retreated into the distance. He didn't want to reveal himself too early. After all, his powers as the Deva Path hadn't yet recovered. He would bide his time and act once Kisame was nearly defeated. Centered around Samahata, a colossal water sphere burst forth, flooding the forest for miles around. Brandishing Samahata, Kisame grinned. The longer this drags out, the weaker you'll become. But the weaker you get, the stronger I'll become. As he spoke, Kisame's form began to shift, transforming into a shark capable of breathing both in and out of water. For the first time, Killer Bee realized that Kisame might be real trouble. Master Kin called out anxiously, Bee, you have to take his sword. That weapon is the key to his power. Kisame let out a low, sinister chuckle, and then, to everyone's amazement, Samahata began to slowly merge into Kisame's body until the two became completely one. Sure, go ahead, if you can manage to peel Samahata off of me. Kisame taunted. Master Shaojin frowned, clearly troubled. This is bad. He's actually fused with his sword. Killer Bee was astonished. He's like a fish that walks on land. No, he's a man who's half turned into a fish. Master Shaojin quipped, that's too long. Let's just call him a merman. Kisame grinned again. Well then, it's showtime. Seeing the situation grow dire, Killer Bee quickly grabbed Master Shaojin and Fat Tai the raccoon, darting away through the water. If they stayed any longer, both Master Shaojin and Fat Tai would drown. Escaping from the water was their only hope. Without hesitation, Bee unleashed his second form, surging ahead with greater speed. Kisame called out, Don't kid yourself. You can't escape my water prison. The terrain difference between us now is just too great. As they swam on, Killer Bee became uneasy. He couldn't see a thing ahead of him. What kind of jutsu was this? It was maddening. Bee, behind you, Master Shaojin cried out in alarm. Bee glanced back. Sure enough, Kisame, moving as swiftly as a shark, was closing in from behind. Bee scoffed, Fine by me. Even in this situation, I won't lose. With that, he pushed himself to swim even faster. Meanwhile, in the seal's domain, the Eight Tails grumbled, This is so annoying. At a time like this, you're still rapping? You idiot. Haven't you noticed that the whole water sphere moves with that merman at the center? Are you blind? And besides, he's even faster in water. As a half-merman, he can breathe through gills. If you just keep running, you'll get killed sooner or later. Bee asked, So what should I do? The Eight Tails replied, Akatsuki's target is UB. If we run in the opposite direction, he'll chase us, and Fat Tai and Shaojin will be freed from the water prison. Bee nodded, I get it. As long as he's chasing me, the water sphere will follow, and Fat Tai and Shaojin will be out of danger. Saying this, Bee immediately bolted in the opposite direction. But Kisame just glanced at him once, and then charged straight toward Fat Tai and Shaojin instead. Since Akatsuki's real goal was the Eight Tails, the fate of the others didn't matter. Bee froze in shock. What? This guy isn't playing by the rules at all. Furious, Bee quickly doubled back. Stop right there, you monster. Kisame grinned coldly. Got him right where I wanted. Just as Killer Bee frantically swam over, Kisame flashed another wicked smile. He opened his shark-like jaws, aiming to rip into Master Shaojin, but the last moment he feinted and snapped his teeth down on Killer Bee instead. Ugh, delicious. Chakra with a taste of octopus is simply delicious. It smells amazing. Killer Bee thrashed wildly, and in just a few seconds his chakra was drained so much that he dropped from his second transformation straight down to his first. There's no way I'm just gonna let you suck this much chakra out of me for free. You fool. You bastard. Killer Bee struggled furiously, and then several octopus legs sprouted from his partially transformed body, wrapping tightly around Kisame and dragging him in the opposite direction. Kisame found his neck squeezed by the octopus limbs, leaving him completely immobilized. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire. No wonder he's called the perfect Jinchuriki. He can even partially transform at this size. Before long, Kogan and Pantai managed to break free from the water prison. Killer Bee cheered, "All right, we're out." Seeing that Kogan and Pantai were safe, Killer Bee immediately drew his blade, ready to fight back. Unfortunately, he'd been underwater for too long, and his chakra was nearly depleted from being absorbed. Kisame grinned smugly. "You look like you're in pain. Not a bad idea. But you forgot something. The moment you make contact with my body, I can keep draining your chakra. Your life force will only get weaker and weaker." Sensing that Killer Bee was now barely hanging on, Kisame took advantage of the loosened octopus grip and darted away. "Haha, looks like you're finished. Plus, Samahata is really excited. It seems it's found a chakra it likes. In all of Akatsuki, no one knows how to capture prey alive better than I do. In this water prison, slowly whittling your chakra down to the brink of life and death, it's all about controlling the pace. It's such an interesting challenge, just like hunting." Killer Bee shot Kisame a sidelong glance, mulling over his next move. "One more time with the rope. Wait for the right moment. This time, I'll get him for sure." Gyuki warned, "Don't. In the water, you can't win. That octopus move earlier has only made him more alert. For now, escaping is your best bet. Use that move." At Gyuki's words, Killer Bee quickly formed a seal, then spat a huge mouthful of ink. Kisame was momentarily surprised, then burst out laughing. How naive. Really now, Kisame's gills flared open as he propelled himself powerfully through the water, giving chase. "Using ink, huh? Classic octopus move, but since I'm fused with Samahata, I can sense chakra through my skin, you fool." With that, Kisame zipped through the water, launching relentless attacks on Killer Bee, much like a shark tearing into its prey. "Looks like you're about out of chakra too, you damned octopus." Watching Killer Bee collapse, barely clinging to life, Kisame released the water prison. Killer Bee lay powerless on the ground, while Kisame gloated, "So even the eight tails isn't so tough after all." As he spoke, Samahata slid away from Kisame's body. Kisame gripped the sword and strode over to Killer Bee, saying, "If I let you escape and transform into a tailed beast again, that wouldn't be any fun. To be on the safe side, I'd better just cut off your legs first." With that, Kisame approached, Samahata in hand, crouching down, ready to strike at Killer Bee's legs. "That won't do, Kisame," came a sudden voice. Kisame's brow furrowed. He looked up. What did he see? Naruto, with a Rinnegan in his eyes. Why was he here? And how did he appear so quietly, dressed in clothes patterned like the Akatsuki's, though in different colors, squatting right in front of him? None of this made sense. There was no time to think it through. Kisame acted at once, but Naruto just smiled his usual cheeky smile, only raising his hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. With a sharp whoosh, Kisame, sword and all, was blasted away with irresistible force. There was a thunderous crash as Kisame slammed into a tree, snapping it in two before coming to a halt. "So that's the power of the Rinnegan. Incredible," Naruto remarked, glancing down with a grin toward Killer Bee, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Hey, Uncle Bee, long time no see." It turned out that Killer Bee bore a flying thunder god mark placed by the fourth Hokage. Back during a great battle, before either side had become Kage, fourth Raikage, it had brought Bee to face off against Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage. Bee's eyes fluttered open. He was terribly weak right now. The newcomer's gaze was gentle, and he wore a Konoha forehead protector, but those Rinnegan eyes gave off an uneasy feeling. Gyuki, the Eight Tails, exclaimed in surprise. "What is this?" "The Rinnegan. That's something only the Sage of the Six Paths possessed. How does this kid have it?" As if hearing the Eight Tails' thoughts, Naruto smiled and called out, "You in there, Eight Tails? Hey, Gyuki, what the heck?" Gyuki sputtered. "What does this guy know my nickname?" Naruto helped Bee to his feet, instantly shifting into Nine Tails mode. He grasped Bee's fist, bumping it against his own, sharing some chakra with him. In that instant of fist bumping, Naruto's will resonated with the doors of Bee's heart. Gyuki was astonished. "The Nine Tails chakra? You're the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But how do you know about this kind of heart-to-heart connection?" Killer Bee was curious too, but as a fellow Jinchuriki, and with Naruto clearly here to save him, he simply opened his heart, letting Naruto's spirit in. Their minds became completely connected. Naruto chuckled, greeting him through their spiritual link. "Hey Gyuki, it's been a while." Naruto's warm familiarity left the Eight Tails momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey man, who are you? Calling me by my nickname like we're all buddy-buddy. It's almost as if we're close or something. And besides, didn't you already conquer the Nine Tails? So why can't I hear Kurama's voice at all?" For a moment, Gyuki felt a bit lost. Killer Bee could sense that Naruto was steadily sending him chakra, and as his strength returned, he exclaimed happily, "We're all Jinchuriki here, helping each other out and moving forward together." "Oh yeah." Naruto gave a wry smile. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he'd heard that rap. He used to find it really annoying, but now listening to it, he actually felt a touch of nostalgia. Kisame Hashigaki slowly got back up, absorbing more chakra from Samahata as his body returned to its former state. Looking at Killer Bee and Naruto, who was glowing with golden light, Kisame exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on here?" Killer Bee, almost fully recovered and able to stand, looked at Kisame with pride and introduced, "This is my fellow Jinchuriki and good friend. He's mastered the world's most powerful Nine Tails. You'd better prepare for defeat. You dumb shark, you big fool." Instead of being alarmed, Kisame broke into a delighted grin. "Well, what do you know? I've been searching high and low, and here they are, both the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails delivered right to my doorstep. Fortune really does favor me. How am I supposed to handle such a feast? Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Kisame trembled with excitement. At that moment, Samahata suddenly started thrashing about. Then in a flash, it slashed Kisame's hand and darted off straight toward Killer Bee. With a yelp of pain, Kisame roared, "Samahata, what do you think you're doing?" Samahata reached Killer Bee's side. At first, Bee was on guard, but Samahata lowered its head and began to nuzzle and rub against Bee's legs, making soft, affectionate sounds. Bee quickly realized that Samahata was returning all the chakra it had absorbed. Fuming, Kisame shouted, "Samahata, what are you doing? Do you really like the Eight Tails chakra that much? You betray me for it." Through the chakra connection, Bee understood Samahata's feelings and said with a laugh, "So that's how it is. You were forced by him. Ha ha ha. Well, from now on, you're with me." With that, Bee affectionately patted Samahata. Naruto, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a bit grossed out by the whole scene. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. "Lord Bee, so you really are here." Bee turned around to see Darui calling out to him, with C alongside, and at their side his big brother, the fourth Kage. The moment Bee saw his brother, he knew he was in trouble. He'd been found at last. Kisame saw the situation unfolding and frowned. "This doesn't look good, but I am curious. How did you manage to find this place?" The sensory ninja, C, complained, "Come on, it's such a massive water sphere. Anyone who isn't a complete fool would know something strange is going on here. And the way you're crazily absorbing Eight Tails chakra for the fight, I sensed it from miles away." The Raikage glanced at Kisame, then at the golden Naruto standing nearby, and his mood instantly soured. Naruto greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Lord Raikage. We meet again." Darui, seeing Naruto standing so close to Lord Killer Bee, barked out, "Bee, come over here. Don't stand next to that Naruto. He's a rogue ninja from the Leaf now and wanted by all 5 great villages." Killer Bee looked at Naruto, worry in his voice. "But Naruto saved me. If not for him, this crazy shark would have caught me, and I'd have lost my legs." The Raikage's anger exploded at those words. "What? Someone dare to hurt my brother? Bee, get ready." Killer Bee immediately understood his brother's call. Kisame sensed danger and quickly began to form hand seals, but it was too late. The Raikage and Killer Bee's combination move struck with blinding speed. Double Lariat. Lightning Bull Lariat. The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, one on each side, struck Kisame's head before he could finish his jutsu. His head was severed cleanly, flying through the air. Thus, Kisame was beheaded and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Naruto watched and smiled subtly, for he knew the real Kisame wasn't actually dead. At this very moment, he was safely hidden inside Samahata. With Kisame dealt with, the Raikage shot Naruto a hostile glare and snapped, "Bee, come back to the village with me." Killer Bee looked at Naruto and thanked him sincerely. "Your name's Naruto, right? Thank you for saving my life." The Raikage roared, "Enough talk, Bee. Get over here now." The Raikage didn't make a move against Naruto, because the parting gift Naruto had given him earlier had already made the fourth Raikage realize, even if all of the hidden cloud attacked together, they might not be able to defeat Naruto. Since they couldn't win, it was best not to become enemies. Naruto smiled at Killer Bee. "Uncle Bee, let's bump fists again. I have something I want to tell you." Killer Bee was surprised but didn't hesitate. and bumped fists with Naruto once more. As their fists met, Naruto closed his eyes and used chakra to project the memories of his past life to Killer Bee and Gyuki, including the moment he met the Sage of Six Paths. As he watched Killer Bee's emotions shifted rapidly, from shock to lingering fear to anger, and finally to sorrow and grief. The Eight Tails, upon catching sight of the Sage of Six Paths, especially the lingering chakra in the vision, was immediately struck by recognition. This chakra was as familiar to him as a father's presence. There was no way he could mistake it. The old sage had entrusted the future to the blue-eyed youth standing before them. The Eight Tails knew he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Whoever earned the sage's trust was someone he would stand behind, come what may. Tears streamed down Killer Bee's face as he slowly lowered his fist, turning to Naruto and asking, "Is this really true?" Though he was already convinced, he needed to hear it confirmed. Naruto opened his eyes and nodded. Deep within Killer Bee's mind, the Eight Tails spoke, voice firm and full of conviction. "There's no mistake, Bee. That old man, the Sage of Six Paths, I could never get him wrong. And just now, when Naruto showed us that vision, I felt as if the sage himself looked right at me, reaching across time and space. Trust him, Bee." Killer Bee wiped away his tears, then glanced back at his elder brother, the Reikage. In the vision, his brother was struck down in an instant by that so-called Otsutsuki, sacrificing himself to save Bee. The memory of that moment filled Bee with unbearable pain. The Reikage looked at him in confusion and called out, "Bee, what are you standing around for? Get over here." Killer Bee looked at his brother and spoke quietly, "I'm sorry, brother. I might not be coming back this time." With that, he stepped to Naruto's side. Samahata, the sentient sword, scampered over and landed in Bee's grip. The fourth Reikage's body crackled with lightning as he donned his lightning release armor, fury written all over his face. "What did you just say?" Naruto cocked his head and asked, "Is your mind made up?" Killer Bee nodded solemnly. "All right then, let's go." "Farewell, Lord Reikage," Naruto replied. He placed a hand on Bee's shoulder. The Reikage saw what was happening, and in a flash, summoned every ounce of speed his cells could muster, trying to intercept them. But it was hopeless. Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was swifter than lightning. In the blink of an eye, with a low, resonant hum, Naruto and Killer Bee disappeared. The fourth Reikage was left trembling with rage, thunder chakra erupting from his body and rending the ground into jagged shards. Infuriating, absolutely infuriating. It was maddening enough that Naruto was faster than him. Now, even his own brother was outpacing him. The Reikage, seemed haunted by bitter memories, his anger reaching a boiling point. So he hurried to his side, asking, "Boss, what now?" I don't know what Naruto said to Lord B, but he's gone, and whisked him away. Darui frowned and muttered, "What a headache." The fourth Reikage gnashed his teeth in frustration. For a moment, he even considered giving up on forming the allied Shinobi forces, wanting nothing more than to mobilize the entire Hidden Cloud Village and launch a full-scale pursuit of Naruto. "No, we can't just let me leave like this. Come, let's return to the village first and report to the daimyo. After that, we'll mobilize the entire Hidden Cloud army to pursue Naruto." Darui spoke up, "Boss, you've seen Naruto's power yourself. If we want to capture him, I think it's best to form a joint ninja alliance. After all, the strength of a single village just isn't enough." C agreed and offered a suggestion. "Yes, Lord Reikage, right now, the most important thing is to form the Ninja Alliance. Next, we need to figure out why Lord B was willing to leave with Naruto in the first place. That's the key. Otherwise, if we try to capture Naruto and Lord B refuses to come with us, that'll be awkward." The Reikage, voice brimming with fury, declared, "If he refuses, I'll punish him with my iron claw. I'll drag him back by force if I must." Darui and C exchanged glances, as if to say, he was right here just moments ago, and you still couldn't stop him. Still, neither dared to voice this thought, fearing they'd be struck on the spot. In the village hidden by rain, Naruto arrived with Killer Bee beside him. He glanced around and asked, "Where are we?" Naruto shed his Nine Tails chakra mode and replied, "Amage Cure, the village hidden by rain. This will be our base for the foreseeable future." Killer Bee suddenly understood. No wonder it had been raining nonstop. He then fell unusually silent, his usual hip-hop swagger gone. Looking at Naruto, he asked, "Naruto, did you really travel back from the future?" Naruto nodded and said, "So far, you're the second person to know this. I hope you'll keep it a secret." Killer Bee nodded back, understanding the heavy burden on Naruto's shoulders. The Sage of Six Paths had entrusted him with the fate of the entire ninja world. "Don't worry. From today on, I'll help you change that future." Having seen with his own eyes the tragic death of his brother, the fourth Reikage Killer Bee now shared Naruto's goal. Naruto, you're back. Conan and Nagato stepped out to greet them. The moment Naruto and Bee appeared and were drenched by the rain, Nagato sensed their arrival. Naruto turned back, smiling, Sister Conan, Brother Nagato. Nagato eyed Killer Bee with a hint of caution and asked, Naruto, who is this? Naruto, filled with delight, called out, Brother Nagato, you can stand again. Does this mean? A familiar, sly voice rang out. Naruto-kun, it's been a while. Orochimaru emerged from behind, beaming at Naruto. Nagato explained with a smile. Uncle Snake wanted to wait until you returned to operate on me, but I couldn't wait any longer. I had him do the surgery right away. The results were far better than expected. The integration was smooth and flawless. Naruto walked over, knelt down, and carefully lifted the hem of Nagato's trousers for a closer look, then praised. Impressive. Those stitches are remarkable. Orochimaru stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression practically saying, You should have known whose handiwork this was. Conan, overjoyed, exclaimed, Naruto, you have no idea. Once Nagato's surgery was successful and his recovery complete, he ran several laps around Amage Cure. Nagato flushed slightly, embarrassed. Conan. Naruto rose, stepped in front of Orochimaru, and gave a slight bow. Thank you, Uncle Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a bit surprised by Naruto's respectful gesture. There's no need for that, Naruto, he replied. You deserve credit too. If it weren't for your critical technical support, Nagato's legs wouldn't have healed so quickly. Most importantly, his own constitution seems to have an extraordinary compatibility with the integration of Hashirama's cells. Naruto glanced at Nagato, thinking to himself, of course, the Uzumaki and Senju clans are related by blood, both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. In theory, it's all the same lineage. Killer Bee exclaimed in astonishment. Hashirama's cells and Orochimaru himself? This is wild. Seeing Bee speak up, Naruto moved to his side and addressed the group. Let me introduce a new member of Taka, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Orochimaru's brows knit together. Killer Bee, the human weapon? Younger brother of the fourth Raikage. Realization dawned on Nagato. No wonder I sense an unfamiliar but powerful chakra. Conan was elated. Even the Eight Tails had been persuaded by Naruto's talk no jutsu. Turning to Conan, Naruto said, Senior sister, could you arrange a room and a uniform for Killer Bee? Conan nodded. No problem. Then Naruto looked at Bee. Uncle Bee, let me borrow your Samahata for a moment. Bee was momentarily taken aback, then passed Samahata to Naruto with a grin. What's this? You're into swords too. Orochimaru, clearly intrigued, stepped closer to examine it. The second most powerful among the 7 ninja swords, Samahata. Naruto accepted Samahata and immediately shifted into his Nine-Tails chakra mode. Sure enough, he could feel the presence of Kisame Hashigaki lurking within the sword. A wave of malice emanated from inside. Kisame, are you coming out on your own, or do I have to drag you out? Killer Bee was stunned. No way. That bastard shark didn't my brother and I just take him down? Nagato frowned. How is that possible? My rain tiger will technique only sense the two of you. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Naruto. He hadn't detected anyone else either, but he trusted that if Naruto said someone was there, then someone was definitely there. Inside the sword, Kisame Hashigaki was dumbfounded. How could this be? His chakra was already fully merged with Samahata. There was no way any sensory ninja could have discovered him. They must be bluffing to flush me out, seeing that Kisame. Hashigaki didn't react. Naruto let out a cold laugh and said, Right now, I'm in Nine-Tails mode. I can sense not only chakra, but also emotions like malice and hatred. So even if your chakra is identical to Samahata's, I can still find you. The moment Naruto finished speaking, Kisame stopped pretending. Samahata slipped from Naruto's grip, revealing Kisame's head as Samahata transformed into a reptilian form. Kisame controlled Samahata, and it crawled along the ground like a giant centipede. Its iron-hard scales struck the floor, echoing with heavy metallic thuds. Kisame raised his head and looked at Naruto, suddenly realizing, so that's how it is. In Nine-Tails mode, you're unlike any other sensory ninja. You can perceive emotions and the presence of hatred itself. Killer Bee glared at Kisame, rapping angrily, Stupid shark, sneaky shark, hiding inside Samahata, what a dirty trick. But just now I was sure I'd hunted you down. Your chakra didn't lie. What's going on here? Naruto chuckled and explained, Uncle Bee, the one you and the fourth Raikage hunted just now was probably a white Zetsu copy that had absorbed Kisame's chakra and transformed. As for the real Kisame, he was hiding inside Samahata all along. Hearing Naruto reveal the secret so clearly, Kisame looked at him in genuine surprise. I didn't expect this. Not only is your sensory ability sharp, but your analytical skills are formidable, too. Is this also a power of the Rinnegan? Naruto only smiled in response, saying nothing. Orochimaru looked at Kisame and said, It's been a while, Kisame. Kisame turned to Orochimaru, a playful glint in his eyes. How interesting. Even you are willing to serve under him. Naruto interjected, Let me make it clear. Orochimaru and I are partners, nothing more. We work together because we have mutual interests. As for you, Kisame, do you know why I didn't expose you on the spot, but instead brought you here? Kisame sneered, Don't tell me you're planning to persuade me to serve you as well. With utter confidence, Naruto replied, And why wouldn't you want to? Kisame burst out laughing, then looked at Naruto with disdain. Naruto, I admit you're impressive. I don't know how you managed to take Nagato's Rinnegan and even convince the Eight Tails and Orochimaru to side with you. But let me tell you, after seeing through so many lies, I know there are deceptions behind you too. And I refuse to accept this false world any longer. As he spoke, Kisame Hashigaki said with obvious disgust, What a shame. Such a perfect setup, ruined all because of you. Looks like the infiltration plan has failed. Sorry, but I won't be sticking around any longer. With that, he commanded Samehada and attempted a quick escape. But before he could get far, Naruto flashed in front of him, landing a powerful punch right onto Samehada. Since Kisame and Samehada were fused as one, Kisame immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Killer Bee, stunned by the display, exclaimed, Wait, was that the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru, a wicked grin curling on his lips, replied, No, that was an instant attack in Ninetales mode. Not the Flying Thunder God at all. Killer Bee nodded in admiration. I see. Honestly, it's almost on par with the Flying Thunder God. In fact, at this range, that speed might even surpass my brother's lightning release body flicker at full power. Kisame, thoroughly frustrated at this point, couldn't believe how terrifying Naruto's attacks were in Ninetales mode. He had already expended much of his chakra to merge with Samehada, leaving him dangerously depleted. Naruto fixed Kisame with a cold glare, his fist still poised. Don't move, he commanded. Refusing to give in, Kisame twisted his body, trying to escape again. But Naruto was faster still. A second flash, another punch. Kisame spat out even more blood, the pain overwhelming. I told you, don't move. Naruto's voice was fierce, brooking no argument. Samehada couldn't take it anymore. With a series of distressed grunts, it spat Kisame out, then crawled over to Killer Bee, snuggling pitifully at his feet. Once their chakra connected, Killer Bee understood Samehada's meaning. Oh, I get it. You were forced, right? Not your idea at all, huh? What's that? You want that blonde kid over there to stop hitting you. Killer Bee glanced at Naruto, then broke into a cheerful grin. No worries, no worries. You're free now. He won't hurt you anymore. What's that? You're saying you want to stick with me from now on? Sure, that's fine. Haha. Hey, stop nibbling, you're too cute. Konan watched the scene unfold, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. She turned awkwardly to Nagato, whispering, Why do I feel a bit sick watching this? Nagato chose not to comment, though he silently agreed. With Samehada expelled, Kisame's body was now fully visible. Severely depleted of chakra, he was gaunt and skeletal. Naruto withdrew from Ninetales chakra mode, changing his stance from a fist to an open, gripping hand. Tread a path. Kisame shuddered, cursing in anger. You're planning to drain away what little chakra I have left, aren't you? Naruto smiled calmly. Just making sure you don't try anything reckless. In his previous life, Kisame Hashigaki's final actions had deeply shocked Naruto. Kisame had used the water prison technique to summon sharks and ended his own life, all to protect sensitive information and safeguard his comrades within Akatsuki. From that moment on, Naruto truly began to understand the Akatsuki organization. It wasn't until he became Hokage and looked back on those days that he finally grasped the true allure and complexity of Akatsuki's members. Nagato's pain stood for peace, Deidara for art, Konan for friendship, Itachi Uchiha for family, Zetsu for domination, Obito for love, Kisame for strength, Kakuzu for wealth, Haiden for religion, and Sasori for childhood. These 10 ideals represented the 10 dreams of humanity. After absorbing all of Kisame's chakra, Naruto effortlessly lifted him up as if picking up a chick. Gazing at him with his Rinnegan, Naruto said, I'll give you a chance. Work with me. Serve me, and I'll show you a real world. A world where people truly connect, not some hollow illusion or so-called dream world. That world may seem beautiful, but it's far too fake. Kisame chuckled dryly, his gaze lingering on Naruto as he sighed. Stop dreaming. Naruto, A world like that simply doesn't exist. Naruto drew a deep breath and then looked Kisame in the eyes. What if I told you I could bring Uchiha Itachi back to life? Would you follow me then? What? Kisame stared at Naruto in utter disbelief, his face frozen in shock. Orochimaru smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated Naruto's move. Nagato and Konan turned their attention to Naruto as well, remembering that he had promised them one day Yahiko would return to the organization. Killer Bee exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Itachi? The man who wiped out the Uchiha clan of a leaf. Kisame gritted his teeth. Impossible. Lord Itachi is dead. There's no way he could come back. Naruto replied. Don't be so quick to doubt. Let's say I really do revive Itachi, and he agrees to follow me. Would you join me as well? Kisame pondered for a moment, then looked Naruto in the eye. If you truly can bring Lord Itachi back, and if he himself is willing to follow you, and you can give me a reason that convinces me, then I'll agree. Naruto nodded. Understood. But just to be safe, I'll have you sleep for a while first. With that, Naruto's Rinnegan spun. He placed his hand on Kisame's head. Human path. In an instant, he drew Kisame's soul right out of his body. Next, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his waist. Soul sealing jutsu. With a deft motion, he sealed Kisame's soul inside the scroll and tucked it away. Kisame's body, now empty and lifeless, collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Naruto carefully put away the scroll that sealed Kisame's soul. Then, turning to Nagato, he asked, Nagato-senpai, when you made the pains, did you have any equipment for preserving bodies? Nagato, understanding Naruto's intention, looked at him and replied, You mean you want to refrigerate and store Kisame's body, right? Naruto nodded. Nagato smiled and said, Yes, that's something I'm good at. Leave it to me. Konan spread her hands helplessly and said, In that case, I'll go arrange a room and some clothes for Killer Bee. Naruto grinned and replied, Sounds good. As for Kisame, we can deal with that later. B, follow Konan-senpai. She'll take good care of you. I have some things to handle. Killer Bee rapped cheerfully. Okay. With everything settled, Naruto walked over to Orochimaru, slung an arm around his shoulder, and asked with a sly smile, Uncle Snake, did you find anything interesting on your trip? Seeing that mischievous grin, Orochimaru immediately understood what Naruto was hinting at. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. He really is Jiraiya's student. Sometimes these two are so much alike. Even Minato wasn't this reminiscent of Jiraiya back in the day. Pushing Naruto's hand away, Orochimaru headed inside. Follow me. Naruto, still grinning, trailed after him. Nagato, seeing this, hefted Kisame's body and followed as well. They descended the stairs, turned a corner, and finally arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. As the door swung open, Naruto paused in surprise. Whoa, Uncle Snake, did you haul all this equipment back by yourself? Orochimaru shot him a glare. You know sealing techniques that can store objects. Don't act like you don't. Naruto chuckled and looked around. The lab's layout was almost identical to the one he'd seen in his previous life, though there was less. Equipment and the machines weren't as advanced. After all, by the time Naruto became Hokage, Konoha had fully entered the electrical age. After taking it all in, Naruto couldn't help but praise, not bad at all. Nagato, still carrying Kisame's body, said, Naruto, I'll take care of the body next door. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Nagato-senpai. I appreciate it. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was at a safe, entering a code. With a soft click, the safe opened, releasing a burst of cold air. Orochimaru put on gloves, took out a refrigerated box, and brought it over to Naruto. Here's what you wanted. Naruto, a bit surprised, asked, What's this? Orochimaru replied, Itachi's flesh and blood. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, a knowing smile playing at his lips. I knew it, Uncle Snake. There's no way you wouldn't have kept some. Orochimaru smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. After a moment, he said, This excursion went rather well. Most of the important laboratories are still intact. I managed to retrieve nearly everything I needed. However, I also discovered something else. As Naruto studied the box in Orochimaru's hand, he asked, What did you find? Orochimaru met Naruto's gaze, his expression grave. Kabuto seems to have joined forces with Danzo. Naruto looked up in surprise, a hint of confusion in his voice. Didn't Danzo always work with you before, Uncle Snake? When it came to Kabuto, he was always trying to capture him, wasn't he? In his previous life, Danzo never treated Kabuto kindly. He had constantly assigned Teiji to track Kabuto down, hoping to extract something beneficial for his own body. Orochimaru frowned. Perhaps it's because I left, and you had something to do with it as well. Kabuto inherited most of my knowledge and experimental results. In fact, by now, he might even be stronger than I am. Naruto, let me ask you, did you take Danzo's right eye and right arm? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I did. Shirsue's right eye, and the arm with 10 transplanted Sharingan. All in my possession. I have big plans for them. Orochimaru chuckled. I figure as much. After spending these past days by your side, I have a good sense of your intentions. Still, I want to warn you. If Danzo, weakened as he is, truly joins forces with Kabuto, Kabuto might introduce him to a most sinister human experiment. Naruto furrowed his brow. Not another one of those experiments that end up killing a lot of people, right? Orochimaru gave a wry smile. Well, to some extent, yes, it could be very deadly. I only managed to complete half of that experiment before I died, but its effects were remarkable. It's the fastest way to gain power. Naruto let out a surprised exclamation and turned to Orochimaru. Tell me more, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru regarded Naruto. The method for acquiring power is truly wicked. It involves injecting a serum into the subject's body, which alters their structure and genetic makeup. It makes people frenzied, obsessed with gaining strength. In a way, it's reminiscent of an ancient, malevolent entity, one that could drain another's blood and essence to steal their abilities, even breaking through some of the most formidable bloodline limits. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. That's insane. Orochimaru nodded, then began to explain. However, there are side effects. The power you absorb doesn't last for very long. At most, it can be maintained for a few weeks. And once you become this evil entity, you'll have to constantly absorb the blood and life force of powerful individuals. Otherwise, your whole body will grow cold, your vitality will wither, and you'll die. Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, it's a bit like using the blood and life force of strong people as a kind of spare chakra. Once it runs out, you have to find someone else to drain. If there's no one left, you just have to keep absorbing more. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. That's exactly how it works. Naruto frowned. Damn, this serum is incredible. Uncle Snake, how did you even come up with this? Orochimaru let out a sly chuckle. I extracted it from the blood of a rare mutated bat I discovered deep in the primordial forest. Naruto was left utterly speechless. Then, as he glanced at Itachi's remains, a thought occurred to him. He asked, Uncle Snake, do you have any of Shirsue's remains? Orochimaru shook his head. Don't even think about it. Danzo sent people to search for Shirsue's body in secret many times 10 years ago. I searched as well, but no one ever found anything. There's never been a trace. In fact, I've even wondered if Shirsue really died. If he did, the only way to find his corpse would be to ask this person. Naruto immediately asked, who? A wicked smile curled across Orochimaru's lips as he looked down at the large box in his hands. Wait here for a moment. Without hesitation, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God and vanished. A few minutes later, he returned, dragging with him a white Zetsu who'd been lurking in the Hidden Leaf Village. White Zetsu struggled wildly and shouted, How did you sense me? What are you planning to do, you bastard? As it turned out, Naruto had just teleported to the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf with the Flying Thunder God technique. Because of the distance, he immediately entered Nine-Tails mode to better handle the chakra consumption. Upon arrival in that heightened state, he sensed multiple white Zetsu lurking around the village. At first, Naruto thought he'd just grab any one of them, but then he picked up on some intensely malicious emotions coming from few of them, which piqued his curiosity. He went over to investigate, and discovered something suspicious. 3 figures, disguised as Leaf Shinobi, were walking down the road, but they were radiating pure hatred. Naruto instantly appeared in front of them and shouted, Stop right there! I can tell with one look, you 3 aren't human. With that, he charged forward and unleashed a Rasengan, taking out 2 of them in a flash. As expected, both turned back into white Zetsu and melted into trees. Oof. I knew it, pulling the same old trick again. Then, Naruto turned to the last remaining white Zetsu, feeling a deep sense of disgust. He knew that the 3-leaf ninja these Zetsu had impersonated had likely already been killed. White Zetsu can absorb a person's chakra and then transform into that person, allowing him to evade the detection of sensory ninjas. From this, it's clear that these 3 white Zetsu intended to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village. These guys definitely have no good intentions. There must be something afoot. As he spoke, Naruto turned to the last ninja, disguised as white Zetsu, raised his hand, and commanded, Universal Pull. With a sharp whoosh, he drew the imposter straight toward him, seized him by the throat, and instantly vanished using Flying Thunder God. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, Orochimaru watched as Naruto returned with the captured white Zetsu and chuckled. Naruto-kun, your efficiency is impressive as always. Naruto seemed uninterested in Orochimaru's compliment and merely replied flatly, Yeah, wait a moment. With that, Naruto pressed his hand. firmly onto White Zetsu's head, his rinnegan spinning as he intoned, "Human path." Without hesitation, he began to search White Zetsu's soul. Harnessing the power of the human path, Naruto delved into White Zetsu's chakra, extracting every morsel of information. After a few minutes, his brows knit together and his eyes sharpened. An attack on the leaf? The nerve of him to even think of that. After voicing his disdain, Naruto looked up and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Orochimaru." Orochimaru was crouched on the floor, giving Naruto a sidelong glance. "Just waiting on you. Go ahead and toss it over." It turned out that while Naruto was soul-searching, Orochimaru had nothing to do. With time to spare, he decided to prepare the reanimation jutsu. Just as he finished, Naruto was ready as well. With a soft thud, Naruto tossed over the limp White Zetsu. Having had his soul probed, White Zetsu's consciousness hadn't yet fully reconnected with his body. He was utterly motionless. Seeing his sacrifice in place, Orochimaru immediately weaved the necessary signs and activated the technique. Reanimation jutsu. A wail of agony burst forth from White Zetsu, but the force of the jutsu seals quickly incinerated him, leaving the vessel, Itachi's flesh, utterly still. Naruto frowned. What's going on here? Orochimaru fell into deep thought, checked over the ritual seals, and then ventured a guess. It's possible someone beat us to it. Naruto understood at once. It had to be Kabuto. That guy. No wonder he's an SSS rank card collector. He really moves fast. Naruto sighed. I know who it was. Orochimaru managed a wry smile. He'd guessed as much himself. At that moment, the door creaked open and Nagato stepped inside. Little brother, Kisame's body has been preserved, he reported, glancing at the seals on the floor before asking, "How's it going? Any progress?" Orochimaru replied with a rueful smile. "Someone got there before us." Naruto waved it off. "It's fine, not a big deal. I still have other ways. For now, there's something we need to deal with together. Let's head to the conference room and hold a quick meeting." In Kabuto's secret base, Danzo awoke upon the surgical table. Kabuto gazed at the mutated Danzo, as if admiring a work of art, and said, "You're awake." Hearing the voice, Danzo sprang up from the table in an instant and lunged at Kabuto, jaws wide, aiming for his throat. Kabuto had anticipated this. He remained where he stood and triggered a hand sign. With a heavy thud, Danzo crashed into an invisible barrier. He writhed madly, his voice hoarse with hunger, roaring, "Blood! Fresh blood! Such tremendous power! Give it to me! Give it to me!" Danzo's transformation was grotesque. His limbs had sprouted razor-sharp claws, his eyes gleamed like polished obsidian, and his fangs were bared. He looked more bat than man, a clear sign of his desperate thirst for blood. If he drank someone's blood now, he would temporarily return to his human form. But where could he find such a victim? Kabuto's lips curled into a sly smile. Hadn't Danzo brought two people with him? Since Danzo had been lying here for days, Kabuto had already located them nearby. It was the perfect opportunity to let Danzo try them out. With that, Kabuto released the seal at the cave entrance. Standing by the door, he undid the barrier and quietly slipped away. Freed from his restraints, Danzo immediately became a predator on the hunt, sniffing madly for the scent of prey. Outside the cave, Tori and Aburame and Fuyamanaka were still searching for Danzo's whereabouts. Danzo-sama had asked them to wait here while he went inside, but days had passed, and they grew anxious, fearing something had happened to their leader. So, they began their search, following Danzo's faint trail, which led them straight to the cave. Fu extended his sensory abilities to gather information. He suddenly sensed something odd and said, "I found Danzo-sama, but there's something strange about his chakra." Torian asked, "What is it?" Fu frowned. "I don't know. It seems to be Danzo-sama, but there's something off about it." As they spoke, Torian warned, "Something's coming fast." Fu turned toward the disturbance. "It looks like Danzo-sama." Just as they prepared to greet him, Danzo appeared like a specter, slipping behind Fu in a flash. He seized Fu and, with unnatural speed, drifted up into the trees. Then he sank his fangs into Fu's neck and began to feed ravenously. Fu screamed in agony, his cries echoing through the forest, but he couldn't move at all. The venom from Danzo's bite quickly paralyzed his body. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Torian shouted, "Fu, what's happening?" He rushed forward, but Danzo, still clinging to Fu, kept moving, never pausing his relentless feeding. Torian stared at Danzo's clothing. This was unmistakably Danzo-sama. But why was he doing this? Before long, Fu was completely drained. Abandoned in the tall grass, Torian from the Aburame clan hurried over, bent down to inspect, and was instantly startled. Yamanaka Fu had already become nothing more than a desiccated corpse. What on earth happened here? Torian was dumbfounded, completely at a loss. While he was still reeling in shock, a sinister gust swept up behind him. Reacting instantly, Torian assumed his battle form, coating himself in deadly toxins. Danzo lunged at him without warning. Torian caught hold of Danzo, spinning around in surprise. War Danzo, what are you? Staring into Danzo's pitch-black eyes and razor-sharp fangs, Torian immediately realized something dreadful had befallen his master. Just as Torian prepared to strike back, Danzo sank his fangs deep into Torian's neck. How is this possible? How can he be unaffected by my poison? Torian's mind raced with questions as Danzo drank deeply, and with the second feeding, the process grew even faster. Within seconds, Torian too was reduced to a shriveled husk and collapsed to the ground. After draining the life from two elite jonin, Danzo finally regained his human form, and with it his senses. Where am I? He glanced down at the two corpses at his feet, confusion clouding his features. Wait, these clothes aren't these. Realization dawned as he recognized his two fallen guards, Torian and Yamanaka Fu. No, Torian Fu, what happened to you? How'd it come to this? Danzo was shaken to his core. Losing two of his most capable subordinates, both of them jonin, was a blow almost too great to bear. Who did this? Who's responsible? He roared his fury into the empty air. Suddenly, a rustling sound crept through the grass. Danzo spun around, alert. Kabuto slithered out from the foliage, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. As I expected, your senses have become extraordinary after your transformation. Danzo's brow furrowed. Right, he'd undergone Kabuto's human experimentation. But why was he out here, away from the lab? Staring at the lifeless bodies of his men, Danzo's voice turned sharp. What did you do to them? Kabuto, his tail flicking behind him, sidled up with an easy grin. No, Lord Danzo, I haven't done anything to your men. This was your doing. Seeing the grave expression on Danzo's face, Kabuto continued. I told you in advance, didn't I? This technique grants you immense power, but at the risk of losing your senses for a while. Your two subordinates were drained by your own hand while you were not yourself. If you don't believe me, try using their abilities. You'll understand everything. Danzo was taken aback by Kabuto's words and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Then, frowning, he said, couldn't you have stopped me, or at least prepared some other food for me? Did it really have to come to this, losing control and sacrificing two of my best subordinates? Kabuto let out a cold chuckle. It wasn't like I had much of a choice. After all, you're incredibly powerful when you lose your reason. Forcing you to stay wouldn't have worked either. At this point, you might as well try out the new abilities you've just absorbed. With that, Kabuto turned and left the room at a leisurely pace. Danzo stood there, lost in thought for a moment. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and began channeling chakra within his body. As he did, the toxic abilities of Torian Aburame manifested in his palm. Witnessing this, the sadness that had clouded Danzo's face was replaced by a surge of excitement at his newfound power. Amazing, truly unbelievable, he murmured, a wicked laugh escaping his lips. Amigacure. Inside the tall tower's conference chamber, Naruto sat confidently at the head of the table. On either side below him were Orochimaru, Killer Bee, Konan, and Nagato. Looking over his team, Naruto spoke up. I received some important news. The masked man, who claims to be Uchiha Madara, is preparing to attack Konoha. He's assembled a massive army of white Zetsu soldiers. Based on the information I extracted from the soul, there are two objectives behind his assault on Konoha. First, he wants to use Konoha as leverage to force me into submission. Second, he aims to test the combat strength of his troops, using Konoha as a stage for his rehearsal, all in preparation for the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. Orochimaru mused, to think the Third Great War has only just ended, and now the Fourth is about to begin. The battles in the ninja world truly never end. Nagato, who had been deeply scarred by the horrors of war, shared his thoughts as well. That's why I've always yearned for lasting peace. I was even willing to create pain to quell and suppress the endless conflict. Konan looked over at Nagato. She and Nagato, along with Yahiko, had all lived through the ravages of war together. Killer Bee broke into a rap, his tone both somber and upbeat. War is harsh and full of sorrow, but we've got to be fearless and keep on fighting. One day, victory will be ours, oh yeah. Naruto chuckled. Uncle B is right. As cruel as war can be, someday, we'll bring true peace to the shinobi world. Given the situation, I may have to join the battle myself. Nagato frowned. Is the Akatsuki going to intervene directly? Naruto nodded and said, yes, but I still want you all to follow my basic plan. As for Konoha, I might go there. With Killer Bee, the matters at the base will have to trouble brother Nagato, sister Konan, and Orochimaru. After all, Each of you currently has your own projects to handle. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, what do you plan to do about Konoha? Naruto fell silent for a moment and replied, with Killer Bee and me working together, facing 100,000 white Zetsu soldiers, we can go straight into tailed beast mode and destroy them with tailed beast bombs. The real problem is the masked man's trump card. He has 7 tailed beasts, and Kabuto has his undead army. That's what worries me the most. Nagato asked in confusion. Undead army? Orochimaru added. He's talking about an army made up of resurrected dead through Edo Tensei. This kind of army must include many famous ninja from the past, and the reanimated bodies are practically immortal except for being sealed. Nagato frowned. That does sound troublesome. Naruto crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. It is troublesome. Honestly, I'm quite interested in an army like that. I'd even like to bring them under my command. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle and then smiled. Naruto, using the dead isn't really your style, is it? Naruto gave a wry smile. People change, don't they? Killer Bee glanced at Naruto. Having already seen the future, he understood what Naruto really meant. Indeed, he himself wasn't the same as before, no longer the Killer Bee feared by all of Hidden Cloud. In any case, Killer Bee and I will be focusing our efforts on the war in Konoha for the time being. Just wanted everyone to be aware. Naruto looked around at everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. Then, Naruto turned to Konan. By the way, Konan, I asked you to look for promising children and ninja in Amigakure. Did you find any? Konan replied, yes. I've been organizing them these past few days, and we'll have a team ready soon. You can review them when you have time. Naruto nodded. Good. Let's first set up our defense and sensory ninja squad. Brother Nagato, please oversee the construction of Amigakure's defense forces. As for the others, I'll gather ninjutsu as soon as possible and provide training tailored to everyone's abilities. Konan responded, understood. Nagato said, no problem. Naruto turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'll try to handle the matter with Itachi. For you, I have a new research subject. With that, Naruto tossed a scroll to Orochimaru. As he unrolled it and saw the title, Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. His golden, serpent-like eyes fixed on Naruto, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Naruto, your thirst for truth surpasses even mine. Beneath the towering broken cliffs lay a colossal dragon skeleton. Under the dragon bones was the mouth of a cave. The sharp clatter of wooden clogs echoed through the cave's corridor. Toby walked down this passageway, and after reaching a secret chamber deep inside, he glanced at the person within and said, well, have you fully fused with them? Hearing the voice, Sasuke slowly turned his head, his eyes still covered by bandages. Beside him stood Karen, quietly tending to Sasuke's needs. Yes, I can feel my brother's eyes merging completely with mine. Through these eyes, I can now see so much that was hidden from me before. Toby smiled and said, excellent. The White Zetsu army is ready at any moment, awaiting your command. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Why are you so eager to support my actions? With his arms folded across his chest, Toby looked at Sasuke and replied, because I happen to have my own plans to attack the Leaf Village. Since our goals align, I naturally don't mind lending a hand. Sasuke rose to his feet, reached for the bandages around his eyes, and prepared to remove them. Since you're here, it's the perfect time to put this to the test. Toby made a surprised noise, unsure what was happening. Could Sasuke really be ready so soon? As he spoke, Sasuke's Susanoo erupted from the ground in an instant. The massive form burst through the secret chamber, sending stones and rubble crashing down. The white Zetsu assigned to watch Sasuke hurried out and gasped at the sight. What's going on? Sasuke, what are you? Karen, now shielded inside the Susanoo, felt the surge of Sasuke's chakra. Her heart pounded with astonishment. This chakra was far more formidable than anything she'd sensed before. With a sharp whoosh, a violet blade slashed through the air, impaling one of the white Zetsu. Instantly, black flames erupted, setting the white Zetsu ablaze. He screamed in agony, no, Sasuke? Please don't. The battle shook the cave, sending rocks tumbling from the ceiling and splitting the supporting walls. Toby's voice rang out cold and stern. Sasuke, you've gone too far. Sasuke tore off his bandages, sneering. These eyes my brother gave me. They let me see the endless darkness ahead. With that, he opened his new eyes. Toby stared at the intricate pattern in Sasuke's eyes, stunned. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder your Susanoo has taken on its complete form. Sasuke smiled. Let's go. Let's test this in the open. As he spoke, 2 swords of Susanoo swept upward with a grinding sound, slicing open the cave's roof. Then, Sasuke, enveloped in Susanoo, burst out into the open. With a thunderous rumble, the entire cave collapsed, and even the enormous dragon bones crumbled to pieces. Out of the ruins, Toby slowly rose, surveying the destruction before him. Staring at the scene, Toby couldn't help but grumble. You really don't know how to keep things quiet, do you? Sasuke let out a cold snort and raised his hand, firing an arrow without hesitation. It passed straight through Obito's body. Obito tilted his head slightly and said, I have no interest in fighting you. If you're truly looking for an opponent to test your current strength, I think Konoha would be a much more suitable place for you. Sasuke gave a mocking laugh, then turned to look at Karen. Karen took off her backpack and sword, then pulled out an outfit bearing the Uchiha clan crest, handing it to Sasuke so he could change. Afterward, she passed him the sword. Watching this scene, Obito remarked with a sigh, It seems you've already recovered long ago. You were just waiting for me all this time. Once Sasuke had finished dressing and secured his sword, he spoke up, Where is Danzo now? And what is Naruto doing? Obito frowned. Danzo vanished for a while, but he's reappeared recently and is on his way back to Konoha. As for Naruto, he's extremely powerful now. He possesses the Rinnegan and has mastered the Nine Tails chakra. Even for you as you are now, it might not be enough. A smile of anticipation curled at the corner of Sasuke's lips. That's exactly what I was hoping for. To be honest, I was worried that if I got stronger, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Obito watched Sasuke, clearly satisfied with his attitude. Well then, come with me. I'll show you the deployment of the White Zetsu army. With that, Sasuke dismissed his Susanoo and withdrew the Mangekyo Sharingan. Karen followed quietly behind him. At the border of the Land of Iron, Yugo and Suigetsu were making their way through the forest. After the last 5 Kage summit, Sasuke had dashed outside the tower, drawing away nearly all the fighting forces inside. Suigetsu managed to slide down from the lightning release blade and ran into Yugo, who was recovering by absorbing energy from the corpses of fallen soldiers. Supporting each other, the two managed to escape together. Since then, uncertain where Sasuke and Karen had gone, they stuck together and headed toward the last place they'd seen amassed. Man, along the way, Suigetsu couldn't stop complaining about needing a decent sword, insisting it was unbearable to go on without one. Do you think Sasuke and Karen are okay? Yugo asked, his worry for Sasuke clear. Suigetsu sighed. Honestly, that's not something you and I should even be worrying about. Why not? Yugo asked, curious. Suigetsu threw up his hands in exasperation. Look, if both Karen and Sasuke are alive and together, what do you think will happen when we finally find them? Some kind of heartfelt reunion. Seeing Yugo's clueless expression, Suigetsu explained, Listen, Karen wants nothing more than to be with Sasuke all the time. That means you and I would just be third wheels. Hearing this, Yugo suddenly felt like maybe he couldn't go back to Sasuke's side after all, and his frustration showed. Really? Is that so? So what do we do now? Are we really going to keep looking for swords? Hearing the edge in Yugo's voice, Suigetsu, knowing he was a bit upset, continued. Of course, we keep getting in their way. That's my second greatest joy after sword hunting. Anyway, let's scout out some familiar territory first. Maybe check out Orochimaru's hideout, see what's going on there. Amage Cure, Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru gazed at the scroll Naruto had given him, his mind swirling with emotion. Naruto-kun, you truly are an extraordinary person, he said with a sigh. Naruto stood to the side, looking at Orochimaru with a steady gaze. I'll leave it to you then, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru nodded. No problem. I'll do my best to cultivate suitable first Hokage cells for you, and ensure you fully merge with them. Naruto nodded in return, then pulled out Danzo's arm and handed it to Orochimaru. There are 10 Sharingan in here. Study them carefully. Once everything's ready, we'll conduct the experiment together. Orochimaru accepted the arm, visibly thrilled, then looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto-kun, you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'll take these and run? Naruto grinned with absolute confidence. I believe you're just as curious as I am about the true secret between the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Aren't you, Uncle Snake? Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle. Of course. Naruto turned on his heel, his cloak billowing behind him, and strode out with Killer Bee at his side. Konoha, outskirts of the village. Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive instantly. Night had fallen, and the sky was scattered with stars. Under the moonlight, the village of Konoha appeared peaceful and serene. Looking at his familiar hometown, Naruto felt a deep sense of joy. At least in his previous life, the village had already been destroyed by pain at this point. But now, it was completely unharmed. Killer Bee looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, are you heading back to the village? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I got business inside. Killer Bee rapped. Then I'm coming with you, right? It's my first time in Konoha. I'm so pumped. Oh yeah. Naruto placed a hand on Killer Bee's shoulder and instantly teleported both of them inside using the Flying Thunder God technique. Since Naruto had been Hokage in his previous life, he knew Konoha's barrier codes by heart. Getting in safely was no trouble at all for him. With a quiet hum, Naruto appeared directly inside his own home. He told Killer Bee not to move, then closed his eyes to compose himself. In the next instant, Sage Mode flickered into place. He scanned their surroundings and sensed that nothing in the house had been disturbed. Even the area around them felt normal, with no foreign chakra signatures. No ninja were watching the place. It seemed that Granny Tsunade was still rather lenient with him. Killer Bee whispered, "Naruto, what's the plan now?" Naruto smiled. "It's fine, we're safe. But just to be extra cautious, you and I should transform into Konoha Shinobi for now." As he spoke, Killer Bee and Naruto used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as unremarkable Leaf Village Shinobi. After transforming, Naruto glanced around his home. It was covered in dust. He sighed with a hint of nostalgia, then used Flying Raijin to teleport out, appearing in a secluded corner of the hidden Leaf Village. Breathing in the fresh Konoha air, Naruto turned to Killer Bee and said, "Uncle Bee, from now on, you call me little brother, and I'll call you big bro. Got it?" Killer Bee grinned, nodded, and flashed an okay sign. "All right, let's go. Follow me. I'll take you somewhere to get something to eat." Killer Bee's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. He hadn't eaten dinner yet, and his stomach was already rumbling. Without another word, he followed Naruto, the two of them strolling down the streets of the Hidden Leaf. After walking for quite a while, they finally arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto was overjoyed. He pulled back the curtain and called out, "Hey, uncle, 2 extra-large deluxe ramen bowls, please." Ichiraku's owner greeted them with a warm smile, coming right up. "Please have a seat." But when he got a good look at the newcomers, he hesitated for a moment. Naruto's tone was unmistakably that of a regular, but his face was completely unfamiliar. Still, the owner shook off his doubts and got to work. Killer Bee glanced around, his excitement barely contained. "Naruto, this place has a great vibe," he exclaimed. Then he caught himself. He shouldn't have called out Naruto's name. Quickly, he fell silent. The ramen shop owner looked over in surprise, but Naruto shot Killer Bee a look and said, "Big bro, what are you talking about?" Killer Bee scratched his head awkwardly, mumbling, "Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue." Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen arrived. Naruto inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, and let out a contented sigh. "Smells amazing," he said. He picked up his chopsticks, pressed his palms together, and declared, "Thanks for the meal." Killer Bee quickly followed suit, mimicking Naruto's gesture. They were happily digging in when a familiar face walked through the door. Naruto glanced over. It was Iruka-sensei. Iruka shuffled in, looking rather downcast, and took a seat, ordering a bowl of ramen for himself. As Naruto ate, he kept an eye on his former teacher. Iruka's expression was clouded, clearly troubled by something. Just then, 3 more leaf ninjas entered and sat down nearby. "Hey, have you heard? At the 5 Kage Summit, Naruto actually went up against Lady Hokage and Master Jiraiya." One of them blurted out. "No way, that can't be true," another replied. "I swear it's true." The first insisted, a look on his face that said, "How could you doubt me? He even fought all 5 Kage. My friend from the Land of Iron told me himself." "Land of Iron?" someone asked, puzzled. The storyteller explained, "Well, the rumor actually started in the Hidden Cloud. I was just coming back from a mission near the Land of Iron's border, and my friend filled me in. That's how I heard about it." I never would have imagined that Naruto would actually become a rogue ninja. After all that Lord Jiraiya and the Hokage have done for him, he even dared to take Danzo-sama's hand and eye. What wouldn't he do? To think the village trusted him so much. Ugh, he was a demon fox all along, corrupted by evil. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as Iruka slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at the group. "Naruto isn't the person you say he is," he declared. All eyes turned toward the voice. It was Iruka, the elite Chunin. "Iruka, everyone knows Naruto has defected from Konoha. Are you still going to defend him?" one of them challenged. Iruka clenched his fists, his voice trembling with fury. "The Hokage hasn't reached a final conclusion yet. It's not your place to gossip and pass judgment." Killer Bee slurped his noodles and glanced at Naruto, who was quietly eating beside him, not even looking up. The people being talked about grew even angrier. What's that supposed to mean? Defending a renegade ninja like him? Oh, I get it. Naruto was your student, wasn't he? Disgraceful. If I ever trained a student like that, I'd bash my head against the wall. Iruka's anger boiled over. He clenched his fists and charged at them. The group instantly stood up. One shouted, "He dares come at us? Good. Let's teach this traitor's teacher a lesson." With that, they rushed toward Iruka. But before they could reach him, Naruto suddenly appeared, blocking their path. In a flash, he sent the man who called him a demon fox flying. With a single kick, Then with graceful moves, left hand, right hand, 2 crisp slaps, he knocked the remaining 2 ninjas off their feet. Iruka was stunned. Who was this person? Such incredible speed. He hadn't even seen him move. The 3 who had been struck were now sprawled on the ground. They were Chunin, and yet they'd been wiped out so easily. None of them had even seen how their opponent attacked. Staring at Naruto in terror, one of them yelled, "Who are you?" Naruto gave a cold snort. "We're all ninja from the same village. Is it really worth fighting over someone who's no longer connected to Konoha?" One of the men on the ground, clutching his cheek, protested. "We weren't the ones starting the fight. You said it yourself. Naruto's got nothing to do with the village anymore." But Iruka keeps defending him. Iruka, fists trembling, shouted angrily, "Naruto is not someone who's cut off from the village." Naruto turned to Iruka, a gentle smile on his face. Then, he pulled out a stack of bills and placed them on the table. "Uncle, I'll take care of everyone's tab." With that, he grabbed Killer Bee, who was still enjoying his noodles, and headed out. "Wait," Iruka called, rushing out of Ichiraka Ramen. Under the glow of the street lamp, he hesitated, watching the 2 figures walk away. Naruto, having transformed into another form, tilted his head slightly and spoke with indifference. "What do you want?" Iruka frowned and said, "Those 3 just now clearly had the strength of Chunin. I myself am considered one of the stronger Chunin, but judging by your movement and technique, you're either a powerful Jonin or a master of taijutsu. Yet, in the Leaf Village, I've at least met most people of such caliber. May I ask who you are?" Naruto smiled faintly. Iruka-sensei truly was observant, but he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Calmly, he replied, "You've only seen those on the surface. There are many shinobi in the ENBU or root organizations. Do you really know them all?" Iruka found himself at a loss. Well, it was true after all. While ANBU and root members wore masks during missions, they could appear with their real faces in everyday life. Before Iruka could dwell on it any longer, Naruto quickly left with Killer Bee. With their combined strength, it was easy to throw off any pursuers. Iruka looked around, a sense of melancholy settling over him. When that person had stood before him, shielding him from those 3, he thought he'd seen a familiar silhouette, the silhouette of Naruto. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, which was why he'd chased after him, hoping to ask. In the end, the man brushed him off with a few words and vanished without a trace. Killer Bee glanced at Naruto and asked, "Why didn't you let me eat my fill of that ramen?" Naruto chuckled. "When something tastes that good, you shouldn't eat too much the first time. Otherwise, the next time you have it, it won't be as delicious. So, leave a little longing in your heart. I'll bring you back to eat it again." Hearing there would be a next time, Killer Bee was overjoyed and burst into a cheerful rap. "Naruto, where are we headed next?" he asked. Naruto grinned. "We're going to find my future strategist." At the Nara clan's home, Shikamaru was sitting in his family's courtyard, a shogi board set up beside him. Since his father, Shikaku, had been summoned to a meeting by the Hokage, their game was left unfinished. Shikamaru sat with his arms crossed, gazing up at the moon. In the past, he used to find everything troublesome and just wanted to stay in his comfort zone. But Asuma's death had made him realize what he truly needed to do: protect the village. Through his teacher's passing, Shikamaru finally understood that the so-called king was not the Hokage, but the children of the village. He had come to grasp the will of fire, but what he couldn't understand was why the one who had always aimed to become Hokage would openly betray the leaf. This plunged Shikamaru into a period of self-doubt, because, now that he understood the will of fire, he simply couldn't believe that Naruto would ever betray the village. Because of this, Shikamaru was convinced that there must be an unknown reason behind Naruto's actions. "It's been a while, Shikamaru." Naruto and Killer Bee stepped slowly out from the shadows at the corner of the wall. Shikamaru withdrew his gaze from the sky, instantly becoming alert. No one understood the mysteries of light and shadow better than the Nara clan, and for these 2 to appear in his family's courtyard without a sound would make anyone uneasy. "Who are you?" he demanded. Seeing the wary look on his old partner's face, Naruto knew Shikamaru was already calculating various ways to counter an enemy. "Relax, Shikamaru, it's me." As he spoke, Naruto released his transformation jutsu, and seeing Naruto reveal himself, Killer Bee dropped his disguise as well. Shikamaru's eyes went wide in surprise. "Naruto!" He stood up and walked over, studying Naruto carefully. Other than the Rinnegan, nothing else seemed to have changed. Standing before Naruto, Shikamaru wanted to step closer, but conflicting emotions tangled inside him. "What are you doing back in the village?" Noticing that Shikamaru hadn't sounded the alarm, but instead spoke in the tone of a friend, Naruto knew that, in this respect, his old comrade hadn't changed at all. When Naruto reached for his waist, Shikamaru instinctively retreated half a step, his hand moving toward his kunai pouch, only to realize he was in casual clothes at home and hadn't brought it. Seeing this, Naruto felt a pang of sadness. Was that half-step back really necessary? Don't worry, Shikamaru. I'm not here as an enemy. Yet that feeling was fleeting. Naruto pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Shikamaru, who caught it automatically. What's this? He asked. Naruto met Shikamaru's eyes. That masked man is likely planning to attack Konoha soon. His goal is probably to draw me out or force my hand. Or maybe he's gambling on where my loyalties lie. Shikamaru frowned. What do you mean? Naruto replied. At the 5 Kage summit, the masked man officially declared war on the 5 great nations, starting the 4th Great Ninja War. Soon, you'll all be heading to the battlefield. Shikamaru was stunned. How is that possible? One man declaring war on all 5 nations. Naruto nodded. That's right. With his power, he can make such a claim. I'm sure you'll get the news soon enough. Shikamaru's frown deepened. His father had gone to the Hokage's office so late. This must be what it was about. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Shikamaru asked, So what is this? Naruto spoke up. Inside here, you'll find the information I've gathered for you. The masked man commands a force of 100,000 white Zetsu. You still know very little about these creatures, which makes your guard against them too low. Especially lately, I've already encountered white Zetsu infiltration squads on the outskirts of the village. Their methods of disguise are incredibly subtle. Ordinary sensory techniques can't detect them. I've described everything in detail inside the scroll. You can use it as battle intelligence. Shikamaru frowned slightly, then turned to Naruto and asked, Why? Naruto looked puzzled. Why what? Shikamaru pressed. Why did you betray Konoha, but continue to protect it from the shadows? A smile spread across Naruto's face. Who says I betrayed Konoha? That's just political talk. Seeing Naruto speak like that filled Shikamaru with a quiet relief. If Naruto didn't admit to betraying the village, then regardless of the reasons or circumstances, as long as they stood on the side of protecting Konoha, he and Naruto could still be friends. Shikamaru put away the scroll and walked over to Naruto. Looking into Naruto's Rinnegan, Shikamaru spoke from the heart. Naruto, I know you must have your reasons. Can you share them with me? Would you? Naruto gazed at Shikamaru, his future right-hand man. Deep down, he genuinely hoped to have Shikamaru by his side. In fact, coming here today, Naruto had wanted to talk with Shikamaru to see what he thought. Since Shikamaru had asked so directly, Naruto decided to try and open up. I do have my reasons. What I can tell you is that I'm preparing for a war in the future. So, some of the things I've done might seem hard to understand. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. A war in the future? You mean the 4th Great Ninja War? Killer Bee nodded. No, it's something even more terrifying than that. A true war of the future. At first, I didn't believe it either. But after exchanging fists with Naruto and hearing what Gyuki had to say, I became convinced. This is one huge, fearsome threat. Shikamaru glanced at Killer Bee. From the very start, he'd been sizing up this man. The chakra radiating from him was formidable, clearly marking him as a master. Naruto, who is this? Naruto grinned. This is Killer Bee from the Hidden Cloud. He's the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Shikamaru's eyes widened in surprise. Killer Bee, the brother of the 4th Raikage? Killer Bee broke into rap. Oh yeah, that's me. Lord of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee. Shikamaru looked back and forth between Naruto and Killer Bee, noticing their matching uniforms. It was obvious now. Killer Bee and Naruto were on the same side. He couldn't hide his astonishment. I never would have guessed. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud is actually with you. I can't imagine how furious the Raikage must be. Naruto thought of the Raikage's face and couldn't help but agree. It was probably true. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, I heard you started something called the Heaven Organization. Is that true? Naruto replied with excitement. Yeah. So what do you think? Interested in joining? No. I have no interest in joining your extremist group, Shikamaru answered flatly. I just wanted to ask you. There's a rumor that Pain from the Akatsuki has already joined your organization. I want to know, what's the purpose behind all this? Naruto shrugged helplessly. I've already explained. It's to prepare for the war that's coming. Killer Bee jumped in anxiously. Naruto, why not just show him what happened in the past? Let him see it with his own eyes and that'll settle it. Naruto shot him a look and said, If it weren't for Gyuki inside you, and Gyuki vouching for you, do you really think I'd trust you? Killer Bee considered this for a moment and realized that without Gyuki, Naruto probably wouldn't have trusted him, at least not enough to go with him right away. Shikamaru glanced between Naruto and Killer Bee, puzzled. What are you two talking about? Naruto turned to Shikamaru. All right, Shikamaru, that's all I'll say for now. Just make sure to share this intel with your father. He'll know how to organize the operation. Naruto was about to leave when Shikamaru quickly called out, Wait, Naruto. Naruto glanced back. Is there something else? Shikamaru frowned. I heard Killer Bee mention something. Sounds like you can show people different things, maybe let them witness something for themselves. Is that true? Naruto nodded in confirmation. Shikamaru thought it over and said seriously, if you can show concrete evidence that you really are preparing for a future war, and let me understand what that war will be like, then I'll consider helping you. Seeing the determination in Shikamaru's eyes, Naruto smiled inwardly. I appreciate your willingness, Shikamaru. But right now, you haven't experienced the Fourth Great Ninja War. There's a lot about war you haven't learned yet. Even if I showed you everything, you might not be able to grasp it all at once. Shikamaru pressed. So you're just going to shoulder all this alone? Even when you want to help, you won't give us a chance. Naruto considered this, then spoke. You might not believe me now, but I'll give you a condition to think about. Shikamaru frowned. What condition? A sly, almost wicked smile tugged at Naruto's lips. If you agree to come help me, as my strategist, I might be able to find a way to bring Asuma back to life. Would you do it? At those words, Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock. He looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Impossible. How could the dead possibly come back to life? Wait, you're not planning to do what Orochimaru did, are you? Use that wicked technique, Edo Tensei, to reanimate Asuma? That's no different from turning him into a walking corpse. Shikamaru was furious. He would never allow anyone to defile his teacher's body. Naruto waved his hand and said, see, this is what you call cognitive gap. What I'm talking about is a complete resurrection, a full return to life, body and soul. Do you understand now? Shikamaru was stunned, even a little tempted by the idea. But the next moment, he shook his head and said, no way, Naruto. Powers like that are too sinister. I appreciate your good intentions, but I can't accept it. Naruto sighed helplessly and turned to Killer Bee. Did you see that? And you told me to evolve. He can't even handle this. So how's he supposed to take in the even crazier wars of the future? Killer Bee nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, he still needs more experience. As he spoke, Naruto placed his hand on Killer Bee's shoulder, then looked back at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, give it some thought. I'm not lying to you. This is pure scientific power. Only it involves the realm of gods, which you just can't grasp yet. We're heading out. With that, Naruto grabbed Killer Bee and used the flying Raijin technique, instantly transporting them to the outskirts of the village. Shikamaru watched the two vanish and fell deep into thought. Outside the hidden leaf, Killer Bee turned to Naruto. So what do we do next? Naruto shrugged off his heavy cloak and handed it to Killer Bee. Hold this for me. Wait here a bit. I need to go back into the village for something. With those words, Naruto transformed himself into his form without the Rinnegan, using the transformation jutsu. Killer Bee looked puzzled. Why go to all this trouble? Naruto chuckled softly. I don't want to scare her. Just wait for me up in the tree. I'll be right back. Then, using the flying Raijin again, Naruto disappeared. At the Hyuga clan's main house, Naruto silently appeared on Hinata's windowsill. Sage mode was already activated, letting him blend his chakra with nature and mask his presence completely. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the beautiful woman not far away in a soft glow. Naruto simply stood there quietly, watching her. The longer he looked, the more his hand yearned to reach out, to gently touch Hinata's cheek, even if only as a shadow. In the future, as Hokage, Naruto had been endlessly busy, working late into the night and often sleeping right in his office. He seldom came home, and even when he did, he'd usually sleep on the sofa so as not to disturb Hinata. Because of this, for years Hinata often slept alone at night, and Naruto always felt deeply guilty about it. Now, gazing at the woman before him, Naruto was overwhelmed by the desire to hold her tight, breathe in the scent of her hair, and drift off into a peaceful sleep together. The thought alone brought tears to his eyes. He rubbed them away and let out a long sigh. Shikamaru blamed himself for not being clearer, but Naruto understood. Some things were simply too far ahead of their time. It was impossible to get everyone to move forward. In step, Naruto himself is powerful, but in the end, the final battle still depends on the masses because aside from the big boss, the enemy also commands an army. For this reason, Naruto gradually reveals the truth to some people, slowly gathers strength, and guides everyone step by step, uniting them, helping them grow together, until at last, everyone believes in him. Naruto is not Kage. Kage's goal is simple. She wants to turn everyone in the world into those special white Zetsu soldiers, so they can fight against the Otsutsuki clan alongside her. But was she wrong? From Naruto's current perspective, she wasn't, not really. However, there's one thing on which Naruto and the Sage of Six Paths agree. Once people are transformed into white Zetsu, they become nothing but weapons of war, stripped of human emotion and consciousness. It's true that before becoming white Zetsu, one falls into a blissful dream, but even that dream is only temporary. Once you become white Zetsu, The dream ends, for your consciousness is already gone. All that remains is your physical body, nothing more than a weapon. White Zetsu. What difference is there between this and simply slaughtering everyone in the world? In other words, letting the Otsutsuki kill everyone outright might even be better. Cruel as it sounds, at least people would truly live and fight back. Naruto's idea is to make himself and everyone in the world stronger, to be prepared in advance for the Otsutsuki threat, so that everyone can unite as one and resist together. Even if there are casualties, they would die with consciousness and flesh and blood intact. A meaningful death. To fall in battle this way means you lived, you fought, you existed in reality. For all these reasons, Naruto has felt immense pressure since his return. He has no choice. He's the one moving all the pieces on the board and must account for everything. Maybe his thoughts are drifting far ahead, or maybe, in the presence of the one he loves, his mind has relaxed a bit. Hinata opened her eyes, but Naruto didn't even notice. Naruto-kun? Naruto snapped out of his reverie, and his gaze met Hinata's. In the next instant, he turned to leave, but Hinata hurriedly stood up to stop him. In her rush, she lost her balance, her body tilting as she was about to fall. Naruto's heart clenched. In a flash, he used the flying Raijin to appear by her side, catching her firmly in his arms. Under the moonlight, Hinata stared at him with her big, shining eyes, afraid to even blink, as if he might disappear if she did. Am I dreaming? Naruto-kun? Naruto gave a gentle, knowing smile. No, it's me. Hinata slowly raised her hand, brushing it across Naruto's cheek. Once she was sure it was really him, her lips began to tremble uncontrollably. It really is you. Naruto-kun, it's really you. With tears streaming down her face, Hinata threw her arms around Naruto, wrapping her legs around his waist, terrified that he might slip away again. For many years in their previous life, they had been husband and wife. Hinata's behavior was something Naruto had long grown used to. He knew exactly how to hold her in his arms. Naruto sat down, letting Hinata cling tightly to him, gently stroking her hair as he cradled her close. Breathing in the subtle fragrance that belonged only to her, Naruto felt a happiness so deep he could hardly put it into words. He had told himself not to disturb her, not to reach out, but now that she was truly in his embrace, joy flooded his heart. He felt as if he could die from happiness. She was so precious. He cherished her, as if she might melt if he held her in his mouth or slip away if he carried her in his hands. All right. No more tears, Naruto said, cupping Hinata's cheeks in his hands and giving them a playful squeeze, teasing her. Come on, cheer up. Aren't you happy to see me crying like this? Hinata wiped her tears away and protested. You tricked me. Naruto sighed helplessly. When did I ever trick you? Pouting, Hinata replied. You told me if I used the mark on my body, you would come see me. But I activated it, and you didn't show up at all. If that's not tricking me, what is? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I did get your message, but I figured you must have questions and wanted to confront me, so I didn't come. What did you say? Hinata pinched his cheeks, pretending to be angry. Say that again. Naruto winced in pain. I was wrong, honey. I was wrong, I admit it. Hinata demanded. And what exactly did you do wrong? Naruto replied. I didn't respond to your message right away. I'm sorry. Hinata couldn't help but giggle, releasing his face and rubbing his cheeks. Did that hurt? Naruto shook his head with a smile. Hinata nestled back into his arms, hugging him tightly. Naruto, do you know? These past few days, I've been having the same dream over and over. I dreamed of a future where you and I live together. I even gave birth to a son and a daughter for you. And you became Hokage. At this, her entire face flushed a deep red. But, she continued, the only bad part is that you're always working late and not coming home. I end up sleeping alone, especially in winter when the bed is so cold and empty. Naruto listened quietly, amazed at how vivid Hinata's dream was and feeling a pang of guilt. He stroked her beautiful hair, holding her close, his face pressed gently to her forehead. Naruto, do you think that future will really come true? Hinata asked, lifting her head and gazing at him with innocent hope. Naruto smiled at her. It's real. There's just one thing I'd like to change. My future self won't work so much overtime anymore and leave you to sleep alone. Hinata grinned foolishly. Really? Really? Naruto answered, full of confidence. Then he leaned in and kissed her. It was like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Naruto kissed Hinata in his arms with deep affection. As their kiss deepened, one of his hands, guided by the muscle memory of his previous life, automatically found its way to her chest. Hinata let out a soft, surprised sound. Her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, her ears growing hot. She was caught off guard by Naruto's boldness. just as another wave of surprise swept over her. Before she could recover, Naruto parted her lips with his and slipped his tongue inside, stirring her senses with gentle persistence. In just a few moments, Hinata's gaze became utterly dreamy and unfocused. Slowly, still holding Hinata close, Naruto eased them both down together. The next morning, at dawn, Naruto woke up. He looked at the lovely girl beside him and smiled softly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Last night, he thought, was truly unforgettable. Though they hadn't gone all the way, they had shared every intimate moment they possibly could. Naruto got up and dressed. As he finished, Hinata stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. She looked at him and asked quietly, "Are you leaving already?" Naruto, now fully dressed, bent over to smooth the stray hairs at the side of her face. I'll come see you again soon, all right?" Hinata pulled the blanket up to cover her mouth, her tone half teasing, half sulky. Men's promises are nothing but lies. You enjoy yourself, and then you leave." Naruto couldn't help but laugh, his heart full of affection. He playfully tapped Hinata's nose. "Where'd you learn to say things like that? You got all down. Besides, I haven't even finished everything yet." Seeing that mischievous grin on Naruto's face, Hinata suddenly thought he could be quite the rascal. Why had she never noticed before? Blushing, she pulled the blanket even higher. Naruto kissed Hinata a few more times, lingering as if reluctant to part, then vanished in a flash, using his flying thunder god technique. Outside the hidden leaf village, in the woods, the morning sunlight poured through the trees. Facing the rising sun, Naruto appeared, stretching and letting out a long, contented sigh, feeling more relaxed than ever before. "That was incredible. Absolutely amazing," he exclaimed, stretching his arms above his head, savoring the moment. Suddenly, a loud rap erupted from behind him, full of annoyance and indignation. "You idiot! You bastard! You absolute jerk! You're not even human!" Naruto turned to see Killer Bee, who had been waiting there all night. Killer Bee's words came rapid fire, his irritation plain to see. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, trying to smile his way out of trouble. "Sorry, Uncle B. My bad." Killer Bee's voice rose. "You call this just a minute? You said you'd be right back. It's been the whole night." Naruto grinned apologetically. "Sorry, Uncle B. Maybe I'm just too strong, you know? The Uzumaki clan's stamina is legendary. If there's one word for it, it's unstoppable." Killer Bee raised a tiny fist, glaring at Naruto. "Don't make me unleash the tailed beast on you." Naruto quickly clapped a hand on Uncle Killer Bee's shoulder and said, Don't get mad, Uncle B. Next time, I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen to make it up to you." Killer Bee grumbled, "Don't think you can buy me off with just a bowl of ramen." Naruto dodged the point and replied, "Of course, I'd treat you to the biggest bowl they have." Killer Bee let out a cry of surprise, then pretended to be unimpressed. "A big bowl, huh? What's so special about that?" Naruto added, "The kind where you can get refills." Killer Bee cleared his throat and said, "It's getting late. If there's nothing else, maybe we should get ready for what's next. What do you think?" Naruto chuckled and thought to himself with satisfaction, problem solved. After settling things with Killer Bee, Naruto took him by the arm and led him away from the main gate of the village. They found a big tree off to the left and lay down beneath it. Killer Bee, curious, asked, "Naruto, what are we doing here?" Naruto closed his eyes to rest and replied, "We're waiting for someone." Killer Bee looked puzzled. "Waiting for someone?" Naruto smacked his lips and said, "That's right, just waiting. I've already sent the intel to the village, so right now, the folks inside the leaf must be discussing it. The enemy planning to attack the village should be on the move soon." As he spoke, the orange markings of Sage Mode appeared around Naruto's eyes, and his heightened senses activated. Killer Bee complained, "I waited all night for you, and now we're waiting again. My stomach's still empty, you know." Naruto let out a sigh, performed a hand sign, and left behind a shadow clone. Then he looked at Uncle B and said, "I get what you mean. Come on, let's go, ramen's on me." Killer Bee cheered. "Oh yeah." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office back in the Leaf Village, Shikamaru had rushed over that night with Naruto's intel and handed it directly to Shikaku. Because of Naruto's report, a whole group ended up holding meetings late into the night, crashing on the floor to sleep where they could. After a quick wash-up in the morning, the meetings resumed. Jiraiya spoke up. "I believe Naruto's information is genuine, whether for my own feelings or for the good of the village. So far, Naruto hasn't done anything to harm us. In fact, he's been looking out for the village at every turn." Hearing this, Mito Suein was the first to object. "Jiraiya, you're being too one-sided. Are you forgetting about Danzo's eye and arm? You know exactly what happened." Kohor Yuditane chimed in, "Exactly. Because of Naruto's actions, Danzo hasn't dared show his face. He's even skipped this meeting." Shikaku glanced at Jiraiya and the two advisors, then recalled what his son Shikamaru had said. Naruto isn't a rogue ninja. He's still the same Naruto who protects the Leaf Village. It's just that his way of protection is something we can't understand right now, because he sees things that are invisible to us. Shikaku let out a deep sigh. He never expected that even his son, whom he'd always been so proud of, would say such words. Standing up, he declared, I believe if we keep getting hung up on Naruto's position to judge this intelligence, we'll end up trapped in a vicious cycle. He looked toward Lady Tsunade, the Hokage, and noticed she was looking at him as well. Shikaku understood that she was waiting for his opinion. I think it's true that Naruto has left the village without permission, but as Lord Jiraiya said, for now, none of Naruto's actions have actually harmed the village. The only one who's been hurt is Lord Danzo. At the mention of Danzo, picturing him as he was now, Shikaku's confidence grew a bit as he continued. Speaking of Lord Danzo, Lady Koharu, Lady Hamura, can you truly say his hands are clean? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane fell silent at the question. Seeing his words had struck a chord, Shikaku pressed further. That arm and left eye, where did they come from? I believe both of you have at least heard whispers about it. Again, Hamura and Koharu said nothing. Danzo had always been the secret face of Konoha's darkness, handling all sorts of shadowy affairs behind the scenes. Given the international climate, back then, such methods were sometimes necessary. For the sake of the village, the leadership often turned a blind eye to some of Danzo's actions. But times had changed. Now, nations and villages alike were reducing their militaries, gradually transitioning to an era of peace. Especially now, with the impending formation of the Five Great Ninja Alliance to face a common enemy, someone like Danzo, who embodied the village's darker side, could no longer be left unchecked. His questionable deeds could no longer be ignored. Shikaku pressed on. So, in my view, Naruto's actions can also be seen as a way of actively weakening Konoha's shadowy side for the sake of the village. He's wandering alone, yet his heart is still with the safety of the leaf. Doesn't that remind you of someone? I'm sure you both know who I mean. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a meaningful glance. They knew exactly to whom Shikaku was referring. Uchiha Itachi. Though few knew Itachi's full story, after his death, some secrets ceased to be secrets. The Uchiha massacre, Danzo had played a significant role in it. Otherwise, how else could he have obtained that Sharingan in his right eye, or the ones embedded in his arm? To outsiders, the idea that a high-ranking Konoha official possesses the eyes of so many members of the Uchiha clan is truly frightening. This inevitably raises concerns among Konoha's other great clans, especially the Hyuga. If today you can seize a heap of Sharingan eyes under the pretext of exterminating a clan, what's to stop you from coveting the Hyuga's Byakugan tomorrow, out of fear for their power? Because of this, both Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado decided to completely distance themselves from Danzo. With regard to Danzo, we'll remain neutral and withdraw from involvement, they stated. Yes, whatever you decide, Lord Hokage, we'll defer to your judgment. Seeing that the two senior advisors agreed, Shikaku cast a delighted smile toward Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was quite satisfied. At last, these two old hardliners showed a bit of growth. In truth, ever since assuming her position, Tsunade had never approved of Danzo or the two senior advisors. But there was little she could do. After all, they had served alongside the third Hokage and even followed the second. By her generation, they were considered the true elders of 3 Hokage reigns. Thinking back to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, she realized just how much power she herself now held. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her succession to the title was as legitimate as could be. So, at times, if Tsunade chose to enforce a decision, even these elders had no leverage to resist. After all, the entire Hidden Leaf Village was built on the foundation laid by her grandfather, the first, further expanded by her uncle, the second, and then guided by her own teacher, the third. As for the fourth Hokage, even he would have to call her master aunt. If anyone ever talked about pedigree, hers was unmatched. Sensing a moment of silence in the room, Tsunade rose to her feet and spoke. Regarding this intelligence from Naruto, I believe it's highly reliable. I have faith in Jiraiya's judgment. My Anbu have also reported similar findings. In recent days, several people have gone missing and have yet to return. We've lost all contact with them. Scanning the assembled participants, Tsunade continued. Here's what we'll do. Based on Naruto's report, we'll make appropriate preparations for battle. Shikaku, you'll be in charge of the overall planning. Shikaku responded, Understood, Lady Tsunade. Shizune, you'll coordinate the medical and logistical support for the entire operation. Shizune nodded, Yes, Lady Tsunade. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent, perhaps realizing that Danzo's disappearance signaled the end of their era of influence as well. Just as the meeting was about to draw to a close, the doors to the Hokage's office swung open. "Lady Hokage, holding a meeting and leaving out an elder like me?" came a voice. Koharu and Hamura immediately shot to their feet, exclaiming, "Danzo, what are you doing here?" Danzo's gaze was icy as he replied, "What's the matter? Am I not allowed to be here?" Mito Suen was startled by that cold, chilling gaze and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. We did try to inform you, but we just couldn't get through." Kohyutatane stared at Danzo's right eye in disbelief. An eyeball had reappeared, and his right hand had grown back as well. What on earth was going on? Hadn't both his right eye and arm been destroyed by Naruto? How are they back now? "Danzo, what's the meaning of this?" Koharu asked, her voice full of suspicion. The attention of everyone in the room had already converged on Danzo. Jiraiya spoke up, his voice carrying a sharp edge. "Don't tell me this is another one of your experiments?" Jiraiya's words were laced with accusation. Everyone knew well how closely Danzo had once worked with Orochimaru, though back then Orochimaru had operated under official sanction from the third Hokage. Danzo smiled faintly, his tone full of confidence. "I don't believe I need to report my every action to you." Tsunade narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. In front of so many people, Danzo was openly disrespecting Jiraiya, an affront that was, by extension, aimed at herself as Hokage. Her tone grew cold. "Advisor Danzo, where have you been these past few days? Why has the village been unable to reach you? As Hokage, I believe I have the right to know your whereabouts." Danzo offered another thin smile. "Of course, Lady Hokage, you have every right to know. But you see, when Naruto gouged out my right eye and severed my right arm, you chose to look the other way, with no one to speak up for me. What choice did I have but to take matters into my own hands and restore myself? Wouldn't you agree, Lady Hokage? Doesn't that seem a reasonable explanation?" Tsunade regarded Danzo's shadowed gaze, her eyes narrowing further. What sharp excuse? By using the incident with Naruto as a shield, Danzo had cleverly forced her hand. If she pressed him about his disappearance, it would mean admitting her own negligence in the Naruto affair. Weighing her options, Tsunade realized Danzo was all but telling her, "Don't ask where I've been, or I'll throw the blame for my right eye and arm back at you." Jiraiya watched Danzo closely, an uncomfortable tension prickling at his senses. There was a threatening aura about Danzo now, something cold and unsettling, that left Jiraiya deeply unsettled. What had happened to Danzo to change his chakra like this? "I heard you're holding a meeting to discuss the coming war?" Danzo asked. Tsunade stood up, bracing her hands on the Hokage's desk. "The decision has already been made. Since you didn't attend in time, it would be inappropriate to seek your opinion again and delay our operations." Danzo smiled again, his expression unreadable. "I was only asking. Since there's no place for me here, I'll be taking my leave." With that, Danzo strode out of the Hokage's office, casting Tsunade a malicious glance as he left. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. A towering stack of over 20 ramen bowls sat on the counter. Uncle Ichiraku stared in astonishment at the man before him, unable to calm the waves of surprise in his heart. He had been selling ramen in Konoha for so many years, but this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone eat so much. Uncle Ichiraku turned to his daughter and said, Maybe we should prepare a bit more noodles. I'm worried we might run out before evening." Glanced at the man in front of her, then, hearing her father's words, went back into the kitchen storeroom to check on their supplies. It was truly unbelievable to meet such a big eater so early in the morning. Naruto looked at Killer Bee and shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He'd brought Killer Bee to eat ramen in his previous life, too, but back then he'd never seen him eat with such enthusiasm. Killer Bee gulped down a bowl of broth, then, grinning, broke out into a cheerful rap. "What delicious ramen. The taste is so divine. I really love it, oh yeah." Uncle Ichiraku continued making noodles while watching Naruto, saying, "Your friend really seems to love ramen." Because both Naruto and Killer Bee were using transformed faces, Uncle Ichiraku had no idea that the young man before him was actually Naruto. Naruto smiled and replied, "He does. I just found out myself, actually." That's right. He'd never seen Killer Bee eat like this in his past life. After eating to his heart's content, Killer Bee didn't forget to ask inwardly, "Hey, Eight Tails, how are you feeling?" The Eight Tails shot him an annoyed look and replied, "Do you have any manners? You just ate a bowl of octopus chashu." Killer Bee fell silent for a moment. Oops, he really hadn't noticed. He'd been so focused on swirling the noodles that he didn't even realize. That last chashu had octopus in it. Oh well, Killer Bee had actually planned to let the Eight Tails savor the ramen's flavor for himself. Seeing that Killer Bee had nearly finished eating, Naruto took out his wallet and handed some bills to Uncle Ichiraku. "Uncle, here's the payment. Keep the change." Uncle Ichiraku beamed with delight. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. The other night you did the same. Bought so many bowls of ramen. You actually paid. More than enough. Let me add it all together and settle up properly." With that, he accepted only a few bills from Naruto and returned the rest. Warmth filled Naruto's heart. Uncle Ichiraku truly was a man of character. He'd looked after Naruto since he was a child. Perhaps it wasn't just the ramen that tasted so good, but the unwavering integrity of people like Uncle Ichiraku that made the ramen so delicious. Just as Naruto was about to get up and leave, a wave of nausea suddenly swept over him. Following his instincts, he looked up and saw someone approaching, a figure completely wrapped up, wearing a gauzy hat that hid them from the sun, striding quickly toward him. Naruto's brows furrowed slightly. Who was this guy? Dressed like that in this weather? Wasn't he hot? Moreover, this guy gave him an especially unpleasant feeling. Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of evil radiating from him, so much so that he almost wanted to throw up. As Danzo walked past, noticing Naruto staring intently at him, he couldn't help but tilt his head and glance back before quickly striding away. Killer Bee belched contentedly, glanced at Danzo, and remarked, "Isn't he hot and all that? What a strange ninja." Naruto asked, "Did you feel uncomfortable looking at him?" Picking his teeth with a toothpick, Killer Bee replied, "Does feeling hot count?" Naruto shot him a look and fell silent, his suspicions growing stronger than ever. No, he needed to investigate this further. With that thought, he pulled Killer Bee into a nearby restroom, instantly entering his Ninetales mode. Golden chakra flared to life. Killer Bee was startled. "What's up, Naruto? Are we about to throw down?" Naruto focused intently, and sure enough, he detected something unusual, a sinister malice emanating not far away, thick and unmistakable. He could clearly sense this darkness, the chilling nature of the chakra. Naruto frowned. There's no way chakra like this exists in the Hidden Leaf Village. Without hesitation, he grabbed Killer Bee and dashed off in pursuit. But just as they were about to give chase, the source of the chakra suddenly disappeared. Naruto was stunned. This was the first time in his life that someone had slipped away from his sensory perception. Now he was certain the person they'd just seen was far from ordinary. Root. Secret chamber. Danzo found himself more drawn to darkness than ever before. He had even developed a new habit, hanging upside down from the ceiling, his whole body suspended like a bat. He kept himself wrapped up tightly, not because sunlight harmed him, but simply because he couldn't stand the feeling of it on his skin. It made him unbearably uncomfortable. Earlier, when Naruto was sensing him, Danzo didn't know who it was, but every drop of blood in his body screamed a powerful warning. Perhaps it was an animal's instinctive sense of danger that urged him to flee. After returning, he reflected, it might be the instinct of snake. A hybrid serum of bat and snake. Truly remarkable. Orochimaru really was the greatest scientific genius the Leaf had ever known. What a shame that someone so incredible had died. Danzo shook his head, sighing with a hint of regret. Just then, several Root subordinates entered, led by Terai. "Lord Danzo, we're here to report in." Hearing their voices, Danzo slowly opened his eyes, which were now tinged with red. Looking down at his men, he could barely suppress his growing hunger. "Very good," he said, his voice low. Hearing this, Terai was puzzled. Where was that voice coming from? He looked up and saw Lord Danzo actually hanging from the ceiling. What in the world was going on? "Lord Danzo, why are you?" Terai lifted his eyes in confusion and found himself meeting Danzo's gaze, his mind filled with questions. It was then he noticed that Lord Danzo was forming hand signs. Wait, why did these movements seem so familiar? Oh no, isn't that Yamanaka clan's technique? My body switched jutsu. With a low, resonant hum, Danzo successfully invaded Terai's body, while his own remained wedged between the eaves, preventing it from falling. The two Root members behind them looked on in utter bewilderment, having no idea what had just transpired. All they saw was Terai's body give a sudden shudder. Terai slowly stood up, walked over to the two Root members, and crouched down beside them. The two, kneeling on one knee, glanced up in confusion as their leader approached. "Boss, what are you?" Without warning, Terai struck, his left and right hands each seizing a throat, gripping tight. The two Root members, caught completely off guard, struggled desperately, their voices choked and hoarse. "Boss, what are you?" With two sharp, decisive cracks, Terai twisted their necks without a moment's hesitation. In that final instant, as one of them felt his neck snap, understanding dawned. You're not the boss." Even as he spoke, a final instinct kicked in. Chakra surged, and with a flash, a kunai materialized in his hand, stabbing straight into Terai's heart. Terai grunted, a muffled sound of pain escaping his lips as Danzo's presence faded and Terai's own consciousness returned. Danzo, still hanging from the eaves, suddenly opened his eyes wide, then dropped down gracefully, eyes locked on Terai with the predatory intensity of a wolf sizing up its prey. Terai, gravely wounded by his comrade's last desperate attack, clutched his damaged heart, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Even gathering chakra now was a struggle. Danzo approached slowly. Terai stared at him, one hand pressed to his chest, the other scrabbling for purchase on the ground as he tried to inch away, legs kicking weakly behind him. Lord Danzo, why? Terai's voice trembled with pain and disbelief. We've always followed you faithfully, serving Konoha without question. Why would you kill us? Danzo licked his lips and replied, why? Perhaps this is simply the fate of those who become the root. I too was once the root of Konoha, hiding in the shadows, drawing strength, protecting the village. Now you're my root. You are about to become my nourishment, protecting me. Your power will become part of me, so that I may continue to guard Konoha. After speaking, Danzo let out a sinister chuckle. But don't worry, your sacrifices will not be in vain. When I, in the future, ascend to the position of Hokage, no, when I rule the entire ninja world, looking back, your strength will have been the very force that helped me grow. Ha ha! As he spoke, Danzo lost himself in visions of the future, imagining a ninja world entirely under his dominion. He would be the Hokage of Konoha, achieving greatness beyond even the first Hokage, and become the master of the world. The more Danzo dreamed, the more intoxicating the vision became. His desire for power surged, his eyes grew an even deeper red, and he bared his fangs, which seemed to lengthen before their eyes. Terai, already on the brink of death, was utterly terrified when he saw Danzo in this state. Without warning, Danzo lunged at him with incredible speed, grabbing Terai's hair with one hand and pinning his shoulder with the other. Then, with a savage bite, he sank his teeth into Terai's vein, drinking greedily, gulp after gulp, his throat working noisily as he swallowed. Terai's eyes went wide with agony, but soon the light faded from his pupils, and his body shriveled up, drained of life. With a heavy thud, Terai's withered corpse collapsed to the floor. Danzo let out a long, satisfied breath, savoring the sensation of power coursing through his veins. New ninja techniques flooded into his mind, and the feeling was nothing short of miraculous. It was as if he had unlocked a cheat code. This was a far swifter path to strength than any amount of training. Opening his eyes, Danzo glanced at the two unconscious root members nearby, licking his lips. Such exquisite nourishment shouldn't be left to waste, after all. With that, Danzo strode over and continued to drink deeply from them as well. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Konoha, the sun was already high by noon, bathing the land in a sea of warmth. Obito, masked as always, stood atop a massive tree root and called out to Sasuke, who perched above in the treetop. Hey, Sasuke, are you sure you don't want to try a feint? You're just going to march right in? A gentle breeze rustled through Sasuke's hair, making it dance gracefully in the wind. Yet nothing could disturb the melancholy in his eyes as he gazed ahead at his childhood. Home, the Uchiha clan, his beloved brother, and memories of running alongside that idiot Naruto beneath the setting sun. All of it was the lost youth of Sasuke Uchiha. Nearby, Karen watched in a love-struck daze. Sasuke was just too handsome. Those brooding eyes, the wind-tousled bangs, his striking features, tall and lean figure. And above all, that effortlessly cool, aloof demeanor. She simply couldn't get enough. Just imagining being with a man like him made Karen feel incredibly lucky. But what if one day, Sasuke wanted to have a child with her? The thought sent her heart racing to, Xianglin was overwhelmed with embarrassment, and in her mind, a white Xianglin appeared, frantically shouting, "No, stop, you mustn't. Absolutely not." At the same time, a black Xianglin popped up, yelling with excitement, "You can do it. Go for it, go for it, go for it." White Xianglin shook her head wildly, protesting, "No, no, please don't." Xianglin was battling with herself, caught in an internal struggle. Meanwhile, Sasuke slowly drew his sword, slashing swiftly in front of his chest. With a flourish, he sent a single leaf spinning through the air. Then, with a sharp strike, he sliced it cleanly in two. In the sunlight, the leaves of Konoha look even more deserving of destruction. Sasuke murmured coldly, gazing at the distant village. His heart was heavy with resentment. If it weren't for his brother, who shouldered all of this darkness, how could Konoha bask so peacefully in sun? This village, with its shining surface and hidden rot, had no right to exist in this world. Its peace and sunlight were bought with the blood and lives of shinobi like his brother. And, no, with the sacrifice of his entire clan. Now, Sasuke would bring ruin to Konoha with his own hands. He would tear down this village that wore a mask of light, hiding a heart of filth. White Zetsu army, he my command, attack at once. With his order, countless white Zetsu began to emerge from the earth, rustling up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, multiplying without end. Obito sighed, stretching his limbs in preparation for battle. The white Zetsu army surged forward, flooding in through Konoha's main gate. They advanced in a relentless wave. Thanks to the intelligence Naruto had delivered ahead of time, in the morning strategy meeting that had just concluded, Shikaku had already organized the battle command center and alerted the village defenses. Everyone was braced for what was coming. Izumo Kamizuki studied the report, scratching his head. Are they out of their minds? Who would dare launch such a brazen attack on Konoha these days? Kotetsu Hagane stood beside him and nodded in agreement. Well, if that's what the higher-ups say, we just follow orders and do our part with the defense. Look here, it even says that white Zetsu can transform into any one of us. Ordinary sensory ninja can't even tell the difference. Izumo frowned at the intelligence report. That's seriously twisted. Kotetsu shot him a meaningful look. Hey, are you sure you're not a white Zetsu in disguise? Izumo rolled his eyes. I know a lot of your secrets. You want to compare notes? Kotetsu stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eye. How about you spill one of those secrets, and let's see. Shin Getsu-yun put away the intelligence report and said with all seriousness, there was this one time when we were on a mission together in the Land of Wind. At the inn, there was a bill, though it said special hospitality fee on it. The moment I saw it check out, I knew it was for something you ordered. Before Shin Getsu-yun could finish, Gongzi Tai hurriedly covered his mouth, darting nervous glances around them, and soothingly said, all right, no need for that much detail. I get it, you really are Shin Getsu. Shin Getsu pried Gongzi Tai's hand away and spat in disgust, muttering, what's that smell on your hand? Gongzi Tai gave him a sly, meaningful grin. Fake guis, hiv. Glancing at the latest volume of Make Out Paradise hanging from Gongzi Tai's belt, Shin Getsu's lips twitched. Was this guy really just using the bathroom a moment ago? His whole mood was falling apart. That distinct chestnut blossom scent. Any man could recognize what it meant. Gongzi Tai, you absolute bastard. You're begging for a punch. You damn degenerate. All you ever do is read the kind of book. Can't you research some ninjutsu for once? Unfazed by Shin Getsu's angry outburst, Gongzi Tai drew out the newest Make Out Paradise, plopped down on the watchman's stool, and shot him a disdainful look. What do you know? This is art. Can you even appreciate that? Shin Getsu let out a heavy sigh. If you put half as much effort into studying art as you do into this, maybe you could do something about white Zetsu. Gongzi Tai flipped a page, frowning dismissively. What's the rush? It's not like white Zetsu's at our gates this instant. Leave the intelligence headaches to Lord Shikaku and the others. All we need to do is follow orders and fight. And besides, even if white Zetsu showed up now, I'd go out there myself and cut those bastards down. They've got some nerve attacking our great hidden leaf village. With that, Gongzi Tai went right back to his book. Shin Getsu was about to retort when the pounding of countless feet thundered through the ground, making it tremble beneath them. What's going on? Shin Getsu frowned and looked up, and what did he see? An army, a tide of white figures marching like soldiers, surging furiously toward the gates of Leaf Village. Shin Getsu's eyes went wide as saucers and he bellowed, Gongzi Tai, damn it, you jinxed us. Gongzi Tai took one look at the oncoming horde, exactly like the white Zetsu troops described in the reports. And in an instant, he tossed aside Make Out Paradise and bolted, shouting, Yun, hold the line. I'll go alert the main force. Watching Gongzi Tai dash off faster than a rabbit, Shin Getsu glanced back at the swarming army. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, torn between cursing the situation and his own luck. My nerves are shot. This is a nightmare. Overwhelmed, on the verge of tears, he even wondered if he might die right here and now. No, at this rate, maybe that's exactly what would happen. Shin Getsu formed a hand seal, ready for battle. Shadow clone technique. With a burst of energy, 10 clones sprang into existence. He hurried to shut the main gate, knowing that every second bought was a second gained. Though he grumbled about Hagane Kotetsu, Kamizuki Izumo couldn't deny that. When it came to taijutsu and speed, Kotetsu really had the edge. Complaints were one thing, but in the face of war, everyone had to play their part. Once the gate was securely closed, Izumo gathered his 10 clones behind it, kunai in hand, every sense attuned and ready. This was even more intense than the Third Great Ninja War. Back then, it was a battle fought on foreign soil. This time, he was defending his home. The enemy was at their doorstep, ready to strike at the heart of the village. This could be the end, but he was determined to keep the invaders outside the gates, no matter what. What does it mean to be a ninja? To protect the future of the village. And what is the village's future? As the third Hokage once said, the children within these walls are the tender sprouts of Konoha. They are the future. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless pounding rattled the main gate. Each heavy blow sent a shiver through Izumo's palms, now slick with sweat. He knew the next moment could bring the gates crashing down. Damn it! Where are the Konoha gate guards? Where's the ENBU? He cursed under his breath. These guys had grown lax, relying on the fact that this gate was always protected by two elite jonin. He and Kotetsu once took pride in that. Now, all he wanted was to shout to the heavens for reinforcements. Where is everyone? We need backup now. Izumo, I'm back. Kotetsu's figure appeared. Izumo stared in surprise. That was fast. Where's the squad? Kotetsu grumbled. They're on their way. I just sent the word and rushed right back. Izumo felt a surge of gratitude. Didn't expect you to be this dependable. The word was barely out when muscle memory took over. Izumo instinctively raised his guard. But it wasn't enough. Kotetsu's kunai slashed across Izumo's chest, leaving a deep gash. If not for Izumo's combat experience, that strike would have landed on his throat, a fatal blow. Izumo staggered back, putting several meters between them, clutching his bleeding chest, gasping for breath. His clones vanished in a puff of smoke as their creator came under attack. Staring at the man before him, Izumo shouted in fury. Are you out of your mind? You wait, something's wrong. You're not Kotetsu. He could sense it now. There was something off. Why would Kotetsu attack him? Concentrating, Izumo realized this person's chakra felt exactly like Kotetsu's. Damn, you're White Zetsu, aren't you? That ability to copy someone's chakra. Izumo's voice rang out, sharp and accusing. Just then, the gate was violently smashed open, and a tide of White Zetsu clones surged in. Izumo's brow furrowed. This was bad. Where the hell is the backup squad? The army of White Zetsu surged directly into the village. Kamizuki Izumo had already braced himself for death. Wind-style, Raisin Shuriken. With a piercing whoosh, a high-speed sound split the air. A spiraling shuriken shot forward and exploded just behind the main gate. The wind chakra sliced through everything in its path, shredding the swarming White Zetsu like vegetables, leaving them in pieces. Rasengan! With a furious shout from above, a Rasengan crashed down, instantly wiping out the White Zetsu who had transformed into Hagane Kotetsu. As the defeated Kotetsu slowly reverted to his White Zetsu form, a large tree began to grow from the corpse. Kamizuki Izumo was stunned. What was this? Golden Naruto slowly stood up. His Rinnegan swept across the scene with a calm gaze, a trademark smile tugging at his lips. Long time no see, Uncle Izumo. Kamizuki Izumo blinked in disbelief. Naruto. Just then, the real Kotetsu came rushing over, sweat pouring down his face. Izumo immediately grew wary. Stay right there. Don't come any closer. Kotetsu wiped his brow, utterly confused. What's gotten into you? Izumo snapped angrily. How do I know you're not? He's fine. That really is Uncle Kotetsu, Naruto cut in with confidence. Izumo's suspicion lingered. How can you be so sure? Naruto explained. In Ninetales mode, I can sense the White Zetsu, who have transformed. That last one must have gathered Uncle Kotetsu's chakra too. Pull off the disguise. Usually, White Zetsu would ambush and kill their targets before copying them. But Uncle Kotetsu here doesn't look hurt at all. Kotetsu was astonished. So you ran into 1-2 Izumo. I went to get help, but then all of a sudden, the village was crawling with imposters. Some were easy to sense, but others blended in perfectly. I wasted so much time trying to sort them out. But wait, no one attacked me. How'd they get my chakra to transform in the first place? Izumo pondered the question as well. Naruto stepped up to the dead White Zetsu, noticing a peculiar scent drifting in the air, a distinct smell of chestnut blossoms. The seasoned Naruto instantly guessed the cause, then cast a puzzled glance at Uncle Kotetsu. Seeing Naruto's confusion, Izumo walked over. The moment he caught the scent, realization dawned. Oh hell no. This White Zetsu had absorbed some of Kotetsu's, personal effects outside the village just earlier. Izumo was left speechless. Truly speechless. That White Zetsu was revolting, absorbing something like that. Kotetsu approached and also realized what had happened. A complex mix of emotions crossed his face. If he looked at it one way, this White Zetsu was practically his own child. But then his child had just been killed. He looked up, searching for answers. Who's this golden guy? Naruto greeted them with a cheerful hey. Tetsu Steel looked him up and down and asked, Who are you? Izumo Kamizuki smacked him and said, That's Naruto. Tetsu's steel instantly tensed up. Naruto, the rogue ninja. As he spoke, he whipped out his kunai, ready for a fight. Izumo Kamizuki, utterly exasperated, smacked him again. What do you mean, rogue ninja Naruto? If Naruto hadn't just saved me, I'd be dead already. Just as he was saying this, Konoha's backup forces finally arrived and jumped into the fray. Izumo Kamizuki looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, since you can sense these transformed white Zetsu, could you please help the village find them? I'm sure if you've come all this way, you must still care for Konoha, right? Naruto nodded. Of course. Multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. With a thunderous rush, thousands of Narutos appeared all at once, leaving Izumo Kamizuki and Tetsu Steel utterly stunned. This was unbelievable, a single technique, and he'd created so many physical shadow clones. Just how much chakra did he have? It was like he was cheating. Scatter, Naruto commanded, and countless golden Narutos dashed off, spreading throughout the village. Killer Bee ran over and looked at Naruto. Yo, anything this great lord can help you with. Naruto smiled at him. Uncle B, all I need is for you to guard this gate. The moment B heard there was work to do, he gripped Samehada and charged straight at the white Zetsu army, holding the doorway alone, an unstoppable force. Naruto then turned to Izumo Kamizuki with concern. How's your injury? Izumo glanced at his bleeding wound. It's nothing serious. As long as I stay out of the fight from now on, I'll be fine. Naruto nodded. Leave the fighting here to Uncle B. He can handle it. You two stay here and keep watch. If any Konoha ninjas show up, just report what's happened. Tetsu Steel stepped forward to help support Izumo, glancing at Naruto curiously. No problem at all. But Naruto, I have to ask, since you've defected from the village, why did you? Izumo Kamizuki looked at Naruto as well, waiting for an answer. Naruto smiled. That's just what you call it. In my heart, I'm still Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Just then a cold, harsh voice rang out. Stand in my way and die. Move aside. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow shot toward them. Killer Bee was forced to partially transform into his tailed beast form to block it. Naruto's brow furrowed. He looked up, then broke into a wide grin. Excuse me for a moment. Naruto greeted Genma Shiranui and Reito Namishi. By now, the reinforcements had arrived, and the medical ninja were tending to Genma's wounds. Under Reito's explanation, the reinforcements chose not to act, but instead stood watchfully behind him. Hey Sasuke, long time no see. Naruto called out cheerfully as he walked to the main gate, looking up at Sasuke inside the towering Susanoo. Sasuke looked down in surprise. Naruto? It's been a while. What's with your new look? Naruto glanced at himself and joked. Oh, this? I gotten stronger, that's all. I finally managed to control the Ninetales chakra mode, so I look like this now. Not bad yourself, though. Your Susanoo looks almost fully formed. The news that Naruto had mastered the Ninetales chakra shocked Sasuke to his core. He nearly ground his molars to dust. Damn it, Naruto, you're unbelievable. For Sasuke, his own growth was a source of pride, but Naruto's progress always left him unsettled. He feared Naruto might fall behind, but dreaded even more that Naruto could surpass him. The thrill of awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after transplanting his brother's eyes was now overshadowed by Naruto's transformation. Oomph, you haven't changed a bit, still running your mouth. Weren't you supposed to have defected with me? What are you doing here now? Don't tell me you're here to help destroy the Leaf Village too. Naruto glanced to the side, where Uncle Killer Bee was slicing through white Zetsu like he was dicing vegetables, and replied, No. I have no intention of destroying my home. I'm here to protect the Leaf, plain and simple. Sasuke gave Naruto a look of utter disbelief, as if he were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? You're already a rogue ninja from a Leaf. So why are you putting on this act about protecting it? Don't tell me you're still clinging to that childish dream of becoming Hokage. Lifting his head, Naruto retorted, Hey, cut it out. That's not a dream. I'm protecting my own Leaf Village, got it? The future Leaf will be my Leaf. No, wait, it'll be our Leaf. Sasuke's entire body tensed. Naruto's words struck a chord deep inside him, stirring up a complex mix of resistance and longing. But he kept his cool facade, replying coldly, Get out of my way. Don't interfere. Karen, standing nearby, was surprised. Based on Sasuke's usual nature, she'd expected him to say, Perfect, I'll kill you too. But when it came to Naruto, all he did was tell him to leave. Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion and asked, Tell me, have you killed Danzo yet? Sasuke, brimming with rage, shot back. I'm on my way to do just that right now. Naruto let out a resigned sigh and shrugged. You should have told me earlier. I'll send a shadow clone to guide you. And one more thing, be careful. I don't know exactly what's going on with Danzo, but it looks like he's practicing some kind of sinister forbidden jutsu. His chakra feels incredibly dark. In this mode, I can sense things very clearly, so just watch out. Sasuke felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, but he snorted coldly. Worry about yourself. With that, he steered his Susanoo straight toward the village. When the Konoha shinobi tried to block his path, Sasuke's Susanoo sword swung down without hesitation. But Naruto, transformed with the power of the Nine Tails, reached out with a massive hand, one grasping Sasuke's sword, the other raised and drawing an energy as he called out, "Universal pull." In an instant, Naruto whisked all the Konoha shinobi to safety, saving them from being cut down by Sasuke. Naruto chuckled. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want you to conserve your chakra a little. Besides, we're all from the same village. There's no need to go around attacking each other. And you too. Tone it down a bit. Put Susanoo away for now. Just follow my clone and save your strength for when we reach the enemy. Sasuke frowned, his voice rising in annoyance. Mind your own business. Despite his irritation at Naruto's lecture, he dismissed Susanoo and pressed forward, leaping on foot. Karen, still inside the Susanoo, followed after Sasuke. She glanced curiously at Naruto, baffled by what mysterious power this man possessed that could make Sasuke so obedient and attentive. Meanwhile, Konoha was in chaos, engulfed in the flames of war. Countless white Zetsu surged toward the village. Tsunade stood atop the Hokage building, the ANBU guards by her side, personal protectors of the Hokage. Jiraiya stood firm nearby. Shikaku listened intently to the constant reports from passing shinobi, exchanging information within Noichi Yamanaka. Suddenly, a particular message caught his attention, and with a hint of surprise, he moved to Tsunade's side. It's been confirmed that the white Zetsu can transform into other people. Ordinary ninja have no way to sense the imposters. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Have there been many casualties among our shinobi? Shikamaru, with a faint smile, replied, thanks to a certain someone's help, although many have been injured due to the white Zetsu transforming into familiar faces and carrying out ambushes, we haven't suffered any deaths so far. Tsunade exclaimed with surprise. Who is it? Shikaku glanced at Jiraiya and smiled. It's Naruto. In his Nine Tails chakra mode, he can sense the disguised white Zetsu and pinpoint them exactly. Because of this, our shinobi don't have to worry about doubting each other, and we can attack with confidence. What's more, according to our information, Naruto has sent out thousands of shadow clones, spreading them across the entire outer defenses of the village. They've joined up with our defending squads, forming small units, and greatly boosting our fighting strength. At the moment, the battle is turning in our favor. Tsunade's spirits lifted, and she turned to Jiraiya. Maybe your hunch was right after all. Jiraiya smiled faintly. In truth, ever since he returned to the village, he had been pondering Naruto's intentions. What exactly was he after? What was he seeking? The more he thought about it, the more his mind drifted to Nagato. Nagato had once said that his dream was to bring peace to the world, and that for this dream, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything to reshape it. If Naruto could win over someone as extreme as Nagato, then surely Naruto possessed something that Nagato himself had once sought. It had to be world peace. And since Naruto claimed he could see a future that others could not, Jiraiya began to feel that the great Toad Sage's prophecy was, in truth, speaking of Naruto. Among his disciples, there would be one who could change the entire ninja world and lead it to true peace. Though Naruto's actions up to this point were difficult for others to comprehend, perhaps it was only natural. After all, someone capable of changing the world would not be so easily understood. So, in private moments, as he held Tsunade close, Jiraiya would urge her to try trusting Naruto, to follow behind him and watch what he would do. Forming a hand seal, Tsunade looked ahead and declared, since we have the upper hand, we can't let our medical support fall behind. Summoning Jutsu. With a tremendous boom, a massive slug appeared in the heart of Konoha. Tsunade swiftly made another hand sign, and the giant slug split into countless smaller slugs, which rapidly spread throughout the village, crawling onto the wounded to begin their healing. When Shikaku saw Lady Tsunade unleash such a powerful medical ninjutsu, his confidence in the overall outcome of the battle soared. With such stable medical support in the rear, any ninja who recovered could return immediately to the fight. Inoichi Yamanaka, his face alight with joy, exclaimed, as things stand now, we haven't encountered any overwhelmingly powerful enemies. The ones we're facing are just like white Zetsu. With this setup, we can handle them. Jiraiya glanced at the Hokage's ANBU guards and said, you all should join the fight as well. With me here, Lady Hokage will be protected. The ANBU guards exchanged glances, and Tsunade nodded in agreement. One by one, they departed. Jiraiya was right. With a Kage-level ninja guarding another Kage-level ninja, their presence here was no longer crucial. They might as well head out and slay the enemy. To be honest, if protecting Lady Tsunade weren't their duty, none of them would want to sit back while the enemy attacked their home. anyone would rush to the front lines. Within the village of Konoha, "Burn bright, my youth," Guy bellowed with wild enthusiasm, unleashing a flurry of left hooks and right roundhouse kicks, each strike taking down a white Zetsu in a single blow. Seeing how quickly his sensei was dispatching foes, Rock Lee grew anxious. "Sensei, you're too fast. No, I must surpass you." With that, Rock Lee immediately opened the 8 gates. 8 gates release formation. Third gate, Gate of Life, open. A surge of energy burst forth from Rock Lee's body, his hair lifted by the wave, shaking the entire arena. Upon seeing Lee open the 8 gates, Guy shouted with excitement, "Let your youth burn bright, Lee." Rock Lee nodded, then launched himself forward at incredible speed, his rate of defeating the white Zetsu multiplying exponentially. "Huh, I'll show you, take this." Guy, noticing that Lee was now outpacing him, quickly upped his game. In his haste, he unleashed a taijutsu technique, Leaf Hurricane. With a thunderous crash, his kick wiped out more than 20 white Zetsu in one blow. Rock Lee called out in frustration, "Sensei Guy, you're cheating. You promised we'd only use pure hand-to-hand combat." Called out by Lee, Guy looked a little embarrassed. Lee could open the 8 gates and still use taijutsu, but Guy, as the teacher, knew that if he did the same, winning would be meaningless. Niji watched Lee and shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Tintin, having finished off her side, approached with a scroll full of sealed ninja tools, sighing, "Honestly, I have to hand it to those two. They managed to turn fighting enemies into a competition." A few more white Zetsu appeared nearby. Without even glancing at them, Niji sent them flying with a single 8 trigrams air palm, then sighed, "Rather than worrying about those two, I'm much more concerned about that person over there." As he spoke, Tintin followed his gaze. Indeed, that golden-haired Naruto was actually helping the Leaf's ninja fight against the white Zetsu. So where did he really stand? Was he truly a rogue ninja, as the village rumors claimed? Niji's Byakugan was activated, allowing him to analyze the composition of Naruto's chakra in detail. Even though this Naruto was just a shadow clone, he still possessed terrifying strength, fully on par with the Jonin. Niji looked across the rooftops and counted over a dozen Narutos, which meant the original must have an unimaginable amount of chakra. The thought made Niji smirk at himself. Back during the Chunin exams, he lost to this guy in much the same way. Sometimes, thinking about it, Naruto really did seem like a cheat, sealing his own chakra, then tapping into the Nine Tails and infinite reserve plus self-healing. In the end, as the fight dragged on, Niji had simply been worn down, collapsing with a single punch from Naruto. And then, Naruto even talked him out of his old beliefs. But it was from that moment that Niji awakened, realizing that fate wasn't set in stone after all. Recalling how Naruto always praised him as a genius, Niji didn't hesitate any longer and darted off. Tintin reached out to stop him, but Niji had already leapt more than 10 meters away. "This guy, honestly." Tintin stomped her foot in place, then hurried after him. "This one, and this one too, they're all fakes." Naruto's shadow clones pointed out the disguised white Zetsu everywhere, guiding the other Leaf Village Shinobi to attack. Suddenly, Niji dashed over and called out, "Naruto." Naruto turned around and realized it was his brother-in-law. "Hey Niji, long time no see." Naruto greeted him warmly, coming over, and giving Niji a friendly punch on the shoulder. After all, this was the first time he'd seen Niji since his own reincarnation. Niji was moved by Naruto's enthusiasm. The heavy weight on his heart eased considerably. Looking at Naruto, he asked, "Why are you doing this? Letting everyone think you've betrayed the village?" Naruto grinned. "Well, it's a complicated story. Best not to ask right now. You'll understand soon enough. Besides, I don't really care what others say. As long as you all know the truth, that's what matters to me." Niji frowned slightly. Naruto, who always cared so much about others' approval, now sounded so calm and indifferent. He could brush off what people said about him. But Niji started, but Naruto raised his hand to stop him. With a smile, Naruto said, "Let time answer everything, Niji." With that, Naruto plunged back into the fight. Tintin caught up and pulled Niji aside, saying, "Let it go for now. Our priority is dealing with these white Zetsu. We could talk later." Niji thought about it and agreed, then threw himself back into the battle. Meanwhile, in a secret root chamber, Danzo was preparing his own coffin. He lay inside, slowly absorbing the blood of the 3 root members he just devoured. The sensation was exquisite. Danzo felt a surge of new jutsu flooding his mind, his power growing stronger by the second. With his current strength, ambushing Tsunade shouldn't be a problem. The only complication was Jiraiya at her side. He'd heard of Tsunade's formidable medical ninjutsu. If he could absorb her blood, he'd be unstoppable, never needing to fear injury again in battle. At that point, he would surpass even Kage level. Who in the Leaf Village would dare oppose him then? Jiraiya? Oof. After Tsunade, Jiraiya would be next. Danzo was lost in these pleasant thoughts when his keen senses suddenly picked up two people rushing rapidly in his direction. In just a few seconds, they were already on the roof above him. Naruto's voice sounded as he spoke to Sasuke. He's right underneath us. Sasuke snorted coldly, then kicked through the roof and dropped down, eyes snapping open with the Sharingan as he scanned the room. He immediately spotted a chakra signature inside a coffin. Sasuke frowned, but then Naruto called out, "Right there, Sasuke." If Naruto said that was the spot, Sasuke had no doubt that Juzi charged in without hesitation, kicking open Danzo's coffin lid with a single powerful blow. With a heavy bang, the massive Susanoo sprang up, brandishing its sword in a swift, sweeping strike. Danzo was sent flying out, his eyes snapping open in a sudden glare. Sharp fangs bared, he looked utterly enraged. "Who is it? Who dares disturb my sweet dreams?" Standing off to the side, Karen sensed Danzo's sinister chakra. She shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, be careful. Danzo's chakra is so evil. There's a chilling coldness to it, even colder than you at your peak." Sasuke snorted coldly and, without hesitation, raised his hand and fired an arrow. With a sharp twang, the arrow shot forth, but Danzo showed no fear, dodging it effortlessly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in surprise. What incredible speed! After evading the arrow, Danzo instantly appeared behind Sasuke. He lunged forward, fangs bared, and sank his teeth right into Susanoo. Sasuke scoffed inwardly. Foolish, trying to bite through Susanoo with those fangs? But then, to his shock, he realized his chakra was slowly draining away. What's happening? Without delay, Sasuke unleashed his jutsu. Black flames surged to cover his entire body. Danzo's senses were sharp. The moment the flames swept toward him, he dodged aside and lunged straight for Karen. Ha ha! This woman's vitality is impressive. Her blood must be delicious. But just then, golden-haired Naruto burst in, landing a heavy kick that sent Danzo flying through the air. Karen, relieved, called out, "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto smiled gently in response. Sasuke, however, was far from pleased. "Damn it, she's my comrade. Did I ask you to save her?" Fueled by this irritation, Sasuke rushed at Danzo again. This time, he held nothing back, brandishing his sword wreathed in black flames and slashing at Danzo. Danzo, terrified of the black fire, dodged desperately, even resorting to the mind transfer jutsu in an attempt to seize control of Sasuke. But Susanoo's protection was impenetrable. There was no way in. "Evil Danzo, die!" Sasuke roared, his sword dancing as wildly and fiercely as his vengeful heart. Danzo unleashed every stolen jutsu at his disposal, and for a moment, he and Sasuke were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Golden Shadow Naruto stood to the side, choosing not to interfere. He felt that Danzo should be left to Sasuke. That, after all, his brother's vengeance was something Sasuke cared about deeply. As he fought back, Danzo shouted angrily, "Itachi's greatest mistake in life was leaving a brat like you behind. But no matter. Now, I'll turn you into my nourishment and claim your Mangekyo for myself." With that, Danzo launched a ferocious assault. Sasuke, infuriated by the insult to his brother, felt his rage for vengeance boiling over. "Flame Shield, Kagetsuchi." Danzo gave a sly smile. "So he's using that move again? With my speed now, he won't even touch me." The black flame shield arrow shot forth, and Danzo's body erupted with poison, his skin changing color as his overall movement speed surged dramatically. He prepared to dodge to the side in a flash, but at that moment, Naruto couldn't stand it any longer and darted in. Universal pull. With a sharp whoosh, Danzo, who had already veered off his intended path, was yanked straight toward Naruto, then struck by the arrow. Instantly, the immense black flames engulfed Danzo's entire body. Sasuke's eyes bore into Danzo, blood pouring from both eyes. "Burn for me. Burn without end. Burn him to death. Ha 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 ha." On the other side, Danzo whimpered in agony, his screams echoing, "No, I don't want to die. I haven't even become Hokage yet. Arf, Sasuke, I'll drain your blood, ah." Karen was constantly sensing Danzo's life force. At last, after 2 minutes, Danzo was burned alive, becoming the only person in the world of Naruto to die by Amaterasu's flames. Danzo was dead, incinerated down to nothing. Not even his soul remained. Any hope for resurrection was utterly lost. Sasuke threw his head back and let out a triumphant howl. "Ha ha ha! Brother, did you see? I've avenged you." His voice was saturated with the thrill of vengeance fulfilled. The remaining members of Root arrived just in time to witness Danzo's death. As they watched, the cursed seals on their tongues faded away, signifying that the restraints Danzo had placed on them had vanished completely. One member shouted in outrage, "How dare you kill Lord Danzo? Everyone, attack with me. Avenge him." Another chimed in, "That's right. Sasuke is already a rogue ninja. If not for Danzo, we should still capture him and deliver him to Lord Hokage." As soon as these words were spoken, the group grew restless. Avenging Danzo was a matter to be debated, but capturing a rogue ninja and handing him over to the Hokage was something they could all rally behind. After all, with Danzo dead, Root was little more than a name now. These people needed to align themselves with the current power structure as soon as possible. Delivering the traitor Sasuke as a peace offering seemed the perfect choice. So, the Root members prepared to attack. Sasuke gave a cold, mocking laugh, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the group before him. "So eager, are you? Fine, Danzo's done. Now it's your turn. All of you can go down and keep my brother company in the afterlife." As he spoke, Sasuke's Susanoo surged forth, and he pulled Karen inside for protection. Naruto's shadow clone gave a soft sigh, then flashed to Sasuke's side. In an instant, he and Susanoo vanished in a flicker of flying thunder god, reappearing outside the village. Now that Sasuke's thirst for vengeance had been unleashed, Naruto could not allow him to continue killing within the village. Just as the shadow clone whisked Sasuke away, Sai arrived at the scene. He watched as Naruto disappeared into the distance, murmuring at the corner of his lips, "That golden-haired one. Is that Naruto?" Outside the village, Sasuke's flame-shrouded arrow, Kagetsuchi, shot into emptiness. He had intended to finish off that group with a single strike, but ended up being whisked away by Naruto's shadow clone instead. Sasuke glanced around, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Where is this?" Karen spoke up. "We're outside the village. We've been relocated." At her words, Sasuke's face darkened in anger as he scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted Naruto's shadow clone standing beneath a nearby tall tree. Sasuke frowned. "Why did you stop me?" The shadow clone replied, "No particular reason. Those people are all exceptional, every one of them at Jonin level. Konoha has invested much in their training. They represent a part of the village's future. There's no need to destroy them." Sasuke's face filled with disdain. With a cold snort, he said, "You, these days, really love spouting this cryptic nonsense. Let me say it again. I'm going to wipe out the village. If you interfere again, I'll kill you too." The shadow clone Naruto simply smiled. "Sorry, but I really can't let you have your way." Sasuke was clearly displeased. "And you think a mere clone can stop me? Why don't you bring your real self, Naruto? Don't get too full of yourself." Naruto's shadow clone gave a devilish grin, quietly gathering sage chakra. With a challenging look, he said, "Oh, does that mean you're ready to dance, Sasuke?" Damn it. Sasuke's temper flared instantly. He couldn't tolerate anyone around him putting on a greater show than himself, so he went straight at Naruto's shadow clone, and the two clashed. Meanwhile, at the main gates of Konoha, Killer Bee was mowing down White Zetsu after White Zetsu. On the massive door behind him, the village's defense Shinobi stood in awe, completely dumbstruck. Here was a true one-man gatekeeper. Killer Bee's body was cloaked in lightning chakra, his movements a blur of speed. Wielding Samahata, he cut down the enemy in a frenzy. Lightning chakra crackled along the blade, and with each swing, arcs of energy stretched a dozen meters or more, slicing White Zetsu in half with ease. Killer Bee let out a booming laugh. "Yo yo yo, watch Lord Killer Bee lay the smackdown on you all." With another swing, the White Zetsu howled in pain, then, in a strange transformation, turned into towering trees. Finding his chakra blade not long enough, Killer Bee partially transformed into his tailed beast form, summoning an octopus leg and wildly extending his attacks with Samahata. The Konoha ninja could only gasp in amazement. No wonder he's the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The lightning blade of the hidden cloud, he's terrifying. The title Killer Bee is well-deserved. Amid the admiration, some couldn't help but voice their confusion. "Hey, why is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki here guarding our gates? Isn't that weird? What are we supposed to be doing here? Exactly. Should we stay, or should we go? Do we help, or just stand by? No one's telling us anything." While everyone was caught up in heated debate, Captain Genma Shiranui, with a steel needle dangling from his lips, sighed and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Someone's already been sent to report back." After speaking, Genma Shiranui glanced toward the distance, where the golden-haired Naruto stood. In that instant, his memories were pulled back to the Chunin exams, to the battle between that young boy and Niji. How many years had passed since then? And now, that very boy had grown into someone with such fearsome power. What concerned Genma even more was Naruto's current stance. Back during the Chunin exams, Naruto's determination had moved him deeply. In this youth, Genma, like many in the village, had placed his hopes for the next generation. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was gazing toward the nearby forest. Deep within the trees, someone had been hiding all along, just as silent and unmoving as he was, merely observing without making a move. As Naruto watched, ripples of space and time suddenly shimmered beside Killer Bee. Out of this swirling vortex, a hand reached forth, aiming to seize him. With a sharp sound, Naruto appeared in a flash, a Rasengan spinning in his palm, meeting the hand that had emerged from the void. Yet, astonishingly, the hand passed straight through the oncoming Rasengan, untouched. Naruto grinned and, with his other hand, grabbed Killer Bee. In another instant, with a burst, they vanished together. The hand withdrew back into the swirling vortex. It was only then that Killer Bee realized, if not for Naruto, he might have been pulled into that vortex. Whether or not he could have escaped, it would have been an enormous hassle. "Thanks, Naruto," he said gratefully. Naruto simply smiled and waved it off, as if it were nothing. Watching Naruto's actions just now, Genma Shiranui was utterly stunned. That technique, it was the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god. As one of the fourth Hokage's former bodyguards, Genma found Naruto's mastery of the technique uncannily reminiscent of the fourth himself. That iconic flash of yellow brought back a flood of memories. Looking even more closely, he couldn't help but marvel. Naruto truly possessed the same heroic spirit as the fourth Hokage. Naruto looked toward the forest and called out with a smile, "You know I'm here, and you still try a stunt like that? What's the plan? Think you can hunt the eight tails right under my nose?" A cold laugh echoed from the shadows, and a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes appeared in the darkness of the woods. From the trees, Toby stepped out, approaching them one deliberate step at a time. Seeing this, Killer Bee instinctively gripped Samehada, eyeing the man before him with utmost caution. He knew that the hand from the vortex belonged to this very man. Genma Shiranui also noticed Toby's presence and frowned. So Akatsuki has finally shown themselves. That mask, he must be the leader of. Akatsuki. Regarding the matter of the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, the five Kage had not yet officially informed their respective ninja villages. Madara's name carried such weight that, once revealed, it would have a profound impact on everyone's morale. As a result, the shinobi of each village only knew that the masked man was the leader of the Akatsuki and the one who had initiated the fourth Great Ninja War. "Hurry and notify Lord Hokage. Tell him the leader of Akatsuki has appeared here." At Shiranui Gunma's command, another ninja hurried off to report the information. Obito looked at Naruto, his Mangekyo Sharingan narrowing as he spoke. "Naruto, I truly don't understand you. What is your goal? You've already betrayed the village, and even hinted at cooperating with me. Yet now, when I am about to destroy Konoha, you stand in my way." Naruto stuck his hands in his pockets and replied, "What if I told you my goal is to save the entire world? Would you believe me?" Obito let out a dry laugh. "That's my goal too. The Eye of the Moon plan is meant to save everyone, to lead them away from this hellish ninja world." Naruto shook his head. "That's just how you see it, Obito." Killer Bee stared in astonishment. Naruto actually knew the man behind the mask. Hearing Naruto call out his real name in front of others, Obito felt his identity had been exposed, his air of mystery shattered. Furious, he pointed at Naruto and shouted, "Watch your mouth, brat. You're not in a position to lecture me about respect." Naruto scoffed, unimpressed. "If you want to talk about seniority, then, by that logic, the entire ninja world would have to call me their ancestor." What a joke. After all, he was the reincarnation of Ashura, son of the Sage of Six Paths and the rightful inheritor of the ninja creed. If you trace it back, who in this world wouldn't have to show him respect? Obito ignored Naruto's words and said in a cold voice, "I advise you not to meddle. I will destroy Konoha, no matter what." Naruto sighed, in frustration. "What's the point in destroying Konoha? Isn't it just to force me to give in? But now, with me here, do you really think without the Rinnegan, you can defeat me? And as for helping Sasuke get his revenge, things didn't need to go this far. From what I know of you, Sasuke is nothing more than a pawn in your game." Obito applauded, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Very good, Naruto. Your analysis is spot on. In fact, my attack on Konoha is to confirm one thing. And now I have my answer." Naruto narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see straight through Obito's soul, that Obito's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of excitement as he spoke. "People as powerful as you are always a real headache, just like Hashirama Senju once was. You both have the same kind of chakra flowing through you, and it makes me just as sick. But fortunately, just like Hashirama, your strength hides a weakness. By helping Sasuke get his revenge, I'm actually helping myself as well, because I'm convinced I'm not the reincarnation of Indra, but Sasuke is." So Sasuke carries the fate of the Uchiha clan's vengeance, and as his elder, I am naturally willing to help him for the sake of our clan's destiny. Now that I've confirmed a few things, my plan can move forward even more smoothly. As he finished, the swirling vortex of Obito's space-time jutsu began to form, and his figure started to fade away. Naruto watched as Obito vanished, unable to make sense of what he'd just witnessed. Obito let out a cold chuckle. "Don't worry, I'll find someone to keep you company." No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke, surrounded by the armored form of Susanoo, arrived on the scene, with Naruto's shadow clone hot on his heels. Upon seeing the real Naruto, Sasuke broke into an eager grin. "I knew you'd be here." In that instant, Naruto understood. Obito must have signaled Sasuke, guiding him here. If Obito said he'd find someone to keep me busy, he must have meant Sasuke. But why did Obito just leave without saying anything else? That only deepened Naruto's curiosity. Obito had claimed that powerful people all had their weaknesses, and specifically pointed out that both he and Hashirama were reincarnations of Ajura. That didn't surprise Naruto. After all, Black Zetsu had made it clear enough on the stone tablet, and with Obito having spent so many years under Madara's influence, he'd certainly learned a great deal. For the first time, Naruto felt a pang of unease. Thankfully, he'd left his flying thunder god mark on Obito. With that in mind, Naruto began to channel chakra into the mark, trying to sense Obito's location. Meanwhile, Sasuke noticed that Naruto was completely ignoring him, mistaking it for contempt. His anger flared, and he shouted, "Hey Naruto, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" Naruto's senses told him something unexpected. Obito had actually returned to the Akatsuki base, which only made him more suspicious. Back in Konoha, a horde of white Zetsu clones was launching a massive assault. If thousands of Naruto's shadow clones hadn't been helping to defend the village, it would have already fallen by now. The leader, Obito, had come just to try hunting the Eight Tails, sparred a little with Naruto, and then simply left back home. It just didn't make sense. As Naruto pondered what weakness Obito might have found in him, a sudden surge of foreign chakra appeared, as if a red blip had flashed onto a radar screen. Naruto's eyes flew wide open, and he whipped around to look behind him. That chakra! It was Obito's! How could this be? Wasn't he just at the Akatsuki base? How had he suddenly appeared right inside the village? Inside the Hokage office building, Tsunade sat with her eyes closed, silently casting her jutsu to provide medical support and logistics for all the combat ninja in the village. Jiraiya stood watchfully at her side, guarding her. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, and a hand materialized out of thin air right in front of Tsunade. Jiraiya immediately sensed the danger. Without hesitation, he formed a Rasengan and charged forward. Yet, to his shock, the Rasengan passed straight through the mysterious hand. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? Tsunade frowned slightly, now aware of the battle breaking out nearby. But at that moment, she was remotely healing more than a dozen severely wounded ninja. If she stopped her jutsu to join the fight, those Konoha shinobi would surely die. There was no other choice. Jiraiya would have to hold off Obito alone. It was clear that Obito's true goal was to capture Tsunade. Seeing through this, Jiraiya positioned himself firmly at Tsunade's side to protect her. But in a sudden twist, as they clashed and shifted positions, the attack meant for Tsunade instead caught the corner of Jiraiya's robe. Obito's lips curled into a faint smile. "Come with me, you." At that very moment, a dozen of Naruto's shadow clones finally arrived on the scene. In a rush of air, Jiraiya was sucked into the swirling vortex of Obito's space-time jutsu. Even though Naruto had planned ahead, stationing his clones to fend off the mutated white Zetsu assailants, Obito had still managed to outmaneuver him. The flying Thunder God seal had been removed from Jiraiya's body. Obito had apparently cut out the very flesh that bore the mark and transplanted it onto a living white Zetsu, throwing Naruto off the scent. Damn it! Through his link with the shadow clones, Naruto learned that his mentor had been taken, and rage surged through him. So this was what Obito meant when he said that even someone as strong as Naruto had a weakness, his so-called soft spot. Kidnapping Jiraiya truly was a cunning move. For Naruto, Jiraiya's importance was beyond words. Obito must have figured this out from Naruto's desperate rescue mission in the Hidden Rain village. Now, the real Naruto wasted no more time. He had to go after Obito. But Sasuke blocked his path, a wicked smile playing at his lips as he spoke mockingly. "Naruto, your opponent is me. Don't even think about going anywhere else." With that, he raised his hand and unleashed an arrow of Kagetsuchi. Naruto didn't even blink. Raising a hand, he commanded Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous shockwave, the attack was blasted away. Immediately, Nine-Tails chakra surged around Naruto, forming two enormous arms behind him. He clenched both into fists and then smashed them down at Sasuke. With a sharp hiss, Sasuke dispelled his arrow and raised his Susanoo shield, but Naruto's fist shattered it in a single blow. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Is Naruto really that powerful? Even after inheriting his brother's Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't withstand a single move from him. Universal pull. With a sharp whoosh, Sasuke, along with the Susanoo, was yanked straight over. Unwilling to admit defeat, Sasuke unleashed the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. Amaterasu. A deep hum filled the air as black flames surged forward. But Naruto remained utterly calm. The Nine-Tails chakra shielded him, then simply shrugged the attack off. Sasuke was left dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Naruto to play by such rules. As Sasuke was pulled closer, the massive fist formed by Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra struck out without warning. With a thunderous impact, Sasuke was sent flying, Susanoo and all, skidding dozens of meters along the forest floor. Trees toppled in his wake, and from high above, it looked as if a trench had been carved through the dense woods. Naruto's eyes were icy as he gazed at Sasuke in the distance. Sasuke, I'm in a hurry today. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, he turned to Killer Bee. Uncle B, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep him entertained for a while. Killer Bee swallowed hard and nodded. Then, with a low hum, Naruto vanished in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique. On Konoha's wall, the watching Shinobi were left utterly stunned. No way. Sasuke had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and even wielded Susanoo, yet Naruto had taken him down in just 3 moves. His strength was simply overwhelming. Right now, Sasuke was at least Kage level, but Naruto treated him like a helpless chick. If Naruto ever turned on them, none of them would last a single move. Genma thought to himself that if anyone ever suggested hunting down the rogue ninja Naruto, he'd never agree to it. With power like that, even the Hokage wouldn't stand a chance. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, a dozen of Naruto's shadow clones stood protectively before Tsunade. Tsunade glared at the masked man before her and shouted, Madara, give Jiraiya back to me. Shikaka Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka stared in shock. What was going on? The masked man before them was really Uchiha Madara? Unbelievable. How could the Hokage keep such critical information to herself? And to think Uchiha Madara was actually alive, this was beyond shocking. Shikaku turned to Tsunade and asked, Lady Hokage, you're not joking, are you? Tsunade clenched her fists. I'm not joking. He calls himself Uchiha Madara. Inoichi fixed his gaze on the masked man. Konoha's barrier doesn't reject him. That means he knows the secret to the highest level seal. Obito let out a cold snort. That's right. I am your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Have you no shame? A sudden voice rang out as the real Naruto appeared on the scene. The masked man, Obito, watched as the real Naruto appeared. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. Feigning regret, he said, What a pity. I was planning to take this woman with me, but now that you're here, it seems that's no longer possible. Naruto snorted coldly. You're ruthless to yourself, aren't you? You actually dug out the marked area and left it there. Then you deliberately showed up in front of me, tried to hunt the 8 tails to distract me, and had Sasuke keep me busy so my real body would stay put, just to buy yourself time to hunt. Obito burst out laughing, his body trembling with amusement as he clapped mockingly. Your analysis is spot on, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Tsunade looked at Naruto, a puzzled expression on her face. Naruto, it almost sounds like you know him. Naruto smiled. Oh, I know him all right. This guy was once a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, just like me. He even shared my dream of becoming Hokage, hoping to earn the recognition of others. Shikaku caught the meaning behind Naruto's words and asked, Naruto, are you saying this guy is also a leaf ninja? That he's not Uchiha Madara after all? Naruto glanced at Obito. Would you like to introduce yourself? Or should I do the honors? Obito gave a cold snort, his tone harsh. You really are an infuriating person. You make me remember things I'd rather forget. Naruto replied calmly. The things you don't want to remember are exactly the parts of your past you refuse to face. But that's your true self, and you know it. As he spoke, Naruto began forming hand seals. Obito smiled faintly as the space-time vortex began to swirl. Take your time, Naruto. I know I can't beat you, but I can threaten you whenever I want. If you want your master released, hand over the 9 tails and the 8 tails. Naruto snorted again. If you can mark a space-time coordinate, do you really think I wouldn't mark the things I care about? Obito felt a pang of unease. The next moment, the shadow clone Naruto, standing beside Tsunade, vanished. In the blink of an eye, the shadow clone returned, bringing Jiraiya with him. Naruto looked at Obito, snorted once more, and spat on the ground. Pathetic. You don't have the strength to face me head-on, so you hide behind tricks. What a joke. Seeing Jiraiya brought back safely, Tsunade's mood soared. She rushed over in a flash. Are you alright? Jiraiya put an arm around Tsunade, looking a bit embarrassed. Hey, take it easy, there are kids watching. Tsunade snorted. What, getting shy now? Just the other night, you were plenty bold, taking off this and that. Even kissing me there. Jiraiya coughed hastily, quickly covering Tsunade's mouth. Ever since this woman officially got together with me, she's become so wild, especially after we became intimate. Now, she's as clingy as a love-struck girl. Lujiu and Yamaka Ichi quickly averted their gaze and pretended not to hear anything. They had both heard rumors about Jiraiya's relationship with the Hokage. When it came to these two, they were 100% in favor and fully supportive. After all, they were all disciples of the third Hokage, and Jiraiya's strength was undeniable. Lady Tsunade had been Hokage for so many years without marrying. Now that the two of them were together, it was simply perfect. It was as if the Leaf Village now had two Hokage-level powerhouses residing in it at all times. Naruto looked at Obito, who seemed both angry and flustered, and said, If you've got any other threats up your sleeve, go ahead and use them all. Obito gritted his teeth. I admit I was careless. But, Naruto, you'd better understand. Maybe I can't take you with me, but I still have the power to destroy what you care about. Jiraiya broke free from Tsunade, snorted, and said, You really underestimate me, the Toad Sage. Did you think that if you drag me into your other dimension, I'd have to rely on Naruto to save me? Let me tell you the truth. I can reverse summon myself out anytime. And as for killing me, are you sure you're up to the task? Jiraiya had already confirmed it. This masked man was definitely not Uchiha Madara. Since he was a Madara, and Naruto said he was a ninja from the Leaf, then that just about settled it. With Jiraiya's abilities, he was perfectly confident in handling the situation. At that moment, the Hokage's personal ANBU guards rushed over as well. Their leader immediately stood in front of Tsunade. Just moments ago, they'd been outside fighting off enemies. When they suddenly heard trouble erupt here, he was so startled that he hurried back with his team. As the leader of the Hokage's ANBU, his top priority was always to protect the Hokage. The safety of the village came second. Without warning, Kakashi Hatake appeared on the scene. Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, are you two alright? Tsunade shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Obito was taken aback by Kakashi's arrival, and he caught sight of a slight smile forming at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Sure enough, Kakashi walked over to the real Naruto and asked, Naruto, you had a shadow clone notify me. What's going on? Naruto smiled faintly and looked at Obito. I wanted my teacher to reunite with an old friend. Kakashi's brows knitted together in confusion. What did that mean? Jiraiya eyed the masked man thoughtfully. Could it be that this person knew Kakashi? Shikamaru was also analyzing Naruto's words. If that's the case, then the masked man before them should be around the same age as Kakashi. Someone who knows Kakashi and has the Sharingan. That could only be. Shikamaru quickly came up with a name, but then hesitated. Wasn't that person supposed to be dead? Naruto looked at Obito with a playful smile and said, Kakashi-sensei, you owe your title of copy ninja to the man standing right in front of you. If he hadn't given you his eye during the battle at Canopy Bridge, you would never have become famous throughout the ninja world. Kakashi's body tensed in shock. He stared at the masked man before him, incredulous. Naruto, what are you talking about? Naruto continued, still facing Obito. I know it's hard for you to believe, sensei, but don't worry. Didn't I tell you before we came here? Now, let me show you the truth for yourself. With that, the real Naruto sprang into action. Universal pull, he called, unleashing the power of the Rinnegan's Deva path, preparing to draw Obito incompletely. But Obito was no pushover. Instantly, he activated his space-time vortex, slipping away and reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. Don't waste your energy, Naruto. So what if you know who I am? If I want to run, what do you do about it? I've already erased your flying Raijin mark. How do you plan to catch me now? Orange markings flashed at the corners of Naruto's eyes as he entered Sage mode. The chakra of the Nine Tails formed a massive hand, which joined his real hand to create a Rasengan. Then, he infused it with Sage chakra. Sage art, giant Rasengan. With a thunderous whoosh, a massive Rasengan materialized, engulfing Obito entirely. Obito just snorted coldly. He had already activated Kamui, shifting his entire body into the other dimension. Outside, a shadow clone of Naruto landed in front of Kakashi. Kakashi understood immediately. He lifted his headband to reveal the Sharingan, then poured chakra into it, transforming it into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui! Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto the shadow clone. With a rapid, whirring sound, the clone vanished from sight, sucked into Kimui's alternate dimension. Inside the other space, Obito sensed that the giant Rasengan outside had finished exploding. It was nearly time to return. As he prepared to set his exit coordinates, a sharp, sudden sound rang out behind him. Startled, Obito turned his head, only to see Golden Naruto charging at him, Rasengan spinning in his hand, aiming directly at Obito's face. Bet you didn't see that coming, Obito. I busted in here myself. With a resounding crack, Naruto's Rasengan smashed Obito's mask to pieces. Terrified, Obito tore open the barrier between dimensions and fled back to the real world. The shadow clone Naruto glanced at the shattered half of the mask lying on the ground and smiled faintly. The objective was achieved. Then, inside Obito's otherworldly space, he began forming hand seals, flying Thunder God, Mark. With a swish, 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 Naruto's shadow clones darted through Obito's dimension, tirelessly leaving the flying Thunder God's markers on the stone blocks scattered throughout the realm, continuing until the clone's chakra was completely spent. Outside, Obito appeared before everyone, wearing half of his mask. He glared at Naruto with fierce hostility and growled. Interesting, is this really necessary? Naruto smiled and replied, maybe you should ask yourself, is wearing that mask really making you happy? Kakashi's eyes trembled uncontrollably, staring in disbelief at the man before him. Even with half his face concealed, Kakashi could vaguely make out the features of an old friend. You are. Obito pointed at Kakashi in fury, his voice sharp and trembling with rage. Shut up. Don't say that name. That person died long ago at the Battle of Canopy Bridge. You, who failed to keep your promise, don't deserve to call me by that name. Kakashi shuddered from head to toe at those words. Obito's agitation caused the remaining half of his mask to fall away completely, finally revealing his entire face to Kakashi. At last, Kakashi was face to face with the friend he had longed to see, but joy was quickly overtaken by shock. Overwhelmed, Kakashi stumbled back a few steps, barely steadied by Naruto grabbing his arm. Pointing at Obito, Kakashi stammered in horror. Uchiha, Obito. Obito fixed his soul eye on Kakashi, brimming with resentment. I told you, stop calling me by that damn name. With that, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, his eyes blazing with fury. He unleashed Kamui, summoning a violent whirlwind, then roared, Fire Style Die, Storm Dance. The Fire Style, combined with Wind Style, created a massive vortex of flames that surged straight at Kakashi. And Kakashi? He stood rooted to the spot, unmoving, murmuring at the corner of his lips, It's all my fault. I broke my promise to you. And that's why you became what you are now. Shikaku and Inoichi shouted urgently. Protect the Hokage. The Hokage's ENBU guards rushed forward. Naruto raised his hand and commanded, Everyone fall back. Shinra Tensei. With a sharp burst, the enormous fire vortex was blasted away, flames scattering in all directions. Unfortunately, the deflected fire crashed down onto the surrounding buildings. The AMBU captain shot Naruto a reproachful look, but knowing Naruto's chakra nature, he said nothing more. Instead, he quickly formed hand seals and declared, Water Style, exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water surged from his mouth, flooding outward in wave after wave as he raced to extinguish the spreading fires. Naruto walked over to Kakashi-sensei, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and said, Kakashi-sensei, this isn't your fault. You were just another piece in someone else's scheme. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Obito, his expression tinged with surprise. Tsunade noticed and asked, What's wrong? Jiraiya replied, I just remembered. This guy used to be a student of my own disciple, Minato Namikaze. He was in the same class as Kakashi. But, during the Third Great Ninja War, he was reported to have died. I actually saw him a couple of times when I was visiting Minato's home for dinner. As Jiraiya spoke, Tsunade's mind raced back to what she'd read in the secret Hokage scrolls, her brows furrowing. If that's the case, then the fourth Hokage's death must be connected to him, too. A deep sadness flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, and he nodded gravely. Tsunade couldn't help but grumble. What kind of messed up era is this? Why do all the students end up killing their teachers? It's absolute madness. Her outburst was understandable. This was already the third time she'd seen such a thing happen. First, Orochimaru turned against the third Hokage. Then, Jiraiya's own student killed him. Now, the fourth Hokage student was impersonating Madara Uchiha, not only killing his own teacher, but now threatening to destroy the entire village of Konoha. And come to think of it, Orochimaru had tried to destroy Konoha as well. Did all these people have some rare psychological disorder? If they were sick, as a top medical ninja, she could treat them. Just as this standoff continued, a massive mushroom cloud erupted at the gates of Konoha. A thunderous boom shook the ground, and even from where they stood, the shockwave rippled through the air. "What's happening?" asked the leader of the Hokage's Anbu, his voice tense. Everyone looked to see a colossal Susanoo locked in fierce combat with the eight tails transformed Gyuki, neither side giving an inch. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Since when did Sasuke get so powerful? He'd just been knocked down, yet now he was pressing Killer Bee to the point of forcing a full-tailed beast transformation. Obito let out a cold snort. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto. I know I can't defeat you right now, but that doesn't mean I don't have ways to bring you down." With that, he activated his time-space vortex, shooting Naruto a menacing glare as he vanished. "Naruto, I'll be coming for you again." Naruto just smiled faintly, not the least bit fazed by Obito's threat. After all, inside Obito's alternate dimension, there were now hundreds of flying Raijin marks. He'd have to claw his way out for ages if he wanted to escape. Once Obito disappeared, Kakashi snapped back to his senses and called out, "Wait!" He made a give chase, but Naruto quickly grabbed his arm. "Kakashi-sensei, the grudge between you two will be settled someday," Naruto said gently. Kakashi's eyes clouded over with sorrow. Then, his gaze shifted toward Sasuke at the gate of Konoha. Resolute, Kakashi declared, "I can't let myself live with any more regrets." With those words, he dashed straight in that direction. Meanwhile, the Baiju army was also retreating little by little. In the mountains, Haichi reported the situation on the battlefield. Shikaku, delighted, said, "It must be that just now, Naruto exposed the enemy leader's true identity, forcing him to order a retreat." Tsunade, seeing this, called out sternly, "Order all Konoha shinobi to sweep the battlefield. Drive every enemy out of the village. Leave no threat behind." "Yes, ma'am." At the main gates of Konoha, Sasuke was locked in a fierce fight with Killer Bee, neither willing to back down. Kakashi appeared in a flash, only to find someone had arrived. Before him, Sakura. Standing at the gate, Sakura cried out, her voice trembling with emotion, "Sasuke, please stop. This is Konoha, our shared home. Why have you changed so much?" Sasuke frowned, deeply annoyed. Without a word, he called forth Susanoo and swung a heavy slap in Sakura's direction. Sensing danger, Killer Bee's octopus tail lashed out, blocking the blow. Hey, you brat. How could you raise your hand against a lady?" Killer Bee scolded. Irritated, Sasuke snapped, "Get lost, you octopus." Tears streamed down Sakura's face. She couldn't believe Sasuke had actually attacked her. Choking back sobs, she cried, "Why, Sasuke? I've always loved you. How could things end up like this? I was at the hospital treating the wounded, and the moment I heard you were here, I rushed over, worried about your safety. I never imagined you'd treat me this way. I. Her words dissolved into bitter weeping. Sakura covered her face, her shoulders shaking with grief. She truly couldn't accept this Sasuke. After everything she'd poured into him, why was she left with nothing in the end? "You're really annoying." Sasuke fumed, his patience gone. He was already on edge after fighting Naruto and getting tangled up with this octopus, and now Sakura had to show up, crying and making him look like some heartless villain. For crying out loud, he'd never given her any hope. She was the one who wouldn't let go, always clinging to him. And even now that he'd rejected her, she just wouldn't stop following him. Sasuke could take no more. He leapt high, drawing his bow. Flame shield, Kagetsuchi's arrow. With a sharp twang, the blazing arrow shot straight toward Sakura. D. Sasuke roared. Killer Bee, realizing the danger, dashed forward with all his might, trying to get to Sakura in time. At this distance, there was no way his tailed beast bomb would hit its mark. No, at this range I'll never make it. Killer Bee sprinted with everything he had. On the other side, Kakashi flashed into action. He scooped Sakura up and leapt away, activating Kimui just in time to warp the arrow's trajectory. With a thunderous boom, the spot where Sakura had just stood exploded, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Kakashi landed in a safe spot, handed Sakura over to the Konoha shinobi behind him, and then leapt once more to stand before Sasuke. His voice was cold as he said, "Sasuke, you've fallen." Killer Bee also came to Kakashi's side and warned, "Watch out for his eyes. He could unleash black flames at any moment." Kakashi nodded his thanks, then replied, "I'm his teacher. I know him well." Sasuke sneered and retorted, "So it's you, Kakashi, the so-called copy ninja, swaggering around just because you stole an Uchiha eye." Kakashi's brow furrowed, his feelings complicated. "Sasuke, now I finally understand how the third Hokage must have felt back then. Preparing to fight your own student. What a painful burden it is." Sasuke activated the technique in his left eye, his tone icy. "Fine then, I'll send you to meet the third, just like Orochimaru did." As he prepared to strike, a swirling distortion appeared beside Sasuke. A portal through which Obito emerged, masked once again. "Sasuke, the operation is off. We're retreating." Sasuke scowled in annoyance. Retreat just like that? I haven't even destroyed Konoha yet. Obito continued to persuade him. You've already killed Danzo. As for Konoha, with our current strength, we can't raise it yet. Don't act on impulse. Come back with me. For now, we'll plan our next move. There's still time to destroy Konoha. Seeing Sasuke's stubborn expression, Obito pressed on. Look, after all this fighting, you haven't even gotten past Konoha's gates. Doesn't that tell you something? Sasuke gave a dismissive grunt, but didn't argue back. Kakashi called out urgently. Sasuke, there's no end to hatred. Turn back before it's too late. If you're willing to return to Konoha, I will personally plead with the Hokage for your forgiveness. Hearing Kakashi speak of forgiveness, Sasuke laughed as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke. Forgiveness? That's rich, like a knife slicing a cow's hide. What an eye-opener. Forgive me, you say? His eyes, still bleeding, glared fiercely at Konoha and the shinobi present. Every one of you carries the blood of my clan's destruction on your hands, and you have the nerve to talk about forgiveness? Shameless. Listen well, Kakashi, your Sharingan is the evidence of my clan's blood on your hands. As for Danzo, his hand was soaked in our blood and tears. And all of you, living peaceful lives in Konoha, if not for my brother's sacrifice, none of you would have known such peace. Each and every one of you bears original sin. You will all face my judgment. Sasuke's words were thunderous, burning with fury. The ninjas atop the Leaf Village wall listened in disbelief. Some of the younger ones even wondered if Sasuke had lost his mind, suspecting him of paranoia. Only Genma Shiranui remained silent, for he had once served under the fourth Hokage and understood, at least in part, some of the secrets, especially those concerning Itachi. According to a friend, of the third Hokage from the ANBU, Itachi had never truly betrayed the village. His actions had been sanctioned by the higher-ups. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, his heart heavy, and spoke gravely. This I was a gift from my friend. He asked me to help protect what he held dear. Sadly, I failed to do so. Obito stood opposite Kakashi, silently watching. Kakashi let out a bitter laugh. I'm sorry, Obito. I couldn't help you see the future you long for. As he finished speaking, Kakashi raised his hand to his eye and, with a determined motion, gouged out his left eye. Blood immediately began to pour down his face. Without hesitation, he hurled the eye toward the masked Obito. Take it back. Obito caught it in his hand, his gaze complicated as he looked at the bleeding Kakashi. Breathing heavily, Kakashi gritted his teeth against the pain and declared, I am Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf, not some copy ninja. My ninja way is this. Those who don't treasure their comrades are worse than trash. That was true then, and it's still true now. No one can change that. Not even you, Obito, no matter who you used to be. As he spoke, the Chidori's crackling energy burst forth, its thousand-bird chorus charging the air. Obito gripped the bloodied eye in his hand, a cold snort escaping him. Then he turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't lose your head. Let's get out of here for now. Sasuke took one last look at the Leaf Village, his eyes lingering for a moment on a golden figure darting in the distance. Naruto, our feud will have to wait for another day. With that, Susanu's giant hand swept up Karen, bringing her to Sasuke's side. He looked at Obito and said, Let's go. I have some questions for you myself. Obito nodded. Sasuke released his Susanoo, and Obito activated his space-time vortex, drawing Sasuke and Karen inside and spiriting them away. At that moment, Sakura Haruno broke free from the Jonin guarding the platform and leapt down, her eyes full of concern as she rushed to Kakashi. Sensei, why did you do something so reckless? Without that eye, your strength will. She hurried to heal him, focusing chakra into her hands. Kakashi, watching Obito and Sasuke disappear, finally allowed himself to relax. He began to breathe heavily, sweat pouring down his brow, a bloodied hollow where his eye had been, a harrowing sight. There will be no more copy ninja Kakashi, he murmured. Sakura pressed her hands to his wound, using her medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding, her eyes troubled with emotion. Just then, Naruto rushed over. Staring into Kakashi-sensei's eyes, I blurted out in astonishment, Kakashi-sensei, your left eye. Is it Obito's? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No, I took it out myself and gave it back to him. I know this will make him even stronger, but I didn't want to owe him anything. Naruto recalled how, in his previous life, when Kakashi met Obito, he had been even more despondent than he was now. Back then, Kakashi-sensei had sunk into despair, unable to let go of the belief that Obito's fate was his own fault, compounded by Rin's death, a knot in his heart he could never untie. That was why, in his previous life, Kakashi had never tried to dodge when Obito attacked. Naruto let out a sigh. Why go to such lengths, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi offered a bitter smile. At the very least, I've finally moved on from the events at Canopy Bridge. With those words, Kakashi and Naruto exchanged a glance, and both broke into a gentle smile. Naruto, comforted, said, "That's good to hear." Letting go, perhaps that was the best path for Kakashi-sensei. Although the copy ninja of the leaf was no more, the legend of White Fan could still be carried on by Kakashi-sensei himself. As Naruto watched Obito's figure disappearing into the distance, he thought to himself that Kakashi-sensei might be visiting graves a little less often from now on. Just then, Killer Bee strode over to Naruto and said, "Naruto, that guy's Sasuke. I managed to stop him, but he chose not to fight me. He ran off with that masked man instead." Naruto patted Killer Bee's shoulder. "You did well, Byakugan." With a sudden whoosh, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived at the scene. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. "Naruto, do you have anything you want to say to us?" Tsunade chimed in. "That's right, Naruto. From the looks of it, you must have known the true identity of the masked man for quite some time, didn't you? Why didn't you tell us directly?" Naruto smiled. "Even if I told you straight out, you wouldn't have believed me. Besides, if I said it openly, Danzo wouldn't have been so easy to deal with." Tsunade listened to the A&B reports from the Hokage's guard detail, confirming that Danzo had been killed by Sasuke and that several key members of Root, Danzo's confidants, were also apparently dead. Tsunade nodded. "I understand." Naruto looked at her and said, "Granny Tsunade, now the internal strife in Konoha should be quelled. With Danzo dead, those two senior advisors who sided with him will probably behave themselves, too." Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "Does this mean it'll be easier for us to communicate directly from now on? As long as we trust you, the whole of Konoha will trust you too. Right, Naruto?" Naruto allowed himself a rare, cunning smile. "As expected of my master." Jiraiya let out a long sigh and said, "Naruto, you really have changed. I never expected that someone as sunny, innocent, and passionate as you would get involved in politics." Naruto replied helplessly, "There was no other way. People can't just live inside their own understanding forever. We all have to grow up eventually." Tsunade took a step forward and said, "Now that there's nothing standing in your way in Konoha, can you tell us why you left the village, and why you did all those things that were so hard for us to understand?" Naruto answered with complete sincerity, "I told you already. It was all to prepare for a true war in a ninja world." Killer Bee stepped forward and declared, "I swear by the name of Kimogakure, and as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, what Naruto says is true." Jiraiya looked at Killer Bee, puzzled. "Why do you trust him so much?" Killer Bee replied, "Because Naruto showed me a vision of the future. Besides, the Eight Tails inside me also believes in Naruto completely, so I trust him too." When Tsunade heard that Naruto could show visions, her interest was instantly piqued. "Naruto, show me too. If it's as you say, I'll rally all of Konoha's strength to support you." Naruto shook his head. "You wouldn't be able to see it. You've never come into contact with the Sage of Six Paths chakra. The only reason Killer Bee can see is because the Eight Tails inside him once touched that power. That's why he can. Besides, the time isn't right yet. The allied Shinobi forces haven't officially come together, and Obito still hasn't truly been dealt with. I still need to remain outside the village, acting as a hypothetical enemy, to help everyone unite even further." Tsunade frowned slightly and lowered her head in thought. Like Itachi, watching over the world from the shadows, Naruto gave her a bright, confident smile. "I'm not Itachi. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. My story will end far better than his ever did." As the crisis facing Konoha faded away, Naruto released his shadow clone technique and let go of the Nine Tails mode. Then he placed a hand on Killer Bee's shoulder, looked around at everyone, and said, "Well, I'll be heading back now. Oh, by the way, Pervy Sage for your arm, maybe. Shizun can use your cells to cultivate a prosthetic with Hashirama's cells. That way, it won't affect your strength in battle. As for you, Kakashi-sensei, let me see if I can come up with a way to get you another Sharingan for your left eye. Sakura, Granny Tsunade, until we meet again." With a whoosh, Naruto whisked Killer Bee away and disappeared. In the white Zetsu base, Obito appeared together with Sasuke and Karen. As soon as they landed, the soft slithering of snakes echoed around them. "You've returned," Kabuto said, pushing up his glasses and looking at Obito. Sasuke frowned. "Kabuto, what are you doing here?" Kabuto chuckled slyly. "If you can be here, Sasuke, why can't I?" Sasuke let out a chilly snort and said, "It seems that after leaving Orochimaru, your strength has grown even greater than before." Hearing Sasuke's rare praise, Kabuto felt a surge of satisfaction deep inside. After all, he had always considered himself Orochimaru's true successor, and he harbored a deep jealousy towards Sasuke. When Sasuke followed Orochimaru, he was treated like royalty. Every resource was poured into him, and only because of that did he become So powerful. Otherwise, how could he have achieved what he has today? As for himself, Kabuto had been left to his own devices, no more than a hired hand. Every step forward was hard-won, gathering power bit by bit, shedding his skin time and again. Only by persevering had he managed to surpass Lord Orochimaru, at least in form. Karen stood just behind Sasuke. After sensing the air, she hurried to his side and said in surprise, "Sasuke, I can feel it. Kabuto's chakra is almost entirely in tune with nature. Only a small trace of it is his own." Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. Then he looked at Kabuto, his brows knitting together. "It seems you really have grown a lot these past few years." The reflection on Kabuto's glasses caught the sinister gleam in his eye. He spoke with excitement. "Naturally, I am no longer a mere snake. I have surpassed Lord Orochimaru and become a true dragon." Sasuke eyed Kabuto's smug expression and couldn't help but wonder if this man had truly gone to Ryuchi Cave to train in Sage Jutsu, just as Naruto had. If that were true, Kabuto had indeed surpassed Orochimaru, since even Orochimaru himself had never managed to fully shed his skin and become a dragon. Obito finally broke in. "All right, enough reminiscing. Let's focus. Let me explain why I've called the two of you here." Sasuke turned to Obito and said, "Aren't you going to clear things up about your identity? Since you're not Uchiha Madara, and since you know Kakashi-sensei, I think it's about time we all got properly acquainted." Kabuto licked his lips and chimed in, "Exactly, this is hardly a secret anymore. As partners, I think a little honesty is in order." Obito fell silent for a few seconds. Then he turned his back to them, removed his mask, and pressed Kakashi's returned Sharingan into place. Thanks to the cells of Hashirama coursing through his body, the eye fused easily with his own. With a shake of his head, Obito let out a heavy sigh. "There, that's much better." He turned around to face Sasuke and Kabuto, saying, "Let's start again. My name is Uchiha Obito, Madara's chosen successor and the one who will carry out the Eye of the Moon plan." A thoughtful expression crossed Sasuke's face. The name sounded vaguely familiar to him, something he almost remembered, yet couldn't quite place. Sasuke no longer danced around the issue with riddles. He went straight to the heart of his doubt. "I want to ask you, where were you on the night the Uchiha clan was slaughtered?" Obito looked at Sasuke and replied, "I was helping your brother, tying up loose ends." Sasuke's brow furrowed. "Wasn't it my brother alone who destroyed the clan?" Uchiha Obito let out a humorless chuckle. "My foolish clansman, do you really think your brother could have eliminated the entire Uchiha clan all by himself, especially when the Konoha police force was on high alert? Do you think he could have managed everything all at once?" Sasuke's hand moved slowly toward the sword on his back. Why? Why didn't you try to stop my brother? Why didn't you try to save our clan?" As Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun into life, Obito's voice turned cold. "Do you really need me to answer that? Be honest, does it sound realistic to you? When I made the deal with your brother, do you think he never once considered joining forces with me to save the clan?" Hearing this, Sasuke fell silent. The hand that had been reaching for his sword dropped back to his side. The resentment in his heart toward Konoha grew even deeper. Kabuto, meanwhile, studied Obito's complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "So you just got your other eye back, didn't you?" Obito made a small, dismissive sound and rubbed his newly recovered eye. "I lent it to someone for many years. Maybe he was finally too racked with guilt, so he returned it to me." Kabuto mused aloud. "That person wouldn't happen to be Kakashi Hatake, would it?" Obito neither confirmed nor denied it. "You've already figured out who I really am, so why bother asking again?" Kabuto smiled faintly, clearly relishing the satisfaction of having the upper hand. After all, this man had spent years hiding behind the name of Uchiha Madara, always shrouded in mystery, always making demands. But when Kabuto summoned the real corpse of Uchiha Madara, the look on this man's face was priceless. Sasuke asked, "Kakashi Hatake, what is he to you?" Before Obito could answer, Kabuto spoke up. He and Kakashi Hatake were once both disciples of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They were in the same squad, just like you. And Naruto. Later, for reasons nobody truly knows, he died during the Battle of Canopy Bridge. That's when Kakashi received the Sharingan, most likely as a gift from him. As Sasuke watched Obito, he noticed that Obito remained silent throughout Kabuto's recounting of his past, as if he had no desire to revisit that chapter of his life. No wonder this man always wore a mask, always hid behind the name of Uchiha Madara. Deep down, he couldn't bear to face his own shameful history. Looking at things this way, Sasuke realized they were the same kind of people. Sasuke gave a faint smile and said, "Isn't this better? The more we understand each other, the better we can work together." When both Kabuto and Sasuke fell silent, Obito spoke up. "Right now, we're about to launch the fourth great ninja war. Let's take stock of our current forces. We have seven-tailed beasts, the white Zetsu army, countless reanimated ninja under Kabuto's command, and the three of us. That's about it. Kabuto asked in confusion. Isn't that enough? Obito let out a sigh. It would have been, but an extremely troublesome person has appeared, disrupting a vital part of my plan. Sasuke sneered. You mean Naruto, don't you? Obito nodded. Yes, he's taken Nagato's Rinnegan, and that's a huge headache. Right now, there's almost nothing we can do about Naruto. At least, I can't truly deal with him anymore. What's more, he's mastered space-time ninjutsu. He can shift the battlefield or escape at will. Kabuto suggested tentatively. How about I revive Madara and let him fight Naruto? Obito looked at Kabuto. Finally, they were getting to the heart of the matter. That's exactly what I had in mind, which is why I sought you out. But I also have another plan. Sasuke asked with curiosity, what plan? Obito turned his gaze to Sasuke. You are the key to this plan. Sasuke stared back, unsure of what Obito meant by that. Obito murmured, as I just said, Naruto took the Rinnegan to control the seven-tailed beasts and the Geto statue. The Rinnegan is absolutely essential. Obito fixed his eyes on Sasuke. Nagato's Rinnegan, the one Naruto now possesses, actually belonged to Uchiha Madara. He chose Nagato because Nagato, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, has powerful life force that can handle the Rinnegan. More importantly, the Uzumaki are actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, so their bodies won't reject the Rinnegan. But you, Sasuke, and also Uzumaki Naruto, both of you carry a chakra within you, one invisible to others. Especially you, Sasuke. The reincarnation chakra in your body is the same as Madara's. That's why I believe we can cultivate a new Rinnegan from you. Kabuto, as if hearing of some groundbreaking experiment, spoke excitedly. You mean to transform Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan? Obito nodded. Yes, Uchiha Madara once succeeded in awakening it. So, I believe Sasuke might also be able to manifest a new Rinnegan. Sasuke frowned. How confident are you? Obito replied, I don't know. It's only a hypothesis. But if you do gain the Rinnegan, you'd be able to command the seven-tailed beasts. At that point, your power would surpass all others in this world. Destroying the Leaf Village, outshining Naruto, it would all be within your grasp. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He wondered to himself, if he acquired such immense power, if he became the strongest person in the world, would he truly destroy the Hidden Leaf? No. Deep within, another idea began to take root in Sasuke's heart. If he were the mightiest beneath the heavens, he would sever all ties, eliminate everyone who knew him, and then unify the ninja world. He would become the sole shadow over all, ruling from the shadows, taking upon himself all the world's hatred, and eradicating anyone who dared to start a war. Only in such a world, he thought, could true peace exist. As Sasuke pondered this, he realized that this was the path his brother had walked, the shinobi way he truly followed. Unconsciously, Sasuke's hatred for the leaf began to transform into a hope to reshape the entire ninja world. All right, I accept your offer, Sasuke declared. Obito, seeing Sasuke's agreement, let a faint smile play at his lips. Then he turned to Kabuto and said, Kabuto, we may need some of your technical expertise for this. So what do you say? Interested in joining us? Kabuto licked his lips and replied, Now that you're showing your true face, even the way you invite people has changed. Not bad. I'm very willing to join this project. After all, nurturing the Rinnegan, such a profound endeavor. Even Lord Orochimaru himself would be hard-pressed to refuse. With his goal achieved, Obito nodded at the two. Come on, I'll take you both to my lab. With that, Sasuke and Kabuto fell in step behind Obito, following him deep into the base. A soft, rustling sound, like earth shifting beneath the surface, heralded Black Zetsu's emergence from the ground nearby. Watching the three figures recede into the distance, Black Zetsu murmured, This kid Obito, sometimes. He's more reliable than Madara himself. Originally, if Obito couldn't handle things, I was planning to nudge Kabuto into reviving Madara. But now it looks like I'll have to make good use of Sasuke as my next piece on the board. Thinking about that rascal Naruto, Black Zetsu felt a surge of irritation. This reincarnation of Ajura is no pushover. He never plays by the rules. In past lifetimes, every Ajura was bright and innocent, almost naive. But this time, he's become so cunning, and even went so far as to snatch Indra's Rinnegan for himself. Black Zetsu frowned, troubled. Because of Naruto, his plan to resurrect Kage had been delayed over and over. Worse still, Naruto had grown so formidable that, even with all the resources at hand, he was nearly impossible to take down. Weighing his options, Black Zetsu considered. If Obito's side fails and Naruto emerges victorious, maybe he could try luring Naruto into his own scheme. After all, for countless generations, he'd always manipulated the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. But Naruto was the only one who'd actually turned to the dark side. Yes, there was potential there. With that, Black Zetsu melted back into the earth, the rustling sound fading away. Meanwhile, in the village hidden by rain, Naruto returned, carrying Killer Bee with him. The Rain Tiger will technique had been active the whole time, so Nagato immediately sensed Naruto's arrival. It's Naruto and the others. They're back, he announced. As soon as Konan heard this, her paper form fluttered into motion, and she sped off. Just as she reached the entrance, she appeared before Naruto. Junior brother, you're back. Seeing who had come, Naruto burst out laughing. Senior sister Konan. Konan smiled warmly. So how did it go? Was the journey smooth? Naruto nodded. I'm pretty satisfied. For the most part, everything went according to my plan. That's good to hear. Nagato stepped out from behind, looking at Naruto. Junior brother, if you hadn't come back soon, your senior sister Konan would have worried herself sick. Konan shot Nagato a glare. You talk too much. Killer Bee stretched his arms, saying, after so many exhausting days, I'm going to take a bath and get some real sleep first. Naruto patted Killer Bee on the shoulder, letting him go. After all, Uncle Bee had been put through the ringer, left waiting all night in the woods. He deserved a break. Konan turned to Naruto. Naruto, I've selected 36 people in the village according to your criteria. They're all teenagers, all locals, born and raised here in the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto nodded. All right, after I meet with Uncle Orochimaru, senior sister, you can take me to see them. Konan nodded. Got it. I'll go gather them now. Without lingering, Naruto walked inside the tower. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory. He pushed open the door and saw Orochimaru deeply focused on his experiments. Naruto didn't say a word. He simply found a stool and sat down to the side. You're back, Orochimaru asked, glancing over. Naruto nodded, then spoke up. How's the progress? Orochimaru sighed. I have some leads, and the foundation is there, but actually carrying out the experiment might be rather challenging. Naruto nodded again. Difficulty is to be expected. After all, this is just a hypothesis of mine. Whether we can truly evolve 10 Sharingan into the Rinnegan depends on fate. Orochimaru set down his tools and looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, sometimes I genuinely admire you. How do you even come up with these ideas? Hearing Orochimaru's incredulity, Naruto smiled slightly. Some things might sound unbelievable, but they're real nonetheless. If I told you I had died once and come back, returned to save the world, would you believe me, Uncle Snake? Orochimaru studied Naruto seriously for a moment. I would. After all, nothing about your actions or your very existence fails to astonish me. Naruto grinned knowingly. Uncle Snake, your thirst for truth far surpasses my own. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, based on the information you provided, even if we cultivate the Rinnegan in your body, we're still missing a suitable vessel. And this vessel, Orochimaru took out the scroll Naruto had given him and glanced at Naruto. Are you planning to bring him back? Naruto, rarely pensive, replied, if my guess is correct, after Obito failed in his attack on Konoha, he now faces the threat of the 5 great nations forming a ninja alliance, as well as the fact that he can't eliminate us. He must be getting desperate, and in his desperation, he'll have to play his trump card. Unfortunately for him, his means of controlling that trump card are my eyes, something he will never be able to take from me. So, he'll definitely think of the same solution I have, cultivating a new pair of Rinnegan. Orochimaru contemplated and said, if it were me, I'd make the same choice. Besides, Kabuto seems to be cooperating with Obito. He'll probably provide him with the necessary biotechnology support. Naruto smiled slightly. That's exactly what I thought. Orochimaru probed instinctively. So what should we? Thinking of Sunagakure, Naruto recalled that Granny Chiyo was also in Kabuto's hands. Otherwise, her reanimation jutsu would have been a very useful technique. Naruto considered having a talk with Kabuto when the time was right, and if that didn't work, he'd have Tsunade quickly assemble the 5-nation alliance and launch an attack on Obito. At that point, the 5 Kage would lead the 5 allied armies, and without the Rinnegan, Obito would be forced to summon Madara as his only option. When that time came, Naruto would make his move. There would be many changes and opportunities along the way. For now, the best thing Naruto could do was focus on the tasks at hand. Let's wait for the right opportunity, he murmured. With that, Naruto stood up and walked outside. Orochimaru gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, so even the ever-proactive Naruto must wait for the wind to rise. Naruto made his way to where Konan was. By now, she had gathered 36 talented children from Amigakure, the youngest 12, the oldest 16. Naruto glanced around, counting there were more boys than girls, 22 boys and only 14 girls. Conan addressed the children. All of them are natives of Amage, born and raised in the village. Their backgrounds are absolutely clean, and their loyalty to heaven is unwavering. One of the bolder boys, noticing Conan whispering with Naruto, began to suspect something and spoke up. "Excuse me, are you the god of pain?" Naruto was about to say he was the god of heaven, but, not wanting to shatter the totem built up in their hearts, he smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm the god of pain you speak of." Immediately, admiration lit up the children's faces. Naruto was immediately moved, because when the third Hokage came to give a lecture at the Ninja Academy, he too had looked up at him with eyes full of admiration. "I have to work hard and become someone like Lord Pain." "Yeah, me too." "Ah, you loser. How could you ever compare to me? I'm the real Lord Pain. Prepare to feel pain." As the child said this, he spread his arms wide, pretending to unleash a grand jutsu. Naruto smiled gently. This little guy really reminded him of his younger, more dramatic self. So he crouched down and spoke. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The boy, thrilled as if his idol had called his name, stammered with excitement. "Are replying to Lord Pain. My name is Yahiko." Naruto's brows furrowed slightly. He turned to look at Conan, who explained, "He's a war orphan. Nagato, and I took him in, and I gave him that name. So that's how it was." Naruto looked at the boy and smiled. "Well, Yahiko, what's your family name?" Yahiko smiled back and replied, "Since Angel's sister adopted me, and I've lived in Amage since I was little, I gave myself a full name, Amage Yahiko." Naruto laughed heartily. What a cheerful, optimistic child. "So, can you tell me why you want to become a god like Pain?" Without hesitation, Yahiko answered, "Because if I become as strong as Lord Pain, everyone in the village will acknowledge me and see how amazing I am." Naruto's smile deepened around his eyes. He stood up, looked at the others, and asked, "How many of you think the same way as Yahiko? Raise your hand." At Naruto's words, the children looked at each other. Once someone raised a hand, the others followed suit, until only a few hands remained lowered. Naruto pointed to those who hadn't raised their hands and asked about their dreams. Among them, a girl named Harasame said, "Actually, I'm not sure I can become someone like Lord Pain. My dream is simple. I want to learn powerful medical ninjutsu. If my friends get hurt, or someone in the village is injured, I want to heal them and protect them." The other boys and girls chimed in, saying they wanted to stand by friends who could become like Lord Pain and protect Amage together. Naruto praised them. "That's great. Finding your own ninja way is the most important thing of all." Then, Naruto turned to those with their hands raised and said, "I want to tell those of you who want to be just like me, it's not by becoming Lord Pain that you earn everyone's recognition. It's by earning everyone's recognition that you can truly become Lord Pain. Do you understand?" When Naruto finished speaking, the 36 people below all slightly opened their mouths in surprise, their eyes fixed on him. In their worldview, those who are strong are always revered and acknowledged by everyone. But Naruto was instilling in them the values of teamwork and the importance of their village. Conan understood that Naruto was establishing the organizational values for the group. Then, Naruto looked at Yahiko of Amage and said, "Yahiko, your name once belonged to a truly outstanding ninja from the Akatsuki. Later, he sacrificed himself while protecting Amage. So, don't let down the name given to you by Sister Angel. Grow up strong and make her proud." Yahiko glanced at Conan in astonishment, a wave of complex emotions rising in his heart. He had always regarded Sister Angel as a mother figure, but he never realized just how meaningful his name was. Meeting Naruto's gaze, he responded with unwavering determination, "I will." Naruto patted him on the shoulder and continued, "In a moment, I'll introduce you all to your coach." Killer Bee looked at the children in front of him, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. "Naruto, you mean you wanted to be their teacher?" Naruto nodded. "Of course. You didn't earn the title Killer Bee for nothing. It would be such a waste not to pass on all your experience. Besides, you've got time on your hands. Why not help me train some new talent?" After saying this, Naruto leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "When the Otsutsuki attack comes, these kids will be the backbone of our defense." Killer Bee's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Naruto gave him a look of absolute certainty. "Would I lie to you? That's why you need to teach them everything you know. Don't hold anything back. Imagine if you kept a few tricks to yourself, and because of that, couldn't save your brother. Wouldn't that be awkward?" Killer Bee was even more taken aback. "Wait, these kids are connected to saving my brother." Naruto nodded once more. Killer Bee thought to himself that he'd better take this seriously. After all, Naruto had traveled back in time. If he said it, it must be true. Seeing Killer Bee's attitude, Naruto was pretty sure he'd succeeded in persuading him. As expected, working with a fellow Jinchuriki could be much easier than with others. Killer Bee trusted the Eight Tails implicitly, and in turn, believed in himself. Why was there such a difference between tailed beasts and their hosts, anyway? Thinking about this, Naruto realized it had been a while since he last chatted with the fox. Just as he was about to return to his room, Killer Bee held up Conan's list and called out, "Naruto, these 36 kids cover all 5 chakra natures. I can't just teach them lightning style, can I?" Naruto glanced over and said, "It's fine. You go ahead and start teaching them taijutsu, assassination techniques, and combat skills. As for ninjutsu, we still have Brother Nagato. He'll handle that. Start with large group lessons for now. After some time, once I bring someone back to life, we'll have more instructors." Killer Bee raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of disbelief. "So, the living instructors aren't enough. You have to go recruiting from the dead?" Naruto returned to his bedroom and lay down, letting his mind drift into the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. "Hey, Kurama. It's been ages since you've seen me. Did you miss me at all?" The Nine Tails lounged inside the gate, one eyelid drooping. Sensing it was Naruto, it didn't even bother to open its eyes. Naruto smiled gently, still as proud as always. In that way, he really was a bit like Sasuke. Naruto swaggered right in, even more at ease than last time. Part of it was because he knew Kurama had started to accept him. After all, whenever Naruto used large amounts of Nine-Tails chakra, his own chakra would gradually merge with Kurama's. Back when Konoha faced the army of 100,000 white Zetsu, Naruto had nearly run out of chakra himself. Far from taking advantage, the Nine-Tails had quietly sent its own chakra over to help him. That meant Kurama was close to accepting what Naruto had been saying all along. And after sparring with Killer Bee, Kurama had sensed the Eight Tails chakra too, realizing that Naruto was constantly connecting with the other tailed beasts as well. Besides, Naruto's own growing strength was the strongest reassurance of all. Naruto stopped right in front of the Nine Tails' head, the hint of a smile on his lips. "Look me in the eye, Kurama, or else I'll treat you to some dumplings." At the mention of dumplings, the Nine Tails couldn't help but recall their last unpleasant experience. "Naruto, you little brat, always bringing up the worst things." The Nine Tails was instantly annoyed. It opened its eyes and got up. But the moment its eyes locked onto Naruto's, it was truly taken aback. Naruto's Rinnegan stared right back at it. "You little." Kurama knew Naruto had the Rinnegan now, but seeing it up close was a shock. Especially since, with those eyes, Naruto wouldn't even need to bribe it with dumplings. He could just control it outright. Realizing this, Kurama began to understand why Naruto was standing before it so defenselessly. For a brief moment, it wondered if it had just spoken a bit too loudly. Naruto sighed. "I just came to visit an old friend. Do you really have to act like this?" Kurama snorted and flopped back down. "You already get to use my chakra for free. What more do you want?" Naruto looked at him and said, "I wanted to discuss something with you. Are you in?" Kurama shot him a sidelong glance. "Not interested." Naruto was taken aback. "I haven't even told you what it is yet." Kurama huffed. "Kid, there's no way it's anything good." Naruto pointed at Kurama and said, "Listen up. You can act all aloof and prideful like Sasuke, but don't take it too far. You're both my closest friends, but just so you know, if you push me too much, I do get angry, and when I'm angry, I might just have to rough you up a bit." Kurama was taken aback when he heard that Naruto actually considered him a dear friend. For a moment, a gentle warmth stirred inside him. Kurama scoffed. "You humans, none of your words are ever true. All you care about is stealing the power of us tailed beasts." Naruto couldn't help but laugh at Kurama's response. "Come on, you're almost convinced by me yourself, yet you're still putting on this act. You don't even believe what you're saying. You accuse me of wanting your power, but you know better than anyone how much I suffered because of you when I was a kid." Kurama fell silent at these words, unable to argue back. Naruto went on. "All right, old friend, let me show you a glimpse of the future." With that, Naruto floated up to Kurama's face. As his Rinnegan began to spin, Kurama's eyes also took on the pattern of the Rinnegan. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into Kurama's mind. What did he see? He saw, during the Great Ninja War, Naruto gazing at him with heartfelt sincerity, confessing that Kurama was no longer just a nine-tailed fox, but, just like the people of the Hidden Leaf, one of his most cherished comrades. And so, he and Naruto truly became one, awakening the full power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto would charge in, full of energy, while Kurama unleashed his power without restraint. What else did he see? He saw himself and Naruto teaming up, taking hit after hit. That guy Sasuke actually entered Kurama's own mind, and even dressed him up in armor. Looking closer, wasn't that the form of Susanoo fused with his own power? And then, what did he see next? He actually tolerated that group of Toad's chakra, feeling it mixed together with his own, and together they faced off against Obito, who wielded the power of the Sage of Six Paths. And then Madara Uchiha, that bastard, actually came back to life. Wait, what's this? The other half of his chakra, sealed inside the fourth Hokage's belly, was released too. Oh no, his precious, pure Nine-Tails chakra was just given away to the other ninja like that. Kurama's chest heaved as he watched, furious and agitated. The scenes flickered rapidly, and Kurama saw himself being pulled out of Naruto's body. His heart clenched tight. Didn't this mean the kid was about to die? Next, he saw himself and the other eight-tailed beast being sealed inside the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Then, the Sage of Six Paths himself appeared. The moment Kurama saw the Sage of Six Paths, it was as if, across the flow of time, the old man was looking back at him too, a gentle smile on his face. Old man, Kurama couldn't help but cry out in his heart, longing to call out and greet him. But the river of time never stops, and the vision moved on. Naruto rescued him, and all the other tailed beasts praised their Jinchuriki. He'd done an amazing job. At this moment, the Nine-Tails felt a gentle warmth blooming inside, like finally finding a true sense of belonging. As it was lost in thought, the scene shifted to the tailed beasts discussing where they go. When the Sage of Six Paths asked where the Nine-Tails intended to go, the Nine-Tails in the vision looked embarrassed and instinctively glanced at Naruto. In reality, the Nine-Tails was also watching the scene unfold. You stand on the bridge admiring the view, while someone else stands on the bridge admiring you. The Nine-Tails watched itself on the screen, and though it could already guess what it might say, it still felt a bit shy. And then, it really did see the moment that made it want to burst out laughing. It chose to stay inside Naruto, under the pretense that would make it easier for the tailed beasts to keep in touch, when in truth, it simply didn't want to part from Naruto. Back in the present, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my!" But the scene shifted again. Years of peace had come to the ninja world, and that brat Naruto had finally achieved his childhood dream of becoming Hokage. He was practically giddy with excitement. Then, he married Hinata. Next, the Nine-Tails watched as Naruto used his multi-shadow clone jutsu, leaving Hinata breathless. But Hinata refused to back down and unleashed her rotation technique. The Nine-Tails was utterly baffled. Why were they going at it so fiercely when they got along so well? Hinata kept crying out as Naruto pressed the attack. Outside, Naruto felt a sense of impending doom and quickly fast-forwarded the scene. In the next instant, just as the Nine-Tails was about to make a sarcastic remark, a little girl with pale eyes appeared. With just one finger, she knocked both Naruto and the Nine-Tails unconscious. The Nine-Tails, watching from outside, winced in sympathy. It looked painful. The scene shifted once more. Now, Naruto and the Nine-Tails were fighting together against the Otsutsuki. For Naruto's sake, the Nine-Tails sacrificed itself, entering the Baryon mode. And then, everything faded to black. With a soft whoosh, the Rinnegan in the Nine-Tails' eyes vanished, and it gasped for air, trying to process all it had seen. Naruto hovered quietly before it, watching and asking, "Well, what do you think?" The Nine-Tails looked up at Naruto, thoroughly bewildered. "You're saying I would die for you?" Naruto nodded seriously. "And we become friends, working together as one?" Naruto nodded again. The Nine-Tails let out a furious roar. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As it spoke, it backed away from Naruto, roaring, "This has to be a Jinjutsu." Naruto followed, calmly replying, "Deep down, you already believe it, so why keep lying to yourself? Besides, you can feel whether this is an illusion or not. The Rinnegan can control tailed beasts, but it can't control your heart and mind. When I traced the river of time, did you feel yourself being controlled?" The Nine-Tails shuddered all over and stopped retreating. Seeing this, Naruto continued, "Old friend, let's join forces again. In our past lives, we lost, but this time we can't afford to fail. Otherwise, all of the sage's efforts will have been for nothing." Hearing Naruto mention the Sage of Six Paths, and recalling the look the old man had just given him, Kurama let out a long sigh and said, "Fine, whatever." Naruto grinned mischievously and jumped straight onto Kurama's back. "Oh, come on, old buddy. You really are stubborn. You know that." Kurama bristled, his fur standing on end. "What are you doing? I just agreed to this, and you're already acting so chummy." Naruto waved his hand, still smiling. All right, I'll give you some space." With that, Naruto floated down from Kurama's back. He lifted his shirt with his left hand, and the seal's key appeared in his right, glowing faintly. He pressed it firmly to his stomach, turned it all the way, and the lock clicked open, one mechanism after another. Then, without hesitation, Naruto pushed the massive gate wide open. Kurama straightened up and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Can't you leave a little distance between us? Close that door. Close it right now." Naruto looked a bit bewildered. Didn't you always say you hated being shut behind that seal? Kurama stiffened his neck and huffed. Well, I've changed my mind, all right? Now I like it. Saying this, Kurama lumbered over himself and pulled the heavy iron gate back up, grumbling as he did so and shooing Naruto away. Go, go, go. Out you go. I've already given you so much chakra, just get out. Naruto let out a hearty laugh and let Kurama close the gate. This time, though, he left it unlocked. The seal was open, and now there was nothing hindering the flow of chakra between him and Kurama. Looking back at Kurama, Naruto could only shake his head with a wry smile before stepping out of the seal's realm. Back in his bedroom, Naruto woke up and stretched languidly, then headed straight for Orochimaru's laboratory. Uncle Snake, busy. Orochimaru glanced up, noticing the unwavering purpose in Naruto's stride, and asked, So, what's on your mind? Off to do something important? A slight smile tugged at Naruto's lips as he looked at Orochimaru. How did you know I came to see you? Because I'm up to something. Orochimaru's lips curled in a subtle grin. Whenever you've set your mind, your footsteps always sound so steady and resolved. Naruto gave Orochimaru a big thumbs up. Sharp as ever, Uncle Snake. Here's the deal. I wanted to see if we could, sneak Itachi out from under Kabuto's nose. Think we could pull that off? Orochimaru smiled faintly. So you finally decided to make a move regarding Itachi? Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before saying, If Kabuto has hidden him away especially well, even I might not be able to find him. After all, we're dealing with someone brought back by Edo Tensei. Naruto pressed on. What about just taking him by force? Orochimaru chuckled. If it were that simple, you wouldn't be here asking me, would you? Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Guess you're right. He was deliberately allowing Kabuto to remain at large. Otherwise, with Naruto's current strength, Kabuto would have been wiped out long ago. However, Naruto and Kabuto did have some history together, and more importantly, Kabuto was a key part of Naruto's plan. The only way forward was to mobilize the allied Shinobi forces and force Kabuto to respond by unleashing those resurrected souls. With that in mind, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, I want to ask you something. Could you explain your living corpse reincarnation technique to me? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Naruto, a sly, wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You naughty brat. Naruto chuckled. Hey, it's just my thirst for knowledge talking. Orochimaru sighed and replied, The living corpse reincarnation technique may be powerful, but has two major drawbacks. First, every few years, the user must find a new, fresh body to possess. That's why you probably noticed I'm always searching for suitable hosts, like Itachi, Sasuke. They've all been targets of mine at one time or another. Second, the technique has a long cooldown period. After using it once, it takes years before it can be performed again. That's also why, in moments of crisis during battle, I often rely on my body-switching jutsu. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. So this living corpse reincarnation really had its intricacies. Orochimaru watched Naruto with an amused smile. So, are you interested? Naruto grinned. Just asking, It never hurts to be prepared, or to keep a few options open. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto sensed one of his flying thunder god markers flaring urgently. His expression shifted as he said, Excuse me, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru nodded, and Naruto vanished with the flying thunder god technique. Naruto landed on the rooftop of Hinata Hyuga's home in Konoha, wondering why Hinata would summon him here of all places. Still puzzled, he immediately used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a member of the Hyuga clan, then jumped down and walked into the main hall. Hinata, you need to think of the Hyuga main family. After all, Hayashi is truly at his wit's end. Inside the hall, Hayashi Hyuga remained silent off to the side. Hinata answered coldly. Let me make this clear. It's impossible. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but Naruto. You. The elders of the Hyuga clan were furious. At this moment, Naruto was a missing nin, and he had even abducted the Eight Tails from the hidden cloud, which had infuriated the Raikage. The Raikage himself had persuaded the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and issued a diplomatic ultimatum to Konoha. Either Naruto returns the Eight Tails, or there must be a political marriage. Otherwise, the formation of the allied shinobi forces would be blocked, and there was even a threat of war with Konoha. Despite Konoha's earnest negotiations and repeated explanations that defeating the Akatsuki was the true priority right now, they could only hope the Raikage would reconsider before making a final decision. But the Raikage, for the sake of his younger brother, had already become nearly crazed. He was determined to get the Eight Tails back, or else he'd go to war. Failing that, he wanted an alliance through marriage, to wed the princess of the Hyuga clan. Naruto watched from the sidelines, his brow slightly furrowed. This old Raikage, has he lost his mind? Didn't that little parting gift I left him leave any impression at all? The Hyuga clan elder continued. Hinata, I watched you grow up. Of course, I wish you didn't have to marry so far away. But there's no other way. Konoha today is not the Konoha it once was. We just survived a great battle. The Akatsuki are always eyeing us hungrily. Though they retreated, they might stage a comeback at any moment. They talk about forming a ninja alliance, but who can guarantee they won't betray us? If Akatsuki and the Village of the Clouds join forces, Konoha would be reduced to ashes, and countless people would lose their homes. Hinata wiped her tears and said, that won't happen. When the time comes, Naruto will step in. There isn't anyone in this world who could defeat him now. Something like that simply won't happen. The clan elder sighed. That would be true if Naruto were still in the village, but he's now a rogue ninja. We have no idea what he's really planning. Can we truly trust a ninja like him? Neji Hyuga disagreed. I don't think Naruto has changed. He's still the Naruto who protects Konoha. After all, the Akatsuki attacked Konoha only to force Naruto's hand by destroying his home. Think about it. If Naruto really didn't care about Konoha, why would he fight back and make such powerful enemies? And if Akatsuki could actually capture Naruto, why would they need to threaten him by destroying Konoha? That just shows even the Akatsuki can't defeat Naruto. Seeing her cousin speak up for her, Hinata was filled with joy. The clan elder glanced at Neji, frowning. When a main house is speaking, the branch family should not interrupt. At the mention of the branch family, Neji's brow drew tight with anger. Hayashi Hyuga coughed and said, enough. I think we should seek the Hokage's counsel before making any decisions. The elder frowned. But Hinata glanced anxiously outside. Why weren't they here yet? Naruto gave a derisive snort, then strode out at a leisurely pace. The Hyuga clan, Konoha's most powerful family, reduced to this, needing women to keep the peace? How dare you? A clansman speaking like that. Those words go against our rules. Such disloyalty cannot be tolerated. Naruto let out a cold snort, dropping all pretense. He released the seal without hesitation, revealing himself beneath the Akatsuki cloak in the Hyuga clan's council hall. Instantly, the entire room was filled with gasps of astonishment. That's Naruto. What is that? Those are the Rinnegan. So this is the Naruto who helped us drive back the enemy. It's him, it's Naruto. Only he's not golden hair this time. You fool, back then Naruto was in Ninetales mode. Now, he hasn't activated it. Naruto glanced around the hall. Many of those present had previously fought alongside his Ninetales mode clone, battling against White Zetsu. Thanks to Naruto's guidance, they had discovered that even the Byakugan couldn't see through White Zetsu's disguises. Naruto nodded in greeting, and those comrades responded with friendly acknowledgement. Naruto-kun. Hinata rushed into Naruto's arms. He embraced her, breathing in the scent of her hair, and gently reassured her, I'm here now. Everything's all right. Neji Hyuga furrowed his brow and, after clearing his throat, walked over. Naruto. Naruto laughed heartily and greeted him. Brother-in-law, your speech was impressive. Neji reddened at the term brother-in-law, feeling a bit embarrassed. Idiot. Baka. I haven't agreed to let you have my sister yet, and you're already calling me that so cheerfully. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. It's only a matter of time. Hinata's heart filled with warmth. Now that Naruto was here, her anxiety vanished, for he was her entire world. Suddenly, the clan elder slammed his cane hard against the floor and shouted angrily. Where did this blonde brat come from? How dare you cause trouble in the Hyuga clan? Naruto's brow tightened, and his Rinnegan swept across the room. In an instant, everyone was struck by an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. The Hyuga clan ninjas, who had seen Naruto's power firsthand, immediately started looking for an escape, whispering to those nearby, I was never here today. Enough. From above, Hayashi Hyuga roared, stepping forward. As clan head, he had no choice. If he didn't intervene, these elders might not make it out unscathed. Glaring coldly at Hinata nestled in Naruto's arms, Hayashi commanded, Hinata, come here. Intimidated by her father's authority, Hinata stepped away from Naruto, but looked back at him. Naruto's gaze didn't waver. He reached out and pulled her back into his embrace. Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto's gesture was a clear declaration of his intent to stake his claim as a future son-in-law. Looking at Hayashi, Naruto thought fondly of the times he'd spent with his father-in-law in his previous life. It hadn't been so bad, after all. Naruto spoke calmly. Uncle, the Hyuga clan is still one of the great families. We can't keep bowing and scraping like this forever. Was the pain the hidden cloud inflicted upon you last time not heavy enough? Hayashi's eyes narrowed as he recalled a deeply unpleasant memory. Years ago, Cloud Ninja had infiltrated the Hyuga estate and kidnapped the young Hinata. When Hayashi discovered this, he killed the Cloud Ninja and rescued Hinata. Yet, in a cruel twist, the Land of Lightning demanded that the culprit's head be handed over in retribution. At the time, the Leaf Village had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War and was even weaker than it is now. With no other choice, the Hyuga clan agreed to the demand. Hayashi's younger brother, Hizashi from the branch family, became a scapegoat and sacrificed himself to save Hayashi. This left Hayashi with a deep sense of guilt that gnawed at his heart. Standing to the side, Niji's mood was equally grim. He understood exactly what Naruto was referring to, and he was firmly against letting his cousin marry into that clan. He could not bear to see such tragedy repeat itself. The elders, too, understood Naruto's words. He was clearly tearing open old wounds, and their patience snapped. One of them barked, "Naruto, let go of her this instant. This is the Hyuga clan's domain. Who are you to cause such a scene here?" Naruto frowned slightly and sighed. "This is really annoying." With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force swept through the room. In a blink, several elders were flung through the air by the power of the Deva Path. They crashed into the wall with a series of heavy thuds, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths as they groaned in pain. Hinata trembled in shock. Though she was grateful to Naruto for standing up for her, those elders had watched her grow up. If they were to die because of her, she would be racked with guilt. Naruto noticed Hinata's worry and reassured her, "Don't worry. I held back my strength, they won't die." Hearing this, Hinata finally eased her mind. But Hayashi could not remain calm any longer. He rebuked sharply, "Naruto, how dare you act so brazenly in the Hyuga clan's home?" Striking the elders was no less than striking at the honor of the entire Hyuga family. Hayashi had no choice but to act. At this critical moment, Niji stepped forward and called out, "Wait, clan head." Seeing that it was Niji, Hayashi paused, his attack halted. He asked, "Niji, are you siding with this outsider Naruto?" Niji shook his head. "Clan head, I want to ask you a question. Are you truly willing to send Hinata away to the Land of Lightning just to appease their rage?" Hayashi looked at his precious daughter, Hinata, and his brow furrowed. "Of course not. It's not just that I can't bear the thought. I'd sooner see the Land of Clouds." His anger boiled over, and with a furious slap, he smashed the nearby table to pieces. The members of the Hyuga clan present all expressed their admiration, marveling at the clan head's mastery of the 8 trigrams palm. It was truly formidable. Niji, his face expressionless, said, "In that case, since the clan head is unwilling, and now that Naruto is here, what do we have to fear?" Hayashi's brows furrowed as he replied, "Niji, what do you mean by that? Don't you realize Naruto right now?" As he spoke, Hayashi cast a meaningful glance at Naruto. Niji nodded, then turned to look at Naruto. "It's true that Naruto's allegiance is currently unclear, but as far as I know, the Hokage hasn't issued any official statement declaring Naruto a rogue ninja, has he? Nor has she sent any pursuit squads after him, correct? On the contrary, in a recent great battle, Naruto took the initiative to help Konoha, fighting alongside our village's ninja against the outside threat. I believe the Hyuga clan's members here are all aware of that." At Niji's words, the Hyuga ninja who had fought beside Naruto all nodded in agreement. Niji went on, "This proves Naruto is still a ninja of Konoha, so there's no question about where his loyalties lie. Besides, my little sister truly loves Naruto, and Naruto loves Hinata as well. They're a perfect match. More importantly, look around, not just those of us here, but in all of Konoha, in all the ninja world, who could possibly stand against Naruto? As for the Cloud Ninja, I have no doubt they're no match for him." With that, Niji looked over at Naruto. Naruto gave Niji a broad, approving smile. Well said. His future brother-in-law's words truly spoke to his heart. Naruto clapped Niji on the shoulder, then turned to Hayashi and said, "Uncle, rest assured, you don't need to worry about the Cloud. I'll have them apologize soon enough." And Niji is right. Right now, even if all 5 Kage came at me together, wouldn't be a problem. If anyone dares to provoke me, one-tailed beast bomb or a Shinra Tensei, and their entire village would be wiped off the map. Honestly, you should be glad. Hinata came to me herself. If I'd found out she'd already married into another clan, I'm telling all of you here, I'd have the Hyuga struck from Konoha's records. No hesitation. As he finished, Naruto released the power of the Deva Path, his entire body radiating a wave of forceful pressure that swept across everyone in the room. What overwhelming pressure! This chakra, it's unbelievable. The Hyuga clan members bowed under the strain, exclaiming in awe. Even Hayashi, an elite among the Jonin, had no choice but to lower his head before Naruto's might. It was a clear sign of just how terrifying Naruto's power had become. As for the clan elders, they simply played dead not even daring to open their eyes. Niji looked at Naruto, the boy who was once considered the dead last, but now had grown this strong. Deep down, he found himself even looking forward to the promise. Naruto made to him back during the Chunin exams. When I become Hokage, I'll change the destiny of your Hyuga clan. A gentle smile appeared on Niji's face. It seemed that the day Naruto would change the fate of the Hyuga clan was no longer far off. Naruto let go of Hinata and looked at her, saying, "Don't worry, just stay home. I'm going to the land of lightning, but I'll be back soon." Hinata nodded, concern written on her face. "Please be careful." Naruto playfully tapped her nose and grinned. "Didn't you hear what Niji said? Right now, who could possibly beat me?" Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To be so sweet with Naruto in front of so many members of the clan, it was a little overwhelming. Niji turned away, unable to bear the sight. No matter how strong Naruto had become, watching him dote on his cousin was still something he found hard to accept. After comforting Hinata and giving Niji a few final instructions, Naruto took off from the spot, heading straight for the Land of Clouds. As soon as he was airborne, he quickly searched for the marker he had left earlier, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport to the border of the Land of Iron. From there, he summoned a giant bird using the animal path, soaring directly toward the Land of Lightning. There was no help for it. When it came to the Raikage, he'd have to pay a personal visit. In the Land of Lightning, the Raikage sat in his office. Below in the hall stood his secretary, Mabui, his right-hand men Durui and C, as well as Samui, Karui, and Omoi. Leaning back in his chair, the Raikage began, "Mabui, how are preparations going for our army?" Mabui, holding the report in her hands, replied, "Other than a shinobi assigned to protect the daimyo and those left to guard the village, all combat-ready shinobi have already assembled." The Raikage grunted his approval, satisfied, and turned to Darui. "Slacker, how's the unit integration coming along?" Darui answered, "Boss, the medical team, sensory squad, combat troops, and logistics guard unit have all been organized. I've already appointed their respective captains." The Raikage gave a nod. He could always trust Darui to get things done. Next, the Raikage turned to C. "C, you'll continue to lead the sensory unit. That way, I can be sure our Cloud Shinobi will be safe." C answered, "Yes, Lord Raikage." Karui stepped forward, concern on her face. "Lord Raikage, what about our master?" Omoi echoed her worry. "Yeah, he may not have fallen into the Akatsuki's hands, but this Naruto, he's no pushover. What if he sets his sights on our master's 8 tails?" Samui shifted her weight, massaging a sore shoulder from standing too long. C frowned and said, "I think Lord Killerby must have been deceived. Otherwise, he would never willingly follow Naruto." The Raikage snorted and said, "He just wants to go out and have fun, refusing to return to the village. And because of this, that bastard Naruto, I don't know what trick he used, but he somehow managed to fool my naive little brother and lure him away." As he spoke, the Raikage's anger flared up once more. Darui asked, "So, should we keep putting pressure on the Hidden Leaf?" The Raikage nodded. "Exactly. The monk may escape, but the temple stays put. If I can't find Naruto, I can still find his village. By the way, Mabui, have we received any reply to the diplomatic letter we sent to the Hidden Leaf?" Mabui replied, "There's been no response so far." C stepped forward, concern in his voice. "Lord Raikage, according to our reports, a few days ago, that masked man Uchimadara led tens of thousands of white Zetsu in an attack on the Hidden Leaf. In the end, Naruto led the village and repelled them." The Raikage frowned slightly. Karui exclaimed in surprise, "Is Naruto really that strong?" Omoi added, "Then do we even stand a chance against him?" Karui punched Omoi on the head and scolded, "Idiot! What nonsense! No matter how strong Naruto is, he can't compare to Lord Raikage." Darui watched from the side, secretly thinking, "Honestly, maybe our boss really can't beat Naruto." C continued, "Moreover, those white Zetsu can absorb chakra from ninja and transform. Ordinary sensors can't detect them at all." At first, the leaf was completely on the back foot. There were disguised enemies everywhere among the ninja. But once Naruto joined the battle, the situation turned around. Darui pressed, "Naruto can actually root out those imposters?" C nodded. "Yes. When Naruto enters the Nine-Tails chakra mode, he can find every disguised white Zetsu. He then sends out numerous shadow clones to team up with the Leaf's ninja, forming squad after squad. Before long, they wiped out the white Zetsu. Incredible." Karui gasped in awe, while Omoi let out an even deeper sigh. C looked at the Raikage and said, "And, Lord Raikage, from this war we can clearly see that Naruto truly cares about the Hidden Leaf. No matter why he left or why he killed Danzo, whenever the village is in danger, Naruto will step in. So, threatening the Hidden Leaf to force Naruto to accept our conditions, that plan is correct. However, there's one aspect of our threats that we might have overlooked. The Reikage frowned. What is it? C hesitated, clearly troubled. I only learned of this recently, but the Hyuga clan we've been threatening may not be as obedient as before. That's because the Hyuga heiress, Hinata, is Naruto's chosen one. When Darui heard this, he sighed and muttered, "We're doomed." The Reikage clenched his teeth, worry etched across his face. See, his advisor continued, "What concerns me is that Konoha may treat us with utmost respect. After all, our strength is undeniable, and the allied Shinobi forces need our support. But Naruto is another matter entirely. He might ignore diplomatic niceties and come straight to the land of lightning to cause trouble. What's more, Lord Killer B isn't even on our side right now. If conflict does break out." Karui, bristling with anger, snapped, "What are we afraid of? We still have Lord Reikage with us, and so many elite jonin in the Hidden Cloud Village. Is Naruto really strong enough to take us all on by himself?" The moment Karui finished speaking, Darui, C, and the Reikage fell into a heavy silence. They had all witnessed the farewell gift Naruto had left behind, a gift so terrifying, none could easily forget it. C looked at Karui and said, "You haven't seen Naruto's power for yourself, so you may not understand. Yes, the Hidden Cloud is strong enough to face him in battle, but our village simply cannot withstand the scale of Naruto's attacks." Darui sighed. Even Lord Kazekage's ultimate defense couldn't withstand that kind of assault. If such an attack were unleashed here, years of our village's hard work would be wiped out in an instant. Hearing these words, the Reikage shot to his feet in a fury, slamming his fist down on the table. "I absolutely will not allow Naruto to destroy my village." With a thunderous crash, the granite marble table shattered into pieces. Mabui pressed a weary hand to her forehead and let out a sigh. She had lost count of how many desks had been broken in the office by now. As the discussion continued, the doors to the Reikage's office suddenly burst open. A flustered shinobi rushed in, shouting, "Lord Reikage, we have a situation. Someone has invaded the village." The Reikage's eyes blazed with anger as he roared, "What did you say?" C reacted immediately, reaching out with his sensory skills and connecting to the village's defense system. Through the cloud's barrier, could sense it clearly. Someone was striding boldly into the village, completely disregarding the lightning attacks raining down from the sky. Focusing even more intently, he noticed an invisible shield shimmering around the intruder, fending off the full force of the defense system. "This can't be," C gasped in shock. The Reikage turned to him and demanded, "What is it, C?" C opened his eyes, voice tense. "The one we were just talking about. He may have arrived." The room was instantly gripped by shock and disbelief. High above, Naruto hovered in midair over the Hidden Cloud Village, suspended between the clouds and the mountain peaks. Back in the Reikage's office, after hearing C's report, the Reikage's heart pounded with a mix of anger and dread. He could hardly believe it. Naruto himself had really come. Reikage twisted his body, vaulting over the sofa behind him. With a crash, he shattered the glass window and leapt straight out. C followed, right on his heels. Darui hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. "Forget it, I'll skip the stairs this time. Just this once, I'll take the wild route." Omoi, Darui, and Samui followed close behind. Mabui looked at the broken glass, shook her head, then turned to the reporting ninja behind her and said, "Have the logistics department send up another set of marble tables and replace the outer window glass." With several swift whooshes, Reikage soared through the window in a blur, landing at the very center of the village. At a glance, he spotted Naruto standing in midair, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. C caught up, and seeing Naruto's stance, he turned pale and stammered, "Reikage-sama, that jutsu." Darui drew his greatsword, eyes wide. "Don't tell me. Naruto's going to use that technique." Dodai had already led the ninja squad to the scene and launched a probing attack, but the opponent had yet to respond, choosing instead to evade combat. Watching Naruto, who was being assailed by lightning from above, Dodai turned to the Reikage and reported, "Reikage-sama, the intruder is Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf. So far, he hasn't launched any attack against our village." Naruto smiled faintly and looked at Dodai. "No need for introductions, Uncle Dodai. Reikage-sama knows me all too well." Omoi unsheathed his blade, shouting at Naruto, "Naruto, you get my master back." Darui hushed him quietly. "Keep it down. Didn't you hear C say? Naruto's really dangerous." Omoi threw a punch in Darui's direction and bellowed, "Coward, out of my way." Samui frowned. "Enough. Stay behind the Reikage, await orders, and get ready for battle." Reikage fixed his gaze on Naruto. "Naruto, where's my brother?" "He's with me, helping me with something." "What?" Naruto answered, his face expressionless. Reikage ground his teeth. I have only one demand. Return my brother to me. That way, Cloud and the Leaf can keep working together, and I'll let everything else slide, including your rogue Sasuke. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Your brother chose to follow me. That was his decision, and it was also for the sake of Cloud's future, and yours. If you can't see what's coming, I won't blame you. But your diplomatic message to the Leaf crossed a line I cannot forgive. As he spoke, an overwhelming sense of authority erupted from Naruto, radiating outward. In an instant, even the lightning raining down on him was deflected. For the first time, the Cloud Ninja present truly felt the power of Naruto's chakra. What incredible chakra! This pressure, it's even more terrifying than Lord Killer Bee when he lets loose. So this is the power of Konoha's Jinchuriki. No, this is the power of the Rinnegan. He hasn't even tapped into the Nine Tails yet. What? After the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Cloud Village became the foremost military power in the Shinobi world, reigning as a dominant force. The presence of so many Jonin and Chunin here today made it clear just how formidable the village's core strength was. This was also why Konoha had chosen to compromise in the past, even at the cost of sacrificing Hyuga Hisashi from the Hyuga clan. But today, for the first time, the Shinobi of the Hidden Cloud felt a crushing sense of oppression, one born purely from overwhelming strength. It was deeply shocking. Dodai could feel the pressure emanating from Naruto, and inside, he was reeling. He had heard tales of Naruto before, but never imagined he could wield such terrifying power. He couldn't help but glance toward the village's greatest pillar, Reikage. With Killer Bee absent, the only top combatant left in the village was the Reikage himself. See, having already briefed Reikage, ensured he knew Naruto's purpose for coming here. Reikage bellowed, his voice echoing with fury and resolve. You were the first to cross me. You took my brother, and so I had to respond with diplomatic measures. I know how strong you are, Naruto. You could wipe out my village in an instant. But let me tell you this. If you dare invade the village of Clouds today, tomorrow I'll march on Konoha myself and make sure you have no home to return to. The Reikage's bold declaration instantly electrified the Hidden Cloud Shinobi. The fear that Naruto's presence had instilled in them was swept away, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. We'll defend our village to the death. We'll follow Lord Reikage to the end. Long live Lord Reikage. Any who threaten our village will pay, no matter how far they run. Seeing the shinobi of his village roused to a fever pitch, the Reikage's battle instincts flared once again. He glared fiercely at Naruto. Naruto, unimpressed, gave a slight, mocking smile and said casually, Reikage, have you always been this bold? In that fleeting moment, as Reikage met Naruto's scornful gaze, it was as if he caught a glimpse of the fourth Hokage. Years ago, he too had looked at him with just such calm indifference. Damn these cocky blondes. If you've got the guts, come down here and fight me. Don't just rely on your Rinnegan. Naruto, what's so great about having the sage's eyes, anyway? If you can really beat me hand to hand, I'll admit you're the better man. Reikage sputtered, his anger barely contained. Naruto chuckled, his tone light and cheerful. Oh, you like a good brawl? Perfect. I was thinking the same thing. Let's see which is tougher, the body of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or the physical prowess of someone who's mastered the lightning release breathing technique. As he spoke, Naruto slowly began to descend. Reikage eyed him warily. You really intend to take me on face to face? Naruto grinned and said, You said it yourself. If you lose the fight, you'll acknowledge my strength. The Reikage let out a hearty laugh, thumping his chest. Deal. The Reikage, swear that as long as you don't use the Rinnegan in our match, if I lose, you can ask anything of me. As long as it doesn't go against the interests of the village, I'll agree to it. Naruto's expression grew serious. Do we have a deal? The Reikage replied, My word is as solid as iron. With that, the Reikage glanced at Tutai and said, Tutai, go and disable the village's defenses. I'm going to have a decisive battle with Naruto. Tutai was shocked. Lord Reikage, isn't this a bit risky? We don't know how many enemies are out there. If someone sneaks in while you're fighting. The Reikage cut him off with a bark. Just do as I say. Enough with the pointless talk. After giving the order, the Reikage shot Naruto a look filled with both resignation and a hint of complaint. He really doesn't need all those flashy tricks. If he used the Rinnegan, the Hidden Cloud would already be nothing but rubble. No defense could stop him. Damn, Konoha isn't even that strong, but they sure keep producing freaks. Tutai looked at Naruto in awe. Was this guy really that powerful? Wasn't he only 16? Even Lord Reikage seemed at a loss when dealing with him. Once the Reikage command was given and Tutai carried it out, the Cloud Village's defenses powered down. The lightning that had been crackling above Naruto's head also faded away. The Reikage spoke up. The defenses are down for you. You're not allowed to use the Rinnegan's protective powers or any of its other abilities. Naruto replied, no problem at all. With that, he shrugged off his heavy coat, turned to the Raikage, and asked, so, how do you want to do this? The Raikage looked Naruto up and down. Follow me. There's a training platform outside the village. It'll give us space to fight. With those words, the Raikage sprinted ahead. Naruto, true to his word, didn't use the Rinnegan and simply ran after him. The Raikage glanced back at Naruto and said, kid, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, you're the first to actually challenge me. Even that crazy Sasuke from your village only dared fight me with Susanoo and the Rinnegan. Otherwise, one of my lightning bombs would send him flying. Naruto let out a little laugh, then recalled what the Raikage had once said when intercepting him in his previous life. He replied, but wasn't there someone called the Yellow Flash who once fought you? It was as if Naruto had pressed on an old wound. The Raikage looked a bit embarrassed. The fourth Hokage was just fast, that's all. I couldn't catch him, but if it had come down to a straight fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Naruto feigned surprise. But Lord Raikage, isn't your speed what you're most proud of? The Raikage glared at him, eyes blazing. Kid, do you even know how to talk? If not, just keep your mouth shut. Angered, the Raikage activated his cells, surging ahead with a burst of speed, leaving Naruto several paces behind. Naruto gave a slight smile. Trying to challenge me to a race out of spite. Huh? Kurama, stop napping. Time to get to work, he shouted inwardly. In an instant, the Nine-Tails chakra surged through him, forming a golden cloak, his powerful mode. Like a flash, he dashed forward. Those trailing behind, C, Darui, and the others, were stunned. Darui exclaimed, boss just sped up. C added, looks like he wants to show Naruto who's boss in a test of speed. I wonder, what Naruto's thinking, going head-to-head with our boss. In a ninja world, when it comes to physical prowess, no one dares claim second place if the Raikage says he's first. But this speed? What the? C's eyes widened in disbelief. Samui, standing nearby, said in awe, it's just like the yellow flash of the leaf. In no time, the Raikage arrived at the training ground. As he landed, he turned back with a confident smile, only to see a streak of golden light shoot past and land a dozen meters ahead of him. Lord Raikage, is this the place you meant? Naruto called out. It turned out that the spot Raikage had brought Naruto to was none other than Thundercloud Gorge, where Killer Bee had trained before. Raikage A's pride evaporated instantly. He clenched his teeth, glaring at Naruto, thoroughly annoyed. To think there was someone else who could match the speed he was so proud of. As he considered what techniques Naruto might have up his sleeve, Raikage eyed him and said, oh, and one more thing, almost forgot. You're not allowed to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto stretched, tossing aside his heavy cloak. That's fine. I wasn't planning on using it anyway. Honestly, you're just a test for me, to see how strong my body's gotten lately. How arrogant. Raikage roared, activating his strongest cellular enhancement. With one swift motion, he ripped off his shirt, muscles rippling, hair standing on end like a storm. Naruto sighed. Hey, we were having a civilized conversation. Why are you suddenly stripping? Without another word, Raikage lunged forward, stomping with such force that the ground shattered beneath him, his fist rocketing toward Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. His body tore through the air at such speed that it created a deafening shockwave, trailing a cloud of compressed air behind him. It was a testament to just how fast and how powerful Raikage truly was. Naruto stood his ground, eyes fierce, orange markings blooming across his face. Sage mode. Deep within the seal, Kurama snorted in annoyance. In Sage mode, Naruto's senses sharpened beyond belief, reading every movement of his opponent. As Raikage's mighty fist hurtled toward him, Naruto focused, his right hand swelling with Nine-Tails chakra, growing larger, bracing himself for a direct clash with a thunderous crash. The Raikage's heavy fist slammed into the massive Nine-Tails formed hand of Naruto, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across the area. The force was so intense that Killer Bee, Darui, Karui, and the others who had just arrived instinctively ducked and braced themselves. What an incredible clash! That Naruto guy actually took Lord Raikage's punch head-on. Darui watched the battle in the arena, his excitement barely contained. As someone who also specialized in physical strength, witnessing such a pure and brutal contest of raw power made his blood race with exhilaration. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, that's some serious power. The Raikage snorted coldly. That was just the beginning, kid. With those words, he leaped high into the air. Darui grinned and called out, boss is going to use the heavy violent current. Sure enough, taking advantage of his aerial momentum, the Raikage raised his left leg, gathering energy, then swung it down with all his might. Raging Thunder Axe. With a mighty blow, his foot came crashing down. Though the rakeage speed was formidable, Naruto, in his Nine Tails mode, was fast enough to rival even the flying. Thunder God technique at close range. Dodging this attack was well within his ability. But Naruto didn't even try to evade. Fired up, he shouted, "Bring it on!" His hands transformed with the power of the Nine Tails, growing larger as he crossed them above his head to block. Seeing this, the rakeage's eyes flashed with fury, interpreting Naruto's stance as blatant disrespect. He roared, "Die!" With another explosive impact, the rakeage's heavy kick landed squarely on Naruto's crossed arms. Naruto let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood running down his lip, and his feet were driven deep into the ground. The earth at his feet shattered, splintering in all directions from the force. "Now that's what I call a fight. This is awesome," Naruto bellowed, flinging his arms upward to hurl the rakeage away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, it was clear from the bruises on his hands that the blow had left its mark. Omoy stared in disbelief. "He's still standing after that?" Darui exclaimed. "Naruto's incredible." Samui nodded in agreement. To take two of Lord Raikage's ultimate moves at such close range and keep standing, his body is nearly as tough as the Raikage's. Darui laughed from the sidelines. If Naruto keeps taking these hits without using the Rinnegan, he's not going to last much longer. Killer Bee watched the scene intently. After Naruto withstood the blows, the signs of injury were obvious. The blood on his lips and the bruises on his arms made that clear. Bee felt relieved at first, knowing the Raikage's attacks were effective, but his relief didn't last. "What's that?" Bee exclaimed in surprise. Darui turned to him. "What is it, Bee? Did you notice something?" Sure sensed the situation on the battlefield and was shaken to the core. Naruto is recovering rapidly from the wounds inflicted by Lord Raikage's attack. How was that possible? Almost everyone present cried out in astonishment. Shure's expression grew grave, his eyes fixed intently on Naruto's arms, where the bruises were fading right before their eyes. This guy can actually heal himself so quickly. Kitsuchi, ever experienced and composed, spoke up calmly. "It might be connected to the chakra of the Nine Tails. Remember, Lord Killer Bee also heals quickly after being injured." In the arena, Naruto rolled his shoulders, facing Raikage with a devil-may-care smile. "Looks like it's my turn to put on a show." Raikage was secretly taken aback. This Naruto is far stronger than Sasuke. He thought back to the 5 Kage summit, when he fought Sasuke. After just 2 big moves, Sasuke was already on the brink of collapse, and if not for Gaara stepping in to save him, he would have finished Sasuke off himself. But now, looking at this Naruto, he's taking every blow head-on. This kid is really treating me like a whetstone to sharpen himself. Fuming but ready for battle, Raikage braced himself. With a sharp cry, Naruto summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails behind him, conjuring 4 enormous, fox-like arms that lunged straight at Raikage. One swipe, then another. Raikage dodged back and forth, letting out a cold laugh. "Naruto, with that speed, you think you can catch me?" Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. The 2 massive chakra arms slammed into the ground, propelling his entire body forward at blinding speed. He soared into the air, while the other 2 chakra arms clenched into fists mid-flight, and, before Raikage could react, thundered down on him with unstoppable force. With a tremendous crash, Raikage was sent flying like a shuttlecock smashed by a powerful stroke, rocketing through the air like a missile and plunging straight into the lake at the center of the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. The impact sent a huge wave crashing over the surface of the water. Sure gasped in shock. Lord Raikage was sent flying. Darui frowned, concern clear in his voice. "This isn't good." Naruto, supported by his 4 chakra arms, leapt high into the air. In the next moment, he began weaving hand signs at lightning speed, and suddenly, the whirling roar of wind echoed across the entire battlefield. Kitsuchi watched Naruto as he formed the technique, his eyes wide with surprise. "Is that a jutsu like the tailed beast ball?" Sure cried out. "No, it's wind style, Raisin Shuriken. That technique is the perfect counter to lightning style." Darui, staring at the lake where Raikage still hadn't emerged, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, watch out." Omoy was about to dash in to help, but Karui yanked him back. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I can't just stand by and watch Lord Raikage get beaten like this." Samui's voice cut through the chaos. "No one's allowed to interfere. Lord Raikage said it himself. This is his duel with Naruto. No one else is to get involved." Hearing this, Omoy, furious, swung a punch at Karui. Meanwhile, deep within the lake, the Raikage, who had been knocked to the bottom, erupted in a surge of rage. Massive lightning chakra burst forth recklessly, forcing the water to retreat from the center of the lake and blasting open a clearing. The Raikage roared wildly. "Naruto, you little brat. I'm going to crush you. No sooner had he shouted than he heard a sharp, buzzing whoosh slicing through the air, closing in fast. Wind-style, Raisin Shuriken. With a piercing sound, the Raisin Shuriken hurtled toward him, carried by a giant hand made of nine-tails chakra, speeding straight ahead. Inoki frowned slightly. That wind-style, can't he throw it? See, analyzing the situation, replied. He probably can, but maybe Naruto wants to be extra sure this time. The Reikage watched the wind-style technique speeding toward him. With a dismissive smirk, he sidestepped at the last moment, then pushed off with force, his entire body clad in lightning armor, and sprang straight at Naruto. Kid, with your speed, you'd better go home and train for another 2.5 years before trying to fight me again. Naruto smiled calmly and replied, I know. Everyone called Reikage-sans are supposed to be really fast, right? As he spoke, the nine-tails chakra hand quickly retracted, then twisted around, reflecting the Raisin Shuriken straight back at the Reikage. Inoki gasped in astonishment. Naruto predicted the Reikage's speed. He planned this from the very start. He gritted his teeth. What a cunning guy. Darui added gravely. This kid's tactical analysis is really impressive. In midair, the Reikage could feel the Raisin Shuriken closing in from behind. He didn't panic. Instead, he clapped his hands together at lightning speed, channeling his chakra to fire a burst of compressed air, a shockwave, that propelled him sideways in a split-second maneuver. Omoi cheered ecstatically. Well done, Lord Reikage. Let's see what Naruto does now. He's going to hit himself with his own jutsu. Karui was amazed as well. Lord Reikage's taijutsu is incredible. He can coat his hands with lightning chakra, create intense friction with the air, and when his palms meet, it forms a pressurized blast that lets him dodge sideways. Darui grinned slyly. Don't forget, the boss's taijutsu is among the best in the shinobi world. With a faint smile, the Reikage looked over at Naruto, thinking, let's see how you get out of this one, kid. But in that instant, Naruto had already finished weaving hand signs. With a loud pop, two shadow clones appeared in midair, grabbing the massive nine-tails chakra hand behind Naruto and hurling him forward. As Naruto flew through the air, the chakra hand on his right caught the rebounding Raisin Shuriken in mid-spin. With a wicked grin, he taunted, at this distance, Lord Reikage, there's no escaping now. With a sharp whir, Naruto powered up the wind-style Raisin Shuriken and flung it straight at the Reikage, a distance of 5 or 6 meters. There was simply no time for the airborne Reikage to dodge again. He was struck directly by the Raisin Shuriken and, with a resounding crash, was sent hurtling into the lake. Immediately after, the wind-style Raisin Shuriken exploded and a massive sphere of wind chakra formed at the scene. A wild gale roared forth, and countless blades of wind, like invisible knives, sliced through everything in their path, filling the air with a sharp, shrill whistling. The ground around was fractured, water spraying everywhere. Realizing the danger, Darui quickly formed hand seals. Earth-style, Earth Flow Shield. A wall of earth rose in front of the group, but no sooner had it formed than a huge chunk was sheared off. Darui cried out in alarm. What incredible wind-style power is this? See, full of worry, exclaimed Lord Reikage. Kitsuchi formed a seal as well. Lava-style, protective membrane. With a breath, he sprayed out a resilient shield that reinforced Darui's earth wall. He turned to reassure everyone, don't worry. Lord Reikage's body is anything but fragile. He can withstand this at least. Only after the immense wave of wind chakra subsided did the group dare peek out. In the middle of the lake, bubbles surged to the surface. Then, battered and bedraggled, Reikage emerged, half kneeling atop the water, gasping for breath. Wind style naturally counters lightning style. It's a matter of elemental advantage. Reikage's physique was formidable, though the intense wind style had left a dozen or so slashing wounds, it hadn't brought him down. Still, being beaten so thoroughly was a bitter pill to swallow, especially for someone as proud as Reikage. Naruto landed lightly on the water a dozen meters away, smiling at the Reikage. Well, Lord Reikage, how was that? Reikage stood up and looked at Naruto. Naruto, you are indeed very strong. To earn praise from someone as proud as the Reikage, Naruto had truly fought for it. He grinned. Thank you for the compliment. Reikage snorted. It's a pity my little brother isn't here. Otherwise, you'd only be relying on the nine-tails chakra. Without it, you wouldn't stand a chance. Reikage knew that such a powerful wind-style technique must have consumed a massive amount of chakra. After using it, it should be impossible to remain as unaffected as Naruto appeared now. What's more, as a seasoned fighter, Reikage had quickly noticed after exchanging a few big attacks, Naruto recovered at an astonishing rate. How could anyone fight against that? Tough, seemingly endless chakra. It was a battle of attrition that Reikage was destined to lose. Seeing defeat looming, Reikage began to plot a different course. Hearing his complaint, Naruto replied helplessly, "Then tell me, what would it take for you to accept defeat?" Reikage realized that this hot-headed Naruto had fallen for his ploy. With a cold snort, he said, "Unless you fight me without using the Nine-Tails chakra, rely only on your own jutsu, then I'll admit your strength." Naruto let out a wordless snort, then waved his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. I'll do as you ask." With that, he dispelled the Nine-Tails chakra mode. From a distance, Darui chuckled. "Oh, out of Nine-Tails chakra, already." She, sensing the scene, spoke up. "No, that's not it." Naruto withdrew it on his own. Dodai frowned slightly, wondering what Naruto was up to. Meanwhile, the Reikage, seeing that Naruto had actually deactivated the Nine-Tails chakra mode, couldn't contain a surge of excitement. But he kept it hidden, instead putting on a righteous front. "Naruto, let me make this clear. This isn't about winning unfairly. The power of the tailed beast chakra never belonged to humans in the first place. Using it is no different from cheating. Only when we fight each other with nothing but the ninjutsu we've trained in ourselves does it count as a true head-to-head contest, a real showdown. That way, the loser will admit defeat wholeheartedly, and the winner will stand proud and honorable." Finishing his speech, the Reikage wore a rather smug expression. Naruto nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right. I promise I won't use the Nine-Tails chakra. But you have to promise me one thing as well." The Reikage grinned. "Go ahead, name it." Naruto pointed at him. "If I can defeat you without using the Rinnegan or the Nine-Tails chakra mode, you must keep your promise, agree to my request, and apologize to the Hidden Leaf." The Reikage swept his hand grandly and replied, "I, the Reikage, always keep my word. Likewise, if you lose, I get to decide what happens to you. How about it?" Naruto replied with a confident smile. "No problem." Then he gestured, "Hold on. I need to call a witness." Naruto waved and shouted, "Uncle Dodai, could you come over for a moment?" Hearing his name called, Dodai, though puzzled, still walked over. After hearing what Naruto said, Dodai glanced at the Reikage, who looked quite displeased. "Naruto, what's the meaning of this? Do I look like someone who'd break a promise?" Naruto replied with a helpless smile, "Sorry, Lord Reikage, but you have to admit, the Cloud has pulled some questionable moves over the years." As he spoke, Naruto took out 2 scrolls, quickly wrote the terms of their agreement on them, and signed them with his chakra signature. He then handed them to Uncle Dodai. "Sorry for the trouble." Dodai took the scrolls and passed one to the Reikage, saying, "Lord Reikage, is this really?" The Reikage shot him a glare, then took the scroll and added his chakra signature as well. The agreement was now official, with a copy for each party. Dodai let out a sigh, took the Reikage scroll, glanced once at Naruto, and then quietly slipped away. Back on Darui's side, C, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "What's going on? Looks like you're signing something." Totai handed him the document, saying, "See for yourself." C took it and scanned through at lightning speed. Just a few seconds later, his eyes widened in shock. Is Naruto out of his mind? Darui took the paper for a look as well. He shook his head with a heavy sigh. It's like cutting off your own right and left hands, just to fight the Reikage." Omoi and Karui crowded around to take a look. After a few moments, Karui scratched her chin and muttered, "Why do I feel like Lord Reikage is really taking advantage of him?" Omoi gave Karui a smack on the arm. "Naruto brought this on himself. Who told him to trick our master away?" Totai's gaze returned to the young man in the arena. He was truly baffled. What exactly was Naruto up to, and why would he dare to place such a reckless bet? In the arena, a heavy silence hung in the air for nearly a full minute. Reikage had recovered entirely, his chakra condensed and brimming once more. He fixed Naruto with a cold stare and said, "Kid, I won't be holding back in the next round. Prepare yourself. Whether you live or die is your own choice. With that scroll you just signed, even if I kill you, not even Tsunade could hold it against me." Naruto said nothing, his eyes still shut in silent concentration. Reikage snorted, his voice brimming with disdain. Lightning chakra exploded from his body, his cells humming with power. His lightning armor surged to life once again. Then Reikage extended his right arm, chakra swirling as it gathered to a point. C sensed the shift in the air, his voice tinged with awe. Is Lord Reikage about to use that technique? Totai's eyes widened in alarm. It's the Hell Stab, 4-fingered spear hand. As a confidant to the third Reikage, Totai instantly recognized the jutsu Reikage was preparing. When he saw the number of fingers extended, it was just one. Hell Stab, 1-fingered spear hand. It seemed Lord Reikage had put in a great deal of effort behind the scenes. After all, The Hell Stab was a lightning-style taijutsu created by the third Reikage himself. A thrust like a bolt of lightning, said to pierce through any defense. And the fewer fingers used, the more refined the technique became, with a smaller contact area. The force was concentrated, resulting in terrifying penetrative power. That's why it was called the strongest spear. But of course, with each finger reduced, the difficulty of mastering the technique soared to a new level. Clearly, the fourth Reikage had endured grueling training to master his father's jutsu. Back in the arena, Naruto opened his eyes, vivid orange markings deepening around them as the natural energy within him reached its zenith. He looked at Reikage's stance and gave a wry, self-mocking smile. Looks like storing up this much chakra was a bit of a waste. Then, Naruto formed a hand sign. With a sharp bang, a shadow clone appeared beside him and immediately began to form a Rasengan. When the Reikage heard Naruto say that storing up so much chakra was a bit of a waste, he thought the comment was aimed at him. Instantly, he flared up and shouted, "Naruto, back in the land of iron. After being shocked by your little gift, I returned to the village and, aside from attending meetings, spent all my time training. All of it was to master this powerful jutsu. Today, I'll show you what it means to cut through anything." As he spoke, Reikage sprang into action. In a sharp, swift motion, he lunged forward, his right arm raised with a single finger thrusting ahead. The strike seemed poised to pierce through anything in its path, even slicing through the very air, which buzzed loudly from the force. Naruto, with his Rasengan at the ready, dismissed his shadow clone and focused all his attention on the oncoming Reikage. In the distance, Darui watched Naruto, shaking his head and muttering, "Man, I just hope Lord Reikage doesn't accidentally kill Naruto. Otherwise, we'll have a hard time explaining things to the folks in Konoha." See, sensing the chakra on the battlefield, looked on in confusion. That's just a regular Rasengan. What is Naruto up to? Kitsuchi furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto wasn't as simple as he appeared. Ever since the contract was signed moments ago, a vague sense of unease had lingered in his heart, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. In the arena, Reikage's Hell Stab was already mere inches from Naruto's face. At that critical moment, Naruto moved. Guided by the frog's senses in sage mode, Naruto's perception of danger was razor-sharp, his reflexes lightning-fast. He dodged the thrust effortlessly. Reikage was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Naruto, without the power of the Nine Tails, to react so quickly. He was just about to pivot and attack again when Naruto launched his counterstrike. Naruto aimed straight for Reikage's arm and drove a Rasengan into it. With a heavy thud, the force of the Rasengan redirected Reikage's strike, driving his own arm straight into his chest. Blood spurted out instantly, painting a shocking scene. Outside the ring, every spectator was left utterly speechless, mouths hanging open in disbelief. None more so than Kitsuchi, who suddenly seemed to recall something important from the past. "I understand now. The wound on the third Reikage's chest. I know how it happened. I finally get it. The Reikage's most prized lightning armor had been pierced, not by any enemy, but by his own secret technique, the Hell Stab." He stared, in stunned disbelief at the blood gushing from his chest. Naruto had turned his own spear against his shield. Ruthless. That kid. See, watching the Reikage wounded, cried out in alarm, "Lord Reikage!" Without hesitation, he leapt into the arena, Darui right on his heels. Kitsuchi followed, and not far behind were Kurui, Omoi, and Samui, all rushing to their leader's side as she came to stand before Lord Reikage. Gazing at the wound, she realized it was far too deep. The Hell Stab's penetrating force was simply overwhelming. The thrust had been so powerful that his internal organs must have suffered severe damage. In other words, if Lord Reikage dared to keep fighting now, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. "Lord Reikage, please don't move. Let me treat you." As she spoke, she immediately activated her medical ninjutsu. A soft green chakra glowed at her hands as she placed them gently over Lord Reikage's wound. Darui drew his great sword, eyeing Naruto with vigilance, then shouted, "Where are the Reikage guards?" Without delay, Karui, Omoi, and Samui stepped forward to form a protective line. In the distance, the squad of Jonin guards summoned by Darui also entered the field, ready to take orders. "Captain, we're here. Captain, is it time to fight? We swear to protect Lord Reikage with our lives." Naruto, seeing this show of force, glanced at Reikage and offered a faint smile. "Well then, Uncle Reikage, what do you say?" Reikage gritted his teeth, feeling the state of his body. He knew with certainty that, even if he tried to bluff and force himself to fight, with Naruto's current strength, without even relying on the Rinnegan or the Nine Tails chakra mode, he would still lose without a doubt. The proud Reikage was deeply conflicted, unwilling to face such a humiliating outcome. Darui, perhaps sensing his leader's hesitation, leveled his blade at Naruto and declared, "Boss, as Reikage, you carry the dignity of the hidden cloud. If there's something you don't wish to admit, speak now. We'll stand by you." Hearing their captain's words, the other Jonin guards voiced their support. Reikage clenched his jaw, eyes shut in deep thought. Sukadai looked down at the scroll in his hands, wanting to say something but hesitating, unsure of what to offer. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his tone grave. "Uncle Reikage, it seems you intend to break our agreement?" As he spoke, Naruto's Deva Path powers surged forth. Repulsive force, as if a mighty shockwave, burst from within him, filling the whole area and driving back all those who had been on guard against him. What kind of chakra is this? It's too strong. Hold your ground, everyone." Darui gritted his teeth, knowing all too well just how formidable Naruto was. If Reikage broke his word, none of them would stand a chance against Naruto. With a cold, indifferent tone, Naruto swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "To be frank, the only reason I made an agreement with you was because I thought you were worth it. If you cross me, I won't hesitate to wipe your village off the map." Hearing Naruto's chilling threat, Reikage's eyes snapped open. With a sudden, forceful motion, he pulled his arm out of his chest, and blood gushed forth in a torrent. She cried out in alarm. "Lord Reikage!" She quickly called, "Medical team, over here now." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Reikage pushed aside Shi's healing hands and strode to stand before Naruto. "Naruto, the Reikage, admit defeat." As soon as the Reikage uttered those words, a wave of disbelief rippled through the surrounding cloud hidden Shinobi. How could this be? Lord Reikage admitted defeat. The invincible Lord Reikage. He actually lost to a mere brat from the Leaf Village. Murmurs and exclamations erupted among the assembled Cloud Ninja, for the Reikage was the pillar of their spirit, the symbol of Cloud. Hidden itself. In their eyes, the Reikage defeat was the village's defeat, and as proud ninja, they found it hard to accept. "I refuse to accept this. I want a one-on-one match with Naruto." "Me too. For the honor of our village, I'll fight." "That's right. Let's take him on together." Naruto watched these shinobi, deeply moved. After all, unity had always been something he valued and promoted in a village. Seeing that even after the Reikage had spoken, this group still clamored for a fight, Dodai felt it was time to step in. Observing Naruto's expression, he realized that if he didn't intervene, things might escalate beyond control. "All of you stand down. What are you doing? Didn't you hear the Reikage's words?" His stern rebuke brought a temporary hush over the crowd. Dodai continued, "Do you all think you're so strong? Stronger than the Reikage himself? Do you really believe you can defeat Naruto?" Watching the cloud, shinobi clench their fists in silent frustration, Dodai sighed and went on. "This was a duel agreed upon by Lord Reikage and Naruto. We, the Cloud Hidden, have never been the type to take advantage of someone's weakness. If we win, it's with honor. If we lose with dignity. Since Lord Reikage has conceded, that is true strength of character. If we can bear defeat today, then we can earn victory tomorrow. As men of Cloud Hidden, don't you have even this much resolve?" Dodai's words made the crowd pause and rethink. Lord Dodai is right. In a duel, there's always a winner and a loser. Losing today doesn't mean we can't win back our honor in the future. That's right. We Cloud Hidden shinobi can accept defeat. Reikage cast a look of approval at Dodai, clearly grateful for helping him save face and restore order. At that moment, C hurried over with the medical team to tend to the Reikage's injuries. He personally began stitching the wounds with practiced hands. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Reikage looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, as I promised, as long as your request doesn't harm the village, I'll grant it. But I have a request of my own. I want to see my younger brother." Naruto nodded in agreement. "No problem." With that, he formed hand seals and began the summoning. With a low hum, Karabi, who was in the middle of teaching in Hidden Cloud, suddenly felt the flying thunder god mark on his body grow hot. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving behind a class full of bewildered students. Seeing this, Nagato smiled faintly and remarked, "Looks like our junior brother is up to his usual antics again." In Hidden Cloud, Karabi materialized at the scene, glancing around in confusion. "Where is this? It looks so familiar." The moment Omoi and Karui saw their master appear, they rushed over and threw themselves at him. "Sensei, we missed you so much. We thought we'd never see you again." They both broke down in tears, crying their hearts out. Karabi patted them on the head and burst out laughing. All right. I just went out to have a bit of fun. No need to miss me that much." Behind Karabi, Samahata let out a series of disgruntled grumbles, clearly unhappy, as if it felt someone was competing for its master's attention. Reikage looked at Karabi, and his anger immediately boiled over. He roared, "You fool! Idiot! Get over here this instant!" The sound of his brother's voice made Karabi tremble all over. There was nothing he could do. That deep-seated fear was etched into his very muscles. Reikage clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he threatened, "I won't say it again. If you make me repeat myself, I'll show you the Iron Claw." Karabi swallowed hard. C hurried over, concern etched on his face. "Lord Reikage, please calm yourself. Don't get worked up. Your stitches are coming undone." After reminding the Reikage, he immediately barked an order, "Medical team, increase the chakra, healing output." "Yes, sir," came the chorus of responses. Hearing this, Karabi turned to look at Reikage, surprise in his eyes. He gently pushed Omoy and Karui off and walked over, asking with concern, "Hey, big bro, what happened to you? Who could possibly break through your lightning release armor?" Reikage snorted coldly. "Who else? One of your good friends." "Karabi, huh?" Darui stepped forward. "Lord B, it was Naruto who injured the boss." Karabi stared at Naruto in shock and admiration. Yo, Naruto, I never imagined you'd become this strong. You actually broke through my big bro's lightning armor. Now that's impressive." Even as he expressed his amazement, he couldn't help but throw in a rhyme. "Darui. See," Reikage frowned, one hand pressing against his chest in discomfort. "See, my chest hurts. While you're at it, heal me too." Naruto gave an awkward smile. "It's not that I'm strong. It's your brother, Lord Reikage, who's formidable. I just happened to seize on a weak spot, that's all." Sukadai looked at Naruto with great admiration. At last, he understood how the wound on the third Reikage chest had come about, and he also realized why the third Reikage had always been reluctant to share the details with them. According to rumors, the scar on the third's chest was left during his battle with the Eight Tails. Many people had guessed that it was the beast who wounded him, but now it seemed that in the heat of combat, the third Reikage had collapsed and accidentally impaled himself with his own piercing attack. No wonder he found it hard to tell his subordinates the truth. For someone so young, Naruto was already adept at using information, analyzing his opponent's abilities, and crafting a fitting strategy. Truly a genius. Sukadai took a deep breath, and for a fleeting moment, he was reminded of another prodigy from the Leaf, the late fourth Hokage. Indeed, at a glance, Naruto did bear a faint resemblance to the fourth. Killer Bee noticed his brother's discomfort and frowned slightly, then turned to Naruto with a hint of reproach. "Naruto, didn't you go a bit overboard? Look at how much my brother is suffering." Out of respect for Killer Bee, Naruto replied sheepishly, "I had no choice. It was your brother who challenged me. If I didn't defeat him convincingly, he wouldn't agree to my request." Upon hearing about the wager, Killer Bee's interest was immediately piqued. Meanwhile, Sukadai stepped forward, unrolled a scroll, and recounted the entire clash between Naruto and Reikage to Killer Bee. When Killer Bee finished listening, he glanced at his brother and said, "Big bro, you can't really complain about losing this one. Naruto didn't even use his Rinnegan or Ninetales mode, and still." As he trailed off, Killer Bee shook his head in disbelief. Reikage clutched his chest again, suddenly feeling that it would be best for his brother not to linger here any longer. Then Killer Bee turned to Naruto. "So, Naruto, what do you plan to ask my brother for?" Naruto answered without hesitation, "You know, I've just put together a new team. What we're lacking most is quality instruction, so I've been wanting to collect training manuals from all the major hidden villages for a while now." Killer Bee's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, I know exactly where to find those. Our Hidden Cloud village has a whole stash of secret manuals, all collected over the years. They're hidden away in a loft inside the village." Naruto's suspicions were confirmed. After the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Cloud had scoured the world for sources of power. It was because of their attempt to steal the Byakugan that Hayashi Hyuga's brother had died. Cloud Ninja tried to abduct Hinata, were killed, and the Reikage demanded the culprit be handed over, leading to Hisashi's sacrifice. Although they failed to obtain the Byakugan, the Cloud had still amassed many secret techniques during that period. Naruto beamed at Killer Bee. "You know where they're kept?" Killer Bee nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. I used to go there all the time. Just tell my brother, and I'll take you there." Myself. Tudai stood frozen on the spot, unable to utter a word for a long time. In a daze, he clutched his chest. The pain, too unbearable. The Reikage, couldn't listen any longer. He roared in anger. "You idiot! You bastard! How could you help outsiders and squander our village's resources with them? Are you still my brother? Still the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud? Still a ninja of our village?" Killer Bee, unfazed by his brother's golden barrage of questions, replied carelessly, "Come on, the strong are all ninjas of this world. What does it matter? In the future, we'll all be fighting side by side, with no distinction between us." Reikage was taken aback for a moment. How come his brother was starting to talk about the future too, just like Naruto? Then he turned to Naruto and demanded, Brat, what did you get my brother to make him like this? Or did you use that Rinnegan of yours to cast some kind of illusion on him? Naruto shot Raikage an annoyed look and retorted, Come on, Uncle Raikage, don't you know Jinchuriki can't be affected by illusions? Besides, if the Rinnegan could control your brother, it'd be complete control, with no self-awareness at all. Todai listened to Naruto's explanation and didn't argue, since he knew a bit about Jinchuriki matters himself. Killer Bee spoke up to explain, Big bro, I know you might not believe what I'm saying, but Naruto really showed me the future, and it was terrifying. It's only because the Eight Tails is inside me that I had the chance to see it. You don't have that chakra, so you can't see it. But if you're willing to trust me, I can tell you everything. As he spoke, Killer Bee glanced at Naruto, who nodded in agreement, offering no objection. Raikage snorted dismissively. Don't give me that talk about the future. Not long ago, some lunatic in a mask came preaching about the Eye of the Moon and the Sage of Six Paths. These days, there are too many charlatans. I can hardly tell them apart. I'll say this. Naruto, if your suggestion really touches on the interests of our village, I refuse to agree. Killer Bee paused, then took the scroll from Uncle Todai and looked it over, still puzzled. So what, big bro? Are you saying you'd rather have Naruto flatten the Hidden Cloud Village? Hearing Killer Bee's words, Raikage was so furious that his hands trembled. Traitorous brother. See, busy with the medical treatment, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness he'd stitched up quickly, otherwise Lord Raikage's wound might have split open again from all the commotion. Naruto looked at the Raikage with utter calm and said, Uncle Raikage, my conditions are simple. I want the building where you keep your village's secret techniques. Also, I hope you'll present a diplomatic letter to make peace with the Leaf and help set up the joint ninja army as soon as possible. After all, compared to me, that masked man is the real threat to the ninja world. The Raikage, fuming with anger, said, My own brother has been completely brainwashed by you now. What's left for me to fight for, or to protect? Naruto frowned and replied, Let me put it bluntly. Wouldn't Killer Bee be safer with me than in your village? At Naruto's words, the room fell into a heavy silence. Naruto no longer cared about saving Killer Bee's reputation. He looked around at everyone with obvious disdain and continued, That masked man, leading his army. Luckily, he invaded Konoha. If he'd attacked the Hidden Cloud instead, do you really think you could have held him off? Just a single disguised, mutated white Zetsu would be enough to drive your whole village insane. C's jaw tightened with frustration. As head of the Cloud's sensory division, he could not refute Naruto's words. They were simply the truth. The spies sent from the Cloud to Konoha had reported that they could not detect the mutated white Zetsu at all. It was a terrifying reality. When white Zetsu takes on the appearance of one of your own, even the strongest defensive barriers can't detect him, and even the most skilled sensory ninja can't sense him. If someone tries an assassination at night, the guards wouldn't even know who to apprehend. Over time, the entire village would descend into a state of white terror. No matter how powerful you are, if trust is lost, your fighting strength will plummet. So C understood full well why Konoha had managed to prevail and fend off the masked man's assault. It was purely thanks to Naruto's help. It meant that once the allied shinobi forces were formed to fight white Zetsu, Naruto's power would be absolutely indispensable. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Naruto continued. The masked man's goal is simple. He wants the 9 tails and the 8 tails. That is me and Killer Bee. But let's be honest. As strong as the Cloud may be, sure, you're number 1 among the ninja villages. But in front of me, it's just not enough. I wouldn't even need the Rinnegan. One-tailed beast bomb, and I could level your Hidden Cloud. Killer Bee listened from the side, nodding in agreement. He knew all too well the destructive force of a tailed beast bomb. Omoy, deeply frustrated, grumbled inwardly. Sensei, are you out of your mind? He's talking about blowing up our village, and you're nodding your head. With the group all rendered speechless, Naruto sighed and said, I'm not saying this to look down on you, or to show off how strong I am. I just want to make one thing clear. If it weren't for my respect for Uncle Killer Bee, I wouldn't even bother making this agreement with you. I could just do what you Cloud Shinobi always do, let my fists do the talking and take what I want. What could you possibly do to stop me? Darui angrily drew his sword, shouting, Naruto, don't go too far. Omoy snapped, no matter how strong you are, if you act without reason, you'll be defeated one day. Isn't that right, Sensei? Killer Bee gave a puzzled, What's this got to do with me? Omoy was left speechless. Naruto looked at Raikage and said, Uncle Raikage, you know it as well as I do. Killer Bee isn't safe under your protection. Even if you send him to some secluded island surrounded by barriers, it won't matter. The masked man would just take you down first, then find Bee anyway. Rakich's gaze sharpened, shock flickering in his eyes. You actually know about that island? He turned to Killer Bee. Bee raised his hands in innocence and replied, I never told Naruto about it, but it's not surprising he knows. He can see the future, after all. Naruto spoke up. That's all I have to say. As for that building, I'll just take it myself. If you intend to stop me, Rakich, think carefully about the consequences. Rakich gritted his teeth, glaring at Naruto. You dare threaten me? Then he shouted at Bee. Bee, come here. Fight at my side. Let's take on Naruto together. Bee waved his hands, looking troubled. Let go, big bro. Even if we team up, we can't beat Naruto. Besides, everything he's doing is for the future of the ninja world. He's not trying to make himself stronger, or just to empower Konoha. You might not believe it, but if everyone in the Hidden Cloud followed Naruto's lead right now, he'd do everything he could to make sure we all grow stronger. Naruto nodded, agreeing with Bee's words. Seeing that even his own brother wouldn't stand with him, and realizing just how powerful Naruto was, Rakich found himself at a loss for what to do. Naruto fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Lord Rakich, I'll take your silence as consent. Uncle Bee, please show me the way. Bee glanced at his big brother, then led Naruto away. Darui bellowed. You're not getting away, Naruto, and drew his blade, charging forward. Omoy and Karui rushed after him without hesitation. See, watching the scene anxiously, turned to Rakich. Lord Rakich, I don't think Bee is being manipulated. As a Jinchuriki, maybe he truly sees things we don't. Bee has always protected you and the village. If Naruto were really doing something to endanger the village, Lord Bee would definitely fight him. The fact that he's not, maybe it's because he's seen a future where you and the village get hurt. Unless he helps Naruto. That way, he could protect both you and the village's future. Besides, if we refuse Naruto with his strength, I'm afraid the village might really... Rakich stood rooted to the spot, receiving C's medical ninjutsu, listening to his words. After several moments of silence, Rakich finally spoke. C, stop Darui. Let Naruto take the building. Yes, sir, C replied. As he finished speaking, Rakich felt as if he'd let go of something heavy. His shoulders suddenly felt much lighter. Only then did he notice the pain burning in his chest. Give me a shot of anesthetic. She looked at his boss with a hint of pain in his eyes. In the past, his boss had never needed anesthesia. Even the toughest warriors have moments of weakness. Meanwhile, Killer Bee led Naruto to the village's pavilion. In an instant, a dozen ninjas appeared, blocking their path. Killer Bee barked sharply. Step aside. My big brother has already agreed. Naruto can take this building. The lead jonin replied sternly. I'm afraid that's impossible, Lord Bee. This pavilion is a vital part of the village. Please leave immediately, or don't blame us for putting duty above kinship. Killer Bee's chakra flared as he partially transformed, anger in his voice. So it's a fight you want then? Darui drew his blade and shouted. Hey, Lord Bee, are you really going to turn against the village for Naruto's sake? Killer Bee retorted. My brother already gave the order. Are you planning to go back on your word? Do you want to see Naruto flatten the whole village? Darui cast a wary glance at Naruto. The lead jonin stepped forward. Captain, what do we do? Sweat beaded on Darui's forehead. Prepare for battle. Naruto let out a weary sigh. Did it really have to come to this? Just then, Tutai flashed onto the scene and commanded, Everyone, stand down. He turned to Naruto. Naruto, Lord Rakich has given his approval. You may take the building. Darui's voice was filled with disbelief. What? The boss agreed. Tutai nodded, then addressed the guards. Security squad, withdraw. Do not interfere. This is Lord Rakich's direct order. Everyone saw that Tutai himself had spoken. It was clear this was truly the Rakich's command. Though the ninjas grumbled, there was nothing they could do. Cloud Village valued obedience above all. Killer Bee strode forward and instantly transformed, 8 octopus-like tentacles unfurling to wrap around the entire pavilion. With a mighty heave, he ripped the building from its foundation. Witnessing this, the hearts of Cloud Village's ninjas filled with disbelief. Their own Jinchuriki was stealing from his own home. What village could tolerate such a thing? Naruto leapt onto Gyuki's back and looked at Tutai. Uncle Tutai, please tell Lord Rakich that one day, he'll be glad he made this decision. With that, a low hum filled the air as Flying Thunder God whisked the 8 tails and the bundled-up pavilion away in a flash. With a thunderous crash, the 8 tails landed, clutching the pavilion atop the lake at Amigakure. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a joyful sigh. Mark relocation successful. Originally, the destination was supposed to be the tower itself, but for safety's sake, they landed on the lake instead. Killer Bee grumbled, Oh, come on. You called it a success? I'd rather have landed on the tower. In truth, Killer Bee had tightly wrapped the pavilion with his octopus legs to keep out the water. He controlled his chakra so precisely during the landing that neither he nor the building sank. Hearing the commotion, Nagato and Conan both came out. Nagato glanced at the building Killer Bee was holding, then turned to Naruto and asked, "Junior brother, what's this?" Naruto smiled and replied, "Something good I got from outside." As he spoke, he signaled to Uncle B to set the loft down on the flat rooftop of a building in the Hidden Rain village. Killer B, returning to his human form, let out a weary sigh. "That nearly wore me out." Naruto grabbed Killer Bee by the arm and said, "Don't rest yet. Come on, let's go in together and see what we can find." So Killer Bee led Naruto, Nagato, and Conan into the loft. Even Orochimaru, the Snake Master, arrived after hearing the news, eager to join in on the excitement. As Killer Bee gave a brief introduction, he picked out a few scrolls to bring out for his pupils to study. These were all suitable for lightning-style training. Conan was astonished to discover that the collection even included techniques she practiced herself. "I never expected Jiraiya-sensei's origami technique to be recorded here in such detail." Nagato was equally surprised. "There are even Uzumaki clan sealing techniques here. That's truly rare." Orochimaru ran his tongue over his fingertips before turning a page, browsing with growing excitement. So, the Hidden Cloud was conducting human experiments too. "Look at these records, data on Jinchuriki experiments, all so meticulous." He looked over at Killer Bee and remarked, "Your birth was no simple matter." Nagato, still in shock, said, "These books, everyone I've looked at records all sorts of techniques. I've flipped through over a dozen already. There are ones from all 5 great villages, and even other lesser-known ones. Any village of note, it's all here." Conan nodded. "There are even techniques from villages that have already faded into history." With a calculating look, Orochimaru examined the building and speculated, "Clearly, this is a pavilion for storing secret techniques. In today's world, there's only one village with the strength to gather and safeguard so many secrets." With that, Orochimaru turned to Killer Bee and declared, "That would be the strongest military force among the 5 great nations, the Hidden Cloud Village." Nagato looked at Naruto in amazement. "So, you mean this was taken from the Land of Lightning?" Naruto just smiled. "This loft was a gift from Lord Reikage." Killer Bee chimed in, rapping in his unique style. "That's right. Naruto fought my brother lost, and so he gave a loft to Naruto." Conan beamed with delight. "Junior brother, you're really impressive now. I used to worry about how to teach children with different chakra natures, but now, no matter their affinity, we'll have something for everyone." Naruto nodded and said, "The secret techniques in here can serve as the foundation of our power. We can first train these 36 children and then gather them together. At the same time, let's continue to strengthen our top ranks, recruit more people, and attract those who share our ideals." Orochimaru replied, "That approach, it almost feels like I'm back in the Akatsuki." Naruto burst out laughing, throwing an arm around Orochimaru's shoulders. "Well, what can I say? The truth is, our group, the Heaven Organization, was originally born out of Akatsuki. But you know, the real meaning of Akatsuki is dawn, daybreak, light, a beautiful vision for the future. As for us, we don't just want visions. We want an actual future, a tangible one." With that, Naruto turned to Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, why don't you find a few disciples and teach them a thing or two as well?" Orochimaru smiled faintly, as if recalling something from the past. "I'll pass. Teaching others is too tiring. I'd rather not." Naruto asked, "Is it because of Sasuke? Or is it Nawaki?" Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, then said, "I'll go inside and study some other books." Naruto let out a quiet sigh. It seemed that Uncle Snake still harbored a gentle side, hidden so deep that few could ever notice it. It made sense, though, after Jiraiya-sensei's sacrifice in a previous life. Orochimaru had lived on much like the pervy sage himself, wandering all over the village, sometimes eccentric, sometimes perfectly normal. Meanwhile, Nagato and Conan were busy with their own research. Killer Bee tugged at Naruto's sleeve and said, "Come on, let's head outside for a bit." Naruto frowned. "What for?" Killer Bee grinned. "I'll show you the lightning-style breathing technique. Let me teach you how to activate your cells." Naruto was genuinely puzzled. "But I already have the Nine-Tails chakra and the Flying Thunder God technique. Why do I need to learn this?" Killer Bee thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "True, the lightning-style breathing technique is great for training the body, but with your current power, almost no one can get close to you. Even if they do, with the Nine-Tails chakra, you can't be killed and you recover in an instant. Still, why not join me and show these students how it's done?" Naruto nodded. That seemed like a good idea. So, Killer Bee led Naruto to the students' quarters and called out his own class, a group of 4 young ninja. Seeing that Naruto had come along, The kids from other classes quickly gathered around as well. Killer Bee looked at the four and said, "All right, today I'm going to teach you the lightning-style breathing technique. Though it's a B-rank jutsu, it's fantastic for building up your bodies, and, in the future, it'll help you master other lightning-based techniques." As he spoke, lightning flickered around Killer Bee's body, filling the air with sharp, crackling energy. The kids gasped in amazement, especially Killer Bee's four disciples, who could barely contain their excitement. They were all boys, and from a young age, they admired strength and yearned for power. Yet, because of their lightning nature, it was only with proper guidance and training that they hadn't yet stood out. Among them was rain-hidden Yahiko. Killer Bee looked at the four little brats and shouted, "Form seals with me." The four boys hurried to obey, but all they managed was to gather lightning chakra. No sparks, no lightning at all. "Sensei, I can't feel any lightning." "Yeah, Sensei, nothing's coming out." Killer Bee's voice was full of frustration. "Put your heart into it. Do you understand? You need to feel it, with emotion." The four boys frowned, red-faced, and straining as if they were trying to force something out. "Sensei, even when I try my hardest, I still can't feel anything." "That's right. Me neither." Killer Bee's eyebrow twitched with annoyance. Damn it, he told them to put their heart into it, but all they did was strain. Without warning, he swept his hand, summoning a streak of lightning that slithered like a snake and wrapped itself around the four boys. Electricity crackled and snapped as the four were zapped, squirming under the current. From the stands, the other students gasped and exclaimed, "Whoa!" Several girls covered their eyes, and Haruame whispered in awe, "That's brutal." Killer Bee demanded, "Now can you feel it?" The four boys nodded frantically. Yahiko was the first to stammer, "We feel it. We really feel it now." Satisfied with the answer, Killer Bee nodded. "Good, not bad at all." He then told the four to gather their lightning chakra again and continue their training. But once more, their faces turned red from effort, and not a spark appeared. Killer Bee sighed and looked at the four, their faces etched with fear, as if he might zap them again at any moment. He walked over, took Yahiko's hand, and had Yahiko link hand with the other three. "All right, everyone, follow my lead," he instructed. With that, Killer Bee began a deep inhale and exhale. In an instant, lightning erupted, crackling across the four boys. Yahiko stuttered through the shock, "And Master, we can really feel it now." Killer Bee shook his head and said, "Hold on and focus. The reason you can't form it is because the connections between your cells aren't open. Focus closely." Hearing this, the four boys quieted their minds and concentrated. Killer Bee's chakra current flowed through them, helping to guide and adjust their energy. Slowly, each of the four began to emit their own lightning chakra. Killer Bee smiled faintly, sensing the change, proof that his method was working. Because lightning is mutually attractive, as soon as Killer Bee sensed the lightning chakra. Within the four kids, he immediately used his own lightning chakra to draw it out, forcing the lightning-style chakra inside their bodies to the surface. Yahiko from Amage Cure frowned slightly, for he realized that the lightning-style energy within him, under this external electric stimulation, became more and more eager to break free from his body. Yet, it felt as if there was a thin membrane blocking it. He simply couldn't release it, which was intensely uncomfortable. He wanted to let it out, but something held it back. Noticing this, Killer Bee increased the current. Groans of pain escaped from the group as the powerful surge coursed through them, their faces twisted in agony. Off to the side, Naruto watched with a furrowed brow. He knew exactly what Killer Bee was doing. Back in his previous life, while training in Sage Mode, Master Fukasaku had done something similar too. Help him gather Senjutsu chakra. This method, while effective, also carried a risk. If the accumulated chakra became too much, it could spiral out of control. It was just like when he absorbed nature energy. If it weren't for Master Fukasaku standing by with a rod, ready to strike him at the critical moment, his body might have transformed uncontrollably. The same danger now hung over the four kids. If the electric stimulation continued and they still couldn't break through, their bodies might simply explode. Killer Bee's brow tightened. If this level of stimulation still wasn't enough, he would have to raise the current even further. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air as the current intensified. Suddenly, three of the kids could bear it no longer and cried out in agony. Startled, Naruto shouted, "Uncle B!" Killer Bee let out a sigh, ready to ease off. But Yahiko, gritting his teeth, insisted, "I can still take it, Master. Don't stop." As he spoke, Yahiko focused his lightning-style chakra, channeling it into the hands that linked him to his companions. With a sudden snap, the friend holding Yahiko's hand was flung aside by the force. Killer Bee looked slightly surprised. This Yahiko was already learning to control his lightning chakra and he even understood the principle that like charges repel while opposites attract. He cleverly used this property to break the chain of contact. Normally, when people are electrified while holding hands, their grip only tightens and they can't let go. But Yahiko, with quick thinking, had used the law of repulsion to force the separation. Master again. I'm almost there, Yahiko urged. Hearing this, Killer Bee nodded, increasing the intensity of his unique cellular breathing technique. Sparks flew and currents snapped, the surging electricity making the onlookers' hearts race. The three who had been flung aside watched Yahiko, who still endured the ordeal, biting down so hard that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. They were filled with admiration. Having just experienced the electric shock themselves, they knew exactly how excruciating it was. It felt as though every cell in their bodies was being lashed by a whip. In an instant, the three of them seemed to become one with Yahiko. Go, Yahiko! Hang in there, Yahiko! You can do it, Yahiko! The three cheered for Yahiko with all their hearts. Not far away, Harasame covered her mouth, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. Watching the boy struggle so hard in the center of the field, she could no longer hold back. Crying, she shouted, Yahiko, you can do it! It was as if a beam of light suddenly pierced through the darkness in Yahiko's heart. In that moment, he felt as if he had found a way out. A surge of energy lifted him up, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the lake. Killer Bee, seeing this, immediately let go and dodged aside. Then, from within Yahiko's body, arcs of electricity erupted in all directions, crackling as they exploded across the surface of the lake, sending up wave after wave of water. Killer Bee nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You finally opened your chakra pathways. After that surge, Yahiko was left gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted, he collapsed to his knees, his hands bracing himself on the water's surface. Droplets of water fell from his hair, one after another, rippling the lake below. Looking at his own reflection in the water, Yahiko suddenly broke into a wide, joyful smile. The other three ran over and embraced Yahiko, their laughter ringing out, full of happiness. For war orphans, there was nothing more exhilarating than gaining strength. Killer Bee walked up to Yahiko and tossed him a scroll. Next, practice what's in this scroll. Although you've succeeded in opening your chakra pathways and can now control lightning chakra, your body still isn't tough enough. Remember, when cultivating the lightning-style breathing technique, your body must be strong. If it's not, you won't be able to withstand the high voltage, nor the resistance from moving at such high speeds. To Yahiko, the scroll was a priceless treasure. He knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. He had gained power, a strength he believed would grow boundless if he followed his mentor diligently. Killer Bee glanced at the other three. Don't think you can slack off. You've already had one round of electric training today, but tomorrow we'll continue. You're not done until you've all opened your chakra pathways. At this, the three youngsters instantly drooped like wilted eggplants. From a distance, Harasame watched Yahiko, a secret smile blooming on her lips. Conan noticed this, and suddenly, she realized that Harasame's smile was exactly like her own had been when she used to watch Yahiko. She came over and looked at Harasame. Were you watching him? Caught off guard by the angel's question, as if her secret had been discovered, Harasame blushed deeply. I was just happy for my companion. That's all. Conan smiled gently. A girl's blush says more than 1,000 words. Hearing this, even the tips of Harasame's ears turned red. Perhaps feeling a special fondness for the girl, Conan bent down and asked softly, Would you like to train with me? My techniques might not be the most suited for battle, but when Chunyu heard that the angel herself wanted to become her teacher, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, Yes, I'd love that. To be honest, I've never really liked fighting and such. Upon hearing this, Conan smiled gently and patted her on the head. The 36 children of the Hidden Rain. These were the hope of the village's future, and they would one day become a vital force under Naruto's command. There was still a long time before the arrival of the Otsutsuki, so by training this group, and then the next, they would form a solid core, a personal guard for Naruto. But for now, Naruto's strength was still not enough. These children belonged to the future. They couldn't solve the problems of the present. Killer Bee, Conan, and even Nagato, who had rushed over, all took turns teaching these children, and each of the three had chosen a personal disciple to train more closely. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly remembered Konohamaru, his #1 little brother and direct disciple. He let out a sigh. No doubt, because of his own affairs, Konohamaru must have had his fair share of arguments defending him in the village. As he was lost in thought, a sudden frown creased Naruto's brow. He had sensed an unusual chakra. Killer Bee made a sound of acknowledgement and looked at him, saying, Naruto. Naruto nodded and replied, I felt it too. Without another word, he turned and left. Outside the hidden rain village, in a patch of forest, Naruto landed lightly and scanned the area. That strange chakra vanished in an instant, making him frown. He immediately activated his Ninetales mode and locked onto the target. "Come out," he called. No sooner had the words left his mouth than there was a faint rustling, and Black Zetsu emerged from the trees. "I've heard much about you, Naruto," he said. Naruto smiled in mild surprise. "So it's you. I was just wondering who could stir up the tailed beast chakra inside me." Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. "Surprising, isn't it? That's right, because I happen to be good friends with your Ninetales and even that Eight-Tails inside your village. Of course, they don't realize it themselves." Naruto gave a cold snort. If he hadn't been reborn with knowledge from his previous life, he might truly have been shocked. But now he simply watched Black Zetsu put on airs, not bothering to expose him. Black Zetsu approached Naruto, looking him over. "Naruto, I want to know, what are you really after doing all this?" Naruto pretended to frown thoughtfully. "Did Obito send you to ask me that?" With his hands behind his back, Black Zetsu looked every bit the mastermind. "No, I'm asking for myself." Naruto affected a look of confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be Madara's will? Aren't you by Obito's side to help him realize the Eye of the Moon plan?" Black Zetsu burst out laughing. You're just like everyone else, trapped within the limits of your own understanding." Naruto smiled faintly to himself. "That trying to act all high and mighty again? In my previous life, I fought you myself, personally sealed you away on the moon. Back then, you were bawling your eyes out, terrified beyond words." Black Zetsu looked at Naruto with a sly smile. "Let me put it this way. You probably can't understand this, but your history, in my eyes, is nothing more than the everyday passing of time. Even your so-called great events are merely tools I've used. The only reason you can perceive them at all is because I allowed you to." Naruto snorted coldly. "You've always had that arrogant attitude. Some things never change." Black Zetsu didn't dwell on the meaning of Naruto's earlier comment, simply assuming Naruto doubted and distrusted his words. He looked at Naruto and asked, "You still haven't answered my question, Naruto." Naruto gave him an amused grin. "And why should I answer you?" Inwardly, Black Zetsu cursed. As expected, this guy never plays by the rules. Damn it, are all reincarnations of Asura this infuriating? Nowhere near as easy to manipulate as Indra's. Black Zetsu smiled. "Perhaps I can help you achieve your goal." Naruto's curiosity was piqued. This guy really thinks he can trick me? How interesting. All right, let's hear what he has to say. Maybe I can turn the tables on him. So Naruto looked at Black Zetsu and asked, "Why should I believe a word from my enemy? For all I know, you're just another of Obito's pawns, sent here to deceive me." Black Zetsu's smile deepened. "Obito? He's just a cog in my greater plan." Naruto put on an exaggeratedly skeptical face. "Oh, so you're saying you're the mastermind behind it all?" Black Zetsu replied, "Naturally." Naruto frowned. "I can't just take your word for it. If you want my trust, show some real sincerity." Black Zetsu nodded. "That's fair. But first, tell me your true purpose for doing all this up to now." Naruto paused for a moment, then assumed a thoughtful air. "To rid this world of hatred and finally bring about true peace." Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed. "Oh," he murmured, looking intently at Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh. "I already know my father was the fourth Hokage. I know my mother died. That's how I uncovered Obito's real identity." With a look of disgust, Naruto continued, "I hate the senseless killing caused by war, hatred, and politics. And I despise how power has turned villages against each other, feeding endless conflict. I intend to end this chaos and unite the ninja world once and for all." Black Zetsu asked, puzzled, "Isn't your wish the same as Obito's?" The Eye of the Moon plan was meant to bring this false world into peace. Naruto snorted, his tone icy. "Do you honestly believe that yourself?" Black Zetsu was momentarily stunned by Naruto's retort, then asked, "Then why do you think the Eye of the Moon plan won't work?" Naruto flicked his coat with a dramatic flourish and declared, "I can rely on my own overwhelming strength, conquer the ninja world through force, make everyone kneel at my feet, and gather all their hatred onto myself. Isn't that so much more real, so much more reliable, than escaping into some dreamlike illusion?" Black Zetsu swallowed nervously. As expected, the reincarnation of Asura really is cut from a different cloth. Indra's reincarnations were always so much easier to deceive. Just tweak the stone tablet a bit, let him awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, and everything falls into place. When Naruto finished speaking, he didn't forget to shoot Black Zetsu a questioning look. "Don't you think so? What's the point of dreaming? No matter how vivid the dream, it's still fake. Why not join me instead? Let's conquer the ninja world together and finally bring an end to all this constant chaos." Black Zetsu let out a surprised grunt. This guy actually wants to recruit me? What's going on here? Naruto looks completely corrupted by darkness, and if I play my cards right, maybe I can even use him to my advantage. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. This was the first time Black Zetsu had encountered two reincarnations turning to the dark side at once. There were upsides and downsides. The good part? There was no real opposition. Both want to drag the entire ninja world into darkness. The bad part? This darkened Naruto refused to cooperate with Black Zetsu's side. They were rivals, not allies. One wants to make the whole world dream, the other wants to unify it by force. For a moment, Black Zetsu couldn't decide what to do. Naruto eyed Black Zetsu and said, "Hey, I've laid my cards on the table. Now, show me some sincerity." Black Zetsu frowned. "What is it you want?" Naruto gave a sly chuckle, unsettling Black Zetsu. "Why does it feel like this kid can see right through me? I get the feeling from what you've said that you've lived a very, very long time. Maybe even longer than Madara." Black Zetsu scoffed. "Madara? He's nothing. Compared to me, he's just a child." Naruto's lips twitched with irritation. This guy is truly infuriating. In this lifetime, I'll have to seal him on the moon myself. Well, in that case, I just want to know, how did Madara awaken the Rinnegan? When Naruto asked this, Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. "What are you really after, brat?" Naruto let out a cold laugh. "I'm just testing your sincerity." Black Zetsu frowned. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Naruto looked at Black Zetsu and said, "Surely you know there are reasons why I was able to master the Rinnegan. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone." Staring into Naruto's eyes, Black Zetsu felt as if Naruto was trying to see straight through him. Why does Naruto look as if he knows everything, and why? Does it feel like he's testing me? As if he won't believe me unless I say something specific? Staring at Naruto's half-smiling face, Black Zetsu inwardly dismissed these suspicions. Impossible, he thought. I am the one who has lived longest in this shinobi world, the one who has orchestrated events for the longest time. Up to now, everything has still been unfolding according to my designs. As for Naruto, he's nothing more than a minor variable in my grand scheme. With a cold snort, Black Zetsu regained his confidence and said, "Madara's Rinnegan was awakened under my guidance. During his battle with Hashirama, he bit off a chunk of Hashirama's flesh. At the same time, he etched a forbidden jutsu into his own eyes ahead of time, ensuring his resurrection. Only after fusing that piece of Hashirama's flesh with himself did he finally awaken the Rinnegan." Finishing his explanation, Black Zetsu turned to Naruto and continued, "I know you're trying to cultivate the Rinnegan as well. After all, you took Danzo's arm. But let me tell you, the real secret to awakening the Rinnegan is far from simple." Naruto responded with a casual, "Oh," and said, "Obito told me that Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ajura, and Madara was the reincarnation of Indra. He also said that Sasuke and I are the current reincarnations. So if I get Sasuke's flesh, doesn't that mean I could do it too?" Hearing Naruto's words, Black Zetsu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "So, that's all Naruto knows, just the surface, nothing more. I was worrying over nothing, thinking he might actually know something crucial." Black Zetsu looked at Naruto and said, "You only know part of the truth. Madara succeeded in awakening the Rinnegan because he was Indra's reincarnation. His eyes were the very eyes of Indra. The essential requirement to awaken the Rinnegan is to have the eyes of Indra and to unite the powers of both Ajura and Indra. Without that, it's impossible. Otherwise, why do you think Obito never tried to awaken the Rinnegan himself and instead tried to draw Sasuke in? Do you really believe it was just to nurture a fellow clansman for revenge? You're overthinking it." Naruto narrowed his eyes, realizing through this exchange that Black Zetsu truly wanted to win him over. He'd just revealed a top secret. What's more, Naruto now understood. Obito was treating Sasuke as an experiment, or rather, as a crucial piece in his strategy. A sense of unease crept into Naruto's heart as he looked at Black Zetsu and said, "What you've told me is indeed a closely guarded secret. It seems you're being very sincere. Go on, tell me, how exactly do you intend to help me?" Black Zetsu let out a sly chuckle. "Not bad, not bad. This Ajura is about to fall into my plan as well. At this rate, the moment for Mother's resurrection is almost at hand. Hagoromo, oh Hagoromo, in this lifetime, both of your sons have been fooled by you. Your shinobi sect is on the brink of collapse. The Rinnegan has many other uses. I'm sure you haven't realized them all yet. I can teach you how to truly unlock the power of the Rinnegan." Watching Black Zetsu's wicked grin, Naruto frowned and asked, "The true Rinnegan?" Black Zetsu nodded. "Of course. Don't you want to control the entire ninja world? For that, you need overwhelming power, and the tailed beasts are essential. The true purpose of the Rinnegan is to control these tailed beasts, to make them obedient. Naruto let out a deliberately surprised "Oh? Is that really possible?" Seeing that Naruto was taking the bait, Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. "Naturally. But before I teach you, I do have a condition." Naruto's eyebrows knit together. "What condition?" Black Zetsu looked Naruto in the eye. "I need to leave a trace of chakra inside your body." Naruto's expression immediately turned grave. Sensing this, Black Zetsu quickly added, "Don't worry, it's just a bit of chakra, only to make communication between us easier." Naruto snorted coldly. "Do you take me for a fool? Madara let you in, and you dug right into his heart, leaving him completely paralyzed. The reason is obvious. You must have implanted something inside him. Otherwise, how could Madara be rendered helpless?" With a sweep of his cloak, Naruto declared, "I'll think over your proposal." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Black Zetsu was momentarily dumbfounded. This guy didn't even bother to bargain. He just walked right out. Damn it. As expected, the reincarnation of Ajura is nowhere near as easy to trick as Indra's. Still, it wasn't a total loss. At least Naruto hadn't outright refused. In fact, he seemed quite interested in the terms I offered. That's a good sign. Thinking this, Black Zetsu vanished underground with a sly smile. He had to check how things were progressing on Obito's end. Meanwhile, at White Zetsu's base, Sasuke lay on an operating table, his body covered in medical sensors. Kabuto was watching nearby, his brow slightly furrowed. "Are you sure this will really work?" he asked. Obito stood with his arms folded, leaning against the wall. "This is exactly how Madara awakened the Rinnegan. He explained it to me himself." Kabuto looked thrilled, especially as he gazed at the Hashirama face embedded in Sasuke's chest. He felt as though he was drawing closer to the primordial power of this world. The Sage of Six Paths, that legendary figure. Right now, Kabuto was unraveling the source of his strength. The intoxication was nearly overwhelming. Kabuto even wanted to shout, "Lord Orochimaru, do you see this? Do you see what I've accomplished?" As Obito surveyed the scene, his eyes suddenly darted to the side. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound, and Black Zetsu emerged from the earth. Obito frowned. "Where have you been?" Black Zetsu said, "I went out to scout the area and found that Naruto made a trip to Konoha, then headed to the Land of Lightning. He even fought the Raikage and took away a pavilion in the Land of Lightning that was hiding secret techniques." Obito let out a surprised, "Oh," and exclaimed, "So, does that mean the Raikage was forced to yield after fighting Naruto?" Black Zetsu nodded. "That's right." Obito gave a cold snort. Memories of the Raikage at the 5 Kage summit surfaced, and he couldn't help but remark, "That stubborn old fool. He deserved a good beating." Still, Naruto must have a lot of free time on his hands. What business did he have picking a fight with the Raikage in the Land of Lightning? Black Zetsu replied. According to White Zetsu's information, the Land of Lightning demanded that Konoha hand over either the Eight Tails or Princess Hinata of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, they threatened war and said the so-called alliance was meaningless. Obito stroked his chin, a sly smile playing at his lips. "I see. Naruto, who would have thought? Compared to his village or his teacher, it's this woman who is truly his lifeline." Black Zetsu leaned in and whispered, "Should we make use of this?" Obito glanced at Sasuke, who stood in the center of the room. "Yes. As for Sasuke's evolution, we still don't know what changes might occur. Before that happens, if the allied Shinobi forces of the 5 great nations come together, it'll put us at a serious disadvantage. Stirring up some trouble and making them second-guess each other is necessary." That night, Obito's swirling space-time portal appeared on Konoha's defensive wall. In the blink of an eye, he slipped inside the village. After some searching, he arrived at Hinata, Hyuga's residence. Using a series of hand seals to track his target, he soon found the person he was looking for. He activated his space-time portal, preparing to enter, only to be met with resistance as the vortex stirred. Obito paused, surprised. "There's a barrier here?" Just as he was about to force his way through, a shadow clone of Naruto appeared at his side. "What are you doing here?" Obito smiled slightly. "You really are meticulous, setting up a barrier here and even leaving a shadow clone behind. Not even your master received such protection, did he?" The shadow clone snorted. "I've already synchronized all your information with my master. So, unless something unexpected happens, my master is more than capable of dealing with you." Obito scoffed. "It seems there's no way in for me." "Well, I expected as much. You were bound to be on guard." Naruto's brow furrowed. "Obito, to be honest, I really don't like the person you are now. Always threatening others with what they care about. Do you find that amusing? If Rin were still alive and I used her to threaten you, would you be happy about that?" At the mention of Rin, a surge of anger flashed in Obito's eyes. "Don't you dare bring her up to me." Naruto gave a cold snort and said, "To think my mom was always so good to you, and in the end, when I was born, you put on quite a show, didn't you?" As if he found it hard to face that part of the past, Obito forced a sardonic laugh. This world is absurd, full of hypocrisy. But it doesn't matter. In the Eye of the Moon plan, I'll make sure your family is reunited. And if possible, I'll appear perfectly in your dreams too. With those words, Obito's space-time vortex whirled to life, and he vanished without a trace. Naruto's shadow clone gave another dismissive snort, formed a seal, and transmitted what had just happened to the original. Then he continued his vigil near Hinata, Hyuga's home. Upstairs, Hinata opened her window and gazed at the moon shining in the sky, her thoughts filled with longing for Naruto. According to her father, the Land of Lightning had officially apologized to Konoha and revoked their previous diplomatic letter. That meant Naruto had gone to the Land of Lightning and firmly put them in their place, forcing them to back down. The thought filled Hinata with joy. The feeling of having someone to rely on was simply wonderful. Now, whenever the clan elders saw her, they treated her with utmost respect. Even her father would consult her opinion before making any decisions. In the past, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Even as the heiress, she'd never enjoyed such treatment. All of this, she owed to Naruto. Moreover, when the Hokage learned it was Naruto who had accomplished all this, she personally brought Jiraiya to visit Hinata. Jiraiya even declared with a hearty laugh that he'd stand in as Naruto's father at their future wedding, and then slung an arm around the Hokage, saying, "Tsunade, you can be Naruto's mother." The result? With a single punch, Lady Tsunade sent him flying straight through an outer wall, which the clan was still repairing, even now. Far away in Amigakure, Naruto was resting in his room when he suddenly received the Shadow Clone's synchronized memories. He let out a sigh. Obito, up to his old tricks again. Most likely, things weren't going well for him either, and just like Naruto, he was wary of the 5 great nations forming a united ninja alliance. So, in the shadows, he was stirring up trouble, trying to sow division among them. How interesting, truly interesting. Naruto smiled faintly. If Obito was making moves like this, it meant he was feeling threatened. All the more reason for Naruto to stay vigilant and apply some pressure of his own. With that, Naruto left Amigakure once more. He was off to see a trusted old friend. Riding atop the giant bird summoned by the animal path, Naruto traveled through the night, finally reaching the land of wind at dawn. At last I've arrived. In his previous life, he'd spent a long time here to save Gaara. That made him all too familiar with this place, and in a way a little nostalgic for it, because Gaara trusted himself, and because the Sand Shinobi trusted the Hidden Leaf. Relations during Gaara's term as Kazekage were particularly harmonious. So when Naruto traveled to the Land of Wind, he didn't bother to conceal his movements at all, and simply flew straight toward the Sand Village. However, before he even reached the village, he sensed that something was wrong. What were the Sand Shinobi doing? Were they fighting? Why was there smoke and fire rising into the sky? To be on the safe side, Naruto dispelled his giant bird and entered Sage Mode. Using the power of the Deva Path to float just above the ground, he camouflaged himself and flew toward the Sand Village as stealthily as possible. Meanwhile, at the Sand Village, Gaara, the Kazekage, was leading the Sand Shinobi in battle. "Who are you?" Gaara shouted angrily at a man who was plastering explosive tags all over the village, slipping away each time they tried to catch him. There were 7 of them in total, and to Gaara's surprise, they were all dressed exactly like Naruto had been that day. "Don't you recognize me, Gaara?" The man's voice rang out, causing Gaara to stiffen for a moment. Then the bandages unraveled, revealing Naruto's face. Temari exclaimed in shock, "Naruto, why are you attacking our village?" Kankuro clenched his teeth and spat. "You bastard! Naruto always treated you as a friend." And yet, seeing their furious reactions, the man wearing Naruto's face burst into loud laughter. "Today is not like any other day. As I am now, I've come to attack your village and claim your power. You must have heard. I assaulted the Raikage and forced them to hand over their secret techniques. The same goes for you. Hand them over." Kankuro fumed. Before he could finish, Gaara declared, "No, you're not him." The imposter, still wearing Naruto's face, frowned. "And what makes you so sure?" Gaara answered with unwavering confidence. "I don't know who you are, but I'm certain you're not Naruto. You may have brought 7 people, but your abilities are all nearly identical. We can't strike your real body. As far as I know, that's not one of Naruto's skills. Most importantly, even if Naruto ever left the Hidden Leaf, he would never attack my village like this." A slight, confident smile appeared on Gaara's lips. "Because I'm Naruto's friend. He would never harm his friends." The imposter sneered. "Friend? How naive. I never thought of you as a friend." Gaara smiled. Which is exactly why you're not the real Naruto. In fact, based on my analysis, you must be that masked man. After all, the ability to phase through attacks, so far, only he possesses it in the ninja world. Well said, Gaara. A sudden, jarring sound rang out. In a flash, Naruto dashed in from outside the wall and shouted as he looked up, Shinra Tensei. With a sharp whoosh, the person who looked like Naruto was sent flying by the sudden force, knocked back without warning. Watching this familiar figure, Gaara cried out in excitement, Naruto! As Naruto's greatest fan in the ninja world, even in his previous life's infinite Tsukumi dream, Gaara would dream of young Naruto coming to play with him. This shows just how important Naruto's friendship is to him. So, seeing Naruto attacking the Sand Ninja, Gaara absolutely refused to believe it. Especially after exchanging blows, he was even more convinced. Now, with the real Naruto appearing, the misunderstanding was completely resolved. Kankuro glanced at Naruto, then warily eyed the distant Naruto, asking, If you're the real Naruto, then who's that imposter over there? Temari frowned and said, It must be that masked man. Didn't Gaara mention it? Only that guy named Madara has shown this kind of phasing ability. Gaara looked at Naruto with a smile. What brings you here? Naruto grinned. I originally came to talk with you about something, but it looks like my timing was perfect. Someone actually had the nerve to impersonate me. With that, Naruto turned to Gaara and said, Stay here, don't move. I'll go teach this guy a lesson. As he spoke, Naruto charged forward. Kankuro and Temari prepared to help, but Gaara stopped them, saying, No need. If Naruto says he's got this, then I believe he can handle it. With that, they stayed to watch the battle unfold. Naruto rushed in, forming a Rasengan in his hand, and struck, but his attack went right through. Naruto smirked, so it really is you. Having phased through the attack, Obito seized the moment, grabbed Naruto's arm, and activated a swirling vortex of space-time, trying to forcibly pull Naruto in. So what if it's me? Obito sneered. Naruto gave a dismissive snort and lifted his eyelids. With a powerful burst, Shinra Tensei sent Obito flying, drawing a muffled grunt as he took the hit head-on. Naruto scoffed. To deal with you, I can't even be bothered to use the Flying Thunder God. Don't think that just because you got your other eye back and awakened dual Kamui, you're strong enough to take me on. Exposed, Obito stopped hiding. He released his transformation jutsu, revealing his true face, and, at the same time, his 6 shadow clones vanished. Seeing Obito's true form, Naruto teased, Hey, now that you've got your eye back, you even added another hole to your mask. Obito gritted his teeth. Don't get cocky, Naruto. Right now, you're only barely suppressing me because of your Rinnegan abilities. Naruto snorted coldly. With Ninetales mode and Sage mode, which one do you think you could beat me in? Not to mention, I still have the Flying Thunder God. How are you going to fight me at all? You bastard. Obito's heart was overflowing with hatred. Ever since Naruto appeared, all of his carefully laid plans had felt as if someone were choking him, stifling every move. Especially now, he frowned and looked at Naruto, demanding, How did you know I was here? Could it be? Obito recalled that he had already removed the Flying Thunder God mark from his body. But last time in Konoha, one of Naruto's shadow clones had somehow slipped into his own space-time dimension. Could it be that this guy managed to leave a Flying Thunder God mark inside his space-time, too? The thought made Obito's face darken. This guy, just like his father, has to leave a mark wherever he goes. How thoroughly annoying. Faced with Obito's interrogation, Naruto helplessly spread his hands and said, What can I do? I guess fate just keeps bringing us together. I actually came here to find Gaara, but then I ran into you, disguising yourself as me, causing chaos. Looking at the sand village, with smoke and fire rising everywhere, Naruto couldn't help but glare at Obito in anger. Obito, do you really think I can't deal with you? Ruining my reputation out here like this? Obito snorted coldly. Ruin your reputation? You're already infamous as a rogue ninja from Konoha. The entire 5 great nations know your name. Hearing this, Gaara stepped forward and declared, Konoha has never issued any official statement declaring Naruto a rogue ninja. And when someone suggested making Naruto an internationally wanted criminal, the Land of Wind refused, and so did the other major nations. On the contrary, it's you who have long been the enemy of the entire Shinobi world. Just recently, you even declared war on all 5 great nations. Naruto shrugged. See? Obito scoffed again. A swirling vortex of space-time opened at his feet, and he threw out a threat. Naruto, this isn't over between us. With that, he vanished. Naruto didn't bother chasing him. There was no point. At this stage, he could easily take care of Obito, but he needed to keep him around. As long as Obito remained a threat, the alliance between the 5 great nations would hold. Only then would some people be forced to cooperate, making it easier for Naruto. to bring everyone together. More importantly, Sasuke still needed to grow, and the Rinnegan needed to be nurtured. In a sense, Obito was not only a pawn in Black Zetsu's plan, but also a necessary piece in Naruto's own strategy. As long as Obito remained under control, there wouldn't be any major problems. After dealing with Obito, Naruto flashed back to Gaara's side. Gaara was overjoyed to see him, but when his gaze fell on Naruto's Rinnegan, a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. Naruto, when I look at your eyes, you feel a little unfamiliar to me. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. In the past, whenever Gaara looked at Naruto, he could see through those eyes the most genuine love Naruto held in his heart for his friends and companions. That was what drew Gaara to him the most, what warmed his lonely heart. But now, Naruto possesses the eyes of a sage. Though they hold great power, all Gaara can see in them is cold indifference. Naruto gave a wry smile and said, "It's not my choice. There's nothing I can do about it." Gaara nodded. He understood that Naruto must have his reasons deep inside. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you came here to see me about something. What is it? Naruto glanced back at Temari and Kankuro standing behind him. Gaara caught his meaning and said, "How about this? Let's go for a walk outside the village." Temari stepped forward, her tone firm. "No, Gaara. You're the Kage now. You can't just leave the village so easily. Even if you have to go, we need to come with you." Kankuro chimed in as well. "That's right. If it were before, I wouldn't have said anything. But the Naruto standing here now, after all." The implication in his words was clear. Naruto's intentions were uncertain, and they couldn't risk the Kazekage's safety. Gaara turned around with a smile and said, "Relax. Even that masked man claiming to be Madara couldn't handle Naruto. He ran the moment he saw him. If Naruto really meant me harm, would the two of you being by my side really protect me?" Temari faltered. "That's..." Kankuro was left speechless. With that, Gaara waved his hand and said, "Help reassure the village ninja and check on the damaged buildings. Make sure repairs start as soon as possible." After giving his instructions, Gaara left with Naruto, leaving a helpless Temari and Kankuro behind. Outside the sand village, atop a cliff, Naruto and Gaara stood side by side. Naruto took a deep breath, gazing out at the endless desert, and sighed. "It's been a long time since I breathed such dry air." Gaara looked at him with a gentle smile. "What's wrong? Didn't get to enjoy yourself enough last time? Then this time, stay with me for a few days." Naruto tilted his head, smiling back. "Gaara, you don't seem concerned about what happened to me at all. It's as if nothing ever happened." He paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Gaara let out a soft chuckle at first, then looked at Naruto and couldn't help bursting into hearty laughter, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, clutching his stomach. Naruto, utterly baffled, grinned and asked, "Are you crazy? What's so funny? Why are you laughing like that?" Gaara took several deep breaths to steady himself, rubbed his aching cheeks, and looked at Naruto. "Back when I became the One-Tails Jinchuriki, when I was slaughtering innocents and drenched in blood, you were never afraid of me. You never turned your back on me. Right now, you've simply changed the way you see the world. Your eyes are a little colder, perhaps, but after all, they're the eyes of an immortal. I can understand that." Looking at Gaara, Naruto felt a gentle warmth in his heart. He was right. Gaara truly was his most sincere friend. Even after all these changes, Gaara still believed in him. "All right." Gaara turned to Naruto, voicing the question that had been on his mind. "Can you tell me, everything you've done up to now, has it all been preparation for something in particular? Something you anticipated?" A faint, meaningful smile played at the corner of Naruto's mouth as he threw an arm around Gaara's shoulders. "So you've noticed, huh?" Gaara let out a sigh. "I couldn't figure out exactly, but knowing you, if it weren't something far bigger than the village itself, you would never have defected on your own. Besides, from the intelligence I've gathered, I'd say there's an 80% chance it all ties back to that masked man." Naruto released Gaara's shoulder and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "You're right, there's a connection. But strictly speaking, it's not as big as you think. That masked man is only a small piece of the puzzle. Even the Eye of the Moon plan is just one hurdle. Once we cross it, the real enemy will reveal itself." Gaara frowned in puzzlement. "The real enemy? Who could that be? Are you saying the masked man isn't our true adversary?" Naruto nodded. "Exactly. The true enemy is..." As he spoke, Naruto pointed up at the sky. Gaara looked up, then turned back to Naruto, astonishment in his eyes. "Aliens." Naruto let out a thoughtful hum, stroking his chin. "That's more or less it. Can you stop being so mysterious and just tell me straight out? There's nothing between us that needs to be hidden." Naruto seemed to remember something, turning to Gaara. "By the way, you should still have some of Shikaka's chakra left inside you, right?" Gaara folded his arms, frowning. "I do. Why are you asking?" Naruto gathered his chakra and spoke. Look into my eyes. If you still have some of Shikaku's chakra, you should be able to see this. Though a bit uncertain, Gaara did as Naruto instructed, gazing into his Rinnegan. All right, I'm looking. Now what? Naruto formed a hand seal and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he said, Here it comes. A deep, resonant vibration seemed to fill the air as Naruto's Rinnegan opened wide, projecting directly into Gaara's eyes. Instantly, memories began to stream into Gaara's mind, while the lingering chakra of Shikaku within him resonated, stirring up fragments of the past. In that instant, countless fragments of past memories began to surface, flashing through Gaara's mind like one painting after another. He saw the ninja wars, himself fighting alongside Shikaku, battling against Madara. He saw the arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and then its end. The dreamscape of the infinite Tsukuyomi, how enticing it was. He also saw himself and Naruto, now Hokage, sitting together in a meeting. He attended his sister's wedding. Her husband was Shikamaru. The scenes shifted again. He witnessed another great war. The Otsutsuki clan descended from the heavens, launching an assault on the ninja world. The new 5 Kage gathered once more to stand together, but their efforts were futile. Everywhere was engulfed in flames of war. Fallen comrades lay scattered around him, as did his sister Temari, Kankuro, and the shattered remains of his puppets. What is this? What is this? Gaara felt as if he were standing in a hellish battlefield. He looked down at his hands. They were stained with blood. His mind reeled, his breath coming in short, desperate gasps. He felt as if he might suffocate. Outside, Naruto noticed Gaara's condition and immediately released the technique. Gaara's legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with both hands as he gulped for air, his eyes wide and unfocused, filled with terror. Sweat poured down his forehead. Naruto steadied himself, taking a moment to catch his breath. The jutsu that rewinds time consumed an enormous amount of chakra and ocular power. Only Naruto himself could manage it. For most people, even if their ocular power sufficed, their chakra would be depleted halfway through the process. In the depths of a nine-tailed seal, Kurama watched as his chakra continuously surged into Naruto's body. He grumbled under his breath. What's this kid up to now? Draining. So much chakra, every day. The current Kurama had already accepted Naruto completely in his heart. In an instant, countless fragments of the past began to surface, flashing through Gaara's mind like a series of vivid paintings. He saw the great ninja war, the scenes of himself cooperating with Shikaku in battle, and the fierce confrontation against Madara. He witnessed the arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and then its eventual end. The dream spun by the eye of the moon, so alluring, so impossible to resist. He saw himself and Naruto, who had become Hokage, sitting together in council. He even attended his sister's wedding. The groom was, wait, Shikamaru? The vision shifted again. He saw a cataclysmic battle. The Otsutsuki clan descended from the heavens, launching an all-out assault on the ninja world. The new 5 Kage gathered and fought side by side, but their strength wasn't enough to hold back the tide. All around, the world was engulfed in flames of war, scattered with the bodies of fallen comrades. His sister Temari, Kankuro, and the remnants of his shattered puppets lay broken at his feet. What is this? What is happening to me? Gaara felt as if he'd been plunged into a hellish battlefield. He looked down to find his hands drenched in blood, his spirit shaken to the core. His breath grew ragged, desperate, as if the very air had turned to stone in his chest. Outside this vision, Naruto saw Gaara's distress and quickly released the jutsu. Instantly, Gaara's legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, hands braced against the earth, gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror, and his forehead soaked with sweat. Naruto steadied himself, taking a moment to catch his own breath. The jutsu that rewinds time consumes immense chakra and ocular power. Only someone like Naruto could handle it. For most, even if their eyes could bear it, their chakra would be exhausted halfway through. Within the seal of the Nine Tails, Kurama watched as his chakra poured continuously into Naruto's body. He couldn't help but mutter, what's this kid up to now? He's always burning through chakra like there's no end to it. Kurama had long since accepted Naruto in his heart, so seeing Naruto consume so much chakra, he not only didn't absorb any for himself, but quietly gathered more, worried there might not be enough if Naruto needed it again. Back in the real world, once he'd regained his composure, Naruto bent down to help Gaara up. Are you alright, Gaara? He asked gently. Still shaken, Gaara swallowed hard and stared at Naruto. Was that an illusion you showed me? Naruto, shook his head. No, that was the future. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. The future? Naruto nodded. That's right. And those people who descended from the sky. Who are they? Naruto's expression grew grave. The Otsutsuki clan. They're the same race as Kage, the one Sasuke and I fought during the final ninja war. Strictly speaking, the Eye of the Moon plan was created to revive her. Everything that's happening right now is all within Kage's consciousness, a scheme orchestrated by Black Zetsu. As for the masked man and Uchiha Madara, they're nothing but pawns on her chessboard. At this point, Naruto cast his gaze over the land. You see, to Kage, this earth is really nothing more than a field she's cultivated. She is the origin of chakra, and for her, the people living on this land are meant to be transformed into white Zetsu soldiers, all at her command. Gaara's worldview was shaken to its core. This revelation was far more shocking than anything that Masked Man had said during the Five Kage Summit. In just a matter of seconds, Gaara's understanding of the world shifted through several dimensions. When he heard Naruto say this, Gaara stepped forward and asked, "How did you come to know all of this?" Naruto lowered his eyes and replied, "I traveled back from the future. The Sage of Six Paths sent me back here." Gaara was stunned. "So, all those scenes I just witnessed, you actually lived through them?" Naruto nodded. A silence fell between them, a brief, heavy pause. Gaara finally spoke. "Did we win?" Naruto looked up at Gaara, met his eyes, and then shook his head. Gaara took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "I see." Another moment of silence stretched out. Then Gaara turned to Naruto and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" This is what it means to be a true brother. This is what it means to be a real friend. Now that Gaara knew everything, he immediately understood all of Naruto's actions up to this point. So, without hesitation, he asked straight out, "Naruto, what do you need me to do?" He understood completely now. No wonder Naruto had said there wasn't much point in explaining all this. Better to shoulder the burden alone than try to convince a crowd. Gaara looked at Naruto and said, "I guess I was able to see those visions because I'm a Jinchuriki, right?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, because you still have some of the One-Tail's chakra inside you. My temporal resonance could connect with you. That's why the power of the Sage of Six Paths allowed you to see those glimpses of the future." Gaara nodded in understanding. "I see." As he thought about it, Gaara looked at Naruto and asked, "Since the Eye of the Moon plan is all about reviving Kage, why not just take care of Black Zetsu and his masked subordinate? Or rather, Obito, right?" Naruto replied, "Because their existence is necessary. Having come from the future, aside from you and Uncle Killer Bee, the other Jinchuriki, I can't really reach back in time to show the others what's coming. So, convincing them would be nearly impossible." Gaara fell into deep thought. Now that he shared Naruto's memories of the future, he tried to put himself in Naruto's shoes. What would he do in this situation? In that instant, he understood Naruto's plan completely. "I understand now. So, when Obito announced the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War, you actually supported it. Because, without an external threat like him, simply talking about the future wouldn't convince anyone among the five great nations. Only when the shinobi of the five nations fight together against Obito, and you step forward at the crucial moment to defeat him, will you gain true recognition and be able to lead everyone forward. Isn't that right?" Naruto nodded and looked at Gaara. "That's right. But if things go that way, so many people will lose their lives." Gaara sighed, his voice full of sorrow. Naruto took a deep breath, then slowly let it out, his gaze drifting across the vast desert. A heavy silence hung between them. Gaara stepped closer and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It must hurt inside, doesn't it? Someone like you, who cherishes peace so much. Even if it's shinobi from other villages dying, it's still unbearable to watch." Naruto's eyes grew misty, for Gaara truly understood him. He forced a smile and said, "I really don't want to see those scenes ever again. But for the sake of the future, there's no other way." Gaara gently patted his shoulder. He understood all too well now, having just experienced a battlefield that was nothing short of hell. His sister Temari and his brother Kankuro had both fallen in battle. The Sand Shinobi had given their lives to protect him, their Kage dying right before his eyes, and his own hand were stained with their blood. No doubt, as Hokage, Naruto had faced the same kind of horrors, perhaps even worse. After all, he and Sasuke were the strongest forces in the future of the ninja world. The pressure on them was unimaginable. Even someone like Naruto, who had fought the mighty Otsutsuki clan, still felt such sorrow. It was a testament to how devastating that battle had been. Naruto took a deep breath, blinked away his tears, and looked at Gaara. "But it's not that there's no solution. Ever since I returned, I've been thinking about a way to bring back the shinobi who have died." Gaara frowned. "Bringing them back? You mean those forbidden techniques?" Naruto nodded. "At present, There are only two ways to revive the dead and return their souls from the Pure Land. One is the Six Paths, samsara of heavenly life technique. The other is the jutsu Lady Chiyo used to bring you back. You mean the reanimation jutsu that gives life in exchange for life? Naruto nodded again. Exactly. That's the one. Gaara's brow furrowed. But that jutsu doesn't just require chakra. It takes life force, too. The user sacrifices themselves. It's basically a one-for-one forbidden art. Naruto took a deep breath. I've been thinking about that lately. Life force, in itself, isn't my main concern. The real issue is the caster. Just like the samsara of heavenly life technique, it demands the ultimate price, the user's own life. Gaara spread his hands helplessly and said, Wait a minute. You wouldn't resort to slaughtering innocents just to resurrect someone, would you? Even if it's for the sake of future battles. I don't think you're the type to do that. Naruto patted Gaara on the shoulder and replied, Of course not. In the past, I was totally against this kind of forbidden jutsu. It's only because of what's ahead that I've had no choice but to learn about it. But I'd never kill the innocent. When it comes to life force, I've actually thought of a great substitute. I haven't tried it yet, but once things settle down here, I'll go back and ask Orochimaru to help me test it out. Gaara was startled and exclaimed, But Orochimaru's dead, isn't he? Don't tell me. Naruto chuckled. I brought him back, but not with any forbidden jutsu. He had his own resurrection technique prepared. All I did was break his seal. Hearing this, Gaara sighed with amazement. He really lives up to his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto agreed, no doubt about it. That guy's practically unkillable. Gaara turned to Naruto and asked, You just said once I'm done here. Go on. What do you need me to do? The forbidden jutsu of Granny Chiyo, reanimation. Do you have it? The Sand Village should have preserved it, right? Gaara nodded. Yes, it's sealed within the techniques of the Kazekage. Inside are all the forbidden jutsu sealed away during each Kazekage's tenure. With excitement, Naruto shouted, All right. Seeing Naruto so happy made Gaara smile as well. It meant he was able to help Naruto, who now bore such heavy responsibilities. As a friend, Gaara was determined to stand by his side as a comrade. Just as I thought, the Sand Village also has a book of seals. Naruto mused. He remembered when, as an academy student, he'd been lured by Mizuki-sensei to steal the book of seals, all to pass Iruka-sensei's test. That was when he learned the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. Honestly, he had Mizuki to thank. Otherwise, he'd never have mastered such a useful technique or met someone like Iruka, who became both a mentor and a friend. As for Mizuki, well, by now, the grass on his grave must be several feet tall. Let's go, Naruto. I'll take you to the Sand's secret chamber, Gaara said. Naruto nodded and followed behind Gaara. Outside the secret chamber in the Sand Village, a group of village elders blocked the entrance. Kazekage-sama, are you aware of what it means to bring an outsider into the secret chamber? That's right, Kazekage-sama. Naruto may have saved your life and is a distinguished guest to our village, but this is our most closely guarded secret, the secret chamber. If Naruto enters with his current status, Exactly, Kazekage-sama. Please reconsider. Gaara's tone was cold and indifferent, paying no heed to anyone's attempts to dissuade him. I'll say one more time. Naruto is not an outsider. Move aside. Nearby, Baki frowned slightly and turned to Temari, saying, Temari, please talk some sense into your brother. Temari nodded in agreement. Don't worry, sensei. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have tried to persuade him. As she spoke, Temari stepped forward, but Kankuro beat her to it, rushing ahead of the elders. He blocked Gaara with both arms outstretched. Hey, Gaara, do you know what you're doing? You're about to open our clan's treasure vault to someone else. Gaara took a deep breath and let out slowly. I said, Naruto is not an outsider. Besides, what Naruto needs is for the future of the Sand Shinobi. Brother, please step aside. Seeing Gaara's determination, Yura stepped forward, glanced at the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes with a faint frown, then moved next to Baki and whispered a few words in his ear. Baki's expression changed in shock as he brushed past Temari and positioned himself in front of Gaara. The elders, seeing Baki approach, quickly parted to give him space. As Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro-sensei, an elite jonin of the Land of Wind, Baki enjoyed the deep trust of both the third and fourth Kazekage. In fact, Gaara's appointment as the fifth Kazekage had been jointly recommended by both him and Yura. His status in the Sand Village was unshakable. He glanced at Gaara, then looked over at Naruto, his voice icy. Gaara, have you been placed under the control of the Rinnegan? His question sent a wave of tension through the room. The Sand Shinobi instantly grew wary, and Kankuro even summoned his puppet Crow, ready for a fight. Gaara cast a brief look at everyone. The sand swirling behind him rose with a soft, ominous hiss. He spoke calmly. As Kazekage, I order all of you, do not act rashly. And for the record, I'm not under anyone's control. Naruto isn't that kind of person. Yura stepped forward. Then, Lord Kazekage, could you at least give the Sand Shinobi an explanation for your actions? Gaara's gaze narrowed. Am I still your Kazekage or not? Do I have to explain every action I take to all of you? That's enough. Seeing Gaara about to clash with his own villagers over him, Naruto stepped forward. He addressed the Sand Shinobi directly. I have a control, Gaara. Gaara and I are friends. I would never use force against him. And why should we believe you? Just because you say so? One of the elders challenged, his voice full of suspicion. Baki stepped out to speak. Forgive us, Naruto, but everyone's concerns are justified. My own judgment is based on the fact that Lord Kazekage's actions are simply too unusual. Please understand the caution of the Sand Shinobi. Gaara spoke up again. So what? Even as Kazekage, I can't vouch for Naruto. Yura stepped forward and said, of course we will obey the Kazekage's orders. But as Kazekage, your command determine the direction of all Sand Shinobi. As senior advisors and elders, we too have the right to voice our concerns. Temari moved ahead and said, Gaara, the elders' worries aren't without reason. If you can give them a convincing explanation, that will be enough. Kankuro nodded in agreement. Yeah, Gaara. Gaara let out a cold chuckle, then looked at Naruto. Now I understand you, Naruto. Truly, when faced with everyone's doubts, there's a real sense of powerlessness inside. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Gaara's shoulder. Forget it, Gaara. Let's step outside for now. Naruto shot Gaara a few meaningful glances, signaling that they could sneak back later, when it was quieter and no one was around. There was no need to fall out with the elders over this. In his previous life as Hokage, Naruto had often faced the same dilemmas as Gaara. Even as the strongest ninja in the world, there were times when his decisions were limited by the village's other leaders. After all, as the head of the village, one could act decisively only in times of war. In peacetime, everything had to be discussed, except, of course, for the Reikage, who always acted recklessly. Seeing Naruto trying to comfort him, Gaara gave a small smile. Don't worry about me. Today, I want to see for myself if my authority as Kazekage still holds. With that, Gaara's sands surged forth, sweeping across the hall. He roared, out of my way! With a resounding crash, the elders blocking his path were scattered aside. Baki and Yura quickly stepped in, shielding the elderly council members and helping them retreat. Temari and Kankuro also hurriedly fell back. Gaara, are you out of your mind? Kazekage-sama, what are you doing? Don't be reckless, Gaara. Gaara glanced at everyone and said, please, trust me. As Kazekage, my only wish is to protect the village. There's a reason I must take Naruto into the secret chamber. It's top secret, and I can't share it now. If I have offended you, elders, I apologize. As he spoke, Gaara prepared to use his sand to restrain the others. Wait. Baki stepped forward, glancing first at Gaara, then at Naruto, and finally heaved a sigh. Fine, do as you will. Chiyo had risked her life to place her trust in the alliance between Leaf and Sand. If he stood in the way now, he would only betray the arrangement she had made at great cost. Turning to Temari and Kankuro, Baki said, you two, stay here and follow the Kazekage. Then, he addressed the elders, Kazekage's orders. You're all dismissed. But Lord Baki, how can this be allowed, Lord Maki? We can't just let the Kazekage do as he pleases. That's right, exactly. Lord Yura, say something. Yura glanced at Maki. Although he also disagreed with letting Naruto in, and strongly suspected that the Kazekage might be under some kind of control, since Maki had already spoken, it was hard for him to refuse. Let's do as Lord Maki says. But, Lord Yura grunted angrily and shot them a cold glare. Instantly, the elders fell silent, preparing to quietly withdraw. Wait! Seeing everyone getting ready to leave, Naruto called out, stopping them. Maki turned back and asked, is there something you need? Naruto's Rinnegan swept over the group with a chilling indifference. He looked around at everyone present and said solemnly, honestly, if I wanted something from the sand, I wouldn't need to bother with pleasantries. I could just come and take it. If Gaara were my friend, I'm sorry to say, there'd be nothing stopping me from taking whatever I wanted from Sunagakure. I know you'll say I'm arrogant, so let me give you an example. If your intelligence network isn't blind, then you've probably heard about how I gave the Reikage of the Cloud a sound thrashing, haven't you? As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the elders broke into heated discussion. Kankuro leaned over and whispered to Temari, Sis, when did Naruto get this cocky? Temari sighed. He was already like this during the Chunin exams, as I recall. Maki thought for a moment, then straightened up and asked seriously, so what are you getting at? Naruto replied coldly, my meaning is clear. Gaara is my friend. He brought me to this secret chamber to help me. By helping me, he's actually helping the future of Sunagakure. So I hope you won't make things difficult for my friend. That's all I have to say. Who's in favor and who's against? No sooner had he finished than a few hot-tempered elders were about to jump up and shout in protest. But in that instant, Naruto unleashed the full power of the Rinnegan's heavenly path, descending with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, an invisible pressure weighed down on everyone's heads. Except for Gaara, the others could barely stay on their feet. What terrifying chakra is this? I can't breathe. It's too strong. Far too strong. Seeing this, Gaara called out, Naruto. Only then did Naruto withdraw his power, letting out a cold snort. Forgive me for being rude as a guest. Yura wiped the sweat from his forehead and shot a meaningful look at the other elders, urging them to hurry up and get out of there. This was too frightening. The sheer intensity of this chakra was no less than when Gaara went berserk as a Jinchuriki, enough to make your heart tremble. So this is the power of the Rinnegan, truly worthy of the sage's legacy. Maki, too, was drenched in sweat.